Chapter 1 Breaking Up, Activating the System. Lu Feng, let's break up. In a green and natural bionic coffee shop, Lu Feng looked at the beautiful figure in front of him with a smile on his face. Although it is midsummer, there is a cool breeze in the cafe, and the green vines around it make you feel like you are in nature. With waist-length hair, a slim white dress with rippling waves, and a beautiful face, Li Xuetong's figure is a beautiful scenery in the entire cafe. Lu Feng, did you hear me? Li Xuetong, who was sitting opposite Lu Feng, looked reluctant. Seeing that Lu Feng was obviously lost in thought and didn't hear her words, she couldn't help but speak again. Oh? What did you say, Xuetong? When Lu Feng heard the voice, he finally reacted and his eyes refocused on Li Xuetong. It's not that he doesn't care about Li Xuetong, but he does have something more important to care about now. Just now, a system panel appeared that only he could see. The system progress bar, which had been stuck in college for nearly 3 years, finally jumped from 99% to 99.1%. If this wasn't a coffee shop and in public, Lu Feng would have wanted to burst into tears. Big brother system, you haven't activated me for the past 3 years. Do you know how I've been doing for the past 3 years? Looking at the progress bar, it jumped slightly again, increasing from 99.1% to 99.2%. Lu Feng took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He had just entered university, and it took less than a second to activate 99% of the system, so the 1% progress bar blocked his nearly 3 years of college life. Now, even before it is fully activated, Lu Feng doesn't dare to have too much hope. Who knows if this system will cause any trouble? If there were to be a 99.91% chance, he would definitely want to drag this system out and give it a beating. Lu Feng, I say let's break up. Li Xuetong spoke again, gently uttering a few words. This time, Lu Feng finally heard clearly what Li Xuetong said. He frowned slightly and looked at Li Xuetong with a strange expression. He was just about to reach out to touch Li Xuetong's forehead to see if there was anything wrong with her. Thinking back, Lu Feng remembered that he had always been very good to Li Xuetong during the 3 years in college, caring and considerate. Even though the land could not sustain his cultivation, he still persisted. Now, Li Xuetong can enjoy the fruits of his labor, thanks to his hard work. The two of them have never had any conflicts, so why did they suddenly want to break up? Is this, I am going to be liberated? Lu Feng's hand encountered an obstacle. Li Xuetong stretched out her hand to block Lu Feng's hand in front of her forehead. After taking back his hand that was blocked by Li Xuetong's hand, Lu Feng sat down on the seat and looked at Li Xuetong in a daze. Xuetong, are you kidding? Lu Feng asked softly in an inexplicable tone. Li Xuetong, who felt a little uncomfortable with Lu Feng's gaze, lowered her head silently. His body was trembling slightly. She had never seen Lu Feng with such an expression. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Lu Feng, let's break up. Although the voice was small, Lu Feng heard it clearly. You heard it right, it's a breakup. Are you sure? Xuetong, this is not a joke. Lu Feng looked at Li Xuetong, who lowered her head and drank coffee silently, and spoke again. He was still a little unwilling to give up. You know, I usually only ask a question 3 times. What did you just say? Yes, I said break up. Before Lu Feng finished speaking, Li Xuetong finally raised her head, spoke softly, and said in a firm tone. Why? Lu Feng was completely stunned. When they first entered university, they were hailed as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. With Lu Feng's deliberate pursuit, he finally made Li Xuetong his girlfriend. During their 3 years at the university, the two were very much in love and were almost hailed as a match made in heaven. What does Li Xuetong mean by doing this now? No reason? Li Xuetong brought the coffee to her mouth but didn't drink it. Then she realized that the coffee was already finished without her noticing. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After adjusting her skirt, Li Xuetong stood up and walked towards the door. By the way, I've already paid for the coffee, so don't chase me. When Li Xuetong's figure disappeared, Lu Feng silently put the hand that he had just stretched out but didn't catch back on the table, with a sarcastic smile on his face. After 3 years, and without any clear reason, we broke up just like that? The criminals still know what crime they have committed, so how can this be considered a false accusation? Not guilty, but sentenced to death directly? As for chasing him out? Here is a touching speech from a dog licker. Lu Feng felt that he was not yet at this point. In these 3 years, I have paid a lot, but I have also gained a lot. She could say that she knew every detail about Li Xuetong better than she knew herself. I reached out and shook it. Maybe it was time to weigh the other fruits? Loss? Not at all. Not at all. It's just that this caramel macchiato isn't sweet at all. After drinking his coffee in one gulp, Lu Feng sat in the recliner and fell into deep thought. System activation progress 100%, the super rich sign-in system has been activated successfully. A mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in Lu Feng's mind, attracting Lu Feng's entire spirit into the space of his mind. Can the host communicate directly with the system mentally? When Lu Feng was hesitating, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Super rich sign-in system? System, can you please introduce your function? System function is being transmitted. Soon, a stream of information came into Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng quickly browsed through it and quickly understood the function of the system. The sign-in system of the rich, as the name suggests, is for sign-in, which is divided into daily sign-in, weekly sign-in, monthly sign-in, annual sign-in, 10-year sign-in, century sign-in, and so on. I watched every century and didn't watch Lu Feng after that. Whether he can live to the next century is a big question. In addition, there are special holiday sign-ins, such as Mid-Autumn Festival sign-in, Spring Festival sign-in. The two words super rich are simple and crude, making Lu Feng a super rich man. Soon, the functions of the system were reviewed. Well, he encountered it after traveling through time, and the system also appeared. Who cares whether it is scientific or not? Everything is possible. System activation successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack and one chance to sign in daily. The system's mechanical female voice sounded in Lu Feng's mind. Open the newbie gift pack. Lu Feng looked curious. He was still looking forward to what would come out of the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for winning the 100 million yuan reward. The money has been deposited into the host's bank card. Your Xiaogua bank card with the last number 8888 has a deposit of 100 million yuan, and the current balance is 100,255,263 yuan. Soon, a text message notification sound came from the mobile phone. I clicked on the message and saw clear numbers showing that the system's super rich gold had arrived in the account. System? This? Lu Feng just wanted to ask the system in his mind, but he didn't expect the system's voice to sound. Host, don't worry. The source of the system's funds is legal, and the channels are legal. The host can use it with confidence. Looking at the number that had obviously increased in length, Lu Feng thought of a classic multiple choice question. If you were given 5 centimeters, which part would you most like to grow? Some people chose the bank card balance, and most of the rest chose their own bodies. Lu Feng looked down silently. I couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. After all, who would dislike being tall? This system is omnipotent, who knows if it can be realized? Host, you still have one daily sign-in opportunity that you haven't used. Would you like to use it? The system's voice sounded at the right time, interrupting Lu Feng's wonderful thoughts. Chapter 2, Crazy Consumption begins. Lu Feng sat in his seat, not daring to move at all. I didn't expect that the system would really make whatever you think of come true. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for achieving a perfect physique. The perfect physique is being released. It will slowly transform the host within a day. As the system's voice fell, Lu Feng could feel waves of warm currents flowing through his body. At this moment, he felt his blood boiling. Touched his muscles. Yeah. Not bad. His already 180 centimeters tall and sturdy figure has quietly become more well-proportioned, but there is even more explosive power hidden in it. I have muscles when I take off my clothes, but I look thin when I put on clothes. This is me. Lu Feng felt a little proud. Handsome guy, can you buy me a cup of coffee? A beautiful woman who was dressed a little flashy walked up to Lu Feng. The smell of perfume wafted out and reached Lu Feng's nose, giving him a pungent smell. Looking up, he saw hot pants, a vest, bright eyeshadow, and bright red lips, which scared Lu Feng so much. Lu Feng, who was about to recite the heart purification mantra silently, suddenly stopped. She was very tall, with her chest trembling. When she stretched out her arms, Lu Feng could see the beautiful scenery by just shifting his gaze slightly. Seeing Lu Feng's eyes, the beautiful woman, who was already smiling, felt even more proud. She had been paying attention to Lu Feng for a long time. Since Li Xuetong was here, it was not convenient for her to come forward in person. However, she still heard some of the conversation between Li Xuetong and Lu Feng. Since they broke up, this handsome guy is obviously her type, so why not come up and give it a try? After all, handsome guys like Lu Feng, who are at the school idol level, are very rare in the vicinity of the Magic City University. Seeing Lu Feng glanced at her and then looked away, the woman felt very proud and stretched her long legs forward again. The long legs are just barely covered without being exposed, and the lace is visible at the base of the legs. You still have to bow down to my long legs. The woman who was expecting Lu Feng's answer leaned towards Lu Feng again and pushed Lu Feng, who was about to get up, back down. Beauty, drink it slowly. Lu Feng raised his head, quietly refused, then stood up and walked outside. He had just activated the system, and at this moment, it was obviously most important to verify the function of the system. In addition, he had just broken up with Li Xuetong, a school beauty, so he still looked down on such an obvious prostitute. And I don't know if this woman's appearance is real enough, as she is wearing makeup, one of the 4 major sorcery techniques in Asia. Handsome guy, don't go. Seeing that her method didn't work, the woman was about to reach out and grab Lu Feng's arm. The spring scenery is even more beautiful. All eyes in the cafe are focused on it. No, no. Beauty, I'm done drinking, you drink slowly. He gently stretched out his hand and grasped the woman's hand that was trying to grab his arm. Lu Feng took a step forward and strode outside in a rather awkward posture. The sun is blazing in the sky and the heat waves are rolling. The Magic City in mid to late June has entered the height of summer. The sun is shining brightly and emitting a scorching heat, which is in sharp contrast to the coolness of the people on the streets. The breeze blows gently, bringing with it a full wave of heat. He took out the taxi app and hailed a luxury car. At this moment, now that the super rich sign-in system has been activated, shouldn't we enjoy it? As for Li Xuetong? Originally, Lu Feng still had the idea of choosing someone to accompany him and choosing a city to spend the rest of his life in. At this moment, I couldn't help but complain harshly. Love is all bullshit. I stood under a tree on the street for not long before a Mercedes-Benz S came quickly. Mobile phone number ending in 8888? Welcome aboard. Before the driver could finish his words, Lu Feng spoke. Master, let's go. Now, it was just past noon, and he planned to go crazy for a while first. This time, his destination was the nearest shopping mall in the university town, Hangyuan Mall. Hangyuan Shopping Mall is the nearest large shopping mall to the university town. Although it is built in a university town, in a city like Shagua Magic City, which can be regarded as a top metropolis in the world, the huge Hangyuan Mall is still a top consumption place. Lu Feng is a time traveler. He went to bed late at night reading a novel, and with his eyes open and closed, he never expected that he would come to Xia Middle School, a blue planet world similar to the Earth. The history of Xia Kingdom is 99% similar to that of the original country. Lu Feng, who traveled through time and space as a reincarnation, did not remember much history, but through the few major events he remembered, he helped his family embark on the road to prosperity. So in this life, even if I don't squander my life, at least I won't have to worry about food and clothing. However, now, there is a sign-in system for the super rich. Try to comfort your wounded heart first. Entering the mall, the white marble floor reflects the pale yellow light, illuminating the entire mall and making you feel comfortable both physically and mentally. A fruit mobile phone store? The same is true in this world. After the Huawei group in Xia State was suppressed, Apple Mobile became the only dominant player in the market. However, this is also the inevitable result of the good performance and ecology of Apple phones. As for Lu Feng himself, he was born a patriot. I touched the phone in my pocket. Well, it's pretty good. It can be used, but the style is outdated, the screen is scratched, and the memory is not enough. Complaining is useless. After all, who would complain that their own mobile phone is better and more useful? But there is a system, so maybe there will be a chance in the future. Lu Feng looked at it with ill intention. It was an apple with a bite missing from it. Sir, what can I do for you? A waiter came up and asked softly. It was the afternoon when the sun was at its hottest, so there were not many people shopping in the shops. No need to introduce, do you have any Fruit 13 Pro Max in stock in your store? Yes, yes. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the waiter who had just walked up was filled with joy. He didn't expect to meet such a straightforward customer who asked for the most expensive mobile phone. I wonder, sir, how much memory do you need and what color? The waiter asked softly. Looking at the brand on the counter, a Fruit 13 Pro Max with the maximum memory of 1 terabyte is only $12,999, not expensive. It's all small money. All colors, 2 1TB tablets, top end, 2 laptops, top end, 2, any problem? After hearing what Lu Feng said, the waiter smiled and said quickly, no problem, sir, I will help you get the goods right away. At this moment, the other waiters in the store also heard Lu Feng's words and looked envious. I didn't expect that such a handsome guy would spend money so easily and generously. Do I need to go up and leave a phone number? They surrounded him in an instant, with all the beautiful girls, and Lu Feng was so happy. Soon, the waiter took out what Lu Feng needed. It was full and piled up on the counter. Sir, the total is 231,986 yuan. Do you want to pay by card, or? After packing the items, the cashier asked softly. Simply present the payment code and the payment is successful. Okay, put these aside for now, I'll come back and get them later, okay? Lu Feng spoke softly. He had just arrived at Hangyuan Mall and hadn't shopped around much yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to carry so many things in his hands at the moment. Yes, sir. It was the same waitress from before who immediately said that her commission for Lu Feng's purchase this time would be several thousand yuan, and she quickly agreed. Lu Feng went out, turned around, and came to the next door. Here was Warwick's flagship store. That's fine, just think of it as supporting national enterprises. 10 minutes later, hundreds of thousands of dollars disappeared from the cart again, and were also spent in this store. That's not right. I should buy something to hold my stuff first. Lu Feng held his forehead with his hand. He remembered that he had forgotten something. This was the most important thing for coming here, otherwise he might not even be able to take back the things he bought. Chapter 3: The Woman Crying in the BMW. On the first floor of Hangyuan Mall, there is BMW 4S store. Before Lu Feng entered, he saw a person wearing a white shirt and a black miniskirt. He didn't know whether she was an employee or a female anchor, but she was talking eloquently and non-stop during the live broadcast. The camera placed at your feet peeks into the mystery from low to high. Look at the sedan, its height is comparable to that of an SUV. Yeah. The internet is really amazing. However, the saleswoman matched her black stockings with her high heels, which were half hanging when she sat, and it was just right. She still looked very graceful and attracted everyone in the live broadcast room. As expected, the live streaming industry in this world is so developed and inward-looking. Sir, what can I do for you? A female salesperson in a tight skirt came over. Lu Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Although they were the same clothes, they could indeed show different styles when worn by different people. At this moment, the waiter in front of him was much less charming, and his neat and capable temperament was very obvious. Do you have any cars in stock that can be driven away today? Preferably a sedan. Lu Feng asked softly. He came to BMW simply because the BMW 4S store was closer to the store he had just visited. Sir, we have cars in stock, but if you want to drive them away today, most of the cars that meet your requirements are the 3 Series or 5 Series. Although the female salesperson was surprised, she had seen people asking for cash for their cars in the BMW 4S store, so it was not surprising to her. Okay, take me to see it. Lu Feng nodded, without saying anything more, and spoke softly to the saleswoman. Sir, what's your name? The female salesperson asked softly as she led Lu Feng towards the vehicle warehouse at the back. My name is Lu Feng. Okay, Mr. Lu, I wonder if Mr. Lu has any other requirements besides the existing car? Other requests? Let's see. It's not that Lu Feng doesn't want to say it, it's just that Lu Feng doesn't know. In the past, I might have been hesitant about it, but now, as long as I like you, it's fine. During the conversation along the way, Lu Feng soon came into the garage with the saleswoman. Sir, this car is our BMW 320. Next one. Lu Feng just took a quick look and saw that it was a short-axle BMW, a car model that Xiaogua generally disliked, so of course he didn't like it very much either. Mr. Lu, is this our 330? Sir, how about this 525? After shopping around, Lanwin finally decided on a 330. There are a lot of cars in stock, but unfortunately, this is just a small dealership, and most of them are 3 Series and 5 Series. I also looked at the 5 Series. The 5 Series is a little more expensive, but the configuration of the car really doesn't meet Lanwin's expectations. Anyway, it's just a temporary tool for hauling goods over short distances, so just deal with it for now. Lu Feng thought so and followed the saleswoman back to the office, just about to make the transfer. Outside, there were bursts of fighting and quarreling, as well as crying and shouting to stop the fight. This? Everyone in the office and Lu Feng filed out and walked into the lobby together, where they saw a lady sitting in the driver's seat of a 3 Series, tearing at a man standing next to the car. The man was pulled back and forth by the woman, but he did not resist at all. "Xiaoli, what's going on?" A person who came out with Lu Feng waved gently to a male salesperson and asked. Seeing that it was the store manager calling him, the salesperson named Xiaoli hurried over and quietly informed him of the situation. Listening to Xiaoli's narration, Lu Feng quickly understood the situation. The man who was pulled was called Li Yangan, and it was said that he had been to their BMW 4S store many times. At first everyone thought it was just one more customer, but they didn't expect that Li Yangan was indeed a little short of money. "I've been test driving, but I've never made up my mind which car to order. Until today, well, my fiancé came along too." Everyone then realized that it was Li Yangan's girlfriend who was clamoring for a BMW as a dowry before she would marry him. When the two men arrived, the woman's face was full of joy at first, but when it came to calculating the price of the car, a heated argument broke out, which led to the situation that everyone is seeing now. "Oh. Let's go up and separate them. This won't work." The manager of the BMW 4S store whispered an order to several salesmen, and this time everyone rushed forward and pulled the two apart. Just now, in order to take care of these two people, the business in the store was affected by them. Even the live broadcast was turned off. The female anchor who had been a little charming just now returned to stand next to the store manager. "Li Yangan, listen to me. My betrothal gift must be a BMW. Otherwise, forget about getting married." Despite the saleswoman's consolation, Li Yangan's girlfriend continued to scream and shout angrily. Li Yangan just sat there, his fists tightening and loosening over and over again. "Did you hear that, Li Yangan? Hurry up and swipe your card. It's the BMW we just spotted." Li Yangan's girlfriend chattered incessantly. "If I didn't like you, do you think anyone else would like you? Your mother has agreed to this, how can you go back on your word?" Hearing this, Li Tongdan finally couldn't help it. He took a few steps forward and came to his girlfriend. He stared at his girlfriend with bloodthirsty eyes, making her feel a little guilty. Li Yangan shouted angrily in a deep voice. My mom, you only know how to use my mom to pressure me. That's my mom, not your mom, at least not now. I won't get married. I won't buy this car either. I'll take care of my mom's case myself. You think I don't know what you're up to? Go ask your customers for your BMW." After saying that, he walked out of the BMW 4S store without looking back. No one tried to stop it, or rather, everyone was stunned. In just a few sentences, a huge amount of information was revealed, and everyone was shocked. Seeing everyone looking at her, Li Yangan's girlfriend could no longer bear the strange looks and burst into tears in the driver's seat of the BMW. "Manager, this?" The salesperson came over and asked the manager of the 4S store softly. "How to deal with this?" The store manager also frowned, as such unexpected situations were really rare. "Moreover, what's the point of you crying in the BMW in my shop after your boyfriend left you?" Lu Feng stood aside, watching the whole thing happen. "I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. Does this count as a woman crying in a BMW? But it seems that is not the case." After much difficulty, Li Yangan's girlfriend was managed to be taken away with the persuasion of the female salesperson. After paying, Lu Feng told the saleswoman to go shopping in the mall and come back to the store later. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng saw the female anchor who had just been broadcasting live, opening the door of the back seat of an SUV and getting out. Her originally neatly dressed clothes were now slightly messy, and the stockings on her legs were visibly torn. The moment she saw Lu Feng, her originally flushed face became even redder. Perhaps due to the influence of the system enhancement, Lu Feng seemed to hear a slight sound. As the female anchor walked away, the sound gradually disappeared. Soon, a sound came from the other side of the SUV. The store manager shook his suit and came out from the other side. When he saw everyone in the hall, he held his head high and smiled. "It seems like I've only been walking around for a dozen minutes? Wow, such fun, and so fast." Lu Feng really broadened his horizons. Could this be considered seeing another way of crying in a BMW? Chapter 4. What a coincidence, you guys are here too. In the boys' dormitory 666 at Shanghai University, Li Lei hurriedly picked up his phone. While answering the phone, he was cursing. "Which bastard dares to make a series of life-threatening calls to me while I'm playing games? I'll take it." Before he could finish his words, he saw the huge words boss on the screen and was so scared that he almost threw his phone away. What do you want to do? Lu Feng's voice brought a tearful smile to Li Lei's face. Hey, third brother, I'll let you talk without restraint. Third brother, this time, you are in trouble, this is the boss. On the side, the second brother Wang Wenhan and the fourth brother Fan Zhongju, who heard the voice, looked at him with ill intentions and sinister smiles on their faces. He spoke softly. He glared at the two guys who were looking for trouble, raised his middle finger and made an international gesture. No, boss, I'm not playing games. Li Lei said quickly. Lu Feng, who was driving, heard the sound of keyboard coming from Li Lei's side again. I also understood that these guys were indeed traveling in the canyon, and I smiled knowingly. Okay, that's enough. Didn't we agree on lunch at noon? I'll treat you guys to a meal. Outside, Xianmei restaurant, forget it, let's go to Weimixuan, I'll wait for you. At this moment, it was already evening, and Lu Feng, who had been strolling around for the whole afternoon, felt a little hungry. Remembering the lunch appointment, I called my 3 roommates in the dormitory. Oh, let's eat, sure. Second brother, fourth brother. The eldest brother wants us to go eat. Li Lei yelled at Wang Wenhan and Fan Zhongju. As the picture turned black and white, I took a look at the performance of my number 11 bus which had no passengers, and then the defeat announcement came. Exit, shut down, black screen. Li Lei's movements were smooth and seamless. Third brother, you can really perform a performance that amazes me. Wang Wenhan looked at his own 826, and then at Fan Zhongju's 1314 who was assisting him. Wow, the two-man duo in the bottom lane are not as fast as Li Lei alone in the middle lane. Keep moving forward, and you will be happy. Wang Wenhan and Fan Zhongju couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Lei is the typical example of someone who is both inexperienced and loves to play, or loves to play but is inexperienced. Doesn't this show how skilled you are? Li Lei walked to their computers, turned off their computers, and then pushed them out of the dormitory door. You bastard! He smiled and slapped Li Lei's hand away, and the 3 of them walked out of the school together. As the saying goes, friendship between men does not require holding hands or hugging each other s-backs. After all, university is the breeding ground for passion, and it is also the place where all kinds of rumors are most likely to spread. There is such a person next to their dormitory, he looks at people as gay with a perverted eye. These 3 single guys still need to be careful. However, Lao Daliafeng is an exception. This time when they have dinner, they will definitely have to eat dog food again. That's not a fair boss. Thinking about the past 3 years, Lu Feng and Li Xuetong had been showing off their love in front of them. Several people silently shed sad tears of being single. By the time Lu Feng parked the car in the parking space, an urging message had already come through on his phone. The 3 people in the dormitory had arrived long ago. Boss, table number 8 on the 2nd floor, we've ordered the food and are waiting for you and sister-in-law. Seeing the content of the letter, Lu Feng was stunned for a moment and shook his head. What happened at noon was not a secret that could not be told. Boss, are you alone? Seeing Lu Feng appear beside the table, the other 2 people who were playing with their phones raised their heads when they heard Wang Wenhan's voice. Boss, where's your sister-in-law? Li Lei also asked in confusion. Lu Feng and Li Xuetong were not only inseparable, but they were also almost inseparable in most of the time. Today, Mr. Lu Feng did not bring Li Xuetong out for dinner, which is quite rare. Seeing Lu Feng's expression changed slightly, Wang Wenhan realized something and quickly stopped Li Lei, who was sitting next to him, from speaking again. Boss, sit down and eat. Wang Wenhan greeted softly. Seeing the little movements of several people, Lu Feng showed a relieved smile. These guys are indeed very perceptive. Xuetong and I broke up. Lu Feng pulled out a stool and sat down, speaking softly. Separate. It wasn't a boy's voice that came from the stairs, but a familiar female voice. Everyone turned around and saw Li Xuetong and her 4 roommates standing at the stairs, staring at Li Xuetong in surprise. There was a weird atmosphere in the air, and everyone felt very awkward. Xuetong, what a coincidence, you're here for dinner. How about joining us? Lu Feng spoke softly, inviting calmly, and pointed towards the table. He had already moved to another place, but he still met Li Xuetong. Lu Feng's 3 roommates quickly moved out a large empty space. Yes. Wenjun, how about coming over and eating with us? Wang Wenhan opened his mouth and spoke softly to a woman next to Li Xuetong. Li Wenjun is the head of Li Xuetong's dormitory. Li Wenjun turned his head and looked at Li Xuetong, who had a gloomy face, lowered her head and remained silent, and spoke softly. No, Won-han. You guys eat. Li Wenjun spoke softly, gestured to the other two people in the dormitory, took Li Shuatong's hand, turned around and walked downstairs. Boss, this? When Li Shuatong and the other three disappeared completely, the three people sitting opposite Lu Feng looked at him seriously and were about to speak. Boss, what happened? Stop talking and eat. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, Lu Feng spoke softly. There is no need to think too much, just let it go. There are many better flowers in the world, so why only focus on one flower? Shuatong, have you really broken up with Lu Feng? In the snack street, Li Wenjun and another roommate Zhang Yulan, who were holding Li Shuatong's limp body tightly on the left and right, spoke with a worried look on their faces. Shuatong, there's really no need to worry about Lu Feng because of the things happening at home. Really, I can see that Lu Feng still likes you very much. The last roommate, Su Min, also gave advice. If they hadn't been roommates, I would have occasionally overheard the phone conversations between Li Shuatong and his mother. None of them knew that such a big change had happened in Li Shuatong's family. Okay, thank you, I'll think about it. Li Shuatong spoke softly, her voice weak. Did she do something wrong? Okay, let's go eat first. The others stopped trying to persuade her and decided that it was up to Li Shuatong to figure the matter out herself. At table number 8 on the second floor of Wymixuan, the other three people from dormitory 666 looked at Lu Feng, who was eating with relish. They felt that the delicious food tasted tasteless and they felt uncomfortable sitting there. Boss, not really, not really. After drinking another half bottle of beer, Li Lei stretched out his hand and tried to grab the bottle, but when Lu Feng glared at him, he withdrew his hand without hesitation. Okay, I know my limits. Lu Feng spoke softly, his expression calm and his pupils clear. Even though he had drunk more than a dozen bottles of beer and nearly a pound of liquor, he did not feel drunk at all. As for eating so much, it is actually to strengthen the body and replenish energy. This strengthened body made him feel hungrier. Now my alcohol tolerance has increased even more, and now I can't get drunk even if I want to. Old 4, I heard you want to go to the comic convention tomorrow, how about taking me with you? Chapter 5 Boss, I'll follow you from now on. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Fan Zhongju was shocked. In the past, he was the only one who went to those comic conventions. What was wrong with the boss this time that he actually went to watch the comic convention? Boss, are you sick? Lu Feng slapped away Fan Zhongju's hand that was touching his forehead, smiled lightly, and didn't say anything else. He used to favor only one flower, and now that he is finally free, he must discover other beauties. Boss, is breaking up such a big blow? The second oldest, Wang Wonhan, also spoke with a puzzled and worried look on his face. Looking at the wine bottles piled up on the table, a small portion was drunk by them, and most of it went into Lu Feng's stomach. In the past, they knew that Lu Feng could drink quite a bit, but it still surprised them that he could drink so much. Okay, it's okay. As the amount of alcohol increased, Lu Feng's brain became clearer, but under the stimulation of alcohol, thoughts that had never appeared before emerged in his mind. This proposal to attend the comic convention was just a weird idea that came out of nowhere. Although he didn't know what was interesting at the comic convention. Comic conventions, shows, red carpets, bars, clubs. A place where men can enjoy the view. Okay, now I remembered, this was the place where he summarized the evil ways in his previous life. Have you finished eating, you guys? Let's pay the bill. He saw that the three of them had already put down their bowls and chopsticks, waiting for him to eat and drink. Lu Feng, who had finally filled his stomach, spoke up and stood up and walked towards the checkout counter. Hello, your total consumption is 1,325 yuan. I'll give you a discount, so you can just pay 1,300 yuan. The cashier girl spoke sweetly. Lu Feng and his friends were regular customers here, so the cashier girl was very familiar with them. Boss, I'm coming. Wang Wonhan walked up and held out his cell phone, wanting to pay. Not really, Wonhan. He gently reached out to stop them, pulled out the payment code on his phone, and scanned it to pay. Let's go and have a look. I also bought a car and prepared a surprise for you. After saying that, Lu Feng took the lead and walked towards his BMW. Second brother, this? Li Lei asked softly with a worried look on his face. Well, they really felt that Lu Feng was a little abnormal. I don't know either. The boss wouldn't be like this. Wang Wonhan shook his head in distress. Really, could the blow of a broken heart be so great? If the blow of a broken heart is so great, Wang Wenhan looked at Fan Zhongju thoughtfully. This boy, although he looks honest, he is actually a representative of those who want to live among all the flowers and pick them all. But it has not been actually done and remains only verbal. He talks about theories all the time, and his arguments are clear and well-reasoned. Old 4, are you devastated by the breakup? Love breakup, blow? Fan Zhongju was speechless. He understood Wang Wenhan's thoughts, but seriously. After reading all over Europe and America and looking at Japan and South Korea, I finally returned to Xia country. He just gained knowledge from this. But since he is a man who wants to pluck the flowers from all directions, even if it is just verbal, how could his vision be so short-sighted as to stay in the past? No matter today or in the future, his goal is always the next one. Although it has not yet been put into practice. Well, this guy is not the same kind as us. The king of theory, but in reality he is useless, so don't bother with Fan Zhongju. Wang Wenhan was speechless. Brother, I don't think it's necessary. Don't you think about how the boss managed to secure the top spot on the school idol ranking list? Li Lei spoke up from the side. That's right. Over the past 3 years, Lu Feng has always been ranked first on the list of the most handsome male idol in Shanghai with his calmness, gentleness, and restraint. He is also very steady and down-to-earth in his dealings with others. I have never seen a man who makes me feel more secure than Senior Lu Feng. This sentence is widely circulated among the female students of Shanghai University. Together with Li Xuetong, they are the envy of many girls. Okay, let's go and take a look first. I don't think the boss would do that. Wang Wenhan spoke softly and made the final decision. The breakup shouldn't be enough to bring down their boss. Several people quickly caught up with Lu Feng in front. Okay, here I come. Don't worry about me. Looking at Lu Feng, who had firm steps and no sense of floating at all. Boss, your alcohol tolerance is only this high even in my hometown. Fan Zhongju gave a thumbs up. His hometown is in northeast China. The most common type of people in the northeast are tall men, but by the time it came to Fan Zhongju's generation, the height had not fully grown, and Fan Zhongju was less than 1.7 meters tall. Fan Zhongju even sometimes wondered if he was the offspring of two tall parents, one 1.80 meters tall and the other 1.7 meters tall. However, the paternity test confirmed that he was indeed his parents' child. There's nothing Fan Zhongju can do about it. It's not his fault that he is not tall enough. No, don't forget, I'm from Sichuan province too, so I can drink less than you. Lu Feng nodded slightly and spoke with a smile. This guy used to rely on his drinking capacity that he had developed since childhood, and wanted to take this opportunity to get the three of them drunk and embarrass them. As a result, he met Lu Feng, a tough guy, who made him shrink from the table to under the table. The waiter happened to be serving the food and saw Fan Zhongju, which almost caused a misunderstanding. I took out the key and pressed it lightly, and the sound of an unregistered BMW unlocking was heard. Boss, is this your new car? In the past, everyone only knew that Lu Feng was a little rich, but looking at Lu Feng's current attitude, it is clear that they had underestimated Lu Feng in the past. Boss, 330 Li Sports Night Edition? Li Lei walked around the BMW twice and then spoke with a look of surprise, saying that this was his dream car. At this moment, standing aside, you can still smell the brand new scent of the products. Really? It's new, and I didn't even notice the model number. Lu Feng himself didn't pay much attention to the model of this BMW. In order to speed up everything in the afternoon, he just signed frantically and didn't pay much attention to other things. Okay, if there's a chance, you can open it tomorrow. He gently gestured with the key in his hand. Lu Feng didn't think so much. When you first drive a car, you will feel the freshness of driving. After driving it for a long time, you will gradually become an experienced driver without realizing it. It's about driving for the sake of traveling, not just driving for the sake of driving. However, you may not be interested in driving this type of car more often, but other cars will not be boring. If you are a man, you will understand, as long as your waist and kidneys can bear it. Button to open the co-pilot seat, there are several shopping boxes on it. Wan Han, yours. He took out a fruit phone and a fruit notebook and handed them to Wang Wenhan. Boss. Me. Don't refuse. Lu Feng's tone was firm, interrupting Wang Wenhan's words. The same goes for you too. Recognize me as your boss and accept the gifts today. Lazy, yours. He was handed a Warwick second-generation folding screen mobile phone and a newly released Warwick notebook. This guy likes to support domestic products. Well, Lu Feng likes it too. Of course, cars are an exception. After all, Xia country's own automobile industry is still far behind that of foreign countries. Here, Zhangju. You can take it too. He then took out a fruit phone and a fruit computer and handed them to Fan Zhongju. Thinking that the trunk was just filled with slightly fewer shopping boxes, Lu Feng patted his forehead. It was an impulse purchase. But it doesn't matter, I can just throw it into the rented house tomorrow. That was originally the love nest that Lu Feng and Li Xuetong rented, but now. Boss, I swear, I will follow you from now on. Li Lei, who was about to hug Lu Feng, stopped when he saw Lu Feng's murderous look. These guys? Could it be that they are carrying? There were sounds of discussion, which made several people feel slightly embarrassed. Okay, let's go back to the dormitory. Lu Feng closed the car door, picked up a few shopping bags, and walked towards the dormitory with the three brothers in the dormitory. Chapter 6 Crow's Mouth. Boss, is this a 1TB Apple 13 Pro Max? The top-of-the-line Apple laptop? Boss, the most expensive Huawei folding screen, the latest Huawei notebook. When the lights in the dormitory came on, everyone discovered the actual appearance of the things in their hands. Adding up the gifts from just the three of them, it would be over 100,000 yuan. Boss Lu Feng, is he so willing to do this? They would not deserve it if they kept it. They have nothing to repay. Or at night. That's enough, you look so weird. Stop talking and look at me. Take out the items in your shopping bag one by one. Wow, one of each color of the latest Apple model, one of each color of the latest Warwick model, plus 2 laptops. I forgot there were 2 instant noodle lids. Looking at the tablet in Lu Feng's hand, everyone wailed. Well, the boss is rich and inhumane. Boss, it's not okay to borrow money online. Li Lei unpacked his phone and moved behind Lu Feng to speak. Lazy, get out. Lu Feng cursed with a smile. I'm not that serious. Don't worry, it's just a small amount of money. The car is also paid in full, you don't have to worry so much. In the past, if these were not enough, he would just apply for more from his family. What's more, I have the system now. After hearing Lu Feng's words, I thought the boss's mystery had been revealed a little. Unexpectedly, there is a deeper abyss beneath the veil. Boss, do you need a computer? After fiddling with his phone for a while, Li Lei moved behind Lu Feng again. Computer? Lu Feng raised his head and took a look. Okay, it was a desktop computer. When he first entered school, he also got a top-of-the-line desktop computer and placed it in the dormitory. Compared with other people's laptops, its performance is far ahead. Okay, go ahead and play. Lu Feng usually doesn't use the computer in the dormitory, after all, he only lives in the dormitory very rarely. He usually lives in a love nest. He stood up and made way for them. These guys must have stored so many weird things in his computer. After all, the capacity of a 16T mechanical hard drive is truly amazing. I remember that when Lu Feng came back and saw long red strips on 3 of the hard drives, he was so scared that he thought his computer was infected. Come on, let's play together, you two can log in. Li Lei shouted for a long time, but he saw Wang Wenhan and Fan Zhongju, who were still concentrating on studying the new mobile phones and computers that Lu Feng gave them. Li Lei's cries fell on deaf ears. Li Lei silently raised his middle finger in his heart. Forget it, let me, the hero, go forward alone in the canyon and travel to my heart's content. Late at night, Lu Feng was lying on the bed, browsing Douyin, and saw that the time on his phone had changed from 11:59 to 12 o'clock. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in Lu Feng's mind. Long time no see, I missed you so much. The host has one daily sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Lu Feng muttered to himself in his mind, this is the second time he signed in after activating the system, I wonder what good things he will get. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the military fighting technique. Lu Feng was confused. What the hell was this military fighting technique? Receiving information from the system, Lu Feng quickly understood the military fighting techniques transmitted by the system. This is a bloody fighting technique that combines the traditional Xia country's kung fu moves, rapid killing techniques, and the fatal weaknesses of the human body, coupled with his physique that has been strengthened by the system. What kind of person does this system want to train him to be? As the system transmitted, Lu Feng gradually fell asleep. Lazy, I passed the imperial examination. When June invited me to talk to her on Sunday. Wang Wenhan's message came from a temporary discussion group on Weixin. Then go ahead. It should be about the boss and his sister-in-law. Be careful not to help too much. I understand. It's better for them to solve their own problems. Yes, boss, you know he can handle it. I think my sister-in-law will regret it anyway. Forget it, let's stop talking and go to bed early. I didn't expect that the boss would actually want to go to the comic convention with me. Okay, I have to get up early tomorrow morning. I'm still looking forward to satisfying my driving craving. Good night, brothers. The next moment, the temporary chat group was disbanded. The sky is getting brighter, golden light shines in the sky, and the scenery is always especially beautiful at dawn. Boss, you scared me. Wang Wenhan got up in a daze and walked to the balcony, where he saw Lu Feng meditating. This really scared him and he thought he had seen a ghost. Boss, what are you doing? Wang Wenhan widened his eyes and asked in surprise why he had never noticed that Lu Feng had this habit before. I can't sleep, so I got up to enjoy the sunrise. Golden light began to shine above the horizon, and the soft orange sunlight illuminated the new vitality of the day. Okay, let's wake them up too. It's still a long way to get to the comic convention today. Lu Feng spoke softly. On Saturday in Shanghai, the traffic congestion will be even worse if you drive. If you don't set off now, you will definitely be stuck in traffic. Boss. Okay, it's okay. Go ahead. Seeing Wang Wenhan coming out of the toilet, Lu Feng nodded and interrupted him. He knew that Wang Wenhan was a little worried. However, the reason why he got up like this morning was that the system had already strengthened his perfect physique last night. The military fighting skills were also deeply imprinted in his mind at this moment, like Lu Feng's instinct. He was simply full of energy early in the morning. After all, it's really uncomfortable to sleep with one pillar propped up. I recited the Qingxingju silently many times before I calmed down. Not knowing whether his fighting ability could match that of the soldier king in this world, Lu Feng gently pinched the railing with his hand. The thin iron railing was slightly deformed. Lu Feng compared it silently in his heart. Boss, you should come. When they arrived at Lu Feng's parking spot and handed the keys to Li Lei, this guy actually backed out. I've got my driver's license, but I've never driven a car before. Boss, you don't want us to get into an accident, do you? What the hell? Driving skills are acquired through practice. Just practice more and you'll be fine. Forget it, it's rush hour and there are too many cars. After saying that, Li Lei had already gotten into the back seat and fastened his seatbelt. Li Lei looked at the driver and said he still didn't have the courage to drive after repeated delays. The three of them silently complained, well, this guy is also a thief with the intention but not the courage to do it. What about you two? Before he finished speaking, 3 people from the back row swarmed in. Boss, let's go? They are all useless. I looked down on them silently and decided to let Lu Feng do it himself. Start the car and drive to the familiar comic convention site. Boss, did you buy this car yesterday? Li Lei took a careful look inside the car before speaking. There's still a bit of that new car smell inside the car. Yes, what's the matter? Lu Feng was a little surprised. Didn't he already say this yesterday? I don't know how long it will take me to be able to afford a car like this. Li Lei's voice full of emotion rang out. Although it is Magic City University, the top school in Xia country, they are only juniors and still have 1 year to go before they become seniors. The number of college graduates increases year by year, and it is harder to find a job. There is a campus job fair in the second half of the year, but I don't know whether I can get a good job. Li Lei himself does not plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination and wants to go out to work and earn money as soon as possible. Although it's just a BMW 3 Series, I can only envy it now. Okay, stop belittling yourself. As the red light just turned green, Lu Feng started driving. A car suddenly rushed out from the side. Lu Feng reacted quickly and almost stood up to step on the brakes to avoid a collision. But the car next to Lanwind was not so lucky. Lazy, your crow's mouth has come true. There was a loud bang, and traffic at the intersection came to a standstill. Chapter 7, Acting Bravely. The car drove across the intersection and stopped. The entire intersection was now filled with smoke, vehicle parts were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. A sports car was lying upside down on the side of the intersection. An MPV rushed across the intersection and crashed into an SUV parked at the other end, waiting for the red light before it barely stopped. Hurry, Go down and help," Lu Feng said softly. Several people hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the accident site. At this moment, the scene became chaotic, but other car owners had already parked their cars on the side of the road and ran towards the hit cars. The driver of the SUV who was waiting for the red light had already staggered down the road before everyone else arrived. The SUV driver was really scared just now. Luckily he is fine. Fortunately, he was the only one in the car today, and the SUV driver was thankful. He walked to the side of the road, plopped down, and sat down limply. The MPV that hit him was now unrecognizable, and the people in the car were still not getting out. "Everyone, here, here." The airbag of this car exploded. The driver must have fainted. I don't know if the injury is serious, he should just be knocked unconscious. "Everyone, let's work together to pull the car door open and see if we can open it." A man who looked like an older brother began to shout loudly and immediately started giving orders. "Push harder, push harder. Come on." Several people tried together, but the door of the MPV did not move at all. The vehicle should have locked automatically. "We need to go in and take a look. Otherwise, if we pull it blindly, it probably won't open." Lu Feng and his companions also came to the vicinity of the MPV at this moment. "Check all the car doors to see if there are any unlocked ones." Lu Feng spoke, and when everyone heard these words, the people surrounding the car pulled at the door handles all around. This. A surprised voice came from the passenger side, and with the combined efforts of several brothers, the passenger door was actually opened. When they opened the car door, they discovered the tragic situation inside the car. Inside the MPV, the driver was lying on the steering wheel, his life or death unknown, and the co-pilot had blood flowing from his forehead. What's worse, there was another passenger in the second row who had also fainted, his life or death unknown. Lu Feng saw at a glance that the huge impact force of the main driver's seat caused the overall displacement to tightly trap the legs of the female passenger in the second row. At this moment, along with the more pungent smell of gasoline, thick smoke began to spread from somewhere in the MPV. "I'm afraid that flames will break out or even explode in the next moment. Everyone, come. Save these two first." The crowd had no choice but to rescue the two passengers in front first. Soon, the driver and the passenger in the front passenger seat were successfully rescued. "Boss." Li Lei looked at the MPV filled with smoke and sparks, and spoke with some reluctance. Everyone had tried many times, but they couldn't even get into the second row, let alone have a chance to rescue the passengers in the second row. The vehicle is severely deformed. In addition, only the front passenger door was open, so only the two people in the front row could be rescued. This was a blessing in disguise. "I'll try again." Lu Feng also felt a little regretful. There were too many people around and he couldn't use his full strength. At this moment, watching the danger expand step by step. There aren't many people around MPV anymore. "Brother, make way, let me try." "Don't take any more risks, young man." Yes, there is a high probability that he cannot be saved. Several big brothers who were still standing around the MPV also started to persuade them. Lu Feng walked to the back door and looked at the door of the MPV. They had just tried it inside and out and concluded that this was the door that was stuck. But they couldn't open the car door by manpower without the help of machinery. "You have to try. Otherwise I won't give up." Lu Feng smiled softly and said, walking to the car. With his left foot on the driver's frame and his right foot on the ground, he held one hand against the B-pillar and the other hand tightly grasped the car door. Fortunately, his body was strengthened. Blood rushed to his neck, veins on his hands became visible, and a huge force burst out from his body, pulling the car door along his arms. "Young man, don't waste your energy." A few older brothers looked at Lu Feng and came a little closer. Looking at Lu Feng, who was trying his last chance, he wanted to help him in case something happened to him. Crack! 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 A few crisp sounds rang in the ears of several people. Everyone saw that there was a small crack in the second row of doors. The expressions of the eldest brothers suddenly changed, as if there was hope. "Brother, pull me up, together." Looking at the several big brothers who had gathered around him, he didn't know where to start. Lu Feng uttered a few words with difficulty, and he really used all his strength to open the car door. "Well, bro, can you hold on?" Before I started, several big brothers asked me about it out of concern. "No problem, I'll count to 1, 2, 3. Lu Feng opened his mouth softly and shouted firmly, 1, 2, 3. I have done my best, and with the help of several big brothers. A loud noise came from the car door. Wow! The sound of the track sliding was heard, and the second row of doors finally opened, and the doors rushed towards the rear of the car. Seeing the car door bounce back, Lu Feng reached out and gently held the door. At this moment, the air was filled with smoke and it was almost pitch dark. Everyone was choked by the smoke and started coughing. A blazing flame burst out from the front cabin, burning the few people left beside the car. Lu Feng quickly got into the car, so the stuck seat didn't require much force. "Little brother, what's going on?" Outside the car door, an older brother gave a final cry. With the fire spreading like this any longer, they would have to retreat. The stuck seat was torn open easily, and a slightly twisted leg appeared in front of Lu Feng. It was obvious that the bones were dislocated and the leg might even be broken. There was no time to hesitate. Lu Feng leaned over to pick up the female passenger, only to find that the female passenger was actually wearing a seatbelt. At this moment, after the car accident, the clothes were a little messy. "Don't look at what is indecent, don't see what is indecent." After tidying up the female passenger's clothes and unbuckling her seatbelt, Lu Feng quickly ran out of the car while holding the female passenger. "Brothers, retreat." He only had time to shout before the fire spread and burned rapidly. Ambulances, police cars, fire trucks, and all kinds of other sounds soon rang out. He quickly ran towards the ambulance that had just arrived and placed the female passenger on the stretcher that had just been pushed down. Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a tearing pain spread throughout his right hand. "Young man, are you okay?" Seeing Lu Feng swinging his right hand, the female doctor asked a little worriedly. "It's okay, my hands are a little sore." Lu Feng shook his head slightly. He knew his condition. He just used too much force and his arm muscles were slightly strained. "So, you'll go to the hospital with us?" Pushing the stretcher into the ambulance, the female doctor shouted. Lu Feng was a little confused. He was just helping to rescue people. The ambulance had already arrived, so how could they still take the person to the hospital? "Doctor, he is brave and courageous." A man who looked like a policeman came over and spoke softly. He had just briefly understood the situation and was a little surprised at Lu Feng's performance. "Sir, how about we find out the situation from you first?" As he watched the ambulance's lights flash and disappear from his sight, Lu Feng felt relieved. "No problem. Boss. Are you okay?" 3 people from the dormitory rushed up and asked Lu Feng about his well-being. It was Lu Feng who didn't let them go up just now. Especially Li Lei, this guy was the most impulsive. He grabbed Lu Feng's right hand right away, causing Lu Feng to gasp. After a brief interview and with numerous eyewitnesses, the incident was recorded in videos. Lu Feng and his 3 companions were only briefly registered and questioned before being allowed to leave. Finally, the police saluted Lu Feng. "Thank you all for your bravery." "Salute you. If there is anything else, we may notify you by phone." "Thank you very much." Looking at the saluting policeman, everyone smiled knowingly. When they acted bravely to help others, they really didn't think so much. "Boss, are we still going to the comic convention?" Several people walked towards the parked car, and Fan Zhongju suddenly asked. "Go ahead, why not?" Lu Feng shook his head slightly, a little confused. It was only 8 o'clock. Fortunately, they set out early, so they didn't stay here for too long. "Boss, we are worried about your hand." Looking at Lu Feng, who was doing the exercises to relieve blood stasis and promote blood circulation from time to time, Wang Wenhan spoke with a little concern. "It's okay, just take a rest." Lu Feng just wanted to recover quickly and didn't think too much about it. "Lazy, I'll give you a difficult task." Lu Feng took out the key and gently threw it to Li Lei. His hand was injured, so the difficult task of driving fell to Li Lei. "Second brother? Fourth brother?" Seeing the 2 people ignoring him, Li Lei opened the car door and sat in the driving seat reluctantly. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of what happened just now, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Things never stop happening. Who knew that such an emergency would suddenly happen to me? But fortunately, I tried my best and saved the passengers. Okay, does this system have the ability to predict the future? He had just been taught the military fighting technique yesterday. If he hadn't used the force-generating techniques today, he really wouldn't have been able to open the door of the MPV. A quick glance at the accident scene showed that the driver of the sports car had already climbed out and got into the ambulance. The vehicle was also towed to the side of the road, waiting to be towed away. The moment the car door closed, Fan Zhongju seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. "Boss, do you think that the female passenger in the second row of the MPV that you rescued looks a little familiar?" Chapter 8, Wandering Around the Comic Con. The comic convention is indeed one of the most pleasing to the eye exhibitions. Just outside the venue, people saw many cosplayers wearing various costumes, taking photos, communicating and performing. "Boss, look at that, he's just wearing a little too little." "Boss, the clothes here are really weird." "Brother, this isn't the beach, why are there so many swimsuits here?" "Fourth brother, I found a cosplayer with a nice apartment, look." Everyone looked in the direction of the situation, and sure enough, they could see the tight yoga pants. "I just don't know what this cosplayer is." The three of them looked at each other silently without saying a word, but they all understood each other tacitly. "My goodness, is this guy Lilei here to enjoy the comic exhibition or to appreciate the beauties?" "Boss, I think the comic exhibition in Sakura country is better than the comic exhibitions in China. After all, their animation development is better." Lilei thought of the resources he admired and spoke softly. Several people were silent. Is his real intention really to come to the comic convention? Can this be used to compare with those teachers? "Brothers, follow me, let's go to the inner field." Seeing that the three people did not respond, Fan Zhongju turned around and shouted. From the entrance passage, you can see at a glance outside that there are really a lot of people at the comic convention, but real cosplayers generally don't appear outside. Everyone out there understands. The inner field is the real place for everyone who really likes cosplay role-playing. After handing the purchase tickets for the inner field to the ticket inspector, everyone followed the passage and entered the huge exhibition hall. Inside the huge exhibition hall, the lights are bright, and there are many people moving around and the sounds of conversation. However, it is not as messy as outside and seems to be relatively orderly. "Boss, do you guys want to go shopping by yourself, or come with me?" Fan Zhongju flipped through the backpack he had been carrying. "This guy has been very mysterious this morning. Several people saw this backpack a long time ago and asked for a long time, but he didn't say anything. After tinkering with it for a while, guns and cannons appeared in Fan Zhongju's hands. Okay. It's actually this thing." Several people raised their weapons silently. The fourth guy was well prepared. "Let's go shopping on our own. You go and do your thing first." The three of them looked at each other and did not disturb Fan Zhongju. They knew that Fan Zhongju loved attending comic conventions so much, and it seemed that he did have a goal at the conventions. Okay. Fan Zhongju also understood the intentions of Lu Feng and the others. He made some gestures, moved around, and disappeared in a moment. "Come on, Wanhan, lazy, shall we just take a walk?" Lu Feng was also a little curious. It was his first time attending such a comic exhibition and he had only heard about it from others before. "Let's go." A few people smiled. They didn't prepare anything. They just came to buy tickets and have a look. "Boss, this." The Alliance booth. Walking to a booth with concentrated lights, Lilei's voice was heard with a hint of surprise. Everyone looked up and saw a familiar figure at a glance. Yasuo, Zed, Lucian, girl group. Male characters, female characters, and all the heroes in the league are almost available. Even for the newly released skins, there are actually quite a few corresponding cosplayers. Lilei quickly ran to the booth, took out his mobile phone and took pictures while muttering to himself. "Let's go up and take a photo." "Why not?" Lu Feng walked forward, spoke softly, looked at Lilei's eagerness to try, and said with a smile. "Lilei is a loyal player of the Alliance, is that true strength? That is really unbearable to watch." "No." Lilei shook his head and put his phone away instead. "I just like heroes, these are just cosplayers. He can just come to this kind of comic exhibition to enjoy the sight. I think the direction of the Alliance is wrong." Wang Wanhan also spoke up and he took a closer look at these cosplayers. Most of those girl groups' national style series are in line with the aesthetic tastes of our Xia people, but these ones that are released now. Wang Wanhan shook his head regretfully. What foreign countries think is correct is wrong, but unfortunately, Xia country's aesthetic taste has never been able to reach foreign standards, and it will never be able to reach foreign standards. It's just that the game is from a foreign country, so there is nothing they can do. The penguin group is useless and black is rampant. Okay, let's go. The crowd didn't stay for too long. Glory? Soon, another large booth appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the Alliance's booth, the colors of this booth are obviously much brighter. Boss, don't you want to go and take a look? Li Lei spoke from the side. Yeah, boss? Wang Wenhan also echoed. Okay, let's go. Just take a look around. As several people walked in, the large screen behind the booth was also playing the deeds of ancient Chinese historical figures in glory. Lu Feng was a little curious. Would the penguin group in this world be so self-aware? Boss, I still don't know which level you are at, the Alliance or Glory? Li Lei asked. When the university started, the three people in their dormitory were greatly shocked. Lu Feng was ranked in the top 100 in the first zone of the Alliance, with over 100 stars of honor, and he was admitted to the Magic City University. It's true that comparing people will only make you angry, and comparing goods will only make you throw them away. In their high school, they always slept later than dogs and got up earlier than chickens. After 3 years of hard work, I finally arrived at Shanghai University. The eldest brother, this animal, goes to school normally and has a lot of fun playing games, easily becoming the top student. Impressed by Lu Feng's strength, everyone agreed that Lu Feng was the dormitory boss and, of course, the director. Lu Feng shook his head and smiled. It might be because he had lived 2 lives. In this life, he had always felt that he was smarter than others since he was a child. I don't know, how can we compare them? But the nature of these games is different, so there's no need to make such a serious comparison. Just have fun. After touring for a while, Lu Feng finally took in the beautiful scenery. He said softly, let's go and continue to stroll around? Original? Eternal Calamity. Dragon Back. FIFA, I can actually see the real god in the 3D zone. The beach is sexy indeed. As expected of it being the largest comic exhibition in Shanghai, they wandered around for the entire morning and barely managed to finish touring this one venue. It was said that this comic exhibition included 3 surrounding venues. Call Zhongju and have dinner together? At 12 o'clock noon, Lu Feng spoke softly. Although there was water to drink in the venue, I was still a little hungry. This guy Fan Zhongju actually wandered around the comic convention for a whole morning without even coming to see the 3 of them. Tell me, is there something wrong with the exam? Li Lei spoke with ill intention. Okay, I'll call. Wang Wenhan smiled, he felt the same way, took out his cell phone and dialed Fan Zhongju's WeChat. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone continued and the WeChat phone was never connected. Just when Wang Wenhan was about to give up. Second brother, what's the matter? Fan Zhongju's voice came from the phone. Want to eat? Wang Wenhan asked, it's noon now, this guy, doesn't he feel anything? Ah. Fan Zhongju exclaimed, looked at the half-eaten lunchbox beside him, and spoke with a guilty conscience. Brother, I've already eaten my lunch. Teacher Fan, are you ready? Just then, a female voice came from the phone. Hang up. Lu Feng softly said to Wang Wenhan, Fan Zhongju, spring is here. Looking at the hung-up phone, Fan Zhongju only had time to send a few messages to the dormitory group, then stood up with his camera and started his work. Okay, let's go, eat, and go check it out this afternoon. Everyone looked at venue number 2 in the Weixin information and smiled knowingly. Chapter 9 Perfect Assist. You said your roommates are coming over? In venue number 2, the girl who was cosplaying as Yun Yun asked softly after posing. The person holding the camera opposite was Fan Zhongju. When Fan Zhongju, who had just finished taking a photo, heard this, a happy smile appeared on his face. Yes, Xiaoling, my roommate is accompanying me to the comic convention this time. I'll introduce you to him then. By the way, Mr. Fan, I don't know which university you are studying in. A girl named Xiaoling came over and asked softly. Although they had worked together on many films, she still had no idea which university Fan Zhongju was from. However, it must be a university in Shanghai. After all, she can see Fan Zhongju every time she attends the Shanghai Comic Convention. In the eyes of these cosplayers who are just doing it for their own hobby, Fan Zhongju is a relatively good photographer. The photography equipment is professional, the poses are elegant, and more importantly, the photos are well edited. It is so comfortable to work with him on a film. Xiaoling, we can't be that serious. We have cooperated so many times, and you don't even know which university I am from. I am so sad. Fan Zhongju rubbed the corners of his eyes gently and pretended to cry. Okay, I don't know you yet, you must not be from a good university, otherwise you would not miss so many comic conventions. The girl named Xiaoling laughed softly. I am the Demon City. Fan Zhongju was speechless. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, before he could finish his words, he felt a hand patting his shoulder, interrupting him directly. Old Four, you really made it easy for us to find you. Li Lei's voice came from the side, and he put his arm around Fan Zhongju's shoulders, interrupting him. This is you. Fan Zhongju wanted to beat Li Lei up on the spot. It was so hard for him to get the chance to act so big. This is a direct result of stillbirth. Lazy, second brother, boss. This is Xiaoling. Shaking the hand off his shoulder, Fan Zhongju gestured wildly to Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan. He believed that Li Lei was a thick-skinned person, but Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan were not. Lu Feng understood immediately, stretched out his left hand, and pulled Li Lei back. Quiet. Wang Wenhan responded and walked forward. He grabbed Fan Zhongju's hand and shook it quickly. Fan Zhongju, a junior majoring in financial management at Magic City University. Hello, Mr. Fan, the photographer. Magic City University? When they heard Wang Wenhan's voice, everyone around them, except Lu Feng and the other two, were wildly surprised. Moda University is one of the best universities in Xia country. Fan Zhongju is actually a student at Shanghai University. Xiaoling was especially surprised. She thought Fan Zhongju's school would not be very good, but unexpectedly it was the best university in Shanghai, Magic City University. Fan Zhongju made frantic yes gestures to Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan. True brothers. Then he turned around and introduced her to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, these are my roommates, Lu Feng, Wang Wenhan, and Li Lei. The girl named Xiaoling spoke softly. Hello, my name is Li Lingling, and I'm cosplaying as Yun Yun. By the way, he also showed it to a few people in circles. Only then did Lu Feng turn his attention to the cosplayer named Xiaoling. Wow, her name is Xiaoling, but judging from her height, she is probably taller than Fan Zhongju even barefoot. After all, at this moment, wearing thick high heels, Li Lingling is almost half a head taller than Fan Zhongju. She is tall and has a plump figure. In the slim-fitting cosplay costume, she has a graceful posture and her appearance can score 75 points. Well, this is definitely enough to make Fan Zhongju drink a pot of wine. Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan looked at each other and saw this idea in each other's eyes. Hello? Several people also extended their hands and greeted him. I didn't expect you to be a student at Magic City University. I really want to visit your university. I heard that there is a Swan Lake in your school. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. After saying hello, Li Lingling spoke with a look of surprise. To be honest, she really didn't expect that Fan Zhongju would be a student of Magic City University. I'm just a student at the Magic City Academy of Arts, but I'm a sophomore, a year below you, so I can't compare with you. As everyone knows, Shanghai Art Academy is a second-tier college in Shanghai, and it is considered a pretty good university. In that case, if there's a chance, I'll take you to visit our school. At Lu Feng's signal, Fan Zhongju stuttered out a few words. Well, when it came to actual operation, Fan Zhongju really started to become useless. They have already learned that venue number 1 is the game exhibition area, venue number 2 is the animation exhibition area, and venue number 3 is the comprehensive exhibition area. They came to the area of venue 2, where most of the participants were individual cosplayers. So Fan Zhongju shouldn't be deceived. But as a man, why should I be afraid of being cheated? Really? Is there really a chance for me to visit your school? Li Lingling spoke with a look of surprise. No problem. If I can't do it, we still have our boss. Fan Zhongju finally pulled Lu Feng out to use as a shield. Well, of course it's no problem, junior sister, as long as Zhongju is free, you can always ask him to take you around the campus. Lu Feng replied quickly. Well, then you have to welcome me. Li Lingling was a little happy. She reached out and patted Fan Zhongju's shoulder, and her body unconsciously moved closer to Fan Zhongju. Fan Zhongju's face turned red because of Li Lingling's actions. Okay, I won't disturb you guys from filming. Lu Feng gestured gently, and Wang Wenhan understood. The two men carried Li Lei and quickly disappeared. Seeing Lu Feng secretly giving a thumbs-up gesture, Fan Zhongju couldn't help but take a deep breath. He seems? Could be bolder? Goodbye, boss. Say goodbye to Lu Feng. Fan Zhongju hurriedly called Li Lingling, raised the camera in his hand, leaned towards Li Lingling and said, Lingling, come and take a look at the photos I took. Are you satisfied? Photographer Fan? You. Don't call me photographer fan. Just call me Zhangju. That's what the boss and the others call me. Why are your roommates walking so fast? They have other places to visit and are very busy. Let's take a look at these photos of yours first. Boss, well, I can walk by myself. Li Lei was like a roast duck and was directly pulled out of venue number 2 by Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan. The three of them then smiled at each other. Perfect. Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. They coordinated well in this assist. Lazy, you are such a fool, you don't know the current situation. Lu Feng said with a smile. I just didn't think about it that much at the time. Li Lei's tone was insufficient, but he still defended himself. Okay, next, shall we go to Hall 3? Lu Feng suggested. They had just taken a quick look at Hall 2 when they went to see Fan Zhongju, and now only Hall 3 was left to visit. Although the sun was shining brightly, the three of them could still see many cosplayers outside. With long legs and beautiful arms, and abundant fruits, the cosplayers here are really eye-catching in the outdoor field. The flashlights kept flashing, and the posers' poses became more sexy and beautiful. In order to capture the beauty, the photographer's movements were also particularly strange. Only in this way can you take beautiful pictures. Well, at least Lu Feng thought so. Hello, you need to show your ID card before you can enter Hall 3. When we arrived at the entrance of Hall 3, the security guard actually asked to check our ID card. Chapter 10: A Big Surprise. Wait until Lu Feng, Wang Wenhan, and Li Lei come out of Hall 3 and walk towards the parking lot. The three of them looked a little embarrassed. No wonder they have to check ID cards in Hall 3, as most of the exhibitors there are foreigners. After entering, Li Lei touched the tail of someone's cosplay and asked without knowing whether it was a plug-in or a pendant. I almost got a beating. Third brother, what do you think? Is that a pendant? Wang Wenhan smiled and spoke softly. As for coming out now, it was because Fan Zhongju said that he was done with his work and would come to find them as soon as possible. In order not to corrupt this innocent little creature, they had to bear the evil themselves. Plus the museum is about to close, so it's time to go back. Go away, how should I know? I just pinched it and it was just quite soft. Isn't that inflatable? After taking a look at the two guys who were discussing heatedly, Lu Feng slapped each of them. This interrupted their conversation. These two guys have learned bad things. Boss. When the voice came, everyone looked in the direction of the sound beside the car, and saw Fan Zhongju running over. Where's your Lingling? Li Lei smiled slyly and asked with some confusion. I sent them back in a taxi, and we made an appointment to visit Magic City University together tomorrow. Fan Zhongju smiled shyly, but couldn't suppress the smile on his face. You paid the bill? Of course. Well, Lao Si, you have made it. Li Lei walked to Fan Zhongju's side and sighed slightly. According to this trend, it seems that he and his second brother Wang Wenhan are the only single dogs left. Second brother. Please comfort me. Don't. Wang Wenhan stretched out his hand to reject Li Lei's bare hug, then spoke. Come back to the dorm later, I have something for you. Looking at Wang Wenhan's serious expression, everyone was a little curious. After having a quick dinner outside, everyone returned to the dormitory. Boss, Lazy, you passed the exam. This is for you. Wang Wenhan fumbled in the cabinet for a while, and then handed 3 big red invitations to the 3 people. Second brother, this can't be? Looking at the red invitation in front of him, Li Lei spoke with a look of surprise. Second brother, you're not going to do something big in silence, are you? The fourth brother, Fan Zhongju, also spoke with a puzzled look on his face, asking why the style of this invitation looked so suspicious. Don't tell them what this festive red color is? Groom Wang Wenhan, Bride Li Wenjun. June 6th. Getting married. Linjiang Hotel, Jiangbei District, Jiling City, Jiangnan Province. Welcome to the banquet. Lu Feng didn't read more, but Li Lei and Fan Zhongju read these few dozen words over and over again, and repeated them several times. Well. My second brother really did a big one without even realizing it. Li Lei confirmed again and again, then slumped down on the chair. He will soon be the only single guy left in this dormitory. Second brother. Why don't you tell me? Li Lei remembered something. The woman's name seemed familiar. He stood up and walked to Wang Wenhan. Li Wenjun? Xueton's dormitory? Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone a little doubtful. Could it really be like this? Wang Wenhan did a great job of keeping the secret. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Wang Wenhan nodded a little nervously, then raised his head proudly. How come he and Li Wenjun were secretly in love, but they were openly dating? After all, they were childhood sweethearts. Seeing Wang Wenhan standing firm as a mountain under his hands, Li Lei gave up. He returned to his seat dejectedly and sat down. I suddenly feel like crying. What's going on? Li Lei's heart was filled with sadness. Second brother, you have been so quiet, the big surprise is really coming. You didn't live in the dormitory before, but you didn't go to attend some cram school. Also, you occasionally skip classes, so it should be Li Wenjun's class. Fan Zhongju asked several questions in a row. Okay. I'll tell you slowly. Seeing the looks of the three onlookers, Wang Wenhan knew that he would not give up today. Soon, everyone understood the good relationship between these two people that was hidden so well. When they were born, the two families were neighbors and arranged a marriage for them as a joke. In kindergarten, in the same class, Wang Wenhan was the deputy monitor and Li Wenjun was the monitor. When they were in elementary school, Wang Wenhan was still the deputy monitor and Li Wenjun was the monitor, in the same grade in class. The same was true in junior high school. It was not until high school that Wang Wenhan made his first comeback, received a promotion and a raise, and success was just around the corner. I feel like I'm going to be the one taking charge. He became the class monitor, but unfortunately Li Wenjun was not in the same system as him. Li Wenjun suddenly became the study committee member. After graduating from the college entrance examination, they both applied to Shanghai University and were both admitted. No one knows what happened, but at the graduation party, Wang Wenhan, emboldened by the alcohol, kissed Li Wenjun directly. Instead of getting beaten up, the two of them actually became a couple. When the news reached my family, I never expected that they already knew about it and gave their blessing, so even though I was only a junior, I thought about holding the wedding banquet right away. So that the four elderly people can travel around the world with peace of mind in the future. Otherwise you'll be worried about it all day and feel uneasy. Good job. Not only are Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun good guys, but this family is also powerful. You're not old enough to get married yet. Lu Feng spoke softly, a little confused. Wang Wenhan is only 20. Boss, that's enough. Fan Zhongju said from the side. Lu Feng finally reacted. Well, he brought the memories from his previous life into this life and mixed them up. In Xia country, men and women can get married at the same age, as long as they are 20 years old. Summer vacation is about to start. That's why I'm giving you the invitation now. Everyone took a look and saw that it was the 6th day of June, which was only about 10 days away from today, and they only had 1 week left before the summer vacation. Just a few days into the summer vacation, they got married. Wang Wenhan really picked a good day. After getting married, there are 2 months of summer vacation. Li Lei and Fan Zhongju looked malicious. Okay, I'll go. Lu Feng nodded in response. He also wanted to experience it. After all, it was the wedding of his good friend in the dormitory, so he definitely had to attend. That's fine with me. Fan Zhongju agreed immediately. When it came to Li Lei, he was a little hesitant. I'll go too. He has to work during the summer vacation every year. This year? It would be fine if he came back after attending the wedding. After all, the 6th day of the 6th lunar month is just the beginning of July, so there is still time. Wang Wenhan patted Li Lei on the shoulder. Brotherhood means everything. Oh, boss. Where's Wenjun? Wang Wenhan remembered something and spoke. Fine. Lu Feng knew what he wanted to say, which was Li Shuatong, but it didn't matter. I'm going to the rented house tonight to put some things away, and I won't be back at night. Lu Feng spoke softly. He remembered the things in the trunk of his car and had to take them out as soon as possible. He also wants to go and take a look at the house to see if there are any changes. The three of them waved goodbye to Lu Feng. I loved yesterday so much. I swear to cut your face into pieces. Lu Feng had just started the car when he heard the phone ring. He looked at the name displayed on the phone and fell silent. Chapter 11. No one is as rich as me anyway. Shuawei, what's going on? Looking at the familiar name on the screen, Li Shuawei, Li Shuatong's sister, could it be that she is preparing to come and call for punishment? It's impossible that Li Shuatong told her family so quickly. Brother-in-law, I'm at the high-speed rail station in my hometown, and I'm ready to leave for the Magic City now. A somewhat clear voice was heard. Lu Feng recalled in his mind, and suddenly, the image of a beautiful girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and a pretty face appeared in his mind. Shuawei, you came to the Magic City? Hearing this, Lu Feng was a little stunned for a moment. It seems that Li Shuatong has not told her family about her breakup with him. Yes, brother-in-law. I came here secretly, you can't tell my sister. Li Shuawei's voice came, a little cautiously. In the past, Li Shuawei had been to Demon City many times, and Lu Feng had also been to Li Shuatong's house many times. At that time, Lu Feng always satisfied his sister-in-law, Li Shuawei, with food, drinks, and entertainment. So, this little girl is quite close to him. However, this is the first time I have come to see him alone. You like this? Lu Feng was just about to speak to persuade her. Li Shuawei interrupted with a bit of anxiety. Brother-in-law, I won't tell you anymore. Remember to pick me up at the Magic City high-speed railway station. I'll be arriving at Magic City by high-speed rail at 7:30 in the morning. After he finished speaking, the sound of hanging up came from Lu Feng's phone. When Lu Feng called back again, the call had already been received. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. It had been a long time since I last heard the power-off notification sound, and Lu Feng was a little stunned for a moment. At the same time, Li Shuatong from Shanghai University also received a call from home. Shaking his head, Lu Feng didn't think much about it. It seemed that this girl had graduated from high school and it was summer vacation. She might be planning to come to Shanghai to play. He started the car and drove towards the apartment he rented. Although it is only a short distance of 1 kilometer, it is convenient to take the things in the trunk. At this moment, it would be better to drive the car over. After circling the apartment complex several times, I found that parking was the biggest problem late at night. I should be able to buy a house just for parking. Lu Feng randomly found a roadside parking spot without any cameras, as he had to set off at around 3 or 4 in the morning anyway. The traffic police shouldn't come out in the middle of the night to put a ticket on his car. If this really happened, Lu Feng would have no choice but to accept it. Pushing open the door, he saw the familiar furnishings, which were exactly the same as what Lu Feng remembered, and looked as if they had not been moved. This apartment is a standard one-bedroom residential apartment, not a renovated apartment. At the beginning, it took a long time to find a place that was close to the school and met Li Shuatong's requirements. The bright and tidy European-style living room is covered with snow-white carpets. A huge sofa occupies one side, and opposite is a huge projection TV. Lu Feng, who was just about to change his shoes, opened the shoe cabinet and saw that the familiar shoes were still displayed there. Lu Feng immediately noticed the high heels that Li Shuatong had placed among them. Li Shuatong didn't come to take her things? Throw the shopping bags in your hands onto the sofa. When I walked into the bedroom, I saw Li Shuatong's silk pajamas placed on the sofa. In the closet, in addition to Lu Feng's own clothes, Li Shuatong's clothes also occupied most of the space. So, what's Li Shuatong doing? Hasn't she come to get her things yet? After taking a look, Lu Feng closed the wardrobe. As for Li Shuatong's clothes, Lu Feng didn't have the habit of throwing things around. Call now? I looked at the time and forgot it. Just wait for Li Shuatong to come to your door herself. I wasted time by opening short videos and live streaming platforms, and before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. Congratulations to the host for getting a daily sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Just as Lu Feng was looking at the beauty, feeling happy both physically and mentally, a familiar female voice from the system sounded in Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng suddenly became excited. He had been waiting all night just for this moment. He was eagerly looking forward to signing in for something strange and bizarre today. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spiritual enhancement. Please prepare yourself, I will strengthen you later. Mental enhancement? From the perfect physique at the beginning to the mental strengthening now, this is the system making comprehensive improvements on him. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered something. The system has not shown any super rich gold in the past few sign-ins. Does that mean the system only has 100 million super rich gold? The system shouldn't be like this. After the 100 million godly gold provided by the system is used up, the system will be upgraded, and the host will then receive 1 billion godly gold. I know what Lu Feng wants to ask. And so on. After the system's voice finished speaking, it fell into silence. So, Lu Feng was extremely excited. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to become a billionaire and the richest man in the world just by lying down? I worked hard for half my life, but in the end I achieved nothing. But as an orphan, there is nothing to miss or worry about. You have already won at the starting line in this life. It seems that now is the time to enjoy life to the fullest. What's more, there is a system sign-in. So far, all the abilities you have gained by signing in are magical abilities that cannot be bought with money. Well, just as I was about to click on the mobile phone interface, I saw the graceful dance of the female anchor. A cool feeling came from his mind, active, and it seemed that Lu Feng himself could sense the mental fluctuations, flowing from his mind to his whole body. Lu Feng, who was still a little tired, instantly felt that his spirit was completely restored, and his originally heavy mind was now extremely clear. This is? I feel that my thinking and cognition have been completely strengthened. The previous knowledge in my mind seems to have new inspiration after a little thought. My memory has also been greatly enhanced. Even the vague memories of my previous life can be recalled one by one at this moment. I'm afraid you will never forget it. Recalling the distant memories in my mind, the effect of this mental strengthening is indeed significant. In just a split second, Lu Feng felt as if he had been completely reborn. The strengthening is completed. Okay, let us continue playing with the phone. It's so late, you need to be in a good mood to have a good sleep. Looking at the dancing female anchor, unknowingly, the PK has already started. Remember the system said upgrade? Any consumption of godly gold will be counted as upgrade progress and will not affect the sign-in rewards. Thank you all for your help. Please help deliver the gifts. We will definitely defeat the opponent this time. The female anchor on the screen was shouting and encouraging, then she leaned forward, her cleavage becoming even deeper as her arms squeezed it. At the same time, the room manager in the room also responded vigorously. Come on, everyone, please come up as VIP guests. The host needs your help. Everyone, please help send some gifts. You don't want to see the host lose, do you? Beautiful lady, do you need help? A digital account named 9527 suddenly sent a message? Lu Feng watched as his message fell into oblivion. This is how you look down on the audience who are doing it for free. Alright. Really don't look down on it. I casually clicked into another live broadcast room of PK, and the host was not that charming. The guy just now was obviously someone who had been baptized by the 4 major evil arts in Asia, but this guy was much more natural. Not only could he see it, he also had this feeling in his heart due to the effect of his mental strengthening just now. She was wearing a white dress, with beautiful eyes, dark eyebrows, a beautiful nose, smooth red lips, skin as white as jade and as soft as water, and she greeted everyone in a soft and tender voice. I just don't know how much truth there is behind the camera. Everyone, don't give us gifts. Aren't we here to compete? Just back off and start fighting. However, it is obvious that the total amount of gifts is far behind the other side, and there are very few people in the live broadcast room. Beautiful lady, do you need any help? Lu Feng sent out another message. Thank you 9527, if you can help, then help. If you can't, that's fine too. No one needs to give gifts anymore. Lu Feng didn't expect that the anchor actually replied to him. A number? Or such a weird name? Do you have money? Are you acting like a boss here? Everyone please stop mocking, we are all here to watch Milk Bottle's live broadcast, be harmonious. The only housing manager came out to stop it. Lu Feng then took a look and said, okay. The hostess name is actually Milk Bottle, which is super delicious. Well, her appearance and temperament are quite consistent with the name. I don't know if you have money, but I think you probably don't have as much money as I do. Thinking of the power of the system, Lu Feng finished speaking and quickly clicked a few times on his phone. Golden light shone, a golden dragon soared, a golden phoenix hovered, and a huge light shone in the live broadcast room. Chapter 12 I Just Appreciate Beauty. 9527 sent out Dragon and Phoenix in the live broadcast room of Milk Bottle is super delicious. A golden banner spanning the entire live broadcast platform appeared in all live broadcast rooms. Dragon and Phoenix? A gift worth 888 dubi? That's more than 80,000 renminbi. Rich, rich. Boss, please hug me. Boss, Vini 50. Boss, Vini 100. The original female anchor's milk bottle was super delicious, but now she was shocked when she saw the shining special effects in the live broadcast. She just did a live broadcast today, and I don't know what happened to the Douyin platform, but they actually pulled her in for a PK. Thank you, brother 9527. You are awesome. The bottle tastes so good. The girl spoke softly and shyly, which made Lu Feng feel happy. Is this what it feels like to be a big brother? No wonder there are rich people giving gifts on live streaming platforms. Is this the live broadcast room where the milk bottle tastes super good? Look what I found, another treasure girl. I watched the anchoress video and found it was exactly the same as the live broadcast. To be honest, I love this female anchor. Such a big deal, I just realized now that such a beautiful anchor should let me. Bluebird is the eternal god. I have a bold idea. The anchor likes pink sacks or blue ones, I have everything. That's all for today. Everyone, please speak politely and save some points for your hometown. I wonder which rich guy is so generous. Can't you see for yourself? Where to look? Audience rankings. Soon, the live broadcast room became lively. The original PK seemed to have no suspense. At this moment, the price of the bottle of super delicious gift suddenly increased. Everyone in the two live broadcast rooms was shocked. Sister man? It seems like the other party fought back? Sister man, do you want to do something big? Everyone, keep brushing. The live broadcast room that Lu Feng clicked into at the beginning was named Man Man, and it was also flooded with messages at this moment. Looking at the gift note saying the bottle was delicious, her money was almost half hers. Wang Man Man stood up slightly, a transparent gauze dress floating on her shoulders, her eyes charming. Xiaomei was squeezed on the table, and his lace shirt could hardly cover him. A feast for the eyes of the live broadcast audience. Under the temptation of the gauze dress, her body is still shaking slightly. Everyone, keep up the good work and bring us some gifts. The tone was intimate and charming. You don't want to see our sister man lose, do you? Sister man won. She will bring you glass cleaning, dynamic light waves, and a big pendulum in a while. Everyone can order whatever they want. After hearing what Wang Man said and the instigation of the housing manager. Sure enough, the gifts in the live broadcast room were quickly distributed. Soon the gap between the drink from the bottle and the one that tastes so good was widened. Beauty? Do you still need help? An account named Feng Gu made a comment, with a level 30 clearly visible in front of his name. Everyone in the live broadcast room could tell at a glance that this was the new name that 9527 had just changed. Ah! The bottle of milk tasted great. Just as I was about to refuse, my phone rang with a message. I glanced at the message and quickly spoke. Thank you, brother Feng. The spaceship flashed by, and the starry sky filled the live broadcast room. Brother Feng gave away Interstellar in the milk bottle as super delicious live broadcast room. Another gift worth 999,9999 dubi. Instantly, the live broadcast room gift of the delicious milk bottle was brought to the same level as the gift of Man, with whom she was competing. Thank you, brother Feng. Just now, the bottle was super delicious. Yun Chuqing, whose real name is Yun Chuqing, received a message from the housing manager, which was sent by her good friend Lu Jiao in real life. It was Lu Jiao who led Yun Chuqing to become a host. After all, everyone praised her natural beauty and said that she would definitely be popular if she shot videos and did live broadcasts. But she had just started the live broadcast today, and she encountered this situation. Chuqing, take it. It's important to have a big brother in the live broadcast room. You just don't understand. Lu Jiao advised in the message that she has been making short videos for a year, and the highest gift she has received in half a year of live streaming is only 88,888 dubi. Is this something she can say out loud? Yun Chuqing has been working as Lu Jiao's property manager for the past 6 months. Today, in order to keep things under control, she pulled Lu Jiao over to be her property manager. Another golden banner appeared, and a gift of 777,7777 dubi once again shown in Yun Chuqing's live broadcast room. Brother Feng, there's no need to send me off anymore, that's enough. Jiao, what should we do if Brother Feng makes any request? Yun Chuqing opened her mouth to stop him while sending a message to Lu Jiao. This even stunned Lu Jiao, the property manager. In such a short period of time, she received more than 260,000 worth of gifts. Brother Feng, is he trying to support Yun Chuqing? Although it was true that Yun Chuqing made her feel a little moved when she saw her. But why do I feel so bad in my heart? Shu Qing, you continue with the live broadcast. Let me chat with this brother phone. Lu Jiao also spoke with some concern. She was also afraid that Yun Chuqing might be threatened. When it comes to live streaming, there are serious people and of course there are also non-serious ones. This is particularly evident among female anchors. After all, there is endless news about the number one on the list. I don't know if Brother Feng thinks this way. If she really had this idea, she would be a little envious. But after taking a look at the appearance of her friend in the live broadcast, well, she is not worthy. Ah, you're not sending me off? Hearing the words that the milk bottle didn't taste good, Lu Feng took a look and realized that he had only recharged 100 million do coins and had only used about a quarter of it. Brother Feng, I wonder if you have any requirements for the gift. Simple and straightforward, this is the message from the housing management. Require? Lu Feng shook his head. He really didn't have any requests. If we say that this bottle of milk tastes super delicious, even in the live broadcast, it can only be as good as Li Shuetong's. He was purely for spending money, consuming the system's super rich gold. Just think of me as someone who appreciates beauty. Wang Manman was in the live broadcast room, looking at the gift that was level with her and about to exceed her. Wang Manman was so upset that she wanted to cry. Where did this wild big brother come from? Anchor, I think the name 9527 looks familiar to me. A message appeared on the public screen. Yes, I seem to remember that too. It seems like he was in the live broadcast room just now, and he should have left a message. Seeing everyone say this, Wang Manman was a little confused. Could it be that this 9527, now Brother Feng, had really come to her live broadcast room? Go back and read the speech history immediately. Sure enough, at the very top, Wang Manman saw the message at a glance. Beautiful lady, do you need help? She regrets it so much, even though she really didn't see it. Man, PK? Just when Wang Manman was about to ask for a gift. Her number one brother is finally online. With a level as high as 38, messages in special fonts are particularly eye-catching in the live broadcast room. Brother Wang Quan Fugue. I miss you so much. At the same time, a message has been sent on the mobile phone WeChat. Brother Wang Quan, help me PK. Looking at the message on his mobile phone, a middle-aged man who was lying on the bed in the hotel smiled gently. You know. Wang Manman, who was about to go to the hotel after the live broadcast, breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, I can still take advantage of the top brother on the list. All she gave was companionship at night and playing games. Wang Quan Fugue sent out I am the only one in Manman's live broadcast room. The huge golden banner once again spread across the entire Douyin live broadcast platform. What is this? A war between the rich? No, it should be a real man's battle. As the golden banner reappeared, the popularity of Wang Manman and Yun Chuqing's live broadcast room increased rapidly to an unprecedented level. Interesting. Lu Feng smiled gently. It had been a long night and he was full of energy and bored. Now something interesting happened. Chapter 13 What's Mine is Mine. Appreciate beauty. Looking at Lu Feng's account who just came in and watched the live broadcast for only 2 minutes. Lu Jiao really believed Lu Feng's lies. I sent the screenshot to Yun Chuqing and let her make her own judgment. If Lu Feng knew what Lu Jiao was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. No one believes the truth anymore. Fight. It would be a shame for my reputation if I don't compete with you. I also want to see which of these two rich people is the real rich man. Who is the real rich man? It's not us. We're here to watch a show. Anyway, they are all richer than me. In the two live broadcast rooms, the popularity was high and the messages were pouring in quickly. But they are just people who like to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble. Brother Feng, you? After receiving the message, Yun Chuqing decided to send a private message to Lu Feng herself, but she felt a little embarrassed. What if this Feng Gu really has improper thoughts about her? What should she do? But you don't have any unreasonable expectations? Watching live broadcast, is it really just watching live broadcast? It's only 2 minutes long, can you believe it? Anyway, she doesn't believe it. Seeing the private message saying that the bottle tastes super delicious, Lu Feng responded quickly. It just so happens that someone has brought it to my doorstep, which gives me one more reason to spend money. Just live stream it. I'm here to watch it. Then, the phone was pulled directly under the gift. Looking at the gifts without number corner marks, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. This time, when I give gifts, I can't even give more. Star Trek, auspicious signs of dragon and phoenix, the golden dragon is born, at the top of the world, the stars fall. He checked all the gifts worth more than 50,000 yuan one by one. Well, almost. More than 1/3 of the 1 million has disappeared. Look at the banners filling the sky, one after another. Everyone was overwhelmed and horrified. How could this brother Feng do it so easily? A gift worth nearly 40 million dubi coins was given to a small anchor. At this moment, Yun Shuqing was also completely stunned. You know, she has never seen so much money since she was a child. Usually, there are only sporadic gifts in Lu Zhao's live broadcast room, usually no more than 10,000 dubi, which is no more than 100 yuan worth of gifts. If the platform portion of these gifts given by Brother Feng is deducted, the gifts will be in her own hands. You can even buy a house in her small county town in the southwest. Brother Feng, you don't have to send me off? You really don't have to send me off. I saw that the amount of my gifts instantly exceeded twice that of the live broadcast room on the other side. Yun Shuqing quickly waved her hands to refuse. In Wang Manman's live broadcast room, she looked at the instantly growing gift note for the bottle that said delicious food. Brother Wang Quan. The long-tail tone made Wang Quan Fugui's heart and body excited. He pulled the chair slightly, and the contrasting black and white colors, the shot pointing upward from the feet, appeared in Wang Quan Fugui's computer live broadcast room. Exclusive view, no one else can enjoy it. Good man, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Wang Quan Fugui in the hotel looked at Lu Feng's gift and couldn't help but speak angrily. Just now he also entered the live broadcast room where the milk bottle tastes super good. To be honest, you can tell at a glance that there is still a gap between milk bottle super tasty and Wang Manman. If he wasn't going to have an ecstatic experience soon, he might have thought that the bottle was super delicious. But now, in order to satisfy his big baby, for face, and for a moment of enjoyment. After all, he had experienced it before. It felt really good to have Wang Manman let him do whatever he wanted. And it can also meet his special preferences. Wang Quanfugi sent out I am the only one in Manman's live broadcast room. Wang Quanfugi sent out the I am the only one in Manman's live broadcast room. 4 in a row, and instantly Wang Manman's gift note overshadowed the bottle-less super delicious gift note. Look at the live broadcast room where golden banners keep appearing. Other anchors on Douyin platform are crying without tears. This is a fight between two real rich men. If they weren't still broadcasting live, they would also like to go and see if these two local tycoons can leak anything from their fingertips into their live broadcast rooms. For real. Lu Feng sighed with a smile on his face and said, I'm not afraid of you coming, I'm just afraid that you won't come. Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. 888,888 dubi. Well. This number is more auspicious. I can't say that, it's just that Lu Feng prefers the number 8. I am the only one. Fan-branded gift, of the same value as the gift given by Lu Feng. Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. I am the only one. Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. I am the only one. In a short period of time, the two live broadcast rooms were filled with golden light, which kept shining. It was a special effect that filled the entire live broadcast room. System. Recharge. That's the good thing about it. Seeing that his balance was insufficient, Lu Feng had an idea, and 4 million turned into 400 million Douyin coins and instantly appeared in Lu Feng's Douyin account. Dragon and Phoenix? I am the only one. Dragon and Phoenix? Dragon and Phoenix? After clicking countless times, Lu Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to be the only one who was still receiving gifts. Is this a real boss? You're spending money like water? Why did it stop over there? You're not a coward. At the same time, inside the hotel, Wang Quan Fugui finally reacted when he saw the big please recharge message on his phone screen. Oh no! Seeing that more than 200 million dubi coins had been squandered by himself, Wang Quan Fugui was in tears. This means that more than 2 million yuan of his own money was wasted. The fingers trembled slightly, and the whole body trembled slightly, which was a sign of pain. Brother Wang Quan. Looking at the account of Wang Quan Fugui who stopped sending gifts in the live broadcast room. Wang Manman was also frightened at this moment. She had already given away 2 million, plus the other side's much more than 2 million. This PK between them cost 5 million? Watching the PK countdown reach 0, finally, the shining special effects in Yun Chuqing's live broadcast room also stopped. Wang Manman and Yun Chuqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Yun Chuqing's face was pale at this moment, until the last moment, except for the numbers at the end that could be omitted. The total amount of gifts she received has exceeded 500 million Do coins. This account called Fenggu is so powerful. This actually calmed her down. 5 million Shagwa currency, 500 million Dubi. Even though she kept trying to persuade him, Brother Feng was so strong that she was helpless. Brother Feng, let's meet. After closing the live broadcast room immediately, Yun Chuqing sent a private message to Lu Feng. At the same time, Wang Manman immediately closed the live broadcast room. She may have to apologize to Brother Wang Quan. I have never tried this before, and I don't know if Brother Wang Quan will make her suffer tonight? The anchor is on the way. Looking at the screen that suddenly went dark, and then looking at the private message that popped up. Lu Feng frowned slightly. Meet? You want to meet me? Lu Feng replied doubtfully. Well, let's meet. Brother Feng, my name is Yun Chuqing, and you gave me too many gifts. I can't afford them all. I want to meet you and give you back the part 1 received. Yun Chuqing sat on the gaming chair and sent a private message with some concern. I can't do anything else. Lu Feng was disappointed at this time. He thought he could encounter some good opportunity. There aren't many female anchors who are so self-disciplined. Okay, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is yours. Now these are yours. Lu Feng typed a reply. He didn't have the habit of taking back things he had given away. Hatsuno. A female voice came from the door. Yun Chuqing heard it. It was the voice of her good friend Lu Jiao. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 14 Ferrari Sports Car. After Lu Feng sent the message, he glanced at the time. Wow, it's almost 2 o'clock. The phone is on silent mode, it's time to go to bed. It would take at least 2 hours to get from Shanghai University to Shanghai High-Speed Railway Station. As for Xinhao Jin, he checked his bank card information and found that there was still more than 94 million left. Well, I don't have time to spend money. Tomorrow, no. It should be today, Sunday. I still have time to spend. He yawned unconsciously and felt sleepy. He threw his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Feng got up before dawn and set out from home at 4 o'clock. He had a smooth journey. Well, we drove fast and arrived at the high-speed rail station at 5:30. Only at this moment can you see the rising sun in the sky. There were actually seats in the rest area, so I found a seat and sat down to kill time. Brother-in-law. I'm here. As the cell phone call was connected, Li Shuawei's voice was heard. Where are you, brother-in-law? I don't see you. I'm sitting near exit gate 8. At this moment, the Shanghai High-Speed Railway Station is already crowded with people, whether they are going to work, on business trips, or going home. All kinds of people are flowing here, living different lives. Li Shuawei looked around but didn't see Lu Feng, but Lu Feng spotted her at a glance. I'm here. Lu Feng walked over gently, patted her shoulder and said. She has a ponytail, wears a white short-sleeved shirt, slim-fit trousers on her slender legs, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet, exuding a youthful vibe. Brother-in-law. He gently stretched out his hand to stop the little girl from throwing herself into his arms. Brother-in-law. Li Shuawei called out softly. She was indeed particularly close to Lu Feng. Why are you here today? Why don't you allow me to tell your sister? Lu Feng asked. This little girl, who is usually very obedient, has become indulgent after graduating from high school. Brother-in-law, I. Before she finished speaking, the girl's expression turned a little ugly. Brother-in-law, let's talk about it when we get back. After saying that, he quickly took Lu Feng's outstretched arm and hugged him gently. I pulled my arm out, but couldn't. This little girl has no boundaries? The touch from the arm is very real and soft. Have you eaten yet? Did you sleep well on the way? There is no other way but to ignore this little girl who is trying to climb up the ladder, Lu Feng asked with concern. I ate, but I didn't sleep. Although Li Shuawei's eyes were wide open, they were bloodshot and she looked very tired. Last night, Lu Feng himself failed to get through to Li Shuawei on the phone, so he also called Li Shuawei's mother Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan just said at the end that she knew about this and asked Lu Feng and Li Shuatong to take good care of Li Shuawei. This is why Lu Feng didn't call the police overnight. Looking at the little girl's slightly tired and lonely eyes, Lu Feng did not ask much, but he had a guess in his mind that there must be a problem at home. Without thinking too much, he took Li Shu away and walked towards the parking lot. Brother-in-law, this is your new car. Brother-in-law, don't tell my sister what I said, are you serious? Brother-in-law. After scanning the code and paying the parking fee, Lu Feng turned around and saw that the girl who was chatting just now had fallen asleep. Li Shu away became calm in her sleep. Her fair skin was slightly pink, she looked like a little beauty. Shu away, we're here, let's go upstairs and sleep. There was surprisingly no traffic jam on the way back. Lu Feng was grateful for his good luck. Instead of going to the hotel, we went to the rented apartment and settled this little girl there first. Seeing that there was no response when he called out, Lu Feng gently patted Li Shu away on the shoulder. Shu away, wake up and go to sleep. Oh. Li Shu away, who was awakened by Lu Feng's actions, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Her eyes, which were already bloodshot, were now even more bloodshot. Shu away, are you okay? Lu Feng asked softly, this girl is in such a scary state. It's okay, brother-in-law. I just didn't get enough rest. After Li Shu away finished speaking, she opened the car door and got out. Do you want to go to the hospital? No need, brother-in-law. After closing the car door, before Lu Feng could stand firmly, Li Shu away had already pulled him towards the entrance of the community. Watching Li Shu away enter the bedroom to wash up, Lu Feng shook his head slightly and went up to close the bedroom door. This little girl is too bold. Just now he asked Li Shu away a question, but Li Shu away answered directly without knowing the answer to any of the questions. This little girl is really stubborn. After thinking about it, Lu Feng decided to call Li Shu Atone. Inform her of the news that Li Shu away is coming. Close the door yourself and get out. Today's business has begun. Keep spending. Spending lavishly is the way to go. Hello, welcome to the Ferrari headquarters in Shanghai. Lu Feng had just stepped into the Ferrari 4S store and a salesperson appeared in front of him. Is the service in this store so good? Ferrari, a classic Italian sports car brand, was founded by Enzo Ferrari in 1947. It has a long history of car manufacturing and mainly manufactures Formula One racing cars, and high-performance sports cars. I'll come and see the car. Looking at the various sports cars parked in the hall, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lu Feng's calm expression and the BMW car outside that had not yet been registered, the female salesperson was delighted. It won't open early today. Sir, please come this way, I'll introduce you. After saying that, he bowed and led Lu Feng towards a display car in the hall. Hello, sir. This is Roma, our latest sports car series. Equipped with. No need to introduce, let's go over there and take a look. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. He had a plan when he came out on the road. He must spend the 100 million rich gold today, but he didn't know how to spend it. He had already set his goal, the Ferrari SF90, which was the model he had his eyes on. After all, it is the most expensive Ferrari model on sale in Shagua, and this one is the best. Yes, sir. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the saleswoman looked delighted and without hesitation, she took Lu Feng to the Ferrari SF90. Sir, this is the Ferrari SF90 in our store. The front of the Ferrari SF90 has a sporty design. The large polygonal grille is decorated with black trims and paired with sharp headlights. I believe you can tell its exquisiteness at a glance. The interior is wrapped in carbon fiber trim and suede to create a more sporty atmosphere. The new car is equipped with an oversized LCD instrument. It suits your status very well. As soon as Lu Feng got into the car and took a look, the saleswoman began to introduce the car impatiently. There is also a very strong family language design style. If I pay the full amount now, how soon can I get the car? Lu Feng's words interrupted the saleswoman, who was shocked. It was rare to see a customer who came directly to ask about picking up a car in a Ferrari store. Hello, you mean to pick up the car? The salesperson spoke softly, and when he saw Lu Feng nod slightly, he spoke hesitantly. I want to ask the store manager, please wait a moment. After saying that, she ran towards the office, twisting her long legs in black stockings. Sir, do you want to place an order for SF90? It turned out to be a male store manager. Seeing Lu Feng's scrutiny, the store manager quickly said, Sir, Xiao Zhang, how about we go into the office and talk in detail? By the time Lu Feng walked out of the Ferrari store, 13 million had disappeared into his bank card. In addition to an SF90, I also bought an 812. Whatever I buy, it doesn't matter. Xiao Zhang, got it. Looking at Lu Feng's back, the Ferrari store manager spoke softly to the happy female salesperson beside him. Chapter 15 Brother-in-law, something happened. Wear the coolest suit, fight the fiercest fight, and be the coolest agent. Reminds me of the classic 007 from my previous life. Although I remember that the reviews of this Aston Martin car were not very good, you might as well buy it and give it a try. Feel like James Bond. Next to Ferrari is the Aston Martin headquarters. Lu Feng walked in, and an enthusiastic salesperson walked in immediately. There are quite a lot of internal eyeliners between sales stores. I ordered an Aston Martin DBS and bought a DB11. Well, you can put one and turn it on. Lu Feng casually put a few cards handed over by the salesperson into his pocket. It's better not to litter. Now we are back to Maserati. Maserati's reputation in China is not that good anymore. But I still bought a President. Porsche? She was my dream lover in my previous life, and I have the opportunity to experience her in person in this life. Then you must definitely experience this most legendary model, the most typical mid-rear engine sports car. As soon as Landwind entered the store, he saw the unique Classic Series 911. After 8 generations of development, the design that continues today is undoubtedly the most popular sports car series in Xiaogua and one of the most legendary sports car designs in the world. Hello, sir. It was no longer a salesperson, but the Porsche store manager with his store manager badge walked up directly. Hello, Manager Jiang. My name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the nameplate and saw the name clearly, Zhang Peiyao. She has a very beautiful appearance and a typical pear-shaped figure. The uniform skirt is very tight on her, showing her perfect curves. The tied-up hair adds a touch of noble lady's temperament. The whole person is like a ripe peach, very tempting and delicious. Lu Feng's body felt a little hot. Strong willpower suppressed the urge to make a fool of oneself. Hello, Mr. Lu, can I show you around? Zhang Peiyao spoke softly, her tone was gentle, yet with a hint of charm. What a goblin! It was the first time that Lu Feng saw such a seductive woman. Sure enough, there was a reason why Porsche could succeed in doing business in Xia country. Go watch 911. Lu Feng suppressed his anger. After all, the system's mental strengthening was not to be underestimated. Seeing Lu Feng concentrate his energy in such a short period of time, Zhang Peiyao felt a little admiration in her heart. She knew how much temptation she had. Lu Feng was so cultured, and it was obvious that he had a great upbringing. Maybe he was an elite from a big family. Okay, Mr. Lu, this way please. Under the guidance of Zhang Peiyao, I took a tour around the Porsche store. Finally, I ordered a Porsche 911 Turbo S. Including optional features, it's almost 3.5 million. Sign, pay, leave, and wait to pick up the car. Mr. Lu, if you have anything in the future, you can contact me directly. After the brief exchange just now, Zhang Peiyao successfully obtained Lu Feng's WeChat. Although the clothes are a bit shabby. But if you don't hold on to such a generous young master, you will be at a loss. Contact me, what are your requests? Can you ask for anything? Lu Feng spoke softly with a teasing smile. After all, when there is a beautiful woman wearing black stockings, with plump long legs and exuding bursts of fragrance beside you, anyone can resist teasing him like this. He spoke softly to the beautiful woman and waved his phone, and there was one more WeChat contact. Walking out of the door, looking at Zhang Peiyao waving at him, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. This store manager Jiang is really good at doing business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lu Feng counted and found that he had bought 6 cars. We have spent less than 30 million, it's still early, next, why don't we just make it perfect? There is no need to buy so many sports cars, and then take a look at other ones? After another round of shopping, I saw Land Rover Range Rover, Lamborghini Urus, BMW M8, Audi RS7, and Mercedes-Benz AMG GT63S. I accidentally bought one extra car. To complete the so-called alphabet trident? After the sun was high in the sky, Lu Feng felt a little happy when he saw the remaining balance of about 50 million yuan. There is no need to visit the shops inside anymore, I will come back next time I have the chance. Half of it has been spent, and the next half should be used to do the next big thing. Of the cars I bought before, except for the RS7, which was a completely satisfactory car, I had basically purchased all the optional features. According to the stores, it would take some time before I could pick up the car. Lu Feng didn't force it. He started his little BMW, looked at the address on the navigation, and nodded slightly. It's time to settle down in Shanghai. This Bay City is less than 5 kilometers away from Shanghai University and has excellent seaside scenery. The house there was the duplex he wanted, and everything was just what he wanted. The most important thing is that there is one apartment per floor, and there is a huge parking garage, which is just right for the car he bought today. Is there a huge difference between walking into a sales center and buying a car? The sales office was not very busy. After all, the properties were priced in the tens of millions, so not many people came to see them. There are not many people here, but there are still many sales clerks who are idle. I stood there for dozens of seconds, but no one greeted me? Lu Feng was stunned. Forget it, just watch it yourself. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and was about to go in and take a look. Excuse me, sir, are you here to see the house? Lu Feng then looked at a female salesperson who was introducing a house. She said sorry to the customer next to her and walked in front of Lu Feng. As he spoke, he was looking at the customer he had just introduced. But soon, another salesgirl came to the customer's side. Yes, I'm here to look at the house. Looking at the somewhat depressed salesperson in front of him, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. He thought he would never encounter such a thing, but he didn't expect that he would encounter such a bloody thing in the end. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the salesperson, who had been in a depressed tone, raised his head with a little excitement, smiled, and started to introduce. Sir, we are in Yujing Bay City, a key construction project in the Magic City. Yujing Bay City is located on the seaside, enjoying the beautiful sea view. There are several huge business districts around it, so you don't have to worry about your food in daily life. At the same time, it is close to. I followed the salesperson who was introducing the product and came to the sand table. Lu Feng saw at a glance the 8 tall buildings standing in a row on one side of the beach closest to the sea, small European-style villas in the middle, and small Western-style buildings at the innermost part of the coast. You have a duplex on the top floor, right? Lu Feng spoke softly. He looked at the huge building model and the sand table model. The top floors were staggered to show the interior shape of the house. Ah! The female salesperson was shocked to hear Lu Feng say this. Sir, yes. We have the top floors of Building 4, Building 5, Building 7, and Building 8. The female salesperson didn't dare to hope for it, but she started to introduce it immediately. The top floor of Building 4. Let's go take a look at Building 8. Any questions? Lu Feng was straightforward. He had learned about the prices here before coming here. Although Magic City University was the best university in Magic City, its location was already remote. The location of Yujing Bay City was even more remote. Therefore, the housing price is not as high as hundreds of thousands per square meter in the city center. But it's almost around 100,000. The top floor duplex in Building 8 has 3 floors totaling approximately 500 square meters, and the total price is less than 50 million. That's why he only left a little more than 50 million, which should be enough. Sir, the total price is 51 million, do you think there is any problem? The computer made a clicking sound, and Lu Feng nodded casually as he listened to the sales manager's words. No problem. At this moment, the female salesperson was also very excited. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Swipe the card. Lu Feng handed over his bank card and transferred 51 million. He saw that there was still a balance of more than 1 million. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is also settled. The rooftop duplex in building number 8 of Yujing Bay City is well maintained at all times and the decoration is ready. You just need to wait for the housekeeper to take care of it, and you can move in directly. The big deal is done, so let's spend it as we like. Brother-in-law, something happened. Just when Lu Feng took the key and was about to walk towards his first room in the Magic City, the phone suddenly rang, and Li Shuawei's panicked voice came out. Chapter 16 Bold Shuawei. Sir, your Audi RS7 has arrived. I didn't expect there would be a surprise at this time, but I didn't think too much about it. I took the car keys, signed, threw a few notebooks into the passenger seat, and Lu Feng drove towards the rented house near the school. It's okay, don't cry, what's wrong? As soon as he entered the room, Lu Feng saw Li Shuawei rushing towards him and trembling sadly in his arms. With both hands tightly around him, the aura of a young body made Lu Feng feel a little bit off. Shuawei, tell me what's going on. It Wang Ti explained clearly on the phone just now, I just know that something seemed to have happened to Li Shuatong. At this time, Li Shuawei reacted and even let go of Lu Feng and spoke hurriedly. My sister has gone home, and my father is back. When my sister comes home, she will definitely have a conflict with my father. Brother-in-law, please come to my house quickly, otherwise I will worry about my sister and mother. After a brief narration, Lu Feng finally understood what had happened. The sister's father, Li Dali, used to beat people, but that was not a big deal. As a result, he was frightened into thinking he had committed a crime, so he fled for fear of being punished. He has been on the run for more than 10 years and there has been no news of him since then. Li Shuawei's family thought he was dead outside, but they didn't expect that more than 10 years later, he actually returned home. Li Dali has always had a bad temper. This time when he returned home, not only did his temper become even worse, but he also had hundreds of thousands of debts on his shoulders. Under the double pressure of committing crimes to pay off debts, Guan Yulan advised Li Dali many times, saying that he could go to the police station first to ask if there was any situation, and the debt could also be repaid by his family. But what he got in return was a more rude greeting from Li Dali. This time, Li Shuawei came to Shanghai for this reason. So, your sister went back? Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone was inexplicable. Should he really get involved in Li Shuawei and her friend's family affairs? Brother-in-law, why do you say that? Aren't you and my sister boyfriend and girlfriend? Li Shuawei looked excited, but her face was still full of worry. Shuawei, listen to me. Lu Feng gently straightened Li Shuawei's body. Li Shuawei seemed to have realized something, and the loneliness on her face became even stronger. Is her brother-in-law going to abandon her and send her back to her hometown? I broke up with your sister. Break up? Break up. The anxious Li Shuawei didn't react at first, but soon realized it and shouted again. No way, brother-in-law. How could you break up? Unable to hold back any longer, Li Shuawei burst into tears. Shuawei, Shuawei. Lu Feng called out for a long time before he finally stopped Li Shuawei from crying. Do you still want me to get involved in your family affairs? Lu Feng spoke softly. In fact, he had made up his mind. Even if Li Shuawei did not agree, he would still go to the Li family to take a look. After all, not only is Li Shuatong his ex-girlfriend, but Li Shuawei is also very close to him, and the two sisters' mother Guan Yulan was also very nice to him in the past. They can all be considered half of his relatives. Brother-in-law, go. I'm going. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Li Shuawei finally spoke. It turned out that Lu Feng was worried about this, but it definitely didn't matter. After all, Mom really likes Lu Feng. I'll book the tickets and we'll be back right away. As Li Shuawei spoke, she began to pull Lu Feng's hand and walked towards the door. Brother-in-law, my phone is out of battery. As soon as she opened the ticket booking interface, there was a ding-dong sound, and the long-lost shutdown interface appeared on Li Shuawei's screen. I'll decide. Never mind. Come on, take this, and let's go downstairs first. Lu Feng picked up a fruit phone box and a Warwick phone box and threw them to Li Shuawei. As for booking tickets, there is no need to do that this time. Li Shuawei's home is actually in a small town under Dongshan County, a small county in Hunan Province. If I take the high-speed rail, I will have to change trains. By the time I arrive in the provincial capital, Jiangcheng, there will be no trains taking me home in the middle of the night. It's probably not as fast as if he just drove it himself. After all, after the double strengthening, his perception has become much more sensitive. This road should be reached soon. Okay, go clean yourself up first. Look at what you're wearing. She hadn't noticed it before, but after Lu Feng said it, Li Shuawei realized that she had taken a shower and went to bed. At the moment, she was just wearing her sister's short nightgown and didn't notice it. She stayed in Lu Feng's arms for so long. And it was just pajamas, nothing else, wasn't it, my brother-in-law? Looking at Lu Feng's embarrassed look, Li Shuawei didn't know where a hint of joy rose up in her. She immediately went back to the bedroom, changed into the dress she had brought with her, dressed neatly, and walked out immediately. Let's go downstairs and buy something, eat while walking, and then we'll drive. By the way, how long has your sister been gone? Holding Li Shuawei's hand, which she was reluctant to let go of, Lu Feng asked in the elevator. Sister, probably left at 3 in the afternoon. 3? Thinking back, the fastest high-speed rail from Shanghai to Jiangcheng only takes more than 4 hours. However, it would take at least 4 hours to get from Jiangcheng to Li Shuawei's hometown. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. There's still time. I bought some random things at the convenience store and then went to my Audi RS7. Li Shuawei was a little surprised and asked, "Brother-in-law, your car?" "Yes." "Get in the car, start the engine," and there is an urgent roar from the engine. It is the roar of a beast out of the cage, full of a sense of explosion. From Shanghai to Dongshan County, if there are cameras along the way, Lu Feng will drive according to traffic regulations. If there are no cameras, Lu Feng will speed up his journey. After more than 1,100 kilometers in only 8 hours, Lu Feng finally arrived at Li Shuawei's hometown at 12 o'clock. Along the way, Li Shuawei was half asleep and half awake. Lu Feng also found out that Li Shuawei had not slept well for several days. No wonder she was so tired when I saw her a few days ago. In Lijia Town, Dongshan County, Lu Feng parked the car in the parking space. There are not so many cars and people in towns and villages in the middle of the year. After all, apart from students, it is difficult to see young people in such towns all year round. Most of the people are elderly people left at home, and the bustle of the streets is far different from that during the Chinese New Year. The dim street lights, unlike the bright lights in big cities, can only barely illuminate people's shadows. "Shuawei, wake up, we're here." Gently wake Li Shuawei up. Li Shuawei then opened her eyes, unable to hide the fatigue in them. When I looked over, I realized that under the illumination of the vehicle lights, the scenery in front of me was actually the downstairs of my hometown. "Brother-in-law, are we here already?" Li Shuawei spoke in surprise and put down the blanket that Lu Feng had covered her with. She got off the car, looked up, and quietly stared at a dark 4-story building. Her home was on the 4th floor of this building. "Brother-in-law, let's go." Li Shuawei grabbed Lu Feng's hand again and led him into the corridor. The narrow corridor was filled with debris, making it difficult for people to step in. The corridor lights were dim, with no lights on any floor, and not even a person's shadow could be seen. With the help of the flashlight of Li Shuawei's Apple phone, the two of them walked upstairs. "Shuawei." Lu Feng gently reached out to stop Li Shuawei from knocking on the door, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. Could this be considered homesickness? But this is not a hometown at all. He and Li Shuatong broke up. "Brother-in-law, no, Brother Feng." Li Shuawei noticed Lu Feng's actions. The flashlight on her cell phone suddenly turned off, and she suddenly moved closer to Lu Feng. A silky touch clearly came from Lu Feng's face. "Shuawei," Lu Feng said in a deep voice, a little flustered. He didn't expect Li Shuawei to be so bold. He is Li Shuawei's brother-in-law. This little girl is so bold. Li Shuawei tightly grasped Lu Feng's hand as he tried to pull it back and stared at him stubbornly. "Brother Feng, don't worry about your identity," Li Shuawei said softly, and at the same time said silently in her heart, "I think my sister thinks so too." The look in the darkness was dazzling, focused, and blazing. It was something Lu Feng had only seen in Li Shuatong's eyes. Then, Li Shuawei knocked on the door with her jade fingers. Chapter 17. It's all a coincidence. Not long after, Lu Feng, who was about to speak, heard the creaking sound of a door opening. Guan Yulan's slightly hunched figure appeared at the door. Lu Feng was unable to let go, so he could only let Li Shuawei continue to hold her. "It's the palm of my hand that's a little sweaty." "Shuawei, Xiaofeng? Why are you back?" Guan Yulan's voice sounded surprised but not loud, and even a little cautious. "Mom, Brother Feng, and I are back to see you." Although it was only a short day, Li Shuawei still felt like crying. She went to Shanghai alone, leaving her mother alone at home, and she had no idea how her mother was doing that day. "I'm fine." Seeing Li Shuawei's expression, Guan Yulan quickly spoke. "Your father has been out drinking these past 2 days and hasn't come back yet. By the way, come in first." Guan Yulan continued to ask while preparing to change her slippers. "By the way, Shuawei, why didn't I see your sister? Didn't Shuatong come back with you?" "That's right, she called not long ago and said she couldn't find a car to go home, and she might not be back until tomorrow. I heard the doorbell just now, and I thought she found a car and came back." "Xiaofeng, don't stand there, come in and sit down." "Auntie Lan, you don't have to do this, I can do it myself." Lu Feng quickly stopped Guan Yulan's actions, took out the shoes from the shoe cabinet and put them on. He didn't know how to answer Guan Yulan's question. Could it be that they didn't get back together, or that they had already broken up? "Mom, let's go in and talk first. We're back so late. We're all very tired." Seeing that her father was not at home, Li Shuawei breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke quickly. Okay, that's right. Shuetong said she would be back this afternoon, but I didn't expect you and Shuawei to be back first. So you must have left at different times. Go sit on the sofa first. It's so late, you probably haven't had dinner yet. I'll make you some dinner first. After saying that, Wan Yulan had already walked into the kitchen. Auntie Lan. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, Li Shuawei immediately stood up. Mom. Let me help you, Brother Feng, you sit down first. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shuawei walked towards the kitchen. She signaled Lu Feng with her eyes not to say anymore. Lu Feng sat in the living room, killing time on his phone. The time that usually passed by unnoticed seemed to last especially long while he was waiting for dinner. Shredded potatoes and pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried lotus root slices, and a bowl of cucumber soup. Ordinary food, but it tastes like home. However, Wan Yulan's eyes during the meal made Lu Feng feel a little uneasy. Xiaofeng, I'm sorry. Guan Yulan said softly, her tone full of apology, it's my family matter that has affected Shuetong and you. As soon as she opened her mouth, Guan Yulan did not blame Lu Feng. Instead, she directly pointed out the relationship between Lu Feng and Li Shuetong and guessed the reason. Guan Yulan looked at her little daughter beside her and sighed. Li Shuawei's relationship with Lu Feng might not be that simple, and she could see that Lu Feng obviously minded, and it was Shuawei who had her own thoughts. That's right, he just broke up with his eldest daughter, and now there's another one coming after him. Guan Yulan couldn't explain it herself. After all, apart from her two daughters who are her pride, her own life seems to be a failure. It doesn't matter if she suffers, but it is her two daughters who suffer. Auntie Lan, Lu Feng's meal was tasteless at the moment, how could he respond to this? The sound of a key opening the door broke the depressing atmosphere in the house. Guan Yulan and Li Shuawei looked a little nervous, while Lu Feng was a little curious. So late? Could it be that Li Dali is back? A beautiful, dusty figure opened the door and walked in. She immediately saw the three people sitting at the dining table. Shuetong. Elder sister. There was a sound of surprise and astonishment, and there seemed to be a little bit of unknown guilt in it. Lu Feng was a little embarrassed, but still greeted her, Shuetong. Li Shuetong, who walked in, was extremely surprised at this moment. When I saw the moto license plate downstairs, I felt something was wrong. Now that I was home, I saw Lu Feng and my younger sister. I left in the afternoon and didn't waste much time along the way. How come I see my younger sister and Lu Feng at home? I don't know how long it has been since my younger sister and Lu Feng came back. Looking at the food on the table, it has been a while since it was moved. If nothing unexpected happens, my mother Guan Yulan must know about my affairs. Shuetong, you haven't eaten yet, come and eat first. It was Guan Yulan who greeted him softly. Seeing that Li Shuetong was a little at a loss, she felt even more distressed. Mom, Shuawei, I'm back. Feng, you're here too. Li Shuetong tiptoed to change her shoes and just walked to the table when she heard a noisy sound outside the door. At the same time, there was a loud banging on the door. Keys. Where are my keys? Li Dali, you are useless. You even forgot to bring your keys. Who said I forgot to bring it? It's okay, I can still ask my wife to open the door for me. Yulan, open the door, Li Dali, am back. Shuawei, get up and open the door, Dad is back. Are you any good at this? I don't think he has any skills. Look, the door is not open yet. How could that be? I have the final say in my house. Just wait for me. Mixed with constant knocking on the door and shouting, it seemed particularly noisy in the silent night. Li Shuawei's home is an old building, and most of the residents are elderly people. At this moment, even if they heard the noise, no one dared to come out to stop it. After all, Li Dali is not only a drunkard, but also a violent maniac. Besides, those who hang out with him are unlikely to be good people. It is better to have less trouble than more. Just be patient and it will pass. At the dinner table, Guan Yulan and Li Shuawei suddenly looked frightened. In the past, at times like this, Guan Yulan would inevitably suffer physical pain, and Li Shuawei could only dare to hide in the room. It's all quite a coincidence? Seeing this scene, Lu Feng sighed. Fortunately, he came tonight. At this moment, Li Shuetong, who was standing by the door, heard drunken nonsense coming from outside the door, as well as the violent banging and kicking of the door. I feel a little scared at this moment. I was just about to go over and open the door. After all, it's not a good idea to ask Li Dali to do this. Xue Tong, go sit over there. I'll do it. Lu Feng stood up. Just now, Li Shuawei had held his hand with pleading eyes, while Guan Yulan looked at the dusty iron gate with a numb expression. Lu Feng has become the only backbone here. He grabbed Li Shuetong's hand as she stretched it out to open the door. Wind! Li Shuetong's eyes were full of worry as she shouted. Go ahead, go in and sit down, I'll do it. He pushed Li Shuetong's body towards Guan Yulan and Li Shuawei. Lu Feng held the door handle and gently opened the door. Chapter 18. You understand and I understand. Who are you, young man? Did I go to the wrong building? The middle-aged man, whose body was swaying, finally managed to steady himself. He raised his head and looked at Lu Feng with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Feng recognized him at a glance. This man should be Li Dali. He looks a bit like Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei, but now he has a messy beard, messy hair, a flushed face, and reeks of alcohol. In Li Shuawei's house, the living room is at the entrance, and the dining room is separated by a door. Therefore, if you don't look inside the house, you won't be able to find anyone in the dining room. Uncle Dali, I'm Lu Feng. Lu Feng spoke softly and stood in front of the door, but he had no intention of letting them in. There were 3 people outside the door at this moment. In addition to Li Dali, who was standing, there was also a middle-aged fat man lying in the aisle and snoring. A man in a black vest leaned on the railing, muttering to himself. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Dali barely regained some consciousness. He stepped out, climbed up the wall, and glanced at the house number. 41. That's right, it's his house, room 1 on the 4th floor. Young man, you are so dishonest. This is my home. Are you the gigolo that Guan Yulan keeps at home? I was wondering why she behaved so strangely this time when she came back. Come on, brothers, let's go inside and continue drinking. After Li Dali finished speaking, he patted the other 2 people in the corridor, then reached out to push Lu Feng away. Guan Yulan, come out here, what's wrong? Are you afraid to see people? Li Dali roared towards the door. Li Dali. Guan Yulan's voice came from behind Lu Feng, full of sadness and resentment. Lu Feng turned around and saw that the 2 sisters Li Shuawei and Li Shuetong had already supported Guan Yulan to the living room. Looking at the people outside the door, the 2 sisters frowned. Yulan. And Shuawei, Shuetong is back too. Li Dali's expression finally sobered up a little, a happy smile appeared on his face, and he greeted them. Then he staggered and his body shrank directly from the door frame to the ground, collapsing like mud. Lu Feng was completely speechless. Seeing Guan Yulan walking up to him and nodding slightly, Lu Feng understood and gently moved aside to make room for a passage. Li Dali. You bastard. A slap, especially loud in the silent night. Guan Yulan spoke angrily, squatted down, and wanted to continue beating Li Dali. The 2 sisters then reacted, squatted down, and tried to hold Guan Yulan. Li Dali was stunned by the slap, but he didn't feel anything. He looked up and saw Li Shuawei, who was closer to him. Shuawei. Come here, give daddy a good hug. Looking at his daughter, he spoke softly with a frivolous tone. After saying that, he stretched out his hand. Li Shuawei's expression changed drastically and she quickly stepped back. Lu Feng immediately reached out and pulled the panicked Li Shuawei to his side. At this moment, Guan Yulan, who was originally held by Li Shuetong, felt as if she was struck by lightning. Fortunately, Lu Feng was quick-witted and stretched out his other hand to support Guan Yulan immediately, so that Guan Yulan did not fall to the ground. Shuawei, Shuetong. Come and support Aunt Lan. Lu Feng immediately whispered instructions to Li Shuetong, who was approaching. Auntie Lan, leave it to me. If Lu Feng was just trying to stop him just now, Lu Feng felt that Li Dali was not even qualified to be a father. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. At this moment, Guan Yulan just looked at Lu Feng. She knew that Lu Feng was a good fighter. After all, when Lu Feng came to her house before, as Li Shuetong's boyfriend, he had also been tested by her. She had also seen Lu Feng fighting 5 thugs alone for Li Shuetong. At this moment, she no longer had any hope. Let Lu Feng handle it however he wanted. Glancing at the 2 daughters beside me, I thought, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. At the same time, a trace of worry also arose. Can these 2 little girls really grasp such an outstanding Lu Feng? Watching the 3 people disappear into the living room, Lu Feng stretched out his foot gently. Don't mention that Lu Feng liked Li Shuawei very much before, like a family member. After what happened today, Li Shuawei and Li Shuatong are both his Achilles' heel. He gently stretched out his foot and stepped on Li Dali's arm, which had not yet been retracted. There was a creaking sound. It was the sound of bones interlocking. Li Dali's drunkenness disappeared instantly. It was a heart-wrenching pain that he couldn't bear. "Boy, you!" Li Dali roared and was about to stretch out his other hand to push Lu Feng's feet away. Lu Feng was quick-witted and quickly grabbed this hand. He exerted a little force. It was a feeling of being imprisoned by steel. The blood circulation was blocked and the bones were aching like needles, which made Li Dali break out in a cold sweat. Both of his hands were clamped, and Li Dali himself could feel that as long as the young man in front of him exerted a little more strength, then his hands would probably be ruined here. "Quiet." Lu Feng uttered 2 words lightly, scaring Li Dali shot back into his throat. His face was distorted, but he dared not utter a sound. He could hear the dissatisfaction towards him from Lu Feng's tone, and also sensed the terror in Lu Feng's heart. If possible, Lu Feng would definitely take drastic measures. Lu Feng squatted down and looked at the man in front of him, completely speechless. No spine at all. "Drunk?" Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone full of sarcasm. "No, no." Even though the pain was unbearable, Li Dali still squeezed out these words from between his teeth. "I didn't tell you." Li Dali quickly shut up. Lu Feng spoke softly and looked out the door. At this moment, the snoring symphony of the man lying in the corridor was at its climax, except for the man leaning on the railing. He had already raised his head and was looking at Lu Feng, his eyes clear and revealing a thoughtful expression. There was no sign of drunkenness at all. "I don't know this brother?" The man spoke softly, his tone doubtful. He had never seen such a ferocious and bloodthirsty person in his local area. Lu Feng nodded slightly and looked at the man with a smile. Since integrating the military fighting technique, Lu Feng has gradually understood that the military fighting technique has more than just a few uses. In addition to increasing his instinctive fighting skills, it also gave him an extra aura. The breath of killing. After strengthening his mind, his perception of others became more intense, and he was able to figure out that the man in the vest tonight was not just a drunkard like Li Dali. It's not polite to come to someone else's house so late. Lu Feng stood up gently and glanced at Li Dali, who was curled up in a ball. He reached out and picked up Li Dali by the collar, walked to the door, gently threw it into the corridor, and left the door slightly ajar. Li Dali groaned as his body fell, and dust flew up, making the corridor feel choking. However, he did not dare to cough and make any sound. Lu Feng's action just now almost felt like throwing him directly down from the stairwell. "Brother, we have no other ideas." Seeing Lu Feng's actions, the man realized something was wrong and spoke quickly. He sensed the aura emitted by Lu Feng, which was even more terrifying at the moment. He was unable to defeat it. Even though he had lived for so long and had seen a lot, he had never seen such a terrifying person. The sound of whistling wind rang out in the corridor that was the sound of Lu Feng's fist breaking through the air. The middle-aged man became alert, his eyes were bloodshot, and before he could react, he could only subconsciously cross his arms across his chest. A huge cracking sound was heard, and the man's body suddenly shook. He flew into the air and hit the wall straight, making a loud noise, and then fell down helplessly. A huge cloud of dust was splashed, and a weak, urgent, dull, and wheezing cough was heard. There are those of Li Dali and those of the man in the vest. Manager Wang Hao. Four Seasons Spring Bar. Picking up the card information that fell on the ground, Lu Feng read it softly. "Okay, they're not dead yet, let's take them away, how about that?" After patting Li Dali, who was looking down at the ground, Lu Feng finished speaking to Li Dali, then he reopened the door and walked in. "By the way, wait for me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Just before closing the door, Lu Feng spoke softly. He believed that he understood, and Wang Hao also understood. Chapter 19 First Weekly Sign-In. Hearing the door closing, Li Shuawei and the other two came out. "Xiao Feng, him?" Guan Yulan didn't say it explicitly, but Lu Feng understood that Guan Yulan was asking about Li Dali. "Auntie Lan, I asked my uncle to go outside and rest." After hearing this, Guan Yulan, who was originally a little nervous, now completely relaxed. He nodded with a look of despair on his face. The two sisters held Guan Yulan tightly by their side without saying a word. Their eyes, which had just been calm, were now filled with worry. After a while, Guan Yulan came back to her senses and said, "Shuaton, you haven't eaten yet, come in and sit down to eat." Xiaofeng, Shuawei, you two haven't eaten enough either. Come and eat something too. After saying that, he walked into the dining room alone. Li Shuatong looked embarrassed and didn't say much. She followed Guan Yulan in. Li Shuawei watched the two of them walk in, then she walked over with great surprise and asked softly beside Lu Feng. Brother Feng, those three people just now? He didn't even call Li Dali by his name. I've already beaten him away, don't worry. Lu Feng spoke softly and walked towards the restaurant. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, Li Shuawei pursed her lips slightly. Is Brother Feng so afraid of her? Lu Feng had an awkward dinner, and almost no one at the table spoke. Some people dare not speak, while others want to speak but are afraid to. Okay, let's eat. Come on, Shuetong, eat some of this. Shuawei, eat some of this. It was Lu Feng who took the initiative to arrange things. After finishing his meal, Lu Feng glanced at the clock on the wall and found that it was already past 2 in the morning. The two sisters helped Guan Yulan clean up the food on the table and wash up. You guys go to bed first, Xiaofeng and I have something to talk about. Guan Yulan spoke softly to Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei before she began to speak. Just now, the two sisters almost forced themselves to finish their meal. At this moment, they were both very sleepy, and the fatigue on their faces could be seen with the naked eye. They both looked at their mother with some concern. But they still obeyed obediently. They knew that what happened next would involve their father, and there was not much they could do to intervene. Only after the two sisters walked into one of the bedrooms did Guan Yulan speak softly. Xiaofeng, you and Shuetong? After hearing this, Lu Feng understood that Guan Yulan should also be worried about the relationship between Lu Feng and Li Shuetong. Auntie Lan, you know this too. But I treat Shuetong as a relative. Lu Feng did not evade the question and spoke directly. Guan Yulan's originally worried expression suddenly became even more sad. Unexpectedly, family matters would eventually affect my own children. Auntie Lan, it's okay. I treat you as family, so there's no need to say more. Lu Feng spoke softly to comfort her. Is it Shuetong's own choice? Guan Yulan asked softly. It's my own choice. Li Shuetong opened the bedroom door, feeling a little disappointed, but still spoke. The two heard the sound and looked up. There was another figure leaning against the doorframe with a worried look on his face. It was obvious that the two sisters had not gone to bed either. Come here and sit down. Guan Yulan greeted Li Shuetong softly. After hearing Guan Yulan's words, Li Shuetong walked over and sat next to Guan Yulan with a somewhat melancholy look on her face. Mom, Lu Feng and I have broken up. Li Shuetong pretended to be relaxed and spoke. Shut up. Guan Yulan spoke in a deep voice with a stern tone that even scared Li Shuetong. Xiaofeng, you've also seen the situation of our family. Shuetong broke up with you out of necessity, you guys? Guan Yulan looked at her eldest daughter beside her and spoke with a bit of disappointment. In the past, when Li Shuetong returned home, no matter whether Lu Feng came back with her or not, Li Shuetong would always mention Lu Feng and her face would be full of happiness. However, when I came back today, there was not only sadness on my face, but also a sense of powerlessness and sadness from deep in my bones. She knew how much Li Shuetong liked Lu Feng. Was this really what Li Shuetong wanted to break up with? Auntie Lan, it's okay, I don't blame her. Hearing Lu Feng's words, they were both stunned. But I still treat you as my family. Relatives? Li Shuetong's voice was rarely heard, so soft that it was barely audible. Li Shuawei, who was standing at the doorframe, also came over at this moment. She did not sit next to Guan Yulan, but sat next to Lu Feng, which frightened Lu Feng so much that he almost lost his soul. This little girl, is she going to do something big at this time? Lu Feng glared at Li Shuawei sternly, then looked at her sitting quietly beside him, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Mom, sister, I believe that brother Lu Feng treats us as his family, so let's talk about that bastard father Li Dali now. Li Shuawei spoke softly and turned the topic to Li Dali. Looking at the scene in front of her, Guan Yulan sighed in her heart. Shuetong, is this really the right step for you? Your sister. Li Dali. When Li Dali's name was mentioned, Guan Yulan glanced at Li Shuawei, who had no respect for her father, and called Li Dali by his name. In fact, these two sisters have already lost their father in their hearts. Moreover, Li Dali has not behaved like a father in the past few months since he came back. If Guan Yulan hadn't been worried about Li Shuawei's college entrance examination, she wouldn't have tolerated it until today. Now, the college entrance examination results are out, and Li Shuawei did well. Magic University should be easy. Now is the time to solve the problems at home. Aunt Lun, by the way, let me take care of Uncle Dolly's affairs. Lu Feng spoke at this time. Xiao Feng. No way. Guan Yulan looked a little worried. Li Dolly was hanging out outside all day and there was no telling how many friends he had made from all walks of life. How can we let Lu Feng handle it? Auntie Lun, it's okay, trust me. I'll talk to Uncle Dolly first. Lu Feng spoke softly. There is no one in this room who has the slightest favorable impression on Li Dolly, let alone. Judging from the business card that was picked up, there is more to Li Dolly than meets the eye. It would be better to deal with it as soon as possible. After all, Lu Feng still has to rush back to school for his final exams. He can only feel relieved after the process is completed. If he was not there, and something happened to Guan Yulan's family, it would be too late to help. He nodded slightly to Li Shuawei and also nodded to Li Shuatong. The two sisters were in sync and also spoke. Mom, let Lu Feng handle the matter. After all, it will be good for our family if Li Dolly resolves it sooner. Li Shuawei finally spoke. Hearing this, Guan Yulan also understood, and then she said with a little concern, Xiaofeng, you have to take care of yourself. Don't worry about Li Dolly. You must protect yourself. Seeing that he had finally agreed, Lu Feng nodded silently. This was fine. It should be easier to deal with tomorrow. Okay, let's go to bed. It's getting late. Guan Yulan glanced at the time and said, Xuetong and Shuawei, you two sisters, go back to bed. Xiaofeng, you sleep in this room, and I'll sleep in the storage room. Looking at the master bedroom that Guan Yulan pointed to, Lu Feng immediately shook his head and refused. When he came to Guan Yulan's house before, he always slept in the storage room, but this time he slept in the master bedroom. What is going on? Auntie Lan, everything should be as usual. Before he could finish his words, Lu Feng had already walked into the storage room. Although it is called a storage room, it is actually a standard second bedroom, with just a few old wooden boxes stacked up in it. Lu Feng, lying on the bed, remembered the reminder sound in the system that had sounded long before 12 o'clock. It has been detected that the time has passed 12 o'clock. The next day is Monday. Congratulations to the host for getting the weekly sign-in opportunity. Would the host like to sign in? This was the first weekly sign-in, and Lu Feng didn't know what he would sign in for, so he was full of curiosity. Sign in. Lu Feng ordered silently in his mind. Chapter 22 People who have a tacit understanding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon box. It is detected that the host has signed in for the first time this week, so I will give you a gun for free. The weapon box has been stored in the system space. Do you want to collect the gun? As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Feng felt that the system had unknowingly opened up a space in his mind, in which a glittering silver-white weapon box was stored. The box is over 1.5 meters long, over 50 centimeters high, and more than 10 centimeters wide. Lu Feng felt at first glance that the things stored inside were not simple. Receive. At the same time, Lu Feng whispered in his mind. The system has transmitted the weapons in the weapons box, and Lu Feng also knows what they are. I didn't expect the system to be so big. Lu Feng was still very curious about how to use this firearm. After all, in his 2 lives combined, he only touched a weapon during military training in this life. As the system was transmitted, Lu Feng gradually gained more knowledge about how to use firearms in his mind. Shooting, loading, holding the gun, disassembling, assembling, aiming, controlling, calculating wind speed and trajectory, etc. In Lu Feng's mind, the relevant knowledge is constantly transmitted to him. 6:30. Lu Feng woke up on time. We still have to go to the county town today, and it will take some time to drive there, so it's time to set off now. Whose kid is this? He's driving an Audi. Is this an Audi? Why does it look much cooler than my kid's Audi? Go away, your kid is just an A4L, what can he compare with this RAS? RS7. Yes, can it be compared with any RS7? I just checked, this car costs more than 1 million. More than 1 million, maybe more than that. By the way, young man, this can't be your car. Hearing Lu Feng's answer and looking at Lu Feng's figure, the elderly people who were watching spoke with some surprise. It was this young man who answered RS7 just now. Grandpas and aunties, please make way. Lu Feng spoke softly. This kind of idle talk among neighbors in the countryside is actually very normal. Except for a few, most people have a simple and honest flavor. He gently pressed the key in his hand, the light flashed, and the rearview mirror opened. All the uncles and aunts looked surprised. Young man, how much does this car cost? Before Lu Feng opened the car door, the uncle who had just mentioned A4L spoke quickly. More than 300. More than 300? Think about it, how is it possible? More than 3 million. The uncles, aunts, and grandpas nodded with lingering fear. This car was enough to buy an entire building in a small town like theirs, and it was not a small amount at all. Wait until the roar of Lu Feng's car disappeared around the corner. The uncles and aunts are still discussing it. By the way, this little guy is a stranger. Who is he from? I didn't notice, but I just noticed that it seemed to come from this house. Who is the resident of this house? The Li family on the second floor, the Zhang family on the third floor? Or the Yulan family on the fourth floor? Just then, Zhang Yulan, who had just come back from buying breakfast, came over. Second master, do you see the car parked here? Guan Yulan asked softly. She already knew that Lu Feng and Li Shuowei drove back last night. This morning, when I woke up early, I also found the message sent by Lu Feng. Auntie Lan, I'm going to the county town early tomorrow morning and will try to be back by noon. I went out to buy breakfast for Lu Feng, but when I came back, Lu Feng's car was gone. The second uncle of the Li family asked one of his relatives. Yu Lan. A very handsome young man just drove away. After flicking his extinguished pipe, the second uncle of the Li family tremblingly took out a lighter and tried several times to light the cigarette, but there was no fire. By the way, this little guy looks a bit like your girl's boyfriend. His name is Lu what? Lu Feng. Hearing this, the second uncle of the Li family looked at the lighter that didn't even produce sparks, and then he completely gave up the idea of lighting a cigarette. Holding the pipe in his mouth, he spoke with a little hesitation. Your family is blessed to have such a son-in-law. It's that useless Li brat. After saying that, the second uncle of the Li family stretched out his pipe and knocked it. He accidentally knocked the few tobacco leaves that were originally there onto the ground, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. After hearing what the second uncle said, Guan Yulan was a little disappointed. It was so early, but she still missed the trip. She had clearly gotten up and left home very early. Looking at the elders who were about to gather around, Guan Yulan said subconsciously, I'm going back first. If you start chatting with these elders, there will be no end to it. After returning home, Guan Yulan opened the door of her two daughters' rooms and looked at them sleeping soundly. She shouted, Get up! Don't sleep anymore. It's not like I didn't see them downstairs just now. The two sisters, who had originally closed their eyes, suddenly opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other. They were a little embarrassed. They both heard what Lu Feng said last night. When the alarm clock rang this morning, the two sisters understood each other tacitly and neither of them mentioned last night's conversation. They just gathered around the window and watched Lu Feng start the car. I didn't catch up with Lu Feng, and I bought too much breakfast. Get up and eat before going to sleep. After taking a look at the two motionless people, Guan Yulan said softly. The two sisters then got up at the same time, holding hands and walking out of the room. It was just one short night. The relationship between the two sisters returned to normal. It's just a thought in my mind. Forget it. I'd better not tell Guan Yulan for now. Driving, Lu Feng sped along the mountain road. The time still seemed a little early, and since it was a normal day, there were not many vehicles on the road leading to the county town. The feeling of mountain running and the pleasure of driving are all under the Audi RS7 driven by Landwind. Lu Feng experienced it himself. The journey that was supposed to take 2 hours was completed by Lu Feng in just over an hour. He first went for a walk in the county town and bought some things. When Lu Feng arrived at the door of the bar, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Watching Lu Feng getting out of the car, the middle-aged man Wang Hao from last night had one arm bandaged and hung around his neck. He had obviously been standing at the door of the bar waiting for a while. He immediately came up with a few people. Mr. Lu, our boss wants to see you. Last night, Lu Feng's punch directly destroyed most of his combat power, and even broke one of his arms. He came back overnight and told his boss about it. Unexpectedly, his boss did not blame him. Instead, he showed an interested look in his eyes. Lu Feng looked at the people who gathered around him and straightened his suit. I just bought it for convenience. Looking back, this kind of dress has a bit of Jason Statham's temperament. I smiled softly. It's interesting, it's good to be direct and straightforward like this. Come on, lead the way. I locked the car door and looked up at the glass curtain wall upstairs. There, someone was also watching. Chapter 21, I still have some skills. Once you enter the door, the inside and outside are two different worlds. It is quiet outside, but very noisy inside the bar. At this moment, even though it was morning, the sound of music was deafening in the bar. The area surrounding the bar and the stage in the center of the bar were already filled with female dancers, each twisting their bodies wildly. The style is similar to that of a girl group's clothes, shaking wildly as the body twists. Many people were looking at the stage, and the scene in front of them made their hormones burst out unconsciously. Champagne and fine wine, shaken by the bartender, sprayed out, flowing along the body of the beautiful dancer and down from her head, filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. It's a great place to enjoy. Looking at the environment in the bar, Lu Feng smiled gently. This kind of bar is indeed a place of carnival in the minds of men. Then, Lu Feng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the stairs, where Wang Hao was already waiting for him. Mr. Lu, if you have any ideas, you can also play with it. Wang Hao spoke softly. As the person in charge of this place, he still had some authority to give these orders. No need. Go see your boss first. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. At this moment, the dancers in the bar had good figures, but the appearance of the female dancer who also came back from South Korea made Lu Feng feel a little uncomfortable. It's obvious that these people have received further training. What if you do something carelessly and this place changes or that place collapses? This might be a ghost story. In a room on the second floor, as the door opened, a middle-aged man with a big belly pushed away the struggling woman. Looking at Lu Feng and Wang Hao coming in, he gestured gently. The woman stood up gently and walked out with a slight smile on her lips, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. This early in the morning. Mr. Lu, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Du Xingxian, the boss of Four Seasons Spring. Looking at the hand that had just been wiped on the sofa and stretched out to him, Lu Feng frowned. Did he dare to take the hand stretched out like this? Mr. Lu, please don't mind. Please take a seat. The pot-bellied man pulled a bath towel next to him and touched it with his hand. Then he stood up without any hesitation and stretched out his hand to gently signal Lu Feng. Looking at the man's actions, Lu Feng didn't expect that this boss Du was going to meet him like this. He didn't dare sit in this seat in the room. After all, as soon as he entered the room, he only took a quick glance and saw dozens of bags, plus papers scattered all over the floor. The air was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. It was obvious that a grand party had been held last night. He didn't dare sit down, in case something got on him, it might make him sick for the whole day. Du Xingxian, Boss Du, are you so interested? Lu Feng stepped forward gently, ignoring Du Xingxian's actions, and asked softly. Mr. Lu, a day's plan begins in the morning. Looking at Lu Feng's behavior, Du Xingxian smiled lightly and did not move. Instead, the other two men who had been standing in the room early in the morning leaned forward slightly. Where's Li Dali? Lu Feng didn't want to say more. He couldn't stay in this place for a moment longer. It's better to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Go and bring it here. Du Xingxian gently signaled to Wang Hao, who immediately spoke and gave instructions to the younger brothers behind him. Li Dali will be here soon. If Mr. Lu doesn't sit down, it's a bit disrespectful to me. Watching his younger brother go out and close the door, Du Xingxian spoke softly with a forced smile. At this moment, the only people left in the room were Du Xingxian, Wang Hao, and the two people Lu Feng saw when he first came in. Those two people were obviously Du Xingxian's bodyguards. Lu Feng smiled lightly. Du Xingxian did this? Do you think he is easy to bully? Or, after seeing Wang Hao's appearance, is he confident that he can still deal with him? Lu Feng looked at Wang Hao and noticed Lu Feng's gaze. Wang Hao also had a bitter smile on his face and felt very depressed. Du Xingxian had never seen Lu Feng's horror, but he had experienced it firsthand. To be honest, it's not that he looks down on the two bodyguards beside Du Xingxian, but Wang Hao, who has seen Lu Feng's skills, would definitely say that these two people can never be Lu Feng's opponents. Face is earned by yourself, not given by others, Boss Du, don't you agree? Lu Feng opened his mouth softly and took a look. Two people had surrounded him unknowingly, one on the left and one on the right, with sword steps and postures bent, ready to strike. He spoke softly, ignored them, took a few steps forward, and crossed paths with the two of them, walking towards the window. There, the window was open, and the wind made him feel a little uncomfortable. That's true, but I like others to give me face. Du Xingxian's voice came without any fluctuation in tone. At the same time, Lu Feng, who had just closed the window, had already sensed that there were two people behind him. He turned around, stretched out his palm lightly, and a fist was coming at him so fast that it was forced to stop in midair. He. Lu Feng sneered. With a slight bend of his fingers, a huge force burst out from Lu Feng's palm, instantly squeezing the man's fist into a chicken claw. The man who threw the punch suddenly changed his expression. There, the sound of bones being squeezed by fists and fingers could be heard. Especially loud in a silent room. Snort! Lu Feng gently exerted force and pulled with his arm, and the man's body seemed to float and rushed straight towards Lu Feng. Gentlemen! The man was about to speak. Lu Feng ignored him and kicked out swiftly, looking at the figure in front of him. There was a sharp whistling sound of wind. The huge soul left a huge footprint on the man's chest. The man flew backwards in the air and fell heavily on the ground in the distance. At this time, the other bodyguard reacted and was about to attack, but another whip kick came directly at him. I can't stop it, I'll get hurt, I may even die, the bodyguard screamed wildly in his heart. I haven't seen such a terrifying person since I retired. Subconsciously, he crossed his shoulders and pressed against it, with his legs and shoulders touching. His body was like a piece of paper, floating like duckweed. Then, like a rocket, it slammed heavily onto the sofa in the distance, knocking the person off the ground. At this moment, Du Xingxian, who had reacted, was no longer as calm as before. Looking at Lu Feng, he spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Lu, what a skill! Taking a look at the two people lying on the ground without saying a word, Lu Feng secretly admired them in his heart. They were real men. The kick and the whip kick he just gave me. Not to mention the arms of these two people, their ribs are probably not in good condition either. If nothing else, I do have some skills. Lu Feng spoke softly and walked to Du Xingxian's side. Seeing this, Wang Hao rushed over. Mr. Lu, please show mercy. Wang Hao opened his mouth and shouted hurriedly. Looking at Du Xingxian, the panic in his eyes at this moment was easily captured by Lu Feng. Mr. Du, there's no need for a cell phone, right? What do you think? Lu Feng spoke softly, the suit he put on specially this morning was working. Watching Du Xingxian's fumbling movements, Lu Feng gently reached behind his waist and placed a huge, cold, and terrifying pistol that was shining with silver light in front of Du Xingxian's forehead. The dark and cold gun barrel and the heart-pounding breath directly interrupted Du Xingxian's actions. Chapter 22 Very Tacit Understanding. His temples were shaking wildly, and he felt an icy cold sensation. It was a crisis of life and death. Is Lu Feng so brave? But does Du Xingxian really dare to gamble? He doesn't dare. Being able to get something like the Desert Eagle in Xia country, the energy is really something he can't resist. He only dared to do some small actions secretly and do some small business. Boss Du, what do you think? Lu Feng spoke softly and pointed the muzzle of the gun gently downwards. There? Mr. Lu, everything is easy to talk about. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, Du Xingxian, who was already panicked, was now completely terrified. Absolutely not, that's his life. So, Boss Du? Lu Feng gently extended his hand to signal. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, Du Xingxian quickly took out his cell phone. Mobile phones are great things. Lu Feng finished speaking softly, holding the phone in his left hand, and smashed it towards Du Xingxian's leg. Crack! The clear sound echoed in the room. Ah! Du Xingxian's cry of pain was deafening. There was an obvious injury on his leg, which was caused by Lu Feng hitting him with his cell phone. Be quiet, okay? Hearing the screams, Lu Feng pursed his lips in disdain. He couldn't even bear this. They were no better than your two bodyguards. If you still don't listen, I'll do it again. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, even Du Xingxian, who couldn't bear it anymore at the moment, gritted his teeth and barely suppressed the pain in his body. His leg still had feeling at this moment, and he was afraid of Lu Feng's next move. If it happens again, it will definitely be more serious. At this moment, it is just a matter of surviving with a broken leg. Wang Hao. Mr. Lu. Looking at Lu Feng calling him. The stunned Wang Hao finally reacted and spoke cautiously. Where's Li Dali? Mr. Lu, I'll be there soon, but, this? Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Wang Hao quickly spoke back and pointed to his mobile phone. Du Xingxian got into trouble because he was using his cell phone? if he had misunderstood. He doesn't want the world to be incomplete. Call now. Okay. Watching Lu Feng put away the pistol, Wang Hao made the call. Bring Li Dali here. He spoke softly, giving instructions into the phone. Soon, the few younger brothers who followed Wang Hao at the beginning also came back, and with them came a man who was as limp as mud. Lu Feng took a look and found that it was Li Dali, who was still drunk and confused. Brother Wang. Boss Du. Seeing everyone in the room, he was puzzled as to why the two bodyguards who had always been tall and straight were now huddled by the window. Boss Du was also sitting beside the bed, trembling slightly. The room is messy. Even his own boss, Wang Hao, seemed to only dare to stand trembling at the door. Everyone still spoke up and greeted each other. Li Dali stays here, the others go down. Seeing Lu Feng gently gesture to him, Wang Hao spoke softly. A few younger brothers left and Wang Hao silently closed the door. At this moment, he knew Lu Feng's thoughts very well. I understood it immediately with just one look. Looking at Li Dali, who was hungover and lying on the ground. Lu Feng looked around the room and finally saw a kettle in the room. Gently awaken your sleeping soul and slowly open your eyes. Watching the water from the kettle pouring towards Li Dali's head, a line of lyrics suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Luckily it was cold water. As the cold water touched Li Dali's face, Li Dali suddenly woke up. That bastard, how dare he get on top of me? Li Dali cried out in anger and looked up, trying to find the culprit. As soon as I looked up, I saw Lu Feng. Lu Feng? Xiao Lu? A slightly confused voice came. Help me up. Uncle Dali? Seeing what Li Dali said in such a confused state, Lu Feng felt a little amused. Could it be that Li Dali had forgotten what happened last night? Or maybe I need his help to recall the memories. You better lie down. He gently stepped on Li Dali's chest and pressed him to the ground. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Li Dali was confused for a moment. Boss Du, what are you doing? Li Dali exclaimed in surprise at Du Xingxian. He thought Du Xingxian was going to do something to him. Boss Du, you are a magnanimous person. I am just a worthless life. It is not worth your making such a fuss. Li Dali felt the pressure on his chest and spoke in panic. At this moment, his ribs were squeezed and blood circulation was blocked, making him feel like he was about to suffocate. Du Xingxian quickly turned his head. This guy, can't he understand the current situation? Wang Hao, come here. He spoke softly to Wang Hao and gave instructions. Lu Feng walked over and saw the sofa that had been flipped over. At this moment, the sofa cover had fallen off, so he should be able to sit on it now. Uncle Dali, look at me, let's talk about your story. Lu Feng spoke softly. Seeing Wang Hao stepping on his chest and hearing Lu Feng's voice, Li Dali's memories suddenly came flooding back like a tide, and he recalled what happened last night. You. Li Dali. He stretched out his hand and wanted to point fingers at Lu Feng frantically, but under Wang Hao's force and deep roar, he dared not utter a single word. Sensing Wang Hao's fierce gaze, Li Dali shrank his neck. Did he seem to be here to settle accounts with him today? But what was Lu Feng settling accounts with him for? Uncle Dali, can you speak properly now? Hearing Lu Feng speak, Li Dali finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Xiao Lu, let me get up first, and we can talk about that slowly, okay? Looking at Li Dali, whose eyes kept flickering in front of him, Lu Feng didn't want to say anything more. Boss Du, please ask Li Dali about the bill and the IOU. Ask for clarification. I'm waiting for your news in the lobby on the first floor. How do you think? If you find out, today's events will be written off. Seeing Lu Feng speak, Du Xingxian, who had been silent, raised his head happily. At this moment, Du Xingxian, who had recovered a little, wished that the devil Lu Feng would leave as soon as possible. In addition to the injury on his leg, he and his two bodyguards also need to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Hao's voice came. Mr. Lu, Li Dali's dead is in our casino. Lu Feng looked up and immediately understood. Why did Wang Hao appear outside Guan Yulan's house last night? You said it was your casino that owed you money. Is this how you guys do things in your casino? Wow, I didn't expect this to happen. This Du Xingxian is really capable. Lu Feng, who was originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood up, shocking everyone. Mr. Lu, I definitely don't have any other ideas. I just went to take a look yesterday. Wang Hao was startled and spoke in a panic. What are you going to see? Tell me. Looking at Lu Feng approaching, under Lu Feng's gaze, Wang Hao felt sad and didn't dare to speak. Could it be that he said that he just went to look at the house? However, if Lu Feng had not been there last night, who would believe him if he went to someone else's house so late last night? Just then, Li Dali's exclamation was heard. He wants to go and see my house to see if it can pay off the debt. Lu Feng was stunned, looking at the people in front of him. He no longer had any interest. They are all scum, there is nothing to say. Give me the IOU and the remittance account, and I'll pay you back. I don't want this person to appear in Dongshan town in the future. Take care of yourself, understand? Lu Feng spoke softly to Du Xingxian with a cold tone. Mr. Lu, you don't have to pay it back, you don't have to pay it back. Du Xingxian quickly refused. We are not the kind of people who don't pay back their debts. Lu Feng spoke softly, and under Lu Feng's gaze, Du Xingxian quickly sent over the remittance account. He transferred the money via mobile phone in one go and walked to Wang Hao. Lu Feng glanced at Wang Hao, who lowered his head and said softly, "This is the price you pay for scaring my family last night." He gently stretched out his hand and twisted Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao groaned, and another shoulder drooped weakly. Originally one of my hands escaped yesterday, but I didn't expect that I couldn't save it today. Looking back at everyone in the room, Lu Feng walked out. Boss, this. Don't talk about it yet, call someone in and go to the hospital first. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what to do with Li Dali. Li Dali, this bastard, send him to Africa to mine. As for Lu Feng, everyone had a tacit understanding and no one mentioned him. Chapter 23. Back to school. When we got back to Dongshan town, it was not yet past 12 o'clock. Sister, Mom, Brother Feng is back. Looking at the familiar car appearing downstairs, Li Shuawei, who had been paying attention, shouted loudly. Everyone came to the window and watched the car stop downstairs, and only then did they put their worries at ease. They didn't know where Lu Feng went this morning, so they could only worry more. Lu Feng answered the phone, but didn't give any specific answer. He just said to be home before 12 o'clock. The three of them had no choice but to wait at home. I'm going to go downstairs to get my things first. Seeing Lu Feng opening the trunk, Li Shuawei quickly spoke in surprise and ran downstairs quickly. I'm going to cook. Shuatong, you can handle your own affairs. As long as you don't regret it, it's fine. Guan Yulan glanced at her eldest daughter and said softly that after getting up this morning, the relationship between the two sisters was obviously much more harmonious. I don't know what the two sisters talked about last night. Guan Yulan only hopes that her children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. After hearing her mother's words, Li Shuatong seemed to have made up her mind. She glanced downstairs and walked downstairs. Brother Feng, what did you buy? Li Shuawei quickly ran downstairs and saw Lu Feng taking something out of the trunk, so she hurried over. Shuawei, why did you come down? Lu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't inform Li Shuawei that he was back. He glanced at the girl beside him and hurried downstairs in his slippers. I saw your car from the window, so I came down. Feng, let me help you carry some things too. Li Shuatong's voice also rang out. Lu Feng was a little surprised, but Li Shuawei was very happy. Sister, you're here too, come and help brother Lu Feng carry some things. I saw a lot of food. Li Shuawei spoke with a bit of greed. Apples, grapes, what is this, cantaloupe? A big bag of spicy noodles, and my favorite tangerines. As Li Shuawei spoke, her mouth was almost drooling. After opening the bags of fruits and snacks, Li Shuawei set her sights on another big bag. What's in this bag? Okay. This is cabbage, this is cucumber? And carrots. Bitter melon, well, I don't like it. Shuatong, you're down here too, help get some. Seeing Li Shuatong standing quietly and gently beside him, Lu Feng also handed a bag of nutritional supplements to Li Shuatong. The two sisters stood gracefully beside the car, forming a beautiful scenery. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shuatong's originally calm face revealed a barely perceptible smile. That's progress, isn't it? Little greedy cat, take your snacks and fruits and go. Li Shuawei patted the table and squatted on the ground to count the things. This little girl seemed to want to start eating right away. Li Shuawei then stood up, panting as she carried the two bags. He walked towards the house with a happy face. Shuatong, mention this. Lu Feng handed over the other bag, leaving two bags beside him. Li Shuatong took it and took a look at the two bags in her hands. although they were not heavy. However, the two remaining bags beside Lu Feng looked heavy, so he quickly spoke. Feng, can you lift it? Do you want me to help you? No problem, you should go check on Shuawei first. She has a lot. Lu Feng picked up the two bags beside him and weighed the two bags in his hands. 20 or 30 kilograms seemed as light as nothing in his hands. Yeah, okay. Seeing this, Li Shuetong said nothing more and walked towards the stairwell. Lu Feng also closed the trunk and walked up carrying a bag of vegetables and a large bag of meat. He is indeed the son-in-law of the Yulan family. It's not easy for Yulan to raise two such beautiful daughters. After all, the man in her family is really disappointing. The man in her family? Li Dali, that bastard, it's good that he wasn't removed from the family tree. However, this young man is obviously a handsome man with a lot of money and talents. I think you've fallen for that young man. I don't think your girl has a chance. What are you talking about? I hope the Yulan family will have a better life in the future. The group of old men and women who had left in the morning were now sitting at a door. Looking at the disappearing figures of Lu Feng and the two sisters, they talked about it in amazement. When the elderly have nothing to do during the day, they rely on this to pass the time. Mom, we're back. Lu Feng was still in the corridor when Li Shuawei's voice came from inside the house. Brother Feng is still outside the door, come with me, let's go check it out. Soon, Guan Yulan and Li Shuawei also appeared at the door. Seeing Lu Feng carrying two large bags, he hurried over to him. Xiaofeng, you're thoughtful to prepare so many things. Just as he was about to reach out to take the thing, Lu Feng quickly shook his hand to refuse. Auntie Lan, I'll do it. After saying that, Lu Feng was already walking sideways towards the house, carrying his things. Quickly put the things on the table in the living room. Everyone noticed that the table was shaking and the legs seemed to be making sounds as if they could not bear the weight. Okay, I'll take over next. Xiaofeng, you go and rest and wait first. Seeing that Lu Feng was still trying to take action, Guan Yulan hurried over and gestured to the two sisters, pushing Lu Feng to the sofa. Li Shuawei and Li Shuetong also came up and spoke quickly. Brother Feng, let's do it next. Feng, go watch TV and play for a while you wait for dinner. Lu Feng was helpless and shook his head. Didn't continue. Have fun and wait for dinner. The lunch went in a much more harmonious manner, and even Guan Yulan had a faint smile on her face. Aunt Lan, this is Uncle Dali's IOU. It was a joyful meal. After the meal, Lu Feng took out the IOU and spoke to the three people. Xiaofeng, where did you get these IOUs? Seeing what Lu Feng took out, Guan Yulan was immediately surprised. Looking at the familiar names and red handprints on the IOUs, each of those names was clearly Li Dali's name. But the IOU couldn't possibly be in Li Dali's hands. Could it be those men from last night? Feng, are you okay? Li Shui's somewhat worried voice came, and she leaned over. Just as she was about to reach out, she noticed something. He withdrew his hand somewhat reluctantly. Li Shuawei had no more scruples and walked forward quickly. He pulled Lu Feng's arm and started to check. Brother Feng, you are not hurt, right? It's okay, it's okay. Seeing the little girl's actions, Lu Feng quickly stopped her. Auntie Lan, no need to ask. I just got it back, you can handle it. Uncle Dali, I won't bother you anymore in the future. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he looked at Guan Yulan who still wanted to speak, and quickly continued speaking. Auntie Lan, what I said is true. The matter has been handled and everything has been resolved perfectly. Time is running out and I have to go back to school. After the words were spoken, the three of them had different expressions and fell silent for a moment. Chapter 24 I'm not leaving tonight. Looking at Li Shuetong in the passenger seat, Lu Feng didn't expect this either. Li Shuetong would take the initiative to ask to take his car back to school. The school has an exam tomorrow, I need to go back to take it. Wind, please give me a ride. This is what Lu Feng continued to say at the dinner table just now. Li Shuetong also heard it. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have just run around and came back without doing anything. The housework was just solved by Lu Feng. Feng, let me go back with you. Li Shuetong mustered up the courage to speak. Hearing this, Lu Feng was surprised. Both of them were junior students and were in the same class. As the end of the semester was approaching, Li Shuetong, like him, needed to go back to school. Seeing that Guan Yulan didn't say anything, Lu Feng didn't refuse. All right. Shuatong, come with me, it's just on the way. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Li Shuawei looked a little lonely. Lu Feng came to her house and stayed for less than a day. She didn't expect that Lu Feng would leave so soon. Shuawei, why don't you go to the Magic City to play too? Looking at Li Shuawei's expression, Lu Feng felt a little bit reluctant and invited Li Shuawei. How about Auntie Lan come too? By the way, Guan Yulan was also invited. Really? Li Shuawei spoke a little excitedly, looking at Lu Feng with burning eyes. I'm not going. Guan Yulan spoke softly. If Shuawei wants to go, you can take her with you to have a look and get familiar with Magic City University. Shuawei will also go to your school to study in the second half of the year. Hearing this, Li Shuawei, who was originally frowning and didn't know how to talk to her mother, instantly became happy. Li Shuawei didn't expect that Guan Yulan would agree to her idea of going to the Magic City so easily. He spoke with great interest. Okay, Mom. Thank you. I'll go pack my things right away, Brother Feng, wait for me. After saying that, Li Shuawei rushed into her room instantly, and everyone immediately heard the gurgling sound of the suitcase's wheels turning. You can take this one. This one doesn't look good, don't wear it. Is this skirt too? The roar of the engine and the air conditioning inside the car formed a sharp contrast with the scorching summer heat outside. The two sisters, who had never slept well to begin with, both became sleeping beauties along the way. This time, Lu Feng drove a little slower and it took him 9 hours to get back to school. Shuawei, Shuedong, wake up! Hearing Lu Feng's call, the two sisters opened their eyes in confusion and looked at the scene in front of them. The familiar snack street, the smell of fireworks, the delicious food, the aroma wafting from 10 miles away, instantly whetted their appetites as they just opened their eyes. Gulp! Gulp! That was the sound of an hungry stomach, which was particularly harsh in the car. Okay, let's get off the bus and eat. Lu Feng smiled lightly and spoke, opening the car door and getting out. He was also a little hungry. Brother Feng, wait for me. Li Shuawei's voice came from the back seat, her voice full of excitement. Li Shuatong did not refuse. She had made up her mind that she still had something to deal with tonight. He also opened the car door, got out, and followed Lu Feng. Xiao Feng? Shuetong, Shuiwei, you three are here again? When they arrived at a barbecue restaurant, the boss saw the three of them and greeted them familiarly. Uncle Wang, these two sisters, let's deal with the ones we are familiar with first. Lu Feng spoke softly. This was the barbecue restaurant where he, Li Shuatong and his three roommates used to have midnight snacks. When Li Shuawei came to Shanghai to play, Lu Feng often brought her here to eat. After a few visits, everyone became familiar with each other. Shuatong, forget you. Lu Feng was just about to speak. In the past, when Lu Feng and his friends had dinner together, Li Shuatong didn't eat much most of the time. She just watched them drink and brag. Among the four brothers in their dormitory, all of them can eat spicy food. The flavor this time? Oh, by the way, Uncle Wang, use less chili. Lu Feng remembered and quickly shouted to the barbecue restaurant owner. These two sisters really can't eat such spicy food. Xiaofeng, don't worry, your Uncle Wang still has some memory. The boss replied with a smile. Yes, Uncle Wang's barbecue restaurant not only focuses on taste, but also has good service. The owner Uncle Wang can remember the preferences of regular customers. Even though there is no shortage of opportunities around the school, in Uncle Wang's hands, as long as the store is open, it will be bustling until it closes at night. This is a very unique dining spot. Shuetong, do you want to go back to school first? Or come with me to send Shu away to the house? After eating the barbecue, Lu Feng was satisfied and got into the car. Seeing Li Shuetong following him, he spoke with some confusion. Why is Li Shuetong following him? The school gate is just opposite. Let me take Shu away there with you. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Li Shuetong quickly spoke. She quietly raised the corner of her clothes with her fingers and glanced at Lu Feng inconspicuously. All right. Seeing Li Shuetong getting on the car, Lu Feng did not hesitate. It would be better for Li Shuetong to go with him. The car drove the two sisters towards the apartment. No, forget it, let's go to another place. It was only when he arrived at the foot of the apartment building that Lu Feng finally reacted. The car continued to move forward. Brother Feng, why did you leave? Li Shuawei, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Lu Feng with a little surprise as he missed the entrance to the community, and asked in confusion. Isn't this the apartment she just stayed in at noon? That's it. I was a little confused and stretched my head to take a look. I'm not staying here tonight. I just bought a new house, so let's live there. It's much bigger than this place. After saying that, Lu Feng reached out to the drawer of the co-pilot seat. The things there may be useful soon. Watching Lu Feng's actions, Li Shuawei subconsciously closed her eyes. Then, as if he realized something, he opened his eyes in panic. Well, not as it used to be. He sighed a little in annoyance. She did it herself. But hopefully everything will be fine after tonight. The two sisters looked at what Lu Feng took out from the glove box with curiosity on their faces. Let's take a look. I'll register with the security guard later. After saying that, he handed the thing to Li Shuawei. Yujing Bay City Home Purchase Contract. Listen to the few words Li Shuawei read out loud. Li Shuatong was shocked. Yujing Bay City? Is it the Yujing Bay City that she remembered? As the vehicle entered Yujing Bay City, Li Shuatong realized that it was indeed Yujing Bay City. Li Shuatong couldn't help but feel a little worried. Why haven't I seen Lan Wine display these before? And the car under him is not cheap either. The idea that had originally arisen in my mind began to become a little hesitant. I checked in smoothly. The security guard didn't stop me but was rather friendly. He parked the car in his own garage. Here, his duplex number 08081 had a specially separated, large parking space. They found a random parking space, took the exclusive elevator, and soon arrived at the 22nd floor. This floor, together with the 2 floors above it, is the large duplex he bought. Okay, follow me in. After passing through the corridor, opening the armored door and entering the entrance hall, the two sisters, except Lu Feng, were shocked by the scene before them. The lights are bright and the decoration is exquisite and luxurious. The huge lofted living room, the transparent glass staircase, the carpeted floor, and the marble table decorated with flowers, everything shows the beauty of this place. Was this really bought by Lu Feng? How much is this? Brother Feng, is this your house? Li Shuawei stared with her big beautiful eyes, looking surprised. She had just flipped through the contract and took a quick look at it, but when she saw everything coming true in front of her, she still didn't expect it to be true. And how much does such a big house cost? She didn't see it clearly just now. Yes, go check it out first and choose a room carefully. I'll go put this thing down. Pointing to the contract in his hand, Lu Feng spoke softly. Then I walked to the 2nd floor, where there was a room which was the master bedroom. Well. After hearing this, no matter how surprised she was, Li Shuawei breathed a sigh of relief and ran into the room with a happy face. Shuetong, please sit down and wait for a moment. I will take you back to school right away. I glanced at the time and it was already 10:30. If I didn't go back now, the school would be closed soon. Looking at Li Shuetong standing aside, Lu Feng spoke immediately and walked upstairs. Sister, go ahead. Li Shuawei appeared out of nowhere, walked to Li Shuetong's side, spoke softly, and pushed her body. You don't want to regret it. What about you, Shuawei? Li Shuetong hesitated and was indecisive. Just as we said. Or, sister, what do you think? Li Shuawei pointed around. This is a place beyond their imagination, a place they will never be able to reach in their lifetime. In the past, Li Shuetong also told Li Shuawei a lot of things between Lu Feng and her. But now, it was obvious that Lu Feng still exceeded their expectations. However, the more mysterious a man is, the more attractive he is. On the 2nd floor, as Lu Feng put away the contract and was about to go out, a figure, standing unsteadily, quickly rushed towards him. At the same time, there was the sound of the door closing. Lu Feng hugged the figure and then realized that the figure was Li Shuetong. Chapter 25, Rekindled Love. Only by crossing mountains and plains can you see the profound scenery. Even if I have seen it countless times, I always have a new feeling every time. Even though Li Shuetong was Lu Feng's girlfriend before, she was still the freest tonight. Looking at Li Shuetong, whose whole body was flushed and who was sleeping soundly in his arms, well, she was indeed too tired. She was tormented by him until she was completely exhausted. Ever since he had the system, Lu Feng felt that his body was different from before. Li Shuetong couldn't handle it before. Now that the system has been strengthened, even if Li Shuetong was tortured to the point of begging for mercy by him, he would only endure it reluctantly in order not to hurt Li Shuatong's body. It was originally agreed to be compensation, but in the end I couldn't bear it anymore. Girl, I won't accept your compensation for now. Come back next time when you are well prepared. Looking at Li Shuatong, who had been stubborn just now and was now half asleep and half awake, Lu Feng moved slightly. Don't move, Feng, you bad thing, don't do anything weird. Li Shuatong murmured intimately. Lu Feng smiled, gently hugged Li Shuatong, and spoke softly to the system in his mind. It's already past 12 o'clock and the system's prompt hasn't sounded. This system is sensible. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete driving skills. A mechanical female voice sounded inside Lu Fenghai. This driving skill? No, he looked at Li Shuatong, who was like an octopus. Host, don't let your imagination run wild. The system won't extract such abilities now. It won't happen now, but it is possible now. Lu Feng listened to the voice of the system and smiled expectantly. The system fell silent. Then Lu Feng felt a stream of information being instantly transmitted into his mind. It turns out that it is really about driving ability, how to drive cars, trucks, motorcycles, airplanes and even tanks. As long as it is available on Earth, Lu Feng will instantly understand their driving methods through the transmission of the system. He has mastered them all and has complete control. This system is really powerful. After 2 days of hard work and not being able to sleep well, Lu Feng held the person in his arms tightly and fell into a deep sleep. Feng, you're awake. The next morning, when Lu Feng woke up, it was already 8 o'clock. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened my eyes, I heard Li Shuatong's voice. Li Shuatong has woken up so early. Why did you wake up so early? Looking at Li Shuatong, she looked radiant and energetic. Wind, don't move, you weird thing. Li Shuatong became shy instantly. If that hadn't restricted her, she would have gotten up long ago. Well, it is true that in the morning, there is something a little scary still inside the body and it cannot be moved. Lu Feng spoke softly. It was still a little after 10 in the morning and he had an exam, but the current time was still a little early. I didn't receive your compensation yesterday. Be prepared next time. I want it all. Lu Feng slid his palm down his back, stroking it gently and tapping lightly on one spot. I felt sorry for Li Shuatong for being able to take the exam smoothly today, so we agreed to talk about it after the exam. Yeah, okay. Although Li Shuatong was shy, she still raised her head and looked at Lu Feng intently, her eyes full of love. In these few short days, only she knew how painful it was to lose Lu Feng. From now on, she doesn't want to lose Lu Feng again, she wants to stay with Lu Feng closely. Okay, now get up. Picking up Li Shuatong, looking at her jade-like, white, smooth, and charming face, Lu Feng almost became aroused again. Feng, time. Come back in the evening. I see. By the time Lu Feng and Li Shuatong were dressed, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll send a message to Shuawei first, and then we can go to school to take the exam first. After searching everywhere, I found Li Shuawei sleeping quietly next to the master bedroom. At this moment, she was obviously sleeping soundly. Until the sound of the door closing was heard, Li Shuawei's beautiful eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Looking at the message transmitted on the phone, and the 9,999 pocket money that Lu Feng transferred, Li Shuawei exclaimed happily, "Brother Feng, I love you." Although the house has good sound insulation, the room Li Shuawei found for herself is very close to Lu Feng's master bedroom. Apparently she heard some sound. She closed her eyes just now and was still a little embarrassed. Feng, 10,000 yuan? When they went out, Li Shuatong held Lu Feng's hand tightly and spoke softly. He was shocked when he saw the amount Lu Feng transferred. Okay, stop talking, you have it too. Li Shuatong's cell phone soon rang. Your Weixin received a transfer of 66,666 yuan. The current balance is 67,552 yuan. Originally, Li Shuatong's balance in her WeChat account was less than 4 digits. Lu Feng felt a little distressed when he saw this. This trip home made their already difficult life even worse. As his girlfriend, you won't have to endure these hardships anymore. Wind, this. Keep it. Seeing that Li Shuatong was about to speak, Lu Feng gently blocked Li Shuatong's mouth. Soon, Li Shuatong collapsed in Lu Feng's arms. If it weren't for system restrictions, the god gold that has been transferred but not spent would not be included in the total amount of god gold spent. Lu Feng felt that he could take advantage of the loophole. After the exams and dinner, we'll go shopping in the afternoon. Also, the house needs to be taken care of. We also need to find a housekeeping company and a nanny. Thinking of this, there were only a few 100,000 left before the 100 million godly man's gold was spent. Lu Feng spoke softly. Feng, you still want to go to the mall? What for? Li Shuaton's somewhat puzzled voice came. Your boyfriend is very rich, go buy something. Seeing Li Shuaton's worried expression, Lu Feng leaned close to Li Shuaton's ear and whispered. Don't refuse, I'll tell you later. Good. Li Shuaton then spoke softly. But there's no need to go to the housekeeping company. Shuawei and I should be able to take care of the house. Li Shuaton remembered another thing Lu Feng had just said and suddenly spoke. Lu Feng was slightly surprised. This? Are you sure you can take care of such a big house? Isn't the house too big for you? Feng, just promise me. I'll take care of the house, so there's no need for a housekeeping company. Li Shuaton put her arms around Lu Feng and hugged him, acting coquettishly. That was their home, and Li Shuaton didn't want more people to come and disturb their lives. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lu Feng gently scratched Li Shuaton's raised nose and pointed at his own face. A gentle kiss has been left there. Boss, where have you been these past 2 days? I can't even see a single person there. I know. It is said that she went to her sister-in-law's hometown. He went to the eldest sister-in-law's hometown. Does that mean that the eldest brother and the eldest sister-in-law have rekindled their old love? That shouldn't be the case. I think I heard something happened at my sister-in-law's house. Go take care of it. Not really? Take care of the family affairs, save the beauty, and pledge your love to her. That's not right. Where did you get this information? My Wenjun told me. Fuck, show your affection. In the lecture hall, Lu Feng's 3 roommates were having a heated discussion. Li Lei and Fan Zhongju both hated and were angry towards Wang Wenhan. This guy, these past 2 days, has stopped acting. The degree of showing affection is even more than that of the eldest brother. He was rubbing his hands together, eager to try. If this wasn't a classroom, he would definitely let this guy experience the love and care of his brothers. Lu Feng, Shuatong, you are here. The professor's voice was heard outside the classroom, and the 3 looked in the direction of the voice. At first glance, I saw Lu Feng and Li Shuaton walking in hand. Boss, this? It's revived so quickly. I told you, why would the eldest sister-in-law break up with the eldest brother? Only Wang Wenhan looked calm. As expected, a hero saves a beautiful girl and helps someone in need. No one can withstand such a test. What else more, the boss is the protagonist. Chapter 26 Weird. And Jing, today our final exam is about international finance. Everyone, pay attention and answer the questions carefully. Teacher, I'll hand in my paper. Lu Feng's voice sounded just 20 minutes into the exam, and it was particularly eye-catching. Professor Su Honglang on the podium glanced at Lu Feng, then looked at the time and found that only 20 minutes had passed. Is this kid so eccentric? Lu Feng, no, you can't hand in the paper now. My exam paper must be handed in an hour and a half. After saying that, the old professor no longer paid attention to Lu Feng. He put on his glasses with relish and started playing with his mobile phone. Looking at Professor Su's expression, Lu Feng looked helpless. Is it wrong to finish the test quickly? Bored Lu Feng looked at everyone in the classroom, who were writing furiously. Well, you don't have to hand in the paper in advance. It's only an hour and a half, and you only have to wait half an hour longer. It's no big deal. Let us hand in our papers together. Admiring Li Shuaton's figure, at this moment, she is concentrating on doing the questions. Li Shuaton raised her head as if she had noticed something, and immediately felt Lu Feng's gaze. She quickly lowered her head and continued to do the test paper. The exam is over. Candidates, please stop writing immediately. A familiar voice came from the radio. Lu Feng, who had almost fallen asleep, was startled awake by this. When Lu Feng handed in his paper, Su Honglang suddenly spoke. Lu Feng, are you interested in doing research on international finance with me? Su Honglang spoke again. He had spoken many times before. Professor, aren't you tired? Look at them, they are definitely more suitable than me. Lu Feng himself has refused many times. Professor Su was determined to bring Lu Feng, who had been admitted to graduate school under his tutelage. After all, it would be a shame if we didn't train a top genius like Lu Feng ourselves. Hearing Lu Feng's unfocused voice, Su Honglang raised his head, only to find that Lu Feng had disappeared. "You bastard!" Su Honglang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "This little guy is so out of touch." "Professor, I'll hand in my paper." Li Xuetong's voice also rang out. It instantly attracted Su Honglang's attention. Seeing Su Honglang took the test paper but did not answer, Li Xuetong felt strange but still spoke quickly. "Professor, I'm leaving now." Watching Lu Feng and Li Xuetong leaving, Su Honglang fell into deep thought. It seemed that it was possible to save the country in a roundabout way. Anyway, he still has some places for graduate students. "Boss, sister-in-law, wait for us." Lu Feng and Li Xuetong, who were deliberately slowing down their pace on the road, heard the sound coming from behind them, and then looked at the three people who were running towards them, panting. Lu Feng then smiled and said, "Why, you're in such a hurry? Where are you going, to reincarnate?" "Boss, you." Li Lei raised a finger to express his strong contempt. "This boss is so mean. Didn't you send the message yourself and invite us to dinner?" The three of them were on their way back to the dormitory and just ran over. "Okay, wait a little longer, we'll treat you to a meal." "And Wenjun and the others?" Li Xuetong also spoke up. Wang Wenhan was shocked. He invited Li Wenjun to have dinner together today, but he didn't expect that Li Wenjun had an appointment with him. "What I accepted was actually the invitation from the eldest brother and sister-in-law." "Xuetong. Wenjun, Minmin, Yulan, you are here too." It is a bit coincidental that Li Xuetong's roommate Zhang Yulan and her mother Guan Yulan have only one difference in their surnames. When Li Xuetong first heard this name, she felt very embarrassed. "Okay, let's go and eat." Lu Feng waved his hand and gave orders. Before they knew it, Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun had sneaked up to them. The remaining four people looked at each other and said, "Well, the remaining four of them are just sad single dogs." When they arrived at the dining place, Lu Feng slapped his forehead and said, "Wow. Xuetong, have you forgotten something?" "What did you forget?" Li Xuetong spoke with a puzzled look on her face. She asked, what did she forget? Didn't they agree that the two dormitories would have dinner together? Aren't all the people here? Where's Xue Wei? Lu Feng spoke with a look of shock. It's actually true. Li Xuetong really forgot. She even forgot her own sister. Li Xuetong suddenly looked embarrassed. Ah. Xue Wei. Well, she was so immersed in happiness that she actually forgot about it. He looked at Lu Feng feeling a little guilty. Okay, I'll drive over to pick her up. You guys go order food first. Boss, Sister Xue Wei is here too? Xuetong, your sister is here too. Hearing what Lu Feng and Li Xuetong said, the rest of the people were surprised. They didn't expect that this time, Lu Feng not only brought Li Xuetong back, but Li Xue Wei also came to the Magic City. Xue Wei, come over and play. It's the second half of the year anyway. Xue Wei will be studying at Magic City University. Come over first to get familiar with the environment. Okay, I'll go pick up Xue Wei first. Xuetong, don't be polite when ordering this time. After whispering something in Li Xuetong's ear, Lu Feng walked towards the parking space. Sister-in-law, where is the boss's car? Why can't I see it? Li Lei spoke with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't see Lu Feng's little BMW. Look at your boss's car. Following the direction Li Xue Wei pointed, Li Lei was immediately surprised. If the BMW 3 Series is his ideal, then this car is a no-brainer. It was obvious at first glance that he was not worthy of an Audi coupe. I don't know exactly what model it is, but it's definitely not cheap. Brothers, the boss has changed the car again, look. Following the same direction that Li Lei pointed, everyone saw Lu Feng starting the car. They were all surprised and sighed. Okay, let's go eat first. Li Xuetong spoke softly, fortunately she only saw the car and not the house. That's how surprising it is. But I was secretly delighted. Of course, the more powerful her own man is, the better. After returning to Yujing Bay City, Li Xue Wei was in a daze while talking on the phone all the way. As soon as Lu Feng heard it, he knew that the little girl probably hadn't gotten up yet. I walked into the room and took a look. I saw Li Xue Wei sleeping in a very strange posture. This house has several central air conditioners that supply air in turns, keeping the room temperature comfortable for the body 24 hours a day. No need to worry about getting hot or cold. As soon as Lu Feng came in, he saw Li Shuawei sleeping in this strange position. Lying on her side, her legs spread out, smooth and white. He wrapped the quilt into a ball with both hands and held it tightly in front of him. Lu Feng pulled the quilt a little embarrassedly and patted Li Shuawei. "Shuawei, wake up. Brother Feng, you're back." Li Shuawei slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Lu Feng, and then muttered something. "Wake up, don't you see what time it is now? It's noon. Forget about not having breakfast. I'm here to pick you up for lunch." Looking at Li Shuawei's appearance, Lu Feng smiled a little amusedly, then prepared to turn around and walk out. "Brother Feng." Li Shuawei quickly spoke, stretched out her hands and gestured to Lu Feng. "See Li Shuawei's posture?" Lu Feng was shocked. What was he doing? Such strange behavior was not good. Didn't he know what the difference between men and women was? She asked him to hold her up and get up. "Brother Feng." Li Shuawei spoke again. "Shuawei, you won't be sick." Lu Feng sat down beside the bed with some concern, and was about to reach out and touch the girl's forehead. Li Shuawei quickly hugged Lu Feng with her arms, and before Lu Feng could react, she jumped and ran towards the bathroom. "Don't fall, little girl." Seeing Li Shuawei's lively appearance, Lu Feng quickly expressed his concern. "It's this girl. Why is she wearing such simple clothes when sleeping?" In just a short moment, Lu Feng had almost everything in sight. This has happened twice. Li Shuatong must speak well of her in the future. What a sin! Lu Feng groaned slightly and ran out of the room as if escaping. In the bathroom, Li Shuawei's face was flushed. She did it on purpose just now. As for the silk nightgown she was wearing, it belonged to her sister. It seems that Brother Feng is not without feelings for her. He hummed a song happily, as relaxed and happy as a lark. Chapter 27 Best Man and Bridesmaid. "Okay, Brother Feng, let's go." Looking at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa waiting, Li Shuawei walked over shyly and hugged Lu Feng's arm. "You." Lu Feng smiled gently. There was something wrong with this little girl. However, no matter what, he could just talk to Li Shuatong about it when the time comes. "If I hadn't come back to call you, you wouldn't have gotten up. I've been calling you and there's been no response. I slept so comfortably. What a lazy pig. Well, let's go and have dinner. Don't keep your sisters waiting too long." Lu Feng didn't say much. He took Li Shuawei and drove towards the snack street near the school. The meal was very pleasant. This time, Li Shuatong chose a high-end restaurant near the school, and the whole meal only cost a few $1,000s. "Wenjun, Yulan, Minmin, we have nothing to do this afternoon. Do you want to go shopping?" Li Shuatong spoke softly. She preferred to go shopping with others because there were more people and it was more lively. "There are no exams in the afternoon, and the next exam will be tomorrow afternoon. We won't go." Zhang Yulan and Su Min looked at each other and seemed to think, indeed, it would not be a good idea for them to be third wheel. "I made a date with Rekindling." "So?" Fan Zhongju spoke with a smirk on his face, looking at the only remaining brother Li Lei, and smiled shyly. "Old four, you little brat, you are pretending to be innocent." "Boss, I'm going back to the dormitory. Leave the computer to me." Li Lei looked on silently with contempt, thinking that life is not easy for a lonely person. But thinking about the teachers that Lu Feng had saved in his computer, he could enjoy them this afternoon. "Although I haven't put it into practice yet, it's good to learn the theory. Otherwise, how can you become a mature driver in the future? Don't infect my computer." After Lu Feng finished speaking, Li Lei had already waved his hand and disappeared at the entrance of the hotel. "It just so happens that one car is enough for the 5 of us." Lu Feng looked at the remaining people and smiled gently. If there were more people, his own car would not be enough. Lu Feng was driving, Wang Wenhan was sitting on the passenger seat, and Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei were sitting in the back, talking in private. "Shuatong, tell me, I'm going to buy some things later, what should I buy?" Li Wenjun spoke with an embarrassed look on her face. Although the wedding date was approaching, she was still a little worried at this moment. "What should I buy?" Hearing this, Li Shuatong was shocked. At this point, it's impossible that the house is not prepared. "It's not what you think. My house is ready, but Wenhan and I want to buy some things for our new home." Li Wenjun realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and spoke quickly. You're talking about this. When we go shopping later, let's see if you two want to buy anything. It's all fine. Just buy what you like. Li Shuatong said with a smile on her face. It was the first time she saw Li Wenjun so shy. By the way, boss. How much is your car? Wang Wenhan also asked from the front row. The last time I saw it was Landwind's BMW, this time it was an Audi, and this car looked very expensive. Less than 400, what's wrong? Lu Feng spoke softly, he knew that his car would shock everyone. But during lunch, everything was actually okay and everyone treated it normally. Lu Feng didn't know what he was thinking, nor did he want to know. For these people, it is enough to just put in some superficial effort and have their own true feelings. Lu Feng will be nice to those who are nice to him, but he will not be a good person to those who are not nice to him. Lu Feng can maintain his own mentality, and his attitude towards them is no different from before. What others do is their own choice. Boss, it seems we underestimated you before. You are a very rich man. Wang Wenhan opened his mouth softly, and was surprised when he heard the price of the car. This is more than the total price of the new house that the family has prepared for them, and the house is still mortgaged. But he has a house at home. He is also a successful person. What's more, these two people haven't even graduated from college. Okay, it's okay. You know who I am. Lu Feng smiled gently. This feeling between brothers that hasn't changed much is still good. By the way, do you want me to give you this car as your wedding car? Lu Feng spoke softly. He had a general understanding of Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun's family situation when he had chatted with Li Shuatong before. They could only be considered well-off families. Really? Wang Wenhan spoke with a look of surprise. Thank you, boss. Thinking of the faces of his relatives at home, Wang Wenhan's face was full of smiles. Now, those relatives at home should talk less about me. Boss, how about you be my best man, and invite Zhengju and Lazy to come as well? Wenjun, what do you think about inviting our sister-in-law to be our bridesmaid? And Yulan and Lingling? Wang Wenhan thought of something, turned around and spoke to Li Wenjun in the back seat. Shuatong, what do you think? Li Wenjun also spoke with anticipation. Li Shuatong raised her head and looked towards Lu Feng. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng also looked at her. Li Shuatong nodded slightly with a happy expression, indicating that she was fine. Looking at Li Shuatong's actions, Lu Feng understood what she meant. There's nothing wrong with us. But Zhengju. He should have a crush on Li Lingling, so you guys should pay attention. That's right. We should all go down and ask the four of them. Let's ask them first. But, boss and sister-in-law, you two have agreed, so you can't refuse. Okay, we'll be at your place on the 6th, get ready in advance. Otherwise, Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun chose a good day. The 6th day of June is exactly the 7th day of July in the Gregorian calendar. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Wenhan realized that it seems that some people do like to be best men and bridesmaids because they can share in the festivities and get some red envelopes, but some people do mind. Especially if only one of the boyfriend or girlfriend becomes the best man or bridesmaid. If the wedding etiquette and the guests attending are normal, then the wedding will be a great success for all the guests. But who knows, there might be some scumbags among the guests, then the gain would be counterproductive, especially for bridesmaids. At those wedding scenes, there are many people who take advantage of others and do things indiscriminately. Okay, boss, it's settled then. No matter what, at least Lu Feng and Li Shuatong have been decided to be their best man and bridesmaid. Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun looked at each other with great joy in their eyes. No problem. Before he knew it, Lu Feng had driven to the parking lot of Hangyuan Mall. He took a look at this familiar place. Last time he said he would spend lavishly, but in the end he only spent less than 1 million that day. This time, there was not much left for him to squander. However, the system will be upgraded soon, and I will definitely come and spend a lot of money then. Feng, let's go in. Brother Feng, let's go. Beside Lu Feng, Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei, one hugged their arms and the other held their hands, and began to urge him. Chapter 28 System Upgrade. After entering the mall, Lu Feng took a closer look at the layout of the mall. Most of the first floor is occupied by small car dealerships. In addition, there are Warwick, Rice, Oppo, Vio, and many foreign brands, but they all sell technological products. On the second floor, there are fitness, sports, and various shopping malls. From the third floor onwards, there are various flagship stores, interspersed with many foodie shops. Let's go to the third floor first. Lu Feng spoke softly to the two people beside him. I don't bring much today, only this much. So, this is your mission. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and handed it to Li Shuatong. She knew the password anyway, and it was her birthday after all, so he gave it to her today. It must be spent. Looking at the balance in Lu Feng's mobile phone information, a little over 1 million, Li Shuatong was slightly surprised, but not too surprised. After all, a house worth tens of millions has been paid in full. This 1 million is nothing. Even if Lu Feng takes out another 100 million or 1 billion one day, she would not be surprised. She also knows that it is enough for her to be the little woman behind Lu Feng. Sister. Let me see too. Li Shuawei also came over quietly, wanting to check Lu Feng's balance. You. Here, take it. It's your brother Feng's phone. Li Shuatong smiled gently. This little sister is still so lively. Handed the phone to Li Shuawei. Brother Feng, so many. Li Shuawei was slightly surprised, but after she finished speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, as if she was afraid that others would hear it. Not much, let's go, I'll leave it to you two sisters. Seeing Lu Feng let go of their hands, they already knew that Lu Feng was indeed not someone who liked to go shopping. But now that they are here, we can't let them spend the money alone. He immediately grabbed Lu Feng's hand and walked upstairs together. Wenjun, let's go together. By the way, he called out Li Wenjun. Li Wenjun also pulled Wang Wenhan, who had a bitter look on his face, and followed behind. Men, you have to endure hardships at this time. In their opinion, this is not suffering, this is enjoyment. Okay. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Wenhan felt his legs starting to shake. Except for a few things, this was something women were indeed better at than men. Armani. This is a good brand. After fiddling with things and looking like he had lost all hope in life, Lu Feng finally decided on a suit. Wang Wenhan shuddered. As expected, women who were choosing clothes were the most terrifying. It was best not to disturb them. Well, there are watches, too. Come on. Seeing other things, Li Shuatong spoke quickly. Shuatong, forget about this. Lu Feng spoke quickly. Well, I don't deserve you. Li Shuatong murmured softly, the Armani in this store is really average and the price is not expensive. Lu Feng sighed slightly. He knew that Li Shuatong had misunderstood him, but he didn't say anything else. Just let it go. The sooner it ends, the better. I picked a few things at random. After spending tens of thousands of dollars in the Armani store, the group went to another store together. Versace. Another little over 100,000. Prada. Pay and leave, with all your bags. Watching the two sisters taking him to each store, Lu Feng never expected that shopping would all turn into buying things for him. Seeing the two sisters about to go into the men's clothing store, Lu Feng quickly pulled them back. That's enough of mine, buy some for yourselves first. He spoke to the two of them, and exchanged a glance with Wang Wenhan, and they both discovered that they both had their hands full of bags. We'll put our things away first, you guys go look around first. After the two brothers Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan finished speaking, they hurried towards the parking lot. They didn't see the two people fleeing in panic. By the time Li Shuatong, Li Shuawei and Li Wenjun reacted, the two figures had already disappeared at the elevator entrance. Okay, Wenjun, what else do you want to buy? Shall we go together? The three of them smiled. It was indeed difficult for Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan. Li Shuatong spoke softly. Just now, Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei were helping Lu Feng buy things, and Li Wenjun hadn't bought anything yet. I want to prepare a surprise for Wenhan. Let's go buy him a PS5. Li Wenjun thought about it and finally spoke. Wang Wenhan has wanted this thing for a long time, but has never bought it. Today it was just a small gift from her to him. Shuawei held Lu Feng's cell phone in her arms the entire time today, as if it were some rare treasure, and she even spoke much less. After putting their things away, they walked around for a while, and sat down to drink some milk tea. Both Lu Feng and Wang Wenhan felt very comfortable. This is the life that you should enjoy. When they were about to go back, Wang Wenhan suddenly said, Boss, let's not rush back. I'm going to buy a gift for Wenjun. Watching Wang Wenhan walking towards the jewelry store, Lu Feng also had an idea in his mind. It seems to be true, and I can also buy gifts for the two sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei. Wanhan, where have you and Lu Feng been? You haven't come back yet. We're at the central bridge on the 4th floor, come find us. When Lu Feng and Wang Wanhan had finally finished their selection, Wang Wanhan received a message from Li Wenjun urging him on his mobile phone. The two looked at each other and they had bought both. Right away, wait for us there. Wang Wanhan replied quickly. Boss, I'll go and release it. You can go back and stay with the other ladies first. Before he could finish his words, Wang Wanhan had already run outside with his things in his hands. Hey, you guy. Oh, sorry, boss, I forgot my key, give it to me. Lu Feng, who was standing at the door of the jewelry store, couldn't help but find it a little funny when he saw Wang Wanhan running a short distance and then running back in a hurry. Is this guy so anxious? She threw the car keys to him and walked upstairs. When we reached the covered bridge, we saw several new bags piled up next to the three girls. Wow, apart from Li Wenjun who bought bags for Wang Wanhan, the two sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei were also buying bags for him. Brother Feng. Li Shuawei, who had sharp eyes, instantly spotted Lu Feng's figure and called out. You two, what's this? Where's Wang Wanhan? Why isn't he with you, Feng? Li Shuatong also spoke up and asked. I'm here. When Li Wenjun was about to continue sending messages, Wang Wanhan's voice came. Seeing Wang Wanhan was out of breath but still pretending to be relaxed, Lu Feng walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder gently, and almost slapped him to the ground. After taking a look at Lu Feng who had ill intentions, Wang Wanhan silently raised his middle finger. He still caught up, fearing that he would be late. Seeing Lu Feng looking at the shopping bag at his feet with dissatisfaction, Li Shuatong was about to speak. Taking the car keys quietly handed to him, Lu Feng said softly, let's go, continue. Take these. Listen to me from now on. Looking at the two sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei who obviously did not follow his wishes, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Give me the phone. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two sisters lowered their heads in fear, especially Li Shuatong, who was even more worried. Brother Feng, we just want to buy more for you. Li Shuawei handed the phone to Lu Feng, hugged Lu Feng's arm and started to act coquettishly. Well, who can stand this? You. Lu Feng touched the little girl's head and gently stretched out his hand to signal Li Shuatong. Li Shuatong realized it then and quickly held the bag with one hand and held Lu Feng's hand with the other. Let's go on. He spoke to Li Wenjun who was teaching Wang Wanhan a lesson on the other side. This is a stark contrast. Wang Wanhan could only sigh in his heart. L'Oreal. Estee Lauder. Lancome. Lu Feng didn't understand makeup, skincare products, lipsticks, facial masks, facial creams, and various honeys. Lu Feng bought all the books that the two sisters saw. As the payment sound rang out, the system voice in Lu Feng's mind also suddenly rang out. It has been detected that the host's godly gold has been consumed. The system will be upgraded. The upgrade time will be 12 hours. During the upgrade process, the sign-in function is used normally. If the upgrade is successful, the system will give you a system gift package. The upgrade starts now. Chapter 29 First Monthly Sign-In. Everyone was surprised to see that it was getting late and it was already time for dinner. Li Shuatong, Li Shuawei, and Li Wenjun were also interested. Wang Wanhan felt that he had completely lost all feeling in his legs. Lu Feng was fine, but he felt a little tired inside. Looking at Wang Wanhan who was staggering beside him, he patted his shoulder with a bit of heartache. Depend on. Wang Wanhan could only complain silently in his hurt heart, he didn't have a perverted body like Lu Feng. Come on, let's go have dinner. Looking at everyone, Lu Feng spoke softly. Wang Wanhan's eyes then lit up. The boss really cared about him. I found a high-end self-service restaurant in the mall. There were not many people here and no need to queue. After enjoying himself, Lu Feng drove towards the school. Boss, we're leaving first. At the school gate, Wang Wanhan and Li Wenjun waved goodbye to Lu Feng and the other two. Just now, Lu Feng had placed the gifts bought by Wang Wanhan and Li Wenjun in the trunk in their hands. They both understood what was going on. Lu Feng and sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei also waved gently. Wang Wanhan and Li Wenjun were walking on a dark, unlit path by the lake inside the school. Instead of taking the main road, he chose to walk on this bumpy stone path. However, the two of them were in sync and walked in together as soon as they saw each other. Wen Jun. Wan Han. They both started talking at the same time, but stopped at the same time. You speak first. The same words were spoken again, and the two smiled at each other. I bought you a PS5. I bought you a necklace. They both spoke one after another, the affection in their eyes as they stared at each other almost melting. Come on, let's go out and not go back to the dormitory. Li Wenjun moved closer to Wang Wenhan and spoke softly. Feng, have you finished buying your things? Li Shuatong asked softly. It was she who suggested buying gifts for the newlyweds Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun, so Lu Feng left in the afternoon. Don't worry, I'll do the work, you can rest assured. You too, why didn't you buy anything for yourselves today, but bought it for me instead? Lu Feng spoke softly. The two sisters spent most of their time on him today. If Lu Feng hadn't taken the two sisters to buy some cosmetics at the end, the two sisters gained nothing today. No. The two sisters immediately shook their heads and answered. Today's cosmetics cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, after all, Lu Feng only bought expensive ones. Those small bottles I bought were all spent on real money. If they hadn't requested repeatedly at the end, Lu Feng would not have given up today. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. I have an exam tomorrow afternoon. Should I go in the morning or evening? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shuatong spoke quickly. Shuawei and I went to move in the morning, and we finished our exams so late at night. So we won't be free tomorrow. Li Shuatong quickly spoke up from the side. Yes, my sister and I have already agreed. You guys? Looking at the two sisters who only bought cosmetics, there is no need to rush, there is still time. You are busy before the holiday, but you will have plenty of time after the holiday. Then I will give these two sisters a makeover and let them know their strength. Shuawei, are you used to living like this? He whispered to Li Shuawei, saying that now that they had arrived in the Magic City, they probably wouldn't have time to play with Li Shuawei this week. Was Li Shuawei used to being alone? Brother Feng, it's not like you don't know me. I have a computer in my bedroom, and I have a tablet and a phone you gave me, as well as so much pocket money. Why do you need to worry about me? This is the best time for me to show my inner girl nature. Li Shuawei said with a happy look on her face. That'll do. Looking at Li Shuawei's familiar demeanor, I remembered that it was almost the same when I came to Shanghai before. Lu Feng felt a little relieved. Shuatong, let's go to the exam together tomorrow afternoon. Good. We're here, come on, get your stuff. Unconsciously, Lu Feng had returned to the underground parking lot, parked his car, and began to speak. Coming right up, coming right up. The two sisters spoke quickly. They also know that they should buy a little more today. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The three of them had to carry all the stuff out of the trunk in their hands, and they were barely able to carry it all at once. After putting the things in the living room and looking at the pile of things occupying the living room, Li Shuatong took the initiative to speak. I'll go clean up. Feng, just sit and wait. Sister, I'm here to help too. Watching the two sisters push him to the third floor. In addition to two bedrooms, there is also a small bar, a living room, and a huge open-air balcony with a view. Brother Feng, go up and play. Lu Feng was about to go downstairs quietly, but Li Shuawei appeared from nowhere and blocked him again. He reached out and pushed him upstairs. You guys? Lu Feng smiled lightly, said nothing more, and went upstairs. On the terrace, you can enjoy the pleasant sea breeze from the land and admire the sea view in the distance. In the distance, there is a blue bay and dazzling neon lights, but the seaside, which is bustling during the day, is now sparsely populated. With the gentle and moist sea breeze, the hot summer temperature is dissipated and it is not as hot as during the day. I took out my phone and watched some videos. I just remembered the female anchor I watched last time. I don't know how she is doing now. Wind. Li Shuatong walked up and called out softly, interrupting Lu Feng's next action. As Li Shuatong sat in Lu Feng's arms, Lu Feng suddenly felt hot. This little girl, isn't she afraid? Have you finished cleaning up and are coming up? Lu Feng asked softly. Cleaned up. Li Shuatong snuggled up to Lu Feng's body, then arched her back into Lu Feng's arms, finding a more comfortable position. I felt uneasy and shy, but I didn't move. Just in time, you just came up. Thinking of the gift box he had just brought up secretly, Lu Feng spoke softly. I have something here for you. Want to give me something? Li Shuatong was slightly surprised. She had already bought so many things in the afternoon, and Lu Feng also bought other things for her. Didn't she know about this? Lu Feng bent down slightly, took out the box from under the recliner, and opened it gently. 2 silver necklaces, sparkling brightly under the light and shining with colorful light, with 2 huge pink and blue gems hanging from them respectively, lie quietly in the box. It's just the necklace I bought for you and Shu Wei. It's called Twin Allure. Choose one. I'll put it on you. Watching the moment Lu Feng opened the box, Li Shuatong couldn't stop crying, and tears fell like pearls. Is she worthy of Lu Feng being so nice to her? Wind! Li Shuatong screamed passionately and hugged Lu Feng tightly, as if she wanted to merge her body into his. Lu Feng spoke softly, pushed the necklace box gently in front of him, wiped Li Shuatong's tears, and then said with concern, "You're my girlfriend. I should give you a necklace. I want the blue one, and give the pink one to Shu Wei." She gently pointed at the blue gemstone necklace, turned around, and showed her back to Lu Feng. Before Li Shuatong came up, she had already changed her clothes and was only wearing a thin nightgown. The white jade back is as smooth as if it had been smeared with milk, exuding an alluring glow and a faint fragrance. Touch it gently, it is soft and tender, like jade and fat. The night view is beautiful, and the people are beautiful too. The moment you gently put the necklace on your neck. The system prompt sounded in my mind. It has been detected that it is already midnight on July 1st. Congratulations to the host for getting the monthly sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? This is the first monthly sign-in. Chapter 30, Twins Alluring Necklace. It's July 1st already? Listening to the system's prompt tone, Lu Feng finally realized that it was already July 1st. The first month of sign-in has arrived. What will I sign in for? With a glance, Lu Feng saw Li Shuatong in his arms and his hands had unknowingly climbed up the mountain. It's time to break out. Li Shuatong had already grabbed Lu Feng's hand, gently stood up. Seeing Li Shuatong's actions, Lu Feng was puzzled. This is not possible. You are not admitting your mistake. This is not acceptable. Just wanted to reach out and pull Li Shuatong back. Feng, go and deliver the necklace first. I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom. Li Shuatong leaned over gently, got close to Lu Feng's ear, and spoke, her breath as sweet as orchid. The yellow bar light shone through the glass and out of the window, dyeing Li Shualan's skin a golden glow. There, flowers are blooming and clear springs are flowing between your fingers. Li Shuatong generously showed her body to Lu Feng and immediately ran downstairs as if escaping. She suspected that if she didn't leave, Lu Feng would execute her on the spot the next moment. Touching the watermarks between his fingers, Lu Feng shook his head gently. So late at night, let him go and give the necklace to Li Shu Wei. Let us sign in first. System, sign in. Lu Feng opened his mouth in his mind, but he didn't expect the system to take a little longer to respond. There was no sound for a long time. Just when Lu Feng thought that the system might have crashed during the upgrade process, the system's voice finally came from Lu Feng's mind. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% controlling stake in Wanqing Entertainment Group. The system functions are being improved, and the system rewards cannot be issued for the time being. They will be issued after the system upgrade is completed and the corresponding measures for the corresponding rewards are improved. This? Lu Feng was slightly stunned that such a situation could occur in the system. This reward cannot be claimed, you can only look at it. But this Wanqing Entertainment Group? Why does it sound so familiar? Taking out his phone and checking, Lu Feng found that it was indeed an entertainment company that he was familiar with. Wanqing Entertainment Group is one of the largest entertainment groups in Xia country. In addition to the main group, there are many subsidiaries, including Wanqing Music, Wanqing Film and Television, Wanqing Reporting, Wanqing Literature, Wanqing Films and many other subgroups. There is even an independent television station, Wanqing TV. In short, in the entertainment industry, as long as there is something you can't think of, there is nothing that Wanqing Entertainment has not involved. Of course, with so many businesses under its umbrella, there are also many big-name stars. The dual kings of film and television, Mo Tiana, triple talent superstar Xiao Xiona and more. However, looking at the information he found, Lu Feng always felt that something was wrong. There was indeed something wrong. And this, 100% holding? Lu Feng remembered that Wanqing Group was a listed group with a market value of hundreds of billions of Xia country currency. How is it possible that he has 100% control of the company? This is definitely not right. After thinking a lot, even though it involved the professional knowledge he had learned, Lu Feng still didn't understand the reason. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It must be related to the system. It seems that there will be major changes in this system upgrade. Since you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it, so as not to add new troubles. Take a look and your anger will subside. Okay, let us go and give the necklace to Li Shuawei as soon as possible. After all, he couldn't wait. Shuawei, are you asleep? Arriving at Li Shuawei's door, Lu Feng knocked gently. Brother Feng, I haven't slept yet, just come in. Li Shuawei's voice came soon. Lu Feng pushed the door open and saw Li Shuawei was ready to get out of bed. The cute little toes, the tender white instep, the round ankles, and the long white legs are all on display. Why are you coming down? Go back. Seeing Li Shuawei's actions, Lu Feng quickly spoke. Brother Feng, it's so late, is there something you want to talk to me about? Li Shuawei did not listen to Lu Feng. Instead, she ran to Lu Feng barefoot on the carpet, looking at him expectantly. She had already seen the box in Lu Feng's hand, and her heart was full of anticipation. Looking at the girl wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, Lu Feng suddenly felt that he shouldn't come in so late at night. Although her body is not as mature as Li Shuaton's, it also has a unique flavor. He quickly shook his head and cleared the bad thoughts from his mind. I'm here to give you a necklace. Looking at Li Shuaton's expectant eyes, Lu Feng opened the box in his hand without hesitation. A sparkling pink gem necklace lay quietly in it. This is the necklace I bought for you. There are 2 in total. The other one is blue, which I have given to your sister. The only one left is this pink one. So? Looking at Lu Feng, he paused. Li Shuawei, who was originally full of expectations, had a slightly changed expression. No way, isn't this a gift for her? Believe it or not, I will cry for you the next moment. This one's for you. He gently pushed the box in front of Li Shuawei. Looking at Li Shuawei, whose expression suddenly brightened, Lu Feng smiled gently. This little girl has such cute and changeable expressions, but her personality is not naughty. Brother Feng, are you really giving it to me? Li Shuawei swallowed and looked at the necklace in the box. It didn't look cheap at first glance, and she still couldn't believe it. Have you ever seen me tell a lie? Lu Feng said unhappily as he patted the little girl's head gently. Then Brother Feng, help me put it on. Li Shuawei turned around gently, pulled down her short-sleeved shirt with one hand, revealing her crystal-clear, snow-white neck, and lifted her hair slightly with the other hand, then stood closely in front of Lu Feng. Feeling the burning sensation in front of their eyes, these 2 sisters both like this? Lu Feng silently recited the Qingxing Ju. He took the necklace out of the box and gently put it on Li Shuawei. Before Li Shuawei could react, Lu Feng ran out of the room in an instant as if he was escaping. Oh boy, if I don't leave now, I'm going to make a fool of myself. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Shuawei immediately turned around and saw that Lu Feng had indeed disappeared. It's late at night, so I'd better not disturb my brother Feng and sister, at least not now. Li Shuawei came to the mirror and looked at the pink gem necklace lying on her chest. It was a pleasing pink color, and I remembered something, so I looked at it again and compared it with my own color. It seems similar. An idea slowly arose in my mind. She is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. What should she do? Shuatong, you. Lu Feng returned to the room and looked at Li Shuatong, who was wrapped tightly in the quilt. Just when I wanted to lift the quilt and pull this woman up to teach her a lesson. Lift the quilt. The jade-like body lies horizontally, delicate and translucent, with a blue gem lying quietly on the chest. In sharp contrast to the fair skin. The originally clean gem, at this moment, brings exciting impulse and feeling. Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Feng didn't say anything, or rather, everything was implied, and they would talk about it later. Thinking of his unique idea today, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh that this time the Gemini Allure necklace was really worth buying. Chapter 31 New Capabilities of the System. Early in the morning, Lu Feng opened his eyes and looked at Li Shuatong in front of him. Sure enough, now, no matter what, Li Shuatong still couldn't satisfy his needs. Wind. Feeling the heat in my body, it started again. Li Shuatong, feeling a little tired, opened her eyes. She really didn't expect that she could barely cope by herself before. When they came back this time, they were completely helpless. They threw away their weapons and were completely defeated. Thinking about what her sister had said to her, Li Shuetong sighed slightly inwardly, as if this was indeed possible. Feng, go deal with the group's affairs first. I'll sleep for a while. Lu Feng gently pulled out his huge thing, and Li Shuawei lay beside him and fell into a deep sleep again. When Lu Feng heard Li Shuawei's words, he didn't react at first, but then he realized it. He remained calm on the surface, but his expression changed drastically inside. He hasn't received the information from the system yet. Besides, how did Li Shuetong know that he had a group? He himself didn't even know. Could it be? It's Wanqing group? System, what's going on? Lu Feng stood up, covered Li Shuetong with the quilt, and walked outside gently. He walked to the rooftop balcony, silently poured a glass of wine, sipped it gently, felt the cool sea breeze, calmed himself down a little, and asked the system questions in his mind. All this should be done by the system. System upgrade successful, the system is now at level 2. Congratulations to the host for receiving an upgrade gift package. Would you like to claim it? Receive. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Feng spoke up. He was eager to know what had happened. The upgrade gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion in super rich gold. He knew this before, it doesn't matter, and it's not the point now. However, in my mind, the system fell silent. That's not right, it's gone just like that? What about the Wanqing group that he signed in last night? And how did Li Shuetong know about the group? What's going on? Why doesn't she say anything? System, why don't you explain? Looking at the silent system in his mind, Lu Feng knew that the system must have an answer to tell him, but it didn't say it now. Why are the flowers so red? Why is the sea so blue? Fantasize wildly in your mind. Sure enough, the system's voice soon came. The share certificate of Wanqing Entertainment Group has been issued to the host in the system space. As for the current situation, the system will transmit the Wanqing Group information to the host system, as well as the description of the system's new capabilities. Please ask the host whether he accepts it. Accept? Wait, system, explain whether the transmission is dangerous. No danger. Then accept it. When Lu Feng finished speaking, feeling the flood of information in his mind, he knew that something was wrong. I fell into the system's trap. Fortunately, the amount of information transmitted by the system is not actually that much. It just made Lu Feng's head sink slightly, but he recovered immediately. Looking at the system in his mind, Lu Feng silently raised his middle finger. This was definitely revenge. The system did not respond, and Lu Feng stopped fighting with it. It is more important to check the newly added capabilities. As he gradually understood the information in his mind, Lu Feng also understood why the system upgrade led to the current situation. Everything is still related to the Wanqing group that signed in yesterday. Wanqing group covers too wide a range. If a chairman with 100% control were to be parachuted in, no one would think it would be impossible. The system has just been upgraded to level 2, with an additional capability, which is to extract things for Lu Feng to lay the background, especially in reality. Wanqing Group is the group that Lu Feng has been quietly controlling and developing using professional agents since elementary school. After he became an adult, he officially took charge of his own group. As for whether or not there were any obstacles in the memory transmitted by the system, everything in the company's development was so smooth. Of course, there is no doubt about it within the company. After all, who would dare to do anything to a chairman who holds 100% of the shares, even though he is the only director of the company? At the same time, in order to pave the way for reality, there are more relevant memories among the people around Lu Feng who are familiar with him. That is not changing the memory, or changing others, but the relevant fragments added automatically by the system. A memory that seems to have been experienced instinctively. Think of this capability of the system. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel that this system seemed a bit scary. The system is bound to the host. We prosper together and suffer together. The system's voice came from his mind, and it was the most serious voice he had ever heard. Hearing this, Lu Feng laughed at himself. At least for now, the system only serves him, doesn't it? As a host, who wouldn't he love such a system? Looking at the 100% controlling stake certificate and laptop computer he had just taken out, Lu Feng checked on the computer search engine. Wow, everything familiar in the group remained unchanged. The original listed group had just become a private group. The market value of Wanching Entertainment Group has now become the listing valuation released by the world's most authoritative research institution. Well, that's how it all makes sense. System, upgrade to level 2, unlock this ability, then what about upgrading to level 3? Thinking of the sorrow of his country in his previous life, Lu Feng suddenly had a bold idea. Level 3, the host will know when he upgrades. The system didn't say anything, and Lu Feng didn't continue asking. After all, isn't it just 10 billion rich gold? It will be very quick. Brother Feng, are you in the meeting? Li Shuawei peeked out from the house, looked at the computer Lu Feng placed on the table, and spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a video call request came from his laptop. Mr. Lu. Hello? An urban beauty in a white-collar uniform appeared on Lu Feng's screen. On this side of the screen, Lu Feng's camera was not turned on. When he saw the figure that appeared, Lu Feng immediately remembered that this person was Qiu Qianni, the director of the chairman's assistant office. Next, I will report to President Lu on the company's operations last week. Li Shuawei quietly withdrew. After all, her brother Lu Feng was dealing with important matters at the moment, so it was better not to disturb him. In Lu Feng's memory, even he owned 100% of the shares of Wanching Entertainment Group. But he hardly ever went to the company and didn't do any specific management. Each subsidiary is managed by its own president. The president gathered information from each subsidiary and brought it to the head office, which was then sorted out by his assistant S office and reported to him. The reporter is, of course, director Qiu Qianni. Last week, Wanching Cinema released a new movie. Although the box office was not as good as expected, the cost has been recovered. The cinema chain is also asking us whether we should increase or reduce the number of screenings. Wanching Films, the TV series we recently exported to Korea, has received a very good response. The company in Korea is eager to inquire about the next cooperation. In China, 10,000 Stars Music. Queen Xiao Xuna's album title song, "We Have helped her rush to the top of the popularity charts, and it will continue to stay there for about 7 days. Several small singers are also planning to release albums, and we are also collecting songs. The music group recently submitted a plan. Wanching Literature, we are planning to acquire an online library to further expand our market share. Everything is normal on Wanching TV and Wanching Report, as if nothing major has happened. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, we are also discussing the exploration of short videos that you mentioned. Wow, just listening to the report, time passed by unknowingly. In my memory, it was so free and unrestrained, but in reality, it was torture. After all, before I knew it, it's already 10 o'clock. 3 hours have passed? Okay, Director Lu, I finished my report. After Qiu Qianni finished his last sentence, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, after talking for so long in one breath, my mouth is still a little dry. Okay. That's it. Thank you for your hard work at the company. I'm a bit busy recently, so I won't come over. Qiu Qianni picked up the cup and wanted to drink water, but was immediately shocked by Lu Feng's words. What are you busy with? She has been in the company for such a long time, but she has never met the chairman Lu Feng. The weekly work report is just a routine task in front of a computer with no camera or human figure. Without noticing, the cup of water in Qiu Qianni's hand was unstable, and the whole cup of water flowed down the collar and directly into the clothes. Black, lace, and tall. I didn't expect it to look so good. Chapter 32 Sister's Secret. After hanging up the call, I looked at Qiu Qianni's embarrassed figure as he hung up the phone. Lu Feng didn't expect that this secretary had such a huge secret hidden. Why didn't I see it before? When I went downstairs, I saw that the two sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei were no longer in the room. Feng, let's go move. Looking at the message he received, Lu Feng remembered what Li Shuawei said yesterday. However, after looking at the time, there is still time. You can also go over and take a look and help out. At the apartment, Li Shuawei and Li Shuatong were packing their own luggage. Last night, Lu Feng had given the key to the BMW to Li Shuatong. After all, they learned to drive together and got their driver's license together, so there is no need to worry about driving without a license. Although Li Shuatong's driving skills are still not proficient, she can still drive the car and has no problem driving forward and backward. The only thing she doesn't know how to park sideways is that, which is a bit difficult for her. After all, she hadn't driven a car for almost a year since she got her driver's license. Li Shuatong drove slowly and sluggishly. It took her 20 minutes to drive from Yujing Base City to the apartment, a distance of less than 5 kilometers. Sister, if I turn 18, I really think I'll have to get a driver's license too. I could feel the cars constantly passing by me in the gaps. Well, at least it's okay, now it's an automatic transmission car, so there is no need to worry about stalling on the road, not being able to start at a red light, and other problems. Li Shuawei thought comfortingly in her heart. You said, let's talk about it when you're 18. Hearing this, Li Shuatong looked at Li Shuawei unhappily. Why are you bringing up that? She was just a little slow, but at least she didn't draw lines on the road. I'm going to be 18 soon, too, it'll only be a few days. Thinking that her birthday was coming soon, Li Shuawei's face was filled with joy. I finally arrived at the apartment, found a parking space, and spent another half an hour to park the car. Seeing her sister showing a satisfied look, Li Shuawei also started to praise her. Sister, you've made progress. Of course. Alright, stop talking and go upstairs to clean up. It's already so late. I took out my cell phone and looked at the time, it was already 9:30. They still dawdled for a long time. By the time Lu Feng arrived, Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei had almost packed up everything that needed to be packed in the room. Wind, you are here. Hearing the sound of the door opening and seeing the figure coming in, Li Shuatong spoke in surprise. Lu Feng had already sent them a message just now. Haven't you finished cleaning yet? After taking a look at the several large boxes in the living room, I guess the things in the room have been basically packed up at this moment, right? I'll be done with it soon. Li Shuatong also took a quick glance and found that the decoration inside the apartment was basically done by her and Lu Feng bit by bit. Now, it's all just a memory. However, that is our new home, although it is a bit far from the school. It might be a little inconvenient to go to school at that time, but that is not a problem. Just go to a nearby residential area and rent a parking space. Then it will be convenient to park when you drive to school. In order to take away almost everything that could be taken away, she packed several large storage boxes. Where's Shuawei? Remembering that the two sisters came here together, why is Li Shuawei not here now? Lu Feng asked a little confusedly. Shuawei, she's in the bedroom, check to see if there's anything she missed. Li Shuatong quickly answered after pressing the lid that was about to close again and again. Let me do it. Lu Feng walked over, opened the box and looked at what was inside. Wow! The gifts, pillows, stuffed toys. So full, a whole box. You still want these? Hugging Li Shuatong gently, Lu Feng asked. These were all things he had given to Li Shuatong before, he didn't expect them to be all here. Yes, you gave it to me. Li Shuatong felt Lu Feng's movements, turned her head slightly, looked at Lu Feng and said. She treasured everything he gave her. That's all right, have you finished packing? Let's start moving over. Lu Feng let go of Li Shuatong so early in the morning. It would have a bad influence. It is better to move first and press the lid gently. With his gentle force, the lid made two reluctant sounds and then was finally closed. Sister! I saw a small locked cabinet here. Did you forget something? Li Shuawei's voice came from the bedroom. Hearing Li Shuawei's voice, Li Shuatong seemed to have thought of something. Wind! She looked at Lu Feng a little shyly. My goodness, that contains the secret between her and Lu Feng. He immediately let go of Lu Feng and ran into the bedroom. Sister, what's in here? Have you forgotten? Right, I forgot. Just try it out. My secret cannot be told to you. Get out first. Sister, do you have any secrets that I don't know? Go away, I have too many secrets. Get out. Get out. After saying that, Li Shuawei was pushed out by Li Shuatong, and the door was slammed shut. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why is it so necessary? Looking at the closed door in front of her, Li Shuawei muttered. Turning around, he immediately saw Lu Feng in the living room. Brother Feng, why are you here? She spoke in a voice that sounded a little surprised. She really didn't know Lu Feng was here. Moving, I'll help you. Lu Feng smiled and looked at the bedroom with the door closed. Li Shuatong, isn't this just trying to cover up the truth? According to the personality of this little girl Li Shuawei. Guess it. Lu Feng shuddered. Don't teach a child bad things. Soon, Li Shuatong also came out. Holding a small box, moving gently. Sister, let me see. Just as Li Shuawei was about to pounce, Lu Feng suddenly grabbed the back of her neck. If your sister won't let you watch it, then don't watch it. Speak softly, it's better not to look at this thing. Looking at Lu Feng's actions, Li Shuatong quickly gestured to Lu Feng and spoke softly. I'll take this down first. Feng, Shuawei, you guys should move things too. After saying that, he opened the door and walked quickly towards the elevator. Watching Li Shuawei go down in the elevator. Only then did Lu Feng let go of the little girl. Come on, move the stuff. Lu Feng looked at the angry little girl and found it a little funny. This is for your own good. Snort. Li Shuawei put her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction, but still followed Lu Feng, carrying the box and walking downstairs. Soon. After moving the boxes, Li Shuatong took a look at the environment in the room where she had lived for the past 3 years and silently closed the door. From now on, she said goodbye to this place and moved into her new home. Sister, I won't ride in your car anymore. I'm going to ride in Brother Feng's car. After loading all the things into the car, Li Shuawei suddenly spoke and then quickly ran towards Lu Feng's car. Li Shuatong's car was parked downstairs of the apartment building, but Lu Feng's car was outside. Did Lu Feng and Li Shuatong think they could hide their actions from her? It was just a trick they were trying to hide from a child. She is not a child anymore. Since you don't want to watch it, the more I want to watch it. Wind. Looking at Li Shuawei's figure, Li Shuatong screamed in surprise, this is bad. Chapter 33, Getting on My Sister's Pirate Ship. Looking at the car so close, the car lock light suddenly lit up, and Li Shuawei's fast running steps quickly stopped. Well, it turns out that it's not that easy to fool. He walked back dejected. He glanced at Lu Feng and his sister who were standing beside him, looking a little indifferent. Li Shuawei has kind of died down. Lu Feng was still driving the Audi alone, while Li Shuatong drove the BMW with Li Shuawei in the passenger seat, and they drove towards Yujing Bay City. Shuawei, do you really want to know? After looking at the silent little girl, Li Shuatong spoke softly. Sister, what's in there? Li Shuawei, who was originally browsing her phone, straightened up slightly, looking at Li Shuatong with a hint of desire in her eyes. This sister still has a secret from her, but she has already told her sister her secret. Li Shuatong asked again with a strange voice. You really want to know? I remembered that day when Lu Feng went to his hometown and Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei slept in the same bed at night. Sister, you and Brother Feng broke up? In the dark night, Li Shuawei's voice was so calm and indifferent. Hearing this, Li Shuatong remained silent, and her eyes, which were already tired from a day of running around, became even dimmer. Li Shuatong wrapped herself tightly around the quilt, as if trying to find a sense of security from it, and then a soft reply came out. After hearing Li Shuatong's voice, she looked at her sister Li Shuatong's actions beside her. Li Shuawei suddenly felt a little distressed. She realized that her sister must like Lu Feng very much. But why would a small thing at home affect your judgment of Brother Feng? Brother Feng, I told him that we drove for 8 hours straight to get home from the Magic City. Always along the way, Brother Feng was so silent and the car was driving so fast. I've never seen Brother Feng look so serious. I want to talk to him, but I don't dare. We kept going non-stop except for refueling once along the way. After arriving home, looking at the house in front of me, I saw entanglement, sadness, and hesitation in his eyes. When Brother Feng came to our house before, I could see nervousness in his eyes, but he was still full of joy. You know how sad I was at that moment. If Brother Feng wasn't here for what happened today, what would you have done if you came back alone? Deliver it to your door yourself? If Brother Feng knew what was going on at home, do you think he would just leave it alone? If something happened to you, do you know how upset Brother Feng would be? Sister, are you really worthy of Brother Shanfeng's love? Looking at Li Shuawei who came close to him, speaking to him in a tone that had never been so harsh to him before, and crying while speaking. Li Shuatong felt how heartbroken she was. She was wrong. She just didn't want to drag Lu Feng down. After all, Lu Feng hadn't told her more about himself at that time. She only regarded Lu Feng as an ordinary person. I don't want to drag Lu Feng into this quagmire at home. Shuawei, I was wrong. Holding Li Shuawei, Li Shuatong also shed tears. The two sisters cried softly and dared not make a sound. I can't disturb my mother and Lu Feng. Sister, let me tell you a secret. I seem to have fallen in love with Brother Feng. What do you think I should do? After a few minutes, Li Shuawei's voice suddenly sounded in Li Shuatong's ears. Hearing Li Shuawei's words, Li Shuatong, who was originally crying, trembled. Can you actually tell? Not really. Li Shuawei used to be close to Lu Feng, and she only thought it was because Lu Feng was the only man in the family. In addition, if Li Shuawei has any request, Lu Feng will fulfill it. The arrival of Lu Feng filled a gap in Li Shuawei's heart, and he felt like both a brother and a father. Li Shuawei should be welcoming her brother-in-law. After all, the two sisters were raised by their mother Guan Yulan since childhood. That's what she thought before. It turns out that this heart has also changed unknowingly? Shuawei, you. Li Shuatong didn't know how to start, as she no longer had the status to speak. Shuawei is younger than her, but Li Shuatong knows that her sister's character is much tougher than hers. Yeah, I also find it incredible and shameful. But there is no way. I don't know when. It could be the first time you brought Brother Feng home, it could be when you went to the Magic City to play, or it could be this time you came home. Li Shuawei finished speaking in one breath and collapsed weakly at the head of the bed. Brother Feng is so outstanding, sister, you are very lucky. So, Brother Feng needs you. I glanced at the darkness outside the window. I couldn't see my hand in front of me. The temperature at night seemed a little low. Li Shuawei's heart was as cold and lonely as the night. She huddled into the quilt. Li Shuatong thought of Lu Feng, who had always been very nice to her, except for one thing, his love that she alone could not bear. She had actually been worried for a long time. Lu Feng, she is someone that cannot be dealt with or controlled by one person alone. Shuawei, go. After taking a look at Li Shuawei, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Li Shuatong spoke softly. Hearing this, Li Shuawei immediately opened her eyes. Her original intention was to give full assistance, but somehow the meaning went astray. Turning her head to look at her sister, Li Shuawei almost vomited blood. Her original intention was to finish what she said, to completely end her own thoughts, and to remind her sister that Brother Feng was worth it. What's the matter with Li Shuatong's encouragement? Does her sister want to give up? Sister, you? I'll go too. The two sisters fell into complete silence, each with their own thoughts, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After all, they had been traveling all day. Inside the BMW, Li Shuawei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Li Shuatong, a little confused. What did her sister mean by this? Sister, I want to know. Li Shuawei spoke softly and in a straightforward tone. Well, that's fine. The box is right behind your seat, just feel it out. Li Shuatong spoke softly. Thinking back to the past 2 nights, he had already taken off his armor early. Out of concern for her, Lu Feng accepted the last proposal and said he would talk about it after the exam. But Li Shuatong knew that the proposal could not solve the problem. After all, during this period of time, Lu Feng seemed to have grown up and become much more ferocious. Even if you spend everything you have, the unsolvable problems still remain unsolvable. Or she surrendered and begged for mercy. Watching Lu Feng holding her in his arms while taking a bath every night, and then taking a long cold shower. My body was still burning hot when I came back to sleep. Li Shuatong felt a little distressed. In addition, this time Lu Feng directly told her that he was actually the chairman of Wenqing Entertainment Group, so she understood. She was not worthy of him because of her status and she couldn't control him by herself, so it was even more impossible for Lu Feng to belong to her alone. But, with my younger sister around, the two of us can always hold the power in the family. It's my sister, don't regret it. Looking at Li Shuawei stretching out her body to grope, Li Shuatong spoke softly in her heart. After great efforts, Li Shuawei finally took out a wooden box from the back. Listen to the clinking sound of glass and iron colliding inside. Seeing the box tightly closed, Li Shuawei became even more curious. He took a deep breath and opened it slowly. What comes into view is a piece of white cloth, which seems similar to a bedsheet. Sister, what is this? Take your time and watch. Li Shuatong glanced at him pretending to be indifferent and spoke in a faint tone. Li Shuawei lifted the white cloth slightly, and a flower was particularly obvious in one place. Li Shuawei had a bold guess in her mind, this can't be possible. Looked into the box again, huh? Things that I had only seen on videos before are now right before my eyes. His body instantly went limp, he hurriedly stuffed the white cloth into the box, and immediately closed the box in a panic. Face flushed. It seems like she's on her sister's bandwagon? Chapter 34 Summer Vacation is here. Still watching? Li Shuatong turned her head and looked at Li Shuawei, who was holding the box at a loss. she asked with a shy tone but still spoke softly with a smile. Li Shuawei was silent. These things were quite a big shock to her. After parking the car in the garage, I looked at Li Shuatong's car that had crossed the horizontal bar and was parked in the parking space. Lu Feng seemed to understand why the barrier posts behind some parking spaces were so low. There is such a way to park. Seeing that the two sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei had not gotten out of the car yet, Lu Feng walked over curiously and knocked on the window. What are these two sisters doing? Shuatong? The two sisters finally reacted. Li Shuawei opened the car door and got out, picked up a box at random, and ran towards the elevator. Shuatong, what's Shuawei doing? After taking a look at Li Shuatong, whose fair face turned slightly red, Lu Feng asked with some confusion. Box, Shuawei. Li Shuatong gently leaned next to Lu Feng and spoke to him. Lu Feng immediately understood that the box was discovered by Li Shuawei. But, how is it possible? Not to mention that they just made a feint and put the box on Li Shuatong's car. Lu Feng also used boxes and bags to completely press down the box. There is no way Li Shuawei would see it. How could that be? Lu Feng spoke in disbelief. Li Shuatong did not answer. She opened the back door of the car and gently took out the box from the top. Seeing the location of the box, Lu Feng knew that something must have happened. But what is certain is that Shuawei saw it. Do you want to throw it away? Looking at Li Shuatong, Lu Feng spoke softly. The things in this box were just bought out of interest when I was young and ignorant. This time it's a bad thing. Why throw it away? Li Shuatong glanced at Lu Feng with dissatisfaction. Among them, there are the things she cherishes most. As for the others, she believes that it is impossible for Lu Feng to not use them in the future. She will definitely be able to use them in the future. Feng, move the things. Li Shuatong, feeling a little guilty, held the box and said something shyly as she passed by Lu Feng. This big girl. After taking a look at Li Shuatong, who had already arrived at the elevator, pressed the elevator button and was waiting to get off, Lu Feng looked at the distance between the BMW and the elevator. Wow, Li Shuatong's car was parked in just the right place, probably several times farther away than his car. He shook his head and started moving his things to the elevator. With the help of Li Shuatong, the move was completed quickly, but Li Shuawei was not seen again. Okay, come back this afternoon to clean up, go call Shuawei, shall we go out for dinner? Glancing at the time, Lu Feng realized it was almost 12 o'clock. He spoke softly to Li Shuatong. Thinking of what was in the box, he felt a little embarrassed to call Li Shuawei. Li Shuatong glanced at him lightly and knew that it was indeed a bit awkward now. But as an elder sister, I still have to do things. Just as I was about to go upstairs, Li Shuawei had already come down from the stairs. Brother Feng. Let's go and have dinner. Li Shuawei walked up, gently took Lu Feng's arm, and spoke with a happy look on her face. At this moment, she was wearing a blue and white maxi skirt, and she looked particularly youthful. Looking at Li Shuawei, who had changed into a dress, his tone returned to normal. Lu Feng and Li Shuatong both breathed a sigh of relief. At least you can pretend and save face, that's good enough now. Okay, let's go. He gently took Li Shuatong's hand and went downstairs directly. This time, he didn't have to go to the area near the school to eat. He could just eat in the business district downstairs. After lunch, the three returned home. Lu Feng and Li Shuatong rested in the living room, while Li Shuawei ran into the room by herself. Shuatong, how did Shuawei find out? Pulling Li Shuatong next to him, Lu Feng asked about what had happened just now in a rather vicious tone. The box was seen by Li Shuawei, and Li Shuatong was causing trouble. Looking at her body being hugged by Lu Feng, Li Shuatong raised her head and gently tapped Lu Feng's face. Feng, you didn't have enough fun last night. After saying that, she curled up in Lu Feng's arms. She used to like this position the most. It made her feel full of security, and her two little hands were unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly grabbed Li Shuatong's hand. This girl is so bold. Doesn't she see where this place is? This is the living room. If Li Shuawei wasn't at home, I wouldn't have paid so much attention to it, but now. Why are you saying that? No way. Hearing that Lu Feng did not answer her question directly, Li Shuatong sighed softly. She just knew it. That's what I'm talking about, don't change the subject. Lu Feng pulled Li Shuatong's hand back, placed it in his arms, and asked softly again. He still wanted to know how Li Shuawei saw the box. Phone, Shuawei likes you. Li Shuatong still did not answer, but a few words came softly, which stunned Lu Feng completely. Shuatong, it's me. Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, so he spoke. He actually knew about this. After all, he felt something during the kiss that night. But Li Shuawei is still young and is Li Shuatong's younger sister. Feng, do you like Shuawei? Li Shuatong spoke softly, her tone still so gentle. Lu Feng lifted Li Shuatong's head in a panic. Only then did I see that there was not a trace of anxiety on Li Shuatong's face, but rather she looked very calm. I know about Shuawei. After straightening Li Shuatong's body, Lu Feng spoke softly. Seeing Lu Feng let her go, Li Shuatong, who had been a little indifferent, suddenly felt infinite panic in her heart. She didn't do this to be punished. He quickly stretched out his hands and hugged Lu Feng tightly. She also arched her body towards Lu Feng's arms. The moment Lu Feng let go of her, she felt like the sky was falling. No, absolutely not, this must never happen again. Feng, don't let me go, I'll tell you something. I'm fine, don't let me go. I know about Shuawei's matter. In fact, I told you this because I wanted you to find a time so that you can have a good chat with her. Li Shuatong's crying voice came quickly, her tone full of panic. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was a little confused. Don't let go, don't let go. He hugged Li Shuatong tightly and sat quietly. After a long time, Li Shuatong raised her head. Feel Lu Feng's arms holding her tightly. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief, raised her head, and looked at Lu Feng with tearful eyes. She actually slept through it, that's it. Okay, let's go and take the exam. If you don't wake up, I'll call you. As for Shuawei's matter, I know what's going on. After wiping away the tears from the corners of Li Shuatong's eyes, Lu Feng spoke softly. Yeah, that's not a big deal. I'll deal with it properly after some time. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. After the last exam was over, Lu Feng looked at the many students walking out of the exam room with relaxed expressions on their faces and louder discussions. He smiled sincerely, thinking it was indeed time to be liberated. Now, summer vacation is here. Chapter 35, Shuawei's Thoughts. Phone, no one accepted our invitation tonight. They said that they didn't have enough people and it wouldn't be good to go. So they said, let's talk about it after school starts. Li Shuatong walked over, took Lu Feng's hand and said softly. Originally, Lu Feng invited himself and Li Shuatong's roommates to have dinner together to celebrate his new home in Xi'an. As a result, Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun had to rush back to their hometown. After all, the wedding is only 2 days away, and they haven't returned home yet. If I don't go back and keep an eye on them, I'll really be worried. It would be no fun if the family members didn't follow their ideas and gave them some weird things. As for the others, after seeing the two leave, they also postponed their move and said they would talk about this matter later. Boss, let's go. Shuatong, we are leaving too. Remember to come tomorrow. Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun spoke hurriedly and then ran towards the dormitory. They still had to get their suitcases and catch the train. Then we'll be leaving too. See you at the start of school, boss. Shuatong, see you at the beginning of school. People from both dormitories also spoke up, saying hello and goodbye. See you at school then. After seeing Li Shuatong saying goodbye to everyone, Lu Feng felt a little disappointed and spoke to comfort her. It's okay. School can start soon. Right? Come on, let's go home. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he took Li Shuatong's hand and walked out of the school. After that, they would rest for a night and go to Jinling City tomorrow. During these 4 days of signing in, Lu Feng also signed in something that he thought was very useful. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for becoming the vocal master. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for becoming the master director. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for becoming the photography master. Maybe it's because I signed with the Wanqing Entertainment Group, so for 3 consecutive days, all I did was talk about art and literature. However, on the 4th day, something happened that surprised Lu Feng. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for winning the BMW 1000RR motorcycle. It turned out to be a motorcycle. BMW's 1000RR motorcycle. Although it only costs a few $100,000, he doesn't have to wait as long as other cars he has ordered with full payment. During these 4 days, Lu Feng also took the time to fill up Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei's wardrobes. All the clothes were chosen by the two sisters themselves, plus his preferences. Feng, go upstairs and call Shuawei first. We can eat in a while. I'll go cook. After returning home, Li Shuetong took a look around the house, which already had a bit of life in it, and spoke softly. The three of them had already found some time to fill the refrigerator with food and drinks, and they finally lit the fire in the kitchen. Although they didn't have a meal, the three of them held a small ceremony to celebrate the start of a fire in their home. Looking at Li Shuetong putting on an apron and entering the kitchen, the house finally had a homely feel, no longer like that lonely and cold house. Lu Feng also felt a sense of home comfort in his heart. Shuawei. After knocking gently on Li Shuawei's door, Lu Feng spoke softly. Come in. Brother Feng. Before Lu Feng could say the next word, Li Shuawei's voice was heard. When I opened the door, I saw Li Shuawei alone, working hard in front of the computer desktop. The game he was playing was an ancient martial arts battle royale game, Naraka. Following a wail from the game character, Li Shuawei's lips pursed. Well, she didn't come out of Tianren City alive. Your sister asked me to come and call you to eat, stop playing games. Looking at Li Shuawei's fighting skills, Lu Feng smiled slightly. Li Shuawei was also a typical gaming rookie. She turned the chicken game into a martial arts brawl. It's a pity that this is not the real PUBG. If it were that game, Li Shuawei would definitely be a veteran pilot. I can deeply experience the joy of flying. It's time to eat. Okay, no more playing, no more playing. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shuawei spoke quickly. Quickly click ESC and click the mouse quickly, and you're back to the desktop. This process looks very familiar at first glance. Brother Feng, come and take me with you. Li Shuawei stood up and hugged Lu Feng's arm. It was when she was watching Lu Feng playing the game that she discovered that the characters in the game were very pretty. Lu Feng seemed to be quite interested in it, so she bought it as well. Looking at Li Shuawei, who was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, Lu Feng frowned. Li Shuawei has been here for the past few days. Except for wearing normal clothes when going out, she wears this at home most of the time. Even though she had bought so many clothes, she rarely wore them. This is not good. I'll talk about it later. Go, change your clothes and dress nicely. Glancing at Li Shuawei's thigh-length short-sleeved shirt, which revealed her smooth thighs and a pair of crystal-clear little feet, Lu Feng began to persuade her softly. This girl is too unconcerned with him. He glanced at Lu Feng's fleeing figure. Li Shuawei was a little happy. She would only dress like this in front of Lu Feng, just like an older sister. Gently pull open your own closet. I took a look at them and saw shirts, skirts, suits, hanfu, and many other things. Lu Feng took them to buy these things these days. Lu Feng had transferred more than 100,000 yuan of her pocket money to her in installments. A thought arose in Li Shuawei's mind. She changed into a light-colored chiffon short-sleeve top and a white lace skirt underneath. Then he put on his slippers and ran downstairs in a hurry. I'm going to help my sister. After taking a look at Lu Feng, who was waiting in the living room, Li Shuawei ran towards the kitchen as soon as she came down. Be careful. Seeing Li Shuawei so impetuous, Lu Feng spoke softly. As soon as you enter the kitchen. I saw Li Shuetong, wearing a light yellow slim skirt, making spicy chicken. That is a dish that Lu Feng likes very much. Why are you here? Seeing Li Shuawei coming in, Li Shuetong spoke softly. At this moment, the range hood in the kitchen was turned on at full power, but the choking smell of chili could not be stopped. Even Li Shuawei, who had only come in for a short while, kept coughing softly. Sister, let me help you. Li Shuawei covered her nose and spoke with difficulty. She was choked to the point of tears. She was too arrogant. What are you doing to help me? Li Shuetong was not happy. Although Li Shuawei could cook, she could only cook the most basic dishes such as fried rice with egg and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The next step was shredded pork with green peppers. How can I make spicy chicken? Let me do it. Lu Feng's voice came, and they were stunned looking at Lu Feng standing at the door. If he hadn't heard Li Shuawei coughing just now, he wouldn't have come over and discovered that Li Shuetong was actually doing this. Making this in my kitchen is really a torture. He took the shovel from Li Shuetong, who was about to refuse. I'll do it. She was immediately captivated by Lu Feng's domineering voice and subconsciously handed the shovel to him. Feng, this is the only dish left. Looking at Lu Feng's figure, Li Shuetong's heart was filled with happiness. After saying something to Lu Feng, he and Li Shuawei walked out with the prepared dishes. Shuawei, we are going to Jinling City together tomorrow to attend the wedding, so don't stay in bed. Lu Feng spoke softly. It has only been a few days since he came, and Li Shuawei has been getting up later and later. I even slept until 11 yesterday. If this continues, I won't be able to skip lunch. Li Shuawei just focused on eating. How should she explain this? Could it be that she was playing with her phone or computer and didn't pay attention to the time, or that she didn't stay up on purpose? Looking at Jingjing eating, Lu Feng thought Li Shuawei didn't hear him, so he gently touched the little girl's shoulder. Shuawei? Li Shuawei's body shook, and the chopsticks in her hand clinked and slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Chapter 36, Vaccinate Yourself. Brother Feng, what did you say? Looking at Li Shuawei, who was suddenly startled, Lu Feng was a little curious. What is this little girl thinking about? I said, you have to get up early tomorrow. Do you hear me? Ah. I heard it. Li Shuawei finally reacted and was about to bend down to pick up the chopsticks, but she found that the chopsticks had appeared near Lu Feng's feet and she couldn't reach them. Brother Feng, my chopsticks. He pointed lightly at Lu Feng and looked at where Li Shuawei's chopsticks were. Lu Feng smiled unhappily. Why is Li Shuawei so weird tonight? Okay, since it fell on the ground, don't use it for now. Shuatong, go get a new pair of chopsticks. Lu Feng spoke softly to Li Shuatong. Okay, Feng, I'll get it, you pick up the chopsticks too. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shuatong stood up and walked towards the kitchen. While walking, Li Shuatong looked back and found something even more interesting. This is much more interesting than what happened just now. Li Shuawei is such a brave girl. After taking a look at the chopsticks under the table, Lu Feng bent down slightly, ready to help Li Shuawei pick up the chopsticks. My hand touched the ground, but before I touched the chopsticks, I felt a smooth touch. Shuawei, you? At some point, Li Shuawei actually stretched out her legs. Lu Feng touched his feet directly. I thought I could hook the chopsticks back myself. Li Shuawei murmured softly. Pull your legs back. Glancing at Li Shuawei unhappily, Lu Feng said in a deep voice. When Li Shuawei retracted her legs, Lu Feng took a look and saw that the chopsticks had already reached the ground in the middle of the table. Ah, this. You can't get it just by reaching out. I bent down completely and tried to go in to pick up the chopsticks. 10 jade fingers and a pair of white and tender little feet appeared in front of Lu Feng. The original chopsticks were completely pressed down. Now, Lu Feng completely realized that something was wrong. What is this little girl doing? No, never mind, just leave the chopsticks here. Just as she was about to get up, Li Shuawei's legs had already been retracted. Lu Feng was a little curious, this leg was retracted. Looking up, a whole new scenery appears before your eyes. My nose felt hot and almost bled. This little girl changed her clothes into this. It's not as good as that short-sleeved shirt, at least it's completely worn and provides some protection, but now everything is exposed. Lift your head and gently place the chopsticks on the table. He glanced at Li Shuatong, who was already sitting at the table, and Li Shuawei, who was already eating silently. Lu Feng smiled a little. These two sisters, is it really that serious? I'm full, let's go to the rooftop to get some fresh air. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he walked upstairs without even looking at the two sisters. Sister, what do you say? After Lu Feng had been up for a while, Li Shuawei spoke with some concern. Wind? It's okay. Li Shuatong, who knew Lu Feng quite well, spoke softly. Just now, Lu Feng was actually a little embarrassed to face Li Shuawei. This little girl was a little too anxious. They have all started using this trick. Li Shuawei told her about this plan yesterday. Although she had used it a lot on Lu Feng before. I'll go up and explain it to him later. Li Shuatong looked at Li Shuawei, who had already finished her meal, and said comfortingly. No, sister, I'll go by myself. Li Shuawei also spoke with a firm tone. She had made up her mind. How long will this procrastination last? My sister has already talked to me and come to her for help. Of course she had to help her sister. Looking at Li Shuawei walking upstairs in slippers, Li Shuatong knew that she would not be able to escape punishment tonight. However, you can prepare first. After cleaning up the dishes and the table, Li Shuatong looked at the third floor from the second floor. She was very curious about what happened up there, but she decided not to disturb them. She let Shuawei and Lu Feng talk on their own. She closed the door and went into the bedroom. She opened her old wooden box from the closet. Now it was time to give herself a shot of prevention. Lying on the recliner, quietly looking at Lu Feng in the quiet night. The breeze blew away the heat and irritability in his heart. Brother Feng. Li Shuawei's voice came and her figure moved closer. Lu Feng turned his head and took a look. A light breeze blew past, and Li Shuawei's skirt swayed slightly, and her beautiful long hair also danced in the wind. Under the light of the night, she looked like a perfect little beauty. He spoke softly and pointed to the seat next to him. Shuawei, sit down. After taking a look at Li Shuawei's very ladylike sitting posture, she sat down on a chair beside her. Lu Feng felt a little relieved, but also a little regretful. However, he didn't know how to start the conversation. After taking a look at Lu Feng's lying posture, Li Shuawei also followed suit and lay down on the recliner, staring at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. After a while, Li Shuawei's voice finally rang out. Brother Feng, you know what, I actually don't know when I started to like you. Li Shuawei's first words surprised Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng was about to get up, Li Shuawei stretched out her arm to stop him. She hugged him tightly, pressed him down on the recliner, and covered his mouth. Looking at Li Shuawei's bright, clear and determined eyes. Lu Feng's movement to get up had completely stopped. I don't know if it was the first time you bought me candy, the first time you picked me up from evening study, or the first time you took me to the amusement park or the underwater world. I gradually felt that something was wrong with me. I don't know if that's the feeling of liking someone, but that's how I feel about you. Last time, I came to the Magic City and heard the news that my sister and you broke up. Do you know? My first reaction was to be happy instead of sad for my sister. Do you think I'm ridiculous? But that's not important. What's important is that I want to fall completely in love with you, Brother Feng. Although Li Shuawei spoke slowly, she still spoke firmly to herself, and then she let go of Lu Feng slightly. Shuawei, it's me. Lu Feng wanted to push Li Shuawei away, but failed. He was afraid of using too much force. Seeing this, Li Shuawei quickly loosened one arm and let Lu Feng sit up. Lu Feng held his forehead with one hand and thought. In fact, he should have anticipated this matter. Looking at Li Shuawei, who was holding her hands tightly, Lu Feng didn't know how to start. Sister knows. Li Shuawei's gentle words completely stunned Lu Feng. What about you? Lu Feng was so surprised that he almost stood up. He looked at Li Shuawei in surprise. This little girl was quite powerful. What does Li Shuawei want to do? What does Li Shueton want to do? My sister said that she couldn't bear it. Besides, Brother Feng, you are the chairman of Watching Entertainment. Do you think there will be a lack of women around you in the future? So, don't reject me. After Li Shuawei finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed Lu Feng's hand. Shuawei, you are right about everything you said. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and forcefully straightened Li Shuawei's body. Li Shuawei looked at Lu Feng, and just when she thought that Lu Feng was going to shatter her hopes. But, you got one thing wrong, your age. My age. When Li Shuawei heard Lu Feng's words, she was stunned. It turned out that he was worried about this. But it really didn't matter, she was ready. In their school, there are so many people who don't know what love is. I don't mind. I mind. Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone firm and decisive. I'll give you a year. After a year, if you think it's still worth it, then you can do it. If it's not worth it, then leave. How do you think? Don't even think about refusing. 1 year, hard and fast rule. Seeing Lu Feng's unquestionable tone, Li Shuawei seemed to be in deep thought, but in her heart she was almost about to cheer loudly. She succeeded. A year? As long as Feng Ge can bear it. After taking a look at Lu Feng, Li Shuawei stretched out her hands and pouted softly. Brother Feng, give me a hug. Chapter 37. A call from the hospital. Looking at Li Shuawei, who fell asleep in his arms, Lu Feng gently carried her back to the room. When I returned to the master bedroom, I saw Li Shueton hiding under the quilt. Shueton, are you asleep? Looking at Li Shueton, who was pretending to be an ostrich under the quilt, Lu Feng patted her gently. No movement. You're not really asleep, are you? Lu Feng muttered something, and remembering Li Shuawei's sleeping habits, he quietly reached his hand in from the side. Wind. Li Shueton couldn't bear it any longer. She stuck her head out from under the quilt and grabbed Lu Feng's hand. You know about Shuawei's affairs. Looking at Li Shuetong stretching out her hands, she wanted to hug herself. This is the action that Li Shuetong would take when she felt that she had made a mistake. Lu Feng hugged her with a smile and spoke softly. I know. Li Shuetong nudged gently in Lu Feng's arms like a kitten and spoke softly. But it's up to her to decide what she wants. Feng, just handle it as you see fit. You are so generous that you would give your husband. When Li Shuetong heard Lu Feng say the word husband, she became even more shy and moved her head closer to Lu Feng's chest. Shuawei is my sister, I know her character. If you don't give her an answer, she won't give up. And I can see that she is not the kind of person who gives up easily. And Feng, promise me that no matter what the final result is, you will protect Shuawei, okay? Li Shuetong spoke softly, and her words scared Lu Feng. He quickly straightened Li Shuetong's body. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Feng spoke softly and looked at Li Shuetong. This kind of words sound like a last will and testament. Lu Feng spoke softly and unhappily. Ah. Li Shuetong also realized that there seemed to be something wrong, so she spoke hurriedly. Nothing, I mean, Shuawei, you can accept it. Shuawei is too young. I'll give her a year. If she can hold on, we'll talk about it then. Lu Feng sighed, looked at Li Shuetong who looked worried about her sister, and spoke softly. But it would be a lie to say that I'm unhappy inside. Li Shuetong is gentle and quiet, while Li Shuawei is lively and cute. Both of them are absolute beauties, but there is a big difference in their figures between the little beauties and the big beauties. Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked down at Li Shuetong. Tonight, Li Shuetong is wearing a black suspender chiffon see-through long dress. Beautiful scenery, panoramic view. Wind. Li Shuetong raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Feng's face, with a look of great temptation in her eyes. I know you can't belong to me alone. I don't dare to ask for it. I'm ready for punishment. Li Shuawei grabbed one of Lu Feng's hands and slid down his back. This girl really did all the preparations in advance. Those who can hold back are not men. As the night deepens, it becomes more charming. Early the next morning, Lu Feng woke up and looked at Li Shuetong who was sleeping in his arms. Her brows were slightly wrinkled in her sleep. He gently reached out and stroked her. Sensing Lu Feng's movements, Li Shuetong, who was sleeping, also felt a little relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, the corners of his eyes relaxed slightly, and he continued to sleep with a peaceful smile. System, sign in. Speak softly to the system in your mind. He no longer insisted on signing in at 12 o'clock every night. After all, at that time, you might be doing something, and it is not good to be distracted. It has been detected that it is already Monday. The weekly sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bugatti Nocturne. The vehicle is currently parked in the underground garage. 2 prompt sounds sounded in succession, which surprised Lu Feng. What? To be honest, he really didn't notice that today was already July 6th, and it was Monday again. This time, during the weekly sign-in, there was actually a Bugatti Noir. Lu Feng himself had seen this car through rumors. It was a bit unreal that this limited edition super sports car worth tens of millions of dollars had come into his name. In this way, there is one more choice for traveling during the summer vacation. The system is really considerate. The sound of a cell phone suddenly rang from the side, and Lu Feng quickly reached out and picked up the call. He made a phone call early in the morning without worrying about disturbing other people's sleep, and his actions were quick, so he did not disturb Li Shuetong who was sleeping. Looking at the strange number displayed, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't recognize this number. But after thinking about it, I still answered the call. After all, what if the call came from the group? Hello, hello. Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone gentle. Hello, are you Mr. Lu Fenglu? A female voice came from the other end of the tone. Yes. Who are you? Lu Feng was a little surprised and asked, You know his name, but you don't know him? Hello, this is the Magic City Linjian Hospital. Hearing the number and the words coming from the phone, Lu Feng was a little surprised. Why did Linjian Hospital come to look for him? He doesn't remember any connection between him and this hospital. Could it be? No way. He glanced at Li Shuetong in his arms. Lu Feng asked in a deep voice, Hello, I'm Lu Feng, what can I do for you? The tone of voice actually startled the person on the other end, but the female voice on the other end quickly replied. Hello, there was a car accident at the intersection of Huaihai Road and Yanjiang East Road not long ago. The lady you rescued is still in our hospital. She gave me your contact information and said she hopes to meet you. In the service hall on the 12th floor of the inpatient department of Linjiang Hospital, a woman in a wheelchair gestured to the nurse at the service desk. The young nurse understood. Hearing this, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness, it turned out that this was the reason why he was worrying for nothing. Lu Feng then remembered this incident. On the way to the comic convention that day, he did rescue someone from the MPV. Many people were filming videos at that time, and the videos sparked heated discussions online. However, when they were rescuing the women in the second row, the smoke became thicker. Therefore, most videos did not capture Lu Feng's clear figure. I only know that a few big brothers worked together to rescue the last trapped person. But how did the hospital know his information? Hospital phone number? Looking at Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei in his arms, he thought it was time to have a physical checkup so that he wouldn't worry. Feng, what's wrong? Li Shuatong felt Lu Feng's movement just now, even though it was very slight, and woke up at this time. He asked softly. Shu. He gently gestured to Li Shuatong. I thought it was unnecessary. I was just being a good person. Lu Feng spoke softly into the phone. I received a call from Linjiang Hospital saying that the person I saved last time has woken up and wants to see me. Then he spoke softly to Li Shuatong. Next to the service desk, the young nurse looked at the woman in the wheelchair a little helplessly, her eyes full of admiration. After all, she didn't expect that a big star would be hospitalized in their hospital. The woman in the wheelchair fell into thought, but immediately gestured to the female nurse. The female nurse immediately handed the microphone to the woman. Hello, Mr. Lu. A somewhat cold voice was heard. Chapter 38, Diva by Xinyan. A voice that Lu Feng was somewhat familiar with came, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Well, hello. Lu Feng spoke softly. But when he heard this voice, he knew that this must be the real one. Mr. Lu Feng, I'm Bai Xinyan. Thank you for saving me last time. I wanted to thank you in person. Bai Xinyan sat in a wheelchair and spoke softly, remembering what the police had said to her when she went to the police station not long ago. After the car accident, she was in a coma for several days. When she woke up, the first thing she was able to do was to go to the police station to inquire about the people who saved her. Among them, the following words from the police caught her attention. Your legs, we're a little surprised you were able to save them, and that guy was able to rescue you from that car. After her repeated inquiries and even using her connections, she finally understood how dangerous her situation was that day and how Lu Feng was able to rescue her under such circumstances. Logically, her legs were stuck and she was unconscious. When others announced that she was basically beyond help, it was Lu Feng who actually managed to rescue her from being trapped and brought her out. Bai Xinyan also went to check on her car, which was burnt to a charred shell. Although there was only an iron frame left at the position of her legs, there was still enough space for her hands. Even so, she couldn't imagine how she managed to save her legs. Thanks to Lu Feng, he is indeed her benefactor. Since he saved her life, her only thought now was to thank Lu Feng for saving her life. Bai Xinyan? When Lu Feng heard the name, he reacted. It turned out to be her. He actually looked somewhat familiar with this person. In this world, Xia country's stars are divided into 5 levels, from bottom rate, third rate, second rate, first rate, all the way to the top rate. The top stars include the King of Singers, Queen of Singers, Movie King, Movie Queen, TV King, TV Queen, and so on. And it is also different from the entertainment industry in the previous life. The weight of celebrities in this world is still quite valuable. Bai Xinyan is a singing queen, and a legendary one among singing queens. After all, there is no other singing queen like her in the music industry at the age of 28. Miss Bai, there's no need for that. Last time it was just a piece of cake. Lu Feng still refused. He just did this kind of thing out of convenience and didn't ask for any reward. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Bai Xinyan, who had been a little calm, showed a hint of surprise on her face. I didn't expect that Lu Feng could remain so calm after hearing her name. After all, it was a good deed, and Lu Feng also thought about accepting rewards. Mr. Lu, I really don't have any other ideas. I just really want to treat you to a meal and thank you in person. I'll feel really bad if you don't accept it. Bai Xinyan spoke again, speaking softly. Please don't refuse. Bai Xinyan's tone was sincere. Lu Feng didn't expect that Bai Xinyan would have such an attitude. She was actually quite pleasant to people. Thinking of another thing, I couldn't help but smile. Okay, Miss Bai, I accept it. Lu Feng spoke softly. Inside the hospital, Bai Xinyan's cold and beautiful face finally revealed a smile, as if the spring snow had just melted and the flowers were blooming. A faint smile is refreshing. Okay, Mr. Lu, then tonight at 7 o'clock, Oriental Pearl Restaurant, is that okay with you? Looking at the assistant beside her, Bai Xinyan spoke softly. Tonight, Lu Feng thought about it. This is really unfortunate. He has to go to Rekindling today and is really busy. After all, tomorrow is July 7th, which is the day when Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun hold their wedding. I'm sorry, Miss Bai, I'm not free tonight. Lu Feng spoke softly, apologizing. Then see when you are free? Bai Xinyan didn't show any surprise. This was not a situation she had never encountered before, so she had already prepared herself mentally. Lu Feng thought about it for a moment. I can't come today, I'm not free tomorrow, and I probably won't be able to come back the day after tomorrow. I'll come back the day after tomorrow and have another day of rest. Miss Bai, do you think Friday night is okay? Lu Feng asked softly. He gently gestured to the assistant beside him. Bai Xinyan nodded and said, No problem, Mr. Lu, we'll be waiting for you at the Oriental Pearl Restaurant at 7 p.m. on Friday. Okay, goodbye Miss Bai. Sister Xinyan, this Lu Feng? The assistant standing nearby spoke softly. Xiao Wei. Bai Xinyan cried out softly, swallowing back all the words from the female assistant. It's good enough that they can come to see her, not everyone is a fan. And know who she is. The female assistant immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. Thank you. Bai Xinyan returned the phone to the female nurse and spoke softly to her. The female nurse felt like she was in spring breeze and was ecstatic. Queen Bai, can you sign an autograph for me? The female nurse took out an album from somewhere and spoke with anticipation. Well. Bai Xinyan also smiled gently, this female nurse was actually her true fan. Feng, you weren't injured at the last car accident scene, right? After listening to the phone call between Lu Feng and Bai Xinyan, Li Shuatong spoke with concern. I wanted to get up and check Lu Feng's body. I'm fine. Do you think I'm okay? Lu Feng hugged his hands tightly, and Li Shuatong pressed her body tightly against his chest. The delicate skin touched Lu Feng's body, which made his heart flutter. Li Shuatong finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Feng's words. Feeling Lu Feng's fiery tone, okay? She was scared. She still feels a slight pain in her back, after all, the new road is not easy to walk on. It still hurts. Seeing Li Shuatong frowning slightly, Lu Feng spoke softly. Although they are an old couple, Li Shuatong is still a little shy. After all, she was not the least bit bold last night. I'll go make you breakfast. You go to sleep for a while, it's still early. Gently stopping Li Shuatong who wanted to get up, Lu Feng spoke softly. Yeah, okay. Li Shuatong looked at Lu Feng who had just gotten up with a happy smile. She exposed her beautiful arms, hugged Lu Feng, gave him a sweet kiss, then she pulled the quilt and lay down. Singing Queen Bai Xinyan. Lu Feng, who was cooking in the kitchen, remembered the information of Wanqing Entertainment Group that was signed in by the system and couldn't help but smile. It really is such a coincidence. The Wanqing Entertainment Group information that the system transmitted to him originally included all of the Wanqing Entertainment Group's information. Among them is Bai Xinyan's information. After all, Bai Xinyan is also the leading artist under Wanqing Music. Today's conversation made him understand Bai Xinyan a little better. For my company, it seems that the system sign-in is relatively reliable. Shuawei, wake up. After calling Li Shuatong, she went to call Li Shuawei as soon as she entered the door. Chapter 39, Encounter at the Jewelry Store. Looking at Li Shuawei, who used to be vague, now she no longer hides it. Li Shuawei had just opened her eyes the moment Lu Feng came to the bedside. What? Why don't you get up? After taking a look at the motionless Li Shuawei, Lu Feng spoke softly. Get up, get up. Li Shuawei quickly reached out and lifted the quilt, and then she climbed up. Lu Feng turned around and left. This girl wasn't like this before. She used to be more careful. Aren't you afraid of deformation without fixation? Wait for me. Brother Feng. Li Shuawei, who was covered with a piece of clothing, immediately chased after him. Lu Feng went downstairs and thought of Li Shuiwei. This little girl was indeed small, only the size of an orange, at least 2 levels lower than her sister. With his efforts, Li Shuiwei had grown into a pomegranate. In the stairwell, he looked at Li Shuiwei, who still wanted to hug his arm. Lu was a little helpless. The corridor in this house was really narrow and it was barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Okay, let's go alone. Looking at Li Shuiwei, who was still jumping around, Lu Feng spoke softly. At the dinner table, the 3 of them were a little silent. Li Shuiton was embarrassed because it seemed that she had spoken a little louder last night. Li Shuiwei was standing in front of him, wondering whether Lu Feng had told his sister about what happened last night. Li Shuiwei stretched out her arm and gently touched her sister. Seeing my sister's reassuring look, I also made an okay gesture. Well, the problems of both sisters have been solved. It all depends on how Lu Feng handles it next. After eating, go upstairs and change your clothes. Lu Feng spoke softly. The 2's previous actions could not escape his eyes, but he still didn't say anything. Isn't he the happiest one in this way? Brother Feng, am I going too? Li Shuiwei spoke with a little surprise. She thought that only Lu Feng and his sister would go to Jinling this time. Why not go? If you're left here alone, you'll probably be useless by the time we get back. Thinking about Li Shuiwei's behavior these days, she would never go out. Now that I can go out, I just want to go home. Isn't this a typical stay-at-home girl? All right. Li Shuiwei nodded slightly. In fact, she didn't want to go out. As long as Lu Feng was with her, anything was fine. Shuiwei, dress properly. It's one thing to be at home and another thing to be outside. Do you understand? Li Shuiton, who went upstairs to change clothes, spoke softly to her sister. She was afraid that Li Shuiwei wouldn't notice this. Sister, I know. After they finished talking, they walked into the room. It was unknown how much time had passed, and Lu Feng was so tired of watching videos that he finally heard the sound of 2 sisters coming down the stairs. Li Shuiton was the first to be affected. She changed her nightgown into a white skirt with floral embellishments and light embroidery, paired with a white gauze shawl. She fixed her hair behind her head with a crystal hairpin, and her waist-length hair naturally stretched behind her, making her whole temperament suddenly become elegant. She wore a pair of silver high heels on her feet, which further highlighted her tall figure. Li Shuiwei changed into a refreshing milky white fairy dress, paired with white long stockings and a pair of small leather shoes. She combed her hair high and tied it into a ponytail behind her head, looking like a sweet and beautiful girl. Both of them wore the necklace that Lu Feng gave them. 2 different styles, both equally beautiful. Lu Feng was a little stunned. Brother Feng, does it look good? Li Shuiwei asked softly. At home, she didn't care, but those could only be seen by Brother Feng. But outside, she had to keep up appearances for Lu Feng like her sister. Nice. Lu Feng nodded slightly, but when he looked again, he found that it was on the 2 sisters. Well, it seems like something is missing. Seeing Lu Feng lost in thought, the 2 sisters looked at each other, not knowing what was wrong. Was there something wrong? Let's go. Let's go shopping at Hangyuan Mall first. Lu Feng finally understood. There was a necklace but no earrings. Also, Li Shuiton and Li Shuiwei were both wearing skirts, so where were the pockets to put their cell phones? As for other missing items, he hasn't figured them out yet, so he might as well go and look and buy. Go to the mall? The 2 sisters were a little curious. Would it be too late to go to the mall now? It's okay. It only takes 3 hours to get from Modo to Jinling. We just need to hurry up. After saying that, Lu Feng spoke softly as he looked at the 2 sisters who were hugging him with one hand and holding him with the other. It's still that RS7. Last time we agreed to use this as the wedding car for Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun. The Bugatti Noctilucent is also parked in the basement, next to the RS7. In the basement, under the not very bright lights, the deep black flowing body of the car looks unusually mysterious and noble, exuding an unusually noble temperament. Under the exaggerated body shape, you can tell at first glance that there is a powerful beast hidden. Wind, this is it. A Bugatti, just arrived. Lu Feng spoke softly and responded to Li Shuiton's words. As for Li Shuiwei, she had already got into the car and was playing with her mobile phone. She was not that concerned about these things. Although Li Shuiton didn't know what a Bugatti was, just looking at the car, she knew the price was definitely not cheap. But considering Lu Feng's identity, this doesn't seem to be a problem. Let's go. Lu Feng, who didn't get to enjoy the ride, spoke softly to Li Shuatong. He was afraid that he would get off after getting on, so the ride was not suitable for this trip. Soon, we arrived at Hongyuan Mall. This time, was it the first time we came here recently? Lu Feng had never counted them, but after visiting there many times, he was pretty familiar with the route. Took the two sisters straight to the largest jewelry store. Welcome. The waiters at the door are always mechanical, simply performing repetitive services with little interest. The waiter in the store heard the waiter's voice at this moment, looked towards the door, and saw three people coming in at a glance. Seeing Lu Feng, who was wearing a well-fitting suit whose price was hard to tell, and Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei, who were wearing two skirts that looked very expensive, the waiter's eyes lit up and he knew at a glance that these were big customers. Class monitor, Shuatong. A somewhat surprised voice came. Lu Feng and Li Shuatong turned around and saw that it was actually a classmate from the same class. It seemed that he was working here. Wang Wan? I didn't expect you to be working here part-time? Seeing Lu Feng and the other two walking towards Wang Wan, many waiters knew that they were Wang Wan's clients. I didn't dare to go up and fight for it. After all, there are some bloody examples in the store. If you want to mess around and break the rules, just pack up and leave. Yes. Wang Wan was not embarrassed and admitted it generously. I didn't expect you and the monitor to come here, Shuatong. You are here to see the jewelry. Is there anything you want to see? I'll introduce it to you. Wang Wan was very happy. It was a rare opportunity to meet a couple she knew. Lu Feng had just taken a quick look at the counter. Indeed, the things here were much better than the diamond necklace he bought last time. The Gemini Allure necklace seems a little dull among them. Take out these earrings and have a look at them. Li Shuatong spoke softly and pointed at the counter in front of Wang Wan. There was a pair of silver white hollow earrings. No. Lu Feng spoke softly. Hearing this, Li Shuawei was stunned, but she was not worried. However, Wang Wan was a little worried. She took a look at the earrings that Li Shuawei pointed to, which cost 126,000. This is not expensive in the store, but it is not so affordable for ordinary people. Just as Lu Feng was about to continue speaking, a figure spoke beside him. Miss, if he doesn't buy it for you, how about I buy it for you? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tattooed man with a smile on his face, whistling softly at Li Shuatong. Chapter 40, After the younger one is beaten, here comes the older one. Looking at the man's behavior, Lu Feng frowned. What is this for, stealing or teasing? This teasing is directed at Li Shuatong. Sir, please don't make trouble here. A woman in a red uniform walked up and spoke softly, but she didn't know what to say. To say that she was teasing me seemed to be too much, and to say that she was making trouble? That was indeed a point. No, don't do anything. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to spend money. The tattooed young man waved his hand with a disdainful smile on his face. Then he pulled out a bank card from his bag and gently threw it on the counter. Pack up the earrings and give them to this lady for me. I don't think I need to. Seeing Lu Feng's expression change slightly, Li Shuatong quickly spoke. It's okay, we're just getting to know each other. Consider it a meeting gift from me to you. After saying this, the tattooed man leaned towards Li Shuatong again. Miss, can you make friends? Without even looking at Lu Feng, he showed his strong arms and stretched out his hands towards Li Shuatong. You want to make friends? Lu Feng pulled Li Shuatong's body slightly back. Just now, when Li Shuatong heard the man's words, she stood close to him. The meaning was so obvious. Is this man so ungrateful? Lu Feng now completely hugged Li Shuatong to the other side and stood with Li Shuawei. He gently stretched out a hand and grabbed one of the man's arms. Sir, I don't want to make friends with you, I want to make friends with this lady. Seeing Lu Feng's action, the tattooed man was about to retract his hand and said with disdain. Lu Feng's hand was as fast as lightning and he tightly grabbed one of his arms and neck. Make friends. There was a cold light flashing in Lu Feng's eyes. It was unexpected that such a person could make friends with Li Shuatong, and in front of him. He exerted a little force on his hands, and the power in his palms suddenly increased. The grasping hand was squeezed until the bones and muscles made a creaking sound. A huge pain came. The originally arrogant man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, but he still couldn't help but scream out. Hiss! Just a slight cry of pain was heard. While Lu Feng was holding the man's wrist tightly, the strength in his hand began to gradually increase. At this time, the man finally couldn't help it. Ah! It hurts, let go, let go. The man's exclamation spread throughout the store, immediately attracting everyone in the store. Sir, please don't. It was the woman in red who had come up to persuade the man just now. She came up again and spoke softly. Looking at Lu Feng, she felt angry for the tattooed man. But when I thought about the man's identity, I felt a little headache. It's none of your business, get out of here. Lu Feng glanced at the woman and spoke softly. A man like this dares to do such a thing in such a place. Who gave him the ability? The woman in red sighed slightly. The tattooed man is a frequent visitor to their place, and he usually talks nonsense. In their store, he is a bad luck god, though. There is no way. If you run a store, you don't have the right to refuse customers, especially a young man with a good background like this. Besides, he is just a talker, and what he does in the store is actually not excessive. Xu Etong. At this time, Wang Wan walked to Li Xu Etong and spoke softly. She had heard of this young man's family background. He mustered up his courage and stepped forward to remind them, after all, they had suffered a lot in the past. That's the son of Xingping Media. Upon hearing this, Li Xu Etong just smiled and said nothing. Xingping Media, they knew, was a new media company, located on the upper floor of Hangyuan Mall, and there were hundreds of famous internet celebrities below it. It should be a pretty good media company. But, compared with Lu Feng, it's nothing. Let go, bastard, why don't you let go? The tattooed man was cursing madly, his body twisted in pain, and his hands were completely black and purple from wrists to palms. That is a sign of severe blood supply deficiency. Why is there a conflict here? Is he the son of Luo Xingping? This boy, is he here to mess around in this kind of shop again? But it seems that we have met a tough opponent. Why don't you go up and talk him down? We can't just watch Lao Luo's son like this. I don't know if this young man on the other side has any backers, and he offended the son of Luo Xingping, that protective old man. That old guy, he made himself look like a decent person, but his offspring is also a bunch of ugly things, useless. Go ahead if you want to go. I can't stand this kid. Everyone who comes to this shop is either rich or noble. There are also people among them who are familiar with the tattooed man's information, and the tattooed man's information is also exposed during their conversation. Little brother, why don't you give me some face and let this matter rest? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came up with a briefcase under his arm. Lu Feng simply ignored it. He pulled gently with his hands and squatted slightly towards the ground, but the movement was not big. However, the entire body of the tattooed man flew up from the bench in an instant, and the next moment, he fell heavily to the ground. After all, with Lu Feng's current physical condition, even a small amount of force is not something this kind of person can withstand. The tattooed man let out a loud scream. Seeing this, Lu Feng let go of his hand and squatted in front of the tattooed man on the ground. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng. Who are you? Lu Feng spoke word by word. My father is Luo Xingping, you are dead. The tattooed man raised his head, a fierce look on his face, looked at Lu Feng viciously, and shouted angrily. Seeing the tattooed man's appearance, Lu Feng smiled slightly, and his tone became slightly heavier. I just asked you, who are you? He stood up gently and looked at the tattooed man who was slowly crawling up from the floor. Just when I stood up and wanted to sit down. Lu Feng stretched out his hand, grabbed the tattooed man's shoulder, and kicked out with one foot, hitting the man's leg in an instant. The man flew into the air, but his shoulders were controlled by Lu Feng. The expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. Little brother, don't go too far. Don't be impulsive. Girls, can you please persuade the young man? Someone spoke to Lu Feng, Li Xuetong, and Li Xuewei. The man with gold-rimmed glasses subconsciously stretched out a hand to grab Lu Feng's shoulder. Lu Feng felt it, turned his body slightly, and in a flash, he grabbed the hand of the man with glasses with his other free hand. Both hands are downward. The two of them were smashed to the floor almost at the same time. Why bother? The man with glasses covered his mouth as he watched his glasses shatter and his teeth knock against the ground. Lu Feng squatted down and said with disdain. My name is Lu Feng, what about you? Let's get to know each other. Friend? Lu Feng said the same thing again. At this moment, the man lying on the ground felt pain all over his body. It was a pain that made his whole body feel torn apart. However, when he saw Lu Feng's voice and figure, he immediately fell silent. I say, my friend, let's get to know each other. I patted the tattooed man's cheek. What a man! What a pity, men are useless in front of him. The onlookers were also shocked by Lu Feng's ferocity. No one spoke at this moment, they just watched quietly. Xiao Chang. My son. Where are you? An anxious voice was heard outside the jewelry store. Everyone turned around and saw an old man who was less than 1.6 meters tall rushing in with two burly bodyguards. Chapter 41 Delaying Time. Through the gap made by everyone, Luo Xingping saw Luo Xiaoqian lying on the ground, shivering. Then he hurried over. He wanted to help his son up, but found that Luo Xiaoqian's body was limp and unable to stand up. What happened here? Who beat my son like this? Luo Xingping yelled at the people around him. Lu Feng had just quietly retreated back to the side of Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei. Looking at the expressions of the two sisters, he shook his head slightly to indicate, don't worry. Hearing Luo Xingping's voice, just as he was about to respond, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the counter and spoke softly, blocking Lu Feng's words in his throat. Mr. Luo, your son and your lawyer should get treatment first. Seeing the middle-aged man speak, Luo Xingping, who originally wanted to speak loudly, frowned slightly. Lu Feng frowned slightly, wondering what was going on. Luo Xingping looked at the people around him, and everyone subconsciously avoided his gaze. After taking a quick look at the environment inside the store and then at Lu Feng and the other two who were standing conspicuously by the counter, Luo Xingping was about to step forward. Two bodyguards suddenly reached out to stop him. Luo Xingping didn't feel it, but they did. A terrifying sense of crisis lingered around Lu Feng. This made them pay attention. Luo Xingping was slightly stunned, then realized that there must be someone in the store who terrified his bodyguard. He didn't expect it to be Lu Feng, but turned to look at the middle-aged man. Boss Yang, I'll make a note of this. He spoke softly to the middle-aged man and continued walking towards his son. This time, the bodyguard didn't stop him. The sense of threat is gone. The middle-aged man smiled lightly and shook his head. Everyone watched the scene in front of them in silence. A middle-aged man, the new owner of this Yang's jewelry store. He was transferred here not long ago. Ever since he came, this jewelry store, which was struggling to survive, suddenly became prosperous and made a lot of money. Some people were jealous and wanted to suppress it, but before they knew it, those jewelry stores either closed down or went bankrupt. Therefore, many people knew that there was a terrifying background force behind Boss Yang. Did I say I was leaving? Lu Feng's sudden voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Young man, if you have any other problems, you should know that it is better to have less trouble than more. Forgive others when you can. Does he think that he can defeat Luo Xingping? Luo Xingping is not just Xingping Media. There are many forces behind him. Boy, you? Luo Xingping was also stunned and turned to look at Lu Feng. He also understood that this young man must be the one who beat his son. But, should we take action here? Thinking of the bodyguard's actions just now, he was in deep thought. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Of course he would continue to beat the man when he was down, even though the man in front of him had not yet fallen into the water. But it's okay, it will be done soon. He only needs to throw a stick and hit him into the water, and then he will be like a drowned dog. Took out the cell phone and made a call. Xingping Media, have you heard of it? Solve it as soon as possible. At the headquarters of Wanqing Entertainment Group, Xiu Qianni looked at the document in front of him with a bitter face. There were piles of folders and folders that she had to deal with. My own boss is just a hands-off manager. Just know how to exploit her labor. Just then, a unique ringtone rang in the office. Xiu Qianni took a look and realized it was the ringtone of the chairman's private phone, which almost never rang. The call was connected immediately, and these few words came through before the call was hung up. Seeing Lu Feng just make a call and hang up, the people around were a little curious. This young man is so confident that he can solve Xingping Media in such a short time. It can't be possible. At the same time, the sound of the phone being hung up was heard. From the chairman's assistant office to the entire Wanqing Entertainment Group, everyone took action immediately. If we talk about unrelated industries, Wanqing Entertainment may not have that much power. However, in the entertainment industry, Wanqing Entertainment is basically a powerful entity. Mr. Song, the chairman said to solve the problem of Xingping Media. Mr. Li, the chairman said to solve the problem of Xingping Media. Boss Lu, the chairman said to solve the problem of Xingping Media. Mr. Liu, the chairman said to solve the problem of Xingping Media. Xiao Qianyi made phone calls to everyone from the chairman to the subsidiary group, and when he was done, he added, whatever the cost, solve it as quickly as possible. Everyone in the jewelry store watched Lu Feng's call go through and heard Lu Feng's words. They all had expressions that seemed like they wanted to laugh but were trying hard to hold it back, and finally smiled sheepishly. They had never met such an amazing person in their life, let alone one who was so young. Boy, can you solve my company? Luo Xingping was not in a hurry to leave at this moment. Luo Xiaoqiang and the lawyer were also helped to stand up, and both of them were able to stand steadily. Unfortunately, I didn't sign in any special abilities to put this guy in jail on his own, so I can only mobilize the Wanqing group. Lu Feng looked at Luo Xiaoqiang. This kid must have done a lot of bad things. As for his father, Luo Xingping, forget it, let us talk about it later. It's only been about 10 days since he signed on. He is not a man who does not bear grudges. How about waiting a moment? Lu Feng spoke softly and smiled, his voice was not loud and his tone was calm. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Luo Xingpeng's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. This ringtone was the same as his. I took out my phone and saw that there was no incoming call. Dad, it's mine. Luo Xiaoqiang spoke softly at the side, and saw that his own ringing scared his father. Feeling a little guilty. This son takes after his father. Luo Xingpeng sighed slightly. He glanced at Luo Xiaoqiang, who was obviously unable to take the phone out of his pocket. He signaled a bodyguard to take out Luo Xiaoqiang's cell phone and turn it off. All of a sudden, the cell phone in Luo Xingpeng's hand began to vibrate violently. The onlookers were all shocked. This, so soon, is there a result? Take it. Lu Feng spoke softly. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone focused their attention on Lu Feng again. This young man. Boss Luo, Xiao Xiaoyu just sent us a notice to terminate the contract. When Luo Xingping heard this, he almost felt dizzy. This was the internet celebrity that their company was promoting all over the internet. The number of fans had almost exceeded 5 million. This was the core of the core in their company. The company has spent countless efforts on him. This terminates the contract. Why? Luo Xingping asked, and his tone almost scared the person on the other end of the phone. Boss Luo, I don't know. I also received Lu Dali here. He only loves me. I am the best licking dog. Come and light the incense burner to produce purple smoke. Listening to the unfinished message and the long list of names, Luo Xingping was confused. Those were all the main internet celebrities of his company. Could it be? All contracts have been terminated. As the last few words fell, the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone was completely shocked. This. What is important for a company? Talent. What is most important for an internet celebrity company? Internet celebrities. Without internet celebrities. The call has not been disconnected yet. Another call came in. Luo Xingping's hands were a little weak at this moment and he was unable to answer it. He knew that the call at this time must be no good. Lao Luo. We are going to take back your right to use the 7th floor. That was a call from the director of Hainyuan Mall's management department, which directly plunged Luo Xingping into the abyss. Everyone looked at Lu Feng with even more shock. This young man? It's so terrifying, not only his skills, but also the power behind him. Lao Luo, the bank is going to take back the money. Another call was connected, and a voice came softly. Okay, we're done, my friend, can you leave now? Looking at Luo Xingping and his son, who were limp and powerless but still barely supported, Lu Feng spoke softly to Luo Xiaoqiang. This wastes too much time. We have to hurry up, as we have to go to Jingling soon. Chapter 42, Money spent is good money. The security in the store finally showed up and surrounded them. Mr. Lu? The middle-aged man who was the store manager spoke softly to Lu Feng to inquire. He realized that he should stop making decisions on his own here. The people behind him are not simple, but looking at Lu Feng's appearance, it is obvious that the force behind him is not simple either. There is no need to offend Lu Feng even more, even though he has already been offended. We are done with knowing each other. Lu Feng shook his head and said, at this moment, Luo Xingping and Luo Xiaoqiang obviously had no intention of continuing to talk, their faces were gloomy and ashen. Please. The leading security guard looked at the middle-aged man and gestured to him, then spoke softly to Luo Xingping and the other four, inviting them. Looking at Luo Xingping and his 5 companions who were surrounded and walked out of the store on their own accord, the middle-aged man spoke with a smile. Everyone, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. I'm sorry for affecting your shopping experience. All your future purchases will be discounted by 10%. This is my apology for what happened just now. Please continue shopping. We will provide you with good service and prevent similar incidents from happening again in my Yang's jewelry store. The middle-aged man greeted. Hearing this, the onlookers responded one after another. Boss Yang, not really. Not really. Boss Yang is so generous. Then we are very grateful. The crowd of onlookers then continued to disperse inside the store and start shopping. Still watching? Lu Feng spoke softly to Shui Wei and Li Xuetong. I don't know if what happened just now has any impact on them. Take this card. He took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Li Xuetong. This time, Li Xuetong accepted it immediately without refusing. Keep watching. Li Xuetong spoke softly, saying that she had a bad impression of this store, but she didn't say anything else. She just wanted to finish the business quickly, take a look and leave. That's fine too. After taking a look at Wang Wan, who had just come up to give a reminder, Lu Feng spoke softly to her. Wang Wan, take out those earrings and let us see them. Lu Feng spoke softly to Wang Wan and pointed to a pair of earrings displayed independently on the counter. The earrings are only 5 centimeters long and are inlaid with 5 blue diamonds from top to bottom, from small to large. The blue color is crystal clear, and under the light of the counter, the colorful halo shines brightly. The middle-aged man walked up. He took a quick glance and found that the bank card just now was a black card of Xiaogua Bank. Black card, a symbol of status. Even if he doesn't have it, his identity is not qualified. Mr. Lu, I'll give you this pair of earrings. Consider it my apology to you. The middle-aged man walked up and spoke in a sincere tone. It is true that Luo Xiaoqiang did cause trouble in his shop. If it was said that Lu Feng had been affected, he felt that he had some responsibility. Oh. Looking at what the middle-aged man said, Lu Feng didn't expect that he would be so generous. The pair of earrings he ordered just now cost more than 800,000 yuan. The middle-aged man responded softly. At this time, Wang Wan had already taken out the earrings. Give it to us. After taking a look at Wang Wan, who seemed a little overwhelmed, Lu Feng spoke softly. After putting the earrings on Li Xuetong, the already noble and beautiful Li Xuetong now had an even more noble temperament. Mr. Lu. The middle-aged man wanted to speak. We are here to consume. Lu Feng spoke softly, interrupting him. The middle-aged man understood now and sighed a little. This is my business card, Mr. Lu, please accept it. He handed over a business card with both hands clasped together. After taking a look at the sincere man in front of him, Lu Feng accepted the business card and waited. Yang Jiwen, manager of Yang's jewelry store, Hongyuan Mall store. As for the others, I just took a glance and decided they were not worth paying attention to. Okay, Boss Yang, we are here to spend money, don't bother me. He spoke lightly to Yang Jiwen. Yang Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his business card was accepted. At least this was a good thing, wasn't it? Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave first. Yang Jiwen said softly as he passed by Wang Wan. 80% off. Seeing Wang Wan nod silently and understand what he meant, Yang Jiwen walked to the back of the lobby. Boss. How about I go and apologize to him? After entering the lobby, the woman in red uniform who had followed Yang Jiwen in silently came up and spoke softly. She is the manager of this store, and she didn't handle what happened just now properly. Yang Jiwen was speechless. This woman has no tact. But never mind, it's actually his responsibility. Half-year bonus. He spoke softly, but it made the woman breathe a sigh of relief. As for the apology, you can handle it yourself. He shook his head and ignored it. He wanted to make a phone call to ask his elders at home about the information of the black card he had just seen. Okay, these earrings are fine. Bring that necklace over here too. Lu Feng pointed at one of the necklaces. Surrounded by the spiral is a huge, carefully carved diamond, and the necklace itself is a completely diamond-shaped chain, inlaid with sparkling small diamonds. This is the treasure of their store. Diamond necklace from the Nebula series. Wang Wan took out the necklace carefully. Lu Feng was just about to take it out and put it on Li Xuetong. Feng, no need. Li Xuetong spoke softly, and there was a necklace on her neck. No need to buy another one. It's okay, it's better to be prepared. Lu Feng spoke softly and put the necklace on Li Xuetong. Sure enough, the temperament of the necklace made Li Xuetong look more holy. Well, I want this one too. Xuewei, come here. Looking at Li Xuewei, who was also sitting at the counter, looking at the diamonds on the counter curiously, Lu Feng also spoke softly. Bring out that bracelet. He pointed gently at Wang Wan and saw another bracelet worth more than 2 million yuan. Li Xuewei didn't have pierced ears, so she could make up for it by buying it somewhere else. Hearts and pink diamonds alternate, shining on Li Xuewei's white wrist. Go on, that. Continue speaking to Wang Wan. Finally, the two sisters were stunned when they saw the things placed in front of them. All of this adds up, total? Okay, go ahead and swipe your card, we want all of these. Li Xuetong was slightly stunned and looked at Lu Feng. The card I just gave you. Lu Feng had the wrong idea just now, he was only thinking about what the two sisters could wear, but finally he thought, since they are going to buy them, why not prepare them all, it is better to be prepared. From head to toe, I bought about 10 sets of clothes for each of the two women. There were also some nice looking ones, and he picked some of them too. In the end, the two sisters couldn't help themselves and grabbed his arms. This stopped him. All? Wang Wan covered her mouth in surprise. The necklace, earrings, and bracelets in front of her probably cost tens of millions in total. All of them, this is it. Even with the discount offered by the boss, she didn't dare to check out. Looking at the boss standing in the lobby and at the back door, nodding slightly at her, Wang Wan seemed to be able to feel the boss's heartache. Go ahead, and remember to pay the original price. Lu Feng spoke softly to Li Xuetong. Lu Feng didn't think of taking advantage of him, he heard everything Yang Jiwen said just now. After all, for him, money spent is good money. Chapter 43 Wedding Customs. In the end, all the jewelry with a total value of more than 85 million was sold for 80 million yuan by credit card. The boss smiled after seeing Lu Feng leave. Wang Wan was a little curious. Why was the boss so happy even though the discount was not successful? Xiao Wang? Don't understand? Yang Jiwen looked at Wang Wan's curious eyes and spoke softly. I didn't get the discount, but I'm still short of more than 5 million. At least I got to know your classmate Lu Feng. Thinking about how Li Xuetong came to check out just now and refused to accept the 20% discount offer, but finally bargained down to 80 million and the deal was successful. In addition, Lu Feng did not refuse their store's door-to-door delivery service. After all, Lu Feng also felt that it was a bit unsafe to carry so many things in the car. Isn't this also an opportunity to deepen our understanding? Okay, Xiao Wang, you will be in charge of the main counter during the summer vacation. Do a good job. After Yang Jiwen finished speaking, he turned and left, looking a little happy. Wang Wan was also very happy. According to Lu Feng's final payment, her commission was several 100,000. The bathrooms in Magic City should have it. Combined with the sales at the main counter during the next 2 months of summer vacation, the commission should be even higher. Come on, work hard, workers. Sisters Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei walked out of Yang's jewelry store. In the end, they did not change the necklaces on their necks. One of them chose earrings and the other chose a bracelet. Just now, Li Xuetong also discovered the balance in Lu Feng's card, which was more than 800 million. Thinking about these few days, Lu Feng has bought clothes for the two of them for the family one after another, and the total cost has exceeded 100 million. She could only hold Lu Feng's hand tightly again. That's enough. Li Xuetong's words made Lu Feng understand that it was enough. They were just going to attend a classmate's wedding. Looking at the two sisters holding their cell phones, Lu Feng shook his head and continued to take them to buy bags. Soon, all the bags were bought. There was not so much miscellaneous stuff when buying bags. Lu Feng just bought whatever he thought was pretty and the two sisters liked. Lu Feng was unsure about these bags. Some of the expensive ones were really ugly, while some of the cheap ones were quite suitable for his taste. After visiting several stores, he finally bought most of them. Looking at Li Xuetong carrying a handbag and Li Xuewei carrying a small white shoulder bag, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. It was finally possible. For the others, a time was agreed upon for delivery. Lu Feng then realized that it was already noon. Feng, we've bought enough recently. Don't spend money on us anymore. During the meal, Li Shuatong spoke softly. Lu Feng was slightly stunned, then he remembered that he had spent too much money on these two sisters recently. He himself didn't feel anything, maybe Li Shuatong just saw it, so she was a little worried. That's right, Brother Feng. Li Shuawei also nodded in agreement. Just now, the two sisters saw Lu Feng's spending with their own eyes. They didn't feel anything about the clothes in the past few days, after all, they were all ordered by Lu Feng. Li Shuatong was personally in charge of the payment today. She actually saw 100 million being swiped out of Lu Feng's card in just one morning. Well. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Maybe this was too much of a shock for them, but they would get used to it in the future. Take back your bank card. After eating and drinking, it was time to drive to Jinling. They went so late that they didn't know if it would delay Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun's preparations. Didn't these two people call to urge them? Driving the Audi RS7, we had a smooth journey and finally arrived in Jinling City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wenhan, where are you? Lu Feng dialed the number and asked Wang Wenhan on the other end. Following Wang Wenhan's address, we finally found Wang Wenhan's hometown in a small village surrounded by mountains and rivers in Linjiang district. Boss, sister-in-law, and Shuawei, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Seeing Lu Feng's car parked at the door, Wang Wenhan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward. Is your home here? Lu Feng also didn't expect that Wang Wenhan's hometown was in such a place, with beautiful mountains and rivers, fresh air, and green everywhere, which made people feel relaxed and comfortable. Yeah, my hometown. He spoke softly to Lu Feng. Wenhan? An old man spoke softly behind Wang Wenhan. Oh, Dad, let me introduce you. This is the boss of our dormitory, Lu Feng. Boss, this is my dad and mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hearing the voices of Lu Feng, Li Shuatong, and Li Shuawei greeting each other, they both smiled in a friendly manner. It seemed that these young men who drove the luxury car were very easy to get along with. Boss, sister-in-law. The voices of Li Lei and Fan Zhongju also came from not far away. You guys are here too. We're here early. He patted the two men on the shoulders and they smiled at each other. You can't miss your brother's wedding. Mom and Dad, you guys keep busy. I'll take them to Wenjun's place first. Don't worry. Wang Wenhan said that Li Shuatong would be the bridesmaid and Li Shuawei would also stay at Li Wenjun's house tonight. Wang Wenhan's home is at the foot of the mountain, while Li Wenjun's home is slightly higher on the mountainside. Yeah, okay. Be careful. When the two old men heard this, they gave instructions, nodded, and walked away. They actually had a lot of things to do. Led by Wang Wenhan, everyone arrived quickly. Boss, I'm not going in. Wang Wenhan spoke in a bamboo forest, and through conversation along the way, everyone understood the customs here. On the day before the wedding, the groom cannot go to the bride's house, and it is best for the two not to meet each other, for the sake of long-term happiness in the future. Lu Feng shook his head and didn't understand. Shuatong, Shuawei, go up by yourselves. He took a look and saw two people from Li Shuatong's dormitory who had come out to greet them not far away. As expected, all the people from their dormitory had come. Lu Feng said to the two sisters, and the two sisters nodded. When you go to a place, you should respect the customs of each place. Let's go back and see if there's anything else we need to do. Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Wang Wenhan, who was eager to try. As expected, young people no longer care so much about those ancient traditions. Let's go, boss. Actually, there's nothing to do. Looking at Lu Feng, Wang Wenhan also smiled and said that the next day was his big day and he wanted to make good use of Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng's authority is deeply rooted in everyone's heart at school. Why not take this opportunity today to repay you? But unfortunately, the elders at home have already prepared everything. Although they returned early, Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun were separated by the two elders as soon as they arrived home. I wanted to be more affectionate, but now I have no chance. By the way, you're picking up the bride from the hometown to the city, right? On the way back, Lu Feng asked softly. He was just wondering why they came here, but the banquet was held at the Linjiang Hotel in the city. It's probably because of this. Yes. Wang Wenhan nodded. He and Li Wenjun's wedding house was in the urban area of Linjiang district, which was their hometown. This time, the wedding process would start directly from their hometown and go to the new house to get married. Lu Feng also understood. By the way, boss, tomorrow morning, I may have to tie ribbons, flowers, and balloons on your car. Wang Wenhan spoke with some concern. After all, Landwin's car is a new car. It's okay. You know who I am. And since you're getting married, I'm here to take advantage of your good fortune. Lu Feng said with a smile. The three of them also recalled that, like Lu Feng's computer in the dormitory, Lu Feng actually hardly played with it, and the three of them took turns playing with it. Lu Feng probably only used that computer for 1/10 of the time. The four of them talked and laughed along the way, and when they returned to Wang Wenhan's home, they found that there were already a lot of people surrounding Lu Feng's car, talking about it. I saw a little child, holding up the hood with his hands, but still trying to move his feet upwards. Wang Wenhan immediately stepped forward, grabbed the naughty kid, pulled him down, and yelled, "What are you doing? Chapter 44 should be in trouble. Wenhan, what are you doing?" A middle-aged woman stood aside, looking at her little grandson who was standing unsteadily, and quickly called out. "Second aunt, your grandson? That's a bit too much." Wang Wenhan then hurriedly squatted down and took a closer look. Fortunately, there was no damage to the paint of the Landwind car. It seemed that they came back in time. "Second brother, it's okay." Lu Feng took a quick look and found that the car was fine. The little guy just wanted to climb up, but he hadn't climbed up yet. "Wenhan, my grandson didn't do anything excessive. He just wanted to play on the roof of the car. It won't cause any trouble." "Hey young man, this is your car, right? Do you mind?" The middle-aged woman looked indignant and said nonchalantly. At this moment, her grandson, who was almost pulled to the ground by Wang Wenhan, was holding her trouser legs tightly, with his mouth pursed and a sad face, as if tears were about to fall to the ground at the next moment. "Wenhan, yes, isn't this car an Audi? Why don't you ask that young man to open it and take a look? Wenqin's little grandson just wants to go up there and play. It won't have any impact." Someone nearby also spoke up. When Lu Feng heard this, he was stunned and looked surprised. No wonder Wang Wenhan would ask to lend his car to save face. This family is not easy to get along with. It's true. Wang Wenhan looked unhappy. He knew that Lu Feng's car was new. If he allowed these naughty kids to do whatever they wanted, there is no way around getting scratched. Don't you have any self-awareness? If it gets scratched, can you afford the compensation? Second aunt, your little grandson, you should go back to your own car and play. It doesn't matter what you want to play with. This car is not mine, it belongs to my boss. Forget it. Wang Wenhan spoke softly and looked at his second aunt's family with an unhappy expression. This second aunt's family had always been at odds with his family. This time when Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun got married, they did a lot of gossiping and stirring up trouble. So much so that now, whenever he sees his boss driving a new car, he will come over to comment on it and take the opportunity to show off. Isn't it just an Audi? Xiaohao, how about playing with it? It's not like I don't have one at home. Wang Wenhan's second aunt Lu Wenqin spoke softly. Thinking of her own Audi A4L, she took the initiative to offer it to Wang Wenhan as the wedding car, but Wang Wenhan actually refused. Are there big differences between these two cars? They are both Audis, so how can our own car be inferior to this one? Actually accepted a stranger's car. Let's play, second aunt, how does your Audi compare to this one? Second aunt, don't you have any idea? Wang Wenhan spoke completely rudely and in a sarcastic tone, shocking everyone around him. I have never seen Wang Wenhan speak to his elders so confidently before. You. Wang Wenhan's second aunt, Lu Wenqin, pointed her finger at Wang Wenhan and trembled continuously. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Wenhan? Wang Wenhan's father came out. He had just seen a group of people gathered here, but he didn't know what had happened. So he walked in and asked softly. Dad, it's okay. This is the wedding car I told you about. Ignoring his second aunt who was standing there trembling with anger, Wang Wenhan turned to his father Wang Shenjun and said, Mom, what's wrong with you? Just then, a beautiful woman with heavy makeup and black stockings, barely 1.6 meters tall, walked in, looked at Lu Wenqin and the others, and called out softly. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, and he doesn't know the kindness of a good person. Seeing the woman's puzzled look, Lu Wenqin uttered something silently before she began to explain. I just want Xiaohao to get on this car and play with it. Lu Wenqin then pointed at Lu Feng's car. I didn't expect Wenhan would not let me. He almost made my grandson fall. Lu Wenqin spoke with a dissatisfied look on her face. Only then did the beauty turn around and notice Lu Feng's car. Audi? No, not the same model of Audi as our own. Wenhan, is this your main wedding car? Wang Xinjun spoke softly from the side. He had no objection to Wang Wenhan's suggestion on who would be the main wedding car, as long as Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun were satisfied. However, when he heard that Lu Wenqin wanted to lend her beloved car to Wang Wenhan, he was also dissatisfied. That was clearly a smug tone, thinking he couldn't hear it. Decisively refused. Lu Wenqin's family became wealthy early, and among many relatives, they are considered relatively wealthy, but Lu Wenqin's way of dealing with people is really average. I didn't accept it last time, so I've made a note of it now. It shouldn't be that serious. But he remembered that Wang Wenhan had told him that the Landwin car must not be cheap, at least more than 3 million. It is more than 10 times different from that of Lu Wenqin's family. Being the main wedding car, is there still any controversy about this? Wenqin, don't let your grandson mess around and dirty my car. After all, this is a new car. Wang Xinjun spoke softly, his tone full of consolation, but there was something wrong with his words. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenqin quit after hearing this. It's just a new car. It's just a broken Audi. Broken Audi? Seeing this scene, Lu Feng finally came out. Mom! The black silk lady spoke softly at the side, she just checked it on her phone. Here, this Audi is not their Audi. Shut up! After directly interrupting her daughter's words, Lu Wenqin continued to speak to Lu Feng. Hey boy, it's just an Audi, right? You won't be reluctant to part with it. Hearing this, Lu Feng laughed out of anger. The idea of arguing that had just arisen in his mind disappeared immediately. There was no need to say too much to this kind of person. As long as you can learn a good lesson from this when the time comes to settle the score later, you can talk about it first. And to be honest, it's just a car, it shouldn't be necessary. I took out the key, pressed the unlock button, the lights flashed a few times, and the car locks were unlocked. Auntie, please do as you please. Gently pointing at his car, Lu Feng silently retreated to his brother's side. Boss? Wang Wenhan spoke with a conflicted look on his face. He thought Lu Feng was trying not to affect him. Although Lu Feng had the same thought in his mind, he still shook his head. Fine. Go, little grandson. Looking at the happy face of her little grandson, Lu Wenqin spoke with satisfaction. Come here. A hurried voice came from not far away. Everyone looked again and found that Lu Wenqin's son-in-law, Wang Xingbin, had already run over angrily. He grabbed his son Xiaohao and lifted him behind him. It seemed that his son's feet were just a little bit away from touching the paint of Landwin's car. Only then did Wang Xingbin breathe a sigh of relief. Xingbin, you're here? Lu Wenqin spoke softly to her son-in-law Wang Xingbin, her tone full of doubt. There was no more arrogance in their words. After all, Wang Xingbin was the one in charge. But why is he in such a hurry? The child's cry was particularly loud. Lu Wenqin looked down and saw her little grandson. Wang Xingbin's rough action made her cry. Lu Wenqin immediately walked up anxiously and was about to take her grandson from Wang Xingbin. Wife, you and mom, take your son and go home first. After handing his son to the beautiful woman standing beside him, Wang Xingbin spoke to Lu Wenqin in a deep voice. Go home, what home? When Lu Wenqin heard this, she spoke in disbelief. She came to help Wang Shengjuan's family, and her own son wants to go back by himself? Where can she put her face? I said go back. Wang Xingbin shouted angrily in a low voice. Wife, take mom and Xiaohao back. He spoke to his wife in a serious tone, seeing a stern look in her eyes that she had never seen in her husband's eyes before. The beauty in high heels then realized that her husband had never done this before. Mom, you are in trouble. Chapter 45 Can't wait. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenqin completely exploded when she heard what Wang Xingbin said. Wang Xingbin, I'm here to help your family because I respect your family. It's just a car, are you trying to drive me away? If you want to go, I'll continue. I'm going back to my hometown. After saying that, he wanted to hold his little grandson's hand. Wang Xingbin directly opened her hand. Seeing this, Lu Wenqin simply sat down on the ground. He started crying loudly and throwing a tantrum. The huge noise attracts a lot of attention around. Wang Xingxian glanced at the two people on the ground. He couldn't control Lu Wenqin, nor did he want to control him, but he was his own son. I noticed the dangerous light in my father's eyes when he looked at me. Xiaohao understood that if he didn't stop, he would be greeted by a storm. She immediately stopped crying and just continued sobbing silently. Wang Xingxian glanced at his wife and gestured to her. The beautiful woman in high heels came up, looked at the son in her arms, and then looked at his mother who was throwing a tantrum on the ground. Forget it, she can't do anything about it. She already understood Wang Xingxian's look just now. It's okay to go back to your own home, but it's also okay to go back to your hometown. This is how Xiaohao was spoiled in the past. Looking at his wife's actions, Wang Mingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his wife was more sensible. The beauty in high heels pulled her sobbing son and walked straight outside, ignoring her mother Lu Wenqin. As for Lu Wenqin, she will catch up. Lu Wenqin was also stunned. She didn't expect that just like that, no one would care about her. Looking around, the calm eyes of the people around me felt like needles pricking me at this moment, and their usual expressions seemed full of mockery. That feeling made her want to find a hole to dig immediately. But he immediately stopped throwing a tantrum and spoke as if nothing had happened. Daughter, wait for me. Lu Wenqin quickly got up and chased after the two people who had just left. Wanhan, and this brother, I'm really sorry. Uncle, I'm sorry. It's the problem between my mother and my son. Wang Xingbin then apologized to everyone. Seeing that the matter ended like this, Lu Feng, who had been looking forward to the further development of the matter, also smiled and shook his head. Wang Xingxian was a good person. Fine. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and said, Xingbin, you should take good care of your kid. Wang Xinjun spoke softly, but he didn't say anything about Lu Wenqin. With Lu Wenqin's personality, it could only be said that Wang Xingbin was unfortunate. Well, uncle, everyone, I'll be leaving first. Sorry to bother you all. He apologized to everyone around him. Okay, Xingbin boy, go. The people around then smiled and spoke. Everyone, this car belongs to this young man. It's a new car, worth more than 3 million. Please pay attention to it. Wang Xinjun spoke softly to the people around who had not yet dispersed, and continued to invite Lu Feng and the other two. Xiaofeng, Xiaolei, you passed the exam. Let's go in and sit down. After saying that, he led the three of them into the house. When everyone heard the price, they understood why Wang Xingxian behaved as he did just now. More than 3 million. If it breaks, it could really bankrupt them. Lu Wenqin, just be thankful. I glanced at the black Audi parked quietly. It seems to be a little bit cooler than Wang Xingxian's Audi. Boy, can you help me check? An old man spoke softly to his grandson beside him. Good. The little grandson held the mobile phone and used it skillfully. These elderly people in my hometown are still not very good at using mobile phones. When Wang Xingxian arrived at his car, he found that his wife, son, and mother-in-law Lu Wenqin were all waiting for him there. Lu Wenqin glanced at Wang Xingxian unhappily. If it wasn't for the distance back to her home in the city, she would have walked by herself no matter what. Get in the car. Lu Wenqin started the car and watched his wife and son get in, but he was still a little hesitant. Wang Xingxian stepped on the accelerator, and suddenly, the huge roar of the engine scared Lu Wenqin. Mom, get in the car. Looking at Wang Xingxian who was about to start the car and leave, Liren shouted, if she hadn't held him back. Lu Wenqin must definitely be thrown here. Feeling Wang Xingxian's actions, which might really leave her here. Lu Wenqin got into the car reluctantly and hesitantly. Feeling the silent atmosphere in the car along the way, it was the beauty who spoke first. Mom, that car just now. Still mentioning that car. When Lu Wenqin heard her daughter's words, she felt like a powder keg that was ignited, and a shrill scream was heard. Wang Xingxian slammed on the brakes, and the three people in the back seat, except him, became unstable and thrust forward, almost hitting the back of the seat in front. That car costs at least 3 million. Wang Xingxian's voice came faintly, and then he took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. So, Mom, do you think that my achievements are something you can brag about in front of others? Put out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. Only then did he start the car and Wang Xingxian continued to drive forward. Lu Wenqin and Wang Xingxian's wife both fell silent. As for his son Xiaohao, he had just fallen asleep and didn't wake up even when the brakes were applied suddenly. Boss, we're going to the city in a little while, and we're going to check out the rooms over there. We'll set off tomorrow morning after we decorate the wedding car in the city. Then we'll come pick up Wenjun. The people who were chatting with each other were inquiring about Wang Wenhan's past love affairs, full of the fun of eating melons. After dinner, time had unknowingly reached 6 o'clock, and Wang Wenhan then spoke. Yeah, okay. I sent a message to Li Shuetong and Li Shuewei, and they were also making preparations in an orderly manner. Lu Feng then spoke. After watching his car drive out, the cars behind him dared to follow. Lu Feng also drove slowly this time. Glancing at the traffic in the rearview mirror, Lu Feng discovered that the wedding car Wang Wenhan was using this time was one of the cars owned by many of his relatives and friends. Although the styles of the wedding cars were varied, there were quite a few of them. Wenhan, do you need a convoy? He spoke softly to Wang Wenhan. The four brothers in the dormitory were still riding in Lu Feng's car together. No need. Wang Wenhan shook his head slightly. There's no need to be so extravagant. The cars we have for our relatives and friends are enough. Add to that the boss's wedding car, it's luxurious enough. When they arrived at the bridal chamber, everything had already been arranged, so Lu Feng and his companions did not stay for too long as they had other things to do. The whole night was spent rehearsing the wedding process, and the time passed quickly. Before going to the hotel to sleep, Li Shuetong and her sister even video called Lu Feng for several hours. The hotel has been booked. Wang Wenhan's family has already made a reservation in advance for their guests. So, there are still differences in how people behave and do things. Early in the morning, Lu Feng, who had not yet woken up, was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Looking at Wang Wenhan's name on the phone, Lu Feng had expected it. This guy really can't sleep. Boss, here we come. By the time Lu Feng drove to the flower shop, he saw that most of the vehicles had completed their preparations. So early, can't wait? Lu Feng smiled gently and said. Wang Wenhan looked exhausted, but excited. It was obvious that he did not sleep well. Ha ha. Wang Wenhan just smiled. This kind of important event in life would happen to everyone. Boss, let's go get the wedding car. The car is decorated with wedding figurines, flowers, balloons, and ribbons. A big happy character is pasted on the window, and the wedding car is perfectly formed. I took a look and saw the sky was just beginning to brighten. Wearing a groom's suit and holding flowers, Wang Wenhan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could not hide his excitement and happiness, with a big smile on his face. Chapter 46 The Wedding. When we arrived not far from Li Wenjun's house, the car could no longer drive in. The groom is here, everyone get ready. The sharp-eyed people had already spotted the convoy and someone shouted loudly. Wine glasses began to pile up on the road not far away, all the way to the door. Red envelope, red envelope. Seeing Wang Wenhan and his group approaching, a group of children rushed over. The group was quickly blocked by the group of children in front of them, and many children shouted with joy. Yes, yes, everyone has it. Wang Wenhan took out the red envelope from his bag. Fortunately he was prepared. It's for you, make way. And yours. Sprinkle all the way and move forward. Soon we arrived at the second level. The recent rise of wine. So much. Taking a quick look, everyone found that there were at least more than 200 glasses of beer from here to the door, although they were all in small glasses. I was secretly shocked when I saw it. But luckily, they already have a secret weapon. Everyone, come together. Several of Wang Wenhan's friends have walked forward and pretended to pick up a glass of wine. Before he even started drinking, he quickly used his hands and feet. While everyone was not paying attention, he moved forward and kicked all the wine glasses in front of him away. The people around her, including her family members and onlookers, were about to stop her. Someone behind Wang Wenhan immediately stepped forward and tried to hug the person who was trying to stop him, while continuing to knock over the wine glass. Everyone was fighting fiercely, it was so lively. Soon we arrived at the steps in front of the door. Well, the third level is here. Wenhan, you want to marry my daughter? Drink it. Li Wenjun's father sat on the steps with a bold look, pointing at the 2 glasses of white wine on the stool in front of him. Uncle, this? Upon hearing this name, Li Wenjun's father, who had been smiling, suddenly looked gloomy. Still calling me uncle? Dad. Hearing this, Wang Wenhan quickly changed his tone, raised his glass and toasted Li Wenjun's father. I toast to you. As soon as he drank a little, the stimulating, spicy and burning sensation of the liquor rushed directly into Wang Wenhan's throat. Wang Wenhan simply closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the wine glass, Wang Wenhan's face was now as red as a freshly steamed lobster. Just when I was about to pick up another cup, I found it was empty. Won-han, you're a good boy. I'll leave my daughter to you. Li Wenjun's father spoke softly, stood up and made way. He was the one who drank the cup just now. As the mother's family, all we have to look at is Wang Wonhan's attitude. Okay, Dad, Mom. After taking a look at Li Wenjun's mother who had gathered around him, Wang Wonhan spoke solemnly. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng felt a little emotional. Soon everyone arrived at the last level, opened the door, the bride's boudoir. Wenjun, I'm here. In Li Wenjun's bedroom, besides Li Wenjun, there were Li Xuetong, Li Xuewei, Zhang Yulan, and Su Min. Today, Li Xuetong and other two are bridesmaids, and Li Xuewei serves as the flower girl. Wang Wonhan knocked on the door gently. Come. Before he could finish his words, Li Wenjun's voice cut off. Groom, the bride has asked us to ask you some questions. Once you've answered them, you can come in. But if you don't, think about it carefully, because you have to answer them carefully. Su Min's voice came from behind the door. Ask. Wang Wonhan took a deep breath. Fortunately, he and Li Wenjun had discussed this in advance. Looking at the confident Wang Wonhan, Lu Feng silently cheered for him in his heart. After all, Li Xuetong accidentally let the cat out of the bag last night. Question: when you were a kid, you found that you couldn't beat Li Wenjun. What did you think? Su Min asked a question directly, which completely stunned Wang Wonhan. There was no such question in his conversation with Li Wenjun. In the boudoir, Li Wenjun looked helpless as she watched Su Min and Zhang Yulan smiling. These were prepared questions, as a routine procedure, but they were changed by these two people. However, when she looked at the questions prepared by Su Min, she was still a little curious. I'm going to go home and scare her with firecrackers. Wang Wonhan. Li Wenjun's voice came, full of disbelief. This guy, what a horrific act. Firecrackers, no now. But as for the washboard, I still have one at home, so I'll take it with me and leave it for Wang Wonhan tonight. Seeing Wang Wonhan's tough answer, Lu Feng and the onlookers silently gave him a thumbs up. Ask, do you think you are better than Wenjun, or Wenjun is better than you? Wenjun Qiang. Looking at myself, I was praised by everyone for answering a question just now. Wang Wonhan also broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. If you answer truthfully, I'm afraid you will die without leaving any dregs. Question: when you found out that Wenjun surpassed you in math for the first time in junior high school, she scored 150 and you scored 149, what did you think at that time? Ask, after the college entrance examination. Why did you dare to kiss Wenjun forcefully? Last one, do you love Wenjun? Like. As the questions were asked and answered, everyone seemed to witness Wang Wonhan and Li Wenjun's journey. I got fed a mouthful of dog food again. Come in. With Wang Wonhan's final firm answer, the door slowly opened, and everyone saw Li Wenjun sitting quietly on the bed inside, and 4 people standing beside her. Wind. Brother Feng. Seeing Lu Feng coming in, Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei hurried over, one holding his hand while the other hugged his arm in a familiar manner. Looking at the two sisters, Lu Feng nodded slightly. The sound of firecrackers popping could be heard outside, and everyone knew that it was time to say goodbye. Everyone can follow Li Wenjun and set off. Wenjun. Wang Wonhan stretched out his hand and gestured to Li Wenjun, and Li Wenjun understood. Reach out your hand, pull gently, and embrace it. Next, it's Wang Wonhan's turn to perform, but he must not let her down and carry her directly into the wedding car. Feng, what are you doing? On the way back to the city, Li Xuetong looked at Lu Feng, who was in the driver's seat. Lu Feng did not drive his own car. Instead, he drove this car. It should be because Li Xuetong and the other 3 were in the car. Open it in turns. Lu Feng smiled softly. It was exactly as Li Xuetong thought. The journey was smooth and the vehicles stopped and started frequently. By noon, all the vehicles had arrived in an orderly manner in front of Linjian Hotel. As soon as Wang Wonhan and Li Wenjun got off the car, fireworks bloomed all over the sky, beautiful music played, and it was full of good wishes. Feng, let's go together. Li Xuetong and the other 2 are bridesmaids, Li Xuewei is the flower girl, and Lu Feng is the best man. They all have a lot to do today. The moment I entered the door, the bell rang at just the right time. The huge wedding stage is facing the entrance, with a flower arch standing there. A long red carpet stretches from the wedding stage to the door, and above that is the stairway to happiness. The three brothers Lu Feng from Wang Wanhan's dormitory and the three sisters Li Xuetong from Li Wenjun's dormitory have already taken their positions. At the intersection of the flower arches, fireworks were used to send blessings to Wang Wanhan and Li Wenjun. Today is the wedding day of the groom, Mr. Wang Wanhan, and the bride, Ms. Li Wenjun. Today, we are gathered together, and the two of you are standing face to face. Now, I would like to ask you a question. After a long speech by the wedding host, the most exciting moment finally arrived. Groom Wang Wanhan, are you willing to marry this beautiful Miss Li Wenjun? No matter good or bad, rich or poor, healthy or sick, happy or sad, I will always love her, take care of her, be together forever, share the ups and downs, accompany her all the way, and grow old together. Are you willing? I do. Wang Wanhan's voice came out excitedly, with uncontrollable joy on his face. Bride Li Wenjun, are you willing to marry this handsome Mr. Wang Wanhan? No matter good or bad times, rich or poor, healthy or sick, happy or sad, I will always love him, take care of him, be together forever, share the ups and downs, accompany him all the way, and grow old together. Are you willing? He doesn't want to. At the door, a voice suddenly came, interrupting the excitement at the scene. Chapter 47, A Gentle Lesson. Sorry. He doesn't want to. A figure came in from the door. Ever since Lu Feng and the other two saw the figure, they immediately felt that the figure looked a little familiar. He is actually an alumnus of our school. What is his name? Su Hao, right? Lu Feng remembered what Wang Wanhan had told him before, and it turned out to be true. Su Hao, what are you doing? Lu Feng immediately walked up and stood in front of Su Hao. Seeing this, Li Lei and Fan Zhongju also walked up immediately. Lu Feng's voice surprised everyone, but many relatives of Wang Wanhan and Li Wenjun immediately surrounded him. Wenjun, what's going on? Li Wenjun's mother spoke anxiously, asking what was going on as this person, a man, suddenly showed up. Could it be that her daughter was out there doing something like this? It must be really embarrassing to have such a thing as a wedding robbery on the spot. Mom, this has nothing to do with Wenjun. This guy is here to find me. It was Wang Wanhan who spoke first, which really scared everyone. Are you here to find him? This Wang Wanhan, no way, is actually made of glass. Never heard of it. What does Li Wenjun want from marrying him? Su Hao, what are you doing here? Lu Feng gently stopped Su Hao, but did not dare to move forward too much. The man in front of me has really abnormal hobbies. It's still a bit scary for men with normal sexual orientation to come into contact with him. Su Hao, no matter what you showed up for. Leave now and I can pretend that nothing happened. Wang Wanhan appeared in front of him and looked at Su Hao. He had just been kind enough to help this junior move things, but he didn't expect to be entangled like this. But fortunately, he had already told Li Wenjun in advance. Wang Wanhan turned around and saw that Li Wenjun looked a little unhappy. At the wedding, or exactly at this time, she was probably the one that everyone suspected first. Fortunately, Wang Wanhan took the initiative to speak. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. This Su Hao is so persistent. He is still a married man. It really gives me goosebumps and makes my hair stand on end. Looking at Wang Wanhan coming over. Su Hao was filled with excitement and was about to speak. I said, get out. Wang Wanhan couldn't help it, and kicked Su Hao directly, knocking him over. As for his relationship with Su Hao, in Wang Wanhan's impression, he had only met him a few times and they were just nodding acquaintances. This person actually caused trouble at his wedding, he deserves to be beaten to death. After kicking him over, he gestured to Li Lei and Fan Zhongju. The two of them smiled bitterly. They didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of person. But there was no other way. There were only two of them handling it here, and they didn't dare to call Lu Feng. He directly carried Su Hao's figure and walked outside like a 100-meter sprint. I'll go help you with that. Lu Feng spoke softly to Wang Wanhan, who nodded. Wenjun, I'm sorry. Dear friends and family, I am very sorry. Wang Wanhan quickly spoke up and apologized to everyone. No matter who this kind of thing happens to, they will feel unhappy. Wanhan. Li Wenjun's father spoke softly and looked at the boy in front of him. Could it be that they had misjudged him? Dad, it's none of his business. When Li Wenjun saw this situation, she quickly spoke up. Although she was unhappy, she knew that it was not Wang Wanhan's fault. Dad, it really has nothing to do with me. Wang Wanhan also spoke with a helpless look on his face, this matter happened so suddenly. He was suddenly struck by lightning and felt like crying but had no tears. Let's hold the wedding first. Li Wenjun came over to smooth things over and quickly called over the MC and host. He apologized again to everyone. Only then did he calm everyone down and return to their seats. I do. With the two people's voices, no one interrupted the wedding this time, and the ceremony was completed smoothly and successfully. Now, exchange rings. The host shouted loudly. Although what happened in the middle was surprising, the two newlyweds still made it this far. He still felt very comforted. Li Shuawei held two red boxes and gently handed them to the two people. With the moment the ring was put on the ring finger, it also indicated that the two had finally achieved their goal and become husband and wife. Kiss, kiss. Looking at the two people on the stage with happy faces and full smiles, someone in the audience suddenly spoke up. When someone spoke, others followed. Soon, many people in the venue began to shout loudly. The whole banquet hall became bustling with activity. The impact of what had just happened was quietly eliminated without anyone noticing. The two people on the stage were a little shy, but their hearts were pounding under everyone's enthusiastic encouragement. It was the first time we kissed in front of so many people. Wang Wenhan was bolder and directly held Li Wenjun's cheek. Wenjun, you finally married me. He kissed her gently, and fireworks continued to bloom, covering the two figures in a sea of flowers. After a long time, their lips parted, both of their faces filled with happy smiles. Wenhan, think about how you're going to repay me. Li Wenjun gently twisted her fingers around Wang Wenhan's waist and spoke with a smile on her face. Wang Wenhan was stunned, knowing that what happened today still had an impact on Li Wenjun. Okay, I'll compensate you in any way you want. Wang Wenhan spoke softly, took Li Wenjun's hand, and then went to toast. They went from table to table and finally finished their work. Both of them were a little tired, so they came to the table of Lu Feng's best man and bridesmaid. They had not eaten yet. Boss, how did you solve it? Wang Wenhan asked Lu Feng angrily. That Su Hao actually did such a thing to disgust him. It's okay, I'll just give him a gentle lesson, and he won't appear again. Lu Feng spoke softly. Li Lei and Fan Zhongju remembered that they had pulled Su Hao out. Lu Feng just came over and tapped Su Hao a few times, and Su Hao couldn't help but let out a shrill cry of pain. Don't let us see you. Looking at Su Hao, who was curled up in a ball and didn't dare to say anything, they both understood. This is a spineless guy. Well, this was indeed a slight lesson. After all, neither of them saw how Lu Feng attacked Su Hao. Okay, let's eat. After you eat, I'll send you to the wedding room. Lu Feng opened his mouth softly, and finally came to the last procedure, which is commonly known as being sent to the bridal chamber. Everyone looked at each other and saw a feeling of liberation in their eyes. This wedding is really not easy to organize. It was successfully delivered to the bridal chamber and the dress was changed back. Everyone said goodbye. After all, let us forget about the bridal chamber disturbance. This was a joint decision made by Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun and cannot be mentioned. Brother Feng, your car. After sending Wang Wenhan and Li Wenjun to the bridal chamber, everyone else had said goodbye to Lu Feng and the other two, and the young man who had exchanged cars with Lu Feng returned Lu Feng's car keys. The young man's face was filled with joy. After all, how could his own domestic car worth tens of thousands of yuan be compared with Landwin's car? He was able to satisfy his luxury car addiction. Why, are you tired? After taking a look at the two sisters Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei, Lu Feng spoke softly. The two of them kept yawning and had obvious dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't sleep well last night. Lu Feng asked with concern. Let's go find a hotel and rest. Chapter 48 PK. Do you want me to help you? The hotel that Wang Wenhan rented was cancelled. Wang Wenhan was so thoughtful that he even booked a room for them for 2 days. Lu Feng found a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel and watched the two sisters, Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei, come out of the shower, their bodies exposed without any shyness on their faces. Lu Feng touched his nose silently. It turned out that these two sisters had colluded with each other long ago. Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei were indeed tired, and they fell into a deep sleep not long after entering the room. Lu Feng was a bit bored being alone. Today, by the way, I forgot to sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary hacker ability. The system's voice rang in Lu Feng's mind, and Lu Feng was immediately surprised. Hacker ability? Hacker ability related to computers? But what as the use of a beginner? However, thinking about the capabilities of the system, Lufeng still felt that he could not underestimate the capabilities of the system's junior hackers. Soon, with the transmission of the system, it was indeed revealed that this hacking ability was actually computer-related hacking ability. It's not just elementary level, but also not just ordinary elementary level. According to the system definition, Lufeng's hacking ability is already extremely terrifying on Blue Star. Basically, the god of the internet. Is it that powerful? I thought of Luo Xingping and his son who had offended me, and I wondered if there was any information about them on the internet. He turned on the computer in the room, logged in, searched, and followed the clues. Sure enough, Lufeng discovered that there were some secrets in this network. However, it seems that there is no obvious record, so it should be the information that is only independently recorded and stored locally. Lufeng didn't force it, at least it was enough to know that it existed. Nothing to do again? Why not go to the Xiaorizi website and have a look? The internet world is unobstructed, from the Daily Cabinet, National Police Agency, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, etc. Lufeng browsed through them all. It was not until he joined the Ministry of Defense that Lufeng began to feel obvious pressure. The level of network security confidentiality here has obviously been raised to a higher level. Forget it, let us not wander around for now. I thought of my childhood relationship with the United States. This is the protection a father gives to his son. After turning off the computer, Lufeng opened the short video. It was quite interesting to watch it as a leisure activity. As I scrolled through the videos one by one, suddenly, a familiar face appeared before my eyes. The bottle doesn't taste good? Isn't this the delicious bottle from last time? So I changed its name. Why not click in and take a look? After all, this girl, on the platform that Lufeng saw, with the blessing of the 4 major evil arts in Asia and the terrifying space distortion technique, there are few internet celebrities who can match this girl's appearance. Is it just the figure? Well, this milk bottle can only be said to have good looks, but as for the figure, it only has good looks. It is definitely impossible for ordinary people to have an airport that can take off and land airplanes. Host, let's dance. Anchor, where is your big brother from last time? He hasn't shown up in so many days. Did he abandon you? Anchor, you are so beautiful, I love you. Anchor, your live broadcast is so boring, why don't you use a Gatling gun or drive a train? I see you don't want to see the dance. Look at the legs, Anchor. There were a lot more people in the live broadcast room than last time, but not too many, only about 1,000 or so. Yun Chuqing looked at the situation in the live broadcast room, feeling a little helpless. Lufeng's crazy gift-giving behavior last time had already brought her a lot of attention. However, she failed to seize the opportunity and her enthusiasm faded quickly. I don't have any talent, I can just chat and sing, and that is not too shabby. Recently, quite a few big brothers have come here, except for a few who support her. Most of them see that throwing money around doesn't make any splash, so what's the point? They left one by one. However, looking at the popularity of the female internet celebrities who are just around the corner, it would be a lie to say that she is not envious. Forget it, Yun Chuqing shook her head. Don't think too much about it. Just do your best first. Lufeng clicked into the live broadcast room. The name that appeared suddenly caused a little splash in the live broadcast room. It's Brother Feng. The mysterious rich man has reappeared. Host, are you blessed? There were also people who had never seen it before and asked, who is this? You don't even know Brother Feng. The super rich man who spent 500 million dubi on the milk bottle last time. The moment Yun Chuqing saw Lufeng enter the live broadcast room, a ripple arose in her originally calm heart. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for such a long time, what do you want to do? All the messages she sent to Brother Feng fell on deaf ears and there was no response. Could it be that he saw it now? However, there was no time to hesitate. During this period, her good sister told her a lot of things to pay attention to during live broadcasts, and a welcome voice immediately came out directly from the live broadcast room. Welcome Brother Feng. Yun Chuqing was the first to greet Lufeng, and looking at Lufeng's profile picture, she was a little hesitant. At this moment, a PK connection came over. Yun Chuqing didn't click this time. She has been losing more than winning in PK recently. And she doesn't like PK either, it's just a waste of money. Moreover, if she loses in a PK, the opponent will usually make some demands, which makes her very embarrassed. Answer it, host, why don't you answer it? With Brother Feng here, the anchor shouldn't have to worry. I think we should worry about the host on the other side. Pick up the PK, do you want me to help you? Lu Feng's news was particularly conspicuous in the live broadcast room and was directly displayed in the form of a banner. The level of 50 was probably rare in the platform. No, I won't answer it. Yun Chuqing finally reacted when she saw Lu Feng's message and quickly rejected the PK request. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Forget it, it's boring. I was just thinking about spending my extravagant money again. After all, in Lu Feng's opinion, you have to find a reason to spend money. Forget it, let us go check out other live streaming rooms. Brother Feng gave away interstellar travel in the live broadcast room where the milk bottle tasted bad. Yun Chuqing was stunned. Why was Brother Feng sending another gift? Just as Yun Chuqing was about to thank him for the gift, she saw that Lu Feng's account information had disappeared from the live broadcast room. Swipe through the live broadcast rooms one by one: games, shopping, movies, singing, chatting, dancing, PK, ASMR. What's going on in broad daylight doing ASMR? It looks better at night. After scrolling all the way, I finally found a live broadcast room where a big white leg occupied half of the screen. Well, this is good. After clicking in, a notification to enter the live broadcast room immediately appeared in front of the female anchor inside. Welcome, Brother Feng. Although a few days had passed, Lu Feng's wealth had apparently spread widely in their circle. Do you have any talents? Lu Feng asked in the barrage, looking at the female anchor who was wearing a tank top and shorts, with towering breasts and smooth, white legs. Brother Feng, you can watch whatever you want. The female anchor Xiao Xiao de Taozi spoke immediately. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they began to leave messages crazily. The anchor has seen a real rich man. Sure enough, the super rich are not comparable to people like us. I want to watch the glass cleaning, can you please show me one? You are thinking about eating. Just perform whatever you want. Lu Feng said that this kind of female anchoress performance should be very impactful. Okay, Brother Feng. Following Lu Feng's comments, the female anchor quickly stood up. With a charming expression and seductive eyes, she sat on a chair, twisted her waist, held her chest high, and performed a sexy train dance in the live broadcast room. Chapter 49, Caught in the Act. Brother Feng, are you satisfied? The female anchor, a little peach, just sat down and immediately started talking. She was still breathing slightly, which made her look even more attractive with the rise and fall of her chest. Brother Feng sent a golden dragon to the world in the Little Big Peach live broadcast room. A huge banner appeared in all the live broadcast rooms, shocking all the anchors. This super rich man named Brother Feng appeared again at this moment. This is the first time that gifts have been sent in other live broadcast rooms. Do they all have a chance? Go and see, go and see. Immediately afterwards, the popularity of Xiaoxiada Tada's live broadcast room soared. Little Big Peach looked at the golden dragon sent by Lu Feng, her face full of excitement. She moved closer to the camera, and the grooves on her chest became deeper. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the golden dragon's arrival. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the golden dragon's arrival. Thank you, Brother Feng. While twisting her body slightly, she kept saying thank you. Continue? In the live broadcast room of The Bottle Is Not Tasty to Drink, Yun Chuqing also saw the banner and somehow felt a little uncomfortable. Then he shook his head, shaking the thought off. What does Brother Feng have to do with her? How could she think like that? Host, your super rich man is leaving? Anchor, you are so useless that even the rich can't catch you. Let's go to the live broadcast room where the super rich man is giving gifts and see what's so special about that anchor. Soon, the number of people in Yun Chuqing's live broadcast room dropped below 1,000. Lu Feng continued to send messages, and Little Big Peach looked at the message. I was also very excited. After just 3 minutes of dancing, I had a golden dragon descending into the world. What's next? I wonder, Brother Feng, what style do you like? Little Big Peach spoke seductively. Lu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect there would be such a service. Whatever you like. Lu Feng was not picky. He stepped into the live broadcast room purely because the female anchor was good-looking and had a great figure. Men always have a heart that appreciates beauty. Well, Brother Feng, I'll dance again. Soon, another sexy dance was over, with a tube top and a seductive look. There was slight sweat on Little Big Peach's forehead, which was due to tiredness and excitement. Just now, Lu Feng sent another golden dragon into the world while she was dancing. Thank you, Brother Phone. Little Big Peach's face flushed and she was a little ecstatic. Brother Phone, I sent you a private message. Before Lu Feng wanted to continue posting comments, he didn't expect Xiao Xiao de Taozi to speak first. Private message? Lu Feng stepped out and took a look. He had never seen 99 plus messages. There were messages from Little Big Peach just now, and from Milk Bottle ISNT drinking well. There were also many people he didn't know who sent even more messages. I gently clicked on All Read and clicked on the message sent by Xiao Xiao de Taozi. Brother Phone, do you have any special needs? You can be satisfied with everything. Seeing this private message, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Is this the kind of special demand he was thinking of? What can you do? I can do anything. The reply came quickly. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. He could do anything. This couldn't be a killing of hundreds or thousands of people. This is indeed a bit scary. No matter how beautiful she is, this kind of person is not his type. 1. Little Big Peach looked at the message sent by Lu Feng and was a little confused. What does this one mean? Then, as if he thought of something, he shook his head a little disappointedly. She has many older brothers, and based on her behavior, it is certainly impossible that what Lu Feng said is true. After all, without these big brothers, she wouldn't be able to learn so many postures, and she wouldn't dare to say that anything is okay. No. I sent her a private message feeling a little disappointed, and now she knows there is no possibility. Okay, then dance and let me enjoy it. After Lu Feng sent the private message, he clicked back into the live broadcast room. Seeing Lu Feng's account come back, everyone in the live broadcast room was excited. Just now, the host Xiao Xiao de Taozi asked Fengge to read the private message, and now it seems that he has finished reading it. The deal should be done. After watching a few more dances, I realized that this was all Little Big Peach could dance in the end. Lu Feng was almost done with his appreciation, and he said in a barrage, "Alright, that's it. Just now there was a dance and a gift, and that's just a few more gifts given. Hello, Brother Feng. Goodbye, Brother Feng." Little Peach said goodbye sweetly, watched Lu Feng's account exit the live broadcast room, and then took out her phone again. She still wanted to try one last time. Lu Feng exited the live broadcast room and saw the private message continuing to flash. When I clicked on it, I found it was a message from Xiao Xiao de Taozi. In addition, many other messages were sent one after another. Click in to see photos, videos, and URLs. Brother Feng, this is a personal gift for me. Thank you for the gift, Brother Feng. Please don't spread this, Brother Feng. After taking a look at the message received, Lu Feng didn't expect to receive something like this. This is kind of exciting. After all, compared to what is in front of the camera, these things have been processed more carefully at first glance, and they are completely different from what they are in the live broadcast. Horrible PS technology. After opening it slightly and taking a look, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. The technology here is still a little too poor. After all, he now has the ability of a master photographer. But the pink color after Photoshop shows that Xia people really understand Xia people better. Wind. Li Shuatong's voice came from behind, which startled Lu Feng. Was he too focused just now that he didn't notice that Li Shuatong woke up? Take the phone back without leaving any trace. It's better not to let Li Shuatong know about this. Lu Feng thought so in his heart. Wind, does it look good? Li Shuatong walked to Lu Feng's side with a smile on her face, sat down, and spoke softly. Lu Feng thought she didn't see it, but in fact, her bare feet made no sound and he had been watching for a while. Even she was envious of the figures here, even though they had been transformed. You found it. Lu Feng felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would be caught in the act. Wind. Li Shuatong snuggled into Lu Feng's arms. She didn't really mind. After all, she had specifically looked for these things with Lu Feng to learn before. Moreover, during this period, Lu Feng's body couldn't bear it anymore. I thought Xu Wei was the one who could explain it, but when Lu Feng said it was too small, she also felt like she was a little anxious. It will be inconvenient for her in the next few days. I can't deal with Lu Feng at all. But she didn't say it. How could she say such a thing? As long as Lu Feng knew her feelings, she really wouldn't mind. Wind, shall we take a shot? Looking at Lu Feng, Li Shuatong spoke softly, which scared Lu Feng. No way. I can't take pictures of this damn thing. This thing is a time bomb, and with his hacking ability, he can deeply understand it. Go, what are you thinking about? Gently tapping Li Shuatong's forehead, Lu Feng said with a slight anger. Let's go, it's so late, go wake Shuawei up, let's go eat first, and then take a look at the night scenery of Qinhuai and Jingling. Chapter 50 Birthday is coming. Thousands of years of historical and cultural accumulation have formed a unique culture and landscape in the Confucius Temple on the Qinhuai River. Jingling has been prosperous since ancient times. It has been known as the area of smoke and moon in the Six Dynasties and the gathering place of wealth and powder. It has been a prosperous place for 10 generations. Clothing, cultural relics, and literary talent are all flourishing in Jingling, so the Qinhuai River is known as the first famous historical and cultural river in China. The Confucius Temple is one of the 4 major Confucian temples in China. It is the cultural hub of the ancient Jiangnan region and a place rich in history and culture. It is not only the cultural and educational center of ancient Jingling city, but also the cultural and educational building complex that ranks first among the southeastern provinces. It is the largest traditional ancient street market in the Xia dynasty. Taking a boat tour on the Qinhuai River, you can deeply experience the classical historical charm. By the time Lu Feng, Li Shuatong, and Li Shuawei finished their tour, their impression of Jingling had deepened. Feng, do you think I should find a company to intern in during the summer vacation? Walking along the Qinhuai River, Li Shuatong held Lu Feng's hand and spoke softly. She is already a junior in college, and it is time for her to consider independence. Why not go out and work this summer? You want an internship? Lu Feng was a little surprised. Li Shuatong had always wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Now that she was going to do an internship, how would she have the time to prepare for the examination? In fact, Li Shuatong's grades were not bad, but for some reason, she did not successfully apply for admission to graduate school. Now that I have an internship during the summer vacation, I won't have to spend so much time preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination in the second half of the year. I've almost finished my review. Li Shuatong spoke softly with a confident tone. In fact, internship was an idea that had just come to her mind recently. After all, Lu Feng recently told her that he was the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group. She also wanted to try out the working experience. She couldn't stand Lu Feng's ferocity recently. She felt that if she didn't stay away from Lu Feng for a while, her land would be ruined. Why don't you go to work in the group? Lu Feng spoke softly. Wanqing Entertainment Group is so big, it should not be a problem to find a position suitable for Li Shuatong in the group. This. Li Shuatong hesitated slightly. I'm not worried about the job issue, but I'm worried about whether it will cause any bad effects. Will there be any problems? Don't worry, just leave it like this. Lu Feng saw Li Shuatong's hesitation and said softly that he also wanted to find someone to go to the company to help him keep an eye on it. After all, he himself had never been to the company. All aspects of the company and the information transmitted by the system are valid until the day you sign into the company. The most recent and even future developments are the actual developments in reality. Although she has full control over it, Li Shuatong still wants to go. Just let her get some training so that she can take over the company in the future. According to the current sign-in system, Lu Feng knows that he will definitely have more than one company in the future. Okay, I'll help you arrange it recently, just wait for the news. Lu Feng spoke softly, thinking of finding a time to call Qiu Qianyi and arrange a position for Li Shuatong. Are you going home tonight? Lu Feng continued to ask. This was what he was most concerned about. The house Lu Feng bought now was in the university town, but Wanqing Entertainment Group was in the Linjiang district of Magic City. There was still some distance between the two. If you don't go home. Lu Feng couldn't help it. However, the commute to get off work is so far, so I have to buy another house in Linjiang district. Go home? Li Shuatong was slightly stunned, and then she realized that Wanqing Entertainment Group was indeed a bit far from Yujing Bay City. If I don't live at home, Lu Feng will definitely not agree. If I commute to and from get off work, the time I spend on the road every day will definitely exceed 3 hours, and I will definitely not be able to cook for Lu Feng by then. Li Shuatong was a little confused. Or, let's buy another house near the company. Lu Feng thought this was a good way to have the best of both worlds, since it didn't matter where he stayed anyway. It's also okay to be close to the company. No. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Li Shuatong quickly shook her head. Here, I'll buy another house just for her summer internship. Not at all. I'm going home. Li Shuatong spoke softly and leaned lightly on Lu Feng's shoulder. She liked this feeling of being embraced. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. What he said just now was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. Just buy another set when the time comes. What about you? What do you do during your summer vacation? He glanced at Li Shuawei, who was holding him. Although this little girl only had one hand, she was still eating non-stop. I couldn't hold the skewer with one hand, so I had to attack the chicken leg from all directions. I almost got the oil stains all over myself. Lu Feng found Li Shuawei's actions a little funny. Why didn't she just let go of her arms and eat with both hands? Ah, me? Li Shuawei was a little confused when she heard Lu Feng's voice. It seemed that she had nothing to do during the summer vacation. Just wait for the admission letter and then report to the university directly. Could it be that Lu Feng still wants to exploit her, a weak labor force? I'm going to play. Brother Feng. Li Shuawei finished eating the chicken leg and quickly took out some paper to wipe her hands. Then she hugged Lu Feng's arm and started to act coquettishly. You. Looking at Li Shuawei, Lu Feng didn't think too much about it. After strolling around the Confucius Temple on Qinhuai River, Lu Feng drove the two girls back to the hotel at 11 o'clock in the evening. Okay, Shuawei, go to bed. Pointing to a suite in the presidential suite, Lu Feng spoke softly. Li Shuawei also knew what Lu Feng meant, and her face blushed a little. She understood what Lu Feng was going to do next. But it's really not her turn yet. She entered the room silently and closed the door. Li Shuawei put her ear against the door, trying to listen to the noise outside. She is still very curious about these things. When Li Shuawei came in, looking at Lu Feng's fiery eyes, Li Shuatong's eyes were full of teasing. Then he spoke softly into Lu Feng's ear. Feng, my period is coming. The passionate words chilled Lu Feng to the core. This is really unfortunate. It's okay, I still have some. Li Shuatong spoke softly. The area that had just been developed 2 days ago, although it was still a little painful now, it was not impossible. That's enough. Lu Feng gently picked up Li Shuatong and spoke. It's not like he doesn't care about Li Shuatong's health. Just sleep well tonight. Lu Feng whispered in Li Shuatong's ear and carried Li Shuatong into the bathroom. Early in the morning, when Lu Feng opened his eyes, Li Shuatong had already woken up. Now she was looking at him with love, without blinking. Last night, Lu Feng didn't make any big moves in the end. Looking at his own provocation, Lu Feng didn't have any thoughts at all. Li Shuatong understood that Lu Feng could really be controlled. Li Shuatong felt even more distressed. He was defeated directly in front of Lu Feng's eyes, and the two groups in front of him suffered torture. Feng, Shuawei's birthday is coming. Li Shuatong spoke softly, her tone full of teasing. Chapter 51 Patek Philippe Master Chime. Feeling the pain as she sat down to eat breakfast, Li Shuatong looked at Lu Feng with smiling eyes. Just now, Lu Feng heard her talking and slapped her hard several times. Lu Feng gave Li Shuatong a threatening look, but Li Shuatong responded with a seductive look. This girl is becoming more and more attractive. Lu Feng has been enduring a lot of hardship. After this period of time, if he doesn't teach Li Shuatong a lesson, she will definitely not be able to escape. How dare you do this? You can enjoy the breakfast provided by the hotel without having to go out. After eating and drinking well and packing up, they could still go shopping in Rekindling today. In the afternoon, the three of them returned to the Magic City from Rekindling. In a small Western-style apartment, Zhou Qianyi was looking at the computer in front of him. Even after work, the company's affairs were still endless. Workers spirit. Workers are the best. The swing artist hummed softly. The cell phone rang, and Zhou Qianyi answered the call without even looking at it. Qianyi, arrange a position for Shuatong, my wife. On the other end of the phone, Lu Feng's voice sounded faintly, but it surprised Zhou Qianyi extremely. Chairman Lu Feng called so late just to arrange such a position. More importantly, this person is Chairman Lu's wife. Having never seen Lu Feng's swing skills before, he was a little hesitant. Especially when it comes to arranging a position for Mrs. Lu, it's a bit difficult to grasp the right balance. She was a little unsure of Lu Feng's intention, whether he really wanted to arrange a position for her or had some other ideas. Does Director Lu have any requests? Zhou Qianyi asked. Although she reports her work every week, she knows very little about Lu Feng's affairs. But judging from his voice, Lu Feng seems to be quite young and promising. I just don't know how old this lady is now. The swing art is a bit whimsical. Request, take it easy. I'll send you Shuatong's information, take a look. Give me a reply tomorrow. Lu Feng spoke softly. He still didn't want Li Xuetong to be too tired. He believed that Zhou Qianyi could handle Li Xuetong's position well. On the other side, Zhou Qianyi put down the phone and clicked on the information received from Li Xuetong. Looking at the information displayed on the computer, my mouth gradually widened. Are you sure this isn't a kept woman? Zhou Qianyi covered his mouth in surprise. This is not something she can say, it has nothing to do with her. However, we still have to do what we have to do. After all, the boss's orders are the most important. Thinking back to the company's job arrangement, with a finance major, which position is suitable for me? While I was dialing the HR department's number, more information came from the computer. Wind? Li Xuetong's voice came from the side, looking at Li Xuetong in her nightgown. Lu Feng also reacted. What he said just now about going upstairs to deal with things should not have been hidden from Li Xuetong. Li Xuetong is coming up now. Li Xuetong walked over and sat down gently next to Lu Feng. She had actually heard the conversation between Lu Feng and Zhou Qianyi just now. Xuetong, you don't have to pamper anyone in the company, you know that. Lu Feng pulled Li Xuetong into his arms and spoke softly. No matter what position Li Xuetong enters, she will be parachuted in. An airdropped person will definitely cause a lot of discussion within the company. However, Lu Feng's woman, absolutely does not need to suffer such grievances. I know, Wind. Li Xuetong heard Lu Feng's words and spoke softly. She is only a little woman in front of Lu Feng, she is not like that outside. Lu Feng asked her to parachute into the group this time, so of course she would try her best to do a good job. After all, she doesn't want to be a canary. I love you, Wind. Li Xuetong raised her head slightly and pressed her lips against Lu Feng's. Her love for Lu Feng lasted until her death. He put Li Xuetong, who was sleeping in his arms, on the bed. It was a close call just now. He was almost unable to hold back. Back on the terrace, Lu Feng instructed the system in his mind, sign in. It's already past 12 o'clock. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for winning the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Watch. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Feng nodded. This time, he finally got a watch that he could wear. He was shocked when he signed in yesterday. He also signed in for a watch. Unfortunately, it was a Piaget lady's watch. Although it was expensive, the sparkling diamonds were really not suitable for him. But looking at the information sent by the system, this Patek Philippe Grand Chime watch is indeed worthy of him. I remembered an anecdote: poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. For Landwind, of course he wants them all now. So Lu Feng has already thought about where to go tomorrow. Brother Feng. Li Xuewei's figure came up quietly at some point. Looking at Lu Feng's figure, she curled up in Lu Feng's arms like a kitten. Xuewei, why haven't you slept yet? It's so late. Lu Feng looked at Li Xuewei, a little curious. What was the matter that she came up here now? Brother Feng, I want to tell you something. Li Xuewei's tone was a little hesitant. Hearing this, Lu Feng patted Li Xuewei's little head. Why should Li Xuewei hesitate when talking to him? Speak. Lu Feng slightly changed the position of Li Xuewei in his arms, thinking that she had affected him a little just now, and then he spoke softly. It's my birthday this weekend, and I want to spend it with my mother. Li Xuewei spoke softly, which surprised Lu Feng for a moment, but he was not too shocked. Li Xuewei should have celebrated her birthdays with her family in the past. But this year I came to Shanghai to celebrate my birthday with Guan Yulan, which means I have to go home. How about we go home together this weekend? Lu Feng opened his mouth softly and glanced at the little girl in his arms. The dim light illuminated Li Xuewei's delicate face with bright eyes and white teeth, which was so heartwarming. No, Brother Feng, that's not what I meant. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Xuewei realized that there was ambiguity in her words. I want to bring my mother to the Magic City. Li Xuewei spoke softly, she also had some little thoughts in her mind. But I can't tell Lu Feng. Come to the Magic City. That's fine too, let Auntie Lan come over and have fun. Hearing Li Xuewei's words, Lu Feng spoke without hesitation. In the past, the farthest place Zheng Yulan had ever been was only the county seat of Dongshan County. I haven't even been to Jiangcheng, the capital of Hunan Province. This time, it's okay to bring her to Shanghai to have some fun. Elders, you can also go out more often, see the development of Xia country in recent years, and enjoy the beauty brought by the times. Then it's settled. Li Shuawei raised her head happily and said to Lu Feng. No problem. Lu Feng gently scratched Li Shuawei's nose and looked at Li Shuawei with a smile on her face. This also fulfilled her wish of becoming an adult. But he also has to think carefully about it, and he has to think about what gift to prepare for this little girl. Sensing Lu Feng's movements, Li Shuawei lowered her head again and lay in Lu Feng's arms. She also thought that everything would be fine now, and when she told her mother Guan Yulan about it, she would have a reason. When Auntie Lan comes here, we will go to the airport to pick her up and bring her here together. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at Li Shuawei who was lying in his arms but had not moved, and spoke softly. Okay, thank you Brother Feng. Li Shuawei's sleepy voice came faintly, she was also sleepy. Chapter 52 1/7 Small Goal. Today, early in the morning, I saw two sisters, one of them was staying in bed, and the other said she wanted to look up group information, and they refused to go out for a walk with him no matter what. Lu Feng sighed slightly, but it was okay, he could just buy some by himself and bring them back. After putting on the Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime watch that he had signed in for, Lu Feng finally felt that his temperament seemed to have changed. His originally slightly immature temperament suddenly became mature. He looks a little like a young master. Now, I can finally go downstairs and try out the legendary Bugatti. After all, it is a super sports car that is known for its combination of comfort and speed. Landwind is very much looking forward to this top sports car, the only mass-produced W16 engine in the world. The moment the engine is ignited, the power hidden in the heart of the beast is released majestically with a slight step on the accelerator. The low roar of the engine is heard again, containing the surging power of passion. Fortunately, he has the driving ability to sign in, otherwise, Lu Feng estimated that he would not know how to drive this Bugatti Noctilucent today. Patek Philippe Shanghai headquarters, Lu Feng drove the Bugatti and finally arrived here after more than an hour's drive. There is always traffic jam during rush hour in this kind of urban area. There were no cars that were afraid of luxury cars and would stay away from them. Everyone was going their own way, stopping and walking along the way. Lu Feng arrived at the Bund and spent some money there today. As soon as you enter the Patek Philippe flagship store in Shanghai, the magnificent decoration shows the noble luxury of this world-class watch. Hello sir, how can I help you? Seeing Lu Feng appear in the store, a waiter came up immediately. I'm here to look at my watch. I'll check it myself first. Don't bother with me. Lu Feng spoke softly. He didn't like being disturbed by people around him when he was looking at something. After all, these waiters were there to provide services, and sometimes, if they provided services, you had to buy something to show your appreciation. Although Lu Feng believed that the waiters in these high-end stores were self-aware, Lu Feng's own comfort was the most important. As Lu Feng walked around the store, he found that Patek Philippe was indeed one of the world's top watches. In this store, there were several watches that cost more than 10 million yuan. Hello, take out this watch and have a look. Seeing Lu Feng stop, the waiter who had been paying attention silently heard Lu Feng's voice and immediately came up. Sir, is this the model? Looking at the direction of Lu Feng's finger, it was a watch in a separate glass display case on the wall. A platinum watch from Patek Philippe's super complex timepiece series is worth more than 30 million. The waiter was a little hesitant. Watches of this price are not something you can just look at if you want to. Yes. Lu Feng nodded gently. Excuse me, sir. The waiter sounded apologetic. We need to verify. A figure suddenly came up and interrupted her words. You go down, I'll do it. Sir, I'm the manager of Patek Philippe. Excuse me, I'll serve you first. At this time, the store manager's voice was heard. He already knew that there was a customer looking at his watch in the store. Although what the waiter did was correct, if you want to see this super complex timepiece, you do need to undergo certain qualifications verification. But just now, he took a quick glance at Lu Feng's wrist, and the watch there looked a little familiar. Even in Patek Philippe stores, there are watches that are somewhat legendary. When he walked up just now, he had already taken a few more glances and was roughly sure in his mind. The watch on Lu Feng's hand is a Patek Philippe Grand Chime, which is worth hundreds of millions. Anyone who can afford this watch is a top customer within Patek Philippe. Even though this store didn't have any record of Lu Feng's information, it was just ridiculous to talk about capital verification. Manager. Looking at the middle-aged man who appeared in front of him, the waiter nodded slightly and walked away. When the store manager comes up, it usually means he has met an important guest and needs to be received personally. Sir, look, this is our Patek Philippe Grand Complication Timepiece 6300 G010 in platinum. The entire watch is made of white gold, the strap is also hand-stitched square-collared crocodile leather, and the dial is made of gold. Looking at Lu Feng, the middle-aged man took out his watch and began to introduce it calmly and confidently. Lu Feng stopped talking. Okay, no need to say more, just let me try it on. Lu Feng spoke softly and took off the Grandmaster chime watch from his wrist. Just as he was about to put it on the counter, the store manager saw this and was already prepared. He took out a storage box and placed it under Lu Feng's wrist. Seeing that the store manager was so considerate, Lu Feng also smiled slightly. Sure enough, the male store manager was slightly delighted inside, but he did not show it on his face. He has confirmed that this watch from Landwind is indeed the Grandmaster Strings watch. The first big order of today's opening should have arrived. Wearing the Patek Philippe 6300G on the wrist, it turned out that the white gold material had a unique temperament, making Lu Feng look more low-key. Well, I've decided on this one. Show me the other one. Lu Feng pointed to another place. It was the same watch, but it was now platinum. The price is a little lower, but it's still over 17 million. Sir, are you sure you've decided? When the store manager heard Lu Feng's words, he was a little bit unbelieving. Lu Feng just decided to buy a watch worth more than 30 million yuan? It's as easy as buying an apple. After taking a look and trying it on, he decided on it. And judging from the looks of it, Lu Feng might have bought more than one. A big customer. Yes. Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone indifferent, as if he was not buying a watch worth tens of millions, but just a casual shopping trip. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the store manager quickly signaled the waiter to get the platinum watch. Sir, look at this. Soon, the waiter brought the watch up, and the middle-aged store manager spoke softly with a friendly smile on his face. Well, the platinum model and the white gold model are very different. There is no need to choose. Since they are different and both conform to his aesthetic, he might as well take both. Pack up all these watches. Finally, Lu Feng selected 8 watches with a total value of 120 million. Seeing Lu Feng successfully paying with his credit card, the store manager showed a happy smile on his face. Who doesn't tea like this kind of rich man? Welcome back to Patek Philippe. When we left the house, the waiters were even more enthusiastic. 120 million, today's goal, Shanhao Jin's goal has been completed by 1/7. I just bought my own men's watch. Lu Feng himself didn't tea like the Patek Philippe lady's watch. Next, let us go to the women's watch store. Looking at a store not far away on the map, Lu Feng walked over. He was quite curious about the watches of this luxury jewelry company. Chapter 53 Van Cleef Arpels Watches. Van Cleef Arpels, a Gallic luxury jewelry company, has a century-old history and a glorious legacy. In particular, after being meticulously crafted by the world's top craftsmen, the exquisite, charming and elegant style has been extended from gemstone design to watch design, creating today's inspiring top women's watch series, which has attracted the love of more women. Yesterday, Lu Feng saw its watch design style, which should indeed please Li Xueton and Li Xuewei. When I entered the store, there weren't many people inside. Lu Feng appeared at the door and a waiter came to greet him immediately. Sir, what can I do for you? Seeing the waiter so enthusiastic, Lu Feng did not refuse this time. He just took a look at Van Cleef Arpels and found that it suited his aesthetic taste, but he didn't know much else. It's also good to have a waiter to lead the way. Take me to see your astrology watches. Lu Feng spoke softly. Yes, sir, this way please. The waitress gently invited Lu Feng over. After walking a short distance with the waiter, they arrived at a separate display cabinet. Lu Feng discovered that this display cabinet seemed to be a little taller than the surrounding display cabinets. Is there any difference? Lu Feng sighed softly. There were already a few people looking at watches at the counter. Hello, sir, which watch do you want to see? The waiter walked behind the counter, looked at Lu Feng, and then asked softly. The Poetic Astrology Series watches are the perfect combination of Van Cleef Arpels watchmaking technology and gemstone setting craftsmanship. When Lu Feng looked at the watch inside, he felt a little moved. As expected, Van Cleef Arpels is worthy of being a brand that mainly makes watches for ladies. Show me this one. Lu Feng pointed gently. In fact, the watch face next to it that he wanted to see most was the watch with the planets in the solar system, not the starry sky watch in front of him. However, there was someone looking at the planet watch counter next to him, so there was no need to rush. Godfather, just buy this watch for Yair. At the side, a gorgeous woman in a short skirt spoke softly. Although her voice was not loud, at such a close distance, at least Lu Feng and the waiter at the counter could hear it clearly. Lu Feng also looked over with some curiosity. Is this a scene of being kept as a mistress? The man whom Yair called Godfather was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the huge jade ring on his thumb was particularly eye-catching. At the same time, her other fingers were also covered with gold rings, which looked particularly shining. On her neck, there was a huge gold necklace as thick as a thumb, which was full of wealth. The woman named Yair, in addition to the tube-top slim-fitting miniskirt, also wore a diamond necklace around her neck. The pendant gem slid between the peaks, revealing a hemisphere. When Lu Feng looked over, he saw one of the middle-aged man's hands constantly moving on Yair's body, and the other hand gently held Yair's hand. Your Godfather will buy it for you. The middle-aged man smiled and spoke to Yair confidently. His hands on Yair's body had unconsciously moved down, causing Yair to almost scream out in surprise. However, Yair realized it immediately, and she pressed her body tightly against the middle-aged man's arm, stroking it while speaking in a low voice. Godfather, take a look at this one. Yair gently pointed at the watch on the counter. It was a graphic watch with a short platinum bridge on it. On it were a man and a woman, two platinum dolls, walking towards each other. Directly above, the moon hangs high in the sky, dotted with colorful planets surrounding the numbers of time. Against the backdrop of the gray little houses and rain, the dial looks particularly poetic. In addition, there are diamonds all over the crown and the strap, which are all strung together with diamonds, sparkling and shining, showing their gracefulness. Hearing Yair's voice, Lu Feng's body trembled unconsciously. He was shocked by the sound. It was hard to imagine that a person could make such a squeezing sound. The middle-aged man looked in the direction of Yair's finger, and his heart trembled unconsciously. The price was more than 1,500,000. What is his goddaughter thinking? Do you think he is a sucker? I definitely want this one. The middle-aged man spoke softly, and his tone was much calmer. Yair looked at her watch with anticipation, heard the man's voice, and felt the hands on her body stop moving. I can't help feeling a little guilty. It seems that the opening is indeed a bit too big, that shouldn't be the case. Godfather, just buy it for me. The skirt was densely wrinkled and gradually rose. Ignoring the drama going on next to him, Lu Feng looked at the watch the waiter had already taken out and took a look. It was also a starry sky watch. It's just that there are a lot fewer planets. Apart from the golden solar system pointer in the middle, the only large planets are the Earth and the Moon. The background of the dial is the familiar starry sky, which covers the entire dial. I took a look at the watch in my hand. It was low-key and luxurious, yet extremely beautiful. It really met the preferences of girls. Very good, I want this one, let me have another one and have a look. Sir, you want it. The waiter looked very happy. He didn't expect that Lu Feng decided on a watch just by looking at it so quickly. She hasn't even started explaining yet. And this watch is also a lady's watch. Seeing that Lu Feng had no female companions beside him, and he didn't ask them to help try it on to see the effect, this is what a rich man is. It was obvious that it was given to a beautiful lady, and the waiter felt a little envious. However, he immediately took out the watch that Lu Feng wanted to see. Sir, this is our winter snow scene watch. In the middle of the dial is the classic winter snowflake. Lu Feng interrupted directly. Okay, no need to introduce, I want it. The first time Lu Feng saw it, he felt that this watch was perfect for Li Shuiwei, so he asked without hesitation. The waiter was completely shocked. Another watch worth nearly 2 million was ordered by Lu Feng. He spoke repeatedly with great joy. Yes, sir. Excuse me, do you have any other watch you want to see? The waiter didn't hesitate and spoke to Lu Feng with a smile on his face. This watch. This one. Soon, there were 7 or 8 boxes in front of Lu Feng, and his crazy behavior was particularly eye-catching in the lobby. Bring that one here so I can see it. Lu Feng pointed in the direction of the middle-aged man and Yair. The middle-aged man and Yair looked at him for a long time and were still hesitating. I didn't even take out my watch to look at it. People. Be decisive. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, don't take it. After all, it was for such a woman that he would have to spend more than 1 million yuan, so the middle-aged man was still hesitant. Looking at the direction of Lu Feng's finger, it looked a bit like the watch they had their eyes on. The waiter in front of Lu Feng was also a little hesitant. Gentlemen. Not that one, that one. Lu Feng pointed to another place. That is the complete Van Cleef Arpels classic solar system planetary skywatch. Yes, sir. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the counter. Chapter 54. Don't hit someone who smiles. See what Lu Feng is pointing at. At first, Yair was a little surprised. She thought Lu Feng liked the watch she chose. She quickly leaned over to the middle-aged man next to her and said with some concern, "Godfather, just buy it for me." She also pulled the middle-aged man's hand, which was on her waist, down. Feeling the position of his hand, the middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Yair was so bold, but it was just right. His fingertips were slightly moist, and he moved them gently upwards. Yair let out a soft moan and almost collapsed. So awesome! Lu Feng almost cried out in surprise. Yair's skirt at this moment could no longer be called a short skirt. It almost revealed her entire huge breasts. This brother! The middle-aged man with a big belly turned around and was about to speak to Lu Feng. The waiter in front of Lu Feng had already walked over, pointed at the starry skywatch next to that watch, and spoke to the waiter at the counter over there. "Give me that watch, I'll show it to the gentleman over there." Seeing this scene, the man who was about to speak shut his mouth immediately. It was obvious that the other party was not here to snatch the watch from them. "What's up?" Lu Feng spoke softly. These two people had been hesitating here for a while, and he really couldn't wait any longer. "I thought I would go to the counter after these two people left, but now." "Don't blame him." "Sir, you are so generous." The middle-aged man, who didn't expect Lu Feng to answer his question, was slightly stunned, and then he spoke with a bit of flattery. "Sir, I got your watch back, take a look." The waiter also came back at this time and gently placed the watch in front of Lu Feng. Sure enough, this was a starry sky watch made of various gems. The rose gold sun is in the middle, followed by serpentine Mercury, dark green jade Venus, turquoise Earth, red jasper Mars, blue agate Jupiter, cedar Saturn, crystal firestone Jupiter, plus a dark deep black gem on the outside, together make up this solar system planet watch. Very optimistic, very good. Lu Feng also nodded with satisfaction. This watch was a rare Van Cleef Arpels men's watch that Lu Feng had seen, and it was the one that suited his taste. He took off the Patek Philippe watch from his wrist and put on this watch for comparison. This watch made Lu Feng's temperament more mysterious. "I want this one too." Lu Feng took off the watch, put it back in the box, and spoke softly to the waiter. "Yeah, okay." The waiter was no longer surprised. After all, there were so many watches in front of Lu Feng. They all said they wanted them. It was just a matter of seeing if he could pay the bill later. Lu Feng looked at the middle-aged man again. The watch they were looking at just now was the classic Van Cleef Arpels Lover's Bridge series. "Don't know them either?" Let's not buy it." The middle-aged man withdrew his hand, wiped it casually on his pants, and spoke softly to Yair. "This watch is still beyond his psychological price range, he is just pretending." Hearing this, Lu Feng also laughed. Since he didn't want it, that was just perfect. Waved to the waiter. "Gentlemen?" The waitress spoke softly, asking her to try her best to meet Lu Feng's request. After all, she had just paid special attention to the watch that Lu Feng took off, and it was obviously a Patek Philippe watch. Although she didn't know the model, she felt a little relieved because Lu Feng had the ability to do it. "Please show me that watch, too." Lu Feng spoke softly, pointing to the classic Lover's Bridge watch that the middle-aged man with a big belly and Yair had just looked at. "Yes, sir." The waiter said this and walked over without any hesitation. Took out the Lover's Bridge from the counter. The middle-aged man with a big belly and Yair looked up in surprise and looked at Lu Feng. "I have bought so many watches, you don't need this one too." Although her godfather wouldn't buy it for herself. Seeing that the watch was about to disappear in front of her, Yair spoke to the middle-aged man with hope in her heart. "Godfather, this is what I want. You can do whatever you want with me today." As soon as the voice fell in his ear, the middle-aged man spoke immediately. "Wait." The words startled the waiter. "Manager." The waiter who was sitting in front of the middle-aged man finally spoke up. Only then did Lu Feng realize that the waiter serving him was actually the manager of this restaurant. "No wonder I didn't encounter any obstacles when I went to get the starry sky watch just now." The manager did not hesitate at this time and smiled elegantly. "Sir, I'm sorry, I'd better show it to the gentleman over there. You can take a look and see if there are other watches that suit your taste." After saying that, he took the watch and walked towards Lu Feng. I said, wait. The middle-aged man then slapped the counter lightly, and a not-so-loud roar and the sound of the counter shaking suddenly came. Although it was not big, it still scared the customers inside and outside the store. The manager then realized that the situation was difficult to handle. Brother, I want this watch. The man ignored the manager and turned to speak to Lu Feng. This? Lu Feng shook his head slightly. They had just looked at it for so long and hadn't made a decision yet, and now when he wanted it, they came to snatch it away? What the hell is going on? Just wanted to speak. The middle-aged man walked over and handed a card to Lu Feng. While whispering, let me introduce myself to you. Please help me, little brother. There was expectation on his face and a request in his eyes. Lu Feng thought that this person was here to cause trouble for him, or to coerce or bribe him, but he didn't expect this to happen. This also made him a little embarrassed. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Zhao Baoquan, you bastard, you are really here. A powerful voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a sturdy build and a body similar to that of a middle-aged man, standing at the door and pointing in a direction inside the store, cursing loudly. Everyone looked in the direction the woman pointed, and saw the middle-aged man with a big belly in front of Lu Feng. This should be Zhao Baoquan. 1-1. 1-1. The middle-aged man, who had just heard the voice, was stunned and too scared to turn around. However, he still reluctantly turned his head. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately greeted with a big bag. He was hit so hard that he was a little unsteady on his feet. Where's that vixen? Where did she go? The middle-aged woman looked around. She had clearly seen the figure of that slutty Yair outside the store just now. Come, find it for me. Although the middle-aged woman didn't know where Yair had gone, she must still be in this store. There was nothing missing from her vision. At this moment, Yair was squatting on the other side of the counter, not daring to stand up at all. She had already heard the voice of the tigress in Zhao Baoquan's home. 1-1, it's not that bad. Zhao Baoquan spoke quickly. If this were discovered, the tigress would probably tear off a layer of his skin. The middle-aged woman named 1-1 grabbed Zhao Baoquan's ear without hesitation. Ignoring his screams, they began to drag him towards the store. Chapter 55. A good show ends. Ma'am, please don't cause trouble in our store. The female manager came out and blocked the middle-aged woman and Zhao Baoquan. She glanced at the low counter and saw that as long as the middle-aged woman moved forward a little, she would be able to spot Yair immediately. She didn't want her store to become a vegetable market or even a fighting arena. He glanced at Zhao Baoquan, who was being held by the ears by the middle-aged woman and did not dare to resist at all. A hint of contempt also rose in her heart. I thought he was some nouveau riche who enjoyed the pleasure of keeping beautiful women. Now it seems that he is a gigolo, and his affair with his mistress has been exposed, and his original wife has come to him for revenge. Okay, get out of the way. The middle-aged woman gave a slight push, causing the female manager to stagger, standing unsteadily directly. Seeing this, Lu Feng watched the female manager falling towards him and quickly reached out from behind to support the female manager's body, preventing her from hitting the counter beside her. Thanks. Feeling the hands behind her just holding her steady and then pulling away, the manager turned around and looked. Only then did he realize it was Lu Feng and he quickly thanked him. At this moment, the middle-aged woman pulled Zhao Baoquan and was about to move forward again. Alright, Chen Wen, stop messing around. Zhao Baoquan slapped the hand off his ear and said in a deep voice. The middle-aged woman was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Zhao Baoquan would dare to resist her. Are you sure? He turned around and looked at Zhao Baoquan and shouted angrily in a deep voice. The 1.8 meter tall Zhao Baoquan's momentum instantly weakened in front of the 1.6 meter tall Chen Wen. He was timid and dared not say a word. Zhao Baoquan, you still want to make trouble? You took my money and now you come to feed this little vixen for me. After Chen Wen finished speaking, he took a few steps forward, before Yair could react. He came to the counter in an instant. At a glance, she saw Yair, who had just raised her head and was looking at her with horror. I knew you little vixen was here. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Yair. The security guards also came over at this moment. Stop her. The manager quickly spoke to the security guards. She couldn't let things get any further. Before the security guards could rush over. Yair had been frightened by Chen Wen just now, and hurriedly tried to get up, but her body was not fast enough. Chen Wen had already grabbed the edge of Yair's skirt and pulled her directly. Feeling Chen Wen's movements, Yair was horrified. What was Chen Wen trying to do? "You vixen, you seduced my husband." As Chen Wen finished her words, tremendous power was transferred directly from her sturdy body to her arms and released completely and directly. Fortunately, Yair felt very uneasy and grabbed the skirt above her chest tightly, so her skirt was not torn off all at once. However, the huge force still made her completely unstable, and she was pulled to the ground by the huge force. There was also a loud ripping sound from the skirt. Lu Feng looked up and saw Yair's extremely indecent behavior at a glance. Because he was pulled down by Chen Wen, he couldn't control his body. Yair fell heavily to the ground, and her legs were unable to completely block the attack. The deep forest was directly exposed to the eyes of all the onlookers. The security guards who were about to go up were also stunned. In addition to the view under her skirt, the torn clothes also exposed Yair's belly. "Go ahead," the female manager exclaimed. She could see that Yair didn't dare to resist at all. And there was no strength to resist at all. This time the direct pulling began to show results. The next moment, without stopping, the middle-aged woman Chen Wen's hand reached out to the hand on Yair's chest. The security guard then reacted. Qishan rushed over and stretched out his hands to grab Chen Wen's arm. When Chen Wen was about to grab Yair's hand, a security guard directly hugged her hand. Seeing this, another security guard hurriedly hugged Chen Wen's other hand and pulled Chen Wen backwards. "Asshole." Chen Wen, a middle-aged woman, felt the irresistible force that Bao Na brought her. She waved her hands and feet wildly and resisted frantically. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face and she shouted angrily. At this moment, she was caught by the security guard, but it was okay, she still had her feet. He quickly stretched out his legs and kicked randomly towards Yair. Fortunately, the two security guards who had been prepared just now pulled Chen Wen a little further away. This prevented Yair from being kicked further. "Zhao Baoquan, I told you, this vixen is here." The middle-aged woman Chen Wen was still unyielding and spoke softly. "Look at how pitiful she is now, why don't you go up and comfort her? I don't know how you dare to do this with my money. I didn't expect that if I hadn't followed you today, I wouldn't have discovered that you actually wanted to buy Van Cleef Arpels for this little slut." The middle-aged woman caught by the two security guards was still chattering non-stop. When the female manager saw Yair's condition, she quickly took out a work coat and gently put it on her. This woman asked for it, barely covering up the sudden spring light. The female manager helped Yair to stand up. Looking at Zhao Baoquan, who was silent and didn't dare to resist at all, wearing a big gold chain, this man was also a waste. "Ma'am, please be quiet." The female manager spoke to Chen Wen in a deep voice. This interrupted Chen Wen's voice, which was still criticizing Zhao Baoquan. "Ma'am, please don't cause trouble in our store." Seeing the middle-aged woman slowly regain her composure, the female manager spoke softly. In such a short period of time, the middle-aged woman Chen Wen has already caused a very bad influence in the store. If she doesn't handle it well, it will definitely have a great impact on her business ability. "Oomph, let me go." Glancing at the two security guards who were holding her arms tightly, the middle-aged woman spoke angrily. "Ma'am, please promise me." "Insure?" The middle-aged woman didn't even frown as she looked at the female manager, Yair, and the silent Zhao Baoquan. "Zhao Baoquan, I'm going home, are you coming back?" Chen Wen spoke softly, her tone frivolous and full of disdain. "Go back, my dear wife." After hearing what Chen Wen said, Zhao Baoquan understood that Chen Wen was going to Chen's father's place, and he dared not go, lest Chen Wen said something bad to Chen's father once she went there. His happy life is gone. "Honey, I'm going. Zhao Baoquan walked up to Chen Wentao, gently rubbed her shoulders and spoke to her. "What about her?" Chen Wen pointed gently at Yair. Yair just sobbed slightly. "It seems that the big boss who supports her is also unreliable. It has nothing to do with me, I don't know him." After just a quick glance, Zhao Baoquan immediately spoke without any hesitation in his tone. Just like throwing away garbage, cut off all ties. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Yair spoke softly, took off her coat and returned it to the female manager. She had just adjusted her skirt a little, barely covering her body. Without caring about others, she walked outside with a lonely look on her face. She has lost face, so she should go to another place and start over. Just assume she was wrong this time. However, she took away all the money Zhao Baoquan had spent on her in the early stages. "Manager," Chen Wen gestured slightly to the female manager and watched as Yair's figure disappeared. The female manager was helpless. Let go. The two security guards then let go of Chen Wen's hands. Twisting her wrist slightly, ignoring the gazes in the store, Chen Wen looked at Zhao Baoquan beside her and spoke softly. Follow? Why? Like a fool, Zhao Baoquan responded and followed quickly. A nouveau riche tycoon who was 1.80 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a shrewd figure, looked so ridiculous. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry for disturbing you just now. The female manager then spoke to the crowd. It doesn't matter. Everyone in the store laughed and said. Lu Feng was confused. Why did he encounter this kind of thing every time he went to a luxury store? But this incident has little to do with him, and such a good show ends like this? Looking at the items on the counter, the female manager came over with the lover's bridge watch. Sir, this is my business card. He spoke softly, but instead of handing over a watch, a business card appeared in front of Lu Feng. Chapter 56 Oriental Pearl Restaurant. Looking at the name on the business card, Xiao Baihui, Lu Feng was puzzled. What is this for? Sir, this is my business card. Thank you for saving me just now. I would like to treat you to a meal. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Baihui then quickly spoke. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. He just did it casually. Manager Xiao, that's not necessary. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Baihui's expression and took the business card. Seeing this scene, Xiao Baihui did not make too many requests. Anyway, Lu Feng would pay the bill soon, and she would know Lu Feng's information, so she could just invite him slowly later. She paid attention to it just now. Although it was just a piece of cake for Lu Feng, she looked at the sharp corner of the counter not far from her. She knew she had avoided a great deal of damage. Sir, do you still want this lover's bridge watch? Xiao Baihui spoke softly. Zhao Baoquan had just left, so this watch was left behind. Now, it is placed on the counter. Yes. Lu Feng spoke softly. This watch is indeed very suitable for Li Xuetong. After taking a look at the many watches in front of him, Lu Feng took another look inside the counter and found that they were almost the same. There are no more watches to suit his taste. Take all of these together. Lu Feng spoke softly to Xiao Baihui. Mr. Lu, the total is 18.62 million. After calculating, Xiao Baihui said that Lu Feng, who made so many one-time purchases, was so quick to pay by swiping his card. Her heart was beating a little faster. More than 10 million, without any delay. However, when she swiped the card, she still knew Lu Feng's information. I'm busy during working hours, so I'll invite Lu Feng to thank him later. Back on the Bugatti, the next destination is a bit far, so it is better to drive. Looking at how he spent money lavishly, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sure enough, not all watches are as expensive as Patek Philippe. What's next? Vacheron Constantin, Jaeger LeCoultre, Cartier. Lu Feng also went for a walk and saw that he had achieved half of his goal and had spent money on 4 more small goals. I felt that I had done nothing that day and was on my way to buy things. Lu Feng sat in the car and shook his head slightly. It's useless, it's useless. I actually started to like this feeling of shopping. The phone rang, and Lu Feng took a look at the name he didn't recognize. Who was this? Hello? Lu Feng answered the phone and spoke softly. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Bai Xinyan. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, and Lu Feng remembered that he had an invitation tonight. He almost forgot. But when I looked at the time, it was only 5 o'clock. Should I call him now to invite him? Hello, Miss Bai. Mr. Lu, I'm here for dinner at 7 o'clock at the Oriental Pearl Restaurant. I'll be waiting for you here. Bai Xinyan spoke softly. She was also thinking of calling Lu Feng in advance to invite him. After all, she didn't know where Lu Feng's exact address was in Shanghai. If it comes, it will take some time on the road. You can also leave early. Oriental Pearl Restaurant? The one on the Bund, right? Lu Feng spoke softly. He was now at the Bund and could see the Oriental Pearl Tower when he looked up. As one of the landmark buildings in Shanghai, the Oriental Pearl Tower is also a place he has always wanted to visit. Yes, Mr. Lu. Bai Xinyan spoke softly. She and her assistant had already left the hospital and would be able to arrive at the Oriental Pearl Restaurant before 6 o'clock. Be prepared ahead of time. Okay then, I'll be there on time. Lu Feng took a look and saw that it was less than 20 minutes journey from here to the Oriental Pearl Tower, so he spoke softly. Okay then, Mr. Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the Oriental Pearl restaurant on time. Bai Xinyan spoke softly to Lu Feng in the car, her face full of smiles. Even the assistant beside her seemed a little surprised. She hadn't seen Bai Xinyan smile so sincerely for a long time. Okay, Miss Bai, goodbye, see you then. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone. Xue Tong, have you and Xue Wei had dinner? Lu Feng called the two sisters, but on this day, neither of them called to check on him. Don't be afraid that he will do something bad outside. Li Xuetong was very surprised when she received Lu Feng's call. She had been reading information about Wanqing Entertainment Group all day. This group was a little bigger than she had imagined. After browsing for so long, she hadn't even finished reading half of the information Lu Feng provided her. After receiving Lu Feng's call, I realized that it was time to prepare dinner. I'll prepare it and eat it right away. What's wrong? Li Xuetong spoke with a guilty conscience. Lu Feng was a little confused. Is this ready to be eaten right away? Why didn't you call him? The video call request was sent directly. Looking at Li Xuetong, who was hesitant over there, she finally answered the phone in the study. The first thing he said was, "Phone, I was wrong." Lu Feng immediately gave up the idea of teaching her a lesson. You. Lu Feng sighed. Bai Xinyan invites me to dinner, will you come? Lu Feng asked softly. He knew that Li Xuetong should already know Bai Xinyan's information. After all, judging from the information she had read in the study, she had been reading for a whole day. Bai Xinyan, please treat us to a meal. Feng, we won't go. Li Xuetong thought about it for a moment and spoke softly. It was Lu Feng who saved people in the last car accident, and she was still blaming herself for it. So she and Xue Wei would not go this time. Bai Xinyan invited you, it would be bad if we went. Besides, as a singing queen, Bai Xinyan probably doesn't want to be exposed to the public too much. So Feng, go by yourself. Seeing Li Xuetong hanging up the phone and not accepting the invitation, Lu Feng called the girl Li Xue Wei again. The girl was a little surprised at first, but then she heard the sound of the fierce battle. Lu Feng also knew that it was time to let this little girl go. I was the only one attending the banquet. Mr. Lu, table number 5, we have reserved it. At 6:30, Lu Feng received a message from Bai Xinyan. Looking at the revolving restaurant 100 meters in the air, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Sir, may I ask you something? When he walked to the door, the security guard in front of him stopped him. Lu Feng was slightly stunned as he did not expect this to happen. Reserved. Table 5 at Oriental Pearl Restaurant. Lu Feng spoke softly to the security guard. No wonder Bai Xinyan informed him that he was at table number 5 just now. Mr. Lu? A somewhat uncertain voice came. Lu Feng turned his head and saw a little girl in a short-sleeved shirt and carrying a small bag walking towards him. You are the co-pilot? Lu Feng was a little confused. He had some impression of this man and immediately remembered him as the co-pilot of the MPV. Now it seems that she is fine. Hello, I'm Miss Bai's assistant, waiting for you here. My name is Xiao Wei. He gently greeted Lu Feng. Sir, please. The security guard also realized at this time that table 5 was indeed reserved for invitations, and seeing that the customer had come out to pick them up in person, he also opened his mouth to invite them. Lu Feng nodded and gestured to the assistant. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. Taking the elevator all the way up, Lu Feng arrived at the Oriental Pearl Tower revolving restaurant, which was more than 200 meters high. Here, located at the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, which is more than 200 meters high, the restaurant will continue to rotate while you are dining, and you can look out through the transparent glass and enjoy the neon night scene of the Magic City. Xiao Wei, Mr. Lu, this way. Not far away, a cold voice came and gently called out to Lu Feng. Chapter 57, Fellow Villagers Meet Fellow Villagers. Lu Feng took a look at Bai Xinyan in front of him. Even though she was only wearing light makeup, she was still slightly stunning. She was like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally without any decoration, with skin as white as jade, flawless and delicate facial features, coupled with her cool temperament, forming a perfect fusion. Her pure and beautiful appearance even made Lu Feng praise her in his heart. Hello, Miss Bai. Lu Feng collected his thoughts, walked over, and spoke softly to Bai Xinyan. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, my legs are a bit inconvenient and I can't greet you in person. Bai Xinyan's slightly apologetic voice came. He pointed to himself sitting in a wheelchair. Lu Feng also discovered it. It seems that the person most seriously injured in the last car accident was Bai Xinyan's leg. Even now, Bai Xinyan's leg has not healed. It's fine. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. There was no need to worry about this matter. Miss Bai's leg is okay, right? Lu Feng asked softly. The last time he rescued Bai Xinyan's leg was bent and it was obviously fractured. However, seeing Bai Xinyan's legs covered by the blanket, blocking his own legs, Lu Feng was still a little curious. Of course I'm fine, but I can't leave yet. Bai Xinyan smiled slightly. She recovered relatively well and believed that she would be able to stand up again in no time. At that time, whether traveling or working, there wouldn't be so much delay and trouble. All this was thanks to Lu Feng's timely rescue, otherwise she would have lost not only her legs but also her life. Xiao Feng, I'll call you this. Stop standing there and sit down to eat. When Bai Xinyan saw Lu Feng this time, she looked at Lu Feng, who was obviously younger than her, and greeted him softly. Lu Feng did not refute this title. Bai Xinyan's attitude today was also very friendly. It seemed that she really regarded him as a savior. However, Lu Feng felt a little strange. He didn't know what would happen if the two met in the company one day. Then I'll call you Sister Xinyan. Lu Feng nodded slightly and sat down opposite Bai Xinyan. Bai Xinyan showed a happy smile, and the faint smile on her cold face made people feel inexplicably happy. Only the little assistant Xiao Wei beside her had a look of disbelief. She had never seen anyone who could get close to Bai Xinyan so quickly. The restaurant served the food very quickly, and all the dishes had been served while Lu Feng and Bai Xinyan were talking. Lobster, abalone, truffle, foie gras, steak are all delicacies from land and sea. Xiaofeng, do you want to drink? Bai Xinyan remembered something and spoke softly. She has recovered recently and cannot drink alcohol, but what about Lu Feng? I drove here, so I won't drink. Lu Feng spoke softly. He was not an alcoholic by nature, not to mention that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Alcohol is just a drink, it's just for satisfying your taste buds. However, in order to comply with the law, it is not necessary to drink and drive, and not drive after drinking. Seeing Lu Feng using the knife and fork skillfully, Bai Xinyan became more curious about Lu Feng. Xiao Feng, are you a college student, or have you already graduated? Looking at Lu Feng's youth, Bai Xinyan asked softly. As for me, I should be considered a junior now. Lu Feng spoke softly. He didn't expect Bai Xinyan to ask him this. Doesn't he behave like a college student? No way. In fact, it was not the case, but Lu Feng's youth still made Bai Xinyan a little confused, so she asked. I'm a junior. College is great. Bai Xinyan was slightly stunned, and then she began to speak. She had graduated from university for many years, and to be honest, she still missed her university life a little. But she immediately realized that Lu Feng was a junior and had driven here by himself. It seems that this little brother Xiaofeng is not that simple. University, which university are you in Shanghai? Bai Xinyan was a little curious. Magic City University. Lu Feng spoke softly and finished another piece of steak while talking. This steak was not satisfying to eat with a knife and fork, so Lu Feng simply cut it into smaller pieces and gobbled it up. Magic University is great. Bai Xinyan was also slightly surprised when she heard Lu Feng's words. Moda University is one of the best universities in Xia country. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be such a top student. Waiter! Bai Xinyan was about to speak when she was interrupted by Lu Feng. Sister Xinyan, no need. Sorry to bother you, no need. Lu Feng apologized to the waiter who came up, saying that the steak here didn't taste very good. He just asked for one more piece. He didn't expect that Bai Xinyan must have thought that he wanted more dishes after seeing him finish eating. Looking at the remaining dishes on the table that had not been eaten, Lu Feng also spoke. Sister Xinyan, these haven't been touched yet. Enough, enough. Sister Xinyan, you should eat with us. I feel embarrassed to eat when you look at me like this. Looking at Lu Feng's natural and carefree expression, Bai Xinyan also smiled happily. Well, let's eat together. The two of them looked happy, talking happily and enjoying themselves. The delicious food, beautiful scenery and beautiful women are not to be missed. Admiring the bright neon lights of the magic city surrounding the revolving restaurant, Lu Feng suddenly thought of his parents in his hometown. He had never been back during the holidays, so it seemed that it was time for him to go back. Xiao Feng, where are you from? During the conversation, Bai Xinyan also heard that Lu Feng was not from Shanghai, and his accent was actually a bit similar to her hometown, so she asked with a curious look on her face. Could it be that Lu Feng and she are from the same place? I'm from Sichuan province. Lu Feng said softly, it's a small county town in northeastern Sichuan. Northeast Sichuan? Where in northeast Sichuan? When Bai Xinyan heard this, her voice became a little excited. Unexpectedly, she was right. She is also from Sichuan province, and from northeastern Sichuan. I just don't know if it's the same county. I'm from Jucheng. Lu Feng spoke softly. Why did Bai Xinyan care so much about where he was from? Bamboo City. Bai Xinyan was completely shocked. No way, this was really the same place. Sister Xinyan? Looking at Bai Xinyan, who was a little surprised, Lu Feng spoke softly and pulled Bai Xinyan back. Hello, fellow countrymen. Bai Xinyan stretched out her white and tender hand and gently gestured to Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't expect that by such a coincidence, he would actually get the news that Bai Xinyan was his fellow villager. When fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears. Lu Feng and Bai Xinyan were not like that. Hello, fellow countrymen. Lu Feng shook the hand that Bai Xinyan extended, and they smiled at each other. This feeling of meeting fellow villagers in a foreign land is really unique. Xiaofeng, you didn't go home during the summer vacation. What are you planning to do in Shanghai? After learning that they were from the same hometown, their relationship became closer. Bai Xinyan asked happily, it has been a while since the holiday. Lu Feng is still in the Magic City and has not returned to his hometown. Me. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, a voice came from the side. Xinyan, I didn't expect you to be here. Chapter 58. I don't have any feelings for him. A young man in a white suit came over and greeted. Lu Feng turned his head and looked. It's July, the middle of summer, and the highest temperature in Shanghai has risen to 35 degrees. He's still wearing a suit. Isn't it hot? I have a little respect for this gentleman. Bai Xinyan looked a little impatient. Unexpectedly, she would meet her suitor Zhu Xiang here. Lu Feng noticed Bai Xinyan's movements. She wanted to move the wheelchair. Sister Xinyan? Lu Feng was a little confused. Before he stood up and left, Bai Xinyan had already moved the wheelchair to his side. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. Looking at Bai Xinyan's actions, Zhu Xiang, who was walking over from the opposite side, frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and walked over with a smile. Xinyan, what a coincidence. As soon as the words fell, a hand stretched out. It seems like he wants to get to know Bai Xinyan. Master Zhu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ignoring the hand that Zhu Xiang extended, Bai Xinyan greeted him softly. Zhu Xiang smiled nonchalantly and took his hand back. He sat directly opposite Lu Feng's table. Excuse me. I saw you guys eating here, so I shamelessly came over to have a meal. Zhu Xiang spoke softly, but there was no sense of alienation in his voice. Bai Xinyan's words just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. Sorry, you are not welcome here. Bai Xinyan frowned slightly when she saw Zhu Xiang's behavior. This guy is really so shameless that he can't be shaken off. But thinking about his identity, I felt a little pressured. This guy really relies on the fact that he has a good father. You're not welcome. Xinyan, that's not necessary. Zhu Xiang took the lobster and started eating it. While eating, he smiled nonchalantly. We are so familiar with each other, it's okay for me to treat you to a meal. Consider this as my invitation to you. Seeing that the man in the suit treated him as the master, Lu Feng felt that he had become an insignificant person. Lu Feng spoke softly, attracting the man in the suit's attention. I wonder who you are. Lu Feng looked normal, but if you looked again, you could see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. The person opposite is like a bunch of onions. This was originally the table where he and Bai Xinyan had their dinner, but this man actually came to disturb them without even asking for the opinion of the other party involved. Zhu Xiang. Zhu Xiang smiled at Lu Feng with a surprised look and stretched out his hand. Looking at the young people at the banquet, I felt a little sarcastic. Didn't she know that Bai Xinyan was his type? How dare she bypass him and have dinner alone with Bai Xinyan? Xinyan's suitor. Zhu Xiang added another sentence. Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head. Without saying anything more, he stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Zhu Xiang. He could guess what the man opposite him was thinking. Xiaofeng. Bai Xinyan spoke softly from the side. She was a little worried about Lu Feng. In the past, Zhu Xiang had often done things that tripped her up. "It's okay, Sister Xinyan." Lu Feng smiled slightly. Looking at Bai Xinyan who was approaching him, he could feel Bai Xinyan's disgust towards the person opposite her. Lu Feng didn't take it seriously, but Zhu Xiang noticed it. At this moment, Bai Xinyan's body was almost leaning on Lu Feng. A stiff look appeared on his face, and he finally managed to retract his gaze. Zhu Xiang then said with a concerned look on his face, "Xinyan, I heard that your leg was injured. Are you feeling better now?" "I'm fine." Looking at Zhu Xiang's appearance, he must want to stay and not leave. Bai Xinyan felt helpless. Then I remembered something. This is my savior, Lu Feng. I wanted to have dinner with him alone this time to express my gratitude. Bai Xinyan, who wanted to use this as a reason to reject Zhu Xiang, didn't expect to hear these words. Zhu Xiang immediately interrupted her. "Xinyan's savior." Zhu Xiang walked up and wanted to hold Lu Feng's hand to express his gratitude. "As a colleague of Xinyan's company, I would like to express my deep gratitude to you. No need to thank us, we want to eat alone, so don't bother us, how about that?" Lu Feng ignored the hand that Zhu Xiang extended. Although Zhu Xiang had a smile on his face, he could not deceive the feeling in his eyes, which were extremely hostile to him. Lu Feng felt a little helpless. Did she regard him as a love rival? But I thought of our company that I just mentioned. Bai Xinyan is an artist under Wanqing music. In his memory, there is no one like Zhu Xiang in Wanqing music. Is this another remnant of our father's past? As Xinyan's colleague, this is what I have to do. Seeing that Lu Feng ignored the hand he extended, Zhu Xiang shrugged nonchalantly, walked back, and sat down. He made up his mind not to leave. Bai Xinyan was just dissatisfied and didn't dare to do anything to him. "Xiaofeng, have you finished eating?" Bai Xinyan spoke softly to Lu Feng. "Since Zhu Xiang is not leaving, she and Lu Feng will leave, okay?" "Sister Xinyan. I'm full." Lu Feng spoke softly, ignoring the warning look from Zhu Xiang across from him. "Then let's go. I'll push you." Seeing that Bai Xinyan was obviously not used to the wheelchair, Lu Feng immediately stepped forward and gently grasped the handle of the wheelchair. "Want to push Bai Xinyan away?" "Thank you, Xiaofeng." Bai Xinyan spoke softly, and looked at Lu Feng's actions, feeling slightly moved. "Xinyan, don't leave in such a hurry." Zhu Xiang couldn't bear it any longer, and seeing that Bai Xinyan and Lu Feng were ignoring him and were about to leave, he hurried over. "Lu Feng, right? Let me push Xinyan." After saying that, he wanted to come up and stretched out his hand. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. It was really rare to find such a shameless person. "No need, Zhu Xiang." The moment Bai Xinyan finished speaking, Lu Feng had already grabbed Zhu Xiang's wrist with one hand. With a slight effort, Zhu Xiang felt that his arms were tightly restrained and he had no tendency to move forward at all. "Sister Xinyan said it's not necessary." Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Why is Zhu Xiang rushing to do this? He stretched out his hand and threw Zhu Xiang lightly, causing him to almost stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing Lu Feng just extending his hand so gently, Zhu Xiang felt a little frightened. That's why he didn't continue to follow Bai Xinyan and Lu Feng. Bai Xinyan, who did not see the scene, thought that Zhu Xiang was self-conscious and that was why she did not follow. He turned around and said to Lu Feng apologetically, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, I couldn't arrange it well this time." "Fine." Lu Feng wanted to indicate that it wasn't a big deal, but then he remembered what Zhu Xiang had just said and spoke to Bai Xinyan. "Sister Xinyan, is Zhu Xiang your colleague?" "No." Bai Xinyan didn't expect Lu Feng to ask this question, and answered subconsciously, but then paused. "His father is an executive of our company." Lu Feng understood that this was indeed the case. Watching Lu Feng pushing her towards the parking lot, Bai Xinyan had some idea and blurted out, "I don't have any feelings for him." Chapter 59 I am a vengeful person. When Lu Feng finished speaking, Bai Xinyan blushed with shame. But luckily Lu Feng was pushing her from behind and couldn't see her expression. Otherwise you would definitely see her blushing face. She didn't know where the idea came from for her to say such a thing. After getting into the elevator, I went directly to the underground parking lot downstairs. Bai Xinyan fell silent. Lu Feng was thinking about what happened to Zhu Xiang just now. Then, it should be Mr. Zhu from the music company. I don't know how Mr. Zhu performs in the music company, but he is his son anyway. It didn't leave a good impression on Lu Feng. Is Sister Xin-Yan usually very busy at work? Lu Feng suddenly asked, and seeing that Bai Xin-Yan didn't respond, he gently reached out and patted her shoulder. Bai Xin-Yan came back to her senses and spoke in a panic. Ah! Xiaofeng, what did you say? Sister Xin-Yan, are you usually busy with work? Lu Feng repeated it again. Busy? I was fine before. But now, you've seen my situation, so I'm definitely not busy anymore. Bai Xin-Yan nodded and shook her head. This car accident brought her a rare leisure time in her busy life. This feeling is something I have rarely experienced before. Before, she was too focused on music. Sister Xin-Yan's company is Wanqing Music Group, right? What do you think of this company? Bai Xin-Yan was a little surprised to see Lu Feng ask this question. Could it be? Lu Feng has some ideas about their company. Does he want to come here for an internship? After all, she heard that Lu Feng stayed in Shanghai during his junior year summer vacation. Wanqing Music. It's great. I debuted with this company and have been with this company for nearly 10 years. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Do you want to come to our company for an internship? Do you want me to say hello to you? Lu Feng didn't expect Bai Xin-Yan to think of this. He shook his head slightly. No, I just want to learn more about this Wanqing Music Group. What about Zhu Zian? Is he your colleague? No, his father is the vice president of the group, but he is just a figurehead. He is usually quite idle. While they were talking, Lu Feng pushed Bai Xin-Yan to his nanny car. Sister Xin-Yan, why did you come down here? Bai Xin-Yan's assistant Xiao Wei was surprised when she saw the two of them. Bai Xin-Yan didn't ask her to go up, and was pushed down in a wheelchair by Lu Feng. This was her dereliction of duty. Sister Xin-Yan, please don't blame her. Xiao Wei, it's okay. Seeing Xiao Wei's worried look, Bai Xin-Yan spoke with a bit of amusement. Let me do it. Xiao Wei just took the handle of the wheelchair from Lu Feng and pushed Bai Xin-Yan to the side of the car. By the way, Xiaofeng, this thank you doesn't count. I'll treat you next time. Thinking of her thanks today which were ruined by Zhu Zian, Bai Xin-Yan turned around and spoke apologetically. Just as Lu Feng was about to refuse, he heard a familiar, annoying voice again. Xin-Yan, you are here. I'm here to help you. Zhu Zian's figure appeared not far away at some point, and he looked at Bai Xin-Yan who had already reached the back door of the nanny car. He came over in a hurry. Seeing Zhu Zian lingering around like that, Bai Xin-Yan was completely helpless. Forget it, I'd better go and explain things to Mr. Zhu. This kind of guy is not Bai Xin-Yan's type. If a rumor gets out and spreads, it won't be a good thing. If things turn against each other, don't blame her for not giving Mr. Zhu face. No. Bai Xin-Yan spoke in a strong tone, with a sense of coldness and alienation in her words. Zhu Zian immediately stopped in his tracks. This was the first time Bai Xin-Yan spoke to him so decisively. Seeing Bai Xin-Yan struggling to get into the car with the help of her assistant, it was still a bit difficult for her to get into the car. Lu Feng walked up. Sister Xin-Yan. Let me help you. Lu Feng spoke softly. For some reason, a hint of joy appeared between Bai Xin-Yan's eyebrows. As Bai Xin-Yan's assistant, Xiao Wei noticed it keenly. Mr. Lu, you come to help, that's great. After saying that, he gently put Bai Xin-Yan back on the wheelchair, then handed over one of Bai Xin-Yan's arms and stepped aside. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was stunned. Bai Xin-Yan was also stunned, and gave her assistant Xiao Wei a threatening look with some ill intentions. Xiao Wei gave her an encouraging look. Sister Xin-Yan, let me carry you up. Lu Feng spoke softly, this Mercedes-Benz MPV is still a bit high. Looking at Bai Xin-Yan's figure in the wheelchair, Lu Feng spoke softly. Thank you very much. Bai Xin-Yan spoke softly, looking at Lu Feng's slightly bent figure, and her hands shyly hooked around Lu Feng's neck. Lu Feng gently stretched out his hands, holding her back with one hand and her legs with the other, and with a little force, he lifted Bai Xin-Yan up from the wheelchair. As soft and smooth as jade, warm jade in the arms. A faint fragrance wafted through Lu Feng's nose. It was the fragrance coming from Bai Xin-Yan's body. Looking at the seats in the nanny car, he gently put Bai Xin-Yan in. Somehow, Bai Xin-Yan felt a little lost when she left Lu Feng's arms and embrace. That embrace was so warm and gave me a sense of security. Sister Xin-Yan, it's done. Lu Feng nodded slightly, watching as the assistant packed up the wheelchair and walked over. Well, Sister Xin-Yan, goodbye. Goodbye, Xiao Wei. Lu Feng waved to Bai Xinyan and assistant Xiao Wei and spoke. Bai Xinyan didn't have time to savor the moment, but when she heard this, she quickly spoke up. She hadn't finished talking about what she had just said. By the way, Xiaofeng, don't forget what I told you. It doesn't count this time, I'll treat you next time. He glanced at Zhu Ziang, who was standing there in a daze, then remembered something and invited him. Xiaofeng, how about I take you back? She was afraid that Zhu Ziang would do something to Lu Feng, and Zhu Ziang was obviously very dissatisfied with him at the moment. Anyone could see at a glance his suppressed anger. The situation just now should have stimulated Zhu Ziang even more. No need, Sister Xinyan. I drove here. Seeing Lu Feng take out the car keys, Bai Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that what Lu Feng said about driving here was true. Okay then. Goodbye. Bai Xinyan said softly that she still had to go back to the hospital to recuperate for a while. Goodbye. Xu Xiang waved gently at Bai Xinyan's car and watched it disappear around the corner. He walked up in silence and stared at Lu Feng with a scrutinizing look. What's wrong? There's a flower on my face? Lu Feng was puzzled. There was something wrong with Zhu Xiang's eyes, which almost made him feel cold in his crotch. Bai Xinyan is mine. Zhu Xiang spoke in a deep voice. You can go tell her. Lu Feng shook his head. He thought he would say something outrageous, but he was so unconfident. Asshole. Zhu Xiang couldn't hold back any longer. Just now in front of Bai Xinyan, he still had to maintain the last bit of gentlemanly demeanor. He rushed forward and punched Lu Feng. Unbreakable. Lu Feng stretched out his leg lightly and kicked Zhu Xiang hard in the stomach before he could react. Zhu Xiang instantly felt his stomach churning. It was such a huge force that it made him hunch over and kneel down, unable to help but hiss in pain. As for me, I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. You said you wanted to pursue Bai Xinyan, so just do it yourself. It's none of my business. Why are you blaming me today? I'm a person who holds grudges. Lu Feng said softly, pressed the car key, and the lights of a car next to him flashed. Zhu Xiang, right? Remember that. Look forward to tomorrow. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Zhu Xiang barely raised his head and heard the roar of a car. It was an unusual engine sound. The car Lu Feng was driving should not be cheap. Watching the car leaving with its taillights flashing, Zhu Xiang recognized the logo, Bugatti. None of the owners of this kind of car are simple. What happened to him saying see you tomorrow? Zhu Xiang was filled with anger and panic. Chapter 60, Watching Music Shocks. Xiao Wei, what were you doing just now? In the nanny car, Bai Xinyan, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Xiao Wei, the assistant driving in the front, with a nonchalant expression. This trip was a last-minute decision on their part, so there was no professional driver from the company to help them drive. Only Xiao Wei temporarily acted as the driver. Sister Xinyan, how does it feel in Lu Feng's arms? Seeing the joy that could not be concealed between Bai Xinyan's eyebrows, Xiao Wei said with a little pride. This is all thanks to the good opportunity she created. What are you talking about? Next month, why don't you go on a business trip to the northwest? Bai Xinyan spoke softly, with a threatening tone. Sister Xinyan, I was wrong. Xiao Wei quickly apologized. She was not really afraid of business trips. After all, the company always made comfortable arrangements for her every time she went on a business trip. However, we still have to take care of Sister Xinyan's face. After saying that, he remembered something. Sister Xinyan, aren't we going to go back and take a look? We just left and Zhu Xiang is still there. When Bai Xinyan heard Xiao Wei's voice, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. She had forgotten Zhu Xiang. Just now in Lu Feng's arms, she felt like she had forgotten all her worries. She was also very shy, and her mind was empty. Oops! Bai Xinyan exclaimed. Xu Xian looks gentle and polite, but he is actually a complete madman at heart. If she left Lu Feng there, Zhu Xiang might attack Lu Feng. Go back and check. Bai Xinyan spoke anxiously. Xiao Wei didn't hesitate. The car that was about to leave the basement turned around and sped towards the place just now. When we arrived at the place where we originally parked, there was no sign of anyone there. Nothing will happen, right? Xiao Wei's words made Bai Xinyan even more worried. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Feng's number. Hello, Sister Xinyan, what's up? Hearing the calm voice coming from Lu Feng, Bai Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Bai Xinyan didn't know how to start. Could it be that she was worried about Lu Feng, so she came back to see him? Oh. I'm fine, don't worry, Sister Xinyan. Just now, Lu Feng's car had crossed paths with Xiao Wei's car while driving. Xiao Wei didn't see him, but he saw Xiao Wei. He thought Xiao Wei didn't know the way and took the wrong exit, but when he saw the call, he knew Bai Xinyan was worried about him. He then spoke. Okay, drive carefully on the road. Bye. Bai Xinyan didn't say much. Goodbye. Hearing the hang-up sound coming from the other end of the phone, Bai Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wei, let's go. He spoke to Xiao Wei in a relaxed tone, and now she felt relieved. How's it looking? Lu Feng looked at Li Shuatong, who was still holding her laptop on the terrace, and spoke with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't expect that she has been busy all day and is still looking at these materials. Isn't she tired? I want to do my best. Li Shuatong glanced at Lu Feng behind her. She didn't know what this little man did. Just behind the scenes, at such a young age, he founded such a big group. Today Li Shuatong was wearing a guitar girl skirt. The front was normal, but it was tied with laces at the back. A large area of fair and tender skin was in front of Lu Feng, and Lu Feng's hand slid in from behind. We need to distract Li Shuatong and stop her from watching. You? Washed, clean. Li Shuatong couldn't stand it anymore. It was inconvenient in the front, so Lu Feng started to play tricks from behind with his fingers. Looking at Li Shuatong, who finally stopped holding the laptop and collapsed in his arms, Lu Feng smiled slightly. Li Shuatong has one more sensitive point. Brother Feng, do you think I can really do it well? Li Shuatong was still a little worried. She was really worried that the work Lu Feng gave her would be beyond her ability. If he fails to do well, how will the group view him? You, don't worry. Lu Feng looked at Li Shuatong, held her face, and spoke softly. When he came back in the evening, he had already dealt with everything. It is not only aimed at Zhu Xiang, but also a wake-up call to the people within the group in advance, and a signal for Li Shuatong to work in the group. Watching Music Group, 9 o'clock in the morning, in the central conference room. Many people arrived one after another and greeted each other. Hello, Director Chiu. Hello, Mr. Song. Hello, Mr. Chiu. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Hello, Mr. Chiu. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Song. Hello, Mr. Zhu. The CEOs greeted each other, but they all looked at the woman sitting in the seat with some confusion. Swing art. Why are people from the head office here and holding such a company leadership meeting? Sitting in the first seat on the left is Song Hongchen, president of Wanqing Music Group, and sitting in the first seat on the right is Zhu Jijun, vice president of the company. Both people who received Zhou Qianyi's call early this morning were very surprised. Generally speaking, the head office would not hold such a meeting in a branch company with such fanfare. In particular, all personnel at the director level and above are required to be in place. Boss Zhou, please tell me what the specific matter is? Song Hongchen spoke softly. They were really unsure about how to hold this impromptu meeting. Zhu Jijun also leaned slightly to the side, indicating that he was listening. Zhou Qianyi shook his head and looked at the two of them. The decision here would cause a major earthquake in Wanqing Music Group. Is everyone here? Zhou Qianyi spoke softly. Although she was also a director, everyone knew it. This director is not on the same level as these directors. Everyone is here. Song Hongchen spoke softly. She had grasped Zhou Qianyi's expression just now and had a bad feeling in her heart. Okay, let's make it short. Zhou Qianyi no longer hesitated and gently opened the folder in his hand. After the chairman's decision, it has been decided to dismiss Zhu Jijun from his position as vice president of Wanqing Music Group. Sun Xiangming from his position as deputy director of the marketing department of Wanqing Music Group. Li Wei from his position as director of the internal affairs department of Wanqing Music Group. Wei Bo from his position as director of the human resources department of Wanqing Music Group. The series of dismissals brought audible silence to the meeting room. At the beginning, everyone was shocked when the first name was Zhu Jijun. As more and more names were read out, everyone couldn't help but feel scared, fearing that their names would be the next. Everyone understands that once this dismissal letter comes out, there will be a major earthquake in Wanqing Music Group. Okay, that's all. Any questions? After reciting the swing art, he looked at the people below who had different thoughts, and asked softly. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the leader and looked at the person in the first place, who was Zhu Jijun. Zhu Jijun took a deep breath and spoke in a serious voice. Director Chiu, may I ask why this is happening? Directly reading out Chiu Qian's position was a sign of disrespect. You want to know? Chiu Qian's face also looked a little cold. What did Zhu Jijun want to do? This is the chairman's order. In Wanqing Entertainment Group, everyone knows that the treatment here is good and the artists are treated well. So everyone is full of yearning for Wanqing Entertainment. However, everyone knows that another thing is recognized. Within the group, the chairman has the final say. Take a look. With a slight gesture, Zhou Qiani took a not-too-thick folder from the assistant and threw it directly in front of Zhu Jijun. Bang! Folders bounced on the desk and the sound spread throughout the conference room. Chapter 61 served as vice president of Wanqing Music. Looking at Zhou Qiani's rude behavior. In the past, they had always been friendly when talking to Zhou Qiani. This is the first time that the swing art has been so unpolite. Do you want to see it too? Zhou Qiani spoke softly, looking at the other people listed in the dismissal letter. Most people looked at each other, but Sun Xiangming still spoke. He realized that this action seemed to target some of the people in the team of Vice President Zhu Jijun. But looking at those people who obviously had no connection with them but were also on the list. Could it be that this is a test from the head office? Is there still a possibility of promotion and salary increase? You guys go ahead. Zhou Qiani spoke softly to the assistants behind him, his tone full of sarcasm. When Lu Feng told her he would give her the information yesterday, she didn't know that Lu Feng would create such a horrible thing. Although I know that if a person stays in a high position in a company for too long, he will have evil thoughts. However, the information Lu Feng sent her still surprised her. And you can control so much information behind the scenes. What amazing abilities are behind Chairman Lu Feng. Fortunately, she has always been conscientious. Many assistants were holding a lot of folders in their hands, and the piles were daunting. Everyone, take a look. Zhou Qiani spoke softly to everyone, and the assistants began to distribute folders one by one behind the directors. At the same time, a large number of security guards, the head office's supervisory department, and many personnel from the supervisory department had gathered outside the conference room. Police cars were roaring to the Wanqing Music Group building, and the sirens were particularly eye-catching. Everyone working at Wanqing Music looked in surprise as the police rushed into the building. Even people in the conference room heard the sound of the alarm. Especially those whose names were called. They already know, something might happen. Not only in the company, but possibly also in the law. Come in. Zhou Qiani spoke softly to the outside of the door, and the security guards came in one after another and stood around the conference room. The majestic aura intimidated everyone in the conference room. In the conference room, everyone whose name was called felt a glimmer of hope. It's all gone at this moment. I used to hope that I would never be discovered, but now. Everyone understood that it was time for the company to liquidate them. Look at it. What are you standing there for? Zhou Qiani spoke softly, bringing the stunned crowd back to their senses. Zhu Jijun had a dejected look on his face, but he still opened the folder. This thing should help him die with a clearer mind. On July 13, 2010, Zhu Jijun joined the company as an ordinary employee in the marketing department. On June 15, 2015, Zhu Jijun received 1 million from Amaterasu Media and promised to promote its artists. However, the results were not satisfactory and he was forced to return 500,000. On September 26, 2018, Zhu Jijun coerced the company's artists to spend a night with him. On March 18, 2022, Zhu Jijun and Sun Xiangming invited guests to spend 150,000 yuan at the Blue Villa, and the company reimbursed 250,000 yuan. On July 4, 2022, Zhu Jijun received a number of gifts from MediaCorp and an anonymous bank card. On August 15, 2022, Zhu Jijun, Sun Xiangming, Li Wei, Weibo, Xiang Tianxiong and others played golf at the Blue Villa and reported a bill of 320,000 yuan. Zhu Jijun felt something was wrong ever since he saw the first message. As he read on, his face turned completely pale and he sat limply on the chair. Every detail written on the paper was almost more detailed than what he remembered. Everyone in the conference room, including those who had just been named and dismissed, looked dejected at the moment. Every single record was clearly visible on the screen. It is a perfect portrayal of how they have gone astray step by step since entering the group. The others who were not named were very surprised. Can the people at the head office even investigate these things? Fortunately, they didn't go astray. Director Lu said that you should do your job well. I don't mind if you have selfish motives, but just don't be too greedy. Xiao Qianni spoke softly. She couldn't understand these people. She was a person who got what she deserved for the effort she put in. The annual salary Lu Feng gave her was as high as tens of millions, but she still felt that she could not afford it. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of knuckles hitting glass could be heard from outside the door, and everyone looked outside the glass door. There were a lot of policemen there, in distinctive uniforms. Everyone who was dismissed felt a darkness before their eyes. This was a catastrophe that had completely arrived. The information here is enough to send them to prison. They did not deny the truth of what was said in the document. After all, they still had some memories in their minds. After completing the handover procedures with the police, Xiao Qianni was still sitting in the middle and Song Hongqian was sitting in the first seat on the left. At this moment, the number of people in the conference room was sparse, less than half. Mr. Song. The sound of the swing art startled Song Hongqian. No way, it hasn't he been processed yet. Any other instructions for him? Please speak, Mr. Chiu. Song Hongqian's tone was somewhat respectful. In the past, they thought they might be able to have an equal conversation with the director. Now, he is the assistant director of the chairman of the head office, who has the power of life and death over them. Even if it's not as serious as this time, it would be easy for the chairman to give the order to have them kicked out of the company or even completely disappear from this industry. No one dared to doubt whether the swing art could do such a thing. After all, the intelligence and beauty of the swing artist are well known in the company. But after today, perhaps another title of being ruthless and iron-blooded will spread again. The position of vice president of Wanqing Music will be held by the chairman's wife, who will be in charge of finance. The chairman of the head office has decided to allocate 2 billion to Wanqing Music to support its development. Hearing Xiao Qianni's words, Song Hongqian was surprised. Only then did he understand why such a big turmoil had been caused in Wanqing Music. The chairman is paving the way for his wife. The rest of the people were also extremely surprised. Just such a small thing almost caused Wanqing Music to fall apart. What about this chairman? Rich and willful? But thinking about the information in those folders, I have to say that the chairman did the right thing. So you understand what the chairman means. Xiao Qianni spoke softly. To be honest, she was a little envious of Li Xuetong's treatment. With this combination of measures, the company has made billions. Song Hongqian was a little confused. Did he understand? What does the chairman mean? He doesn't know. He looked at the swing art with a wry smile on his face. Xiao Qianni didn't expect that Song Hongqian, who usually reacted quickly, didn't react this time. The main reason was that Song Hongqian was stunned by Xiao Qianni's behavior just now and didn't he react. But he immediately recalled the position of vice president and the funding, and he understood. The company's finances will be controlled by the chairman's wife, who will be the incoming vice president, and Wanqing Music should respect her as the leader. Xiao Qianni left, and then the head office allocated funds to the account, but only 1 billion was received. The other billion, apparently, was brought in person by the chairman's wife. Everyone, take action. It was Song Hongqian who spoke again. Looking at the people who were showing expressions of comfort and wry smiles, his face also had a slightly bitter expression. Does the company's structure have to wait until the chairman's wife comes to adjust? It's a bit difficult to carry out normal work. Song Hongqian decided to bite the bullet and call to ask about swing art. Li Xuetong's message slowly came through the computer. Looking at her young, immature face and her status as a junior student, everyone felt even more bitter. Xuetong, I found a job. Your position is the vice president of Wanqing Music, in charge of finance. Lu Feng, who was waiting for lunch, looked at Li Xuetong who was cooking. He hugged Li Xuetong's slender waist from behind and spoke softly in her ear. Chapter 62. Eat with confidence, I'll pay. Let's go pick up Aunt Lan. Looking at Li Xuetong, who was still looking conflicted as she sat in the passenger seat, Lu Feng smiled gently. Feng, isn't this position too high? Li Xuetong spoke with a worried look on her face. This position was beyond her imagination and her ability. Moreover, in this way, it is obvious that there will be a lot of people talking about it in the company. It's okay. Lu Feng said softly, you'll know when you go there next week. Don't refuse. If you can't do it well, just go and learn it. It doesn't matter what position you hold, as long as you learn something. Lu Feng spoke again and interrupted Li Shuatong. Seeing Lu Feng's determined look, Li Shuatong knew that she had no room for refusal, so she could only try next week. Guan Yulan set out early in the morning and did not take a plane, as she said she was afraid. It was Li Shuatong who booked a business class seat for her on the high-speed rail. Guan Yulan didn't understand the difference between the seats until she got on the bus and found her seat. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Li Shuatong wasted money again. And thinking about Li Shuatong's living expenses, he knew at a glance that this was Lu Feng's money. We should have told them to save more. Wouldn't it be fine if this seat was just a second-class seat? Today, Lu Feng changed back to the Audi RS7. This car can seat more people than the Bugatti. Arrived at the high-speed rail station. Everyone arrived relatively early, so we have to wait a little longer. You little girl, why don't you grow after eating? Looking at Li Shuawei holding the ice cream, Lu Feng spoke softly. During this period of time, Li Shuawei has been eating fruits, spicy strips, milk tea, cakes, etc. non-stop. After all, I had to work hard for several days to get just a small amount of pocket money. Li Shuawei has never felt so rich before, so she must satisfy her stomach. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Li Shuawei raised her head, looked down at herself, and then looked at her sister. Well, the gap is indeed a bit big. Who called me Brother Feng? You help my sister all day long and never help me. Li Shuawei's voice rang beside Lu Feng's ears, almost causing Lu Feng to spit out the fat boy's happy water he had just drunk. Take a look at this little girl. So bold. Li Shuawei met Lu Feng's gaze and straightened her body. It's a pity it's still bad. Lu Feng compared them in his mind and spoke softly. Do you like it? Li Shuawei's voice came, but Lu Feng did not answer. How could I not like it? Mom, just follow the main group out. We'll be waiting for you at the door. Before getting off the train, Li Shuatong had been calling Guan Yulan to give her instructions. Fortunately, Guan Yulan did not go to the wrong door. Not long after the phone call, Guan Yulan appeared at the exit. Mom, this. Several people hurriedly went to meet him. Guan Yulan's face was full of surprise. She was not only amazed at the huge size of the train station, but also shocked at its modernity. Now as I walk out of the exit, I look around and see the densely packed skyscrapers in the distance, like a steel jungle reaching into the sky. The atmosphere of a modern metropolis is overwhelming. Let's go, Mom. The wind is driving the car, it's in the parking lot. Guan Yulan knew about the car that Lu Feng drove home last time, so she didn't feel surprised this time. Follow Lu Feng towards the underground parking lot. Mom, this is an automatic ticket machine, but it's no longer used. Now people use their ID cards to enter the station and board the train. Mom, this is an automatic shopping machine. Just scan it with your Weixin or Zihubo. Mom, this is an elevator. You've seen it before. You'll get familiar with it after using it more often. As they walked along the way, the two sisters introduced everything to Guan Yulan. These are all ordinary things, but in Guan Yulan's eyes, they are full of curiosity. Mom, get in the car, let's go. The wind will take you to our house. Li Shuatong spoke softly, and Guan Yulan finally reacted after hearing what her eldest daughter said. Is she talking about the house? Can Lu Feng buy a house in a big city like Shanghai at such a young age? Let's eat first and go back. Lu Feng spoke softly. Guan Yulan had just arrived today, and he wanted to welcome her. No need, Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Guan Yulan quickly spoke up, saying that it was such a waste to eat out in this big city. Go home and I'll make it for you. Mom, don't worry, just listen to Feng's arrangements. Li Shuatong spoke up on the side. She knew that Lu Feng wanted Guan Yulan to be mentally prepared. Yes, Mom, Brother Feng will arrange it. Li Shuawei also spoke up to persuade. This time, Lu Feng found a small Chinese restaurant near his home. The flavors of this restaurant are more Sichuan and Hunan style, which is just right for Guan Yulan. Along the way, the two sisters introduced the scenery along the way to Guan Yulan. No one felt sleepy. After a long time, Guan Yulan was a little confused as she saw that they had been driving for so long but still hadn't arrived at the restaurant. It's so far away and it's not arrived yet? You wouldn't have specifically chosen a place far away from home. Shuatong, where are we going? Guan Yulan spoke with a puzzled look on her face. Mom, we're just going home. Our home is quite a distance from the train station, Li Shuatong gently explained. Guan Yulan had no idea about the distance to the magic city, but she would know when she told her mother about it later. Auntie Lan, we're here. Looking at where Lu Feng parked his car, in front of him was a 3-story wooden building with an ancient style. There is a lot of traffic and people flowing around, it's very lively. In such a busy street, a restaurant like this probably won't be cheap. Auntie Lan, let's go. Lu Feng spoke softly. Mom, let's go. Seeing Guan Yulan was a little hesitant, the two sisters each took one hand, held their mother and walked inside. Chopped pepper fish head, spicy chicken, donpa pork, stir-fried pork with peppers, 2 seasonal vegetables, and a black bone chicken stew. When the three of them just sat down at the small square table, Lu Feng had already ordered the dishes. Auntie Lan, see if there's anything else you need. No, that's enough. Guan Yulan spoke repeatedly and rejected the menu handed over by Lu Feng. She didn't know the prices of the other dishes, but she had certainly heard of the black bone chicken that Lu Feng ordered. A black bone chicken is not cheap, let alone eating it in a restaurant like this. What about you two? Lu Feng spoke softly to the two sisters, not knowing what they wanted to eat. 4 glasses of iced lemonade, please. Li Shuatong spoke softly. Watching his mother Guan Yulan holding his hand under the table. She nodded slightly to Lu Feng. Okay, that's it. Lu Feng spoke softly and gave instructions to the waiter. The waiter went downstairs. Looking at Guan Yulan's somewhat restrained figure, Lu Feng also nodded gently to Li Shuatong. He can tell it now, otherwise he is afraid that Guan Yulan will not be able to accept it. Mom, don't worry so much. Li Shuatong took Guan Yulan's hand and placed it in her palm. The wind is here to welcome you, just eat and enjoy, I'll pay for it. After saying that, he handed the phone to Guan Yulan. Looking at the long string of numbers in the WeChat balance on Li Shuatong's phone, Guan Yulan was completely stunned. Chapter 63 Disneyland. Did you win the lottery or rob a bank? Guan Yulan's worried voice came, looking at the huge number of Li Shuatong's prestige balance. Mom, what are you talking about? We are not there yet. Li Shuatong looked at what her mother said and spoke with a wry smile. For the elderly in the family, it is a great pleasure to see their children whom they have not seen for a long time suddenly having a large sum of money. I always feel a little worried. Have you done anything bad or even illegal? They don't ask for much. Most of them just want their children to be safe and healthy. It would be better to have a perfect family so that we can feel more at ease. Is it Xiaofeng who gave it to you? How could you accept it? Guan Yulan moved closer to Li Shuatong and asked softly. She knew her family's situation. The combined assets of her family were not as much as the remaining balance of Li Shuatong's prestige. So much money couldn't come out of thin air, right? It could only be Lu Feng. Mom, don't worry. It's not just my sister. Li Shuawei's voice also came from the side. He handed his latest Apple phone to Guan Yulan to see. There is also a 6-digit balance in there. Why are you doing this? Guan Yulan's voice was a little louder. Mom, it's okay. Li Shuatong quickly spoke and covered Guan Yulan's mouth with her hand, so that no one in the restaurant was attracted by Guan Yulan's voice. It's the wind. Li Shuatong spoke softly. This was the money that Lu Feng had transferred to her and her sister Shuawei during this period. It was not just money. Looking at the additional clothes and jewelry in the house, the storage space in the master bedroom and Li Shuawei's second bedroom was already slightly insufficient. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Feng was still shopping these days, and he was urging them to spend the money he transferred to them every day. Lu Feng doesn't take money seriously at all. Xiaofeng. Guan Yulan turned her head slightly and looked at Lu Feng in surprise. Based on her understanding of Lu Feng's past performance, he was at most a little wealthier than the average child from a family, and more mature and stable. That's why she felt at ease handing Li Shuatong over to Lu Feng. Li Shuawei is also relieved about traveling to Shanghai during her summer vacation. Auntie Lan, it's nothing. I transferred it to them. Don't worry, you definitely didn't do anything illegal. As for this meal, it was originally meant to welcome you back home. Lu Feng spoke softly. He still had about 4 small goals in his bank card, so he didn't plan to show it to Guan Yulan. Auntie Lan, you know, I'm not poor, that's all. Shuatong and Shuawei's money is just small. Lu Feng spoke softly, but Guan Yulan still looked incredulous. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be so rich. And from the looks of it, he treats the two sisters pretty well. He took Li Shuatong's hand and patted it, which slightly eased the shock in his heart. Mom, you know the car that Feng drove? Li Shuatong spoke softly. The last time Lu Feng drove to his hometown, it was this Audi. Audi. Guan Yulan nodded. She had seen the Audi, but didn't he know the exact price? Seeing my eldest daughter say this, can this car be very expensive? This Audi costs 3.5 million. Li Shuatong spoke softly, shocking Guan Yulan again. Mom, and the house we're going to later. Li Shuawei also responded from the side, she also noticed it. My sister wanted to tell Mom in advance so that she could be prepared. So she just went with her sister to avoid surprising her mother Guan Yulan. However, looking at the several thousand yuan dinner bill that Lu Feng paid for, Guan Yulan still felt a little distressed. When they arrived at Lu Feng's Yujing Bay City, even though Guan Yulan had said it, she was still a little restrained when she got home. She also knew the price of the house, more than 50 million. With Lu Feng's strength, he can't even be said to be rich, but he should be considered a wealthy man. With the company of the two sisters, Guan Yulan finally fell asleep in the guest room on the first floor. The two sisters also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until their mother came and talked with them that they realized how much Lu Feng had changed in such a short period of time. It also had a huge impact on both of them. Wind. Li Shuatong walked in and looked at Lu Feng lying on the bed. Guan Yulan didn't pull her to sleep with her tonight, but only pulled Li Shu away to sleep with her. She returned to the master bedroom. Why are you back? Lu Feng looked at Li Shuatong's figure, feeling a little curious. Today, the two girls finally dressed more normally, both wearing long skirts and pajamas. But didn't Guan Yulan ask Li Shuatong to sleep with her? The bed in this house is at least 2.5 meters wide, which is enough for 3 people to sleep on. Li Shuatong walked over, gently lifted the quilt, and took off her pajamas. She lay down in Lu Feng's arms. Mom wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with Shuawei. Li Shuatong spoke with a smile on her face. In fact, she also knew that her mother, Guan Yulan, would ask Li Shuawei about her attitude tonight. Oh well. Lu Feng gently reached out and stroked Li Shuatong's skin on her back. Li Shuatong's skin had become increasingly white, moisturized and smooth recently. Lu Feng can't let it go. Come and see what preparations are needed for Shuawei's birthday tomorrow? Lu Feng pointed to the places on the notebook. Those were the places that Lu Feng had carefully selected for visiting tomorrow. Wind. Even with just Lu Feng's touch, Li Shuatong became aroused. Her body had become dependent on Lu Feng, and she couldn't live without him. But I remembered what my mother just said. Mom said let's just eat at home. She'll cook. Li Shuatong spoke softly. Nothing about eating. At this time, Lu Feng did not deny Li Shuatong's statement. Eating together as a family is also a good choice. I say, where are we going to play tomorrow? Aunt Lan is here, and with Shuawei, is there any place suitable for the two of them? Is there any place you want to go? Then let me take a look. Li Shuatong stood up slightly, the sheet slipped off, and her crystal white body appeared in front of Lu Feng. Li Shuatong had quietly taken off her original clothes except for her pajamas, and her foot kicked to some corner of the quilt. This is why Lu Feng likes her. Looking at the location that Lu Feng found on the computer. Restaurants, attractions, everything. That's it. Go here. Li Shuatong finally decided on a location, which is a place that the children want to go to. After all, tomorrow is Li Shuawei's home game. Lu Feng also took a look. Will it not be suitable for Aunt Lan? She spoke with a bit of worry. Guan Yulan was not familiar with the things in Disney, so would this be a bad thing? It's okay, Mom said so. Li Shuatong's voice came, and Lu Feng understood. Okay, that's it, Disneyland? When Li Shuawei came before, I never took her to see it. Alright then. Lu Feng spoke softly. This is also the place Li Shuawei talks about from time to time and wants to go. But I haven't had time recently. Since I'm free tomorrow, let us go together. Tomorrow Lu Feng doesn't have to continue to complete the goal of becoming a rich man. He still has some ideas about the remaining money. Chapter 64 Happy Birthday. At 7 o'clock, Lu Feng got up on time and skillfully instructed the system in his mind to sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete lyrics and music scores of 10 hits. The sign-in rewards are different from yesterday's, but I wonder how much these 10 golden songs are worth. Anyway, it's better than the Porsche Panamera yesterday. Today is Sunday, and I am thinking about tomorrow's weekly check-in to see what good things will come out. Go downstairs to the kitchen and prepare breakfast. Xiaofeng, you woke up so early? Guan Yulan looked at Lu Feng, who pushed open the door, and a slightly surprised voice came from her. Isn't it said that going to bed early and getting up early is the biggest enemy of young people? Seeing Lu Feng's energetic appearance, he doesn't look like he just got up at all. Auntie Lan, you're up too, let me do it. Seeing Guan Yulan taking out the eggs and obviously preparing to fry them, Lu Feng quickly spoke. Guan Yulan didn't look at anything else, but she was wandering around in the kitchen for a long time last night. It was not until he figured out the functions of these kitchen utensils that he finally gave up on the two sisters. Let me do it, you just sit and wait. Guan Yulan's voice was not loud, but very firm. Go and tell those two sisters to get up and wash up. Guan Yulan took out a new mobile phone, which was the Warwick phone that Lu Feng bought at the beginning. The two sisters changed it for her yesterday, leaving her no chance to refuse. Auntie Lan, it's still early, there's no rush. Lu Feng spoke softly. He watched Guan Yulan take out her cell phone to check the time. His biological clock was still relatively accurate. It's only 7 o'clock now. Lu Feng finished speaking softly. Then you go out and wait too. Looking at Lu Feng standing beside her, Guan Yulan smiled gently and spoke. She can just come. Okay, Aunt Lan. I'll go wake up those two sisters. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He was usually free and easy, but since he was going out to play today, he might as well wake them up early. Xuetong, get up. In the master bedroom, Li Xuetong was sleepy. When she heard Lu Feng's voice, she didn't react at first. But I remembered it immediately. Mom, are you up? He asked Lu Feng. What do you think? Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Li Xuetong understood and immediately lifted the quilt, revealing her beautiful body. She then stood up and walked in front of Lu Feng with her long legs crossed. Does it look good? He looked at Lu Feng with a smile on his face and asked. Nice. Lu Feng nodded slightly, looking at Li Xuetong's perfect figure in front of him. With his efforts, this was the most perfect masterpiece. It is big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. He gently pulled Li Xuetong and patted her butt. Li Xuetong became shy instantly and collapsed into Lu Feng's arms. Don't you know how hard it has been for him these days? Tease him this early in the morning. Li Xuetong hurriedly tried to escape. Okay, go get dressed. Seeing Li Xuetong's panic expression, Lu Feng pointed at her gently. Li Xuetong gave her a sweet kiss, and then Lu Feng let her go. Li Xuetong put on her nightgown to cover her body, then walked towards the bathroom to wash up. Lu Feng came to the door of Li Xuewei's room again. Xuewei, wake up. There was a knock on the door, but no answer came. Lu Feng was a little confused and knocked a little harder. Xuewei? Still no response, Lu Feng opened the door and walked in. Today, Li Xuewei's sleeping posture was relatively quiet, with her body completely wrapped under the sheets. Xuewei? Lu Feng walked to the bedside, looked at Li Xuewei, who was lying quietly and seemed to be completely asleep, spoke softly, and stretched out his hand towards the little girl's forehead. I want to see if this little girl is sick. Brother Feng. The eyes opened in an instant, almost scaring Lu Feng. Li Xuewei suddenly jumped up from the bed. She rushed towards Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly hugged the girl. So brave? No need to worry about falling onto the carpet. What's wrong? You won't respond when I call you? Lu Feng spoke helplessly. He had called several times since he got here from the door. Didn't Li Xuewei hear this? Hey. Li Xuewei just smiled. Brother Feng, today is my birthday. You are not allowed to refuse my birthday wish. Li Xuewei smiled happily and said to Lu Feng. Okay. I know. Lu Feng looked at the little girl with a bright smile on her face. She didn't look sick at all. He touched her head and found nothing wrong. Then he spoke with a smile. Go wash up quickly, Aunt Lan is waiting. After putting the girl down, Lu Feng pushed her body towards the bathroom. After breakfast, I looked at Li Xuewei, who was excited. Lu Feng had just said that he would take her to Disneyland. This is what she has always wanted. Throughout the breakfast process, Li Shuawei's face never stopped showing a smile of anticipation. We drove to Disneyland. It was summer vacation and there were a lot more people here. A group of people like Lu Feng and Guan Yulan are obviously elders. Lu Feng and Li Shuatong look like a couple, with Li Shuawei. This must be the kid who came to visit the park. This kind of combination is relatively rare in Disney. Mom, sister, let's go. Li Shuawei happily held the hands of the two and walked in front, while Lu Feng followed behind. Brother Feng, look, this is the Steamboat Mickey fountain. Mom, look, this is the Mickey flower bed. This flower bed is magical and it changes colors, especially during the spring festival. Sis, let's go, we're entering the park, this is Mickey Avenue. Li Shuawei, who was holding Guan Yulan and Li Shuatong's hands, unconsciously let go of Guan Yulan and Li Shuatong's hands. However, Li Shuawei was still paying attention at all times, and happily introduced them to the three people as they walked. The four of them strolled along the way and soon arrived at the shopping area. Why, do you want to buy it? Lu Feng spoke softly from the side. What is Li Shuawei hesitating about? Go ahead. When Guan Yulan's voice came, Li Shuawei immediately smiled like a flower. He quickly walked into the shopping area. This Donald Duck, this Mickey, and this one. Soon, Li Shuawei came back holding a few dolls. Okay, go ahead. Buy it if you want. Before Guan Yulan could speak, Lu Feng spoke directly. Mom, let my sister buy it. Li Shuatong, who was also standing by, gave advice with the same thought. Guan Yulan thought of yesterday's experience. Yes, this wouldn't cost much. Let Li Shuawei enjoy her birthday. Let me hold it for you. Lu Feng walked up, took the things from Li Shuawei's hand, and picked up the shopping bag. Li Shuawei then happily started partying in the shopping area. Come on, shall we continue playing? After shopping was almost over, Li Shuawei continued talking, pointing inside the park, where there were many things she had not played or even seen before. Her heart was always full of curiosity. Chapter 65, Alcohol Makes Cowards Courageous. Fairy Tale Castle, Dreamland, Toy Story, Treasure Cove, Adventure Island. After visiting them one by one, it was just a cursory look around. In the end, a day passed by quietly without anyone noticing. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we got on the car. It was time to go back. Guan Yulan said she wanted to go home early to celebrate Li Shuawei's birthday. After taking a look at Li Shuawei, who was reminiscing about the experience, she talked about the attractions that she didn't see today and the light show at night. Li Shuatong spoke softly beside her sister Li Shuawei. Let Brother Feng bring you here when he's free. Then he pushed Li Shuawei into the car. Hearing this, Li Shuawei nodded excitedly and looked at Lu Feng with anticipation. But now, she is happy enough. When I got home, it was already 8 o'clock and there was a traffic jam on the road again. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately there was no accident on the road, it was just a traffic jam. Shuatong, cook with me. Shuawei, Xiaofeng, just wait and eat. Guan Yulan spoke softly to Lu Feng and Li Shuawei. Li Shuawei is the birthday host today, and Lu Feng is supposed to be the guest, so there is no need to bother Lu Feng. All they had to do was wait. Seeing Guan Yulan say this, Lu Feng nodded and did not refuse. He just happened to have something else to do. Looking at the look in Li Shuatong's eyes, Lu Feng indicated that he understood, and returned to the living room with Li Shuawei. Brother Feng. In the living room, Li Shuawei was looking at the projection TV in front of her, but her eyes were not focused at all. She turned her head to look at Lu Feng from time to time. Just now, Lu Feng came out and started busying himself with his cell phone. What was he busy with? She was still a little curious. Shuawei? Just as Lu Feng opened his mouth, his cell phone rang. I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon. After Lu Feng answered the phone, he immediately stood up and spoke softly to Li Shuawei. Li Shuawei was confused. Lu Feng was still going out so late? Brother Feng, when will you be back? Li Shuawei's anxious voice came. Right away. Lu Feng gestured gently to Li Shuawei. Looking at Lu Feng's actions, Li Shuawei also understood. Lu Feng was definitely not going anywhere. Instead, there was a high possibility that he was going to prepare a surprise for her. Watching Lu Feng disappear, I felt touched. In fact, the moment Lu Feng went out, he had already discussed it with Li Shuatong, and Guan Yulan also nodded and agreed to the way of celebrating Li Shuawei's birthday. A smile rose in my heart. They were so deliberate, Li Shuawei would definitely guess it, but they still had to do it. The time to cook dinner was neither short nor long, but Li Shuawei felt that the day was a year long because she was alone. Her anticipation made her feel that time passed so slowly. Suddenly, the bright lights in the living room dimmed. The hazy yellow light illuminates the living room faintly. Watching the changes in the living room, Li Shuawei seemed to have had a premonition and looked towards the entrance door. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. At the door, Lu Feng walked in pushing a 3-layer birthday cake. At the same time, Guan Yulan and Li Shuatong came out of the kitchen, holding plates in their hands. That's Li Shuawei's favorite dish. The three of them sang birthday song together and walked towards Li Shuawei in the living room. Li Shuawei covered her mouth and tried hard not to cry. Even though she had already guessed it, she was still very touched. Happy birthday, Shuawei. The three of them spoke in unison, and Li Shuawei almost burst into tears again. Lu Feng gently placed the cake on the dining table. Shuawei, blow out the candles and make a wish. Guan Yulan spoke softly and looked at Li Shuawei. Now, her second daughter has grown up. I felt a little happy but also a little sad. The happy thing is that she has grown up, but the sad thing is that she will need to make more decisions on her own in the future. Thank you, Mom, thank you, sister, thank you, Brother Feng. Li Shuawei looked at the three people in front of her, tears flashing in her eyes. She sniffed and suppressed the urge to cry. Today is her birthday, she should be happy. Close your eyes silently, put your hands together, and make a wish. Seeing Li Shuawei open her eyes and showing a happy smile on her face, Lu Feng also smiled and said, Shuawei, blow out the candles. Li Shuawei moved closer, looked at the 18 birthday candles in front of her, and took a deep breath. This is her coming-of-age birthday, and she will be an adult in the future. With a puff of wind, the candle flame flickered, extinguished and then lit up again. Watching myself blow out the candles in vain. Li Shuawei's face turned red instantly. This is not a good start. Come again. Lu Feng spoke softly, and a smile appeared on the faces of the three people. When Li Shuawei started to blow out the candles again, the three of them also blew gently. Blow out the candles successfully in one breath. The lights in the living room came on again. Looking at the two plates that had just been placed on the dining table, Guan Yulan and Li Shuawei went into the kitchen again and brought out all the dishes they had cooked. Stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, fish head with chopped peppers, grandma's dishes, beer duck, and steamed cured meat. They are all Li Shuawei's favorite foods. Today, with the help of Xiufeng's home, I was able to give you a good birthday. As everyone sat down, Guan Yulan's emotional voice was heard. In the past, the two sisters' birthdays at home would never be celebrated like this. Just cook some simple dishes, add some side dishes, and at most buy a small cake, and it will be perfect. When Guan Yulan asked Li Shuatong about Li Shuawei's birthday, Li Shuatong opened several large refrigerators in the kitchen, which were filled with all the ingredients needed. This is the only way to make the delicious food that Li Shuawei likes. Auntie Lan, don't say that. Lu Feng spoke softly. In the past, he had celebrated Li Shuatong's birthday several times, but this was the first time for Li Shuawei's birthday. From now on, I will help you celebrate your birthdays. Lu Feng spoke softly. He should be the only relative that Guan Yulan, Li Shuatong, and Li Shuawei were close to. Looking at Lu Feng, the two sisters were moved, and Guan Yulan was also very happy. Come on, let's eat together. Guan Yulan greeted softly. When Li Shuawei saw these delicious foods, her mouth was already watering. After hearing Guan Yulan's words, he immediately picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it into his mouth with a satisfied look on his face. The food cooked by my mother still has the most familiar taste. Shuawei, do you want to drink? Looking at the red wine Lu Feng took out, Li Shuatong gently poured herself a glass. He looked at his sister with encouraging eyes. Drink? Li Shuawei saw her sister's eyes and glanced at Lu Feng again. What's wrong? Drink if you want. Lu Feng is so perceptive, how could he not notice it? Lu Feng thought that this little girl Li Shuawei just wanted to try the taste of the wine. Drink! The look in the eyes of Mother Guan Yulan was complex and delighted. I sighed silently in my heart. Li Shuawei finally made up her mind. Alcohol makes cowards brave, and she was already quite brave to begin with. Tonight you muster up your courage, burn your boats, and accomplish what you want to accomplish. Chapter 66, Wish Fulfilled. Li Shuawei's alcohol tolerance was still a little poor. Seeing that Li Shuatong's face was only slightly red after drinking, Li Shuawei was about to faint. I'm really happy today. Li Shuawei, who was lying on the table, was still muttering. Shuatong, come and help Shuawei to the sofa. Xiaofeng, don't move. Let's clean up here. Tonight, Li Shuawei was happy, but also drunk. Guan Yulan stood up, looked at Li Shuawei who was lying on the table, then noticed Lu Feng who had already stood up, and immediately spoke. Just let them take care of the things here. He glanced at Li Shuawei, then at Guan Yulan and Li Shuatong, who immediately moved and stared at him closely. Lu Feng shook his head and didn't say much. He had other things to do anyway. Let them do what they want here. I'll go upstairs. Lu Feng came to the study upstairs and took out the things he bought last time. These are the ones I signed in and bought recently. Today I can finally give them out. They can be considered as gifts for them. As for the rest, there are many more after a quick look, so I'll leave them for the two sisters to choose for themselves later. After waiting for a while, they went downstairs. On the sofa, Li Shuatong had already started feeding Li Shuawei hangover-relieving soup, hoping to help her feel a little better. Where's Aunt Lan? Looking at Li Shuatong's figure, but not seeing Guan Yulan at this moment, Lu Feng asked. Mom? She's still in the kitchen and won't let me do anything. Li Shuatong shook her head slightly. Feng, Mom is planning to go back and not stay here anymore. Li Shuawei thought of Guan Yulan's words and spoke softly. Not staying here anymore? Lu Feng was slightly confused, but nodded. Yes, some elderly people have a deep attachment to their hometown. When you first ask them to come to a big city like this, they are not used to it yet, so they will act very homesick. What's more, there are no relatives or friends here, and no familiar environment, so the elderly feel even more lonely. In a big city, you still need to adapt to it at first. If you have the chance in the future, just come more often and get used to it. Then why don't you ask Auntie Lan to stay for 2 more days and postpone her joining the company? Lu Feng thought of the companionship and spoke softly to Li Shuawei. Well, that's not necessary. Mom said she's leaving tomorrow. You and Shuawei might need to see her off then. I'd better start work early tomorrow morning. Li Shuatong thought about it for a moment and did not agree. That's fine. Lu Feng spoke. Here, this is your job gift. As for Aunt Lan, as we agreed, hand over the car keys to her. I've also transferred the money into the card, so you give it to Aunt Lan too, so she doesn't have to work so hard anymore. Lu Feng said softly, and took out the car keys of a Porsche Panamera. This is what I signed in yesterday, it's just right. At the same time, Li Shuawei had an extra bank card in her hand. It was opened in her name, and Lu Feng transferred a small amount of money into it, just 500,000. Good. Li Shuatong spoke softly without refusing. She knew that this was just a small amount of money for Lu Feng. What's more, now I looked at my sister on the sofa. Neither of the two sisters could escape Lu Feng's grasp, so they had no burden accepting these gifts. She leaned closer and kissed Lu Feng. They are an old couple, so there is no need to say too much, everything is self-explanatory. I'm going to talk to my mother. I might not go back to sleep tonight. After taking a look at Lu Feng, Li Shuatong spoke softly and then walked towards the kitchen. Please carry Shuawei up. Looking at Li Shuatong who walked into the kitchen, and then looking at Li Shuawei who was sleeping on the sofa, Lu Feng leaned over and picked up Li Shuawei in a princess hug. The stairs are difficult to walk on, but it's no problem for Lu Feng. Looking at Li Shuawei who had unconsciously hugged his neck and her slightly rapid breathing, Lu Feng smiled slightly. This little girl, she was clearly sober, but she was still pretending to sleep. Shuawei? He put Li Shuawei on the bed and looked at the hands that were hugging his neck tightly. Lu Feng shouted softly. I know you're not asleep. If you don't open your eyes, I'll leave without giving you any presents. Li Shuawei opened her eyes immediately upon hearing this and looked at Lu Feng with burning eyes. Just now, when Lu Feng gave his sister a gift, she woke up and heard it. She had always been looking forward to what Lu Feng would give her. Let go, I'll get it. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at the girl's fiery eyes, which contained indescribable emotions burning in them. Good. Li Shuawei spoke softly and then let go of Lu Feng's neck. Watching Lu Feng's figure disappear at the door, he immediately stood up and ran towards the closet. Wait until Lu Feng comes in again. The little girl has already curled up in the quilt. Lu Feng felt a little strange. Looking at this little girl who covers her entire body tightly, I wonder if she got drunk and got drunk. Shuawei, what's wrong? As Lu Feng approached, Li Shuawei's body became more and more nervous. It's okay, brother Feng, I want to see the gift you gave me. Li Shuawei spoke softly, looking at the box in Lu Feng's hand with burning eyes. Is that her gift? She also prepared a gift for Lu Feng. Looking at Li Shuawei, who was sitting beside him and hadn't gotten up yet, Lu Feng felt a little strange, but he didn't think much about it and decided to give her the gift first. Gently open the box, and a watch appears in the box, which is Van Cleef Arpels Winter Snow Scene watch. The white snow scene and the white cottage form the base, forming a beautiful match with the blue eaves. The half-moon yellow moon and lights, plus the falling white snowflakes, together create such a wonderful scene on the dial. The silver bezel is surrounded by white diamonds, and the strap is dotted with blue and white diamonds, which is gorgeous and colorful. Shuawei, do you like it? Lu Feng asked softly. Brother Feng. I like it. Li Shuawei looked very happy. She quickly stood up, she was ready. By the time Lu Feng realized something was wrong, Li Shuawei had already hugged him. But I prefer the one with the lover's bridge in the winter snow. Li Shuawei opened her mouth softly and covered Lu Feng's mouth with her hand. When Li Shuawei stretched out her hand just now, Lu Feng had already noticed that on Li Shuawei's fair white wrist was the lover's bridge model with a winter snow scene. Compared to the winter snow scene model, the lover's bridge model has an additional man and woman on the dial. They are a pair of lovers who will embrace each other affectionately on the Paris Bridge at midnight and noon as time goes by. Taking a look at Li Shuawei, who was wrapped in a quilt with her fair arms exposed, her shoulders and figure were already revealed. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh that he shouldn't have told Li Shuetong that he bought these watches. She must have known about it because Li Shuetong told her. Shuawei, it's not that I don't want to give you this one. This one. Lu Feng spoke softly, trying to explain the meaning of the watch. Brother Feng, I understand. Li Shuawei no longer hesitated, took the box from Lu Feng's hand, and gently placed it on the bedside. Lift the quilt. A perfect body appeared in front of Lu Feng, with a protruding chest and a curved back, white and tender, and about to bloom. The pink diamond necklace lies quietly on the chest, it is the Gemini Allure necklace. Even though Lu Feng also bought many other more expensive and more gorgeous necklaces, the two sisters still liked to wear this necklace. Brother Feng, you can't leave. Holding Lu Feng tightly with one hand, Li Shuawei no longer hesitated. This is my birthday wish. Mom and sister know it. If you leave, I will. I thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any threatening words. Li Shuawei didn't care and rushed straight towards Lu Feng, making lips contact. His movements were immature and clumsy, but his eyes were full of determination. Shuawei, are you sure? Seeing the anger he had been holding back for a few days, and then looking at the clumsy and unusually cute Li Shuawei in front of him, Lu Feng spoke softly to confirm again. I'm sure. Li Shuawei's voice was very firm, and her eyes were full of concentration. The crescent moon is charming and intoxicating. Lu Feng was indeed in a very depressed mood. Chapter 67, Entering the Workplace. Lu Feng woke up when he opened his eyes early in the morning. Looking at Li Shuawei, who was hugging him like an octopus. Not to mention, Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei used to have different sleeping positions, but now, they both like to hug each other. Lu Feng also held her arm gently. Gently kissed Li Shuawei on the cheek. I took a look at Li Shuawei, who was sleeping, and thought of Li Shuetong again. They are both so cute. Li Shuawei, who was in Lu Feng's arms, looked calm at the moment, but a hint of pain would appear on her face from time to time. I gently stroked her back with my hand, hoping that she would sleep more comfortably. Li Shuawei slowly opened her eyes, the tears in the corners of her eyes were adorable. Why did you wake up? Lu Feng spoke softly and looked at Li Shuawei. He didn't notice his actions and woke Li Shuawei up. Brother Feng, I am now the same as my sister. Li Shuawei did not answer, but looked at Lu Feng's face lovingly and spoke softly. Lu Feng nodded. In fact, no matter in the past or now, Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei were both his family members. But now the relationship has gone a step further. Okay, get some more sleep. I'll go see your sister and Aunt Lan off. Lu Feng spoke softly, saying that this was the reason why he woke up so early today. Looking at Li Shuawei, who stood up and closed her eyes, Lu Feng gently left a kiss on her cheek. Li Shuawei's slightly frowned brows relaxed and a smile appeared in the corners of her eyes. She knew that Brother Feng accepted her. After returning to the master bedroom and washing up, Lu Feng took a look and found that Li Shuatong was not in the master bedroom. Lu Feng originally wanted to come back and settle the score with her. When I went downstairs, I saw Li Shuatong and Guan Yulan were already eating breakfast at the dining table. Lu Feng sat over there feeling a little guilty. He captured someone's little daughter last night, and at such a close distance. Xiaofeng, come and have dinner. Guan Yulan didn't say much, but kept smiling as she spoke softly. Auntie Lan, don't worry, I will treat Shuawei and Shuatong well. Lu Feng spoke directly, since he couldn't hide it anyway. Guan Yulan sighed. Looking at Lu Feng, the child in front of him was really attractive. His own daughter was completely fascinated by him and didn't even mind these things. You just do your best. Guan Yulan thought of what Li Shuatong had told her, and everything she currently knew about Lu Feng. I couldn't help but sigh. Don't let them down. Good. Lu Feng spoke softly, saying the same thing in his heart. After breakfast, Li Shuatong was about to go to work, and Guan Yulan was about to leave as well. Auntie Lan, won't you stay a few more days? Lu Feng asked, why are you in such a hurry to go back? There must be nothing urgent in Guan Yulan's hometown. I can't let go of things at home, I have to go back and take a look. Guan Yulan spoke softly. She was not used to staying in this house and was a little embarrassed. As for what happened in my hometown, there really isn't anything. The rice isn't ripe yet. However, the familiar environment of her hometown still makes her feel free. No need to send me off. I can walk on my own. She gently waved the car keys in her hand. Those were the BMW keys that Li Shuatong gave her last night. Guan Yulan has a driver's license and can drive. Lu Feng and Li Shuatong repeatedly postponed the idea of seeing each other off. Looking at Guan Yulan driving away in the garage, Li Shuatong felt a little sad. Wind. Leaning on Lu Feng's shoulder, he spoke softly. Get in the car. Mr. Li, let's settle the accounts. Lu Feng spoke softly, with a teasing tone. He is now sending Li Shuatong to the company. Li Shuatong originally didn't agree, but Lu Feng said he had something to do in the city. Only then did Li Shuatong agree. Tell me, was there any plan last night? Inside the car, looking at Li Shuatong sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Feng pretended to be scary and said, Feng, Shuawei's wish. Li Shuatong didn't say much, but just moved closer to Lu Feng's shoulder and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Shuawei, I know. She has been strong-willed since she was young. I have never seen her so attached to anyone and so unwavering. Li Shuawei's voice came softly. Growing up, Shuawei and I were both confused. We didn't know why the importance of family in our lives was actually very important, yet not that important at the same time. Finally, your appearance helped me find the direction. I believe Shuawei is the same. So, in fact, you have already been the only goal and answer in my and her hearts without knowing it. We'll all love you. Let's fall in love with you together. We will only love you more. Li Shuatong didn't say the last sentence, but Lu Feng understood it. He gently pulled Li Shuatong's head over, and their tongues separated from their lips for a long time, but the love in Li Shuatong's eyes remained unchanged. Feng, that person is gone. Tonight, I'm at your disposal. Li Shuatong spoke softly, took Lu Feng's hand and placed it on the ignition button, pressing it gently. After looking at Li Shuatong with amusement, Lu Feng started the car. Don't be afraid, do whatever you want. Not far from launching music, Li Shuatong asked Lu Feng to get out of the car, saying that she could go the rest by herself. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and spoke. With the lessons learned from those people, everyone in the company should have self-awareness. We arrived at a high-end residential complex not far away. The houses for sale here are also fully decorated, the kind that you can move into right away. Lu Feng took a quick look and paid with his credit card for 25 million yuan, buying a set. He carried the property deed in his handbag and took a taxi to the Porsche headquarters, where he was informed that the 911 he had bought had arrived. Should I mention it or not? This is a problem for Lu Feng now. At home, Li Shuawei didn't know whether she had gotten up or not, or whether she could get up at all. What if I delay picking up the car? Hello, Shuawei? I made a video call and looked at Li Shuawei, who was lying on the bed with sleepy eyes. Okay, just get back before noon. Take a taxi and go straight to the Porsche 4S headquarters in Shanghai. Here, we have to make quick decisions as well. Wanqing Music Group, Li Xuetong's car successfully entered the underground garage and parked. There is her exclusive parking space here. Hello, miss, what's up? In the lobby, the lady at the service desk looked at the beautiful figure in front of her wearing a white dress, carrying a bag, and wearing an exquisite watch, and asked softly. I have never seen Li Xuetong in their company before. My name is Li Xuetong. I'm looking for your company's president, Sun Hongchen. He should have an appointment. Li Xuetong spoke softly, but she was actually still a little nervous. This was her first day at work. Ms. Li Xuetong? Are you looking for the president of our company? The receptionist was a little shocked. She didn't expect that the Li Xuetong the president had made an appointment with was such an urban beauty. Ms. Li, this way please. A receptionist led Li Xuetong towards the elevator, and the rest of the receptionists were very surprised. In the president's office, the phone in front of Sun Hongchen rang. Once connected. Boss, Miss Li Xuetong is here. After he finished speaking, Sun Hongchen took a deep breath. The parachuted-in chairman's wife, the vice president of Wanqing Music and the de facto person in charge, has really arrived. I was about to make a call to all the department heads, but I put it off. Notice, there will be a meeting in the central conference room in a while, for director level and above. The notice quickly spread throughout Wanqing Music. At the same time, Sun Hongchen also quickly walked towards the elevator entrance. Chapter 68 Overview of Financial Power. Following the front desk, watching the elevator go directly to the 18th floor, Li Xuetong realized that this was the floor for the senior executives of Wanqing Music Group. As soon as the elevator door opened, Sun Hongchen and his secretary were already waiting at the staircase entrance. Ms. Li, welcome. Sun Hongchen spoke softly. Li Xuetong was a little flattered. The president of the group came to pick her up like this? Hello, President Sun. Li Xuetong still did not lose face in front of Lu Feng. She looked calm, gently extended her hand, and shook hands with Sun Hongchen. Sun Hongchen glanced slightly. I saw the expensive watch on Li Xuetong's wrist at a glance. It seems that this Miss Li is really not just a pretty face and must be deeply loved by the chairman. Mr. Li, I'm your personal assistant. You can just call me Xiaofeng. As soon as Sun Hongchen finished speaking, a woman in professional attire came up to him. Speak softly. Looking at this person, he was transferred from the chairman's assistant office at the headquarters specifically to cooperate with Li Xuetong. Sun Hongchen was slightly envious because he didn't even have such treatment. Hello? Li Xuetong also stretched out her hand and shook hands with Xiaofeng. Then, Mr. Li, how about we talk while walking and then go to the conference room for the meeting later? Sun Hongchen gently invited. In the central conference room, not long ago, we saw a great shock among the top management. It was in this office that many department heads and directors came to the meeting after being notified by a phone call from Sun Hongchen. I was also at a loss inside. Is this another big thing happening? Tell me, what is this morning meeting for? The central conference room has been used again? Maybe someone from the last headquarters has come again? Do you think that the new vice president has arrived? Does the vice president's hiring need to be so fanciful? You don't know the identity of the new vice president? Why has the president not come yet after waiting for so long? What are you in such a hurry for? Everyone in the conference room watched the time pass by, but there was no sign of Sun Hongchen, so they couldn't help but start a discussion. After walking around this floor with Sun Hongchen for a while, Li Xuetong thought that was the end. Unexpectedly, Sun Hongchen took her around the entire building. People in the company also noticed this strange scene. President Sun Hongchen actually led a lady to visit the company. The news quickly spread throughout the company. The ministers in the conference room also received the news. Everyone, the chairman's wife is here. A minister spoke softly, his voice small, as he looked at the message on his phone. My heart is also filled with emotion. All the meeting participants immediately sat up straight, as they had not forgotten what happened last time. If someone is in trouble, there will be someone else to take his place. In a big company like this, don't say that they can't do without you. Unless you can take charge of the entire Wanqing Entertainment Group like the chairman. Otherwise, we are all workers. Okay, that's all. Mr. Li, let's go to the meeting room next. Sun Hongchen spoke softly, looking at Li Xuetong who was visiting the company with him, and felt a little admiration in his heart. The chairman's wife is no mere decoration. During his introduction, she was able to raise some questions and even had some unique insights. She will now be in charge of the entire financial affairs of Wanching Music Company. I hope she can be nicer to them. Okay, let's go. Li Shuatong spoke softly. She also understood that for some reason, Lu Feng had a very high prestige in Wanching music, and even Song Hongchen was in awe of her. The sound of the conference room door opening was particularly eye-catching, and everyone looked up. At a glance, I saw President Song Hongchen's assistant push open the door, and then President Song Hongchen walked in. Next came an unknown woman, followed by another unknown woman who was one step behind. Everyone, let me introduce you. Song Hongchen's words drew everyone's attention to him. This is Vice President Li Shuatong, who will be in charge of our company's financial affairs. This is President Li's assistant. The personnel structure of Wanching Music Group was quickly restored. This was the result after Song Hongchen specifically asked Zhou Qianyi last time. However, this also led to the fact that some people in the conference room did not know Li Shuatong's identity. Someone wanted to speak, but the person next to him signaled him not to ask too many questions. The meeting room was silent. Everyone, welcome. Song Hongchen took the lead in applauding, and many others followed suit. Looking at the conference room that fell into silence again after a while, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed particularly strange. Mr. Li, please sit here. He pointed to the center, which was Song Hongchen's original position. Mr. Song, that's not the case. Li Shuatong shook her head slightly and looked at the first person on the left. That should be the seat Song Hongchen reserved for himself. Walked over and sat down. Okay, Mr. Song, let's have the meeting. I just came here to learn. Don't pay too much attention to me. Li Shuatong also knew that everything in the company should be done slowly. After all, it was her first day in the company, and it was so special. Oh well. Looking at Li Shuatong's figure, sitting quietly in the first seat on the left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the chairman's wife is at least not here to abuse her power. Okay then, next, let's have our weekly meeting. Song Hongchen sat back in his seat and began to preside over the meeting. Wang Jun, you speak first. The person Song Hongchen called out to was the director of the marketing department, Wang Jun. Last time, he saw with his own eyes how Zhou Qianyi easily defeated the deputy director of the marketing department, Sun Xiangming. Therefore, I looked a little scared when I reported it. Last time she was the chairman's assistant, this time she is the chairman's wife. However, during the reporting process, Li Shuatong did not speak a word, but just quietly took notes with a notebook. Okay then, next one. After listening to Wang Jun's report, Song Hongchen glanced at Li Shuatong. Li Shuatong signaled him not to bother with her, so Song Hongchen continued. The meeting finally returned to normal. The meeting ended successfully. Looking at Li Shuatong's figure, Song Hongchen, who was about to disband the meeting, suddenly remembered something and asked Li Shuatong. Mr. Li, do you have anything else to say? Li Shuatong glanced at everyone in the field, and they were all looking at her with different expressions. Hello, colleagues. I know I have a special status and it's my first time here. Don't worry too much about me. I hope everything in the company goes on as usual. As for the finances that I'm in charge of, don't worry, I'll learn it well. At least with me, you can apply for financial budgets with confidence. I think with my status, I can get more financial support from the head office for the company, which shouldn't be a problem. Li Shuatong said with a smile. Everyone felt a little relieved when they heard this. At least it seemed that Li Shuatong was still easy to get along with. Okay then, that's it, shall we adjourn the meeting? Song Hongchen just opened his mouth to announce. Then, Mr. Li. I can apply. A voice suddenly rang out from a person sitting at the rear left. Han Bo, what are you doing? Looking at this person, Song Hongchen's head was shocked. He forgot. He also attended this regular meeting. Li Shuatong looked over. She knew this person and had seen him in his profile. Han Bo, general manager of Wanching Music Recording Studio. It just so happened that she actually had something to ask him. Mr. Song, it's okay. Li Shuatong spoke softly, smiled at Song Hongchen without minding, and said to Han Bo. It just so happens that I have something to talk to you about, so go ahead and tell me first. Chapter 69 Unexpected Weekly Sign-In. President Li, you should speak first. Han Bo was not a person who was completely ignorant of the ways of the world. After seeing Li Shuatong speak, he let Li Shuatong speak first. After all, Li Shuatong is now his superior. Li Shuetong remembered what Lu Feng had instructed her in advance, to build a good relationship with the person in charge of the recording studio. Lu Feng also gave her a suggestion. I have something here that I want to show to Coach Han. Li Shuetong spoke softly and handed a folder to her assistant Xiaofang. Xiaofang understood, walked to Han Bo and handed the folder to him. Han Bo was a little curious about what Li Shuetong was going to show her. Horse City. Swallows return to the nest. Farewell poem. Broken bridge and remaining snow. Slowly falling in love with you. The complete lyrics and music scores of the 5 songs are all included. Han Bo was attracted at once. He could see that the quality of every song here was very high, reaching the level of top songs. Even if they are not, they will definitely be pushed to the top with the help of the company. Watching Han Bo being attracted by the pieces of paper in his hand. Everyone else in the meeting room was a little surprised. Han Bo is a proud and arrogant person who strives for perfection. It must be something given by Li Shuetong that made Han Bo very satisfied, which is why he was addicted to it. After a long while, Han Bo raised his head and looked at Li Shuetong with surprise and joy. Coach Han, what do you think? Li Shuetong asked with a smile. This was given to her by Lu Feng this morning, and he told her to take it to the company. She also watched it on the road and understood that it was no wonder that the Wanqing music concert was developing so well, as Lu Feng could come up with 5 such high-quality songs without making any noise. Mr. Li, I am very satisfied with the quality of these 5 songs. Han Biao nodded with great satisfaction. In the past, the company's songs, in addition to being composed and purchased by itself, were all obtained by President Song Hongchen from the head office. The quality of those songs is also very high. Today, Li Shuetong brought 5 songs at once. Han Bo smiled confidently inwardly. Why wouldn't Wanqing music develop well? Okay, as long as Director Han is satisfied. Then, Mr. Li, there is something else I want to say. Han Bo wanted to speak, but he hadn't said his story yet. I know. I'll allocate 50 million to you. You can set up a separate recording studio by yourself. Is there any problem? Seeing Li Shuetong interrupt him and directly allocate another 50 million yuan, Han Bo actually originally expected a budget of only 20 million yuan at most. After all, Wanqing Music's recording studio is actually very good and is top-notch in the country. But musicians, especially Han Bo. He wants the best for everything. Now, with so much money, it would be unreasonable for him not to build one of the world's top recording studios. Okay, Mr. Li, I'm fine. Seeing Han Bo sitting down with satisfaction, everyone was slightly stunned. Han Bo, the most unique member of Wanqing Music, was conquered by Li Shui. Mr. Li's skills are quite impressive. Everyone, is there anything else? After seeing Li Shuetong and Han Bo finish their discussion, no one spoke anymore. They were eager to know what Li Shuetong had given Han Bo to make him smile so much and unable to restrain himself, staring at the folder intently. Everyone shook their heads. Okay then, let's disband. Mr. Li, I'll take you to the office first. Song Hongchen walked in front and led Li Shuetong towards the office. Li Shuetong also sighed slightly, thinking that Lu Feng was really amazing, and the things he gave her were indeed the key to this company. Then next, I have to work harder too. In the conference room, watching Song Hongchen and Li Shuetong disappear. All the ministers, directors, and others surrounded Han Bo. Old Han, take a look. What did Mr. Li give you? Looking at the people who gathered around him, Han Bo smiled gently. The content here cannot be leaked yet, he still needs to go to the recording studio to polish it. By the way, arrange it in the company and find a suitable singer to perform. By the way, funding for a recording studio should also be put on the agenda. Okay, you'll know soon. After slightly pushing everyone away, Han Bo returned to the recording studio office area. Director Han. We just received a 50 million budget transfer to our department from the company account. A young girl from the finance department immediately said to Han Bo. Han Bo was also surprised. It seemed that the company's financial processing efficiency could not be called improved, but now it was extremely fast. Okay, you can also go to the purchasing department to purchase the musical instruments, equipment, and auxiliary tools that I liked last time. After Han Bo finished speaking, he walked into the recording studio with the music score. This is the most important thing and what he cares about most. System, sign in. While taking a taxi to the Porsche 4S headquarters in Shanghai, Lu Feng gently instructed the system in his mind. It's a new week again, and this is the third weekly check-in. The first week I signed in the weapon box, last week I signed in the Bugatti Noir. What will this week be like? Weekly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Luoshan Special Manufacturing Factory. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. This week's sign-in seemed a bit unexpected. He seemed to have heard of this company somewhere. Now I remember, isn't this a special factory in Shancheng City? Luoshan Special Production and Manufacturing Factory is a vehicle manufacturing factory that serves both military and civilian purposes. The military side involves vehicle modification, manufacturing of off-road vehicles, tracked vehicles, large trucks, and more confidential military vehicle chassis manufacturing. On the civilian side, more off-road vehicles are produced, including all-terrain mountain bikes, climbing vehicles, off-road motorcycles, as well as urban functional vehicles such as fire trucks, ladder trucks, cement tankers, etc. It can be said that there are many types of cysts. But they also do very well in every category. After taking a look at the information gradually being transmitted by the system, Lu Feng was slightly surprised. This, his current sign-in, is beginning to involve the military level. Recalling the information in my mind, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Logically, this company was founded by him in junior high school. At that time, it was all his wild imagination, and he designed some weird things. So with the help of his family, he founded this company and developed it. Because of its outstanding quality, the army began to take notice. Use 50% of the shares to sign a cooperation agreement with the Shancheng municipal government. It has thoroughly and rapidly promoted the company to become bigger and stronger. So much so that now, this company has become a well-known star enterprise in Shancheng City. I sighed, the system is really a big cheat. But now, what can we do? Of course, accept it. After digesting the information in his mind, Lu Feng also arrived at the Porsche 4S headquarters in Shanghai. Open the door and get out. Looking at the door in front of him, there was a brand new Porsche 911 waiting for him inside. Chapter 70, Short of Money. As soon as we entered the door, the waiter came to greet us. It turned out that it was not Jiang Peiyao who called to inform him, but an unfamiliar manager. You are Mr. Lu, right? I'm Hu Lu, the store manager of this store. Manager Jiang is busy with something, so I have to come to greet you now. I'm really sorry. Hulu gently handed over a business card and looked at Lu Feng with an apologetic face. After all, it was Jiang Peiyao who called to inform Lu Feng, but now it was her turn to receive him. Fine. Seeing that it was a different person, Lu Feng just shook his head. He didn't care about such things. He just wanted to pick up the car as soon as possible. Show me my car. Lu Feng spoke softly. In the showroom, I obviously didn't see the 911 I ordered. So my car should be in the vehicle warehouse at the back. Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry, please be prepared. Jiang Peiyao also appeared at the side and spoke softly, with an awkward smile on her face. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Isn't it just picking up a car? I just called him, could something have gone wrong now? What could go wrong in such a short time? What's wrong? Just tell me what's going on. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Mr. Lu, please come with me to take a look. Jiang Peiyao spoke softly. She didn't come to greet Lu Feng just now because she didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the garage. That guy is also a young man. The attitude is okay. Otherwise, let them discuss it themselves. Lu Feng also understood that it seemed that his car really had an accident. Following Jiang Peiyao, I walked towards the garage at the back. Plump, tall, and twisting in front of Lu Feng, this store manager Jiang's figure is indeed not to be underestimated. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Lu Feng saw two 911s parked neatly in the center of the garage. One of the cars had serious front-end damage, with the entire hood completely curled up and the front cabin shrunken. The other car had a broken leg and a large area of the right front wheel was also damaged. Mr. Lu, that's your car. Jiang Peiyao was a little afraid to speak and pointed at the white Porsche with the broken leg. Lu Feng was slightly stunned and his mood became a little bad. Anyone who was about to see his new car, such a big accident almost happens in front of him. This car. Forget it. Did he hit me? Lu Feng spoke softly and looked at another yellow Porsche nearby, where a young man was squatting. Yes. Jiang Peiyao spoke softly. In fact, it is really difficult to determine this accident. It was in their Porsche warehouse, and there was a car that had not been picked up yet, and it was hit in half, crippled by the person who was going to pick it up. It would be better to let them discuss it themselves. Zhang Peiyao had no choice but to use her rights to help Lu Feng get compensation. Just to see if Mr. Lu Feng will accept it. Mr. Su Wenchuan, this is Mr. Lu Feng. He is also the owner of this car. Zhang Peiyao walked over and looked at Su Wenchuan, who was squatting on the ground with a distressed look on his face, and spoke softly. Su Wenchuan turned around when he heard the voice and saw the man next to Zhang Peiyao. He was wearing a well-fitting suit, had a handsome appearance, and was about the same age as him. His temperament was quite outstanding. At this moment, he could see the situation on the scene, and the temperament he exuded was not so angry, but rather peaceful. This guy also came to pick up a Porsche, and it was the one he crashed. Hey, buddy, hello. Su Wenchuan greeted him with a guilty conscience, wanting to establish a good relationship first. Okay, tell me how to deal with this. Lu Feng went straight to the point and thought he could pick up the car directly and go back quickly. This thing that happened halfway is really terrible. Su Wenshu didn't expect Lu Feng to be so direct. What? He really hasn't thought it through. I used my own pocket money and finally saved up enough to buy a 911. He was in high spirits and prepared to drive out for a ride, and also called his friends to broaden his horizons. As a result, he had trouble going out, and he didn't even leave the 4S store. If you can't handle it yourself, how about calling the police directly? Lu Feng spoke softly, he didn't want to wait any longer. How long will it take to procrastinate? No. Su Wenchuan quickly spoke up to stop it. It would be bad for him if this matter got out. Or, I'll call my family and ask them to come and deal with it. Su Wenchuan thought of his family, and now, this was the only way. Then hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Lu Feng shook his head, took out his cell phone, wanted to call Li Shuawei, but put it down again. It's past 10 o'clock now, so there is no rush. Well. Su Wenchuan apologized to Lu Feng, then quickly took out his phone and called his aunt. It would be best if his father didn't know about this. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, please come and sit down. Zhang Peiyao walked up, pointed in the direction of the lounge, and spoke softly. 4S also bears a lot of responsibility in this matter. She also hopes that it can be resolved smoothly. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged woman came into the store in a hurry. Wenchuan, are you okay? The moment she saw Su Wenchuan, the woman hurriedly asked. I'm fine, Auntie, let me tell you something. Looking at his aunt, Su Wenchuan quickly told her what had happened. You have no great driving skills, but you still bought a 911, just for your brothers. The middle-aged woman spoke with some dissatisfaction, causing Su Wenchuan to lower his head. Hello, Mr. Lu Feng, right? I am Su Wenchuan's Aunt Suing. Our boy is wrong in this matter. Look, this is not the compensation. We help you fix your car? Wait. When Lu Feng heard this, he immediately interrupted and asked, help him fix the car? This? Zhang Peiyao smiled bitterly and said, Ms. Su, Mr. Lu's car is a new one, a customized one. After hearing this, Suing realized that she had made a mistake. It's a new car, this is not easy. How about we get you a new car? Gritting her teeth, Suing spoke reluctantly. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Who knows how long he would have to wait for this new car. But looking at the half-broken car in the garage, it was obvious that he couldn't accept this car. A new car? There is no other way. Then let's get one with exactly the same configuration. Lu Feng spoke softly and made the final decision. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Feng was easy to talk to. Manager Jiang? What about your explanation from the 4S store? Looking at Zhang Peiyao standing aside, Lu Feng spoke softly. Zhang Peiyao, who thought she would talk to Lu Feng in private again, looked at Lu Feng and spoke softly. A bitter smile appeared on his face. There is dereliction of duty by 4S. Then Mr. Lu, I will make the decision and waive the remaining part of the car price. Is that okay with you? At the same time, I will apply to the headquarters as soon as possible to have your car dispatched so that you can pick it up. What do you think? Lu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Peiyao to be so arrogant. You have to know that his car costs 3.5 million, so he has to return 500,000. All in all, this Force must have lost $1 million. Is Porsche generous? That's absolutely impossible. That's Zhang Peiyao's own way of dealing with finances and people. Manager Jiang does a good job. Okay, that's it. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Fortunately, he didn't need a car to drive now. I'm so sorry. Zhang Peiyao spoke again and then walked towards Su Wenchuan and Su Ying. There, at least one more Porsche was sold. Hello, Ms. Su. Seeing Zhang Peiyao coming over, Su Ying also reacted. Manager Jiang, please pay. How much does it cost? Su Ying said softly that the money she brought should be enough. Well, if Mr. Lu Feng's car is the same model, the price I gave him is 500,000 less, so you can just transfer 3 million. Zhang Peiyao looked at the POS machine in front of her and spoke softly. Hearing Zhang Peiyao's words, they were both slightly stunned. Especially Su Wenchuan, the price of Landwin's car is almost twice as much as his. Looking at my aunt, I found that she also looked embarrassed. Obviously, there is not enough money. So, should I call my mom? Su Wenchuan took out his phone, hesitated, and really didn't want to make the call. Chapter 71 Lin Jiang Yeyuan. Looking at the expressions of Su Wenchuan and Su Ying, Lu Feng did not expect so many twists and turns. This? Never mind. Manager Jiang, this is my business card. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Feng gently handed over his business card. This was the first time he used this identity, and he believed that the person on the other side should understand. After taking the business card, Zhang Peiyao felt that it was very unusual. It was cool and smooth like jade. It must be made of jade. When I saw the information above, I was shocked. Land Wind. Chairman of Wanching Entertainment Group. Telephone. Zhang Peiyao read these few simple lines over and over again. The mysterious helmsman of the legendary Wanching Entertainment Group. It turned out to be the young man in front of me. Goodbye, everyone. Ignoring Zhang Peiyao's shock, Lu Feng turned around and walked outside. Going home, Li Shuawei is important. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, Su Wenchuan and Su Ying quickly stood up. Is this the case? Just wanted to speak. You two, please handle this with Manager Jiang. I really have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Just do as you say. After stopping the two people's actions, Lu Feng turned around and left. Manager Jiang? Looking at Zhang Peiyao's extremely shocked expression, she still hadn't reacted even after Lu Feng left. Su Ying spoke softly. Excuse me, both of you. Zhang Peiyao spoke softly and was about to put the business card away. I wonder who was that Mr. Lu just now? Su Ying asked softly. Zhang Peiyao's behavior was very strange ever since she saw the business card. Okay, then you guys take a look too. Seeing the pleading eyes of the two men, Zhang Peiyao handed over the business card very carefully. At least she should have handled today's matter well, so Lu Feng gave her this business card. Looking at the information on the business card, both of them were slightly surprised, but somehow they were still a little surprised. This? It seems to be somewhat related to them. They are worried about not finding a way. Thank you, Manager Jiang. Returned the business card to Zhang Peiyao. Su Ying glanced at Su Wenchuan, who looked a little happy. She didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing after the car accident this time. Now it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. After returning to Yujing Bay City, I went straight to the bedroom and looked at Li Shuawei, who was still sleeping on the bed. Lu Feng walked over and gently kissed her face. Now, this girl is also his. I'm going to cook. Let's get up and eat later. Lu Feng spoke softly. He had already sensed that Li Shuawei had woken up. Li Shuawei walked out with a smile and gently opened her eyes full of happiness. She was just tired last night and went to bed first. Brother Feng, why did you come in again? Lu Feng suddenly walked in. You, I knew it. Looking at Li Shuawei lying on the bed, Lu Feng no longer hesitated and gently stretched out his hands. Li Shuawei naturally took it, stretched out her arms, and was embraced by Lu Feng and entered the bathroom. She shouldn't move around too much today. Sister. You're back. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Shuawei, who was lying quietly in Lu Feng's arms on the sofa, raised her head slightly, then quickly lowered it. This is really a bit embarrassing. After all, my relationship with Brother Feng has changed. I'm back. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at Li Shuetong, who came over and stood in front of him. There was a hint of tiredness on that face, but also a hint of excitement. Li Shuetong gently stretched out her hand and sat down next to Lu Feng, leaning on his shoulder. He gently reached out and held his sister's hand. The two sisters looked at each other. Li Shuatong smiled with her eyebrows slightly curved. Li Shuawei was shy again, but she held her sister's hand tightly again. The two sisters are now of one mind. How was it, inside the company today? Lu Feng spoke softly and looked at Li Shuatong. Today was her first day at work. Thank you, Feng. Li Shuatong spoke softly, recalling the information Lu Feng had prepared along the way in the morning and what he had said to her. It is impossible for her to lay a solid foundation in watching music so quickly. As for what comes next, the rest will be left to her. She is confident that she can do it well. Okay, stop talking, come on, let's eat first. Li Shuatong carried Li Shu away to sit on the chair. She had already taken out the bowl and chopsticks and was looking at the delicious food on the table. Li Shuatong hesitated slightly again. She seemed to have gone to work, and everything at home seemed to be left to Lu Feng. Do this? Let us eat. Lu Feng looked at Li Shuatong and saw that she didn't move her chopsticks, and felt a little strange. What is going on? Is the company under so much pressure? Eat, eat. After the meal, Li Shuatong was still responsible for the cleanup. She said that Lu Feng would not be allowed to participate in any matter. Wind. On the balcony, watching Lu Feng hugging her gently, Li Shuawei had just been put back to the second bedroom by Lu Feng. It might take her a few days to recover. Li Shuatong also took a shower, changed into pajamas and went to the terrace. Lu Feng liked to stay here for a while at night. Li Shuatong was a little worried, wondering whether her decision to go to work now was right or wrong. What's wrong? Lu Feng reached out and gently pulled Li Shuatong, looked at Li Shuatong in his arms, and spoke softly. He knew that Li Shuatong had been worried about something just now. I'm wondering if I should continue working. Looking at you and Shuawei staying at home, I feel like I did something wrong. Li Shuatong spoke softly, with a rare sadness all over her face. You. Lu Feng spoke softly, it's only been one day and you're already worrying about these things. There's nothing to do at home, why stay at home? If you want to go to work, just go. If you help me in the company, you are also helping me. Isn't it? Also, I'm worried about getting up early and coming back late, you see? Lu Feng took out the property certificate from the side. He bought it today. Feng, you really bought it? Li Shuatong's somewhat surprised voice came. Just buy it. When Shuawei gets better in a few days, we'll go live there and come back when school starts. Lu Feng spoke softly and made the final decision. Li Shuatong wanted to speak again, but was immediately blocked by Lu Feng. This set of pajamas was tied with a drawstring, and Lu Feng gently pulled it. Feng, go back to the bedroom. After hearing a gentle whisper in Lu Feng's ear, Li Shuatong suddenly felt herself being lifted up vertically. Li Shuatong could feel Lu Feng's heartbeat through her skin. Along the way, Li Shuatong tried hard not to make a sound. Her sister's room was next to her. Until I entered the bedroom and couldn't bear it any longer. She glanced at Lu Feng gently, but she was shy. 2 days passed quietly, and Li Shuawei seemed to have regained her former vitality. Lu Feng also smiled. Now, he could finally move. These days, Li Shuatong was busy running around, and Lu Feng didn't ask for too much. But today, Li Shuawei has recovered. Come in, Shuawei. Looking at the house in Linjiangyuan with a perfect view of the river in Shanghai, Li Shuawei was very happy. Here, she could enjoy the beautiful scenery of the bund up close at night, which was really great. At the same time, Li Shuatong appeared at the door, she was also off work. Chapter 72 Sports Car Party. In the past 2 days, Lu Feng had prepared everything for Lin Jiangyuan. When Li Shuatong came back, it was not yet 6 o'clock. Okay, let me cook. Feng, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Li Shuatong spoke softly, watching Lu Feng busy over the past 2 days, making this home perfect and warm. Finally, she no longer has to rush around, and from now on, it only takes 10 minutes to go to and from get off work. Come over. Lu Feng waved gently at Li Shuatong and watched Li Shuatong walk over. He kissed her hard. Okay, go ahead. Lu Feng then spoke softly. Li Shuawei has gone into the room to work on her computer. This little girl has been living a very comfortable life these past 2 days. She eats after sleeping, plays after eating, and sleeps after playing. Life is simply too good. Check in for these 2 days. Yesterday, daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the movie script Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Today, daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the TV script Wulin Waixuan. He had already passed it to Chiu Qianyi and asked her to distribute it. As for the purpose of the script, it was not something he needed to worry about. After dinner, Lu Feng looked at Li Xuetong, who was sitting next to him. Li Xuetong had just recovered from the previous 2 nights, and his body was too strong. Seeing Li Xuetong's listless look when she got up the next day, Lu Feng himself was a little scared. She can't do it alone. Go ahead, take a shower. Looking at Li Xuetong, Lu Feng walked over, picked her up, and walked into the bedroom together. Li Xuewei had already entered the room very consciously. After all, Lu Feng just said, "Tonight?" She fled in an instant. "Feng, I can't do it anymore." Looking at Li Xuetong, who had been fighting for 20 minutes, Lu Feng felt a little annoyed. It still doesn't work. He would feel bad if Li Xuetong got hurt. "Feng, go find Xuewei." Seeing that Lu Feng didn't back down at all, Li Xuetong spoke softly. Xuewei left the door open. "She's still waiting for you." "And you?" "No. Absolutely not." Seeing Li Xuetong repeatedly postponing, he was determined not to agree. Lu Feng also understood that he couldn't be impatient. "It's okay, there'll be plenty of time later. Get up and get dressed." Looking at Li Xuetong, who was almost asleep in such a short time. Sure enough, she was too tired. "Next, go to Li Xuewei." He gently pushed open the half-open door. It was obvious that the door was reserved for him. In the room, Li Xuewei had turned off the lights and was playing with her cell phone under the covers. The lights flickered slightly. I heard the sound of Lu Feng pushing the door open and turned on the bedside lamp. "Brother Feng, you are here." He immediately rushed out from under the quilt. The pajamas she was wearing were made of chiffon, and they were faintly visible under the light. The beautiful body is perfectly revealed. Looking at Li Xuewei, whose face was slightly red, she must have heard the voice just now. This was close range, with the door open, and I was listening to the sound. So much so that Li Xuewei was a little unsteady when she stood up to greet him. "Brother Feng, I'm recovered." He walked over gently and grabbed Lu Feng's hand, but without using any force. Li Xuewei is so bold. Holding hands and being intimate. It seems that I accidentally overexerted myself. Lu Feng was also a little distressed. The system's original perfect physique seemed a bit excessive. Looking at Li Xuewei, who was sleeping, this was not Li Xuetong. They were an old couple, and Lu Feng still felt a little heartbroken. Gently pulling it out, Li Xuewei frowned slightly. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh, "This is still too difficult." "Sign in." Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, Lu Feng lay quietly on the recliner. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Lu Feng gave instructions in his mind. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the Hennessy Venom F5. Another supercar? Or have you ever wanted to challenge Bugatti's top-speed sports car? Is this car really in production? With a movement of his palm, a key appeared in Lu Feng's hand. "This is true. It's a long night, my passion is hard to vent, and I don't know what to do." Lu Feng was slightly distressed. The 2 sisters were asleep. He was afraid to go over, but he couldn't help himself when he saw the 2 sisters. "Forget it, let us go out and try the car. See what's different about this car. This is a dark blue super sports car, built entirely with carbon fiber. The low and graceful body, coupled with the ultimate aerodynamic kit, makes the vehicle's drag coefficient extremely low. The shape is not exaggerated, but it is full of streamlined aesthetics, and it is obviously a top-level sports car at first glance. This is the logo. I don't know if anyone in China is familiar with it. There are no longer so many vehicles and pedestrians on the streets of Shanghai late at night. The deployment of Lan Win's car did not cause any sensation. Lu Feng didn't have any goal, he just wanted to give it a try. The car's speed was definitely not enough in the city, so he found a remote direction and sped all the way. Soon we arrived at the foot of a mountain in the suburbs. Looking at the mountains in front of him shrouded in darkness, Lu Feng felt that the passion in his heart could finally be vented. Just step on the accelerator lightly for extreme acceleration and the ultimate pushback feeling. The dark blue sports car was speeding along the mountain road like a dark blue ghost. As he approached the top of the mountain, Lu Feng actually discovered that lights were starting to light up ahead. There were also bursts of roaring sounds echoing through the mountain tops. Is this a sports car gathering or a sports car race? As the distance got closer, Lu Feng slowed down. A large open-air platform appeared in front of Lu Feng. Porsche 911, Lamborghini, Mercedes-Benz AMG 1, AMG GT, Ferrari, Audi R8, Lexus, McLaren, and even a Bentley Continental. Without exception, they are all sports cars. Looking at the party in front of him, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. This was really a sports car party. Forget it, I'd better go by myself. The car drove straight forward, and the road over there could also go down the mountain. Who is this? Whom did you invite? No, this car is obviously new. I have never seen it before. By the way, Xiaowu, do you know what kind of car this is? Then let's stop them. We'll need the road over there to go down the mountain later. That's fine. After saying that, someone came out and gestured slightly to Lu Feng's car. Looking at the parking gesture instructions, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. What is this? Boss, I know. This car is the Hennessy Venom. How is it possible? How could there be such a car in the country? The man named Xiaowu exclaimed. It was quite far away just now, so I couldn't see it. It was not until I got closer that I saw the outward turned fangs of the H. That is the Hennessy logo. Lu Feng followed the direction of the person's finger, stopped the car, opened the door and walked down. He had just discovered that there was actually someone he knew here? Seeing Lu Feng getting out of the car, everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect the owner of the car to be so young, but he was indeed an acquaintance among them. Could it be such a coincidence that I came here by chance? Mr. Lu. A young man came up and called softly. Chapter 73, Confrontation with Lu Feng. Su Wenxuan? Lu Feng spoke softly, this could be considered an acquaintance. Director Lu, just call me Wenxuan. Hearing Lu Feng's answer, Su Wenxuan replied excitedly. Although his mother didn't say much about the last accident, Su Wenxuan knew that it was his fault, and his mother had to come out to help him solve it. He also memorized Lu Feng's phone number from the business card. He also wanted to make friends with Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng's identity as the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group was still very impressive to him. Then you can just call me Lu Feng. Just be casual outside. Lu Feng also spoke softly. Then I'll call you Brother Feng. Although he didn't know how old Lu Feng was, Su Wenxuan quickly climbed up the pole. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Seeing Su Wenxuan's cautious look, the many young masters who were watching became a little curious. Su Wenxuan's identity and background are considered top-notch among them. There are very few people who can compare with him here, or even no one at all. But in front of Lu Feng, he was obviously more than one level lower than others. What was the identity of this Lu Feng? Brother Feng, why are you here tonight? Su Wenxuan spoke out of curiosity. This was generally considered a gathering base for them. It's so late, usually there are few people coming. Is it such a coincidence that Lu Feng is here today? I just happened to come here. I drove out for a stroll. Lu Feng smiled slightly and pointed at his Hennessy. They won't believe it even if I tell them. I suddenly felt like trying out the car tonight, and I didn't expect to end up here. Just happened to meet Su Wenxuan and the others. Wenxuan, can you introduce him to us? A young man who was a little older came up and spoke softly. This group of people were still very curious about Lu Feng's identity. Oh, by the way, Brother Xiaoyuan, let me introduce you, this is Lu Feng. Brother Feng, these are, in order, Su Xiaoyuan, Chen Mingjie, Ding Yehua, and Wang Wu. This is Lu Feng. He introduced softly to the people who gathered around him. Hello. Hello. The few of them shook hands gently and smiled at each other. Several people also believed it, and it seemed that Lu Feng really had come here by accident. He obviously didn't know the people present, and the people present had never seen him before. Brother Feng. Although he hated the way Su Wenxuan called him, the youngest Wang Wu couldn't wait to speak. He had been drooling over the car that Lu Feng was driving. Is your car really a Hennessy? If you are not mistaken, it is absolutely genuine, that's it. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Normally, this Hennessy could not be registered in China, nor could it be driven on the road. Thanks to the special factory that signed in yesterday, the system allowed it to have that special domestic identity, so it could be driven out smoothly. Hennessy. Someone among the four people sighed again, saying that they had no channels and were not qualified to buy this kind of luxury car, but now it appeared in front of them. By the way, Wenxuan, what are you doing here tonight? Lu Feng remembered something and spoke. At this party late at night, there are only these sports cars here. Girls, wine, cigarettes, nothing else here. This doesn't look like a party. Brother Feng. Su Wenchuan smiled a little embarrassedly. We are holding a downhill race here. Su Xiaoyuan spoke softly. Following everyone's explanation, Lu Feng finally understood that this was indeed a pure sports car gathering place. Enthusiasts are also sports car enthusiasts. The purpose is to compete and see who can finish the downhill track faster. As for the competition prizes, there are no prizes for the winners, and the losers just treat everyone to a meal and play Candy Crush. At this moment, in addition to Su Wenchuan and others, some people also noticed the newly appeared sports car. It wasn't one they were familiar with, but some people recognized it. Hennessy Venom F5. Soon a heated discussion broke out. Su Xiaoyuan, who on your side will go down the mountain tonight? Someone from a small group on the opposite side came up and asked softly. He also looked at Lu Feng with special attention. Lu Feng's car completely surpasses the cars here. If that car goes into battle, they won't be able to match it. Lu Feng, do you want to play? Su Xiaoyuan spoke softly to Lu Feng. He could see that Su Wenchuan's respect for Lu Feng was genuine. Although I don't know Lu Feng's specific identity, it's always a good idea to make friends with him. Maybe Lu Feng would like to give it a try in this competition? I'll just forget it. Lu Feng shook his head. He was unfamiliar with the place. Even though he had a body strengthened by the system, his mind was extremely sharp. However, he still had no interest in this kind of racing game. There is no need to show off, nor is there any need to pursue dangerous and passionate moments. Who's going to fight on your side? Su Xiaoyuan looked at Lu Feng and refused without saying anything more. The combat capability of Lu Feng's car is not on the same level as their sports cars. If he goes into battle, there should be no suspense. After all, he had just received information from the observer who stayed at the foot of the mountain just in case. It took Lu Feng less than 20 minutes to climb up from the foot of the mountain. You should know that even the fastest person among them took more than half an hour to climb the mountain. Is there any comparison here? Let us not talk about cars, let us talk about driving skills. Let me do it. A man walked out from the crowd and spoke softly. After saying that, he took a look at Lu Feng's car with some envy. That car is for sports car enthusiasts. It is definitely a top-notch delicious temptation. Okay, Lao Si, go ahead. Su Xiaoyuan shouted at Ding Yehua. The man sent from the opposite side was driving a Ferrari 488, and it just so happened that Ding Yao's car was the same model as his. This kind of competition is relatively fair. As for the differences in vehicle options and modifications, who cares? Seeing that it was Ding Yehua who went into battle, the people on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. I just hope it's not Lu Feng and Su Xiaoyuan. Okay, let's get ready. After saying this softly, he walked back and prepared to warm up the car. Let's go, get in the car. Su Xiaoyuan also spoke softly. The racing here is not just for two people. Instead, after the two racing cars start, all the other cars will follow behind. See who's left behind. Of course, the people behind can also compare themselves. Looking at these rules, Lu Feng also smiled. He had never seen such rules before. Back to his car. Start the vehicle. Watching Su Xiaoyuan counting down. 3, 2, 1. Set off. The huge roar of the engine ignited the fiery atmosphere. The two red Ferraris turned into red streams of light, rushed out straight, and disappeared at the first downhill bend. Let's go, let's go. Hearing the jeers from behind, Su Xiaoyuan quickly got into the car. He styled his Lamborghini and rushed forward. Lu Feng smiled slightly, looking at the many sports cars starting around him. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. It was true that the environment could inspire the passion in a man. He started the Hennessy Venom F5 and followed. The way down the mountain is much longer than the way up the other side, and it has more twists and turns. Sure enough, enthusiasts are enthusiasts, and their driving skills vary. After a few turns, the team pulled away from each other. Lu Feng was not driving very fast this time, just in the middle of the fleet. However, after driving a short distance, the roar of the engine coming from the Landwin car from time to time was particularly eye-catching. Looking at the McLaren 720s next to it, Lu Feng frowned slightly. This car accelerated and slowed down, and then deliberately stepped on the accelerator beside him. Was it sure that this was not a provocation to him? The car window was lowered slightly, and a thumb was standing in the air. It's not Lu Feng, but the opposite side. This is to compete with him. Chapter 74 Provocation Again. I took a look at the McLaren 720s, fortunately it's not the McLaren P1. If he had that car, Lu Feng might be interested. Lu Feng ignored him and was about to close the car window. The fingers on the opposite side begin to move slightly downward. Lu Feng lightly stepped on the accelerator in response. I didn't want to bother with this guy, but now I had to run, and after running, things were not so easy to solve. He closed the car window and stepped on the accelerator again. The car on the opposite side also closed its window and the roar of the engine could be heard. In an instant, Lu Feng gently stepped on the accelerator, and the Hennessy Venom F5, known as the world's most powerful V8 engine, burst into a ferocious roar. The car was like an arrow shot from a bow, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed forward. At the same time, the McLaren 720s next to Lu Feng also made a surging sound and chased forward. The two cars started speeding along the mountain road. Soon, someone discovered the abnormality here. Looking at the dark blue car shadow and yellow light flashing by. Those are two cars competing. Who is this? Driving so crazy. So violent. Looking at the curve with green smoke floating in the air, the person who had just been overtaken was so scared that his hair stood on end. Hey, hey! Can you hear me? An urgent voice came from the intercom, which surprised everyone slightly. At this time, shouldn't you be preparing to run the race with all your strength? I still have the energy to talk on the intercom. Of course, not everyone was running hard. Some of those who were lagging behind leisurely spoke up and answered. I can hear you. What's the matter? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. I just saw a McLaren racing against a car I didn't recognize. It just overtook me. The voice of the person who spoke on the intercom at the beginning came immediately. I saw that, too. Isn't this Ling Xiangyu's McLaren 720? The other one is the new car that arrived today, the Hennessy? How could these two cars start a race? At this moment, Su Wenchuan, who was sitting in Su Xiuyuan's car, was also surprised when he heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. The Porsche 911 Su Wenchuan bought last time was for this moment. However, his driving skills are too poor, otherwise he would have driven here by himself today. But on the other hand, he also had an unexpected gain, two Porsche new cars that were placed in the 4S shop waiting for repair. The two recalled Lu Feng's performance just now. He didn't seem like the kind of person who was competitive. But if the person on the other side is Ling Xiangyu, then it makes sense. This guy is the least rule-abiding and most fond of competing among the group, but he is also one of the best drivers. It's not surprising at all that he would go to find Lu Feng. How could I forget that? Su Wenchuan spoke with a bit of annoyance. I saw that, too. The voice of the second brother Chen Mingjie was heard from the intercom. Just now, he saw a dark blue sports car whizzing past him at a speed of over 120 kilometers per hour. Such a two-lane mountain road with the roadside scraping by is extremely dangerous. Is Landwin's driving style so scary? I only saw Lu Feng's car. It was a long time after he finished speaking that Chen Mingjie saw another McLaren 720s passing by him. Now, I see Ling Xiangyu. He was left behind by Lu Feng. He has no chance. The gap is too big. As Chen Mingjie's voice was heard, many people who had experienced being overtaken by Landwind felt the same way. Driving in that way is like testing the brink of death. Compared to Ling Xiangyu, he is far behind. I watched as I left the McLaren on the opposite side far behind in just a few turns. Looking at the big car that appeared in front, it was Su Xiuyuan's car. Lu Feng slowed down slightly and followed behind. After all, there are two racing Ferrari 488s ahead. It would be bad to go up and influence them. Inside the cockpit of the Lamborghini, I looked in the rearview mirror at the ghostly figure of the car that appeared from the bend, almost drifting. Su Xiuyuan was shocked. On this mountain road, and with a sports car in tow, could it drift? How terrifying is Landwin's driving skills? After taking a look at Lu Feng who was following behind him, Su Xiuyuan spoke softly to Su Wenchuan. Don't worry, Lu Feng is caught up and is right behind us. After a slight gesture, Su Wenchuan looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the car behind him was Lu Feng's Hennessy Venom. Is it solved so easily? I watched the car in front of me gradually slow down and turned on the turn signal. Lu Feng felt a little bit strange. Was this Su Xiaoyuan asking him to do something? In that case, it would be disrespectful to refuse it. Gently pressing the accelerator, the vehicle drove side by side with Su Xiaoyuan's Lamborghini. In the rearview mirror, the yellow light of the McLaren finally appeared in the rearview mirrors of several people. Ling Xiangyu's car finally caught up. Looking at the McLaren that was advancing with unstoppable force and showing no sign of slowing down, Lu Feng frowned slightly. Do you still want to compare and see no difference? Lu Feng lightly stepped on the accelerator and passed Su Xiaoyuan, but did not accelerate too much. Ling Xiangyu, you've already lost. Su Xiaoyuan took out the walkie-talkie and spoke softly. Everyone was shocked to hear this. From the time they started to descend the mountain, they had only walked 1/5 of the way. Ling Xiangyu lost already? The car factor is part of this, but it's definitely not the only factor. There is also the human factor. Lu Feng is a terrifying master they have never seen before. I don't know if he can be considered the king of cars, or even the god of cars. Ling Xiangyu, who was sitting in the McLaren 720s, felt extremely frustrated at the moment. That was when he went up to provoke someone, but no one responded. He was killed instantly by someone with just one turn, and he could never catch up with him again. He is not convinced. The vehicle passed Su Xiaoyuan's car and drove side by side with Lu Feng. Open the car window and look at Lu Feng. The provocative gesture came again. It's boring. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and ignored it. This kind of person is boring. I thought he could afford to lose, but now it seems that he is just a petty person. He looked at Lu Feng and ignored him. Ling Xiangyu stepped on the accelerator again. The crackling of the engine was like an explosion in his heart. Asshole. He slammed the steering wheel hard, and the sound was particularly harsh over the intercom. Brother Xiaoyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Wenchuan and Su Xiaoyuan's expressions changed. This guy has a criminal record. He flashed his lights frantically at Lu Feng, and at the same time, Su Xiaoyuan stepped on the pedal to the bottom, and the Lamborghini under him accelerated wildly. Lu Feng didn't have a walkie-talkie, after all, he was a newcomer. Walkie-talkies were standard equipment for sports car participants here in the past. However, he also noticed Su Xiaoyuan's crazy flashing of lights. Immediately switch to the strongest mode of Hennessy Venom F5, Tornado Mode, quickly adjust the shift paddles to first gear, and step on the accelerator hard. The engine with more than 1,700 horsepower released all its energy and suddenly surpassed the McLaren from being on par with it. The McLaren was like a drunk, it swung its tail and went straight into the Landwind driveway, behind the Hennessy's car. The harsh brake sound rang out suddenly. The sound of the collision was deafening. Chapter 75, Forgive Others When You Can. Lu Feng stepped on the brakes, got out of the car and looked at the scene. Su Xiaoyuan's timely reminder just now, coupled with his quick reaction. He successfully avoided Ling Xiangyu's collision. But now, it was Ling Xiangyu's own car. Seeing that he failed to hit Lu Feng, he slammed on the brakes. Then Su Xiaoyuan couldn't dodge and gave him a full 360-degree spin. There were no sparks, no smell of gasoline fireworks, just more parts scattered all over the ground. Lu Feng walked to Su Xiaoyuan's car. At a glance, he saw that the front of his Lamborghini had collapsed and the hood was bent and in tatters, but fortunately the problem was not serious. When Lu Feng walked to the front of the car, Su Xiaoyuan and Su Wenchuan had already gotten out. Are you okay? Looking at the two people in front of him, Lu Feng spoke softly. Fine. Su Xiaoyuan shook his head nonchalantly. Then he squatted down and took a look at his Lamborghini. The impact marks there still made him feel a little sad. But out of his eagerness to save people, he actually felt it was worth it. Brother Feng, is your car okay? After taking a look at the Hennessy Venom parked in the distance, Su Wenchuan asked in surprise. My car is fine. Lu Feng spoke softly. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and looked at the McLaren that had been hit by Su Xiaoyuan and then crashed into the guardrail on the edge of the cliff. There was some degree of damage to the front and back of the car. Fortunately, there is a guardrail. This was the first time Lu Feng met someone who really didn't care about other people's lives. Just compete. If you are not as skilled as others, there is nothing shameful in admitting it. Say a few words to encourage yourself, maybe Lu Feng will look upon you with a higher regard. However, this kind of people will do anything to win. Even at the Four Seasons Spring Bar last time, Lu Feng had never been so angry. The breeze from the mountains at night still has a cool feeling. But the two people beside Lu Feng didn't have that feeling. Lu Feng's expression could not be seen clearly in the darkness, but his icy aura emanated from him. But it surprised them greatly. None of the elders in their family have this kind of oppressive feeling. I'm afraid that Lu Feng's identity may be even more surprising than the last one. Let's go and take a look. Lu Feng spoke softly to Su Shouyuan and Su Wenchuan. At this moment, some people from the large force behind had already caught up. I saw the situation here at a glance, and it was obvious that a car accident had occurred. They also stopped one after another, and the lights of the sports cars illuminated the night and also illuminated the three people. Mr. Su, what's going on here? Someone came up and asked. They saw that Su Shouyuan's car collided with Ling Xiangyu's car, but wasn't Ling Xiangyu competing with the newcomer? Boss? Chen Mingjie also appeared, glanced at Lu Feng, who was walking towards McLaren, and spoke softly to ask. You'll know in a moment. Su Shouyuan didn't say much and walked towards Ling Xiangyu's McLaren. There, Lu Feng was about to walk to the McLaren car. Lu Feng stood next to the McLaren car. Even after being hit by Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini and crashing into the guardrail, the McLaren suffered extensive damage, but the cockpit was clearly intact. I knocked gently on the car window, but the person inside didn't move at all. Brother Feng, this is Ling Xiangyu's car. Su Wenchuan walked up and spoke softly. Lu Feng shook his head. He didn't know any Ling Xiangyu. It's the young master of Ling's real estate group. Su Wenchuan was just giving a hint. He knew that this name meant nothing to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and tapped on the glass with his fingers, and the person inside finally opened his eyes in a daze. Opened the car window. A pungent smell of alcohol wafted into my face. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. It was obvious that Ling Xiangyu had drunk a lot of alcohol. How could such a person still drive on the road and even race? Who are you and what are you doing, you bastard? Who hit my car? Ling Xiangyu's voice was intermittent, full of dissatisfaction and confusion. The whole person looked at Lu Feng, tapping his fingers wildly. He leaned on the car window again, looking at his McLaren, and cried loudly. Lu Feng didn't hesitate anymore and decided to sober up the second son of the Ling family. He reached in through the car window and grabbed Ling Xiangyu's collar. Before everyone could react, he picked up Ling Xiangyu's body and threw him gently. Ling Xiangyu's body flew high into the air and fell heavily on the ground in front of the vehicle, sliding for a distance. When his body touched the ground, it was a warm embrace different from that of a woman. Ling Xiangyu instantly felt a burning pain on his back. I was almost sober now. Brother Feng. It was really Su Wenchuan who came up and exclaimed slightly in surprise when he saw Lu Feng's actions. This? Teach Ling Xiangyu a lesson? Ling Xiangyu shook his head and woke up completely. Touch your back lightly with your fingers. Hiss. I couldn't help but scream out in pain. At the same time, a wet feeling came from the fingertips. When I pulled my finger back, I saw the obvious red bloodstains on the fingertips. He was thrown to the ground by Lu Feng, and his back was in close contact with the ground, causing a large area of skin on his back to be scratched. However, under the influence of alcohol, it is not so noticeable. At the same time, other people who came over to watch were also very shocked. They didn't expect Lu Feng to be so ruthless. Who are you? Ling Xiangyu half knelt on the ground and spoke softly. He has never suffered such a big loss. You just competed with me, and now you've forgotten? Lu Feng also bent down slightly, looked at Ling Xiangyu, and spoke softly. Ling Xiangyu's pupil shrank, and he then remembered that he was very happy when he saw Lu Feng's car tonight. After provoking him, Lu Feng then competed with him. However, he looked at Hennessy, which was so far behind him at a bend that he could hardly see its taillights. He also became angry, feeling ashamed of being the one among this group of people who claimed to have excellent driving skills. How can I tolerate this evil? He caught up with him with all his might and saw Lu Feng's car. I shouldn't be able to beat you, and you shouldn't win either, that's okay. If you can't get it, destroy it. I remember now. Lu Feng smiled softly, looking at Ling Xiangyu, who was half kneeling on the ground in a very handsome posture. One foot gently stepped towards the hand on the ground. Ling Xiangyu only felt a darkness before his eyes, and then a foot as hard as iron pressed heavily on his hand. Asshole. No longer feeling drunk. Let me go, don't you want to live? A huge roar came from Ling Xiangyu's mouth. Everyone looked and realized that the situation had changed drastically. Ling Xiangyu stretched out his other hand and punched Lu Feng's leg. Lu Feng gently turned sideways, and his feet slightly twisted on the back of Ling Xiangyu's hand. Looking at Ling Xiangyu, Xiangyu's face changed drastically, veins appeared, and his whole body was trembling with pain. Then, he kicked out directly, hitting Ling Xiangyu's chest heavily. The flying figure was directly restrained by hands, and the slight twisting sound was particularly shocking. Ling Xiangyu flew up and then fell heavily in front of Lu Feng. His hand was broken, his face was bruised. Lu Feng didn't care whether his face was scratched or not. Ling Xiangyu, right? Lu Feng grabbed Ling Xiangyu by the collar and lifted him up in front of him with one hand. You tell me how we should resolve our issue. He spoke with a gentle smile, looking at Ling Xiangyu, whose face was covered in blood. Lu Feng's smile was like a devil's smile, and his voice was like a devil's whisper. My friend, please forgive others when you can. A voice came softly from the side. Chapter 76 Everyone's Identity. Lu Feng turned around and saw that the man was the one who had just talked to Su Xiuyuan. Who are you? Lu Feng asked softly. This person, come out now to stop him? Are you sure? Shi Changya, this should be none of your business. Su Xiuyuan spoke softly from the side, looking at the man opposite. You are pretending to be a good guy now, but what about just now? Shi Changya, son of the chairman of Kant Manufacturing Group. Su Wenchuan's voice sounded softly at the side. At this moment, Su Wenchuan looked at Lu Feng with admiration. He didn't expect that Lu Feng would act so decisively and deal with Ling Xiangyu in such a terrifying way. He really envied that kind of carefree and freehand look. Su Xiuyuan, this is none of your business. Shi Changya spoke softly, looking at Su Xiuyuan and frowning slightly. They are a group of people who are not of the same kind as Su Xiuyuan and his group. But it is because of the love of sports cars that such a gathering here takes place. Ling Xiangyu is also considered a relatively important figure on their side. If he doesn't speak up, Ling Xiangyu won't know how miserable he will be. It will be difficult for him to go back and explain himself then. Your name is Shi Changye? Lu Feng spoke softly. He knew Kant Manufacturing Group. It was a relatively well-known manufacturing group in Shanghai, with a market value of more than 10 billion. As for who Shi Changye is, when he heard the name of the company, Lu Feng didn't care anymore. I am Shi Changye. Please forgive me once, brother. I will apologize for him. Shi Changye walked closer and spoke softly. The tone and attitude were neither low nor high. Lu Feng looked at the man in front of him, then looked at Ling Xiangyu, who was having difficulty breathing in his hands and had a purple face, and was looking at him viciously. Tell me, will he let me go like this? Lu Feng spoke softly. He shook Ling Xiangyu in his hand. At this moment, Ling Xiangyu's body weighing more than 100 pounds seemed as light as a feather in Lu Feng's hand. The rootless willow catkins drifted in the wind, and with every movement they grew paler. What about you? Tell me. Lu Feng spoke softly to Ling Xiangyu in his hand. Ling Xiangyu glanced at Lu Feng, then at Shi Changye, and reached out to touch his face. The pain on his face and the blood on his palms hurt him deeply. I admit my mistake. I'm sorry. Ling Xiangyu's voice came from his lowered head. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Ling Xiangyu was also a man, but he couldn't hide his eyes after all. Just let him go. With a light throw, Ling Xiangyu's body flew over everyone like a rocket and hit the windshield of his own McLaren heavily. The sound of glass breaking was accompanied by Ling Xiangyu's screams in pain. When Shi Changye saw the scene, his pupils shrank slightly. The young man in front of him really didn't take him seriously. He gestured slightly to the people behind him. Several people hurried forward. Lu Feng smiled slightly and made way. Let a few people block the wind in front of the vehicle and dig out Ling Xiangyu's body. I don't know what to call this friend. Shi Changye spoke softly and looked at Lu Feng with a serious expression. He saw Lu Feng's indifferent attitude. Either they have a strong background, or Lu Feng is mentally ill and doesn't care about their identities. But Lu Feng can drive Hennessy, so the latter point is impossible. Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and turned to look at Su Xiuyuan and the others. He had almost let out his breath. But Su Xiuyuan's car was damaged after all. Do you want to deal with it? What about you, do you have anything to say? Lu Feng spoke softly to Su Xiuyuan. Brother Chanya, is the situation clear? Su Xiuyuan spoke softly, looked at Qi Chanya, and pointed to his Lamborghini. He believed that Qi Chanya understood. Qi Chanya nodded. He knew what kind of person Ling Xiangyu was. But it's best to get every detail clear. You can't lose face. Everyone, please wait a moment. He watched Ling Xiangyu being pulled out by several people beside him and leaning against the McLaren. His clothes were torn and his body was covered with wounds, making him look like a bloody man. Qi Chanya spoke softly and walked towards Ling Xiangyu. What's going on? Qi Chanya asked softly. Ling Xiangyu is still breathing. Although Lu Feng made all these things look scary on the surface, he actually didn't want to kill him at all. Ignored the people talking over there. Lu Feng turned around, looked at Su Xiuyuan and said softly, "Thank you for what you did just now. It's a favor from me, I owe you." Just now, Su Xiuyuan's flashing lights and the sound of Ling Xiangyu's McLaren engine came almost at the same time. In fact, even without Su Xiuyuan's reminder, Lu Feng would be able to react on his own. But since someone helped him, he should just accept the favor. Here's my business card. He gently took out something from his pocket, actually from the system space, and handed it over a jade business card. Not at all. Su Xiuyuan looked at Lu Feng's business card and waved his hand gently. He really didn't think that much at that time. I felt a hand on my waist from behind, giving me constant reminders. Su Xiuyuan was a little confused. Who was it? But it is obviously related to this business card. Lu Feng also noticed Su Wenchuan's actions and smiled slightly. Okay, take it. A favor is a favor. If you need anything, you can come to me. Just consider it as making a friend of mine. Lu Feng spoke softly. Su Xiuyuan did not refuse anymore and took Lu Feng's business card. Lu Feng, chairman of Wenqing Music Group. Telephone. Su Xiuyuan's eyes focused slightly. This business card is too simple. And this identity was a little beyond his expectations. Brother Feng, that's what I told you. Then we are brothers too, can you give me your business card? Su Wenchuan's voice came from the side. What do you want my business card for? Lu Feng was a little confused. It's not him who wants it, it's his father who wants it. Su Xiuyuan smiled softly at the side. He understood why Su Wenchuan was communicating with Lu Feng so eagerly. Soon, everyone introduced their identities to each other. Su Wenchuan, son of Su Haogua, Executive Vice Mayor of the Magic City Party Committee. Su Xiuyuan, son of Secretary General of the Magic City Party Committee Office. Chen Mingjie, son of Director of the Magic City University City District Culture Bureau. Ding Yehua, son of Vice President of the Magic City Yuejin News Publishing House. Wang Wu, son of the owner of the Accord Supreme Hotel chain. Well, each identity is not simple. Especially Su Wenchuan's identity was beyond Lu Feng's imagination. He was actually Su Haogua's son. My dad is planning to hold a celebration recently. It's quite important. I need to see if your Wenqing Music Group can support it, Brother Feng. Su Wenchuan didn't say it explicitly, but Lu Feng knew it. The latest celebration? I don't know, I haven't heard of it. It must be internal. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. Okay, here you go. He also handed over one of his business cards. While everyone was talking, Qi Changye also understood the specific situation a little bit, and his expression was a little helpless. It was indeed Ling Xiangyu who did it, and it was all his fault. There is nothing to say. Qi Changye walked towards Lu Feng and the others and was about to speak. A dazzling light from a vehicle came from the bend on the way down the mountain top. As the light flashed, the vehicle approached the crowd and slowly stopped. The driver quickly ran to the back of the vehicle, bent down to open the door, and a figure stepped out of the car. Chapter 77 Vehicle Modification Base. His leather shoes were polished to a shine, his suit was straight, and after coming out, he slightly adjusted his collar. Then he walked towards the crowd. Mr. Lin. Qi Changye looked at the figure in front of him and then spoke respectfully. Lin Hao. Su Wenchuan looked at the figure in front of him, walked up and spoke softly. Among the people here, except Lu Feng, he should be the only one with the same status as the other party. At the same time, the driver also came up. He nodded slightly to Lin Hao, then walked towards McLaren. Su Wenchuan, you are here too? Lin Hao's expression was as calm as water. In fact, he had just received the news from his driver, Ling Xiangyu's elder brother Ling Shankong, so he just came over to take a look. I'm fine, you guys handle it. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he turned his body slightly, but did not retreat at all. That is his feel and attitude, how could he regress? Lu Feng looked at Lin Hao with curiosity. That car, there's something about it. It's a red flag, and it's customized. Su Wenchuan fell into deep thought. What did Lin Hao mean by coming here at this time? Brother Feng. Looking at Lu Feng beside him, Su Wenchuan spoke softly. Lin Hao, Lin Kai's son. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao stretched out his arm. Lin Hao, what's your name, brother? Lin Hao gently extended his hand to Lu Feng and began to introduce himself and ask questions. Lu Feng. Lu Feng gently extended his hand and shook it. He knew who this person was. Although he had never heard of Lin Hao's name, he had heard his father's name in the news before. Lin Kai is an upper-class figure in Shanghai who is almost comparable to Su Haogua. This is also a top second generation. Feeling the weird atmosphere at the scene, many sports car enthusiasts were stunned. When Su Wenchuan came before, everyone was a little repulsive at first, but after getting to know him, they knew he was just a hobbyist. But now that Lin Hao is here, how will things develop tonight? The field fell into silence. Lu Feng looked around. He didn't have so much time to waste here with them. Anything else? Looking at Lin Hao opposite him, Lu Feng spoke softly. In the quiet night, Lu Feng's words seemed particularly abrupt. This is something that Lin Hao doesn't even take seriously. Many onlookers gave Lu Fengxin a thumbs up. Ling Shankong came back. He had already understood the situation clearly from his brother. He nodded slightly to Lin Hao, and Lin Hao understood that it was their side that made the mistake. He motioned Ling Shankong to go forward himself, as he didn't want to show up again. Ling Shankong nodded slightly. Su Xiuyuan, I'm sorry, we'll compensate you for your car. Ling Shankong apologized to Su Xiuyuan. As for this Mr. Lu, I apologize to you on behalf of my brother, please don't mind. After saying that, he bowed slightly. Looking at Ling Shankong in front of him, Lu Feng was slightly stunned, and he also understood. These people really have their own way of doing things, at least on the surface. Okay, that's fine, let's go. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Looking at the miserable Ling Xiangyu lying next to the McLaren car, he smiled slightly and walked towards the Hennessy Venom. Lin Hao, let's go too. Su Wenchuan took a look and greeted Lin Hao softly. Now, he only needed to and could only greet Lin Hao. Wenchuan, walk slowly. Lin Hao also responded softly. Soon, Su Wenchuan got into Ding Yao's car, and Su Xiuyuan got into Wang Wu's car. As for Su Xiuyuan's Lamborghini, let Ling Shankong handle it. I believe he will handle it. Led by Lu Feng's Hennessy, the three cars drove down the mountain together. There, Chen Mingjie had probably been waiting for them for a long time. Mr. Lin. Looking at Lin Hao leaning against the car and lighting a cigarette, Ling Xiangyu walked up with a somewhat apologetic tone. Okay, let's deal with your brother and those two cars first. I'll wait for you. Lin Hao spoke in a calm tone, but didn't say much. Ling Xiangyu was slightly stunned, then understood, and walked over. Before reaching the foot of the mountain, the walkie-talkie that Lu Feng was holding started to ring. It was the voice coming from Su Xiuyuan's phone. Boss, I win. I won. Chen Ningjie's voice was full of excitement. That was a rare achievement for him, and this time, he finally beat the Ferrari 488 on the opposite side. Okay, wait for us, we'll be there soon. Su Xiuyuan's voice came from the intercom. By the way, boss, why did you disappear halfway this time? Did something happen? Chen Ningjie's voice came, a little confused. The two people who were racing didn't have a walkie-talkie, and they didn't know when it happened just now. Su Xiuyuan's car disappeared from his rearview mirror. This was not common in the past. Su Xiuyuan's skills are beyond the reach of a half-baked like him, so how could he lose him? But racing? Of course, his own victory was more important. He was fully focused on this at the time and had no spare energy to ask. Now that the game was over, of course he had to take out his phone and ask. Let's meet and talk later. After Su Xiuyuan responded, everyone quickly met at the foot of the mountain. Listening to the conversation between the few people, the driver on the opposite side hurriedly rushed up the mountain. He didn't have a walkie-talkie ready, so he just heard about this. Brother Feng, do you want to go play? Su Wenchuan opened his mouth softly and asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng raised his watch to check the time. It was already 3 o'clock. This time, 4 o'clock? Play? Then just stay up all night. What to play? Lu Feng spoke softly. Among the 5 people, Wang Wu noticed Lu Feng's watch and exclaimed. Brother Feng, is this the model for Patek Philippe's 175th anniversary? Lu Feng smiled slightly. There is someone who knows what he is doing. That's right. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Brother Feng, how much is this watch? Chen Mingjie asked. They all started to follow Su Wenchuan and directly called Lu Feng Feng brother. After all, Su Wenchuan called him, so it's okay for them to call him. At least this much. Su Xiaoyuan spoke softly and raised his index finger. A small target, everyone was slightly surprised, but considering Lu Feng's identity, it was also reasonable. What is there to say? Let's go. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at the 5 people. He also wanted to know where these people would go to play next. Following behind the 3 people's sports car, Lu Feng's car seemed inconspicuous. But everyone in the 3 cars laughed. Being able to meet Lu Feng tonight means I have made friends with him, which is not a loss at all. Su Xiaoyuan and Su Wenchuan took out Lu Feng's business card and looked at it again. The identity of the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group mentioned above is definitely not as simple as Lu Feng's identity. Following the 3 people, they stopped at a remote wall, where a huge iron gate blocked the way. The perceptive Lu Feng listened to the faint sound coming from inside the wall, which only he could hear, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect to come to a place like this. The next moment, the iron gate opened, and the dim street lights illuminated the door of a warehouse. Lu Feng drove the car and followed the cars in front of him into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the road surface goes down slightly and there is another iron door at the end. The next moment, the iron door opened and a soft and dazzling light came in. Vehicle tracks, lifts, spare parts scattered around, repair tools, and a few sports cars here and there. It was parked here, surrounded by several people, and modifications were being carried out amidst the flashes of lightning. Is this a vehicle modification base? Chapter 78 The Phone Call. Seeing everyone coming back and getting off the car, some people were slightly stunned. A leader came up and spoke softly. Brother Xiaoyuan, you guys are back, where's your car? I was hit by Ling Xiangyu. No, it should be me who hit him, but it's okay, he has to pay for it. By the way, Lian Fei, let me introduce you, this is Lu Feng, Brother Feng. Su Xiaoyuan shook his head slightly and spoke to Lu Feng. This is Lian Fei, the person in charge of our small base. It's Ling Xiangyu again. I said that guy is an ignorant, reckless bastard. Brother Xiaoyuan, are you okay? You didn't drive your car back. How is the damage to the car? Lian Fei asked about Su Xiaoyuan's situation, but immediately became concerned about Su Xiaoyuan's Lamborghini. This guy is a true car enthusiast. Oh, by the way, Brother Feng, I'll just call you that. I'm Lian Fei, just call me a Fei. Lian Fei also quickly greeted Lu Feng. Is this a modification base? Lu Feng stretched out his hand and shook it gently, then looked around with a mysterious light in his eyes. The Luoshan Special Manufacturing Factory where he signed in also allowed the system to transmit to him a lot of knowledge related to this aspect. After all, it is a top-notch automobile manufacturing factory. He is still a little curious about this small base and what these people can tinker with. Brother Feng also understands. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Lian Fei looked over and asked with a little curiosity. He noticed that Lu Feng seemed to know something about modified cars. You know a thing or two. Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone full of confidence. Brother Fei. Is that Hennessy? I think so. Can it be used in the country? Before they knew it, several people had gathered around Lu Feng's car, looking at it and exclaiming in amazement. Hearing this, Lian Fei also looked over and saw that it was indeed the Hennessy Venom F5. This car is on the road in China. But it's not that simple. Interested, want to study it? Lu Feng gently invited. He could see that Lian Fei had actually been extremely hungry and thirsty for a long time. Well, Brother Feng, thank you so much. After saying that, he walked towards Lu Feng's Hennessy. Although this Hennessy is manufactured by a small factory, it is indeed the ultimate goal of these modification enthusiasts. Brother Feng, let's go look around. Su Wenchuan spoke softly. At dawn, when the sky was slightly bright, Lu Feng said goodbye to everyone and drove his car towards the house in Linjiangyuan. Now it's time to go home, make breakfast, and rest up. Brother Xiu Yuan, how did you get to know Brother Feng? Watching Lu Feng's car disappear at the door, Lian Fei asked in confusion. They had never seen or known Lu Feng before. This depends on your brother Wenchuan. Su Xiuyuan smiled gently. They didn't expect that the process of Su Wenchuan's acquaintance with Lu Feng would be so bizarre. Su Wenchuan felt a little embarrassed, and then he told the story of the Porsche 4S store again. 911, Brother Feng's 911 is much better than your 911. Brother Wenchuan, did your aunt cause you any trouble when you came out tonight? And the Hennessy that Brother Feng has today is so rare in China, and it can still be driven on the road. After listening to what Su Wenchuan said, Lian Fei sighed a little. On the road? Everyone nodded. For Hennessy to be able to start his career like this, the position of chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group was not enough. However, they also made friends with Lu Feng. Su Xiuyuan and Su Wenchuan silently touched the 2 business cards of Lu Feng in their pockets. Now that I have a connection with you, I will have a better chance to make friends with Lu Feng in the future. Then we'll leave too. Everyone said their goodbyes, and it was time for them to go back. As for the dinner party for those who lose the racing competition, it's still too early. When Lu Feng returned to Linjiangyuan, the light of the rising sun was shining across the sky, filling it with a bright and fresh atmosphere, and a new day began. 3 breakfasts were made. Lu Feng ate one and returned to Li Shuawei's room. After Lu Feng left, she went back to sleep hugging the quilt. Gently lifting up one arm, Lu Feng lay down in it. Feeling the movement beside her, Li Shuawei opened her eyes a little dazedly. She was a little flustered, but immediately realized that it was Lu Feng. She put her arms around Lu Feng and gently hugged him. Go to sleep. The voice was intimate and soft, like that of a kitten, and Li Shuawei's jade legs also leaned forward gently. Lu Feng, who thought he had no temper, now found that his blood seemed to be boiling again. But not now. He silently recited the heart cleansing technique in his mind and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Is there something crawling on your face? Lu Feng slightly opened his eyes in his sleep. At a glance, he saw Li Shuawei's face gently leaning against his face. She looked at him with deep affection in her eyes. Awake, what time is it? Lu Feng opened his mouth slightly and glanced out the window. He slept so well that the sun became very hot. It's past 10 o'clock. Brother Feng, I just woke up too. Li Shuawei opened her mouth softly. She felt a hand playing tricks on her. She spoke a little shyly. Then let's get up. Your sister should be going to work. Lu Feng spoke softly. It was past 10 o'clock and he already felt that he had fully recovered. No. Li Shuawei spoke softly. She was still conscious last night. Looking at Lu Feng, he is full of energy. Between hands and legs. He began to look at Lu Feng with slightly narrowed eyes. Time passed quietly. Looking at the slightly shy Li Shuawei, this little girl is still shy now. After carrying Li Shuawei into the bedroom and washing up, Lu Feng came out and saw a leftover breakfast in the incubator in the kitchen. It's Li Shuawei's. Get up and eat now. Making lunch? Lu Feng frowned slightly. Li Shuatong would not come back for lunch at noon. Does he eat it alone? Shuawei, do you want to have lunch? Lu Feng asked softly. In fact, he had eaten that portion in the morning and was not hungry now. That's not necessary. Li Shuawei spoke softly, looking at the sumptuous breakfast that had been placed on the table. Bread, cakes, buns, milk, pancakes, porridge, everything you need. Is this her breakfast for one person? It's enough for 3 people. Brother Feng, I'll just eat this. You can come and eat with me, I'm sure I won't be able to finish it. Li Shuawei spoke up. She didn't expect Lu Feng to prepare so much. After lunch, looking at Li Shuawei who was doing nothing, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. Shuawei, let's go out and play? Ah. Li Shuawei, who was lying in Lu Feng's arms, was a little surprised. In fact, she was digesting the food because she had eaten too much just now. I didn't expect Lu Feng to say that. Then let us go out and play. It seems that Lu Feng will completely belong to her for the rest of today. Traveling through the streets and buildings, my heart is filled with fine horses and... Hello? Lu Feng's cell phone rang. It was the demo of the recorded Mama City that the company sent to him a few days ago. It had already been recorded. I sent this to him to see how it turned out. To be honest, Lu Feng was quite satisfied. It perfectly interpreted the connotation of the song. Looking at the phone on the screen, Lu Feng spoke softly. The call that he had agreed to 2 days ago finally came. Chapter 79, Almost a Waste of Time. Lu Feng drove the Bugatti and came to the Huangpu River Cruise Terminal with Li Shuawei. Brother Feng, what are we doing here? Li Shuawei asked in a soft voice. Lu Feng, are you going to play on the yacht? Or is he going to buy a yacht? That's impossible. You'll know in a moment. Lu Feng spoke softly. If he knew what Li Shuawei was thinking, then Li Shuawei was actually right. Lu Feng was planning to customize a yacht for himself, which would be ideal if it could just be enough to use up all his money. Shenghua Yacht Manufacturing Group is one of the largest manufacturing groups in China. Lu Feng actually made an appointment to meet with their boss 2 days ago, but unfortunately, Shenghua Group's most famous designer was not there. Lu Feng postponed it for a while. After all, only that designer would dare to agree to Lu Feng's request and spend so much money to build a super yacht. As for foreign brands, Lu Feng also took a look. The yachts were extremely expensive, but the distance was too far and the customization time was too long. Lu Feng only thought about it for a moment and gave up. The Xia people are famous for their fast workmanship. Hello, sir, do you have an appointment? Li Shuawei followed Lu Feng to the service desk and was surprised. She didn't expect that Lu Feng really came to the yacht company. Seeing Lu Feng's indifferent expression, Li Shuawei hugged Lu Feng's arm and asked softly. Brother Feng, are you buying a yacht? Lu Feng smiled. He didn't expect that this girl's guess was almost right. Yes. It can be considered as a purchase, or to be more precise, a custom-made one. Lu Feng spoke softly and turned to look at the service desk. My name is Lu Feng, and I have an appointment with your boss. Mr. Lu. You're here, sorry, hello, please follow me. The lady at the service desk heard the voice, apologized softly, and then led Lu Feng into the elevator. On the 15th floor of Shenghua Building, the headquarters of Shenghua Yacht Manufacturing Group, in a conference room, the front desk secretary of this building brought Lu Feng in. There was a knock on the conference room door. Come in. A voice came from inside. Lu Feng opened the door and saw several people in the conference room at a glance. A 70-year-old man, 2 middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, and several secretaries stood behind him. You are Mr. Lu Feng Lu. The old man sitting in the first seat stood up and held out his hand. I am Wen Shenghua, chairman of Shenghua Group. Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Wen. Lu Feng spoke softly. Wen Shenghua, a legend in Xia country's yacht industry, started as a small fisherman and gradually developed a fishing company into the current Shenghua Yacht Manufacturing Group. And he himself is the top yacht designer in Xia country and even in the world. The front desk secretary stepped out. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Wen Shenghua spoke softly, in fact. 2 days ago, I received a call from Lu Feng, who called in the name of Wanqing Entertainment Group. It is said that their chairman Lu Feng wants to customize a yacht. Seeing Lu Feng now, he was still surprised. How can Lu Feng be so young? Mr. Lu is really young and promising. Wen Shenghua spoke with a hint of emotion. This made the two people around him feel a little embarrassed. These two people were Wen Shenghua's sons. It's a pity that Mr. Wen didn't learn very well. Mr. Wen, you are too kind. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and spoke directly. Mr. Wen, let's make it short. Actually, you all know that I came here this time because I wanted a custom-made yacht. The quality must be good, and the speed should be faster. As for the funding, this amount. Lu Feng gently raised 4 fingers, which were the remaining Shenhao gold he had. Looking at Lu Feng's outstretched finger. 40 million? Wen Shenghua and the other two guessed in their hearts that, actually, they could really accept this. This is considered one of the top yachts in Xia country. It is indeed necessary for Elder One to do it himself. Mr. Lu. The price is not a problem. What style are you pursuing? What are your requirements for the hull? Do you have any special preferences for the shape? Do you have any requirements for the power of the yacht? Wen Shenghua asked a series of questions. These are all things you need to know in advance. Lu Feng shook his head. He really didn't understand these. Mr. Wen, I'll feel relieved if you do it. Lu Feng spoke softly, and this was also the reason why he specifically made an appointment with Wen Shenghua. Wen Shenghua's design combines the Western style of grandeur and luxury with the Chinese style of gentleness and simplicity. Two design styles, perfectly integrated. Lu Feng was deeply fond of her. Then Mr. Lu, how about we take a look at the information and discuss it slowly? When Shenghua spoke softly, in fact he had already been prepared. The yacht culture in Xia country is really underdeveloped. There is a reason why Shenghua Group has developed to this day. They strive to satisfy every customer. After all, anyone who can afford to charter a yacht must have a wealthy family or some connections. Good. Lu Feng also nodded. Second brother, go open the information. When Shenghua spoke softly to the person beside him. Soon, some information appeared on the projector. Mr. Lu, we plan to use this high-strength alloy steel as the main material for your yacht. In terms of design style, we reserved a large terrace on the top floor, the next floor is the main driving cabin, the back is the living room, and the next floor below is the master bedroom, restroom, entertainment room. For decoration, the top layer can be made of high-strength transparent glass ring curtain, cashmere sofa, and solid wood floor. Below, we are going to do multi-layer splicing and padding, and the top layer will be covered with full wool carpet. Finally, here are the complete structural specifications of this yacht. Do you think it suits your taste? As Lu Feng, when Shenghua and the other two were talking, a yacht model was displayed on the computer. After taking a look at the constructed yacht shape, it really perfectly meets Lu Feng's own expectations. Lu Feng also nodded with satisfaction. When Shenghua's skills are really good. However, the size of this yacht is a little bit different from his expectations. This yacht is only 20 meters long? Lu Feng remembered the 4 fingers he had raised just now, and realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. She glanced at Li Shuawei beside her and smiled gently. Looking at Lu Feng's expression, the three of them were a little surprised. Is this satisfaction or dissatisfaction? Shuawei, come and take a look, and help your sister too. Lu Feng spoke softly, then turned to Wen Shenghua and spoke. Mr. Wen, this is my goal. Still 4 fingers. The 3 people were puzzled. If it wasn't 40 million, could it be 4 million? Lu Feng, such a big chairman, wouldn't that be the case? That's 400 million. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement welled up on Wen Shenghua's originally calm face. If it costs 400 million, there are really not many yachts among the wealthy in China that cost more than this. This is considered a relatively large yacht order for their Shenghua Yacht Manufacturing Group. Brother Feng, 400 million? Li Shuawei's voice was a little surprised, and she was also startled and spoke. Looking at Lu Feng, he nodded slowly. Wen Shenghua confirmed. Fortunately, all my efforts were almost wasted. 400 million and 40 million are not of the same order of magnitude. This requires Shenghua Group to reorganize their thinking and be more cautious and serious in their work. Chapter 80. Please support me. Watching Lu Feng's black card swipe 410 million easily. Wen Shenghua also took a deep breath. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for choosing our company. We will start construction as soon as possible and strive to deliver it to Mr. Lu as quickly as possible. When Shenghua spoke softly, looking at Lu Feng, his face still a little excited. With so much money, Lu Feng has so many yacht manufacturing companies to choose from. They are lucky to choose Shenghua. Lu Feng nodded slightly and said goodbye. Walked outside with Li Shuawei. Just now, the voice of the system came from my mind. It has been detected that the host's godly gold has been consumed. The system will be upgraded. The upgrade time will take 24 hours. During the upgrade process, the sign-in function is used normally. If the upgrade is successful, the system will give you a system gift package. It's still that familiar system prompt tone. However, this time the upgrade time has become 24 hours, while last time it only took 12 hours. It seems that the time for system upgrades will become longer and longer in the future. If the system upgrade is successful this time, I wonder how much money the system gift package will be worth. Brother Feng, you really spent 410 million to customize a yacht. Li Shuawei is still a little surprised. Such a large sum of money was spent all at once. Why, are you feeling bad? Didn't I tell you to spend money? If you don't spend money, I will do it myself. Lu Feng spoke softly and smiled. How dare we? Li Shuawei muttered softly. In the past, she would never have thought of getting so much money. They are still used to spending money only when they have needs, or they are used to spending money in a somewhat frugal way. That's enough. If you have money, just spend it. The money I gave you is for spending, isn't it? Lu Feng spoke softly, looked at Li Shuawei with a smile, and tapped his phone with his fingers. Your bank card with the last number 1234 has received 1 million yuan, and the current balance is 1,352,645.65 yuan. Li Shuawei felt her phone vibrate, took it out and saw that Lu Feng had transferred another million to her. Brother Feng, this. Li Shuawei was shocked. It was hundreds of thousands before, and now it is 1 million. Lu Feng doesn't take money seriously. She has become a small rich woman, and a small rich woman who was fed by Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng, he was touched. Brother Feng has done so much for her, but she doesn't seem to have done anything for Brother Feng. Regardless of shyness, she gave a sweet kiss. She had made up her mind that at least she would follow her sister's example and start working for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were 3 bank cards tied to it. The system's super rich gold was in his 8888 bank card, but after signing in with Wanqing Entertainment Group and Luoshan Special Manufacturing Factory, there are at least tens of millions in each of his other 2 bank cards. Instead of his money becoming less as he spent, it became more and more as he signed in. He got on the Bugatti Night Sound and drove straight to Linjiang Yayuan with Li Shuawei. Li Shuatong has called and asked them to go back for dinner. Tonight, first Li Shuawei's room, then Li Shuatong's room. Finally, looking at the octopus, Li Shuatong. Something was restraining her body. With a thought, Li Shuatong opened her eyes. I glanced at Lu Feng with a reproachful look. I just like this trick. As Li Shuatong fell asleep, Lu Feng still didn't feel sleepy at all. Take out your phone and have some fun. Still on the Douyin platform, after a while, I saw the live broadcast room from last time, the female anchor Xiao Xiao de Peizi. Lu Feng clicked in and took a look. Brother Feng, enter the live broadcast room. A striking banner appeared, and Little Big Peach looked at the name. He immediately shouted with great joy, Brother Feng appears again. After all, Lu Feng hadn't sent her any messages during this period. She didn't dare to send a message to Lu Feng. After all, after the last time, Lu Feng's message made her know that Lu Feng looked down on people like her. However, Lu Feng is a local tycoon. No, he should be a super tycoon. Just let some of it slip from your fingertips to her. Let's dance. Lu Feng posted a comment. Everyone in the live broadcast room watched Lu Feng's account appear. It also started to get busy. Brother Feng is here again. I can't go back after watching this anchor. We're running out of Nutri Express. Hello, Brother Feng. Promise me, anchor, your mouth is for eating and talking. Host, show us another talent. Brother Feng said we were going to dance, but where's the pole? Why can't I see it? Looking at the Little Big Peach wearing a vest and hot pants. The large expanse of fair skin, under the lighting of the live broadcast room, has a beautiful hazy glow. Okay, Brother Feng, moi. After Little Big Peach finished speaking, she immediately started dancing enthusiastically. Li Feng, who was about to give gifts, suddenly realized that the system was being upgraded and there seemed to be no direct way to recharge. However, fortunately, there are still several 100 million dubi in my account. Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. Golden dragons and golden phoenixes flew around, looking at the special effects in the shining live broadcast room. The Little Big Peach became even more excited. Last time it was just a dance and a gift. This time, it's still the same. One half of the northern hemisphere is revealed above, and the edge of the hot pants below is rolled up, revealing more. Your anchor is on the way. A line of words suddenly appeared on the screen. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this sentence, they were all stunned. This? The anchor is G. It's blocked. Administrator, come out and get beaten. I'm just getting excited watching this. I was just getting ready, and you did this to me. This is neither up nor down, it's killing me. Looking at the situation in the live broadcast room, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Well, it should have been blocked. It seems like it's a bit too much. But fortunately he restrained himself and did not wake Li Shuatong up. Looking at the flashing message in the private message. Someone was sending him a message. Lu Feng clicked in. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. The dance wasn't finished, and you didn't get to enjoy it. Your gift is a waste. I'm so sorry. This time I'm making up for my recent personal benefits, which are only for me. This is my apology. Come on, brother phone, you must continue to support me. Touch, touch, touch. Lu Feng was slightly stunned at this, but decided not to click and go in to take a look. He was caught by Li Shueton last time. After closing the private message, I returned to the live broadcast interface. Xiaoxia de Peach's live broadcast room had already been opened. The white gauze shawl makes her look more beautiful and more seductive. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. The strength of the ban on this live broadcast platform is also a mystery. Isn't this a level of temptation higher than before? I clicked on it and got an interstellar video. See you next time. After sending a comment, Lu Feng left. It's better not to continue watching such heart-stirring things. Thinking back to the private message just now, it seemed that someone else had also sent him a message, so Lu Feng clicked back to take a look. The bottle is too nasty to drink from. Brother Feng, are you there? I need your help with something. I can give you corresponding compensation, such as... Brother Feng, please make sure you get back to me if you see this. I really need your help. The information was sent just recently. The milk bottle tastes too bad. Could it be that the name was changed because the milk bottle tasted super good last time and the milk bottle didn't taste good anymore? This is the third time I've changed my name. After taking a look at the message, Lu Feng was a little curious. Why was he looking for something urgent? No reply yet. The news that the bottle was too hard to drink had already spread. Brother Feng, I saw you're online. I know this may be a little abrupt, but please support me. I need money. Chapter 81 Shuewei's Motorcycle Dream. Lu Feng was stunned. This direct request for support was really rare. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. Lu Feng sent a reply to see what was going on. At the same time, I took out my computer to see if I had been scammed. Even though you have money, you can't spend it like this. After taking a look at the sleeping Li Shueton, Lu Feng touched a laptop computer on the bedside table and used some hacking skills. Indeed, the address had not changed and the camera was turned on unknowingly. The milk bottle on the other side of the camera is too unpalatable. Although there is no live broadcast at the moment and she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is still as white as cream and her face is as pretty as a flower, just like in the live broadcast. At this moment, he was sitting on the gaming chair in front of the live broadcast stage with a worried look on his face, looking at his phone with great confusion. Brother Feng, I won't say anything more. I need a lot of money. It might be a bit too much. Something happened at home and I need money urgently. So you keep me as your sponsor, and those gifts will be my sponsorship fee. Yun Chuqing sent the message with a conflicted look on her face. The gifts I gave you should be worth several million. Didn't you receive them? Lu Feng replied that last time he was in Yun Chuqing's live broadcast room, he gave him gifts worth more than 500 million dubi, which is equivalent to more than 5 million. After deducting the platform's commission first, you should get half of it. 2.5 million won be enough. It has been detected that the time has passed 12 o'clock. The daily sign-in opportunity has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in now? The system prompt sounded in Lu Feng's mind at the right time. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a Gulfstream G800 private business jet. We have arranged the corresponding procedures for the host and assigned the crew. The aircraft is currently affiliated with Wanqing Entertainment Group and parked in the private hangar number 8 of the Magic City International Airport. Relevant information is being transmitted. Soon, Lu Feng received the information transmitted by the system. His eyes quickly turned back to the phone, where a message came in saying that the bottle of milk was too unpalatable. Brother Feng, the last salary hasn't been paid yet. I haven't received it yet. I was planning to return all the money I received to you, but the platform hasn't sent it yet, so I can't do anything. But now I really need a large sum of money, so I have no choice but to accept the money myself. My promise is to consider it as you supporting me. This is my first time. Wait until I think I have paid off the money for your last gift, then you can see what I think, Brother Feng, okay? Yun Chuqing sent the message with a sad look on her face. I remembered what my mother told her, that there was a problem with my father's company investment. He needed to give an explanation to his brothers in the company, which resulted in his father, the actual founder of the company, being burdened with a huge debt. Yun Chuqing heard it herself, and then she came up with this stupid idea. As for why she looked for Lu Feng, one reason was because Lu Feng gave her too many gifts last time. She knew that Lu Feng was a wealthy man who didn't ask for anything and was very rich. After all, for so many days, her information has fallen into the sea and there is no news. Second, she was attracted by the age information displayed on Lu Feng's main page, which showed that he was only 20 years old. Who doesn't want to find someone young and financially strong? Just tell me your problem and see if I can help. Lu Feng replied. In such a short time, he had already checked almost everything on the computer and guessed Yun Chuqing's difficulties. Next we will see whether she is honest or not. Okay, brother Feng. Soon, messages came in one after another. It looked almost the same as what he had discovered. Lu Feng nodded. Where is your home? Lu Feng asked softly. Seeing the message from Lu Feng, Yun Chuqing smiled, which meant that Lu Feng agreed to it. My home is in Amei County. Okay, send me the address. I'll come to your place tomorrow and we can talk in person. How about that? Amei County is also in Sichuan province, but it is quite far from his hometown. There is no airport there, so it seems he will have to transfer in Chengdu tomorrow. The problems in Yun Chuqing's family were not as simple as she thought. It would be better for Lu Feng to go and take a look in person, as for this beauty who came to him on her own initiative. He accepted it with a smile. This is my WeChat ID and phone number. Save it. I'll let you know when it arrives tomorrow. Lu Feng gently sent his message over. On the other side, Yun Chuqing received the news. Looking at the last digits of the mobile phone number, that long string of 8 digits, it's clear at first glance that the person with this last digit is not simple. I saved the phone number and dialed it. My heart was still pounding. Hello? As the call was connected, Yun Chuqing spoke softly, is this brother Feng? I'm Niping, my real name is Yun Chuqing. Can you hear me, brother Feng? It's me. I can hear you. Lu Feng had already seen Yun Chuqing's actions through the camera. He also spoke in a light tone. After all, there are people sleeping next to me. My name is Lu Feng. Go to bed early, Yun Chuqing, right? See you tomorrow. He hung up the phone gently, and Yun Chuqing on the other end of the phone also heard it. The voice from Lu Feng's side is really young, it shouldn't be some homepage information scam. He gently put the phone down, and the sadness on his face eased a little. Then add prestige. Next, give your parents a call. After telling them that she had found a solution, Yun Chuqing hung up the phone with her parents and then took a look. Prestige friends have passed. There is also Lu Feng's own profile picture on it, which is a photo of a very handsome man. Is this guy brother Feng? The address was sent, but there was no reply. Yun Chuqing fell into a deep sleep while thinking about something. Lu Feng also closed his notebook and put it aside. After taking a look at Li Xuetong in his arms, Lu Feng also felt that it was time to go to bed. Xingling, please help me apply for a flight to Rongqing in the morning. It's my private jet flight, around 9 o'clock. While having breakfast, Lu Feng called the chief flight attendant of his plane. Although it was a temporary takeoff, Lu Feng knew that his plane had some privileges and the application time did not take that long. Feng, are you going to Rongqing? Li Xuetong's voice sounded a little curious. I'm going to do something, Xuewei, do you want to come with me? Lu Feng asked Li Xuewei softly. Li Xuetong had to go to work and had no time, but Li Xuewei herself had nothing to do all day. Ah, brother Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? Li Xuewei suddenly looked worried. Li Xuetong laughed secretly at the side. She just signed up for a driving training class with a private female instructor 2 days ago, and she's going to class today. Li Xuetong spoke softly. Then do your best. Lu Feng rubbed Li Xuewei's head. He didn't expect that this girl wanted to learn how to drive just after she became an adult. Li Xuewei was actually a little envious. She wasn't envious of sports cars, but the BMW S1000RR that Lu Feng had parked in the garage and had never driven was exactly the motorcycle of her dreams. It's such a waste for Lu Feng to stop. Who says girls can't have motorcycle dreams? In the past 2 days, she has carefully calculated that this summer, she will not only learn to drive a car, but she also plans to get a motorcycle license. Okay, I'll send a professional driver from the company to take this girl, and you can go about your business. Li Xuetong spoke softly. In the past few days, she has gradually adapted to her job position. After all, no one dared to trip her up. Apart from driving herself to and from get off work, she never asked for a driver, but now, she has no choice but to use her rights. Okay. Lu Feng nodded and saw that Li Xueton's face began to become confident and had a bit of the temperament of a strong woman. Not to mention, it was quite attractive. After breakfast, Li Xuetong went to work. Li Xuewei was taken to the driving school by the driver to start learning to drive, and Lu Feng also drove the Audi RS7 to the airport. Chapter 82 Gulfstream G800. He parked his Audi in the airport's VIP parking space. Lu Feng walked towards the VIP lounge. His plane has its own pilots and flight attendants, who were hired by Wanqing Entertainment Group directly through an agreement with the airline. The Magic City International Airport is the premier large airport in Xia Country. Therefore, their private jet lounges are not located in the main building, but in a separate terminal building. However, when he entered the lounge, Lu Feng still saw many passengers already waiting there. Obviously, there is still a lot of travel demand for business private jets. "Hello, sir. Please sit here. Do you need me to prepare snacks, drinks, slippers, and blankets for you?" As soon as Lu Feng entered the lounge, he was immediately greeted by a ground crew stewardess. "Well, no need. That's it." Lu Feng declined and found a seat by the window. From his seat, he could just see the Gulfstream G800 that he had signed for, which was already on the tarmac. Gulfstream, the world's top private business jet manufacturer, has launched the Gulfstream G800, which is the fastest and longest-range aircraft to date, and further expands its ultra-modern, high-tech level. Seeing Lu Feng looking at the plane outside, someone came over. "Brother, what do you think? Isn't this plane beautiful? I also want to buy a Gulfstream. Not to mention the G800, even the G200 will do. It's a pity that I don't have enough money." Lu Feng turned his head and saw a tall and thin man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, holding a cell phone and speaking to him. "How can you not be strong enough? With your strength, I believe it is easy to buy a Gulfstream." Lu Feng spoke softly. This man has a pale face, and it is obvious that he has not been getting enough nutrition for a long time and has been working too long at night. T-shirts and shorts are common items, costing a few $100s, but Lu Feng can tell that the custom-made Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand is the real thing. This kind of person can't afford a Gulfstream. That's not the case. Looking at Lu Feng's eyes and glancing at his watch meaningfully, the man also realized it. This time I met someone who knows what he is talking about. "Brother, let's make friends, Xiao Yangyu." "What's your name, brother? Little Potato?" Seeing Lu Feng calling his name with a smile, Xiao Yangyu knew why everyone called him like that. Although his last name is Xiao, he is not small at all. "My name is Lu Feng." Lu Feng just smiled slightly and immediately stopped smiling. She gently extended her hand and shook hands with Xiao Yangyu. "Where are you going on this business trip, brother Lu?" Xiao Yangyu spoke softly. He had just glanced at the watch on Lu Feng's left hand before he came up and asked. The person opposite obviously also knows what's good. Lu Feng didn't bring a Patek Philippe today, but a Van Cleef Arpels Solar System Starry Skywatch. "Let's go to Rongqing today and do something." "Chengdu, what a coincidence. I just happened to be back in Chengdu to do some work. Do you want some help, brother?" Xiao Yangyu exclaimed. He just happened to be going back to Rongqing as well, so he whispered in Lu Feng's ear with a hint of laughter. Forget it, forget it." Lu Feng shook his head slightly. This Xiao Yangyu really has no restraint. I don't know how long his body can last, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or even 1 minute. Seeing Lu Feng say this, Xiao Yangyu did not continue speaking, but asked with a curious look on his face. "Brother Lu, what's your flight number?" Lu Feng spoke softly and pointed at the plane outside. "This is my flight." Lu Feng spoke calmly, and a stewardess was already walking towards him. Looking at the direction of Lu Feng's finger, it was the Gulfstream G800. Xiao Yangyu was shocked. This had hit the real owner. "Then brother Lu, please give me some prestige, let's make an appointment in Rongqing." Looking at the flight attendant approaching, it was obvious that his flight had not yet taken off, so the flight attendant must have come to look for Lu Feng. Xiao Yangyu said quickly. "Prestige?" Lu Feng was a little doubtful. "How about adding prestige to this and making an appointment in Chengdu? Is it necessary?" "Brother Lu, please add me. I'm a local of Rongqing. I believe that if you go to Rongqing, I can recommend some other places to you." "That's fine too." As soon as he scanned the code and added it, the flight attendant walked to Lu Feng's side. "Mr. Lu Feng, your private plane is about to take off. Please come aboard with me." The flight attendant looked at Lu Feng with a little surprise. She was one of the flight attendants on the Gulfstream G800. This was the first time that someone used the Gulfstream G800 aircraft for flight, and they were also arranged by the group. I don't know the identity of this Mr. Lufong, but he should be a very senior person in Wanching Entertainment Group. Maybe it's an illegitimate child? But I only dare to think about it in my heart and dare not say it out loud. After all, they still have to rely on this job. Okay, Brother Xiao, I'm leaving first. Goodbye. Lu Feng stood up and greeted Xiao Yangyu. Then he followed the flight attendant towards the boarding gate. Hey, wait. Someone spoke softly and walked up to the stewardess and stopped her. Why can you get on the plane when we haven't even boarded yet? He questioned the stewardess. This is a private plane, not a commercial flight. Another flight attendant came over and spoke softly, and Lu Feng saw her name. Flight attendant, Chun Qingling. That's right, it was Chun Qingling who he called. She is tall and gorgeous, wearing a body-length hanfu, with perfect curves, exquisite figure, simple makeup and dress, coupled with a stunning appearance, a real beauty. Mr. Lu Feng, this way please. After saying that, Chun Qingling ignored the woman who asked the question and invited Lu Feng. The woman who was trying to stop them quickly stepped back after hearing the stewardess' explanation. Having a private jet that can fly domestic routes is really not something that a white-collar worker like her with a little money can stop. Why didn't you stop me? I pulled you. And you didn't respond. Just use more force. How dare I? You are so stupid. What did you say? Don't you want to live like this anymore? As Lu Feng walked towards the boarding gate, he could still hear the arguing coming from behind. This is none of his business. After getting on the plane and entering the cabin, there is a marble glass counter in front of you, and next to it is the kitchen area, which is fully equipped with a microwave oven, thermostat, and refrigerator. A little further back is the crew rest area, which is specially partitioned. Next is the exclusive rest area for flight attendants, which is fully equipped with beds and seats. Walk along the aisle inside and you will arrive at the cabin area, where there are 11 airline seats evenly distributed, and a comfortable 3-seater sofa facing the TV. At the back is a private rest area equipped with a standard 2 by 1.5 meter bed for people to rest. Looking around, the 16 oval portholes are the perfect way to enjoy the best scenery during the flight. Lu Feng found a seat by the window and sat down. Soon, the 2 pilots in the cockpit came up to greet him. Chief Flight Attendant Chun Qingling and the other 4 stewardesses also came over and greeted Lu Feng. Okay, sit down. Seeing the pilot returning to the cabin and the announcement that the plane was about to take off, Lu Feng smiled at the 5 flight attendants. There was only him on this plane, but there were 2 pilots and 5 stewardesses. They all serve him alone. Looking at the gentle voice of Flight Attendant Chun Qingling coming from the radio, Lu Feng smiled slightly. This feeling is really good. Chapter 83 Small Things and Small Money. Mr. Lu Feng, we will be waiting for you here, please keep us informed. Chen Qingling spoke softly just before getting off the plane. The group has already received orders for the people on this plane to serve on this Gulfstream G800. At the same time, he asked them to strictly follow Lu Feng's instructions. Okay. Lu Feng nodded and got off the plane. On the plane, several flight attendants started a discussion as they watched Lu Feng disappear. Who on earth is this Mr. Lu Feng? I don't know either, but he must be a senior executive of Wanching Entertainment. He's so young and promising. Silly girl, just now I saw your eyes sparkling with gold, you almost wanted to pounce on me. Speaking of me, you are the same. I don't know if Mr. Lu Feng has any ideas about us. What should we do if he does? Alright, why are you thinking so much? Also, don't talk behind my back. Chen Qingling came out and gently stopped their conversation. Let's go to the hotel and rest. Wait. By the time Chen Qingling finished speaking, they had already finished sorting out the onboard affairs. I have to say that the treatment offered by Wanching Entertainment Group when it recruited them was much better than that offered by ordinary airlines. Whenever they travel, they stay in standard 5-star hotels and receive flight bonuses. But the requirements are also very picky. Figure, appearance, and ability are all essential. Coupled with the background check that was like selecting a princess, everyone already had psychological expectations before getting on the plane. But that didn't happen today. While they were talking, the flight bonus had already been sent to their mobile phones. Looking at the 5-digit number on the mobile phone, they were very happy in their hearts, because they had been waiting for this moment. Lu Feng walked towards the underground parking lot of Rongqing International Airport, where he was already prepared. He found a parking space where a Land Rover Range Rover was parked. After receiving the keys from the staff who delivered the car, I set off with the Landwind navigation. Hello, Yun Shuqing? After arriving in Ma County, Lu Feng called Yun Shuqing. He had already arrived at the address Yun Shuqing had sent him. Yun Shuqing, who received Lu Feng's call, was still a little panicked at the moment. Lu Feng is calling now, does that mean he has arrived now? Hey, brother Feng? Are you here? Yun Shuqing didn't know what to address him, so she just asked softly according to Lu Feng's online name. Oh. I'm here, right at your address. Lu Feng spoke softly. Oh, I'll be right down. Brother Feng, please wait a moment. Yun Shuqing quickly got up, put on her slippers, and ran downstairs. The loud sound of the door closing even startled Lu Jiao in another room. He stuck his head out and looked at the door that had just been slammed shut, with a face full of question marks. Yun Shuqing is out, so there is no need to close the door like this. As soon as Yun Shuqing came downstairs, Lu Feng spotted her at a glance. At the same time, Yun Shuqing also saw the young man standing next to the Land Rover. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is handsome and tall, has a slender and well-proportioned figure, and wears a simple short-sleeved shirt and long pants, yet he looks particularly elegant. Yun Shuqing? Brother Feng? Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, Yun Shuqing felt greatly relieved. It's really not a photo scam. Looking at Yun Shuqing, who was only wearing light makeup, her thin eyebrows, phoenix eyes, curved like a crescent moon, and bright red lips, her delicate facial features were perfectly set off, and her beautiful face was slightly red. That was the one who ran downstairs just now. Brother Feng, let me call you this. Yun Shuqing called out, she was still a little shy. Yes. Sure. Lu Feng spoke softly and took a look at Yun Shuqing's clothes, which were short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Do you want to go change? We can talk while we eat. I haven't even had lunch yet. Ah, that's not necessary. Brother Feng hasn't had lunch yet. I'll go upstairs and make it for you. Yun Shuqing spoke softly. At this moment, facing Lu Feng in person, she was still not as bold as she was on the internet. It's hard to speak out loud. That's not necessary, let's just find a random restaurant to eat at. Lu Feng pointed to the street, which was dotted with small restaurants. After ordering a few side dishes, Lu Feng looked at Yun Shuqing in front of him. She hadn't had lunch yet. Shuqing, you mean your father's company went bankrupt and needs funds to pay for it, right? Lu Feng then asked. Yun Shuqing nodded quickly. So how much do you know about your father's company? Lu Feng continued to speak. He still didn't know whether Yun Shuqing really understood the problems in her father's company. Honestly, Brother Feng, I don't know much about the details, but I heard from my mother that 2.5 million is not enough to make up for the shortfall. Yun Shuqing recalled the conversation between her parents 2 days ago. Indeed, the mention of millions scared her. Only then did I realize how huge the changes in my family were this time. Okay then, after dinner, let's go meet your dad. We'll talk after we meet. Then, Brother Feng, is it possible that this is beyond your ability to bear? Yun Shuqing spoke with a little concern. She didn't know Lu Feng's identity yet. She only knew that Lu Feng had given her so many gifts. However, if it is like what was reported online about embezzlement of public funds and pretending to be rich, that is absolutely not possible. Don't worry, it's okay. It's just a small matter and a little money. Lu Feng spoke softly. This is really no big deal for him. However, the problems of Yun Shuqing's father's company are not just those that have been discovered now. Since Lu Feng is here, let us just solve the problem once and for all. Oh, okay, I'll call my dad. Yun Shuqing dialed her father's number feeling a little guilty. She hadn't told anyone about her visit to Lu Feng yet. Seeing his father asking on the phone who was meeting him, Lu Feng gently took out a business card and placed it in front of Yun Shuqing. President of Corning Group, Chengdu Branch. Lu Feng looked at the identity on the business card. This was the first time he used this identity. Other identities are a bit inappropriate here. He looked at Yun Shuqing with a bit of amusement. Thanks to his cleverness last night, he asked Corning Group to get him an identity. Today, the Land Rover driver happened to be delivered as well, and he could use it right now. As for Corning Group, it is a medium-sized company that Lu Feng has created for his family since he was a child. The company's headquarters is in my hometown, Fenghuang City, and Chengdu is just a branch. But they are also quite large in scale. The main businesses include real estate, decoration, design and construction, raw material supply, etc. In addition, under Lu Feng's management, the company has strict requirements, generous treatment, reliable quality, and reasonable prices. Corning Group has also gradually developed and is considered to be a leading and reputable real estate company in several nearby provinces. Looking at Lu Feng's brand information, Yun Chuqing was slightly stunned. She had actually heard of this company before. Dad, he's the president of the Rongqing branch of the Corning Group. After Yun Chuqing finished speaking, an excited voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. President of Corning Corporation. Good. After hanging up the phone a little excitedly, Yun Chuqing's father Yun Tianhe waved happily in his office. Old man, what are you so happy about? His wife He Xiuli asked softly. My daughter must have found someone who can help us through this difficult time. Looking at his wife, Yun Tianhe was a little moved and spoke softly, saying that the whole family had suffered a lot during this period. Although his wife and children didn't say anything, he still felt sorry. Let's go to your dad's company. After watching Yun Chuqing finish the call, Lu Feng spoke softly. Chapter 84. The relationship is not simple. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello? Lu Feng's car had just stopped on the ground floor of a small building when Yun Chuqing's father Yun Tianhe came over and greeted Lu Feng, who had just gotten out of the car. After taking a look around, I found that this was a factory that produced and processed decorative materials. There are still foamy sawdust on Yun Tianhe's clothes, and it's obvious that he just came out of the workshop. Hello, uncle. He gently reached out and held Yun Tianhe's hand, and Yun Tianhe's face was full of excitement. Now, seeing Lu Feng, he knew that there was finally hope of solving his difficulties. Corning Group is like a towering tree to a small decoration company like theirs. It's totally not in the same league. What's more, the person who came was the president of the Chengdu branch. Then Mr. Lu, let's go in and talk. Yun Tianhe invited, and at the same time looked at his daughter Yun Chuqing with some confusion. Why didn't he remember that his daughter had a friend named Lu Feng? All right. Lu Feng spoke lightly, just in time to point out the problems in the Yun family decoration company. What about you guys? Looking at his wife and daughter, Yun Tianhe gestured gently. He surely understood. Let's go take a look inside the workshop. You guys go and have a chat. No, I'll go too, with you. Yun Chuqing disagreed. From what Lu Feng said on the road just now, she knew that there were traitors in her family's company, and there were quite a few of them. She just did what she wanted and ended up having her dad take the blame. Okay, uncle, let's go together. It's nothing. Lu Feng spoke softly and saw that Yun Chuqing wanted to go. Walking all the way to the office, Lu Feng also observed the current situation of the Yun family decoration company. At this moment, there are only a few workers working in the workshop. Even if there are some, they are just careless and listless, and there is no productivity at all. Boss Lu, you've seen our family's situation, so I'll tell you more about it. After Yun Tianhe's explanation, Lu Feng finally understood the current problems with the Yun family's decoration. The supplier will not ship the goods because their order quantity is not enough and the payment is not in place. What's even worse is that their failure was purely due to their poor performance. Because their performance was not high, they did not purchase too much goods, had no inventory, and had no capital turnover. As for the decoration, serious safety problems occurred collectively, and we were unable to receive the final payment and even had to pay compensation. When these factors combined, a huge crisis broke out all of a sudden. The current gap has reached several million yuan. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. After Yun Tianhe finished speaking, he sighed dejectedly. He saw that the company was developing well recently and was eager to achieve success, but he did not notice that there were problems within the company. He had successfully caught the traitor who had problems with the decoration. He was one of his brothers, and a real brother from his family. This is how his own brother cut corners and fooled him. You can cheat half of the strangers and get a grand slam with the acquaintances. But now, the person has been sent to jail by him. However, the company's current account deficit cannot be stopped even if he loses everything he has. Moreover, it was almost payday, and he felt sorry for the hard-working workers in his family's factory. Uncle Yun, let's not talk about your brother for now. Do you think your company still has problems now? Lu Feng spoke softly, recalling what he had found out about the situation of Yun Tianhe's company. I'm afraid Yun Tianhe hasn't fully understood it yet. How could it be possible for one person to decorate the Yun family's home like this? What does Mr. Lu mean? Yun Tianhe spoke with some doubt. You have financial officers, warehouse managers, quality inspectors, and some production and decoration workers. Lu Feng spoke softly, and Yun Tianhe was suddenly shocked. Yes, he thought too simply, even though his brother was the second in command of the company. But, without more cooperation, how could we possibly deceive him? There must be coordination. Uncle Yun, continue to call the police. Let the police continue to investigate. Lu Feng spoke softly, glanced at Yun Tianhe, who was sitting in the chair looking a little dejected, and spoke softly. He Xiuli, who was standing by, also came up and patted her husband's shoulder gently. The people holding those positions are all related to Yun Tianhe. You can imagine how big a blow it was to him. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your advice. Yun Tianhe said weakly. Yun Shuqing looked at her father with a worried look, then glanced at Lu Feng, who was standing opposite her, and remained as calm as ever. He walked up gently and said, Brother Feng, please help my dad. Okay. Lu Feng didn't expect Yun Shuqing to come up and speak. He looked at Yun Tianhe and smiled. At this moment, Yun Tianhe heard Yun Shuqing's words. Yes, Lu Feng is here to help. There must be a way. He leaned forward and looked over with hope. Uncle Yun, what kind of help do you think you need now? Looking at Yun Tianhe's eyes, Lu Feng asked softly. He has many ways to solve this problem, it depends on which one Yun Tianhe thinks of. Well, Mr. Lu, you go ahead. Yun Tianhe didn't know what the specific method Lu Feng was talking about was, and he had no right to negotiate terms now. That's it, Uncle Yun. I will pay 10 million and hold 50% of the shares. At the same time, I will open up the authorization of Kongning Group to Yunjie Decoration. For the time being, I will outsource Kongning's real estate in several nearby cities to Yunjie Decoration. Do you see any problem? Lu Feng spoke softly and waved gently at Yun Shuqing. Yun Shuqing walked over and looked at the hand Lu Feng stretched out. I held her hand quite shyly. She knew that Lu Feng was trying to give her parents confidence. Otherwise, how could such favorable conditions be offered to Yunjie Decoration? After all calculations, the total assets of the Yun family's decoration are only a little over 10 million. Of course, this part of the shares. Forget it, Lu Feng didn't say anything, let us talk about it after signing the contract. After all, the road is walked step by step and the meat is eaten bite by bite. After hearing Lu Feng's words and watching the actions of Lu Feng and his daughter, the couple finally understood why Yun Shuqing could ask Lu Feng to help them solve their predicament. There will be such favorable conditions. The relationship between my daughter and Lu Feng is not simple. No, Mr. Lu. This offer is too generous and unequal. We can't accept it. Yun Tianhe spoke with a little concern, Lu Feng gave too much. Even if it's a special relationship. Uncle Yun, don't refuse. Lu Feng did not hesitate and gently pulled Yun Shuqing to sit beside him. I've calculated that I'm not losing out by exchanging 10 million for 50 shares. After all, I have a request. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Yun Tianhe also became serious. I will first transfer some people from the Chengdu branch to complete the company structure. At the same time, uncle, you can put up the sign of Corning's partner, but you must strictly manage your company according to Corning's requirements. At the same time, in order to expand the company's scale as quickly as possible and realize the real estate decoration of Corning companies in several nearby cities, you also know that your company's scale, qualifications, and strength are not enough. I invested 10 million just for these. When the Yun family decoration develops, my 10 million will only give me more in return. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Yun Tianhe always felt that something was wrong. That's it, uncle, aunt, write the contract. Go. Without allowing Yun Tianhe to continue speaking, Lu Feng immediately urged the two of them. Chapter 85 Level 3 System Capabilities. Watching Lu Feng and his daughter Yun Shuqing disappear at the door, Yun Tianhe was still a little dazed. Xiuli, something is wrong. Yun Tianhe spoke softly and looked at his wife, a little confused. Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. Looking at her husband, Xiuli was a little speechless and complained silently in her heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. The person who pressed the fingerprint just now was not right, it was actually Yun Shuqing who pressed it. This. In fact, Yun Tianhe didn't look carefully just now, because he was looking for a pen in the cabinet. At that time, Lu Feng directly pulled Yun Shuqing's fingers and pressed the handprint. Only he surely saw it. Seeing Lu Feng signaling her to be quiet, he surely also understood. Tianhe, do you think it's necessary to buy your broken company for 10 million? What Xiaofeng said is all about helping the development of Yunjie decoration. He surely spoke a little depressed. Let us not talk about Yun Chuqing's affairs for now. Yun Tianhe then realized that Corning Group itself was a decoration giant, so there was no need to help a small company like them with their development needs. But he immediately remembered the name Lu Feng that he surely had just called. Surely, why are you calling Mr. Lu Xiaofeng? When he surely heard this, she simply ignored Yun Tianhe. The old man was too slow to react, otherwise he wouldn't have been cheated so badly by his own relatives in the company. Let's go and take care of the company's affairs. Xiaofeng has transferred the money. He surely spoke softly. She had just received a transfer notification. It was Lu Feng who transferred the money directly to her account. It seems that Lu Feng also saw it. Yun Tianhe is too simple and honest. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Yun Chuqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, blushed when she felt the moment Lu Feng grabbed her hand. She had no power to resist. Just press your thumb on the ink pad to make a hand print. Now what is going on with this contract? The contract written by Lu Feng and his father had no signature, but had her fingerprints. Look again. Lu Feng spoke softly, and Yun Chuqing took out the contract and looked at it carefully. The contract just now has been changed to the names of Yun Chuqing and her father. Lu Feng just modified it, no wonder he wanted to print it. Okay, take this, and you will be my woman, understand? Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Seeing that Lu Feng had invested another 10 million in such a short period of time, Yun Chuqing didn't know what to say. Lu Feng, so young and promising, so wealthy and generous, and so good to her. She gently reached out and touched Lu Feng's cheek. This should be her first kiss. Brother Feng, let's go to the hotel. Yun Chuqing spoke softly, she had made up her mind and was ready to sacrifice herself. Okay, no rush. Looking at Yun Chuqing's somewhat clumsy movements and red face, Lu Feng smiled gently. It's only afternoon, there's no need. By the way, Chuqing, come with me to the Magic City. Lu Feng spoke softly. Yun Chuqing knew that he was from the Demon City, so she was not at all surprised to hear Lu Feng say this. Okay, but I have to tell my parents. Okay, I'll go home for dinner tonight, let's talk about it later. Lu Feng spoke softly, he surely had already invited them before leaving. Yun Chuqing's mother was obviously much faster and more sensitive than the slow-witted Yun Tianhe. Good. Yun Chuqing spoke softly, and in this short period of time, Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing became more familiar with each other. At least for now, Lu Feng won't be so shy when he holds her hand. But thinking that it could be solved so easily, Yun Chuqing still felt like it was just a dream. Let's go to the mall and buy some things. For you, and for your parents. Lu Feng spoke softly. It's better to buy something when visiting someone for the first time. Lu Feng, who had just replaced Yun Chuqing's phone with a new one, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. System upgrade successful, system is now at level 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving an upgrade gift package. Would you like to claim it? Receive. It's still the familiar words, but the system upgrade has become level 3. What new capabilities will the level 3 system add? Congratulations to the host for winning 10 billion in godly gold. Before Lu Feng could ask the question in his mind, the system automatically started transmitting. Soon, the system also understood the new capabilities of the third level system. The 3-level system sign-in may involve drawing technology, past, future, and even present. It's all possible. At the same time, the system will provide Lanfeng with technological analysis so that he can fully understand the principles of these technologies. It's another very powerful ability. If you draw some future technology blueprint, laser cannons, mechas, starships, or some special medicines, etc. Those are definitely the black technologies of the future. However, thinking about the plan in his mind and taking a look at the current era, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems that only gradual progress can lead to the possibility of development. It is not good to be too advanced. Brother Feng? Seeing that Lu Feng was a little stunned, Yun Chuqing called out softly from the side. Oh. Lu Feng came back to his senses. He had just imagined a lot in his mind. Looking at Yun Chuqing, who was wearing clothes in front of him. This is a purple dress that is waist length and chest length. It perfectly highlights the beauty of Yun Chuqing's figure, which is almost as good as Li Xuetong's. You know, that was the result of his 3 years of hard work. Just a quick glance. Okay, pay the bill. Lu Feng spoke softly. Yun Chuqing had only changed into a dress and a pair of high heels, so if she wanted to buy more, she should go to the Magic City. When they returned home for dinner, Yun Tianhe and he surely didn't ask many questions at the table. Lu Feng just came to their house and brought them a trunk full of gifts. Moreover, the happiness on my daughter's face didn't seem fake. Well, take a rest. At night, when it was time to go to bed, he wanted to leave, but he surely kept him back. Lu Feng was unable to leave, so he was a little stunned when he saw this situation. Yun Chuqing's house is a standard 2-bedroom, 2-living-room house. The sofa in the living room is actually made of solid wood. It's uncomfortable to sit, let alone sleep. Chuqing, you sleep with Xiaofeng? You also know your dad's snoring. He surely looked at her husband with a little dissatisfaction. That's torture. This made her have to wake Yun Tianhe up several times every night. Okay. Yun Chuqing was a little shy, but still spoke. She thought it over and decided to treat this as a preview submission. After all, Lu Feng refused in the afternoon. Probably not tonight. Watching He Xiuli and Yun Tianhe enter the bedroom, only Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing were left in the living room. Brother Feng, go to sleep. Yun Chuqing walked over, took Lu Feng's hand, and walked towards the bedroom without even looking at the road. Fortunately, I am familiar with my home, so I didn't T-bump into any corners. Okay, go to sleep. Lu Feng glanced at Yun Chuqing, who was standing beside him, and looked very nervous, as if he was afraid that he would go berserk. Forget about tonight. You'll be in trouble when we get to the Magic City. But now, let's go tomorrow and go to your rental house to get our things, then go back to my hometown and then go to the Magic City. Lu Feng said softly, then hugged Yun Chuqing in his arms, feeling her tense body. Smiled, kissed, and fell asleep. Chapter 86 Earthquake. Thinking about the fact that I haven't been home for half a year, I can't help but feel a little homesick. Brother Feng, this is your home. Yun Chuqing took Lu Feng's hand and spoke softly. Looking at the 3-story European-style villa in front of me, there is a large flat, cement-filled open space in front of it. Looking around, she saw fruit trees teeming with plums, pears, apples, cherries, peaches, oranges, and many more she didn't recognize. Behind the villa, there are fruit trees all over the mountain, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. This is a little gadget from my parents. I'm helping my fellow countrymen at the same time. Lu Feng spoke softly. His contribution is indispensable to the development of the small orchard run by my parents into what it is today. Xiaofeng is back. Yeah, Xiaofeng just came back now. Is it so late this summer vacation? Xiaofeng, is that your girlfriend next to you? Xiaofeng finally found a girlfriend, but it's a pity that the girls in our village are still in unrequited love. Go away, what are you talking about? Watching Lu Feng getting out of the car holding hands with Yun Chuqing. Hearing the sound of the engine, the people in the villa came out and laughed softly. They came to Lu Feng's house to work and help. Son, you're back. A woman in simple clothes and an apron came over, holding 2 big peaches in her hands. Seeing his mother like this, Lu Feng felt a little helpless. Before the system was installed, his mother Li Mei was already worth hundreds of billions, but she was still like this. Okay, we won't bother you guys reminiscing about the past. We're not busy anymore. Come back this afternoon. Many villagers said goodbye. They truly admire Lu Feng. After all, ever since Lu Feng was born, the Lu family has been growing bigger and stronger. Maybe it's because they have been neighbors for many years and have a good relationship. The couple Lu Yuanzhang and Li Mei brought their fellow villagers together to start investing in these orchards on the endless mountains. They also knew that the Lu family had a talented son. During their conversations with Li Mei, they gradually learned about the development of both the orchard and the Lu family's business, Corning Group. This kid is giving advice everywhere. Their respect for Lu Feng is genuine, but of course there is also fear. After all, Lu Feng had done some really big and ruthless things in the past. Okay, bye everyone. Lu Feng also said goodbye with a smile. If his mother hadn't wanted to keep this small orchard, Lu Feng actually wouldn't have had such an idea. However, his parents were hometown-loving people, and seeing the orchard gradually develop, Lu Feng also felt that this development was right. Son, why don't you introduce me to him? Li Mei spoke softly, looking at Yun Chuqing, who had not dared to look up beside Lu Feng, and asked softly. Hatsuharu, introduce yourself. Looking at Yun Chuqing's appearance, Lu Feng spoke softly. Yun Chuqing looked so shy, and I don't know how this anchor managed to do it. In fact, Yun Chuqing's live broadcasts during this period did not exceed 5 times in total, but it was a pity that Lu Feng did not ask. Hello, Auntie, I'm Yun Chuqing. Yun Chuqing raised her head slightly, glanced at Lu Feng, and then looked at Li Mei. Okay, let's go inside and talk. Here, take the peach and eat it. She wanted to hand over both peaches, and seeing this, Lu Feng quickly took one of the peaches from his mother's hand. After all, Yun Chuqing was holding one of his hands. Where's Dad? Lu Feng asked with some confusion. He had not seen Lu Yuanzheng yet. He had nothing to do today, so he went to have tea with those old guys. Li Mei spoke softly, then quickly took out her cell phone and started dialing. Yuanzheng, my son is back. In a small courtyard, Lu Yuanzheng received a call from Li Mei and hurriedly picked up the teacup beside him. Yuanzheng, you don't want to play anymore? An old man sitting opposite saw Lu Yuanzheng's actions and asked softly. Mr. Li, Xiaofeng is back. I'll go back and take a look. I'll just assume you won this game. You. Old Li blew his beard and glared, but it was of no use at all. Lu Yuanzheng's figure had disappeared at the door. Looking at Lu Yuanzheng's disappearing figure, Mr. Li also thought of what he had just said, and couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the boy from the Lu family was back. It's definitely worth rushing back. When Lu Yuanzheng returned home, he saw Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing in the living room. Here, a female friend was brought back by Lu Feng? He quickly brushed the dust off his butt. After tidying up his clothes, he walked in with the teacup. Old Lu, stop pretending. You're not cut out for it. Lu Feng's voice rang out, instantly ruining Lu Yuanzheng's move. His originally serious appearance suddenly became less serious. You brat. Lu Yuanzheng walked over and looked at Lu Feng. The father and son smiled at each other. Hello, uncle. I am Yun Chuqing. Yun Chuqing stood up and called out softly. Lu Feng's finger had already pointed at her palm. This sentence caught Lu Yuanzheng off guard. Hello girl, hello girl. Lu Yuanzheng didn't even hear the name clearly. Okay, Dad, this is Yun Chuqing. For now, she's my girlfriend. Lu Feng spoke softly, and after he finished speaking, he felt the hand of the beauty beside him tighten again. Okay. By the way, where's your mom? Lu Yuanzheng answered the question irrelevantly. Mom is in the kitchen. Then I'll help too. After saying this, Lu Yuanzheng walked towards the kitchen in a rather embarrassed manner. Seeing that there was already a cook and his parents in the kitchen, Lu Feng didn't know what to say. It shouldn't be like this since Yun Chuqing is here. Okay, don't worry. Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Yun Chuqing, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. They set out from Amei County early in the morning and arrived home around noon. Brother Feng, am I really your girlfriend? Yun Chuqing wanted to ask, but she didn't ask. It's actually a little too early now. She had only been in contact with Lu Feng for 2 days. At the lunch table, with Li Mei greeting Yun Chuqing, the atmosphere was obviously much more relaxed and the conversation became smoother. Lu Feng also discussed the situation of Corning Group with Lu Yuanzheng. Today is Saturday, and Lu Yuanzheng just happens to be off work. The development of the group's situation is still normal. After all, Lu Feng has looked at it in his own way, and there is not much difference between what Lu Yuanzheng said. Well, Dad, Mom, I'll leave this afternoon and go to the Magic City first. Lu Feng opened his mouth and spoke softly. Hearing this, the couple was a little surprised. This was the first time that Lu Feng was in such a hurry to leave during the summer vacation. I have some things to deal with in the Magic City. I will come back when I have time. The couple nodded, thinking that all these years, thanks to Lu Feng's steering and protection for the family has been able to develop into what it is today. Lu Feng said that there is something going on in Demon City, so that means there must be a career over there. Come on, son. Lu Yuanzheng patted Lu Feng's shoulder gently. Mom and Dad, we'll always have your back. Lu Feng laughed, feeling a little touched, yet also a little amused. Okay. As soon as the words fell, the table shook, the water in the cup rippled, and the bowls and chopsticks slid and slid. The sound of the crystal chandelier colliding suddenly rang out. There's an earthquake. A flash of enlightenment arose in Lu Feng's mind. Chapter 87, Going Up the Mountain to See the Situation. The shaking didn't last long and then stopped, which meant that the earthquake should have stopped as well. No one ran away. As frequent earthquake victims, they were all used to the shaking. There is no need to run from a small earthquake, but you can't run from a big earthquake. But everyone was still a little nervous and frightened. Let me see where the earthquake happened. Lu Feng opened the Weibo account softly, which contained the first-hand earthquake warning issued by the National Seismological Center. Xiaogua Earthquake Station Quick Report: on July 17, a 7.0 magnitude earthquake occurred in Xianjing County, Bashi City, Sichuan Province, with a focal depth of 11 kilometers. Dad, Mom, there's an earthquake in Xianjing County, Bashi City, magnitude 7. When the words came out, everyone was a little surprised. The magnitude of this earthquake was quite large, no wonder they could still feel it even though they were hundreds of kilometers away. At the same time, everyone's cell phones started ringing. Lu Feng took a look at the name displayed on his phone. It was Li Shuatong. I quickly answered the phone. Hey, thank God you answered the phone, Feng, are you okay? Li Shuatong's extremely worried voice came. You went to Chengdu yesterday, right? Today's earthquake was so close, it was so scary. Sister. Is brother Feng okay? Li Shuawei also asked anxiously, and Lu Feng could hear her equally anxious voice. Today is Saturday. Li Shuatong is not at work and is at home. Just now, she and Lu Feng called immediately, but Lu Feng's call was not connected. That's why she was so worried. Li Shuatong's voice was filled with tears. It's been connected until now, which is a good thing no matter how you look at it. I'm fine. When the earthquake happened today, I went back to my hometown. We only felt a little tremor here. Don't worry so much. Be good and listen to me. Lu Feng quickly spoke to comfort her. It's all right. Hearing Lu Feng's voice coming from the phone, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. This earthquake was so strong, I was really worried that something might happen to you. Li Shuatong's voice became a little softer, and now she felt a little relieved. Shuawei, I'm fine, don't worry, I'll take a look. Something might be going on here recently, so I might be back a little late. Lu Feng spoke softly. Another call came in on the phone. I won't talk to you guys anymore, my phone is ringing again. I took a look at the number and it seems a bit special, so I decided to answer it. Okay, Feng, take care of yourself. Brother Feng, be sure to be safe. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the three people who were answering the phone. The family members were very concerned and they all called and contacted relatives and friends as soon as possible. He shook hands with Yin Shuqing, who nodded slightly. She was prepared for this. I don't know which of the two people who just talked is Lu Feng's girlfriend. Is it Shuatong or Shuawei? Or are they two together, or she was being kept by someone after only knowing him for 2 days, but she introduced him to her parents. Yun Shuqing was a little fanciful and slightly distracted. Until Lu Feng let go of her hand. She came to her senses and found her mother's voice on the phone a little anxious. After giving his parents a slight signal, Lu Feng walked into a side hall, closed the door, and then answered the phone. Lu boy, are you okay? On the other end of the line, an old but powerful voice came from nowhere. I'm fine. Lu Feng smiled gently. I'm glad you're okay. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little more relaxed. Earthquake, got it? Your company may need to send out some emergency vehicles. See if there are any problems. He slowed down and asked softly. Just you make the decision. Lu Feng spoke softly. The person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile happily when he heard Lu Feng say that. Oh, by the way, in my name, forget it, let's donate 1 billion in the name of Luoshan Special Manufacturing. Lu Feng spoke softly, it was too high profile for him. Better yet, the company name. But you keep an eye on it. I hope that the money reaches the people in the disaster area and the rescue teams. I don't want to see anyone embezzling money or committing corruption. You know my abilities. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, they won't dare to do that with me here. The tone on the other end of the phone was firm and heavy. Okay, I'll be relieved if you go anyway. Be safe and don't get hung up. On the other end of the phone, the old man who was about to continue speaking heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. He shook his head with a bit of amusement. All right, let's go and mobilize. We have the authorization from the guy in Luoshan. After giving instructions to his assistant, the old man turned to look out the window. The sky was high and the sun was shining brightly, but at this moment he felt a little gloomy in his heart. This time, the earthquake will cause so much damage. Wait until Lu Feng comes out of the room. Lu Yuanzhang and Li Mei haven't finished their phone call yet. Yun Chuqing was sitting there, staring at his figure in a daze. Brother Feng, my parents are fine. Lu Feng walked over. Yun Chuqing held Lu Feng's hand with one hand and spoke softly. She finally let go of her worries. After all, her hometown, Amei County, was closer to Xianjing County than this, so she was still a little worried. I'm glad you're okay. Lu Feng spoke softly and held Yun Chuqing's hand with his backhand. At this moment, she needed comfort the most. Xiaofeng, going to the company? After Lu Yuanzhang finished the call, he looked at Lu Feng and spoke softly. He is now going to the company to assess the construction status of the group that has gathered from all over the place and see how much impact this time has caused. Dad, you go, I won't go. Lu Feng spoke softly. Lu Yuanzhang was the apparent helmsman of Corning Group. If something goes wrong, don't worry about the money. Reputation is important. If you have any questions, call me again. Lu Feng spoke softly. Okay, I'm leaving then. Lu Yuanjing nodded and walked out the door, where his driver and special car were already waiting for him. I have experienced earthquakes of this magnitude before, but the shaking has never been this strong. Someone had already walked in from the dam outside the courtyard gate. Mr. Li, are you there? The chattering sound was very noisy. Hearing these voices, Li Mei also hurried out. What's wrong, everyone? We are worried about whether there will be any problems with the orchard and the workers on the mountain, so we plan to go up the mountain to check the situation. Do you want to come with us? Someone came out and spoke anxiously. Li Mei also understood. Their orchard is so large that there are many guarded warehouses on the mountain, and there are even more workers working there. Now they really have to go around and take a look at the situation. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. Then let's go. Let's go together. Go drive over here. After Li Mei finished speaking, she hurriedly wanted to change into work clothes, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Time was the most important thing now, so she hurried out the door. Mom, I'll go too. Lu Feng spoke quickly. He knew that this was what his mother would worry about. I drive, faster. Yun Chuqing held Lu Feng's hand and refused to let go. Then let's go too. He spoke softly to Yun Chuqing. Lu Feng let go of Yun Chuqing's hand, got to the Land Rover he had driven back from the Tianfu City branch, and started the car. He braked suddenly and nodded to stop in front of his mother Li Mei and Yun Chuqing, and Lu Feng's voice came. Get in the car. Chapter 88: A Blessing in Misfortune. Let's go to orchard number 1 first. After seeing his mother and Yun Chuqing get on the car, Lu Feng no longer waited for those villagers. They will follow behind on their own. Lu Feng looked at the gravel road, which was actually quite flat. He had made preparations long ago and it was passable now. At the beginning, he insisted on building a transportation road connecting all the orchards that was suitable for trucks to use. Now it seems that Lu Feng's decision was absolutely correct. No need to worry about transportation or the orchard being too far away to be managed. After all, they can drive there, and Lu Feng will reimburse them for the gas. Arriving at orchard number 1, everything seemed normal from the perspective of the road halfway up the mountain. The people standing at the door of the orchard warehouse saw the car and watched Li Mei get out of it. Boss Li, everything is fine here. He spoke softly to Li Mei. Have all the workers been notified? Li Mei asked. Everyone here is fine, she has seen it, the most important thing now is the workers working in the field. It's okay, we've notified everyone. That's fine. After Li Mei finished speaking, she quickly got into the car and gestured to Lu Feng. Lu Feng naturally understood that they still had to go to the place below. Mr. Li, you always care about us so much. Now that we know that President Li cares so much about us, why don't we go back to work? Everyone, that's all, go back to your own places and get to work. Go! Well, after the first earthquake, there shouldn't be any more aftershocks. It shouldn't affect anyone anymore, so let's get busy. Without the Lu family, our village would never have become so prosperous so quickly. That's right, I admire Mr. Lu and Mr. Li. I also envy them for having a good son. While everyone was talking, they dispersed and returned to the forest to work. At the same time, cars from the villagers also came up. I'm here to see the situation too. Lu Feng drove non-stop to more than 10 warehouses and asked the warehouse managers. Everyone has been notified. Received feedback, no problems. At the same time, other villagers who did not come along Lu Feng's route also began to gather in the group to discuss the situation. Let's go to warehouse number 18 in front. Lu Feng spoke softly. This was the newest area opened up in their orchard. When I saw this Land Rover coming, a middle-aged man ran up in a hurry. Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Lu Feng opened the door and got out first. This was the first time he got out of the car to inquire about the situation. What's wrong? The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Lu Feng quickly asked. We failed to contact the old Lin family's grandfather. The middle-aged man spoke softly, his tone panicked. The old Lin family's uncle. Lu Feng remembered that this was an old man in his 70s with a son and a daughter, but he was the only one left at home. If you have nothing to do, you can come to the orchard to work. Quiet. Lu Feng shouted loudly to the crowd, and the noise quieted down. Tell me the details quickly. Lu Feng spoke urgently. Losing contact in this situation is not a good sign. Mr. Lin came to Zinkelin today and said he wanted to cut down 2 trees to make something for his family. But after the earthquake, no one answered Mr. Lin's phone. We asked him about it, but no one paid much attention to him. Now, Mr. Lin is missing. Have you looked for it? Lu Feng asked softly. I searched, but found nothing. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sweat all over his face, not only because of the hot weather, but also because of the oppression of Lu Feng's momentum. Okay, I got it. Everyone listen to me. Lu Feng spoke loudly to the audience again, and everyone's attention focused on him. Now, those under 50, go find someone, and those over 50, stay here and wait. I don't want anyone to disobey my orders, understand? Got it, Mr. Lu. Okay, Xiaofeng, that's it. Everyone responded. Lu Feng's words were an absolute command at this time, and even if Lu Yuanzhang came, it would be useless. After all, when there are many disagreements, Lu Yuanzhang will listen to Lu Feng unconditionally. Okay. Let's go. Mom, you and Chu Qing stay here. I'll go too. Also, Mom, please notify everyone under the age of 40 to come up and search together, but don't bring all of them, there will be too many. You can arrange it here. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at his mother Li Mei and Yin Chuqing. Good. Li Mei walked up, spoke softly, and held Yin Chuqing's hand. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the newly opened forest path. Running to a deserted place, Lu Feng looked around and found that there was no one around. He directly took out the items he signed in today from the system space. Unexpectedly, this could come in handy. High-precision multifunctional infrared detection drone. This is the most powerful civilian drone in the world today. It has a high-precision camera that can zoom 100 times, a long-distance thermal imager, infrared perspective focusing, imaging tracking, grading screening, a high-density battery, and can support work for up to an hour at full power. It needs fuel to power the flight. Fortunately, the system automatically filled up the tank. At this moment, Lu Feng took it out. At first glance, I was shocked by this square thing that was over 1 meter long. This drone has great potential for military use. Take out the remote control, press the button to take off, and the 4 rotors of the drone quickly unfold and soar into the sky, straight into the clouds. Watching the drone fly to a height of several hundred meters in a short period of time, red human figures appeared densely on the Lu Feng remote control handle. After removing the moving figure, the figure instantly disappeared from the screen in front of Lu Feng. No! This piece. Looking at the remote control screen, there was no figure of Grandpa Lin. Lu Feng quickly controlled the drone to fly in another direction. Here, there is none. Here. Not yet? Here. Found it. Looking at the red figure lying quietly and motionless in a trench, Lu Feng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Through the camera, Lu Feng discovered that Uncle Lin was most likely just fainted. At least for now, it seemed fortunate that nothing serious had happened. The sound of the drone quickly attracted the crowd, and they watched it lower itself near the newly dug trench. Inside, Uncle Lin. Lu Feng's voice came from inside the drone. By the way, call an ambulance and Murakami's doctor. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, the people who gathered nearby discovered Uncle Lin, who was slightly hidden by the grass and trees. How did Lu Feng find out? Lu Feng suddenly accelerated the drone above the clouds and took it back using the system space. also ran quickly towards that side. When they arrived near the trench, someone in the village who had some medical knowledge had already pulled Uncle Lin up. At critical moments, these neighbors are still reliable. I saw that Uncle Lin had opened his eyes slightly. Lu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad nothing happened. Everyone took turns carrying Uncle Lin back to the warehouse. Looking at Uncle Lin's figure, everyone who had received the news and returned couldn't help but feel relieved. Mom, Uncle Lin is fine. I'll leave this to you. I have something else to do. I need to go to Shanchang right away. Lu Feng spoke softly, the drone is a matter of great importance. Chapter 89 Terrifying Technology. This time Lu Feng was alone, and Yun Shuqing also stayed at home. After all, he was going to the Luoshan Special Production and Manufacturing Factory this time. From the moment you enter the door, there is security, card swiping, fingerprints, and pupils. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it's just routine. Looking at Lu Feng's figure, the guards all apologized. Fine. Lu Feng didn't say much. Even though he had experienced this countless times in his memory, he still felt different when he experienced it again today. Until we passed the factory area on the ground and arrived at a warehouse at the back. Verified again. After passing through gates, elevators, and numerous checkpoints, Lu Feng finally entered the real workshop of the Luoshan Special Manufacturing Factory. Boss Lu, you're here. A middle-aged man in military uniform immediately came up. Hello, Colonel Wang. Looking at the middle-aged man, Wang Qijuan, Lu Feng spoke softly and greeted him with a smile. On the surface, this company is cooperating with the Shancheng city government. In fact, the Luoshan Special Production and Manufacturing Factory is one of the military's production bases. Most of the workers inside are military personnel. Okay, Colonel Wang, go call Engineer Chen, Engineer Li, and Academician Huang over here. There's something I made recently in the car I just saw. Let them go and have a look. I think it will be of great help in this earthquake. Lu Feng spoke softly and walked towards the underground elevator, where he had just instructed that his car should also be sent to the underground factory. Okay, Mr. Lu. Wang Qijuan replied quickly. Every time Lu Feng comes, he brings new technology, giving them huge room for improvement. This time, no one knows what good stuff it is. To those experts, Lu Feng is like Doraemon. As for him, a genuine soldier, he can only watch. He doesn't know much about research matters. After Lu Feng reached the third underground floor, he immediately saw his Land Rover parked in the middle of the aisle. Surrounding them were people, young, middle-aged, and old, all wearing research coats, in 3 layers inside and outside. Boss Lu is here. Someone noticed Lu Feng's figure and exclaimed. Okay, why are you standing around? Go get busy. Lu Feng spoke softly, and everyone dispersed. Looking at the 3 old men waiting in the middle, Lu Feng walked over. Engineer Chen, Engineer Li, Academician Huang, you are here. Okay, Chief Engineer Lu, don't hesitate, show us what you brought. Professor Chen Lianda spoke quickly. He was in charge of the chassis design of military vehicles in this factory. Okay, stop rushing. Professor Li Wenming spoke softly. He is the engineer in charge of vehicle assembly. The last academician, Huang Song, is a true academician of the Academy of Sciences. He is involved in many aspects and has in-depth research. Maybe I'll have to trouble academician Huang Ming again this time. Lu Feng spoke softly and opened the trunk, where the drone was lying quietly. Drones? Academician Huang Song sounded a bit puzzled. In the past, Landwind only brought some vehicle manufacturing results or research theories. Now with the drone, has Lu Feng opened up a new direction and started researching drones? And it looks like this is for civilian use? Chief Engineer Lu, this drone? Huang Ming spoke softly. Even though he was an academician, he didn't dare to neglect Lu Feng. After all, in the memory enhanced by the system, it was Lu Feng who developed Luoshan step by step, which supported Luoshan's autonomy and strength in the current Xia country's military vehicles. Lu Feng gently took out a book. This is a systematic summary of the usage of drones. System, can you give me the drone usage manual? It's useful. Thinking that he might have to write these instructions, Lu Feng asked a somewhat whimsical question in his mind while driving. Sure. And a detailed technical manual will be included. The system's reaction was beyond Lu Feng's expectations, so consider it. The system also offers a buy one get one free offer. There are not only usage books, but also principle books. It seems that system upgrades are becoming more and more powerful and humanized. That's good, I don't have to explain the principles to these chief engineers and academicians myself. He took the book that Lu Feng handed over. Academician Huang Ming and the other two looked at it with some doubt. Adaptive Infrared Thermal Imaging Detection Degree Control Technology. Target Screening Algorithm. 100 times Zoom Lens. Silicon Lithium Condensate Battery, High Density Energy, over 800. Apart from these few things, no one was too surprised. However, it looks like a small drone is equipped with such powerful black technology. The three of them were particularly shocked. Well, a genius like Chief Engineer Lu is beyond their imagination. Come on, follow me. Lu Feng picked up another book and spoke to the three people. Looking at the book that Lu Feng was holding, the three of them suddenly realized that it was so similar to the situation when they were given the information before. Now, it is indeed time to follow Lu Feng. Colonel Wang. As he spoke to Wang Qijuan understood. He led the four people towards a small room. After closing the door, Wang Qijuan and several soldiers stood at the door together, and the four of them sat at a small table in the room. Huang Song picked up the red phone in the middle of the table and dialed it. Key verification. Voice verification. Iris verification, please enter the access password. As academician Huang Song finished inputting, the three people who had turned their backs turned back and looked at the red phone. An old voice came from there. Hello? Dean, it's me. Explain. Chief Engineer Lu has produced another document. I need to apply for at least level 2 confidentiality. The data will be transmitted internally via a dedicated line later. At least level 2? Okay, I'll let you know the evaluation results right away. Wait a moment. At this moment, in Beijing, Su Xinggan, the president of the Academy of Sciences, who had just put down the phone, was a little surprised. Huang Song's tone sounded a little urgent. This is really rare, as for Chief Engineer Lu. Su Xinggan had also heard that he was a peerless genius and a rare prodigy, and neither of those words could describe it. He kind of wants to meet him. Look at the papers coming out of the fax machine next to you. Su Xinggan left, picked it up gently and took a look. In an instant, the old face's eyes widened and the pupils shrank slightly. I simply can't express the shock in my heart. Level 1, I can give it to you right away. Now, sign the confidentiality agreement immediately. I need to evaluate it with a few people, and I will inform you of the follow-up results. As for battery technology, to be honest, Xia Country's reserves are pretty good, but the energy density of 800 is enough to surprise him. The most important thing is the adaptive infrared thermal imaging detection degree control technology and target selection algorithm. This technology is the most powerful one, which can clearly analyze and delete all the messy and useless information. On the battlefield, this can easily eliminate interference and completely detect only the surviving personnel of the enemy. What a terrifying ability it would be. Oh, okay. Huang Song put down the phone and looked at Lu Feng with a little surprise. Lu Feng touched his nose. Everyone, please. Wang Qijuan had already taken a first-level confidentiality agreement, walked up and spoke softly. Everyone signed their names. At the same time, at the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences, Su Xinggan's phone calls began to be made to various places. Chapter 90 Ghost Hand. The phone in the confidential room rang soon. Looking at the red phone in front of him, Huang Song answered it. Academician Huang, we old guys should have already evaluated it. The Military Research Institute also called. It's above level 1 confidentiality, confidential management. Everyone heard what Su Xinggan said, and Lu Feng nodded slightly. Xia Country's confidentiality levels range from the lowest level 5 to level 1, and above those are confidential, and top secret. Being able to obtain confidential information was beyond Lu Feng's imagination. Okay, I understand, Dean, we will strictly follow the relevant procedures and sign a confidentiality agreement in accordance with relevant regulations. Is young friend Lu Feng here? On the other end of the phone, Su Xinggan's voice suddenly spoke and asked about Lu Feng. I am here. Lu Feng was a little surprised. This was probably the first time he had formally come into contact with Su Xinggan. I have long heard of Mr. Lu Feng's great name. I wonder if you have time to meet him in person. Su Xinggan spoke slowly. This Lu Feng could now create such a terrifying technology with extremely wide applicability by himself. According to his information, he was definitely a top talent and needed to be won over. Looking at Lu Feng's information level in front of him, which was only confidential, Su Shingan felt that this was far from enough. He would first upgrade himself by one level and then talk to the chief about it later. Moreover, looking at the information in front of you. A clean family background, gifted with extraordinary talent. A promising future? No, now they are all infinitely powerful. Su Shingan dared not even imagine the future achievements. God? Lu Feng was a little confused. Why did Su Shingan invite him to the imperial capital? Don't think too much, little friend Lu Feng. We just want to meet little friend Lu Feng. By the way, little friend Lu Feng's identity, Chief Engineer Lu, should not be enough. The next professional title evaluation also needs to come to the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences. Okay, I have time. In the next 2 months. Lu Feng thought for a moment and replied softly, anyway, it's summer vacation now, so he has plenty of time. That's settled then. We'll let you know in advance. Su Shingan spoke softly, in a happy mood. He was also very excited. After all, being able to meet Lu Feng meant being able to bring Lu Feng to the Academy of Sciences. Thinking back to the military research institute that I had just called, they were also keeping a close eye on Lu Feng's talent. As the phone hung up, Lu Feng raised his head and looked at Huang Song and the other two who were surrounding him closely. All three of them seemed a little thoughtful. In this Luoshan factory, the three of them can still call themselves chief engineers, barely making their status equal to Lu Feng. I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Everyone, look, I have something here. Lu Feng spoke softly, immediately attracting the attention of the three people. They saw the document bag that Lu Feng had just taken out of the car. What is this? Lu Feng took out the things inside and handed it over gently. Looking at the big words on the cover, the three of them began to breathe faster. Detailed explanation of the technical principles of high-precision multifunction exploration infrared UAV. Well, Lu Feng had prepared everything, and it was just as they expected. Huang Song waved at Wang Qijuan understood, and handed over another agreement. It has been directly classified as confidential. He also heard the conversation on the phone just now. The four of them signed silently. I'm leaving. After finally understanding all the contents in the principal book, Lu Feng waved gently to Wang Qijuan, Professor Chen Liangde, Professor Li Wenming, and academician Huang Song. The three of them nodded. Lu Feng should be leaving. After all, Lu Feng stayed in the underground base for quite a long time this time. Watching Lu Feng drive away at the base's operating elevator, Huang Song smiled gently and said, let's go, let's pass on the principal book. Okay, let's keep those guys in the capital busy. This technology should be of great use to the military industry. I wonder how much profit this information can bring. Then let the people from the Military Research Institute take a look. I think we should go to the research institutes in the Imperial Capital or the Magic Capital to study it. They have done a lot of research in this area. After all, our focus in the Southwest is not on this aspect. Really? And the battery technology here is also amazing. The benefits will be huge. The three of them nodded to each other. Over the years, the three of them have learned a lot from Lu Feng. Lu Feng has made an indispensable contribution to the development of Luoshan into its current scale. Now, look at this principal book which has great value. Lu Feng's hidden wealth will definitely increase a lot. You come early and leave late, and by the time you get back and forth, it's already evening. The moon is high in the sky, pure white and spotless, shining with a cool silver light that spreads all over the earth. Lu Feng looked at the bright moon, which has always been a beautiful imagination in the hearts of the Xia people. Looking at the phone I received from the guard, there were dozens of different missed calls on it. There were phone calls from sisters Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei, Jun Chuqing, their parents Lu Yuanzheng and Li Mei, and even Xiao Qianni, Su Wenchuan, Bai Xinyan, Chen Qingling, and even Xia Yangyu, who he had just met. I returned the calls and text messages one by one and informed them of the news. The worries in everyone's hearts were finally alleviated. I drove back to my hometown, and the night lights illuminated the gate. Before Lu Feng got out of the car, he saw the door being opened by the bodyguard. Yun Chuqing's figure behind the door immediately appeared in front of him. I thought you weren't coming back today. Yun Chuqing walked up and gently extended her hand. Seeing this, Lu Feng gently pulled Yun Chuqing's hand. It's already past 2 in the morning, and Yun Chuqing hasn't gone to bed yet. She's still waiting for him here. Didn't I just call you and tell you that I was going to bed early? Lu Feng spoke softly, with a little heartache. Mother Li Mei and father Lu Yuanzhang already knew that Lu Feng was busy. They tried to persuade Yun Chuqing, but Yun Chuqing refused to listen. We can only let her go. Okay, next time when I'm busy, just listen to what I say. I handed the keys to a bodyguard and let them park the car. Lu Feng took Yun Chuqing's hand and walked into the house. Looking at Yun Chuqing lying beside him, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Lu Feng also smiled gently. She was indeed very tired. System, sign in. He gently gave orders to the system in his mind. This is the first time I've signed in since the system upgrade, and I don't know what I'll be signing in for. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand? What kind of ability is this? Is it a ghost hand of skill, or something weird? It can't be a supernatural ability. As the system was transmitted, Lu Feng gradually understood that this was also a hand skill. The ability of Ghost Hand can make Lu Feng's fingers more flexible, soft, and agile, allowing him to perform actions beyond people's imagination. What's the use of this? Lu Feng looked at Yun Chuqing, who was sleeping beside him, and brushed her lightly with his fingers, but Yun Chuqing didn't notice at all. Well, kind of helps, it seems. Go to sleep, and go back to the Magic City tomorrow. Chapter 91. Someone wants to change jobs. Okay, Mom and Dad, let's go. Lu Feng waved goodbye to his father Lu Yuanzhang and mother Li Mei. Lu Yuanzhang also dealt with Corning Group South real estate situation yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, he has always managed Corning Group strictly according to Lu Feng's requirements. Corning Group did not suffer much loss in this earthquake, except for some cracks in several residential complexes near the earthquake epicenter. Some people were injured, but not seriously injured or even killed. This is simply a golden signboard. As for the follow-up, we just need to wait until the earthquake is over and then cooperate with the government to handle the follow-up matters. Uncle Lin. Although I entered the Zinkelin area by myself. But Uncle Lin still felt that it was his own fault, but Li Mei still paid the medical expenses. After all, in the past, the folks in the village could get more than this in exchange for a small amount of money. Okay, be careful on the road. Lu Yuanzhang spoke softly. I drove the Land Rover to the airport and handed it over to the staff from Shancheng City who came to deliver the car. Lu Feng took Yun Chuqing to the VIP lounge of Shancheng City. This time, there is no separate terminal building, but a shared waiting room with other airlines. Brother Feng, am I going to the Magic City? Yun Chuqing spoke softly, feeling a little worried inside. She already knew that Lu Fengma had a girlfriend. But if she goes now, will it really not have any impact? Okay, just go. It's okay, trust me. Last night, Lu Feng had already revealed the news to Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei over the phone. Unexpectedly, Li Xuetong's reply was not surprise, but joy. Finally, someone can come to ease the pain of the two sisters. But thinking that someone else was coming to share Lu Feng, he still felt a little jealous. These days, she went to work at the group and saw and heard all the beautiful women and gossips in the entertainment industry. What about one-on-many, unobstructed meeting, heaven on earth, even full of gay love and lilies blooming? Just don't make it too messy. Thinking about Lu Feng's identity, he was actually very good to them. It is enough for Lu Feng to have a share of their love. They know you, sisters. Lu Feng spoke softly, which indeed shocked Yun Chuqing. What do you mean by two sisters? Both? Ah, this. Yun Chuqing opened her mouth softly, her little mouth open, her pink and red lips. She was extremely beautiful. Also, my current identity is the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group. Wanqing Entertainment Group? Yun Chuqing was completely overwhelmed. She held Lu Feng's hand tightly, her face full of excitement. For people like them, Wanqing Entertainment Group is simply an unattainable dream. Recently, Wanqing Entertainment Group has established Wanqing Media with great fanfare, focusing its efforts on attracting internet celebrities. When the news came out, many internet celebrities were crazy excited. After all, it was a subsidiary of Wanqing Entertainment. Yun Chuqing used to have a fantasy of seeing if she could become a host under Wanqing Media. However, unexpectedly, the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment has become her boss. And it's such a special relationship with her boss. Brother Feng, you are not kidding. Yun Chuqing spoke in disbelief. Do I look like a joke to you? Lu Feng said with a gentle smile. Yun Chuqing couldn't believe it, but still shook her head. After all, I witnessed a miracle at Lu Feng's house yesterday. This Lu Feng, who is so young, has created something that can be called a miracle. I really can't imagine if there will be more. Okay, let's go to the Magic City first. You can think about what you want to do later. Lu Feng spoke softly to Yun Chuqing. While the two were talking, Chen Xingling came over. Mr. Lu, Ms. Yun, our flight is ready. We can start boarding. Chen Xingling's voice came softly. Yun Chuqing noticed Chen Xingling's voice and looked up. She was a beauty who was no less beautiful than her. Okay. Let's go. Lu Feng nodded slightly, took Yun Chuqing, and followed Chen Xingling towards the boarding gate. Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing boarded the plane, and there were 5 familiar beautiful flight attendants. They all started to greet each other. Until I sat down on the plane. Looking at the private plane in front of her, Yun Chuqing still felt dizzy. This, a private jet, doesn't seem like a big deal. Such a thought suddenly arose in my mind. Sister Qingling, did Mr. Lu Feng use his private plane just to pick up Miss Yun Chuqing? I don't know what their relationship is, I'm so envious. Don't be envious, just believe that you can do it and do it yourself. Then Sister Qingling should go first, I'll be the substitute. Watching Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing get off the plane, the 4 flight attendants couldn't help but start talking. It was not until Chen Xingling came out that the 4 of them stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. They are all quite confident, what they lack is an opportunity. Unfortunately, I didn't find a good opportunity last time or this time. Next time, definitely next time. Driving the Bugatti, Yun Chuqing drove towards Linjiang Accord. The journey here is much shorter. At noon, Lu Feng parked the car in the underground garage and looked at Yun Chuqing, who had a nervous look on his face. Let's go up. Lu Feng spoke softly. Yun Chuqing blushed. This feeling of fear and worry was even more intense and funnier than Li Shuatong's before. Ah, okay. Yun Chuqing answered but hesitated to move forward. Lu Feng walked over, held Yun Chuqing's hand, and walked towards the elevator. I don't know how long I will have to wait if I keep procrastinating like this. Lu Feng arrived at the door and there was a knock. People inside and outside the door had different thoughts. Looking at Yun Chuqing, who was lowering her head, Lu Feng did this on purpose and did not open the door directly. Sisters Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei were inside the house. They walked to the door, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the door. The wind is back. Brother Feng. The voices of Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei came softly, and they looked at Lu Feng with tears flashing in their eyes. They were both very worried about the earthquake that happened yesterday. Now that Lu Feng appeared in front of him, he could hardly stop the tears in his eyes. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you that? Gently stretching out their hands, the 2 sisters, one on the left and one on the right, threw themselves into Lu Feng's arms. Sticking closely to Lu Feng, they felt at ease, as if he appeared in front of them again in such a familiar way. After a long time, Li Shuatong let go of Lu Feng, looked at Yun Chuqing, who was hesitating at the door, then she smiled and spoke. You must be Hatsuharu. Welcome to join our family. Just now, when Yun Chuqing saw the 2 sisters throwing themselves into Lu Feng's arms out of the corner of her eye, what she was thinking was confirmed. At this moment, looking at Li Shuatong's smile. Also smiled gently. Hello, Sister Shuatong. Sister Chuqing, hello. Shuawei, hello to you too. Hearing her sister's voice, Li Shuawei quickly raised her head and greeted Yun Chuqing. Okay, let's go, let's eat first, and we can talk about it at the table if we have anything to say. Lu Feng spoke, looking at the harmony between the 3 people. There was not so much open fighting or hidden scheming, and sparks were flying. On the contrary, it is very harmonious. At the dinner table, the 3 of them exchanged many things and increased their understanding of each other. But more often than not, the 2 sisters taught Yun Chuqing the secrets. After all, they are the pioneers and Yun Chuqing is the latecomer. Listening to their bold conversation, Lu Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, Xianyi, what's going on? Looking at Xiao Qianyi's name appearing on the phone, Lu Feng felt a little strange. Why would he call him at noon on such a weekend? Director Lu, there is something that may require your decision. Someone at Wanqing Films wants to change jobs. Chapter 92, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. The sound of the swing art is not urgent, but it is not calm either. Then tell me in detail. Lu Feng opened his mouth softly and heard the sound of Qiu Qianyi. She usually doesn't visit him much on weekends. At this point, things should still be a bit urgent. Speak slowly. Lu Feng gave instructions and stood up and walked towards the window. Noticing Lu Feng's actions, the other three people at the table also looked over. I'm going to take a call. He nodded slightly to the three of them. The three of them also understood. Lu Feng walked to the lounge chair by the window and took out his laptop. As Qiu Qianyi explained, Lu Feng gradually understood what happened in watching film and television. There are more than one veteran superstars in the film and television companies who want to start their own business, and they have also led many of their actors to waver. Now, two of the superstars are approaching the end of their contracts. If the contract cannot be renewed, it will be a huge loss for watching films. After listening to the report, Lu Feng thought about it carefully. This doesn't seem like a big deal. Qianyi, is that all? Lu Feng spoke softly. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Qiu Qianyi was a little confused. Mr. Lu's voice seemed too calm. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have a great impact on watching film and television. Yes, that's it. Qiu Qianyi's voice became a little more soothing, perhaps because of Lu Feng. Looking at the messages that kept coming on the computer screen, it was the people from watching film and television reporting and asking her about the situation. Alright, let's just terminate the contract, it's no big deal. It's not like watching films will stop operating after leaving them. The foundation of watching film and television is not on them. It will just be an extra procedure in the future, and we will need to find someone. There's nothing lacking in the entertainment industry, but there are a ton of actors. And since they want to terminate the contract, the liquidated damages cannot be reduced by a single cent. Tell the company's legal department, business department, and administration department. They understand. If they obey, then let them go. If they don't obey, ban them. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Qiu Qianyi finally reacted. Indeed, Lu Feng has always been the backbone of watching entertainment group. Lu Feng is the foundation and trunk of the towering tree, and watching entertainment is supported by Lu Feng. The background information transmitted by the system is that Lu Feng will give good scripts to the company from time to time. There are just a few TV King winners and some minor actors with no achievements. Being instigated like this and causing people to panic, what a waste. Moreover, don't doubt whether watching entertainment group has this ability unless the official intervenes. Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. Qiu Qianyi hung up the phone and smiled. It was indeed her position that limited her. But since Lu Feng has given a solution, just let her do it. Qiu Qianyi called Lu Kai, the president of watching film and television. In the office at the top of the watching film and television building, he looked at the several TV kings sitting in front of him. Lu Kai was a little angry. What happened today forced him to work overtime. These people are now forcing their way in front of him, the president. However, thinking about the identities of these people, Lu Kai still felt that it was a bit difficult. Mo Tianhe, the company has always treated you well, right? What are you doing now? Lu Kai looked at the person in front and asked in a deep voice. Mo Tianhe, the double king actor who was sitting across the table, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses without mirrors on his face and said with a gentle smile. Boss Lu, that's wrong. I know the company treats me well, so I came here to tell you about the termination of the contract in advance. So a year in advance? Wrong, there's not a year, there's still 11 months. Hearing Mo Tianhe's faint laughter, Lu Kai felt that the person in front of him was so ugly and disgusting. Over the years, Mo Tianhe has made steady progress and the company has made great efforts to promote him. Even the Double King trophy was secured for him by the company with great effort. Even the profit sharing reached the top level of 80:20 in the entertainment industry. As for higher prices, the company will lose money on them, which is unrealistic. Now, what about you? Lu Kai turned his head and didn't say anything to Mo Tianhe. This guy is determined. He spoke softly to Mo Tian and the people around him. Mo Tian and the three TV kings beside him, one of them simply spoke up. I want to terminate the contract too. The other two were a little hesitant. No words. Their contract is actually up and they want to see whether to renew or terminate it. I happened to meet him today, and I didn't know Mo Tianhe would do this. The phone on the desk rang, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Kai answered the phone and he knew it was news from headquarters. The phone call was neither long nor short, but Lu Kai remained silent throughout the process. Looking at the gradually confident look on Lu Kai's face, I don't know why. Mo Tianhe suddenly had a bad feeling. Okay, I will follow the chairman's instructions. Thank you very much, Director Chiu, and thank you, Chairman. Lu Kai said with a smile and hung up the phone. Mr. Lu, what did the chairman say? Without caring about Mo Tianhe, one of the two TV kings who had not spoken just now asked anxiously. Looking at the question asked by the TV king, Lu Kai nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this person still knows something. But what do you rely on? We'll talk later. Lu Kai turned his head, looked at Mo Tianhe, and spoke softly. I just received a call from the headquarters, and the chairman's decision has come. Mo Tianhe, the chairman has approved your termination, so go and pay the penalty. Mo Tianhe was stunned and stood there like a wooden chicken. I never expected that the chairman would be so straightforward. Lu Kai laughed wildly inwardly. Xiao Chenyi's phone call just now was to tell him not to be polite to these people, and at the same time, the chairman was also giving him more power. Now, the other side's stay or departure is just a matter of his decision. As for you, Li Kun, the chairman has also approved your termination of the contract. Lu Kai spoke to the other TV king who had just asked to terminate the contract in the same merciless manner. After he finished speaking, Li Kun became dejected and shrank back in his seat. So, what about you two? Looking at the remaining two people, Lu Kai spoke softly. The two looked at each other, and they didn't know whether this was the right path. Oh, by the way, Mo Tianhe, Li Kun, you have been banned by watching entertainment. Seeing that the two did not answer, Lu Kai then dropped a bombshell. You can see if you can bear it, or if the people behind you can bear the ban from watching entertainment group and support you. Lu Kai finished speaking. This is the most important thing. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, of course you have to kill it with one blow. Be quick and decisive, the more ruthless the better. Then we won't terminate the contract, Mr. Lu. The two TV kings spoke in quick succession. This, the chairman, is so cruel as soon as he comes. They no longer dare to not renew their contract. You don't have to. Lu Kai turned his head and spoke softly. Your situation is normal, just handle it normally. The chairman is clear about gratitude and resentment. Lu Kai hits a big stick, but doesn't he forget to give a sweet date? Chapter 93, Hope for the Best. Looking at these two TV kings, in the end one renewed his contract and the other terminated it. Lu Kai didn't say much. Normal people do normal things and just treat it normally. This is good. Boss Lu, how can the chairman ban me? I don't accept it. Li Kun shouted loudly, and just as he remembered, he grabbed Lu Kai by the collar. The security guard outside the door rushed in quickly. Each of them used a hand and easily pressed him down on the table. His head hit the table with a loud bang. Li Kun, save some face for yourself, how about that? Lu Kai looked at Li Kun who was pressed on the table and spoke calmly. He signaled to the security guard to let Li Kun go, and Li Kun just lay on the table for a long time without moving. Lu Kai looked puzzled. What was Li Kun doing? Li Kun at the table looked as pale as death. Banned by watching entertainment group, his life was almost over. I am unwilling, but there is nothing I can do. After all, the chairman has the final say. After taking a look at the motionless Li Kun, Lu Kai decided to give up and spoke to the security room. Help this TV king out. Lu Kai gently opened his mouth and gave the order. Li Kun will keep his last bit of face and not throw it away. Boss Lu, we'll take our leave now. Li Kun was seen disappearing in Lu Kai's president's office. The other two TV kings also quickly said goodbye. Fortunately, they had no ulterior motives, so they did not receive such treatment. Otherwise, your reputation will be ruined. Watching entertainment, their location, and knowing its power, it's terrifying. Li Kun, Mo Tianhe? I glanced at Mo Tianhe who was left in the room. Why was he still there? Why, anything else? Lu Kai looked at the figure in front of him. Mo Tianhe, who had been sitting in a slightly casual posture, finally straightened up and looked at Lu Kai with complicated eyes. Lu Kai smiled nonchalantly, his face full of sarcasm. I want to see if I can meet the chairman? Mo Tianhe spoke, his tone was quite formal. You want to see the chairman? Lu Kai looked at Mo Tianhe with a strange expression. This man wanted to see the chairman? Even he had never met the chairman. With your status as the double king and TV king, I'm afraid you are far from qualified. You can't do it, anywhere. Looking at Mo Tianhe, Lu Kai spoke softly and glanced at Mo Tianhe with a suggestive look. You. Looking at his congenital defect, which was not even the length of his fingers, Mo Tianhe almost slammed the table. No, generally speaking, you don't hit people in the face, and you don't expose people as weaknesses. I want this identity. Mo Tianhe took out a business card and placed it in front of Lu Kai, then slowly pushed it over from the table. Mo Tianhe, General Manager of Mo Yuming Media Company, Ltd. The escape route has been found. And this unnamed family business? Who are you, Mo Yuming? Lu Kai asked softly. I didn't expect Mo Tianhe to have such an identity. It's my dad, Mo Tianhe said with a confident tone. Mo Yuming Media Company, Limited is not located in Shanghai, but in the capital. It is also a relatively large media company. The market value is over 10 billion. Do you think this status is enough? Lu Kai frowned slightly, looking at the business card in front of him. Mo Yuming's identity was worth his consideration. My old man also wants to meet the chairman. I don't know, is that enough? Lu Kai was now completely lost in thought. After thinking for a while, he dialed the phone on his desk to call Qiu Qianyi. He couldn't contact Lu Feng directly, so he could only contact Qiu Qianyi first. Director Qiu, something has happened here. Qiu Qianyi was a little surprised when he received Lu Kai's call. Was this not handled well? What accident, you say? Qiu Qianyi asked in confusion. Mo Tianhe, I want to see the chairman. By the way, Mo Tianhe is the general manager of Mo Yuming Media Company, Limited, and Mo Yuming is his father. Lu Kai spoke quickly. After answering Qiu Qianyi's call, Lu Feng saw that the three people were obviously familiar with each other, so he walked over. She said softly, okay, pack up, let's go together, let's go shopping this afternoon. It just so happens that you two sisters have nothing to do, and Xu Qing didn't buy anything. Go shopping? Li Shuiwei spoke hesitantly. It seemed like her timing was wrong again, as she had to go to driving lessons in the afternoon. Brother Feng, I want to learn how to drive. Li Shuiwei pursed her lips, feeling a little sad. Okay, it doesn't matter if we postpone the driving lessons for a while, let's go together. It was Lu Feng who spoke again. If we all want to go together, then we can all go together. It's no big deal to learn to drive one day later. Yeah. Then I'll go change my clothes. Li Shuiwei jumped up excitedly, looking very happy. I'll go change my clothes too, Xu Qing, you and Feng stay with us for a while. Li Shuedong also came out from the kitchen and spoke softly. The two sisters are now wearing pajamas at home. Yun Chuqing walked over. She had just chatted with the two sisters. It was obvious that the two sisters were not the kind of people who would care about trivial matters. On the contrary, they were quite kind and friendly to her. I also got a little familiar with it. Brother Feng? Going shopping? He spoke with some doubt. Yeah, you don't have anything, go buy something first. Lu Feng spoke softly, then took out his cell phone and transferred 500,000 to Yun Chuqing. Looking at the 6-digit balance on her phone, Yun Chuqing was about to speak. Lu Feng had already spoken, okay, take it. Use it. My woman can't let herself be wronged. It's not that Lu Feng doesn't look around often. From what he has learned in the past 2 days, he knows that Yun Chuqing's family is a wealthy family, but Yun Chuqing herself is quite frugal. Otherwise, I wouldn't rent a house with my friends. I just feel sorry for my family because I didn't achieve any academic success. I want to see if live streaming can support myself. However, Xu Qing has now been picked up by Lu Feng. Take your time. No rush. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yun Chuqing said sweetly. Soon, the two sisters changed their clothes and came out. Looking at the two sisters who looked brand new and beautiful, Yun Chuqing finally realized why Lu Feng said he wanted to buy something for her. Go downstairs, take the elevator, and arrive at the parking lot. Looking at the three people holding hands in front of him, Lu Feng smiled slightly. He didn't expect that he would be alone now. Has it snowed on the broken bridge? I looked at the lake. Looking at the ringtone coming from his cell phone, Lu Feng took out his phone and saw that Qiu Qianyi was calling again. Listening to the information reported by Qiu Qianyi, Lu Feng felt that Mo Tian and this guy really had no self-awareness. After saying a few words, she hung up the phone and walked towards Panamera, where three people were already waiting for her. Qiu Qianyi was also very shocked when he heard what Lu Feng said. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be so cruel. Xiao Qianyi called Lu Kai and whispered Lu Feng's instructions to him, repeating each word silently in his heart. Mo Tianhe, just wish you good luck. Chapter 94 Premeditated. After Lu Kai answered the phone, he looked at Mo Tianhe, who had a calm face in front of him, with a strange expression. Mr. Lu, what did the chairman say? Mo Tianhe looked at Lu Kai with a bit of confusion, an expression he couldn't read clearly. General Manager Mo, how about waiting for a moment? After Lu Kai finished speaking, he walked outside. He was going to prepare something. Soon, Lu Kai came back, holding a folder in hand. Mr. Mo, how does it feel to be the general manager of Mo Yuming Media Company, Ltd? Lu Kai sat down gently and placed the folder on the table. Asked an unrelated question. Good. Mo Yuming answered subconsciously. Then you can take this document. Lu Kai pushed the folder in front of Mo Tianhe. Mo Tianhe was a little confused, but he still took the folder. He wanted to see what was inside Lu Kai's folder. Boss Missouri, don't worry. Lu Kai placed one hand lightly on the folder, preventing Mo Tianhe from opening it. He stretched out a hand toward the door and waved gently. Watching Lu Kai's actions, Mo Tianhe felt more and more uneasy. He quickly turned around and looked. 2 bodyguards walked in instead of security guards. Okay, the chairman said, throw him out. Lu Kai gave orders in a deep voice to the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards came up without any hesitation. They knew Mo Tianhe and knew who he was, but they were special bodyguards at the headquarters and only took orders from the chairman. Just now, the director of the headquarters Swing Art has conveyed the chairman's intention to them. So I came over without any hesitation. Wait. Mr. Lu. Mo Tianhe's expression changed drastically as Lu Kai went out and came back. Direct attitude changed. The 2 bodyguards didn't have so many concerns. He simply clamped Mo Tianhe's arm tightly with both hands. With a gentle pull, Mo Tianhe stood up involuntarily. He was escorted outside by 2 bodyguards. The chairman said, throw it out. Seeing the 2 bodyguards about to disappear, and Mo Tianhe who had fallen into silence, Lu Kai's voice came out softly. All the way to the gate of watching film and television, Mo Tianhe didn't know how many people he suffered from contempt. Although it was the weekend and there were not many people working at watching film and television, there were still some. That's Emperor Moshi? What happened? Does he look like he's being held captive? Now that you put it that way, I feel the same way. Hasn't Mo Shitty recently been refusing to renew his contract? Could it be this? I guess so. Is that what the president did to him? I'm afraid not. Isn't that the bodyguard from headquarters? That's the headquarters. Mo Tianhe is in trouble. As everyone was talking, Mo Tianhe also heard it. It looks a little ugly, but it's okay, I'm thick-skinned enough and look normal. Mo Tianhe did not resist. He knew that he was no match for the 2 bodyguards beside him. Now he just wanted to know what was in the folder Lu Kai gave him. That was what he worried and feared. At the gate of watching film and television building, he looked at the concrete floor in front of him, and then at the 2 bodyguards who were holding onto his arms. Brother, is there anything? Before he finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards grabbed Mo Tianhe's arms and, together, threw him out. 3 meters away, Mo Tianhe fell heavily to the ground. Mo Tianhe slowly stood up. He was not seriously injured, but his clothes were covered in dust and his face turned very pale. It was obvious that he was very frightened. A folder slid past with a crisp sound, but it was so harsh in Mo Tianhe's ears, and rolled straight in front of him. It is the folder that Lu Kai just gave me. He glanced inside the watching film and television building and saw many people inside looking at him. Mo Tianhe still lowered his head and picked up the folder. Unfair competition lawsuit. When Mo Tianhe saw those 8 big words, he almost fainted. Master. A man who looked like a butler came up. He supported Mo Tianhe's shaky body. He just discovered the situation here. I didn't expect that my young master would be treated in such a way. I'll call the master. Don't. When Mo Tianhe heard the butler say this, he quickly stopped him. He felt the weight of the folder in his hand. It felt wrong. There was more behind it. I slowly flipped through the pages and looked at the huge amount of compensation, and I almost blacked out. There is more to come, next page. Regarding the acquisition of Mo Yuming Media Company, Ltd. Go home. Quick. Ignoring the many strange looks, Mo Tianhe spoke hurriedly. This, a heartless thought, led to this result. It's really not what he wants. He knew that this must be a signal from the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment Group. Moreover, the fact that Lu Kai was able to come up with this plan so quickly shows that Wanqing Entertainment Group had already planned it and was well prepared. Family businesses are in danger. Watching Lu Feng walk over after answering the phone, Li Xuetong asked softly, "What's going on with the group?" "Yes, but it's already been dealt with." Lu Feng spoke softly, started the car, and drove towards Linjiang Mall. Linjiang Mall, one of the top malls in Shanghai, is much better than the one in University Town. Here, you are either rich or noble. It is common to cost thousands or tens of thousands for a pair of shoes. It is not uncommon for a piece of clothing to cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Imported goods worth millions or tens of millions can be easily spent here. Rumor has it that if you throw a brick from the top floor of Linjiang Shopping Mall, the person it hits below will be at least a multi-millionaire. But if you really do this, it's okay, the regular prison life from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is waiting for you all year round. When we reached the so-called luxury car slope, Li Xuetong's Panamera looked quite ordinary. After all, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, even Bugatti and Pagani can be seen here from time to time. "Brother Feng, are we buying here?" Yun Chuqing, who was sitting in the back row with Li Xuewei, spoke in disbelief. She had only seen such a high-end place in short videos before. "This is the wind, this is it." "Don't worry, Chuqing." Li Xuetong spoke softly. This week, when Li Xuetong went to work at the company, she couldn't avoid hearing compliments. Listening to them talking about their outfits that were worth millions, it was indeed something that was worthy of Lu Feng's identity as a woman. Although Lu Feng and they themselves don't pursue or care about these things too much. And through Wanqing Music, she finally got a glimpse of Wanqing Entertainment Group and had a general understanding of it. Since Yun Chuqing is also Lu Feng's woman, it's the same. Lu Feng didn't expect to hear Li Xuetong say this. Li Xuetong changed so quickly. "Okay," Xuetong said, "so, this is it." Lu Feng also smiled and looked at the flashlights around him. Those were the photographers around him taking pictures with their cameras. Fortunately, his car was equipped with privacy glass. He stepped on the accelerator lightly and drove up the slope. Chapter 95 Leisurely Grassland Horse Farm. After walking around for an afternoon, I found out that the house in Linjiang was too small, with only 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. In fact, not many things were bought. Even if the money for sisters Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei was included, it only cost tens of millions. Let us wait until Lu Feng buys a villa before we talk about anything else. Lu Feng already knew that a building was for sale in Qingshan Bisui Manor. It just so happens that the current amount of 10 billion yuan in the third-level system Super Rich Gold exceeds the price of the building. The 4 of them went to a private restaurant, had dinner, and then returned home. "Tonight, let's go to bed first." After helping Yun Chuqing clean up the room, Li Xuetong and her sister Li Xuetong ran away, closing the door behind them. Looking at the 2 sisters who had just urged her to take a bath, Yun Chuqing finally understood what the sisters meant. She was so shy that she didn't even dare to look up at Lu Feng. "So I'm here?" The fallen petals are dyed, the dragon and the phoenix sing together. Looking at Yun Chuqing, who was lying beside him, sleeping quietly. "This is another one, the real woman of his." "Tonight?" Lu Feng held Yun Chuqing in his arms and waited until she fell asleep completely before he took a walk around the 2 sisters' rooms. The 2 sisters are still sleeping. Curiosity and shyness, coupled with the noise, how could they sleep? This time, I finally had a great time. Looking at Li Xuetong lying in the bed, Lu Feng gently kissed her cheek. He returned to Yun Chuqing's room and fell asleep while holding her in his arms. Early in the morning, Lu Feng opened his eyes and heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen. Beside him, Yun Chuqing was sleeping beautifully and peacefully. Lu Feng stood up gently, walked out and saw that it was Li Xuewei frying eggs inside. At this moment, Li Xuewei was so focused on what she was doing that she didn't even notice Lu Feng walking not far behind her. Lu Feng looked into the pan and saw that the unfried side of the egg had turned golden brown. Li Xuewei turned the egg over and the dark side of the egg was revealed. Li Xuewei looked at the eggs with a little annoyance. "I didn't control the heat well again this time." "Let me do it, Xuewei, why are you up so early?" Lu Feng spoke softly, and when Li Shuawei heard the voice, she looked behind her in panic. When he realized it was Lu Feng, he felt a little embarrassed and wanted to close the lid. Okay, it's not like I didn't see it. Gently pinched Li Shuawei's little cheek. Lu Feng reached out to take the shovel. Brother Feng, you come and guide me, I'll do it. Li Shuawei did not hand over the shovel, but spoke instead. Lu Feng looked at Li Shuawei with a little curiosity. She wanted to learn how to cook. I'll cook for you guys later, when I learn how to do it. Looking at Lu Feng's eyes, Li Shuawei spoke softly. Okay, I'll teach you. Lu Feng also smiled. Li Shuawei was also starting to grow up. Here, bring the oil to a boil, add the egg liquid, use a spatula to draw out the egg liquid, it's almost done, turn it over, this side is almost done too, continue, see if you want the golden color. You can fry it for a little longer. In the end, after wasting 2 bowls of egg liquid, Li Shuawei's fried eggs were finally successfully served. Bright and translucent, golden and crispy, very tempting. While cooking, Li Shuetong also got up. Today is Monday and she has to go to work again. Lu Feng went to check on Yun Chuqing, but she hadn't gotten up. Lu Feng woke her up, carried her to the table, and after dinner, carried her to the bedroom. During the whole process, Yun Chuqing was so shy that she couldn't be more shy. Especially under the gazes of the 2 women. Shuawei, take good care of Chuqing. Lu Feng spoke softly, saying that he was going out today to see the real villa. Sitting in the Bugatti Noctilucent, Lu Feng turned around and saw that his 3 cars were parked there. Fortunately, he prepared in advance and bought a few parking spaces. Only then can it stop. But next, let us get everything to the villa. On the side, Li Shuetong had already driven away in a Panamera. System, sign in. Lu Feng whispered to the system in his mind. It's a new week again, what will happen next? Weekly sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yulon Grassland Horse Farm. Yulon Grassland Horse Farm. Yulon Grassland Horse Farm? Lu Feng had never heard of this before, so he quickly took out his phone to check. Yulon Grassland Horse Farm is a huge grassland horse farm located in Qingqing City, Hanhai Province, Xiagua. There are more than a dozen famous breeds of horses, totaling tens of thousands of them. Among them are the world's most famous Arabian horse, China's 3 famous horses, Sanha horse, Heko horse, Ili horse, and so on. It covers an area of more than 3 million acres and was a military horse farm in the past. Later, because of the offset of shares with Luoshan Group, it was transferred to Lu Feng. When this information came from the system, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Riding a horse at full speed and being a knight on horseback have always been a beautiful imagination in the hearts of Chinese men. Since there is an opportunity now, Lu Feng might as well give it a try. Experience the heroic spirit of riding a horse and riding the wind like the ancient heroes. It has been detected that the host has obtained the complete set of driving skills and has signed in at the horse farm. The host has automatically obtained the ability of riding proficiency. Oops. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh that this system was simply too thoughtful. In his mind, Lu Feng quickly mastered mounting and dismounting, riding, controlling, accelerating and decelerating, and even some fancy riding postures. Find a chance to play. Lu Feng waited for the information to be transmitted before starting the Bugatti and driving towards the Green Mountains in Clear Waters Manor. Soon, we arrived at the reception hall in front of Kingshan Bishui Manor. Here, this reception hall alone is full of luxury. The floor is covered with neatly patterned marble tiles, and several huge white marble beams with carvings of dragons and phoenixes support the entire hall. The crystal ceiling, which falls from the sky, is matched with luxurious ornaments, and the metal and stone decorations are very dazzling. Natural vines grow in a winding manner, dividing the hall into small rooms. At this moment, several people were talking in a single room. Hello, sir. Are you here to see the house? A voice beside me spoke softly. The voice sounds familiar, someone you know? Lu Feng turned around and saw that it was an acquaintance. A beautiful woman wearing a tight business suit and with a perfect pear-shaped body and ample breasts walked up to Lu Feng. What a coincidence, I meet Zhang Peiyao here. Is she here? So what is the job of a Porsche 4S store? Mr. Lu Feng? Zhang Peiyao also shouted with a bit of surprise. Manager Jiang, why are you here? Lu Feng spoke softly. This is my family's business, I'm here to help out. Zhang Peiyao chuckled and spoke. She knew Lu Feng's identity, so she was not surprised to see Lu Feng here. However, Lu Feng felt a little surprised. Qingshan Bisui Manor is the property of Dingsheng Group. Does this mean that Zhang Peiyao is the darling little princess of Dingsheng Group? Dingsheng Group, one of the largest real estate groups in China. Compared with it, Corning Group, owned by Lu Feng's family, is nothing. Mr. Lu, let's go in and talk. It's not good to stand here. Zhang Peiyao pointed to a small compartment nearby and spoke softly. Okay. Lu Feng nodded and said with a smile, I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Chapter 96, Green Mountain and Clear Water Manor. Mr. Lu, which building of our villa do you want to see today? Zhang Peiyao asked softly. At the same time, a demonstration picture of the villa building of Qingshan Bisui Manor appeared on the desktop display screen in front of the two of them. That one. Lu Feng pointed to a villa that was not located in the middle, but rather near the middle of the mountain. This villa occupies a very large area, which is in sharp contrast with other villas. At the same time, high walls and densely packed decorative trees are built around the villa, completely separating it from other villas, as if forming an independent little world. Zhang Peiyao looked in the direction of Lu Feng's finger. That was villa number 5. Strictly speaking, this is the top floor of their villa complex. Lu Feng's eyes are really sharp. After all, it was only recently completely repaired and renovated. Could it be sold today? Zhang Peiyao was still a little surprised and expectant. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll bring out number 5 for you to see. After Zhang Peiyao finished speaking, she quickly leaned over and pointed to the demonstration screen on the table. The tight uniform now looks even more slimming, and when she bends over, it seems as if it is too full and about to overflow. But it finally held up and didn't break. It seems that the quality of this uniform is pretty good. Lu Feng thought to himself. Villa number 5 was moved out by Zhang Peiyao, and Lu Feng observed it carefully again. Now, he was more satisfied, facing villa number 5. Come on, take me to see it for myself, okay? After taking a look at the demonstrated villa, Lu Feng still felt that it was not as realistic as seeing it in person, so he spoke softly. Of course. Seeing Lu Feng's calm expression, Zhang Peiyao smiled gently. She should be close to getting this order. Therefore, she did not hesitate at all when Lu Feng said that. The two of them arrived at villa number 5 in a Rolls-Royce. I have to say, Dingsheng Group is doing really well. Let those house viewers experience the feeling of a Rolls-Royce. Got off the car. Looking at the figures of Lu Feng and Zhang Peiyao, the property manager of Qingshan Bisui Manor and his people were already waiting here in advance. Mr. Lu, this way please. He spoke respectfully to Zhang Peiyao and Lu Feng. Touching the sweat on his head from running, the property manager said a little breathlessly. Okay, let's go. Following the property manager, and with the introductions of Zhang Peiyao, the property manager, and many other people, Lu Feng finally finished touring villa number 5. Villa number 5 of Qingshan Bisui Manor is located halfway up Qingshan Mountain, surrounded by green trees and beautiful scenery. Diagonally you can see the Bisui Bay, a natural bay that has never been developed. Now it has become part of Qingshan Bisui Manor. The entire villa covers an area of more than 200 acres. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a huge garden, which occupies half of the villa and surrounds the main building of the villa. It is planted with rare flowers, plants, and trees from all over the world. After passing the fountain in the square, there is a 3-story main building in a manor style, and the entire building also has 3 underground floors. The entire villa has everything you need, including the master bedroom, study, lounge, entertainment room, wine cellar, audio-visual room, fitness room, and even the outdoor suspended infinity pool and indoor leisure pool. After taking a look at the entire decoration, Lu Feng was also deeply impressed. They were all world-class brands, and the decoration design was completed by the world's top designers. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Zhang Peiyao looked at Lu Feng standing on the second-floor balcony, looking at the rippling green waves of the Bisui Bay, and asked softly. I think it's pretty good. Lu Feng spoke softly. This villa actually completely met his expectations. Even the ground decoration in the main building does not need to be changed at all. When the time comes, we just need to modify the layout of the 3rd underground floor. Then? The price of this villa. Zhang Peiyao spoke softly, even though she knew that Lu Feng was the chairman of Watching Entertainment. But villa number 5 is still a bit expensive. Price, how much? Lu Feng smiled gently. He really didn't care about these things. The price is 2.8 billion. Of course, if Mr. Lu Feng wants it, I will make the decision and give you 2.5 billion. When Jiang Peiyao heard Lu Feng's words, she quickly spoke up and lowered the price of the villa by 300 million in one breath. Lu Feng looked at Jiang Peiyao with some curiosity. Is the price difference here so big? Or maybe, her identity really allows her to make the decision. Let's go. Lu Feng spoke softly. When Jiang Peiyao heard Lu Feng's voice, she was a little confused. Did Mr. Lu Feng want it or not? Go sign the contract. Lu Feng's voice came from the stairs. Hearing this, Jiang Peiyao hurriedly took a few steps and caught up. Looking at Lu Feng's eyes, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart, so she sold villa number 5 right away. The group can't say that she is useless. After signing the contract with Lu Feng and completing the transfer transaction, I watched the sky gradually darken. Lu Feng rejected Jiang Peiyao's invitation to have dinner together. Drove the Bugatti back to Linjiang Accord. Li Shuatong and Yun Shuqing were sitting on the sofa, watching TV series and talking at the same time. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two of them looked up at the same time and saw Lu Feng carrying the bag. Feng, you're back? Li Shuatong came up and spoke softly. Yun Shuqing had some difficulty moving, so she just spoke softly on the sofa. Brother Feng. I'm back, let's eat. Looking at the three people who had just called to notify him and had been waiting for him to have dinner together, Lu Feng asked curiously, where is Xu Wei? Where did Xu Wei go? I'm here. Li Shuawei's figure emerged from the room, and she heard Lu Feng's voice. At the dinner table, the villa purchase agreement signed in the afternoon was handed to the three people. The three of them have different thoughts. Li Shuatong and Li Shuawei have become accustomed to Lu Feng's way of spending money. Anyway, I don't know how much money Lu Feng has. There's no need to ask. Yun Shuqing, on the other hand, was a little stunned when she saw the numerous zeros behind that number. I can't even imagine how much money this is. Feng, let's not live in this house if we buy it. Li Shuatong spoke softly, saying that for her work, Lu Feng had already bought a house in Linjiang Accord, and now he bought another villa, which was so expensive. It's okay, I bought it for later. Lu Feng spoke softly, and it was indeed very likely that he would not live there now. But you can put the things you signed for in the car you bought there. By the way, I should also consider setting up a service company to fully serve myself, otherwise it will be inconvenient to manage the villa. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Li Shuatong didn't say much. Anyway, she absolutely supported everything Lu Feng did. The phone rang. Looking at the name on the phone display, Lu Feng was a little surprised. Why was Su Wenchuan calling him so late at night? Brother Feng, Ling Xiangyu has made a scene and invited us to play with him. The voice on the other end of the phone surprised Lu Feng a little. Can Ling Xiangyu be discharged from the hospital so soon? Tonight? Oh, no, Friday night. On Friday night, Lu Feng glanced at the time. Today was only Monday. Wow, he thought Ling Xiangyu had found some magic medicine and was discharged from the hospital so soon. Okay, I'll take it. Send me the time and place when you have them. Lu Feng spoke softly, and just as he was about to put down his phone, another call came in. Chapter 97 Drones at the rescue site. Tomorrow night? Sure. Putting down his phone, Lu Feng couldn't help but find it a little funny to see the three girls prick up their ears. What is this for? Brother Feng, why does this voice sound so familiar? Li Shuawei asked with some confusion. She listened to the voice on the phone and it seemed like she had heard it somewhere before. By Xinyan? Is that right? Li Shuatong's voice came from the side. She had heard this voice just now, and she had also heard it in the company during the day today. He reacted immediately and said, yes. It's the same thing as last time. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, the other two, except Li Shuatong, also understood. It turns out that Bai Xinyan invited Lu Feng to dinner for this reason. Okay, tonight, I'll start with you. After carrying Yun Shuqing back to the room, Lu Feng returned to the living room. Seeing Li Shuatong, who was the only one left fiddling with her notebook, Lu Feng walked over gently. He spoke softly in her ear. System, sign in. After 12 o'clock, looking at Li Shuawei beside him, Lu Feng spoke softly, saying that there were only two sisters together again tonight. Yun Shuqing hasn't recovered yet. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Comfortable Life Service Company. As the system completes the information transmission. Well, what I thought about during the day has been solved perfectly. He signed a contract with a service company. The company was not too big, but it just happened to solve Lu Feng's current problems with house and car care and maintenance. During the day, Lu Feng went to the Comfort Life Service Company to take a look. It was as if this company was designed to serve him alone. Everything was tailor-made for him, especially the employees, who were all women. Lu Feng seemed to have entered a country of women. This? After explaining some precautions, Lu Feng went to the place Bai Xinyan mentioned. In the evening, Bai Xinyan invited Lu Feng to have dinner at a Western restaurant. The Mediterranean style of decoration, which tends to use dim decorative materials and is matched with light yellow lights, makes the whole restaurant look particularly romantic. Lu Feng was surprised when he first arrived here. "Mr. Lu, this way." Bai Xinyan's assistant Xiaowei saw Lu Feng from afar, greeted him, and followed Xiaowei into the box. As soon as she entered the door, Bai Xinyan stood up with some effort and greeted everyone. "Xiaofeng, sit down." Seeing that Bai Xinyan was not in a wheelchair this time, Lu Feng did not expect that Bai Xinyan could recover so quickly. Even after standing up, his body still seemed a little crooked and unstable. "Sister Xinyan, that's not necessary. Please sit down first." Seeing Bai Xinyan's actions, Lu Feng quickly spoke. I walked over and gently stopped him. She was obviously not fully recovered, but she still wanted to stand up and welcome him. Bai Xinyan is really trying her best. "Okay, then Xiaofeng, you can sit down too." Bai Xinyan looked at Lu Feng and spoke softly, pointing to a seat nearby. "Waiter, take your order." The button called the waiter, and soon, the appetizers, foie gras, abalone, steak, etc. were all served. "Xiaofeng, the last time you went back, how was the disaster situation in your hometown?" During the meal, Bai Xinyan suddenly asked this question. She has been recuperating mostly during this period and has not been able to go home to visit her family. She only asked about their situation through video and phone calls. "The situation in my hometown is indeed not that serious. But I still asked Lu Feng, after all, he went back. My hometown, to be honest, it's really nothing serious. Not a single house has collapsed in my village, but I also heard that a house collapsed in a town in Zhucheng. But fortunately, I heard that no one was injured. Sichuan province has suffered so many disasters. We don't know what kind of casualties this earthquake will cause." Lu Feng said with a bit of emotion. "The town with the collapsed houses you mentioned is mine." Bai Xinyan spoke softly, and her tone was a little depressed when she heard Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng didn't expect that it would be in Bai Xinyan's hometown. Fortunately, nothing happened. Look at the news now. This earthquake has killed hundreds of people and dozens are missing. After Bai Xinyan finished speaking, she gently handed the news on her phone to Lu Feng to take a look. "As a native of Sichuan province, I am of course particularly concerned about earthquakes." Lu Feng took the phone and looked at it. It had been 3 days since the earthquake. Over the past 3 days, rescue workers have been working day and night, racing against time. But it still cannot prevent the unfortunate loss of life. I heard that my hometown is also launching a donation campaign recently. Xiaofeng, how much do you plan to donate? Handing the phone back to Bai Xinyan, Lu Feng heard Bai Xinyan speak softly. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. He had never heard his parents mention this matter. But Lu Feng believed that his parents would handle it. "I don't know either. My parents will donate. Indeed, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please do what you can." Bai Xinyan also nodded and said. "However, you also know that I am a public figure. How about I donate together with you this time? This way I can repay you for this favor." Lu Feng was a little confused. Didn't Bai Xinyan know how much of an impact it would have if they donated money in their joint name? Maybe the next news headline in the entertainment industry will become, "Bai Xinyan and a mysterious man jointly donated money." Who is this man? Revelation, Bai Xinyan's mysterious boyfriend who has been hiding? Bai Xinyan has been married for many years, and now her mysterious husband finally shows up? Sister Xinyan, that's not necessary. Just show your love yourself, there's no need to drag me into this. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and rejected Bai Xinyan's proposal. But Bai Xinyan also reminded him. He hasn't paid too much attention to what exactly happened with this earthquake. I can do it myself. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone to check the situation of the earthquake. Sure enough, the damage caused by the earthquake was larger than Lu Feng had imagined, and the damage was also more serious. However, as he was scrolling, Lu Feng discovered that his drone had appeared in the report of the rescue scene. It seems that going to Luoshan factory was the right thing to do. Now that drone has been used. I just don't know when more drones can be manufactured and deployed to rescue sites more quickly. After all, this is also a big help. Xiao Feng. Bai Xinyan saw Lu Feng was a little distracted while playing with his phone, so she quickly called out. Oh, Sister Xinyan. Don't worry, we can't care that much, we can only do our best. Lu Feng nodded and looked at Bai Xinyan and said this. In fact, you can also donate to Wanqing Entertainment. Last time, only the Luoshan factory donated. Now that he has the ability, Lu Feng also wants to help those who are suffering. Sister Xinyan, let's go. Looking at the things that were less than half moved in the end, Lu Feng smiled and said. Bai Xinyan ordered so much, probably because she was afraid that they wouldn't have enough to eat. Chapter 98 Sign in to the Three Great Cars. Xiao Feng, do you want to go shopping again? After leaving the restaurant, Assistant Xiao Wei came up pushing a wheelchair and gently helped Bai Xinyan onto the wheelchair. Looking at the bright starry sky, Bai Xinyan gently opened her mouth to invite him. This Western restaurant is located on the edge of the Bund, next to the Bund's majestic, elegant and luxurious buildings. Today, under the illumination of the nightlights, the lights of various styles are brilliant and colorful, and together with the modern and colorful Lu Jiazui opposite, they constitute one of the most beautiful and unique night view attractions in the Magic City. Okay. Lu Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Xinyan to make this request. However, seeing Bai Xinyan's pleading eyes, Lu Feng gently opened his mouth and agreed. To be honest, Lu Feng has been in Shanghai for so long but still hasn't had the chance to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the Bund. We finished the tour together with the three of them. Watching Lu Feng leaving, Assistant Xiao Wei spoke softly. Sister Xinyan, how is this Lu Feng? Lu Feng, how is it? After just 2 brief contacts, Lu Feng gave Bai Xinyan a different feeling. Not too enthusiastic, but not too cold either. Just treat her like an ordinary friend. You know, she is Bai Xinyan. You little girl, are you tempted by love? Go chase her yourself. Bai Xinyan looked at the assistant and spoke with a soft smile. How dare I? Assistant Xiao Wei also responded with a smile and pushed Bai Xinyan towards the parking space. Seeing that they had arrived at her nanny car, Bai Xinyan stood up slightly, wanting to get in and go to her special seat in the back row. Sister Xinyan, do you want me to help you? Assistant Xiao Wei's voice sounded a little concerned. I'd better do it myself. This way it can be considered as exercise, and it can also help me recover faster. Bai Xinyan gently refused and was about to get in the car. A strange roar from the engine next to them attracted the two of them to look over. I saw Lu Feng's figure at a glance, sticking his head out from the driver's seat of the Bugatti. Lu Feng didn't expect to meet Bai Xinyan in this parking lot. Sister Xinyan. He opened the car door, got out and said hello. Sister Xinyan, what a coincidence. Lu Feng smiled slightly. He had just said goodbye to Bai Xinyan and said he was going to drive. He didn't expect that Bai Xinyan's car was also in this parking lot. Xiaofeng, is this your car? Bai Xinyan spoke with a little surprise. This was the first time she was surprised by Lu Feng's situation. She knew that Lu Feng was a student and a wealthy man, which could be seen from the way he was dressed. But what I didn't expect was that Lanwind could afford a car like Bugatti. Yes. Seeing Bai Xinyan's slightly surprised tone, Lu Feng smiled slightly. I didn't expect that. I'm more surprised, okay. Bai Xinyan said with a smile, and the two smiled at each other. Then I'm leaving. Lu Feng glanced at Bai Xinyan. She had already gotten into the back seat by herself, so there was no need for him to help. He spoke softly, smiled and waved. Okay, see you Xiaofeng. Bai Xinyan waved gently to Lu Feng and said goodbye. Watching the Bugatti disappear from sight, Assistant Xiao Wei started the car and drove towards Bai Xinyan's home. Sister Xinyan, now you don't have to worry about me not being good enough for you. But I'm worried that I'm not worthy of him. Bai Xinyan listened to the assistant's voice while driving and said silently in her heart. Since Lu Feng can afford a Bugatti, his wealth might be really terrifying. When Lu Feng returned home, he glanced at Li Xuetong, the only person in the living room, who was still busy at the computer desk. He walked over gently and hugged her. What are you still busy with? Li Xuetong, who had already heard the sound of the door opening and closing, had already caught a glimpse of Lu Feng's figure. Therefore, when he felt two big hands hugging him, he couldn't help but tremble. It's last week's financial report, and the review hasn't been completed yet. Has the review not been completed yet? Lu Feng was slightly surprised. He picked up Li Shuatong, put her back on his lap, and sat on the chair himself. Don't worry, I won't mess around. I'll help you take a look. Li Shuatong thought Lu Feng was going to do something bad, but Lu Feng was just looking at the computer. Why is it that it's Tuesday today and the accounts haven't been settled yet? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Shuatong gently hugged Lu Feng and saw that Lu Feng was indeed looking carefully at the financial statements on his computer. There are stars twinkling in the eyes. Look here, your calculations are correct, this is also correct, there is a problem here. After a while, he watched Lu Feng lightly hit enter. That's it for the financial statements. Have you finished reading it? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Lu Feng noticed that there were two eyes staring at him intently, and couldn't help but ask softly. Feng, am I useless? Li Shuatong was a little worried about the voice. She spent 2 days sorting out the financial situation of Wenqing Music Group, but still hadn't fully figured it out. But Lu Feng came back and the problem was solved in just a short time. This, Lu Feng, is indeed the chairman. What are you talking about? Lu Feng gently closed the notebook and glanced at Li Shuatong. If it weren't for the information transmitted by the system, he wouldn't be able to know all this information about the group. I'm afraid that even if I do these things, I won't be much faster than Li Shuatong. You just went there, you'll get used to it later. Don't say that. By the way, where are Chu Qing and Shuawei? Lu Feng spoke softly, he had been back for so long but hadn't seen these two girls. Shuawei, go play games. Chu Qing, go take a rest. You are too unkind to women. Li Shuatong spoke softly, thinking that she and her sister had gone through this. Can't help but blush a little. Lu Feng is a monster. He is also a fierce attacker with perseverance and endurance. That's enough, let's not disturb them anymore. Don't you agree? Lu Feng held her hand and kissed her, and Li Shuatong also came closer. Go back to the room. Li Shuatong murmured. Early in the morning, Lu Feng woke up and glanced at Yun Chuqing beside him. Last night, the two sisters went to each other's rooms, and finally he came to Yun Chuqing's room and held her to sleep. After all, she was like that yesterday, and it was her first time in Shanghai. It was Li Shuawei who supported him to come here. I gently picked up the phone and looked at the time. 7 o'clock, the biological clock is indeed on time. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3 great cars. This is a collection of Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, McLaren 91. These 3 great cars. The cars he has signed for now are enough to open a luxury car exhibition. He shook his head and was about to get up when he heard a noise in the kitchen. Brother Feng. Yun Chuqing also opened her eyes at this time and called out softly. Chu Qing, are you awake? Don't want to sleep anymore? Lu Feng looked at Yun Chuqing and spoke softly. No. Yun Chuqing spoke softly, lifted the quilt, and moved her legs as if to signal. Lu Feng didn't touch her last night. She knew it. Looking at Yun Chuqing's actions, Lu Feng reached out and pinched her gently, and Yun Chuqing's face turned red instantly. Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing both understood what each other meant. Chapter 99 First Meeting. Brother Feng, I still think that I should continue to be a host. I've done this before. After all, I don't know exactly what I want to do. While eating breakfast, Yun Chuqing suddenly spoke. Be an anchor? That's fine. Lu Feng nodded and said. But, as an anchor, what do you do? Lu Feng spoke softly, Yun Chuqing wanted to be a host, no problem, but he didn't know if she was sure and what kind of host she wanted to be. Hearing Lu Feng ask this, Yun Chuqing was also stunned. During the few days she was the anchor, she just sang, chatted, and played PK. She really didn't know what she was good at. Plus, I don't know how to deal with those rumors. And now she is Lu Feng's woman, so being a host doesn't seem to be a good choice. Or, I'd better not be a host. Lu Feng was slightly stunned, looking at Yun Chuqing who had changed so much in a short while, and looked at her with a bit of confusion. Why? Lu Feng asked softly. Don't worry, I'll support whatever you choose. Then he spoke. In fact, I have only been an anchor for a few days, and I don't know what I will do. I thought about it all day yesterday. After the summer vacation, I have to go back to Sichuan province to go to university. Hearing Yun Chuqing say this, Lu Feng remembered that Yun Chuqing was still a sophomore at Rongqing University in Sichuan province. He patted his forehead, realizing that Lu Feng had forgotten it himself. But since we'll have to go back to school after summer vacation, why not have some fun during the summer vacation? Lu Feng spoke softly. And if I remember correctly, you majored in marketing. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Yun Chuqing nodded slightly. Then don't be a host. Let Shuatong take you to meet Qianni and see how it goes at Wanqing Media. Lu Feng spoke softly, he also saw it. Yun Chuqing didn't want to be a host, she just wanted to find something to do. How come she is the same as Li Shuatong? Lu Feng sighed slightly in his heart. Why are they getting busier and busier? Then, Chuqing, will you come with me tomorrow? Li Shuatong opened her mouth softly and asked in a slightly puzzled tone. Okay. Yun Chuqing hesitated a little, but still spoke. After taking a look at Li Shuawei, who was playing games nearby with an indifferent look on her face, Lu Feng sighed slightly. This little girl is so carefree. Not bad either. Li Shuatong was driving the car with Yun Chuqing towards the Wanqing Entertainment headquarters. After taking a look at Yun Chuqing, who was looking a little worried, he couldn't help but speak softly. Don't worry, Chuqing, I just started working a little earlier than you, and I'm still a junior. Yun Chuqing didn't expect this after taking a look at Li Shuatong, who looked like an urban beauty. You just started working not long ago, right, Sister Shuatong? Yun Chuqing spoke softly. Chuqing, are you really ready to go to work? Li Shuatong smiled, slowed down, and spoke in a deep voice. Yun Chuqing was a little confused. He turned his head in confusion. We go to work, and don't help the wind much, actually. Li Shuatong spoke softly. This was the conclusion she had come to during this period of time. In fact, the company has a complete system. It makes no difference whether she is there or not. And when she got to work and heard about Wanqing Music's big move, she felt a little secretly happy and helpless. In addition, with this kind of work, I spend much less time with Lu Feng. She is kind of regretting it now. Shouldn't have been in a rush for this summer vacation. Why? Yun Chuqing asked softly. The gap between us and Lu Feng, as well as the time you and Lu Feng have known each other, and your own abilities. He told Li Shuatong everything that Lu Feng had done, but didn't tell her anything else that Li Shuatong didn't know. After hearing what Li Shuatong said, Yun Chuqing finally reacted. In fact, her relationship with Lu Feng is not equal, and they have only known each other for a few days. Do you think this is an escape? By then, I'm afraid she will be next to Lu Feng. Do you understand? Li Shuatong spoke softly, looking at Yun Chuqing, who seemed to be thinking about something, and smiled gently. I understand. I won't go this summer. Shuawei and I will stay at home and take good care of Brother Feng. Yun Chuqing spoke slowly. Then I take a taxi back? Looking at Li Shuatong's car, which had arrived at the entrance of Wanqing Group's parking lot, Yun Chuqing spoke softly. No rush, let's go meet the director of the swing art. After all, I'm still very curious about her, let's all go get to know her. Li Shuatong spoke softly. Lu Feng called Zhou Qianni this morning and it would be bad not to go meet him now. Yun Chuqing also understood Li Shuatong's thoughts and nodded slightly. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Zhou Qianni, who was resting with her eyes closed in the chair, quickly got up and fixed her makeup. To be honest, it was the first time she saw the chairman's family. She was very curious about Lu Feng's wife Li Shuatong, and the identity of Yun Chuqing, who came to see her today and asked her to arrange work for her. Director Lu, Madam, and Miss Yun are already here. The assistant opened the door and walked in. Behind him, Li Shuatong and Yun Chuqing came in one after another. When Zhou Qianni and Li Shuatong saw each other, they were both a little surprised. Zhou Qianni was surprised by Li Shuatong's youth. Although he had learned about Li Shuatong's information from within the company, now everything seemed true. She was really a young and beautiful woman in her 20s. Li Shuatong was surprised by the beauty of the swing art. The posture of a mature young woman, coupled with her mature temperament, and especially her beauty that is not inferior to hers, she is simply a perfect beauty. This is really not Lu Feng's. If Lu Feng knew about this, he would definitely cry out loudly, saying that he was really being wronged. Hello, Director Chiu. Hello, Mrs. Lu. They both spoke, and in the end, Zhou Qianni still called her Li Shuatong. Li Shuatong smiled gently and did not deny it. This is the first time the two have met in real life. Hello, Miss Hatsuharu. He gently reached out to Yun Chuqing again. Sit down. After greeting Li Xuetong and Yun Chuqing, Zhou Qianni spoke softly. Mrs. Liu, Miss Chuqing, I already know why you two are here. So shall we go to watching media now? Zhou Qianni stood up and asked the two of them softly. Since Director Chiu already knows why Feng asked us to come here, we won't beat around the bush. We can just go to watching media and have a look. In fact, Chuqing doesn't plan to work at watching media now. Yes, I'm not going. I plan to stay at home with Brother Feng this summer. I'm not going. Summer vacation, Brother Feng. Listening to what the two said, Zhou Qianni was a little confused and slightly puzzled. This is the first time I heard more detailed information about Chairman Lu Feng. Why doesn't it match the imagination in her mind? Ms. Hatsuharu is also a student? Zhou Qianni spoke, and as for why he added the word also, it was because Li Xuetong next to him was a student. Mr. Lu, you don't just like this kind of people, do you? In the end, the three of them just took a quiet tour and didn't alarm many people. Director Chiu, if there is anything in the future, let's contact each other. Before saying goodbye, with the prestige between the three of them, Li Xuetong spoke softly. Chapter 100, Apology. Yun Chuqing came back. Seeing that Yun Chuqing did not go to work, Lu Feng was still a little confused. Chuqing, what is this? Lu Feng spoke softly, he hadn't gone out today. Brother Feng, I'm not going to work anymore. I just want to have fun this month and spend time with you. Yun Chuqing pounced over gently and spoke in Lu Feng's arms. Okay. Lu Feng nodded without saying much. That was just his personality. He was usually a bit indifferent. These three people can do whatever they want, except messing around, which is absolutely not allowed. Okay, then have fun. At the end of next month, I'll take you back to Chengdu. Lu Feng spoke softly. Good. Noticing that Lu Feng had not gone out today, Yun Chuqing spoke with some curiosity. Brother Feng hasn't left yet? Just about to go out. Lu Feng chuckled. If Su Wenchuan hadn't called him just now, there is no way Yun Chuqing would be lying so leisurely in his arms now. Seeing Lu Feng's malicious look, Yun Chuqing quickly ran away with a shy look on her face. I'm going to play with Shuawei. Rushed into Li Shuawei's room. Lu Feng arrived at the garage downstairs. There were only two cars here, Hennessy and Bugatti. The three legendary cars were currently staying in the system space. The service company at the villa went to clean up. We will be able to move in a few days, and then we can move these cars over. He started the Bugatti and drove towards the modification base he had visited last time. Today, Su Wenchuan suddenly asked him to go there to play. Lu Feng drove to the modification base. Unexpectedly, this time the way was blocked by the door. Hey, open the door. After calling Su Wenchuan and Su Shouyuan looked at the surveillance camera and saw the Bugatti flashing its lights at the door with shocked faces. Last time I drove the Hennessy Venom F5, this time, the Bugatti Noctilucent, it seems not so surprising. Brother Feng, is this your Bugatti Noir? Lian Fei walked up. For such a person, this W16 machine was like a rare delicacy. What's wrong? Do you want to open it? Lu Feng smiled softly. No, I dare not. Lian Fei shook his head and quickly refused. The people in their base just wanted to take a look at the machine. Except for him, no one else had the courage to touch it. What's wrong? You asked me to come here. Lu Feng turned around and looked at Su Wenchuan. Su Wenchuan turned and looked at Su Shouyuan. Okay. Lu Feng also understood that Su Shouyuan wanted to talk to him about something. Speak. Lu Feng shook his head. It was just a small matter, but he was still procrastinating. What on earth is going on? Brother Feng, I want to have a match with you? Su Shouyuan spoke in a heavy tone. Contest? Okay, let's go. Where? Do you have any requests? Lu Feng spoke softly and agreed immediately. Such a straightforward answer really surprised everyone. This. Brother Feng, this is too brave. No questions asked, just agreed. Then let's go, Brother Feng, how about we go to the Polar International Racing City and compete there? Su Shouyuan spoke softly. Polar International Racing City, Lu Feng knew about it. It is the largest and most standard racing track in Shanghai, including a world-class F1 racing track, a world standard test track, an off-road track and more. Of course there are also other entertainment tracks. Brother phone, talk on the intercom, let's talk on the way. Taking the walkie-talkie handed over by Su Wenchuan, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Along the way, through the explanations of several people, Lu Feng finally understood the current situation. Some time ago, a rider named Tanaka Kiichi, who lived a leisurely life, came to Shanghai and challenged several off-road riders who raced on mountain roads in Shanghai. From low to high, even Ling Shankong couldn't defeat him. In fact, Ling Shankong's driving skills are 1 point higher than his brother Ling Xiangyu's, and are on par with Su Shouyuan. But he still lost. After Ling Shankong, it was Su Shouyuan's turn. If they lose again, Su Shouyuan and his group will lose face. Therefore, Su Shouyuan came up with the idea of competing with Lu Feng. Lu Feng's driving skills are definitely not inferior to his. Practicing with Lu Feng these 2 days is definitely better than practicing alone. After understanding everyone's explanation, Lu Feng became a little curious. Is Tanaka Kiichi really that powerful? Several people drove to the Magic City Polar International Racing City. I didn't expect to meet someone I knew when I entered the F1 track preparation area. The two brothers Ling Xiangyu and Lai Ling Shankong are also here. Seeing the presence of so many people, the people present were a little surprised. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. Ling Shankong walked up and spoke. Seeing Ling Shankong like this, Lu Feng was a little surprised. The two brothers Ling Shankong and Ling Xiangyu are not alike at all. They actually took the initiative to apologize. Come up quickly. Ling Shankong yelled at his brother. Ling Xiangyu then stepped forward shyly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. He bowed respectfully and apologized. This? Lu Feng shook his head slightly. These two brothers were really people who could let go of things easily. It was not easy for them to apologize to him in person in front of so many people. In fact, there was no other way, so Lin Hao went home and asked his father to help check Lu Feng's identity. That was a night of continuous phone calls. It kept his father awake all night. Looking at his father's serious expression, Lin Hao knew that Lu Feng's identity was not something that a young second generation like him could know. After all, my father kept his mouth shut about it. Moreover, looking at his father's expression, he was confused and shocked. How terrifying could Lu Feng's identity be? Lin Hao told the two brothers about his investigation, and the two brothers then realized how big a disaster Ling Xiangyu had caused. Okay, it's okay. You should behave yourself in the future. Looking at Ling Xiangyu, Lu Feng spoke slowly. I understand. I will keep it in mind. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Ling Xiangyu dared to stand up and answer. Let's go test drive the car. Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Su Shouyuan. They were obviously also surprised by the behavior of the two brothers. Everyone looked at Su Wenchuan tacitly, and Su Wenchuan was a little confused. But obviously, it seems, it should be time to talk to his father about Lu Feng. He hasn't said it before. Come on. When Su Shouyuan passed by Ling Shankong's voice came faintly. There is resentment and hatred in it. It's okay if you haven't beaten your own people, but it's the most painful when outsiders come to your door and you haven't beaten them before. What's more, they are people who live a simple life. Su Shouyuan nodded silently. He is driving his own Lamborghini today. After running a few laps on the field at a moderate speed, Lu Feng also slowly became familiar with the turns, slopes, etc. of the track. Bugatti and Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini slowly stopped at the starting point. Look at the flag bearer on the referee's stand and listen carefully to the countdown. Lu Feng's originally silent heart also began to beat slightly. Chapter 101 Help Practice 1. Let's go. As the countdown to the start begins, the moment the flag bearer waves the flag, Bugatti and Lamborghini rushed out violently like arrows. The green smoke from the burning tires when starting the race slowly drifted across the track. Lu Feng did not step on the accelerator to the bottom, but let Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini move to the front. Su Shouyuan was slightly surprised, but did not hesitate. Once you are on the field, you should give it your all. Not far from the first bend, I slammed on the brakes and the tires went over the shoulder of the road. The vibration of distance came from the speed bump. Even Su Shouyuan's body in the car shook. Keep a firm grip on the steering wheel, and before exiting the turn, paddle to downshift and press the accelerator with all your strength again. Lamborghini's ferocity also completely erupted at this moment. A dull but powerful sound came from the engine, pushing the car body forward rapidly. Looking at Su Xiuyuan's series of actions, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiuyuan's driving skills are really good. Following Su Xiuyuan's route, Lu Feng followed closely, keeping the distance within a few meters, and the two of them finished the entire run. Boss. 1 minute 52.47 seconds. More than a second faster than your fastest time. Wang Wu rushed up quickly with the timer in his hand and spoke in surprise. Did Su Xiuyuan make such technological progress in just one day? That's absolutely impossible. That was the influence of Lu Feng. Just now they also saw the driving trajectory of the two cars through the camera. Boss, is the pressure so great? Su Xiuyuan was also very surprised when he heard the results reported by Wang Wu. Just once, under Lu Feng's pursuit, he broke his own best record. This is too scary. After all, Lu Feng's car was right behind him just now. It was like a ghost and he couldn't get rid of it. No matter how focused you are, you will still glance at the rearview mirror from time to time. He always thought that he ran slowly, but unexpectedly his result broke the best record. That means Lu Feng's skills are far beyond his imagination. Brother Feng, keep going. Su Xiuyuan spoke in a deep voice. A score of just over 1 minute and 52 seconds is still not enough. I have escaped now, but I can't be sure if I can escape next time. Could it be that Tanaka Kiichi is hiding something? That's also what he needs to worry about. No, let me tell you about your problem first. Lu Feng spoke softly, but surprised everyone. Well, can Lu Feng see Su Xiuyuan's problem just by running a lap? They gathered around with some curiosity. Okay, Brother Feng, you decide. In the third turn, you entered the corner too early, braked too hard, and had a low speed at the center of the corner. According to the braking force of your Denio, you should have moved forward about 5 meters. In the fourth turn, you braked too late, and the car was pushing forward. You should have braked 1 meter earlier. In the sixth turn. Looking at Lu Feng, he was still pointing out his problems one by one. Su Xiuyuan was now completely convinced. Whether it was Su Xiuyuan, or Su Wenchuan, Lian Fei and others who surrounded him also looked surprised. So many problems can be found in just one lap by replaying the lap video. With all these years of sports car experience, they should really be called enthusiasts rather than drivers. Okay, that's all. When Lu Feng finished speaking, he looked at the people who were looking at him in amazement. Lu Feng was also a little surprised. This was indeed the driving ability transmitted by the system. Combined with the situation of Su Xiuyuan's sports car, he analyzed and came up with the most suitable extreme running method for Su Xiuyuan to improve. Okay, Brother Feng, let's practice. Su Xiuyuan spoke excitedly. According to what Lu Feng said, his time was 1 minute and 52 seconds. How could he possibly beat it? After a whole afternoon of fierce attack, Su Xiuyuan changed tires several times, and Lu Feng behind him realized that the tires of his Bugatti were almost worn out. I feel like I can't handle the car anymore. Just change to Chen Mingjie and Ding Yehuai's car. Brother Feng, thank you. Looking at the setting sun in the sky, Su Xiuyuan got off his big bull. Regardless of the sweat on his face, he walked up to Lu Feng, smiled softly and spoke. In the last lap, he successfully broke the 1 minute and 47 second mark. 1 minute 47.85 seconds, right at the top of the list, very conspicuous. Okay, no need to thank me, I'll go back first. See you here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. This competition is scheduled for Friday, so there is still 1 day to practice tomorrow. Lu Feng rejected the suggestion of having dinner together, he saw it. These guys were excited, but they were also extremely tired. Okay, Brother Feng, let's give Ling Xiangyu a good beating on Friday night. Reminded me of Ling Xiangyu's party on Friday. Su Wenchuan said with a smile. Okay. Lu Feng nodded, waved with a smile, and drove the Bugatti back to Linjiang Accord. You guys think, how many laps does Feng run at full speed? After Lu Feng's Bugatti disappeared, Chen Mingjie asked thoughtfully. Su Xiuyuan, who was last in the afternoon, ran 1 minute and 47, and it was Lu Feng who chased Su Xiuyuan in his Ferrari 488. If Lu Feng drove his two cars at full speed, how fast would the result be? Everyone looked at each other with curiosity and anticipation. It seems like there's an opportunity to let Brother Foam give it a try with all his strength. Let's go. We'll talk about it the day after tomorrow. Now, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. See you tomorrow. Su Wenchuan opened his mouth softly and said with a smile. They won't be gathering for the next 2 days, so they should have a good rest. As for Su Wenchuan himself, he had to go back early to ask his father to check Lu Feng's true identity. The wind is back. As soon as she entered the door, Li Shuatong greeted her. Yeah, I'm back. Lu Feng spoke softly. It was already past 8 o'clock when he returned home from the Polar International Racing City. Looking at the 3 people on the table who were obviously waiting for him to come back for dinner with the lid on, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. Okay, let's eat and call them out. As soon as the words fell, Li Shuawei and Yun Chuqing appeared in the living room. They also heard the noise in the living room and were paying close attention. After explaining what happened today, the 3 of them were a little curious. Brother Foam, can I go with you tomorrow? Yun Chuqing spoke softly. Tomorrow Li Shuetong will go to work and Li Shuawei will learn to drive, so she will be alone at home. Hearing that Lu Feng was going to race, she couldn't help but speak softly. You want to go? Then go. I took a look at the 2 sisters and saw that they both had a look of anticipation. Lu Feng smiled softly. Wait until Shuawei gets her driver's license. Shuetong, you'll be free on the weekends too. We can go out and have fun together then. Today, all 3 of them are finally well. Yun Chuqing, to be honest, recovered really fast. From Yun Chuqing, to Li Shuetong and finally to Li Shuawei, looking at Li Shuawei who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Lu Feng also smiled. The youthful feeling is particularly interesting. System, sign in. He gave a gentle order to the system in his mind. Chapter 102, A Strange Sound. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tianlongbabu script. Well, this was within Lu Feng's expectations. I can give it to Wanqing Films as a future script. Driving a Hennessy, he brought Yun Chuqing to the Magic City Polar International Racing City. Unexpectedly, Su Wenchuan, Su Xiaoyuan and others arrived very early today. Seeing Yun Chuqing and Lu Feng getting off the Hennessy, everyone was a little surprised. Brother Feng, is this my sister-in-law? Su Wenchuan walked over and called out softly. Between the words, Yun Chuqing blushed a little. That's right. Lu Feng smiled gently and spoke. This is my girlfriend, Yun Chuqing. He introduced himself to several people. These are the ones. Sister-in-law, I'm Su Wenchuan, just call me Wenchuan. I'm Su Xiaoyuan. I'm Chen Mingjie, just call me Xiejie. I'm a Fei. Hello, sister-in-law. Before Lu Feng finished speaking, several people rushed to answer. Come on, let's go. I'm going to practice with you on this car today. After everyone exchanged greetings for a while, Lu Feng spoke to Su Xiaoyuan. Boss, your Bugatti yesterday? And your Hennessy today? Why don't you just stop using your cars? Su Wenchuan spoke with some concern. It was obvious that the rear tires of Landwin's Bugatti were severely worn yesterday. That's why we used Chen Mingjie and his team's car in the end. I changed to Hennessy again today. I hope the Hennessy tires won't be seriously damaged again today. They have a small service station here, but they can only service their own sports car models that are more common here. There is really no way to deal with these 2 Landwin cars. Listening to Su Wenchuan's words, Lu Feng nodded and glanced at his Hennessy. Okay, then, Mingjie, give me your keys. I'm using your car today. Lu Feng spoke softly to Chen Mingjie. Chen Mingjie heard it and happily threw the car keys to him. Brother Feng, is it still the same as yesterday? Su Xiu looked at Chen Mingjie handing Lu Feng the key to the Ferrari and asked softly. Yesterday, the Ferrari 488 driven by Lu Feng gave his Lamborghini a good lesson. It's not that the car is bad, but the gap between his skills and Lu Feng's is too big. If I run today like I did yesterday, it won't be exciting enough. How do you want to run? Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at Su Xiaoyuan with a bit of amusement. Is this to see his driving skills? How about you run in front, Feng, and give it a try with all your strength? I'll see how far behind you are. Su Xiaoyuan spoke with a slightly inquiring tone. Okay, Chuqing, look, are you coming with me, or are you going to take a look first? Lu Feng turned his head, looked at Yun Chuqing and spoke softly. There was a hint of curiosity and a hint of fear in her eyes. Obviously, I am a bit conflicted about this competition. How about I take a look first and then decide? Yun Chuqing spoke softly, looking at Lu Feng and said. I still didn't dare get on the bus for the first time. There were already other drivers driving their cars on the track. Listening to the roar of the engine and the scream of the brakes, Yun Chuqing was still a little worried. Okay, don't worry. Lu Feng walked over, gently held Yun Chuqing's hand, stroked her hair, and spoke softly to comfort her. Yun Chuqing nodded and watched Lu Feng and Su Shusho Yuan put on their racing suits. A little prayer in mind. Brother Feng, please be careful. Brother Feng, you must try your best. Seeing that the car was about to start, Su Shoyuan lowered the window and shouted again. Lu Feng smiled silently. This feeling was truly wonderful. For the first time, someone asked him to drive at full speed. After one lap, he saw Lu Feng leaving him behind on a long straight. Su Shoyuan reached the finish line but still couldn't come to his senses. Brother Feng. 1 minute, 43 seconds, 23. When everyone heard what Wang Wu said, they were all a little shocked. This increases the time by more than 4 seconds. What is the upper limit of Lu Feng? Brother Feng, are you okay? Yun Chuqing ran up. When Lu Feng was running laps just now, she was behind at the beginning, and only overtook after halfway through. The thrilling traffic jams and extreme maneuvers along the way made her very worried. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Feng gently hugged Yun Chuqing and spoke. Brother Feng, I won't say anything more, you are awesome. Su Shoyuan gave a thumbs up, now he was convinced. Brother Feng, you are really amazing. If we were to run with you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to see your taillights. What are you talking about? Looking at Chen Mingjie's joke, Su Shoyuan said with a smile and surprise. Just now he could only barely see Lu Feng's taillights. Now these brothers were trying to say that their results were almost the same as his. Get lost. That's impossible. You are far from me. Chen Mingjie and others looked at Su Shoyuan and smiled meaningfully. I used to be able to beat them with my driving skills, but that's no longer the case. Let's go, come again. Everyone together? Lu Feng pulled Yun Chuqing over. He had already agreed with Yun Chuqing that Yun Chuqing should also try sitting in the passenger seat. After all, he could see that Yun Chuqing still wanted to experience it. This. Chen Mingjie was about to refuse. Su Shoyuan had already walked up and put his arms around his neck. Pretending to smile grimly, he said, Mingjie, this is not a good opportunity. Don't you also want to learn Feng's driving skills? I don't have a car. It's okay, brother Jia, I have a car for you. Lian Fei said jokingly. He is not a good driver, but he still has a Neo sports car. Don't waste such a good opportunity now. Chen Mingjie wanted to cry but had no tears. He glared at Lian Fei viciously, only to find that the boy was smiling and looked like he was watching the fun. Okay, come on, get in the car. Su Shoyuan took the car keys from Lian Fei and stuffed them into Chen Mingjie's hands. While pushing him forward, he shouted to Lu Feng. Brother Feng, come on. Let's go, Hatsuharu. Lu Feng took Yun Chuqing's hand and walked towards the Ferrari. This time, in addition to Lu Feng, Su Shoyuan, Chen Mingjie, and Ding Yehua also joined in the end. Except for Su Wenchuan, his two 911s are not ready yet. A competition turned into a melee among several people. In the end, Lu Feng still came in the front, while the others behind him ran over 2 minutes. I continued practicing until the afternoon, and watched Yun Chuqing beside me gradually adapt and become excited. Lu Feng also smiled happily. Brother Feng, today, my lap time has reached. Before he finished speaking, a strange voice came from the side. Master Su, I didn't expect you would practice here too. What a coincidence. Chapter 103 Lu Feng's Thoughts. The sound of the duck's voice was deliberately clipped, making it sound particularly harsh. Several people looked up with a frown. I thought who it was, it turned out to be Colonel Tian. How come I have to ask you for permission just to practice driving? Su Shoyuan spoke lightly, looking at the leading man opposite him, and said with a hint of sarcasm. Brother Feng, this is Tian Liang, he opened a Japanese company. Next to him is Tanaka Gi. Su Wenchuan, who was standing by, had quietly come over and spoke softly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng then took a closer look. Tanaka Giyi was less than 1.6 meters tall, and next to him was Tian Liang, who was 1.8 meters tall. But the sharp contrast between the hunched body and the straight back looks so funny. That's wrong, Mr. Su. I'm just worried about your grades. It would be bad if you can't beat Tanaka-kun. As soon as Tian Liang finished speaking, Tanaka Giyi on the side raised his head and walked up. Mr. Su Shoyuan, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Tanaka Kiichi's accent was very strange, but everyone could still barely understand what he meant. There's no need to miss you. Let's see who's the winner on the track tomorrow. After Su Shoyuan finished speaking, Tanaka Giyi did not understand, and had to ask the translator to translate it before he could understand. When Tanaka Keiichi heard the translator's words, he smiled very friendly. He gave a gentle instruction to the person beside him. Master Su, see you tomorrow. Tian Liang walked up and spoke softly. After saying that, he hurriedly chased after Tanaka Keiichi's group, who were not waiting for him, and began to nod and bow again. You have no spine. Su Wenchuan looked at Tian Liang's figure and said something with a little dissatisfaction. Who is Tanaka Keiichi? Lu Feng asked with a little curiosity. Tian Liang was obviously a little afraid of Su Wenchuan and Su Shoyuan's identities, but Tanaka Giyi didn't care so much. He should be a descendant of a big family. Dongning Corporation Club, have you heard of it, Brother Feng? Ding Yehua spoke softly from the side. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. He had heard of Dongning Corporation, one of the largest electrical appliance manufacturers in Zayarizi and also one of the top companies in the world. The third son of President Dong Ning came with his eldest brother this time to invest. Su Wenchuan spoke softly. His father's identity was just right for receiving this group of people. Investment? Lu Feng nodded. Xia State has developed rapidly in recent years, but in some specific areas, it has indeed failed to reach the world's leading level. This guy is just a dandy boy, but he just plays with cars. If he did something else, I would have ignored him long ago. Su Shoyuan also spoke up. It's a bit helpless, Tanaka Keiichi's driving skills are still very good. And they are also people like them, enthusiasts of mountain running. No one knew where he got the news this time, so when he arrived he went straight to this group of people and challenged them. Not only for the investment, but also for the dignity of the driver, we cannot miss the battle. 1 minute, 48 seconds, and 5-6. Tanaka-kun, you are really amazing. Tian Lianggon's duck voice is so loud that even they can hear it. Tanaka Keiichi took off his helmet and was also very surprised when he heard the time. This was his fastest run. He looked at the time ranking on the display screen with great pride. The time display screen kept scrolling and failed to appear immediately. When he turned to the first page again, Tanaka Keiichi looked up and looked at the name at the top. Lu Feng? Who is that? 1 minute and 43 seconds? He is not the first. Tanaka Keiichi is speechless. That's impossible. When he came to the track to run laps 2 days ago, the first place was only 1 minute and 50 seconds away. It's okay, I can't catch up with the first place, Tanaka Keiichi comforted himself. See the second one? 1 minute, 47 seconds and 85. Su Shoyuan. Su Shoyuan's name is particularly conspicuous, pushing him to third place? Wrong. The third one is still Lu Feng. 1 minute, 47 seconds and 88. Fourth place. Su Shoyuan. 1 minute, 47 seconds and 95. As I kept watching, I saw the names of Su Shoyuan and Lu Feng intertwined all over the screen. There were 20 rankings on the first page, but Tanaka Keiichi couldn't even see his own name. Until the second page pops up. I just saw my name from the top. 23 went. Tanaka Giyi looked at Su Shoyuan with a little surprise. Lu Feng didn't know who Su Shoyuan was, but his performance in the past 2 days had obviously improved by leaps and bounds, completely surpassing him. Su Shoyuan happened to look over there as well. He raised the water in his hand instead of wine and saluted Tanaka Keiichi from a distance. Baka! Tanaka Keiichi couldn't hold it back any longer, and smashed the helmet in his hand heavily onto the clothes hanger beside him. The rustling sound woke up Tian Liang and the others nearby. Just now they were also paying attention to the results on the leaderboard. I didn't expect that there would be such a big change in just 2 days. Tanaka-kun. Tian Liang spoke quickly. Looking at Tian Liang's voice, Tanaka Giyi yelled with dissatisfaction in his throat. Tianliang Jun, didn't you say that Su Shoyuan's score was only above 1.50? What's going on now? Tanaka Gyi spoke in a deep voice. He pointed at the display screen, but because Tianliang was a head taller than him, his finger was not so obvious when he stretched out his arm. Tanaka Kiichi even walked forward on purpose. I don't know either. I'm sorry, Tanaka-kun. Tianliang quickly squatted down and spoke apologetically. Looking at Tianliang's expression, Tanaka Gyi felt anger and worry rising in his heart. Don't be fooled by his self-proclaimed lover of sports cars and mountain roads. In fact, he is a famous mountain road racing god in Kyoto. I thought that this time I came to Xia country, I could defeat the Xia country drivers. But at present, he has only challenged a few people and he feels obviously exhausted. And it seems that Su Shoyuan's current results are a huge challenge for him, not to mention Lu Feng, whose results are displayed at the top. He had some self-awareness in his heart, and he knew that he couldn't achieve that result even if he tried his best. Come on, let's practice. Tanaka Gyi gave an order to Tianliang. Tianliang's face turned very bitter when he heard this. But he still walked towards the track while hesitating. What about that? Who is it? On the other side, Lu Feng looked at Tianliang and asked. He is Tianliang, an electrical appliance dealer in Shanghai, who wants to get in touch with Tanaka Gyi. Su Wenchuan looked in the direction of Lu Feng's finger and spoke softly. We all have the surname Tian, is there anything? It doesn't matter. Xia people. As if he had sensed Lu Feng's thoughts, Su Wenchuan spoke softly, looking at Lu Feng with a slightly inquiring look. What a pity. Lu Feng's voice sounded with a hint of regret. So how's his driving skills? Lu Feng spoke again with a little curiosity. Good. Su Shoyuan also realized something and spoke softly. Okay, let's go together. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he stood up first, and everyone else followed suit with a smile. They walked together towards Tanaka Kiichi and his group. Chapter 104. How dare you be so arrogant? Everyone looked at each other in tacit understanding, and no one called out Lu Feng's name. Instead, Su Wenchuan stepped forward and challenged Tianliang to a duel as his friend. They all smiled in tacit understanding. This time, Tianliang was completely in trouble. Brother Feng, let's not practice today. The few of them returned to their own lounge, and Su Shoyuan spoke softly. It looks like Tanaka Kiichi and his group will be practicing here, but it's unknown how long they will practice. Not practicing anymore? Lu Feng opened his mouth slightly, a little confused. Then I immediately understood that they were practicing again because they were afraid that he would be exposed. Then you practice. I'll give you some pointers. Lu Feng spoke softly, although he could not use the method of pressure and pursuit to improve Su Shoyuan's performance. However, it is obviously possible to give some guidance and help Su Shoyuan achieve more stable results. Okay. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Su Shoyuan also smiled happily. Chu Qing, call Shuatong and the others and tell them that we're going to be back a little late. Tell them they don't have to wait for us for dinner. Yeah, okay. After hearing what Lu Feng said, Yun Chuqing also agreed. He walked aside, put on the headphones and called Li Shu away. It was a video call, and he was using the camera to show what was happening while he was talking. As the lights come on, the lights inside the track begin to light up, illuminating the track. Master Su, we are leaving first. Tanaka Gyi and his group finally finished their practice, walked up, and gently greeted Lu Feng and his group. After an afternoon of practice, his track timing finally reached less than 1 minute and 47 seconds, and he still had some energy left. He now estimates that he can run under 146. I can give Su Shoyuan a big surprise tomorrow. Tanaka Kiichi's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't help but smile. Tanaka-kun is really thoughtful. He practices so hard. Su Shoyuan smiled. He also ran a lot of laps this afternoon. It also ran into 1 minute and 47 seconds. Under Lu Feng's guidance, he also understood where his gap lay. It was also deliberately kept in reserve. Looking at the leaderboard, I saw that my result was just a few tenths of a second lower than Tanaka Kiichi's. I smiled with a hint of sarcasm in my heart. He couldn't tell whether Tanaka Kiichi was hiding anything, but Brother Feng had eyes as sharp as a torch. There is no escape at all. Even Tanaka Kiichi's shortcomings were explained to him clearly. There will be a good surprise tomorrow. The two waved in tacit understanding. This is the wrong idea. Okay, let's go, and come back tomorrow. Lu Feng nodded and said goodbye to them. Goodbye, Brother Feng, goodbye, sister-in-law. Several people also waved gently to Lu Feng. He started his Hennessy and returned to the Linjiang Accord. Unexpectedly, the Bugatti that he had asked the service company to send for maintenance in the morning had returned and was parked in the parking space. Tonight, Lu Feng and the other two didn't look for him. Day by day, I'm almost becoming a machine. Although he had been strengthened and could endure it, the mental state of the three women was obviously not good every morning. I still feel sad for a while. Holding Li Shuetong, I fell asleep gently. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of blue glazed jade porcelain. What is this? Lu Feng was a little confused. As the news came to his mind, Lu Feng gradually understood. This is a set of porcelain made of jade. You say it is an antique? Actually, it is not. You say it is a work of art? I am afraid it cannot be produced with current technology. Lu Feng silently observed the set of blue glazed jade porcelain in his mind. The white and warm jade, with a hint of light blue mist, flows on the surface of the jade porcelain, vivid and lifelike. It's not a form, but a real light flow. The thought in his mind moved slightly, and the blue mist spread all over, dyeing the white and transparent jade porcelain blue, as crystal clear as blue crystal. After taking a look, I found that this set of jade porcelain included a complete set of tea-making tools, as well as 8 cups and 8 lamps, 8 bowls and 8 plates, plus 8 pairs of jade chopsticks. It is simply a complete set of household essentials. Well, according to the system's information, this set of things is simply a priceless treasure now. Forget it, never mind, go to sleep. When I have time, I will go back to Yujing Bay City and leave it there. Today, Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing came to the Polar International Racing City together again. Seeing Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing, the people who had already arrived at the scene came forward one after another. Brother Feng, sister-in-law is here. Su Wenchuan walked up and greeted softly. Sorry, I'm a little late. Lu Feng spoke softly. There was a traffic jam on the road and he almost couldn't arrive before 9 o'clock. It's okay, Brother Feng. The good times over there haven't come yet. Su Wenchuan smiled maliciously and pointed over there. At this moment, there were only a few people including Tian Liang there. Most of the others, including Tanaka Gyi, had not arrived yet. Lu Feng took Yun Chuqing to the lounge, where they sat down to rest, chat and wait. Time passed quietly, and it was not until 10 o'clock that Tanaka Kiichi finally arrived. Lu Feng looked at the gorgeous woman beside Tanaka Gyi, then glanced at his slightly frivolous footsteps, and couldn't help but sigh. Can we still compete if we play like this? Everyone stood up and walked towards the racetrack preparation area together. Mr. Su, please be careful today. Tanaka Gyi walked over and spoke softly. Only then did everyone realize that the person dressed up beside him was not a woman, but a man dressed as a woman. Looking at the exaggerated makeup, everyone felt a little disgusted. I turned my head involuntarily and looked at other people. Only then did he realize that the steps of Tanaka Kiichi's group seemed to be a little unsteady, including Tanaka Kiichi himself. I will. Su Shouyuan spoke softly, looking at Tanaka Gyi with a little suspicion. He looked tired, but his spirit seemed very high. Could it be? Su Shouyuan looked at the woman next to Tanaka Gyi. No way, did he charge it? He withdrew his hand feeling a little sad, not knowing what to do. Seeing the scene, Tanaka Kiichi let out a somewhat perverted laugh. He likes a little excitement before the game. This will allow him to drive the car at full speed. He won today's game. Mr. Su, please. Brother Tanaka, please go first. Looking at Tanaka Gyi standing at the entrance of the track, Su Shouyuan quickly spoke. He doesn't dare get too close to Tanaka Kiichi now. Brother Shouyuan, come on. Brother Shouyuan, come on. Come on, you can use all your strength this time. Listening to Lu Feng's last words, Su Shouyuan also smiled confidently. Yes, today he can finally give it his all. As for Tanaka Kiichi, let him come with a smile and leave with tears today. How dare you be so arrogant in front of them? Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Set off. As Su Wenchuan finished speaking, loud explosions, boiling blood, and fierce sounds came from the two big bulls at the same time. Chapter 105 Fierce Competition. Two Lamborghinis set off from the starting point together. This time, the crowd did not watch the game through the camera, but went directly to the stands. It was summer at this time, and the sun had risen high in the sky. The scorching sunlight made the entire ground appear very distorted. It was because the company was burned by the heat wave. Tanaka-kun is ahead, Sugoi. Tian Liang spoke in a mixed language, very excited. At the same time, the other people on Tanaka Kiichi's side were also very happy and started shouting over there. Brother Feng. Take your time and watch. Lu Feng said softly and looked at the track. There, Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini had already quickly passed the first corner. He stepped on the accelerator hard, pushing the Lamborghini with almost all his strength and rushing towards the second corner. Su Shouyuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt that something was wrong. This is just the start, just a short straight. Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini was actually half a car length ahead of him. But fortunately, under Lu Feng's guidance, his cornering skills are different from before. Sticking closely to the inner bend, he swung the rear end of the car over in an almost drifting manner, closely following Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini. At the second turn, a big loop, Tanaka Kiichi braked very hard. White smoke floated over the track. The screeching sound of the brake disc is particularly eye-catching. Cutting inwards and turning suddenly at an even more extreme speed, Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini passed half of Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini. Seeing this situation, Tanaka Gii smiled slightly. Not only did he retain his strength yesterday, he also tampered with the car. His vehicle computer program is not like Su Shouyuan's, which is original. The car body was used to tightly squeeze the route to prevent the Soviet revisionists from overtaking. Arrived at the exit. The accelerator was fully stepped on and the Lamborghini rushed out suddenly. Once again, it created a certain distance between itself and Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini. The program has been refreshed. Lu Feng and Lian Fei spoke in unison. No wonder they felt something was wrong when they heard the sound of Tanaka Gii's car and engine just now. Brother Feng, this doesn't look like the first level. Lian Fei looked carefully at the field, pricked up his ears and listened, then spoke with some doubt. It's indeed not, this is level 3, so cruel. Lu Feng spoke in a deep voice. This 3-stage program will make the engine's explosive power even stronger, but in return it will shorten the life of the engine and, by extension, the entire vehicle. Perhaps, just such a short race may cause this Lamborghini to be scrapped. The competition between Su Shouyuan and Tanaka Gii is to run 10 laps, and whoever crosses the finish line first wins. Brother Feng, I'm not ready. Lian Fei spoke with a bit of self-blame. He did not flash the program for Su Shouyuan's Lamborghini in advance. Otherwise, Su Shouyuan wouldn't be suffering so much now. Everyone looked towards the field. It can be seen at a glance that Su Shouyuan's driving skills are obviously better now. In the bend, Su Shouyuan was able to pull in quickly. But once they enter, Tanaka Gii will quickly distance himself from Su Shouyuan. Tian Liang, you guys. Su Wenchuan was about to speak when Lu Feng gently stopped him. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, everyone looked over. Xiao Fei, do you think it was the engine that collapsed first, or something else? Lu Feng spoke softly to a few people and pointed towards the center of the field. Master Su, this is called preparing for a rainy day. Tian Liang's voice came with a hint of laughter. At this moment, Tanaka Gii was not by his side. His voice finally became much more serious, without that strong colonel accent. Su Wenchuan ignored him. He was currently paying attention to the situation of the two cars in the field. When Lian Fei heard Lu Feng's words, he was looking at the two cars in the field thoughtfully. Then, as if he had discovered something, he spoke softly to Lu Feng with a smile. Brother Feng, I understand. Looking at Lian Fei's expression, everyone was a little curious. But Lian Fei stopped talking, and they didn't ask any more questions. After all, the fight was going on intensely at the moment. Brother Feng, I got a parasol over here. Come and look from below. Wang Wu got a several-meter-long bamboo umbrella from somewhere and started to open it. He ignored Tian Liang's provocation. After all, Tian Liang still doesn't know his name. Lu Feng said to Yin Shuqing softly, let's go, sit down and watch. On the track, Su Shouyuan had been following closely and attacking fiercely from behind for 10 minutes. I was sweating profusely at this moment. It's not just because the temperature inside the car is too high, but also because of the anxiety inside. However, looking at Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini on the straight road, whose acceleration was no longer as fierce, Su Shouyuan couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, what Lu Fengfeng said was right. You run in front, run as hard as you can, he can't catch up with you, and if he suppresses you, don't be too anxious, the car has a limit, you are on a multi-lap track, when the car performance declines, it's your good opportunity. Looking at Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini in front, it was violently entering and exiting the turns. The engine's horsepower is still as strong as ever, but the car body has begun to shake. That's the brakes and tires, under double pressure. All of them accelerated the loss. Now is my chance. Su Xiaoyuan muttered to himself. This is a 270-degree loop. In order to prevent the Soviet revisionists from overtaking him, Tanaka Gii pressed down half of the road and turned towards the innermost bend. In this way, he could use his programmed Lamborghini to suppress Su Xiaoyuan after exiting the corner. I took a look at Tanaka Kiichi's driving trajectory. Su Xiaoyuan smiled silently, turned the steering wheel to the outermost edge, and accelerated suddenly. Accelerating at the end of the curve, everyone was a little surprised. Trust him. Lu Feng spoke lightly, looking at everyone with a calm tone. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone felt relieved, but their eyes were still fixed on the field. Feeling the slight drift coming from the rear of your car. Su Xiaoyuan smiled. This was what he and Lu Feng had consulted about, the vehicle deviation under extreme conditions. This time when entering the turn, Su Xiaoyuan drove much faster. At the center of the bend, he was already on par with Tanaka Kiichi. Bagiya Road. Tanaka Kiichi cursed angrily, his Lamborghini had been flashed with a program and could no longer be used as he wished. But he still had a sense that it was becoming increasingly difficult to control his vehicle. The tire grip and brakes are not as good as before. At the center of the bend, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Hearing the roar of the engine next to him, Su Xiaoyuan frowned slightly. Instead of stepping on the accelerator, he stepped on the brake. The car's tailspin increased significantly in the center of the curve. It turned 180 degrees and stopped at the exit. Tanaka Kiichi was not so lucky. His vehicle was modified. Now, when you step on the accelerator to the fullest, not only will the engine explode, but it will also explode in the physical sense. The vehicle seemed to be out of control and suddenly rushed towards the shoulder of the road, not stopping until it reached the sand. When he got out of the car, his face was dark and he had turned into a black man. Chapter 106 Go All Out. Tanaka-kun, are you okay? Su Xiaoyuan walked over and spoke with a hint of concern. He really cared. After all, if something happened to Tanaka Kiichi, he would have a hard time explaining himself. But Tanaka Kiichi didn't think so. Listening to Su Xiaoyuan's voice, I felt extremely humiliated. I had only run a little over half the way, and I had cheated, but I still couldn't beat Su Xiaoyuan. I was a little frustrated, but I still smiled. It's okay, thank you for your concern. At the same time, the people in the stands also discovered the situation here. A number of urgent voices were heard. Tanaka-kun, I hope everything is alright. Let's go check it out. Let's go. Hurry up, hurry up. The people on Tanaka Kiichi's side were a little panicked. When they went down the stairs, they were crowded together and fell to the ground. By the time we reached the entrance of the racetrack, everyone was injured. Lu Feng and the others who followed behind found it a little funny. At the same time, the track managers were driving emergency vehicles towards the scene. Wait until Lu Feng and his group arrive. The fire in Tanaka Kiichi's Lamborghini had been put out and smoke was coming out of it. Su Xiaoyuan was standing alone next to his sports car. Looking at the place being surrounded on 3 levels, the concerned Tanaka Gii felt a little helpless. Especially Tian Liang, who was so concerned about me. He really looks like a lackey. Brother Xiaoyuan, luckily you are okay. Lu Feng and his group walked up, and Wang Wu spoke first. They had just seen the whole process, but they still found it incredible. Brother Feng, thank you. Su Xiaoyuan spoke with a smile on his face. Yesterday he asked Lu Feng if he had any tricks, and Lu Feng said that he would not be such a disciplined person in his daily life. Today is quite an experience. Brother Xiaoyuan, I didn't do any preparation. Lian Fei walked up. As the person in charge of the modification base, he had some understanding of this small procedure. If he didn't flash the program for Su Xiaoyuan's car in advance today, it would be a huge sin. Alright, it's okay. We won with dignity, and we will lose with honor. We won't use cheating methods like that. Su Xiaoyuan smiled softly. Besides, look, isn't this karma? His car is wrecked. Everyone followed the direction Su Xiuyuan pointed, where only a black car frame was left. Let's go up and take a look, things are not over yet. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at everyone. Only then did everyone realize that it was indeed true. The match between Su Xiuyuan and Tanaka Gyi is over. Lu Feng and Tian Liang still have a match to play. Thinking of Lu Feng's strength, everyone smiled maliciously. This is just pure massacre. Tanaka Kuan. After a few people walked up, Suan spoke softly, attracting everyone's attention. Wenchuan Kuan, thank you for your concern. Everyone was stunned. They were not here to care about the Japanese devil Tanaka Kiichi. Tanaka Gi sensed everyone's surprise and couldn't help feeling a little strange. As a guest, at least he was, didn't they come up to show concern for him? Tanaka-kun, I want us to have a competition. Su Xiuyuan spoke softly, completely blocking Tanaka Gi's idea of escaping. Tanaka Kiichi smiled somewhat absent-mindedly. I thought I could find an excuse not to admit the result of the game, but now it seems that is no longer possible. Xiuyuan-kun, you win. Tanaka Gi spoke with some disappointment. After he finished speaking, everyone around Tanaka Kiichi looked a little dejected. Along the way, Tanaka Kiichi was invincible. Now, it has failed so quickly. By the way, Tanaka-kun, there is one more thing. We have a scheduled fight, so why not have it now? Su Wenchuan and the others all smiled. After being able to slap Xiaori in the face, the next step should be to press on and slap him even harder. When Tanaka Gi heard this, he remembered that Tian Liang and Lu Feng had a competition. Okay, then please invite this person and our Tian Liang Jun to compete together. Tanaka Goi nodded and spoke softly to Lu Feng. Okay, see you at the starting point. After Su Wenchuan finished speaking, everyone laughed. Then he got into his car and headed towards 7 o'clock. Tanaka Gi and his group then watched Lu Feng pulling Yun Chuqing into the Bugatti, and they felt a little scared. This Bugatti is actually Landwind's car? It seems that, indeed, Tian Liang must have hit a wall. It's okay, come on, I can do it. Tian Liang spoke silently, looking at the Bugatti next to him, in which there was a girl sitting in the passenger seat. Is this Bugatti driver so confident? Xiuyuan-kun. What's the name of the driver of this Bugatti? Tanaka Gi walked over and asked Su Xiuyuan softly. Seeing that the girl in the Bugatti did not get off, I felt more and more uneasy. That wouldn't be it? Didn't you see it? Su Xiuyuan gently pointed to the timing display screen not far away, on which was Lu Feng's name. Still in the first place, unshakable. Even though Tanaka Kiichi ran into 145 today, 143 still seemed so out of reach. Looking in the direction Su Xiuyuan pointed. Those two conspicuous words. Tanaka Kiichi almost fainted. It turned out that the person he had been looking for was right here. At this moment, he still had to compete with Tian Liang. Is there any comparison? Tanaka-kun, let's talk after the competition. Looking at Tanaka Gi's anxious look, Su Xiuyuan spoke lightly. 3, 2, 1. Set off. After giving the order again, Su Wenchuan walked back and smiled at Su Xiuyuan. Lu Feng's car is a Bugatti, and Tian Liang's car is a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. The short straight road at the start has already widened the gap between the two car bodies. Brother Xiuyuan, I just heard some news. There was still a hint of excitement on Su Wenchuan's face, and he spoke excitedly. Information? Everyone looked over with some curiosity. They only run one lap. On the track, Lu Feng felt a little amused thinking about what he had just said. Let's decide the winner in one round, how about that? Rolling down the car window, Lu Feng spoke softly to Tian Liang. Ah, okay, one lap. Tian Liang hadn't responded yet, so he just answered blindly. In fact, he was shocked by the car next to him. In order to please Tanaka Kiichi, it seems that he has offended the group of rich young men who were driving the Bugatti and the Lamborghini next to him. He now doesn't know whether it's worth it. But now it's a competition, so just do your best. Recovering his mind, Tian Liang listened attentively to the countdown. The countdown ends, step on the accelerator to the bottom. Compared with the Bugatti next to it, it is still far behind. Chuqing, why are you coming up here? Lu Feng looked at Yun Chuqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and spoke softly. He didn't want Yun Chuqing to come up. I'm here to accompany you. You. Then sit tight, I'm going all out. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he stared intently at the track coming towards him. Today, he only had one lap to run, and he could finally give it his all. Chapter 107 Complex Situation. 1 minute, 39 seconds, 88. Breaking the 1 minute, 40-second mark. Wang Wu's somewhat shocked voice came from the timing machine. Everyone was a little panicked when they heard this. Just now, I saw Landwin's Bugatti in the field, and it had a gap with Tianliang right from the start. After one bend, the gap doubled. In the end, I was not even qualified to see the taillights. Even though I knew Lu Feng would be fast, I didn't expect him to be so fast. 1 minute and 39. This is from a sports car, so scary. At this moment, Lu Feng returned to the starting point and drove the car into Su Wenchuan and his team's maintenance yard. Looking at the pale Yun Chuqing, Lu Feng said with some concern, "Chuqing, are you okay?" "It's okay. Brother Feng, I'm fine." After hearing Lu Feng's words, Yun Chuqing came back to her senses. Just now, when Lu Feng was driving, the road was overwhelming him. During the whole driving process, he could hear the roar of the engine, the whistling wind, and the harsh sound of the tires. In addition, Yun Chuqing kept looking at Lu Feng closely. There was no more panic. "Okay, don't push yourself next time." Lu Feng spoke softly, he saw it. It's not true that Yun Chuqing likes racing that much. Just to stay by his side. "Okay, now that I'm recovered, let's get off the car." Lu Feng looked at the trace of blood climbing up Yun Chuqing's cheek. He reached out and rubbed Yun Chuqing's face, then held her cold hand. The redness on Yun Chuqing's face quickly spread. "Okay, Brother Feng, let's go." After a while, Yun Chuqing smiled and spoke softly. Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing got out of the car, and then a harsh brake sound was heard on the track. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Tian Liang's Mercedes-Benz. A score of over 1.50 is, to be honest, a pretty good result. But without comparison, there would be no harm. "Tanaka-kun, thank you for letting me." Outside the maintenance yard, Su Wenchuan spoke softly to Tanaka-gi. "Today, I finally got to save his face. Call him so arrogant. We are not as skilled as others." Tanaka-gi spoke bitterly. He had also been paying attention to the circle of sports cars of Lan Feng. That style, that speed, that sense of oppression, he could never catch up with. Just by watching, I lost confidence in the competition. Then we'll meet again someday. Su Wenchuan also spoke softly. Having won the competition, he decided not to talk anymore. Anyway, it is impossible for such a small matter to affect the investment of Dongning Corporation behind Tanaka-gi. "Mr. Wenchuan, please wait a moment. Could you introduce Mr. Lu Feng to us?" Seeing that Su Wenchuan wanted to leave, Tanaka-gi quickly spoke. He didn't know Lu Feng's identity, but when he saw Lu Feng driving a Bugatti today, he knew that Lu Feng's identity was not simple. "That's not necessary." Lu Feng walked out and spoke softly to Tanaka-gi. "What's so good about getting to know someone who lives a simple life? What's more, she's not a woman, not even a beautiful one." "Forget it." Nodded slightly at Su Wenchuan. Su Wenchuan also understood. "Then, Mr. Tanaka, we'll take our leave now." After saying that, Su Wenchuan walked towards the maintenance yard. "Let's go have some lunch. How about a roasted whole lamb for lunch today?" While everyone was chatting, it was time for dinner. Su Xiaoyuan suggested. "Okay, roast a whole lamb, preferably goat, that's the real deal." Ding Yehua opened his mouth above and swallowed a few times while pretending to do so. "Okay, let's go to the one we always go to, Brother Feng and sister-in-law, let's go, together." Su Wenchuan invited Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing to come. These days, everyone has been concentrating on this competition. Now, the dust has finally settled. Not only did we win a great victory, but everyone's driving skills have also made great progress under Lu Feng's explanation. What a wonderful thing this is. "Okay, let's go." Lu Feng also smiled. These guys were really interesting now. He doesn't look like a dandy boy. Instead, he is very approachable. "Okay, let's eat a full lunch and a good dinner, then go and give Ling Xiangyu's two brothers a good meal." After the meal, everyone did not drink any alcohol as they had to drive. They said goodbye to Lu Feng one after another. Before leaving, they told Lu Feng the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. We drove back to our respective homes. We were a little tired these days, so we went back to have a nap so that we would be energetic at night. Lu Feng felt something was wrong when he heard the names of the gathering places mentioned by everyone. But never mind, I didn't think much about it. He also carried Yun Chuqing back to Lin Zhangage. The journey was smooth all the way, and the road at noon was indeed not so congested. Just as I was about to turn into the community, a car suddenly cut in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng was startled, but fortunately he reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes to avoid a collision. Looking at the small Mercedes in front of him, Lu Feng was a little confused. What are you doing? Stopping here and not moving? And a collision was just avoided. Lu Feng honked the horn twice, but the Mercedes-Benz in front of him still didn't move. Brother Feng? Yun Chuqing also spoke with some confusion. Why was he so anxious just now? It was really heavy and urgent. But luckily, she was wearing her seatbelt. That's why I didn't get hurt. I'll go down and take a look. You just sit in the car. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at the Mercedes that had not moved for a long time. Yun Chuqing nodded. Only then did Lu Feng open the car door and walk down. He walked over to the Mercedes-Benz and tapped gently on its window. There is a privacy film on the inside of the car window, so Lu Feng can't see clearly what's going on inside. Parking fee? No need for change? A brand new $100 bill was pushed towards me through the lowered car window, and a helpless voice was heard. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. In a quick glance, he saw the situation inside the car, which was a bit complicated. The passenger seat was a young lady with big wavy hair, long legs, a vest, and shorts. The passenger seat was a beautiful woman with long black straight hair and a pair of sunglasses. She had an equally attractive figure, but it seemed like there was no movement. I say, look at the situation, do I look like I'm charging a fee? Lu Feng opened his mouth softly, took the $100 bill, and flicked it out with one finger. The $100 bill hit the driver's arm heavily. The sharp edge cut out traces of blood. The young lady almost exclaimed. Only then did he turn around and look at Lu Feng. Your car is blocking my way, please move aside. Lu Feng spoke softly, pointing to his Bugatti behind the Mercedes-Benz, and then pointing to the road in front of the Mercedes-Benz leading to the Linjiang Accord. The young lady in the driver's seat nodded thoughtfully. Oh, it's okay. I won't let you. What can you do? Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly, and exerted a little force with his palm to directly block the driver's seat from closing the window. I took another look at the co-pilot, and something seemed to be wrong with him. Noticing Lu Feng's expression and movements, the young lady in the driver's seat quickly tried to start the car and leave. I'm sorry, you can't leave. He gently pulled the driver's seat, pushed her against the door, and opened the door. At the same time, one hand took out a mobile phone and started calling the police. Chapter 108 Sent to the hospital. The young lady in the driving seat did not make a sound even though she was treated like this. What are you doing, young man? An old lady came over, asked Lu Feng softly, and walked over to take a look. Lu Feng's posture was a little weird at the moment. He held the hand of the girl in the driver's seat with one hand and pressed the car window, and with the other hand he put down the phone to call the police, but failed because he saw the girl in the main driver's seat wanted to step on the accelerator. I just pushed her legs apart with my hands and reached out to pull out the car keys. Lu Feng was a little helpless. He really didn't know what was going on with these two people. Could it be that he really had done something that backfired? It's so hot. The young lady in the passenger seat was already blushing and began to speak softly. Auntie, it's okay, I'm just taking a look. Lu Feng turned around and said something to the auntie. Fortunately, the girl in the passenger seat spoke very quietly. Only Lu Feng himself barely heard it, the aunt didn't hear it. No way. Lu Feng quickly signaled to Yun Chuqing who was in his car. Yun Chuqing walked down quickly. What's wrong, wind? Seeing Lu Feng's current condition, Yun Chuqing asked softly. At this moment, the young lady in the driver's seat has also been turning her head around, looking for something. Go check, co-pilot, is there any problem? Lu Feng spoke softly. After hearing this, the driver, who had been calm, became a little panicked. Let me go. While shouting in a low voice, he twisted his wrist quickly, trying to break free from Lu Feng's hand. Go ahead. Lu Feng gently exerted force to suppress the driver's wrist and spoke softly to Yun Chuqing. When Yun Chuqing heard this, she hurried towards the co-pilot seat. Don't move. Lu Feng looked at the driver who had a painful expression on his face and spoke softly at the same time. The other hand reached in and unlocked the car door. Now the lady in the driving seat is completely upset. If she continues like this, she will definitely be exposed. Following the door lock that Lu Feng opened, he opened the car door with his other hand and tried to get out. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt a little strange. Just wanted to speak. The lady behind the wheel immediately took out a bottle of unknown spray from under the seat. Damn it! When Lu Feng saw the scene, he immediately squatted down. Spray gushed out of the car windows. The old lady who was watching just now couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed all over the face by the spray. Ah! It hurts! The screams made Lu Feng a little frightened. Seeing that the spray didn't hit Lu Feng, the lady in the main driver's seat was a little annoyed, and quickly turned the spray around and sprayed it towards Lu Feng. Her hand was still held by Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly dodged and let go of the hand of the young lady in the driving seat. On the passenger side, Yun Shuqing had just opened the car door and was about to go in to check the situation. Then I saw the main driver's situation. Seeing that the person in the main driving seat had already started to change direction, he was about to spray an unknown spray at Yun Shuqing, who had just become alert. Lu Feng realized that something was wrong. He immediately took a few steps and walked to the main driver's window. Go to hell! The young lady in the driver's seat showed a vicious and crazy look, and shouted at Yun Shuqing and the young lady in the co-pilot seat with a vicious smile. A huge force came from the shoulder. Lu Feng held tightly onto the shoulder of the young lady in the driving seat with one hand. Exert force suddenly. He pulled her out of the car window and threw her directly into the flowers on the roadside. The branches were shaking and the leaves were flying, completely burying the figure of the young lady in the driver's seat. Yun Shuqing finally reacted at this time. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. He lowered his head again and glanced at the young lady in the passenger seat, who was sitting with her legs crossed and her hands running up and down her body. Brother Feng, here, it seems there is medicine. Yun Shuqing spoke softly, glanced at the co-pilot who seemed to be acting abnormal, and said hurriedly. This involuntary movement obviously means he was drugged. Only then did Lu Feng look inside from the main driver's window. At first glance, I noticed that not only my face turned red, but the skin all over my body began to become red and swollen, and it was not the normal color. How much medicine was given? Shuqing, hurry up, you call 120, I'll call 110, both of us. Lu Feng spoke quickly and said that in this situation, it seemed that they should call the police and emergency medical services at the same time. Oh, okay. Yun Shuqing spoke quickly and took out her cell phone from her bag in a panic. I dialed the number and the call was answered quickly, but the person I was talking to was a bit slow. First he asked about the location, then about the situation, then he asked about Yun Shuqing's name, then about the on-site situation, etc. He repeated this several times. Someone drugged us. The location is at the entrance of Linjian Yage community, leave immediately. Lu Feng took Yun Shuqing's call, yelled at the operator on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Procrastinating and wasting time. Lu Feng called the police himself, and the police on the phone responded quickly. They were ready to go as soon as they received Lu Feng's call. Brother Feng, this? Yun Shuqing exclaimed, and Lu Feng glanced over when he heard it. The girl in the passenger seat was no longer satisfied with doing it herself, and had already started tearing her clothes. It looks like spring is about to burst into flames. Yun Shuqing quickly reached out and held the young lady's hands tightly. At this moment, there were more and more people watching. Lu Feng felt a little distressed when he saw that Yun Shuqing could only barely control the situation. This subconscious woman was too strong, and Yun Shuqing had to use all her strength to suppress her. After seeing this scene, Lu Feng knew that he couldn't wait any longer or he would be unbearable. He looked up and found that the young lady in the driver's seat who he had just thrown out of the car had disappeared. He glanced at the two people beside him again. Lu Feng walked to the passenger side and opened the door. Shuqing, let me take her to the hospital. You go drive. He picked up the girl in the passenger seat with one hand and clamped her hand with the other hand. He spoke to Yun Shuqing quickly. Seeing this, Yun Shuqing nodded quickly. Run towards the Bugatti. Lu Feng also held the young lady in the passenger seat and walked towards the Bugatti. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Yeah. We've already called the police. What do you want? Although they had just heard the conversation between Lu Feng and Yun Shuqing, some people still gathered around and asked Lu Feng questions. A deafening engine sound was heard, and the sound of a Bugatti starting not far away attracted everyone. Let's take her to the hospital. Lu Feng spoke softly, watching Bugatti approaching, and everyone loosened their encirclement a little. He quickly put the woman in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Don't worry, I won't go if she goes. Taking out his cell phone and navigating to the nearest hospital, Lu Feng spoke softly to Yun Chuqing. Just now, he had used the seatbelt to barely control the woman's hands, so that she could only twist in the seat. Then he said to Yun Chuqing, "Go quickly. I'll stay and take care of it." Chapter 109 Critical Illness Notice. Looking at Lu Feng's actions, the crowd surrounding him relaxed a little. Didn't block the Bugatti, let it drive smoothly. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, after the competition this morning, he let Yun Chuqing drive the Bugatti on the track. Yun Chuqing also has a driver's license, which allows her to deal with the situation on the scene. Watching the Bugatti go away, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Chuqing's driving skills were still good, much better than Li Xuetong, who had just obtained her driver's license. Lu Feng turned his head and looked into the flowers, but the woman he had thrown out just now had long disappeared. "Little brother, leave early." There came a voice from the person next to him. "Yeah, I saw that too. By the way, little brother, what happened here? Is this car just parked here, blocking this passage?" Everyone started talking about it, but they were all a little cautious because they had just seen it. It was a Bugatti, it just drove away. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Looking at the environment at the scene, everyone was a little surprised. "Who is the one who called the police?" he asked everyone at the scene. "It's me." Lu Feng walked up and spoke softly. The police who arrived looked at Lu Feng and frowned slightly. The environment at the scene didn't seem like anything big had happened. A middle-aged male policeman who was in the lead gestured to several policemen behind him, then walked up with one person and asked Lu Feng softly. "You are the one who called the police. What on earth happened here?" After listening to Lu Feng's explanation and taking a closer look at the Mercedes-Benz parked here, the leading policeman frowned a little. Listening to Lu Feng's description, it seems that they are brave and willing to help others. "Captain, this is the situation." A policeman came over and whispered something into the middle-aged male policeman's ear. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Feng silently. "Little brother, how about waiting for a moment?" The middle-aged male policeman spoke softly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and looked at the middle-aged man. Although the whisper was not loud, Lu Feng still heard it. "There was a bitch behind the wheel who took out a spray and sprayed me with it. It was so painful. Thanks to that guy. After that woman came down, she ran away not long after. By the way, the co-pilot has been sent to the hospital. It was the old lady who was sprayed by the spray just now. She was still rubbing her eyes, her face red from the irritation. There was still a burning pain on her face." At this moment, a middle-aged policeman came over. He started talking again with an excited and dissatisfied look on his face. Lu Feng turned his head and looked at the policeman who was taking notes beside him and smiled slightly. At present, the facts seem to be very clear. "I hope I can get out of this quickly." The middle-aged policeman asked around and took another look at the surrounding environment. At this moment, the police who had arrived at the scene and immediately checked the surveillance cameras around also came back and reported the situation to him. "Captain, this is the situation. Thank you for your bravery, little brother." The middle-aged policeman walked back and spoke softly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that he could be so easy to talk to. He nodded slightly and agreed. "Why don't you come with us and go to the hospital?" The middle-aged man invited softly. Although according to the description of the scene, we know that Lu Feng was most likely acting bravely, but in order to ensure that there is not the slightest error, going to the hospital to see the person involved is the most important thing. Lu Feng was slightly stunned, but still nodded. Since he had a ride, that was good. "Has it snowed on the broken bridge?" I looked at the lake. The cold moon in the water looks like snow. Lu Feng's cell phone suddenly rang, surprising everyone. "Hello?" Lu Feng looked at the name on the phone. It was Yun Chuqing, and the expressions of several policemen opposite him instantly became serious. "Little brother." The middle-aged man spoke, and Lu Feng had already answered the call. After taking a look at his companions who were eager to try, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand to stop them. The other party is not a suspect, so there is no need to resort to any means. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Fortunately, he had self-awareness. "Brother Feng, I have sent the girl to the hospital. The doctor said the situation is a bit serious." "Okay, I got it. I'll be right there." Lu Feng nodded slightly and looked at the people opposite him who were perking up their ears, wanting to listen to what he was saying. I didn't expect him to communicate so quickly. Seeing the look in Lu Feng's eyes, they all showed a somewhat unnatural expression. Let's go, little brother. It was the middle-aged man who softly invited Lu Feng. The middle-aged policeman gave a few instructions to the people next to him. A group of people were left behind to deal with the current scene. Then he and Lu Feng got into the police car and drove towards the hospital. Fortunately, Lu Feng was sitting in the back row by the window and not in the middle, otherwise he would feel like a suspect. Arrived at the hospital entrance, outside the emergency room, Yun Chuqing instantly caught a glimpse of Lu Feng's approaching figure. Brother Feng. The sound gradually became smaller because she saw 3 policemen beside Lu Feng. Fine. Lu Feng walked up, touched Yun Chuqing's head, and spoke to her softly. They are here to investigate the situation. Well, miss, shall we chat? Looking at the situation at the scene, the middle-aged male policeman asked Yun Chuqing softly. Through a quick question and answer session, the middle-aged man quickly figured out what had happened. It is quite similar to what Lu Feng said, the testimonies of other people, and what was seen on the surveillance camera. The middle-aged man nodded silently. Where are the family members of the patient Shui Qinghan who was just brought in? Just after asking, a young nurse rushed out from the emergency room and shouted quickly into the hall. Seeing that no one answered, the young nurse spoke again. Where are Shui Qinghan's family members? He looked around the hall in a hurry. He took a glance and then quickly ran towards Yun Chuqing. As she approached, the nurse saw that there was not only Yun Chuqing but also other people, 3 men and 1 woman, all in police uniforms. This surprised her even more. Hello? The young nurse greeted Yun Chuqing softly, with a bit of confusion on her face. This situation was obviously beyond her expectations. The person who was just sent here is Shui Qinghan, right? The middle-aged policeman asked with some uncertainty. At this time, a female doctor also hurried over and handed a notice directly to Yun Chuqing. Critical illness notice, please sign it. Without paying attention to the others, the female doctor spoke anxiously. Chapter 110 Mansion Number 5. Looking at the critical illness notice in front of them, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the person who had just been sent here, Shui Qinghan, was in such a serious condition? A critical illness notice is about to be issued. Hello, doctor. It was the middle-aged policeman who took the first step and spoke to the female doctor. These two are acting bravely. We don't have any family members here. May I ask if Miss Shui Qinghan inside is in critical condition? The dosage is too much. Even the anesthetic can't suppress it. The moment the middle-aged policeman spoke, the female doctor finally reacted and spoke to the middle-aged male policeman. As for Shui Qinghan, we just found her ID card. Hand over the ID card. The female doctor spoke a little anxiously. This critical illness notice? Inside, Shui Qinghan's condition had become extremely critical. But there are no relatives inside, what should I do? The middle-aged policeman took Shui Qinghan's ID card. Shui Qinghan, from another place, not from here. I felt a little relieved. Forget it, I'll report to the hospital myself and then start the rescue. The female doctor sighed, looked at the people in front of her, and took back the critical illness notice. He pulled the young nurse and ran quickly to the emergency room. After seeing this scene, the middle-aged policeman knew that it was impossible to see the person involved now, and his life was even in danger. I feel slightly sorry for Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing. Mr. Lu, Ms. Yun, thank you for your help. We may need to retrieve the video from your vehicle's dashcam. The leading policeman said something to Lu Feng, then handed the ID card to the female police officer beside him and whispered a few words to her. Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Just as he had said during the conversation in the police car, the police also knew that he had a dashcam. Look at the middle-aged male policeman walking over with another male policeman. Chuqing, let's go to our car. He spoke softly to Yun Chuqing, and Yun Chuqing finally reacted. Leading the way in front, walking towards the parking space. Soon, after confirming the integrity of the video and watching the content in the video. Indeed, the Bugatti was parked right behind the Mercedes, and the entire process was clearly recorded. Mr. Lu, Ms. Yun, thank you very much. The middle-aged policeman spoke softly to Lu Feng. To be honest, he had never expected that Lu Feng's car would be a Bugatti. Okay, bye then. Lu Feng spoke softly and said goodbye to the two policemen. Chu Qing, what shall we do next? Just going home, you may encounter this situation halfway. After taking a look at Yun Chu Qing, who was still a little worried, Lu Feng spoke softly. Then let's go. Yun Chu Qing spoke softly. She was a little worried, but the current situation was obviously not something she could ignore. She had no relationship with the people in the emergency room, so she could only hope that good luck would come to her. Lu Feng nodded. Don't worry, we tried our best. Glancing at Yun Chu Qing, who was a little worried in the passenger seat, Lu Feng touched her head and spoke softly before starting the Bugatti and driving towards the Linjiang Accord. This time, there was no traffic jam on the road. When I arrived at the entrance of Linjiang Accord, the car that was originally parked there was nowhere to be seen, and I returned home smoothly. I didn't expect Li Shuawei to be at home. Brother Feng, Sister Chu Qing, you are back. Li Shuawei was watching TV in the living room. She heard the door open, turned around, and saw Lu Feng and Yun Chu Qing at a glance. He spoke to the two of them with some confusion. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, and they had already gone home. Shuawei, you are here too. Yun Chu Qing smiled and was completely relieved about the matter. It was indeed just as Lu Feng said. They are willing to help and do their best. The rest has nothing to do with them. Brother Feng, when I came back just now, I saw policemen and a lot of people watching at the door. Li Shuawei spoke softly, a little confused. Lu Feng and Yun Chu Qing smiled at each other. Unexpectedly, Li Shuawei just missed it, but not completely missed it. Li Shuawei must have just come back, so she saw it. Looking at the expressions of Lu Feng and Yun Chu Qing, Li Shuawei was a little curious. She came over and hugged Lu Feng's arm, saying coquettishly, Brother Feng, you must know the situation. Tell me about it. Let your sister Chu Qing talk. I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Feng spoke softly, a little amused. When Lu Feng came out, Li Shuawei and Yun Chu Qing were already chatting animatedly on the sofa. Brother Feng, come and sit down. Li Shuawei waved at Lu Feng quickly. She saw Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng walked over and sat between the two of them. It was obvious that the seat was deliberately made available for him. After more than an hour, Li Shuawei's curiosity was finally satisfied in every aspect, no matter how big or small. Lu Feng and Yun Chu Qing looked at each other, and they both felt a little dry in the mouth. I went to the refrigerator to get a drink. Lu Feng's cell phone on the coffee table rang. Take it. Lu Feng spoke, and Li Shuawei then reached out to answer the call. Brother Feng, Ling Xiangyu's party is at the Blue Country Bar tonight. On the other end of the phone, Su Wenchuan's voice sounded a little strange. Lu Feng walked over, slightly confused. Could there be any unspeakable secrets behind this gathering? Brother Feng, it's better if you come alone. Su Wenchuan said one more sentence and hung up the phone. He glanced at Su Xiuyuan, Shen Mingjie, Ding Yehua, Wang Wu, and Lian Fei around him. Su Wenchuan spoke a little angrily. Ling Xiangyu, that guy, only knows how to do these unpresentable things to disgust people. Everyone felt helpless when they heard this. How do I describe this bar? It's really a bit bad. Are you really going, or are you not going? Su Xiuyuan spoke softly. Anyway, whether they went to the party or not, even if it embarrassed Ling Xiangyu would not dare to do anything to them. Su Wenchuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Ling Xiangyu again. After thinking about it, I answered the call. Sorry, Brother Feng, I was wrong just now. This party is not at the Blue Country Bar, but at Mansion number 5. After a while, Lu Feng received another call from Su Wenchuan. The meeting place has been changed again this time. Is this a spur-of-the-moment decision? How can it change like this? Okay, I'll go. Lu Feng shook his head and hung up the phone. He glanced at the two people surrounding him and spoke softly. Why, you guys are going too? No, we won't go. Yun Chu Qing spoke softly and looked at Li Shuawei. They also heard the first call just now, Blue Kingdom Bar. Now the location has been changed again, Mansion number 5. This is a very formal gathering place. Lu Feng introduced it to me before. It is obvious that the people attending the party tonight are not that simple. You must be busy with something important. The two looked at each other silently and nodded. In the end, the two did not go. Lu Feng started the Bugatti by himself and drove towards the number 5 mansion in the Magic City. Chapter 111, Write It Off. Mansion number 5. It turns out that Magic City has been an official place for a long time. Later, it changed its business model and became a semi-official and semi-private gathering place. Although it is not completely official, it is impossible to have a dinner here if you don't have a certain status. If Ling Xiangyu was told that he was qualified to invite them to dinner here, Lu Feng would not believe it no matter what he said. When I drove to the gate of the mansion, Su Wenchuan was already waiting there. "Brother Feng, this way." After giving a slight gesture to the security guard at the door, Su Wenchuan spoke softly and greeted Lu Feng. Lu Feng drove the car over and stopped at the door. "Brother Feng, give them the keys." They helped to park the car. Su Wenchuan spoke to Lu Feng. "Okay." When Lu Feng heard this, he got out of the car and handed the key to one of the security guards. Lu Feng could see that this man had been trained and had a strong military aura. "Is it Ling Xiangyu who is treating me to dinner?" Following Su Wenchuan into the banquet hall, Lu Feng spoke softly. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Su Wenchuan also smiled. He knew that Lu Feng must know that this was not a dinner party that Ling Xiangyu could afford. "It's my dad, and Lin Hao's dad, together." Su Wenchuan spoke softly, his tone still a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the last time I looked up the name, I asked my father and he said Lu Feng's name." After coming back from the investigation, Dad Su Hagua asked everything about Lu Feng in detail. After hearing the whole story, his father Su Hagua was obviously relieved. Su Wenchuan began to have deep speculations about Lu Feng's background. But that was a taboo, not something they could pay too much attention to, and he was aware of that. Listening to Su Wenchuan's words, Lu Feng didn't expect that it would be Su Wenchuan and Lin Hao's parents who would come together. He smiled and followed Su Wenchuan towards the banquet hall. In the Wahabuyuan Hall, at this moment, Su Wenchuan's father Su Hagua and Lin Hao's father Lin Kai were sitting at opposite ends of a large round table. At this moment, those young masters who were usually a bit arrogant and domineering, all sat upright, behaved properly, and did not dare to utter a word. "Old Su, I didn't expect you to come to this kind of young people's gathering." "Lao Lin, isn't it the same for you? They're having a good party, but you're disturbing their fun by coming over here?" "My junior here did something wrong, I'm here to apologize." "What a coincidence. I'm a friend here. I like to hang out with young people. I'm here to make friends." Su Hagua and Lin Kai looked at each other silently, raised the glasses in front of them and toasted each other. He took a sip and put it down at the same time. Everyone was on pins and needles. These two people were so confrontational. One is the executive director, and the other is the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, yet they appear here at the same time. "Dad, Lu Feng is here." Su Wenchuan pushed open the door and walked in, speaking softly to Su Hagua. The sound of the door opening is particularly eye-catching. Everyone looked over and saw the young man next to Su Wenchuan. Today, Su Hagua and Lin Kai's target is him. "Hello, Lu Feng, right? Please take a seat." Su Hagua stood up first, smiled at Lu Feng, and spoke with a warm face. He pointed to the reserved seat, which was next to him, and there were still 2 empty seats. "I'm Su Wenchuan's father. You are honored. You can call me Uncle Su. Lu Feng, Xiao Feng, I'll just call you that. I'm Lin Hao's father. My name is Lin Kai. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Lin Kai also stood up and spoke. At this moment, everyone at the dining table stood up when they saw the scene. But they didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to interrupt Su Hagua and Lin Kai. "Okay, Uncle Su, Uncle Lin, everyone please sit down." "I'll sit here." Lu Feng spoke softly and shook hands with Su Hagua and Lin Kai. This large room full of people looked both grand and awkward. Lu Feng walked to Su Shouyuan's side, and sat down in the seat separated from Su Hagua. Seeing this, Su Wenchuan looked at his father helplessly. Seeing him nod, he sat down next to Lu Feng and his father. Come on, everyone, sit down and eat together." Su Hagua spoke softly. "Yeah, no need to be so reserved. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks. We can eat and talk at the same time." Lin Kai also responded, breaking the dull atmosphere at the table. Only then did everyone start to pick up their chopsticks. "Come, try this, the taste of Buddha jumps over the wall is unique. This carved chicken is also good, let's try it together." It was such an awkward meal. With Su Hagua and Lin Kai around, everyone felt quite uncomfortable. Except for Lu Feng, he was leisurely eating meat and drinking water. "Oh, no need for wine, because he still had to drive at night. After they had almost finished eating, Ling Xiangyu, Ling Shankong, and their father, Ling Ziyi, stood up together. "Mr. Lu, this glass of wine is for you. I want to ask for your forgiveness for being such a useless son." He drank the approximately 1 or 2 ounces of liquor in the porcelain cup in his hand in one gulp. His face turned a little red. Hearing this, Lu Feng just looked at it quietly. On the side, Su Haoguo and Lin Kai did not speak, and the others at the table just watched and did not dare to say anything. Ling Ziyi looked at Lu Feng's expression, then looked at his youngest son Ling Xiangyu beside him. "Fill the glass with wine again. This is the second glass of wine. I apologize to you on his behalf." He drank it in one gulp, and a cough was heard, and the meridians on Ling Ziyi's face were revealed. That was a state of being drunk and unable to handle the alcohol. Lu Feng still didn't speak, but his eyes were slightly thoughtful. Looking at Lu Feng's eyes, Ling Ziyi was about to pick up the bottle and pour wine into the glass. "You don't have to, what about him?" Lu Feng spoke softly, stretched out his finger and gestured to Ling Xiangyu. Hearing this, Ling Ziyi stopped what he was doing and focused his attention on his youngest son. Everyone looked over. "Ling Xiangyu, how much alcohol can you drink?" Lu Feng raised the orange juice in his hand and spoke softly to Ling Xiangyu. "Half a pound of white wine." Ling Xiangyu spoke, his tone trembling. Lu Feng turned his head and looked at Su Wenchuan inquiringly. Su Wenchuan was also a little surprised. Ling Xiangyu was exaggerating. It was considered good enough for him to be able to drink 3 taels of liquor. Normally, he'll go crazy after a few bottles of beer. Su Wenchuan nodded silently. He raised 3 fingers and said softly, in a tone that only Lu Feng could hear, 3 taels. 6 cups, drink them yourself. Drink them and the matter will be written off. Lu Feng spoke softly to Ling Xiangyu. Ling Xiangyu felt relieved when he heard this. Fortunately, Lu Feng didn't say anything big. 6 taels of liquor was still within his affordability. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, 4 cups, 5 cups, 6 cups. After drinking 6 cups in a row, Ling Xiangyu felt like a lobster just out of the pot. His whole body was soft, and there seemed to be a wisp of heat floating on his head. He barely supported himself on the edge of the table with one hand, his body swaying. "That's enough." Looking at Ling Xiangyu, who picked up the bottle of wine again, Lu Feng spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiangyu could no longer hold on and fell directly under the table, disappearing without a trace. "Xiao Feng, can we chat while we chat?" Su Haoguo walked up and spoke softly to Lu Feng. Chapter 112 Battery Replacement Factory. After taking a look at Su Haoguo, Lu Feng discovered that Lin Kai's figure had also disappeared from the table and arrived at the door of the side hall. Lu Feng understood that this was the real business. "Okay, let's go, Uncle Su. Chairman Ling, please take good care of your kid. As for now, our business is over." Lu Feng stood up and spoke softly to Ling Ziyi. He glanced at Ling Ziyi, who didn't dare to reach out to pull his younger son, and shook his head. "Everyone, we'll take our leave now." Ling Ziyi and Ling Shankong helped Ling Xiangyu up and warned everyone. "Uncle Ling, you guys should go back first. We will go see him soon." Lin Hao also said something to Ling Xiangyu. "When I walked to the door of the side hall, I saw 2 people standing at the door who looked like personal bodyguards. Gently reached out and helped open the door. The tight suit could not hide the muscular muscles. The sleeves of the suit were stretched tight on his arms. When he walked, the bulge on his waist made Lu Feng slightly puzzled, as if he was carrying a weapon. "This is my bodyguard in Lao Lin's," Su Haoguo said with a smile. He also noticed Lu Feng's gaze. Lu Feng actually guessed it, but he didn't know what type of weapons the 2 men had on their waists. He was a little interested in that. His weapons box hasn't been used for a long time. There was no body search scene. Lu Feng and Su Haoguo walked in through the open door. The bodyguard at the door closed the door. Now, the sound from outside is completely blocked out. Lu Feng didn't expect that the sound insulation here would be so good. "Sit down, Xiaofeng." Lin Kai was sitting at a small table nearby and spoke softly to Lu Feng. Upon hearing that, Lu Feng, like Su Haoguo, walked over and sat down. He wanted to see what these 2 old guys were up to. Lu Feng remained silent, and the 3 of them fell into silence. It was Lu Feng's cell phone ringing that broke the rare silence. After taking a look at the name on the phone, Lu Feng was slightly puzzled. Why was Huang Song calling him at this time? After taking a look at the two of them, Lu Feng answered the call on the phone. Boss Lu. Mr. Huang. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? This name is the common term used by Lu Feng and Huang Song when they talk to each other. Mr. Lu, the battery technology has been verified and passed to Shanghai. Shanghai should contact you soon. However, the initial number is set at 600. There are also people in Shanghai who are working hard to thoroughly understand other technologies. They also have ideas about batteries. Boss Lu, go and have the talk yourself when the time comes. After hearing this, Lu Feng finally understood why Su Haoguo and Lin Kai showed up at the dinner today. Okay, Mr. Huang, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng turned around and looked at Su Haoguo and Lin Kai. Xiao Feng. Su Haoguo spoke first. Today, we two old men have been nagging, but we are not here for the two of us. We are here on behalf of the Magic City government and want to talk. Battery technology, huh? Lu Feng spoke, shocking both of them. That's not right. This is top secret information. How did Lu Feng know about it? I'm his inventor. Lu Feng shook his head, spoke softly, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. Looking at the two people in front of him with shocked expressions, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The confidentiality work was done too well, which was sometimes a bit bad. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the two finally reacted. No wonder the news from the imperial capital asked them to talk to Lu Feng directly. Xiao Feng, let's be frank. We will trade your factory for your battery technology. I will exchange 50% of the shares of Changda Battery Factory for the battery technology in your hands. At the same time, we will hold another 50 shares in the name of the Magic City government. Similarly, nominally, this is a technology developed by the Magic City government itself. We will follow the government's internal procedures for the shares, and may not announce them to the public. Su Haoguo said a little apologetically. This kind of deal, once proposed, it is possible to accept or not. After all, according to this contract, if the government does not recognize the share certificate, Lu Feng may lose all his money. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled indifferently. Isn't this processing method the model of Luoshan Special Production and Manufacturing Factory? That time it was the Shanqing City government, but this is the first time to cooperate with the Magic City government. Okay, I agree. Lu Feng spoke softly and agreed readily. To be honest, this method has its disadvantages, and they are not small, but Lu Feng believes in the Xia government. Moreover, I am not without countermeasures. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Haoguo and Lin Kai were also a little surprised. This. Lu Feng agreed so readily. Okay, Xiaofeng, thank you then. Lin Kai then spoke with a serious face. Then, he took out a document from a bag beside him. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. We haven't even filled in the numbers yet. Lin Kai smiled and handed the document over. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. This was the agreement on exchanging battery technology for shares in Changda Battery Factory. There's not even any mention of share allocation. It was obvious that they were planning to let Su Haoguo and Lin Kai do some verbal combat and test Lu Feng's attitude before finally deciding how to sign the contract. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng agreed to the 50-50 condition so straightforwardly. No, Uncle Su, Uncle Lin, what is the identity of the chairman? Looking at the page he turned, Lu Feng was a little confused. Has he transformed himself again and become the chairman of Changda Battery Factory? You deserve it. Su Haoguo smiled. They had this plan in mind. Lu Feng shook his head. He already had several jobs, so taking on another one wouldn't be a big deal. He flipped through the pages again and took a look at the battery density, and found that just as Huang Song had told him, Changda Battery Company only produced batteries with a density of only 600. He glanced at the two people who obviously had no objection. Okay, Lu Feng understood, it should be a request from the military. However, the battery density of 600 mAh is already 1/3 of the most advanced battery density on the market. This is already a powerful weapon. Lu Feng signed his name, Lin Kai took it, checked the contract carefully over and over again, and filled it out in every detail. He handed it to Su Haoguo again, and Su Haoguo quickly checked it carefully. Then he handed it to Lu Feng to have a look. Lu Feng quickly flipped it over. No problem. Nodded at the two of them. Please wait a moment. Su Haoguo opened the desktop, a red phone popped up, and he dialed it. It's done, 50-50. We'll send the contract back and keep it confidential. Su Hagwa finished speaking word by word and hung up the phone. Then he looked at Lin Kai and breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission tonight was successfully completed. Xiao Feng. Us. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. It was not his usual cell phone, but a cell phone in his trouser pocket that Lu Feng rarely used. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and took a look at the number displayed on the red phone. This is a special phone. Su Hagwa and Lin Kai looked at each other and realized that this red mobile phone was of the same origin as the one they had just used, or even the internal wired phone in their own office. But they had only heard of this mobile phone and didn't expect to see it now. Hey, speak. Lu Feng answered the phone. Chapter 113 Nantian Club. Hello, this is Chief Engineer Lu, right? An old voice sounded on the phone. Lu Feng heard the voice and realized that it was not someone he was familiar with. No wonder he didn't recognize the number on the phone just now. I am. Lu Feng spoke softly, and at this moment, Su Hagwa and Lin Kai were a little surprised. Lu Feng, it is only natural for him to carry this kind of phone with him, thinking that they cannot find out Lu Feng's identity. As for the warning that follows, that is even more natural. There are some people that you shouldn't ask about, so don't ask about them. I am the head of the 0216 Institute. I would like to invite you to visit our institute. Are you free? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately understood that this was the number of the headquarters of the Magic City Military Research Institute. No wonder they could call him directly to find him. Okay, I'm always available. Then tomorrow morning, at 10 o'clock, at the entrance of Gate 8 of the Magic City Railway Station, our people will contact you then, okay? Can. Lu Feng nodded slightly. He didn't expect that the person opposite him would actually send someone to pick him up at the train station. Is he so unique? After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. Su Hagwa and Lin Kai looked at each other, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Let's go, Xiaofeng. Su Hagwa spoke softly to Lu Feng, and at this moment, his expression became even more amiable. Okay. Lu Feng nodded, and then walked towards the main banquet hall outside with the two of them. At this moment, without Lu Feng, Su Hagwa and Lin Kai in the main hall, the atmosphere in the hall was obviously much more lively. But the topic still revolves around Lu Feng. After all, the scene where Ling Ziyi and his two sons suffered losses just now was still fresh in front of them. Looking at Lu Feng, Su Hagwa and Lin Kai walking out. We'll leave first, Xiaofeng, we won't bother you anymore. Su Hagwa spoke first. By the way, Xiaofeng, when you have time, come visit your Uncle Lin's house. Lin Kai added a sentence. Your Uncle Su welcomes you very much. Su Hagwa was not willing to be outdone and spoke quickly. Seeing this, the two looked at each other and said nothing more. Then they walked outside accompanied by their bodyguards. Youngsters, just let them stay here and get along with each other. Now it seems that having a good relationship with Lu Feng has only benefits and no disadvantages. Brother Feng, you guys? Su Wenchuan remembered something and stopped immediately. Brother Feng, are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you guys to go to Nantian Villa and have some fun. Lin Hao walked up and spoke softly. He understood everything from Lin Kai's behavior before he left and the gesture he made when he passed by him and handed the note to him. Even though he is older than Lu Feng, Lin Hao still calls Lu Feng Brother Feng. Nantian Villa? Su Wenchuan's somewhat surprised voice came. Lin Hao was really spending a lot of money. That place? What is this place? Lu Feng asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Su Wenchuan silently raised his hands and made a gesture. Lu Feng understood that this was a real thing, and a big one at that. There is such a place in the Magic City. Retired from the army. Not those guys out there. Lin Hao spoke up and said that Lin Kai had just passed by him and handed him a note with this place written on it. This actually aroused Lu Feng's interest. Lu Feng had already counted the weapons in his weapon box, which included a Desert Eagle pistol, 3 rifles, a rapid-fire rifle, a classic AK, and a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Each gun was equipped with dozens to hundreds of rounds of ammunition. As for the last gun, it's a bit peculiar. Can I bring my own gun? Lu Feng spoke softly, shocking everyone. This, being able to own your own gun, is not an easy thing in Xia country. Lin Hao also understood. No wonder his father Lin Kai gave him such instructions just now. Sure. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Okay, let's make an appointment. I may not be free recently. Lu Feng spoke softly. I have to go to the research institute tomorrow, and I don't know how many days it will take to resolve the issue there. Then Brother Feng, you can contact me anytime then. Lin Hao said this with a smile, feeling a little happy in his heart. At least the task my father assigned to me was a success. Moreover, compared with Lu Feng, who even his own father wanted to be on good terms with, his current second-generation identity was nothing. I felt a little mocking in my heart. Okay then, I'll leave first. After adding prestige to each other, Lu Feng spoke softly to everyone. Then let's go too. Su Haoxuan also spoke after hearing this. Now that Lu Feng was gone, there was no point in them staying any longer. After walking out of number 5 mansion, Lu Feng unexpectedly found that his own Bugatti had been parked at the door by the security guard at the door and the key had been taken from him. Lu Feng got in the car, waved to everyone, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Lin Hao, tell me, how did you know to invite Brother Feng to Nantian Villa? Su Wenchuan walked up and asked Lin Hao in a serious tone. I don't know either, it just suddenly occurred to me. Lin Hao shrugged and spoke nonchalantly, but his face was full of pride. You bastard. Su Wenchuan was a little helpless. This would bring him closer to Lu Feng. This was not okay. However, thinking about my family education, my father would not allow me to go to Nantian Villa for fun. But I couldn't help but feel a little eager. Modern firearms are also one of the pursuits of men. Why, you want to go too? Lin Hao spoke with a smile on his face. He could see that Su Wenchuan obviously wanted to go as well. Who cares? Su Wenhao raised his finger in his heart, silently expressing his contempt. I'll go home and ask my own dad for it. Su Wenchuan got into Su Shouyuan's car and spoke softly. Everyone went back to their homes and looked for their own parents. Dad, my invitation was successful. In the living room of an ordinary family compound, Lin Hao spoke softly to Lin Kai. Okay, I trust you to do the job. When Lin Kai heard what Lin Hao said, he smiled slightly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Dad, why would you? Lin Hao handed over the note in his hand. Xiao Hao, if you follow our path, you only need to be dignified in the official sense, but you won't be hostile to each other unless it is absolutely necessary. You can't go down the wrong path. As for the rest, how you behave in society is still very important. Don't think that your Uncle Su and I are always at loggerheads, but we are both doing our duty and trying our best to find the best solution. For ourselves and for everyone. As for Lu Feng, don't ask too much, and you can't ask too much. If you can make friends with him, but if you can't, you must not offend him. Your Uncle Su's child, you used to fight with each other, but that was also to hone yourself. At this moment, I think he is the same as you. From now on, try your best to be friends. At the same time, Su Wenchuan, who returned home, was scolded by his father Su Haohua. However, looking at the membership card of Nantian Club in his hand, Su Haoxuan smiled proudly in his heart. Now, he can also go to Nantian Club. Lu Feng returned home and looked at the dark and empty room, feeling a little confused. All three of them were not at home. Where did they go and what were they doing? Chapter 114, Too Optimistic. Lu Feng rushed to the hospital in the afternoon. He had just talked to Li Xuetong on the phone. They actually all went to that hospital. It was the hospital doctor and the police who called Yun Chuqing to go. Sisters Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei were also worried, so the three of them rushed over together. Hello, I'm here to look for someone. When we arrived at the door of the ward, there were already policemen guarding there. What happened in the afternoon could not be simply regarded as an ordinary case. The police were still quite vigilant and arranged for policemen to guard the door. Captain, the afternoon Lu Feng is here. The policeman at the door shouted inside. Soon, the middle-aged policeman who had been seen in the afternoon came out. Hello, Mr. Lu Feng is here. Let's go in and talk, this matter might be a little tricky. The middle-aged policeman spoke softly to Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a little curious about what was going on. Could it be that something happened to that girl in the afternoon? But it doesn't look like that now. When she called just now, Li Xuetong's voice didn't sound very anxious. Followed the middle-aged policeman inside. Before everyone could react, a figure rushed in front of Lu Feng. Just as he was about to fall into Lu Feng's arms, Lu Feng stretched out his hands, grabbed the other person's shoulders, and quickly stopped the other person's figure. This? Lu Feng looked at the current situation with a little confusion. The woman in front of him turned out to be Shui Qinghan, the woman who was sent to the hospital by Yun Chuqing in the afternoon. Looking at the environment in the field, Lu Feng looked at the middle-aged policeman and the female doctor on the scene in confusion. "Sir, this is Miss Shui that you saved this afternoon, right?" The female doctor came up and looked at the scene with a bit of depression. Ever since Shui Qinghan woke up not long ago, she has been clueless when answered and has remained confused and resistant towards everyone. Finally, after repeated questioning, Shui Qinghan remembered the two people who sent her to the hospital in the afternoon. One was Yun Chuqing and the other was Lu Feng. Besides these two, no one else remembers them. Looking at the woman who was obviously a queen but behaved like a child and stomped her feet, Lu Feng felt a little helpless. What is going on? Miss Shui? Shui Qinghan, this lady's name. I know. This gentleman. Just call me Lu Feng. Lu Feng spoke to the female doctor because he just wanted to ask what had caused this situation. He waved to the three girls, and they all came over a little embarrassedly. The three of them came here on their own, without telling Lu Feng in advance, and now they have called Lu Feng over. Mr. Lu, you want to know the reason? It may be that the dosage is too much, plus too much anesthetic, the drug effect is uncontrollable, causing mental overexcitement, memory is a bit disordered, and I only remember what happened in the afternoon. None of us can even get close to it now. The female doctor said this softly and tried to reach out and grab Shui Qinghan, but Shui Qinghan clearly looked extremely frightened. The body began to tremble. As she twisted her body, she wanted to get into Lu Feng's arms. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly loosened his strength a little. Shui Qinghan in front of him was obviously determined not to give up until he achieved his goal. But he still didn't let her get into his arms. He just pulled her to his side with one hand. Shui Qinghan hugged Lu Feng's arm tightly like a doll, without any slackness. Lu Feng also noticed that as the three girls came up, Shui Qinghan leaned against Yun Chuqing's side and showed obvious resistance to the two sisters Li Shuetong and Li Shuawei. But her hands still held him tightly, refusing to let go at all. Lu Feng is also a little distressed now. This. Uncle Police, this? Lu Feng spoke softly to the middle-aged policeman. My last name is Wang, just call me Officer Wang. The middle-aged male policeman also responded. Looking at the situation on the field, I felt a bit of a headache. It seemed like I had done something wrong by calling Lu Feng over here. Officer Wang opened his mouth softly and said a few words to a female police officer beside him. The female police officer walked over to Li Shuetong and the other two and talked to them for a few words. Feng, we'll be waiting for you outside. Brother Feng, have a good chat with Sister Chuqing. My sister and I will be waiting for you. Okay, don't worry, it's okay. The two sisters came up and spoke softly. Lu Feng also replied, touched Li Shuawei's head, and signaled to Li Shuetong not to worry. Looking at Lu Feng whose arms were hugged, he glanced at the other three stunning women in the field. After saying that, the two sisters walked outside under the guidance of the policewoman. Shall we sit and talk? Officer Wang pointed to the sofa beside him and spoke. Lu Feng took a step forward, and Shui Qinghan, who was hugging his arms beside him, also took a step forward, sticking closely to him without any gap. Lu Feng glanced at the female doctor and Officer Wang. As the female doctor took a step forward, Shui Qinghan shrank like an ostrich. The female doctor stopped immediately. Let Miss Yun give it a try. Hatsuno. Lu Feng spoke to Yun Chuqing. Yun Chuqing had stayed just now. Given the current situation, let's see if there is any solution. Hello, good boy. Yun Chuqing walked up and spoke softly to comfort her. Shui Qinghan, who was holding Lu Feng's arm, had just relaxed a little when she saw Yun Chuqing reaching out her hand. She increased her strength and hugged Lu Feng tightly, and her head, which had just been raised, was buried in Lu Feng's shoulder again. Lu Feng had no choice but to take Shui Qinghan with him and sit down on the sofa. Yun Chuqing had no choice but to walk over and sit next to Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, Ms. Yun, we still want to know more about what happened this afternoon. Officer Wang spoke softly to inquire. Please be as detailed as possible. Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing understood, and told them again in detail what happened in the afternoon. After repeating it again and again, he finally felt that he had finished recalling everything in detail. Although with his current memory, Lu Feng didn't think he would forget anything. Officer Wang, can I ask about the case? Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Shui Qinghan, who was hugging his shoulders tightly. It had been so long and she had been so strong. Wasn't she tired? Sorry, us? Officer Wang apologized slightly, and Lu Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. He asked the female doctor, who shook her head slightly. It can't be used anymore, sedative. The female doctor spoke softly. The medicinal power in Xue Qinghan's body is too complex and too much. Her current excitement is just superficial and cannot cover up her deep fatigue. I was very alert just now, and my spirit has almost reached its limit. What about me? You may need to stay a little longer. It should be fine once she falls asleep. Looking at Xue Qinghan, whose eyes had already begun to half close, the female doctor spoke softly. However, Lu Feng felt that the female doctor might be too optimistic. You know, his arms are the most sensitive, and Xue Qinghan's strength has not decreased at all. Xu Cheng, you go back with Shui Tong and Shui Wei first. I think I'll be back later. Don't worry. I think they're still waiting, so I'll just tell them not to wait any longer. Lu Feng spoke to Yun Chuqing. It was almost late at night. Chapter 115, Assisting in the Investigation. Yun Chuqing took a look at the scene and nodded slightly. Follow the female police officer out. At a glance, he spotted the two sisters Li Xuetong and Li Xuewei standing in the corridor. Chuqing, why did you come out? Where's Feng? Li Xuetong came up quickly, grabbed Yun Chuqing's hand, and spoke with some confusion. Brother Feng, we may have to wait until Miss Xue Qinghan falls asleep before we can leave. She asked us to go back first. Yun Chuqing opened her mouth softly and repeated Lu Feng's instructions. I don't know what happened to the sister to become like this. Li Xuewei also spoke with some concern. When they first arrived tonight, Xue Qinghan clearly kept it away from strangers. Only Yun Chuqing was allowed to get a little closer, but still couldn't even touch. However, looking at Xue Qinghan hugging Lu Feng's arm, Li Xuewei still felt a little jealous. Xuetong, you guys go back first, be obedient and be good. I will come back later. It also comes with an expression of eating man. Li Xuetong originally wanted to stay for a while and wait for Lu Feng. Looking at the message sent on WeChat on his mobile phone, he also smiled. Well, there is no point for them to stay here, so they should go home, take a shower and get ready. Don't worry too much, there are doctors and police. Li Xuetong spoke softly and said something comforting. He handed the phone to Li Xuewei and Yun Chuqing to take a look. Let's go home first. After saying that, the three of them walked towards the parking lot. In the ward, Lu Feng looked at the female doctor who was ready to take over at any time and smiled slightly. I hope this female doctor's guess is correct. Why did he wake up so soon after the critical illness notice was issued? Lu Feng asked softly. In the afternoon, the female doctor took out the critical illness notice and wanted them to sign it. When the female doctor heard this, she smiled embarrassedly. Through blood tests in the afternoon, they found that the drug concentration in Xue Qinghan's body was too high, beyond what ordinary people could bear, so they prepared a critical illness notice in advance. Who knew that Xue Qinghan woke up at night with this sequelae? Apart from amnesia, he was still unclear about everything else. Maybe this Miss Xue is different from ordinary people, or maybe the drug has reacted and produced some unknown effect. After taking a look at the half-awake Xue Qinghan, Lu Feng also took out his cell phone, ready to kill time. Now, he just hopes that Xue Qinghan can fall asleep quickly, and he can be relieved soon. Lu Feng was watching a silent pantomime, and watched the live broadcast room of a little peach that he had watched before, and sent a few gifts casually. Once again, I was rewarded with some videos and pictures. Looking at Xue Qinghan beside him, he found that she had silently leaned on his shoulder without him noticing. Lu Feng quickly signaled to Officer Wang, who woke up the female doctor who had already begun to doze off. Not to mention, this female doctor was very dedicated and never left. Asleep? The female doctor tiptoed and asked in a soft voice. I think so. Lu Feng nodded and glanced at the peaceful Xue Qinghan. Even at this moment, Xue Qinghan's whole body was a blood-red crimson. You can tell at first glance that it's not a normal skin color. The female doctor then wanted to reach out and grab Xue Qinghan's hand. As soon as it touched her skin, Xue Qinghan's head suddenly lifted up. His eyes were full of blood and his face was filled with anger. He kicked the female doctor. The female doctor was completely stunned, and Officer Wang was also stunned. They didn't expect Xue Qinghan to react so strongly. Shouldn't she be asleep? It's been so long, it's impossible for her to still be so persistent. Officer Wang was too late to stop it. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly stretched out a hand and tightly grabbed the leg that Xue Qinghan had kicked out. To be honest, Lu Feng didn't have much strength in his legs and caught it easily. Noticed Lu Feng's actions. Shui Qinghan looked at Lu Feng with confused eyes. Be good and don't kick anyone. Shui Qinghan responded softly. This was the first time Lu Feng heard Shui Qinghan speak after all he had been here. Her voice was gentle and soft. At this time, the female doctor reacted and took 2 steps back. Officer Wang also stepped forward and looked at the current situation. Is Shui Qinghan not asleep, or can he maintain his current state while sleeping? If it is the latter, then it will be difficult. Go to sleep, it's okay, don't worry. Sleep, don't leave me. Shui Qinghan's faint voice came, sounding a little confused and tired. Okay, let's go to sleep. Lu Feng pointed at his shoulder, and Shui Qinghan leaned over. She hugged Lu Feng's arms tightly again and fell asleep gently. This. Lu Feng also gestured to Officer Wang and the female doctor a little helplessly. The two didn't know what to do. Shui Qinghan had clearly fallen asleep just now. Before I knew it, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Looking at Shui Qinghan, who was finally held by him and placed on the hospital bed, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention, Shui Qinghan had been holding his arm for such a long time that even he felt his arm was a little sore. He took a look and saw Shui Qinghan, who was still clutching his arm with his fingers turning white. Lu Feng didn't dare to bend the finger hard. As for the female doctor and several male and female police officers, they did not move forward. They had tried just now, and no matter who it was, as long as they got close to Shui Qinghan would wake up immediately and then resist. It seems like Lu Feng is the only one who can get close to Shui Qinghan now. Be good and sleep well. I will definitely come to see you tomorrow. Lu Feng spoke softly, and Shui Qinghan seemed to have noticed something. The pale fingers then loosened a little. Lu Feng withdrew his arm and covered the quilt. Finally, Shui Qinghan really fell asleep and could not hold on any longer. She woke up several times just now, and only Lu Feng could comfort her. After taking another look at Shui Qinghan sleeping on the hospital bed, Lu Feng shook his head and walked out. Mr. Lu, I may need your assistance in handling cases in the future. I can also tell you about the information we have here. Just as Lu Feng was about to say goodbye to Officer Wang suddenly spoke. Under the current circumstances, it seems that no one can get close to Shui Qinghan, and Lu Feng is their only hope. Assisting in the investigation? Lu Feng thought about it carefully and finally nodded. Here, we investigated Shui Qinghan's family background and found that she was the only one left in her family. Her mother died very early, and her father disappeared long ago. We also checked the Mercedes-Benz. It was smuggled and had a fake license plate. We have no clues. We went to see Shui Qinghan's home in the Demon City. It's a private apartment. Her usual job is to do some work online. She must be a stay-at-home girl. We also checked the surveillance footage of the Mercedes-Benz, including the footage of the woman in the driver's seat escaping. We found nothing. I visited along the way but didn't find any more useful information. We can't compare fingerprints collected in the car now. After Officer Wang finished speaking, he looked into the ward somewhat helplessly. Shui Qinghan and the others couldn't get in touch with him now, and there was no corresponding fingerprint in the database. The woman in the driver's seat just disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 116. Straightforward and confused. When I got home, the dim ambient light was still on in the living room. I went to Yun Chuqing and Li Shuawei's room and saw that they were both asleep. I pushed open Li Shuetong's door and found that Li Shuetong had not gone to bed yet. She was fiddling with the computer on the bed. Li Shuetong heard the door open and looked up at the door with a little surprise. When she found that it was Lu Feng, a smile appeared in the corner of her eyes. The wind is back. Just wanted to get up. No need, I can just go wash up by myself. Why are you still awake so late? Lu Feng walked over and kissed Li Shuetong on the cheek. I just have some unfinished business at the company, so I'm waiting for you. Anyway, tomorrow is Saturday, so I don't have to go to work. Li Shuetong spoke softly and reached out to hug Lu Feng. Go wash up, I'll wait for you. I'm going to go somewhere tomorrow, so you three can see if you want to go out and have some fun on your own. Lu Feng thought about tomorrow's events and spoke in advance. Okay. They made love till death together. Looking at Li Shuetong sleeping peacefully in his arms, Lu Feng also smiled. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 45 type high-strength alloy production and manufacturing technology. The alloy sample has been stored in the system space for the host. Lu Feng was just about to say that he was just signing in and then went to sleep. Unexpectedly, this is an alloy that can only be produced by future technology. As the system transmitted information, Lu Feng gradually understood the scope of application of this alloy. However, thinking about this alloy technology that is far beyond the current era, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. It might not be appropriate to expose this alloy now. Li Xuetong opened her eyes. It was Lu Feng's actions that woke her up. It's Saturday, you can sleep a little longer. Lu Feng spoke softly and pulled his body away. Yeah, okay. Li Xuetong nodded. Now, no one gets up to make breakfast in the morning. Some time ago, Lu Feng's Comfortable Life Service Company had sent people to the house to take charge of the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of this family. Lu Feng drove the Bugatti to Gate 8 of Shanghai Railway Station. It's just a little after 9 o'clock. When Lu Feng just sat down, his cell phone rang. He was using an ordinary cell phone, not that special phone. Hello? Window number 3, the passage next to it, just come in. A voice came from the phone. Lu Feng heard it and took a look. Window number 3 was not in use. He stood up and walked inside. No one stopped it, and no one paid attention. Lu Feng walked in, and the originally closed wall suddenly had a door with a slight crack, which opened slightly. Inside the door, come in. Lu Feng pushed the door open and walked in again. 3 people are already waiting inside. Mr. Lu Feng, right? A man who seemed to be the leader spoke softly to Lu Feng to inquire. Lu Feng nodded. He realized that these 3 people were the elites among the elites. There was a bulge around his waist, and it was obvious that he was carrying a weapon. Yes. Lu Feng nodded and shook the phone in his hand. Then let's go. I followed the 3 people through many twists and turns, arrived at a parking lot, and got into a large van. Except for the front, all 4 sides of the van are covered with advertisements, tapes, etc., making it look like a working man's car. The back is also partitioned from the front and illuminated by small lights so that the last 2 rows are not left in darkness. After getting on the back seat, the car started. Not long after, Lu Feng felt that the van began to stop and go. We must have arrived at the place. Lu Feng shook his head slowly. This is so mysterious. Mr. Lu, please, I'm sorry. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, a person next to the car spoke to Lu Feng and said, looking at the environment you are in now, I wonder where you are? There were walls all around, and in front of the silver gate stood 4 guards, holding cold weapons in their hands, loaded. Looking back, there is a large passage. This should be the direction we just came from. The layout is obviously the same as the special factory in Luoshan, but the security is obviously at a higher level. I don't know how many guardians are hidden around here. Lu Feng nodded slightly and signaled to the guard opposite. The guards are coming up for security check. All the belongings on him, except the red phone, were confiscated. Mr. Lu, we will keep it for you and return it to you when you come out. The guard saluted, and especially after seeing the red phone, his tone became noticeably more friendly. Lu Feng nodded, then walked into the open door. This time, he is alone. After entering the door, there is another bright passage. It is not long, only 10 meters, but the cameras and transmitting ports on the wall clearly show that this place is not as simple as it seems. I came to the gate at the end of the passage and took a look at the silver gate in front of me. Lu Feng stretched out his palm, thumb, face, and pupils to verify it again. The door was finally opened. Lu Feng walked in and saw the real environment inside. It's not very neat, but rather a bit messy. The passage behind the door is extremely wide and there is no clutter at all. There are small paths in all directions, leading to every direction. Next to it, you can see independent and isolated laboratories. Chief Engineer Lu, right. An old man with gray hair walked out of a nearby laboratory, followed by many people. Now that they had seen Master Lu Feng, everyone was obviously very surprised. Lu Feng's youth was a little beyond their expectations. Let me introduce myself. I'm the head of the Magic City Military Research Institute. My name is Dylan. Although the elderly have gray hair, they are still very energetic. Hello, Mr. D, are you looking for me this time? Lu Feng also looked at the group of people in front of him. Except for Dylan, half of them were about the same age as Dylan. As for the others, the youngest was estimated to be in his 40s. As young as him, at least Lu Feng hasn't seen one yet. Let's go inside and talk. Pointing to the room they had just come out of, Dylan spoke softly. Lu Feng also nodded. Then he followed Dylan into the room. Mr. D, these people? After he came in, 3 others followed him in. Lu Feng asked softly. Please introduce yourselves. Dylan smiled and looked a lot more relaxed. Hello, Chief Engineer Lu, I'm the drone designer, Ron Hongda. I work in radio, my name is Du Xinghua. I just do some small things to optimize the system. My name is Wu Zhixia. The 3 old men also smiled. Looking at the 3 people who were obviously being polite, Lu Feng also smiled. Mr. D, it's a problem with the drone. Can you tell me where you are right now? Lu Feng spoke directly, and instantly everyone was a little confused. The young guy coming from the opposite side didn't even bother to give some face to the old people. He immediately came up and slapped the old guy in the face. This is a bit bad. Chapter 117 Major Rank. Several people picked up the teacups on the table to hide their embarrassment. Okay, you old guys, what are you doing? If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. Don't waste Xiaolu's time. Dylan spoke softly. The other 3 then looked at each other embarrassedly. It was Ren Hongda again who walked to the table nearby and took out a bound manual that was almost thicker than an ordinary book. Detailed instructions on the technical principles of high-precision multifunction detection infrared UAV. Xiaolu, let's just call you that. Ron Hongda spoke softly and handed the thing over. Lu Feng took the instruction manual, which had been flipped several times, with a bit of curiosity. Why has this thing become so thick now? I opened it and took a quick look, and sure enough, it was in Lu Feng's original instruction manual. There are already various colorful annotations at the back. From adaptive screening algorithms, to detailed explanations of algorithm principles, to algorithm applications, to whether the algorithm has flaws, improved guesses, and more. From a 100x zoom lens to the lens production method, production process, and the impact of adjusting the production process, whether other higher magnification zooms can be produced, and the prediction of the final product volume change. From the silicon lithium condensed battery, 800 density, whether reducing the ratio can produce other batteries with the same energy density. Can the production cost be reduced, can the electrode be replaced, what are the impacts, etc. Oh. For batteries with energy below 800, as long as the battery density is reduced, the energy density will also be reduced. Lu Feng quickly flipped through the entire book, reading 10 lines at a glance. I have to say that although there is complete information on the principles of systematic transmission, it is also interesting to read the research on ideas and solutions explored bit by these scientists. Lu Feng actually gained more. Xiaolu, have you finished reading it? Ron Hongda looked at Lu Feng with a little surprise as he closed the book. Could it be that Lu Feng finished reading it so quickly? Well, that's about it. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. I'll answer them if I can. Lu Feng spoke softly. He didn't dare to say for sure that he could answer it. Because in the book just now, there are many whimsical and weird ideas. Let me go first. What I want to ask is how to adjust the automatic screening algorithm. You mean adjusting the detection intensity? Lu Feng spoke softly, glanced at the 3 people who had obviously surrounded him, and realized that this should be what they were most concerned about. He gave all the code analysis of the screening algorithm at once, so Ron Hongda and his colleagues only dared to run it. They didn't know where the error came from when they changed one of them. After working hard for several days, I still got nothing. Currently, this algorithm can only detect the human body, but their goal is not just that. It would be too slow to try it this way. Either we apply for a supercomputer, or we just ask Lu Feng to come here directly. Now, the 2 lines are parallel. Yes. Xiaolu, come here, take a look. Ron Hongda looked at a computer and spoke softly. Lu Feng walked over and saw at a glance that it was the running program of the target screening algorithm. Okay, I'll tell you guys. Look. This. Lu Feng glanced at the computer running on the desk, walked over and spoke softly. Dylan and the other 4 old men were standing right beside them. The relationship between the old and the young is reversed. If you modify this number, the intensity here will change, and it will cause an error here. The output target does not match. At the same time, you need to modify the corresponding program in the middle to make the target increase or decrease. Oh, and also, my current program settings only have the infrared intensity corresponding to the human body. I haven't set any other data. If you want to measure other things, you have to input the infrared level of the corresponding target here and here. Lu Feng spoke softly to a few people and demonstrated the algorithm modification process. His hands were typing on the keyboard at a very fast speed. That's not right, Xiao Lu. You can adjust the infrared level to detect the human body. Why is there no information about other infrared levels? Dylan spoke softly. The amount of data is too big to measure. Lu Feng spoke softly. Anyway, that's what the system said. Everyone reacted and realized that, as Lu Feng was still an undergraduate, how could he have access to so many high-tech instruments? How can we conduct one-to-one infrared analysis of large-scale objects? That's enough. At a glance, this computer automatically records data at all times. Lu Feng, he has almost finished what he said. As for the rest, the technology of that drone is not too complicated. I believe they have already figured it out. Anything else? Lu Feng asked softly. Don't worry, there are people who want to see you. Dylan spoke softly and dialed the red phone on the desk. Soon, there was a knock on the door. An old man in his 60s who produced military uniforms walked in, followed by two middle-aged men. You are Lu Feng. I've heard about you from Mr. Li a long time ago. I didn't expect to meet you now. The old man walked up, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a little confused. This, Mr. Li? Among the people he knew, the only one who could rank high and who could know this man with two general stars on his shoulders was someone with the surname Li. It should be that one. My name is Zhao Jiangwo. I'm from the Magic City Military District. The old man spoke softly and didn't say much. But Lu Feng also understood that there were still two generals in the Magic City Military Region, and they could only be the one in the Magic City Military Region. Hello, Commander Zhao. Lu Feng called out softly. Xiao Lu, you are awesome. Zhao Jiangwo smiled happily, and then spoke in an apologetic tone. We are the military district that has taken advantage of you, and there is nothing to compensate you for. Just give you this as a little compensation. Zhao Jiangwo reached out and took a red book from the gift plate held by the middle-aged man next to him, and stretched out his hands. Looking at the remaining items on the gift plate, Lu Feng also hurriedly stood at attention. Xia Country Citizen Lu Feng, I, Zhao Jiangwo. As the commander of the Magic City Military Region, I now grant you the rank of Major. Please accept the medal. Zhao Jiangwo handed the red book over with both hands. His expression was very serious. At the same time, everyone else in the laboratory also saluted. Only then did Lu Feng take the red book with a serious look on his face. Seeing Lu Feng taking the red book, Zhao Jiangwo smiled with a relaxed expression. At least its mission is accomplished. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. Land Wind. Advisor of the Wolf Fang Special Forces. Military No. There is also a big stamp below. That's not right. This is not a position in the Magic City Military Region. Looking at the seal of the Xia Kingdom as General Military Headquarters on the steel stamp, Lu Feng raised his head with a slight puzzlement. You read that right, this is it, you belong directly to the state. Zhao Jiangwo smiled. If his own Magic City Military District could accept Lu Feng, he believed that at the next meeting, Mr. Li from the southwest would definitely give him a big beating. Here, there's another one. Zhao Jiangwo took out another green notebook and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. This is another position, a specially appointed consultant for the Magic City Research Institute. This is probably how he covers up the outside world. I took both books. Now, let's talk about the last thing. Zhao Jiangwo showed a painful expression on his face. Chapter 118 Shui Qinghan escapes. When Lu Feng walked out of gate number 3 of the Magic City railway station, he found that it was already evening and the lights outside were already on. Lu Feng turned on his cell phone, and the notification tones of messages and calls came quickly. After taking a look, the messages were okay. Most of them were sent by Li Xuetong, Li Xuewei, and Yun Chuqing. However, there were many more phone calls from people I didn't know. After dialing the top number and seeing the familiar Yaoling's number, Lu Feng guessed that it must be something about the hospital that has not been resolved yet. Hello, hello. At this moment, Captain Wang, who answered the phone, heard Lu Feng's voice coming from the phone and heaved a sigh of relief. I called since the afternoon but couldn't get through. He almost suspected that Lu Feng was missing and almost mobilized the police to look for him, but fortunately, he was able to get through to Yun Chuqing on the phone. She said Lu Feng went out for something. Lu Feng, right? I'm Officer Wang. I may have to trouble you to come to the hospital. Officer Wang spoke softly, looking at the environment inside the ward. This afternoon, Shui Qinghan woke up. She did not see Lu Feng and just lay there quietly, motionless. However, if someone gets close to it, it will become very aggressive. When Lu Feng heard what Officer Wang said, he frowned slightly. Could something have happened to Shui Qinghan again? But this shouldn't have much to do with him now. Officer Wang, I won't come. Lu Feng spoke softly and told Officer Wang that he would not go to the hospital, but if he could go to assist in the investigation, that would be fine. But it doesn't look like that now. There was no reply from Officer Wang yet. At this moment, Officer Wang has already discovered that Shui Qinghan has gotten up from the bed and walked to the door, but she is still some distance away from him. She leans against the door, pricks up her ears, and listens carefully. Why don't you come here? It's really hard to handle here. Officer Wang heard Lu Feng calling his name on the phone, and then he answered. Lu Feng thought for a moment and wondered how he should deal with this situation. Officer Wang, how about this? I'll come to the hospital tomorrow morning to check. Is that okay? I'm at the Shanghai train station right now, and it's a bit late today. Lu Feng spoke softly. He was afraid that if he went there again tonight, it would be late at night again. That would not be good. After finding his Bugatti in the parking lot, Lu Feng started the car and drove outside. That's fine too. Officer Wang finally agreed. See you tomorrow morning then. Wait until Officer Wang hangs up the phone. There was already noise of quarreling at the door. Miss Shui, you can't go out. Shui Qinghan, wearing a hospital gown and barefoot, was already standing at the door. She opened the door and looked at the two female police officers guarding outside. He looked like he wanted to rush out. Officer Wang walked over and looked at Shui Qinghan, feeling a little helpless. The female doctor came over quickly. Looking at Shui Qinghan's expression, he quickly reached out to stop her. Qinghan, be good. Go back and have a good sleep. No one will hurt you. Miss Shui, please don't do this. The female doctor and Officer Wang spoke together. Hearing this, Shui Qinghan immediately raised his head, which had been lowered, and gave Officer Wang a vicious look. Barefoot, unable to bear it any longer, he ran out of the door. Hurry, keep up, protect her and don't hurt her. Captain Wang yelled, and the other policemen at the door, including himself, followed Shui Qinghan and chased after him. Shui Qinghan seemed to have no idea the way and was running around in the hospital. Finally ran to a corner. Stuck there. No, Officer Wang. The female doctor hurried over. Seeing the policeman gradually approaching, Shui Qinghan was so panicked that her body was shaking and her skin turned abnormally red. My breathing is rapid and I am about to run out of breath. Qinghan, we are not the ones who will hurt you, we are here to help you. The female doctor whispered comfortingly again. Shui Qinghan had no reaction and squatted in the corner. Get out of the way. Officer Wang looked at the current situation and had no choice but to wave to the policeman standing by. Team leader. Get out of the way. After giving the order again, several policemen made way to the side. Shui Qinghan immediately stood up and ran towards the gap. Let's follow. Don't get too close. Officer Wang looked at the anxious female doctor beside him and then spoke softly. Shui Qinghan finally found the stairs. She had just reached the elevator door, but she obviously didn't know how to use it. Walking down the stairs, out of the hospital, and out of the gate, Shui Qinghan identified a direction, dodged and avoided the pedestrians next to him, and ran straight in that direction. Pedestrians on the street were a little surprised to see a beautiful woman in a hospital gown walking barefoot on the street. Miss, what are you doing? Before he got close, Shui Qinghan heard the voices and quickly ran forward. Captain, what is this? Follow Shui Qinghan and have fun. A team member whispered, looking in this direction, it seems a little familiar. This is to go to yesterday's crime scene. Officer Wang spoke softly. He could see that Shui Qinghan only wanted to go to the same place as yesterday. I just don't know whether I want to go to the crime scene or look for Lu Feng. He frowned slightly and followed. Lu Feng was driving a Bugatti. It started raining again in Shanghai today. The traffic conditions along the way were not optimistic. We stopped and walked along the way, and it took a long time to get back to the nearby Accord. When he arrived at the door not far away, Lu Feng discovered that even though the drizzle was drifting, it seemed like there were people watching at the door of Lin Jiangage. Is there something wrong again? Lu Feng spoke softly, his tone a little doubtful. Something happened yesterday, it's not likely to happen again today. The vehicle drove past and honked its horn. At this moment, the crowd holding umbrellas made a noise but no one responded. Uncle Police, what are you doing here? Why is that girl in there dressed like that? What is she doing squatting there? Lu Feng was slightly puzzled. He got out of the car and squeezed into the crowd to see what was happening. Officer Wang. After squeezing in a short distance, Lu Feng discovered that it was Officer Wang and a few familiar policemen. No, there was also Shui Qinghan, squatting under a tree in the greenbelt beside the road. At this moment, the drizzle continued. Shui Qinghan was soaked all over, with messy hair draped over her shoulders. She leaned against a tree, looking blankly ahead with lifeless eyes. Officer Wang looked up a little puzzled as he heard a familiar voice. Shui Qinghan's reaction was much more intense. She heard Lu Feng's voice again. He stood up immediately, his body swaying, but still ran towards Lu Feng quickly and crashed heavily into Lu Feng's arms. Chapter 119. Don't worry about his identity. Officer Wang, this is. As soon as Shui Qinghan fell into his arms, he immediately seemed to faint, and his body was so soft that he seemed to fall to the ground. Lu Feng quickly reached out and hugged Shui Qinghan's waist. He expressed his doubts to Officer Wang. It's drizzling now. Why would a patient like Shui Qinghan come here? She's here to see you. Officer Wang spoke softly, shocking Lu Feng. This Shui Qinghan ran out, actually to find him. After taking a look at Shui Qinghan, who had a dazed look in his arms, Lu Feng stretched out a hand and touched her forehead. I have a fever. Lu Feng spoke softly, and the temperature from his palm was frighteningly hot. Upon hearing this, the female doctor was about to come forward. She just ran over here too. As the female doctor approached, Shui Qinghan, who was originally a little confused, suddenly focused his eyes and looked at the female doctor. Be good, let her see. Lu Feng just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that after Shui Qinghan heard what Lu Feng said, she nodded obediently, and her eyes became softer. Everyone was a little surprised. The female doctor placed her hand on Shui Qinghan's head, and Shui Qinghan's body trembled a few times. But still no resistance. But his expression was full of resistance. He stared at Lu Feng intently. Everyone was shocked. Just now they couldn't even get 1 meter close to Shui Qinghan, but now with Lu Feng, Shui Qinghan can allow others to touch her. It's a fever, ordinary. When the female doctor's words came, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So what do we do now? Lu Feng spoke softly, glanced at Shui Qinghan who was in his arms and was beginning to feel drowsy again, and spoke softly. At this moment, he also noticed that Shui Qinghan's clothes were soaked. There were already dense scratches on the arm, which looked like they were caused by branches from the green belt nearby. Lu Feng didn't look at Shui Qinghan's feet and legs, but from the limping posture just now, Lu Feng knew that she must be seriously injured. Officer Wang, take a look at this. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. It was obviously unrealistic to send Shui Qinghan to the hospital now. And it seems that Shui Qinghan has to be with him. Lu Feng took out a certificate he had just received today. Hand over the red certificate. Officer Wang took the certificate with some curiosity, and was a little shocked when he saw the words issued by the General Military Headquarters on it. This kind of certificate is really rare, and he has only seen it a few times. I opened it gently and almost screamed out loud. Seeing Officer Wang's somewhat surprised expression, Lu Feng realized that he seemed to have taken the wrong red certificate. Sorry, it's this. He took out another red certificate from the system space from his pocket and handed it over. Lu Feng then took the certificate from Officer Wang. Sure enough, it turned out to be a gun license. This was sent to him by Mr. Li before. Another look, the consultant of the Wolfang Special Forces. Officer Wang nodded silently, still a little shocked by the rank of major. Lu Feng is so young, but has such a high military rank and such a special position. He'd heard of it before. He handed the certificate back to Lu Feng. My house is right inside. Let's go up and take a look first. Lu Feng pointed to the Linjiang Accord and spoke softly. Okay. Officer Wang also responded. Seeing that their captain agreed to Lu Feng's request so easily, the police officers under Officer Wang were a little confused. But I also know that it must be related to the certificate just now. Okay, everyone disperse. Everything is fine here. A policeman had already realized it and spoke softly to the people around him. The crowd that was watching the discussion gradually dispersed amidst the discussion. Here, help me stop the car. Lu Feng spoke softly and handed the car keys in his hand to a young policeman beside him. The young policeman holding the keys to the Bugatti was a little confused. Go ahead. Officer Wang said this with a smile, and then followed Lu Feng, who had already hugged Shui Qinghan, and walked towards the Linjiang community. Mr. Lu, you're back. The community security guard looked at Shui Qinghan held by Lu Feng with a little confusion. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop them, he glanced at Officer Wang and the female doctor who were following behind them in police uniforms. Well, open the door. We're all together, it's okay. Lu Feng said something to the community security guard, then he carried Shui Qinghan inside. Tonight, there was actually no one living in Linjiang, as Li Shuatong and the others had gone back to Yujing Bay City. If it weren't for the phone call tonight saying that he had to go to the hospital tomorrow morning, Lu Feng might not have come to Linjiang. I can only say that all this is just a coincidence. As he entered the room, the lights turned on automatically. Lu Feng walked over and put Shui Qinghan on the sofa. No need to change your shoes, just come in. Lu Feng spoke softly, and the policeman and female doctor following behind Lu Feng stepped in. When Shui Qinghan wanted to get up and get the first aid box, she still held Lu Feng's hand with both hands. Lu Feng said helplessly, "Can you help me get the small medicine box? It's in the drawer over there." Lu Feng pointed to a drawer in the TV cabinet. Upon hearing that, the female doctor hurried over, opened the drawer, and immediately saw a small household medicine box inside. Well, this one. After mixing the cold medicine with water, the female doctor came over with the medicine. Let me feed it. Lu Feng spoke softly, looking at Shui Qinghan, who had opened her eyes slightly with obvious resistance in her eyes, and spoke softly. When Shui Qinghan heard this, her eyes softened instantly, and she even wanted to stand up. Lu Feng gently helped her up and handed her the medicine. Okay, drink slowly. I have just felt it, this is something that needs to be taken with warm water. Officer Wang, doctor, can you tell me more about what happened tonight? Lu Feng spoke softly and took a look at the policeman who was sitting over with a dining chair, and he couldn't help but find it a little funny. They are too reserved. I listened to the whole story of Shui Qinghan from the time she woke up in the afternoon until the evening when she ran here. Lu Feng also felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. This, Shui Qinghan, why does it feel like she's entangled with him? Lu Feng rolled up Shui Qinghan's trouser legs, and saw dense bloodstains all over his body from his feet to his calves. Lu Feng took the disinfectant handed over by the female doctor and wiped her gently. Shui Qinghan stared, looking at Lu Feng's behavior with a bit of confusion, frowning in slight pain from time to time, but still holding Lu Feng tightly with both hands. Mr. Lu, we'll be leaving now. Miss Shui will be in your care. Seeing that it was late at night, Officer Wang spoke softly, saying that they had almost finished their conversation. Team leader? Some of his subordinates asked in confusion. That's it, let's pack up. Officer Wang did not answer, but nodded to Lu Feng, then stood up and walked outside. The female doctor also took a look and didn't say much. If it weren't for Lu Feng, it would be a luxury for her to get close to Shui Qinghan now. As for Lu Feng's identity, just before coming up, Officer Wang said, "Don't worry about his identity." Chapter 120 Lu Feng helps. Lu Feng took a look and saw that now, he and Shui Qinghan were the only ones left in Linjiang Pavilion. In Shui Qinghan's current condition, he definitely needs to take a bath, but it's inconvenient for him. Looking at Shui Qinghan, who was hugging his arms tightly, Lu Feng remembered that Yun Chuqing might also be able to have some contact with him, so he called Yun Chuqing. After more than an hour, Li Shuatong, Li Shuawei and Yun Chuqing finally came back. During this process, Lu Feng also tried to communicate with Shui Qinghan, but no matter what Lu Feng said, Shui Qinghan did not respond at all. She just held her hands tightly and looked at him. Chuqing, you guys are back. Seeing the three people push open the door and walk in, Lu Feng quickly spoke. Feng, what is this? Li Shuatong spoke softly, her tone a little puzzled. They had just returned and found that Shui Qinghan was here, hugging Lu Feng. Listen to me. He told the whole story in detail. The three of them nodded silently. Qinghan, go, this sister will take you to take a bath, okay? Lu Feng turned around and spoke softly to Shui Qinghan, who was holding her arms tightly, and pointed at Yun Shuqing. Shui Qinghan raised his head, glanced at Yun Shuqing, then lowered his head. Without saying a word, he just held Lu Feng's arm tightly. Lu Feng was also a little helpless. Go take a shower, or you'll catch a cold. You know this sister. She won't hurt you. Lu Feng spoke again, and Yun Shuqing also came over. Qinghan, let's go. I'll take you to take a shower. Brother Lu Feng will watch over you. Yun Shuqing also spoke softly and stretched out her arm. Shui Qinghan shuddered and shrank behind Lu Feng. Qinghan, take a shower, it's okay, I like it only if you don't get dirty after you shower, otherwise I won't like it. Lu Feng spoke softly, and his tone even sounded like he was coaxing a child. I didn't expect Shui Qinghan to react this time. He stood up directly, grabbed Lu Feng's arm tightly, and pulled Lu Feng up as well. Together. The voice spoke softly, ignoring everyone else. Shui Qinghan stared at Lu Feng in a daze. Lu Feng looked at the three of them and was a little speechless. But this is really not what he meant. Okay, Feng, go ahead. Wash and separate the wet and dry parts, and see if she can speak again. Li Shuatong spoke softly and gestured to Yun Shuqing. They also discovered that Shui Qinghan could only have close contact with Lu Feng now, and was simply not resistant to Yun Shuqing. Everyone else, stay away. Let's go clean up the room and see if we can free up a room for her to sleep in tonight. By the way, get out a set of clothes. I think her figure is about the same as mine. After Li Shuatong finished speaking, she nodded slightly to Li Shuawei, and the two sisters walked into the room. Lu Feng brought Shui Qinghan into the washroom, and Yun Shuqing followed them over to see if they could help. This is the switch. Turn this way for hot water, this way for cold water. This one is for washing your hair, and this one is for bathing. If you want to take a shower, you need to take off this. Then, your head, your body. Lu Feng described everything in the bathroom, and Yun Shuqing also added something. Looking at Shui Qinghan's curious expression, Lu Feng no longer knew whether she could understand what he said. Feng, this is a change of clothes, a full set, new. Also, Shuawei's room is empty tonight, see if you can let her sleep in Shuawei's room. Li Shuatong was at the bathroom door. She handed the things in and spoke softly. Okay. Qinghan, can you do it yourself? Do you want this sister to help you? Lu Feng took the thing, hung it on a hook, and spoke softly to Shui Qinghan. Shui Qinghan looks older than Yun Shuqing and the others, but her mentality is probably that of a child now. No, help me. Shui Qinghan uttered 5 words softly, looked at these things with a little confusion, and started to take off her hospital gown. Lu Feng was a little helpless. Do it yourself, take your time. If you don't understand something, you can only ask your sister to help you. Lu Feng stopped Shui Qinghan's actions, gestured slightly to Yun Shuqing, and then the two of them left the bathroom. Outside the door, Li Shuetong looked at the two people's somewhat awkward movements and found it a little funny. Feng, the sister Shui Qinghan is a little too pitiful. In just a quick glance, they also discovered the scars on Shui Qinghan's arms, calves, and feet. Yes, she now regards you as her only relative. Brother Feng, can you help her? Yun Shuqing also spoke up. She experienced the feeling of grasping at a life-saving straw the most. Okay, Brother Feng, I've moved my stuff over. Li Shuawei also jumped out of the room. Just now, she was busy packing her things. Shuawei, I'm sorry to bother you. Lu Feng spoke softly. Brother Feng, how can you say that? Sister Shui Qinghan, I feel so sorry for her. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a bottle falling to the ground was heard from the bathroom. Quick, Feng, go check it out. Li Shuatong quickly spoke up, and everyone stood up and walked towards the bathroom. You guys go in and take a look. At the bathroom door, Lu Feng stopped. He didn't know what was going on inside and it would be bad to go in. Yun Shuqing hurried forward, pushed open the door and walked in. Brother Feng, you should come in. Soon, Yun Shuqing's voice came. Lu Feng then went in and saw Shui Qinghan standing under the shower head, with water pouring down her face. Her hair was messy and she was holding a bottle in her hand, looking at them with hostility. He was still wearing the hospital gown, which he hadn't taken off. It was also completely wet and hung on his body. At his feet, a glass bottle was rolling around, but it didn't break. It's not bad. Seeing the current situation, Lu Feng felt a little relieved. Seeing Lu Feng coming in, Shui Qinghan's eyes became flustered, and he hurriedly tried to hide the bottle in his hand behind him. Feng, we can't get close to her. It seems that you are the only one who can help Sister Qinghan. Li Shuatong spoke softly and pushed Lu Feng forward. Brother Feng, please go and help. I think Sister Shui Qinghan won't be able to bear it if you don't help. Yun Chuqing also spoke. She also noticed that the shower head on Shui Qinghan's head was still running cold water. Although it is summer, it still feels a bit cold. Li Shuawei reached out and pulled Lu Feng, looking at him with encouraging eyes. The three of them then retreated outside. Lu Feng walked up, turned off the switch, and stretched out his hand. Shui Qinghan silently handed the bottle to him, and stood there with his head down like a child who had made a mistake. I'll help you, don't blame me later. Lu Feng spoke softly, and Shui Qinghan just looked at Lu Feng silently, fingers intertwined, and water was still dripping from her hospital gown. Lu Feng reached out and pulled Shui Qinghan over, pulled all her hair behind her, and adjusted the water temperature. Come here, I'll help you wash your hair. He waved at Shui Qinghan, and Shui Qinghan walked over silently. Chapter 121, Dislocation of Bones. After washing his hair and taking a look at Shui Qinghan in front of him, Lu Feng asked again. Shall I help you take a bath? Good. Shui Qinghan spoke softly, stretched out her hand and began to pull at her hospital gown. But how could I take it off if the buttons were not undone? It just messed up the clothes a little more. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't care anymore. He reached out and unbuttoned the hospital gown, but unexpectedly there was another layer underneath. Shui Qinghan's original clothes were a short-sleeved shirt. After taking off his hospital gown, Shui Qinghan pointed at his pants. Lu Feng also took a look and found that there was a pair of trousers underneath the hospital gown. I made up my mind, closed my eyes, and decided to do it once and for all. Pain. Shui Qinghan let out a sound of pain that was when Lu Feng just touched her skin. Seeing this, Lu Feng finally opened his eyes and looked over. Under Shui Qinghan's original clothes, her skin was not fair and delicate, but rather it was covered in blue and purple patches, almost all over her body. There are also dense red bruises, which show that he has been abused for a long time. She has a very good figure, but it can only be described as a beauty full of brokenness. Lu Feng felt very distressed when he saw this. There were many long bloodstains crisscrossing on the thighs, and one could tell at a glance that they were caused by beatings. Does it hurt? Lu Feng was a little distracted just now, but after seeing the current situation, Lu Feng realized that Shui Qinghan's previous life must have been miserable. What's more, Officer Wang and the doctors didn't even notice Shui Qinghan's condition. This is a bit weird. Pain. Shui Qinghan spoke softly, and when the shower water flowed over her body, her eyebrows slightly frowned. After taking off all the clothes, Lu Feng gently helped Shui Qinghan finish taking a bath. She put the dress that Li Shuatong brought in on Shui Qinghan and helped blow dry her hair. Come on, let's go out. You have to take a shower by yourself from now on. Lu Feng spoke softly, his eyes as calm as water. When it comes to taking a bath with Li Shuatong, Li Shuawei, or even Yun Chuqing, Lu Feng might feel a little impulsive. However, the injuries on Shui Qinghan's body made him feel distressed and angry. Next, he took care of Shui Qinghan's affairs. No, you, help. Shui Qinghan spoke softly and hugged Lu Feng tightly with her arms. Lu Feng didn't answer and returned to the living room, where three people were waiting for him. Brother Feng? Li Shuawei called out softly. They noticed that Lu Feng's expression was a little strange. Lu Feng was angry. It's just helping Shui Qinghan take a bath, is there anything else? Shui Qinghan followed Lu Feng and sat down beside him. Lu Feng reached out and pulled up the skirt on Shui Qinghan's legs. Shui Qinghan didn't understand why and reached out to stop him. Be good, I'll take another look. Following Lu Feng's hand, several people looked over. They knew that Lu Feng must have some hidden meaning behind this. Lu Feng is not a reckless person. Sure enough, there were fresh scars on the calf, but it could be seen that they were recent. On the thigh, there were huge purple bloodstains, new and old, mixed together. Feng, what is this? Li Shuatong spoke with a little surprise. I don't know, but she must have had a hard life in the past. Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Shui Qinghan, who now had an innocent look on her face. How great must the hatred be to deserve such abuse, and what would be the dosage of the medicine to turn Shui Qinghan into what he is now? The three of them took a look at the skirt that was pulled up above the thighs. The bloodstains on the legs were so shocking and chilling. "Brother Feng, can you help her?" Yun Chuqing spoke softly from the side. "I helped." Lu Feng glanced at the worried expressions of the three people, relaxed a little, and spoke with a smile. "Sleeping tonight?" Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Shui Qinghan, who had not relaxed yet. "Feng, you can coax Sister Qinghan to sleep first. We can sleep by ourselves, it's okay." Li Shuatong spoke softly and didn't say much. As for Shui Qinghan's current condition, they all began to feel a little worried. "Okay." Lu Feng nodded and watched the three people go into the room. "Qinghan, let's go and sleep." Lu Feng spoke softly to Shui Qinghan. "No, abandon me." Shui Qinghan seemed to have thought of something and spoke in a panic. "Don't abandon it." Lu Feng touched Shui Qinghan's head, and Shui Qinghan looked a little relaxed. Seeing that Shui Qinghan had actually fallen asleep on Li Shuawei's bed, Lu Feng gently stood up and walked out from the chair next to him. Returning to the living room and taking out his computer, Lu Feng began to use his hacking skills to check the details of Shui Qinghan's incident yesterday. "We hacked into the surveillance cameras around the entrance of Lin Jiang Accord, and as expected, we saw that the woman driving the car drove a short distance along the street, then went into a bar and was never seen again." He took out the case file, which was sent to him by Officer Wang not long ago. After reading the case, he realized that there was indeed no direction for the investigation. The report from the doctor showed that the medicinal power in Shui Qinghan's body was 10 times more than the amount used by ordinary people for general anesthesia during surgery. It contained not only sedatives and anesthetics, but also various drugs that stimulated the body and mental emotions. Only then can Shui Qinghan become what she is now. As for more test results, the hospital is still analyzing them and they are not out yet. "System, sign in." He gave an order to the system in his mind. "Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to split tendons and dislocate bones." The ability to break tendons and disintegrate bones is not the kind of ability that exists in novels. The knowledge about the meridians of the human body has been transmitted to the host. What a pity, it's not. It's just about the meridians in the human body, and then allowing Lu Feng to use his clever strength to achieve the purpose of separating tendons and dislocating bones. If you add the ability Ghost Hand that he signed in before and his current physical fitness, it is not difficult to make a person lose his fighting ability in an instant, or to kill him with one blow if you are ruthless. Another new week is almost here, and Lu Feng can't help but feel a little curious. He hopes that when he signs in for the new week, he can sign in for something more novel. The sound of the door opening was heard, and Lu Feng looked up. It was Shui Qinghan. At the moment, she was standing at the door with an anxious and helpless look on her face. When he saw Lu Feng sitting in the living room, he hurried over barefoot. Her body was unstable and she was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly reached out and grabbed her tightly. "No, leave me behind." Shui Qinghan's voice came, full of confusion and helplessness. "No." Lu Feng spoke softly and touched the tear marks on Shui Qinghan's face. "I don't know how long Shui Qinghan has been awake, and he has become like this." Shui Qinghan responded obediently, twisted her body and shrank into Lu Feng's arms, hugging Lu Feng tightly. "Go to sleep, it's okay, I won't abandon you." Lu Feng comforted her gently and said something silently in his heart. "I'll find out who hurt you." Chapter 122 Sky Research Laboratory. Tonight, Lu Feng half leaned on the sofa and fell asleep, and Shui Qinghan snuggled tightly in his arms. When he opened his eyes early in the morning, Lu Feng discovered that Shui Qinghan had maintained the same posture as last night without any change, and his body was a little stiff. Qingqing wanted to let go of her hand, but unexpectedly Shui Qinghan woke up immediately. "What's wrong?" Lu Feng spoke softly and asked Shui Qinghan, who had opened her eyes. "Go to the bathroom." Shui Qinghan spoke slowly, his tone was slow, and Lu Feng was a little speechless. He didn't need to do this. "Go by yourself? I'll wait for you outside." "I have to." "I'll go get Chu Qing to help you." "Well, and my name is Lu Feng. Remember my name. Go quickly, I've already taught you how to use it." Lu Feng looked at Shui Qinghan, who had already started to take action, and quickly finished his words before escaping from the toilet. "I went to Yun Chuqing's room." Yun Chuqing was sleeping soundly at the moment. "Chuqing, get up and help Qinghan." Looking at Yun Chuqing sleeping quietly and sweetly, Lu Feng woke her up with the movement of his hands. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Yun Chuqing's misty eyes finally came back to normal. Brother Feng, okay? Yun Chuqing crawled out of the bed. Wearing only lace pajamas, Yun Chuqing looked particularly charming. Brother Feng. After satisfying his desire, Lu Feng pushed Yun Chuqing towards the bathroom. After trying for a long time, there was still no solution, so Lu Feng finally did it himself. I looked at Shui Qinghan, who was wearing a loose white t-shirt, casual pants, and sneakers. The royal sister's elegance and the childish look formed a sharp contrast on her, and Lu Feng was a little surprised. Together with Yun Chuqing and Shui Qinghan, the three of them drove towards the police station. Fortunately, Li Shuatong is not at work today, and her Panamera is still there, otherwise there really isn't a car in Linjiang Accord that can seat 3 people. I met Officer Wang in the police station, but found nothing. I went to the hospital again and saw that Shui Qinghan's condition was indeed much better than the day before. The female doctor also breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking about knowing from Officer Wang that Lu Feng could take Shui Qinghan away, I was still a little surprised and worried. Still, he didn't say much. Even though he didn't know Lu Feng's identity, the police had given their word, so let it be. Anyway, the hospital can only treat Shui Qinghan's physical injuries. As for memory and mental problems, they will have to wait until time passes to improve slowly. Drove back to Linjiang Accord again. All day long, Lu Feng was explaining more basic common sense in life to Shui Qinghan, because only when he said it would Shui Qinghan listen. Shuawei, go back to your room and sleep. Qinghan will sleep on the sofa with me. I'll talk to you guys tonight. Lu Feng spoke softly and teased Li Shuawei. Li Shuawei blushed a little. He was thinking of doing something bad again. The 3 girls all smiled. After all, Shui Qinghan had gained some knowledge after today's results. Apart from still sticking close to Lu Feng, she also listened to what Lu Feng said a little bit. Everything is getting better. System, sign in. After 12 o'clock, he looked at Shui Qinghan, who was still watching TV intently in his arms, without any sign of sleepiness. Lu Feng smiled gently and spoke softly to the system in his mind. It has been detected that it is Monday. The weekly sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sky Research Laboratory. It has been detected that the laboratory is far beyond the current level of technological civilization. A full set of simulated humanoid robots have been automatically activated as employees for the host. Full control of the laboratory. Reasonable background information has been added. As the system finished speaking, a stream of information that far exceeded Lu Feng's imagination began to come. Lu Feng felt a little overwhelmed and had a slight frown on his face. Shui Qinghan seemed to have noticed something as well. She turned around to look at Lu Feng, stretched out her soft hands and gently hugged Lu Feng, her face full of worry. Fine. After a long while, Lu Feng finally spoke softly. After receiving the information from the system, Lu Feng also had a general understanding of the Sky Laboratory. The Sky Research Laboratory is currently divided into 2 major research directions, one is aircraft and the other is missiles. These are not civilian gadgets, they are actually things developed by the military. According to the information transmitted by the system, the Sky Research Laboratory has already achieved several results. The most notable of these is the Aerospace 1 fighter, which has been fully developed. The Kongtian No. 1 fighter is a 2-person piloted fighter that uses manual driving as the main method and intelligent driving as the auxiliary method. It is 4.83 meters high, has a wingspan of 15.5 meters and a length of 23.8 meters. The entire aircraft is fully equipped with optical stealth anti-radar coating, coupled with 2 detonation cycle variable sequence engines. It can reach a maximum flight speed of 5.5 Mach. At the same time, the outer coating can achieve complete stealth from optical radar. Compared with the most advanced fighter jets in Xia country at present, it can be said that it is more than 1 generation ahead. Lu Feng was a little surprised. This fighter jet looked a bit like the legendary 6th generation fighter jet in his previous life. However, the parameters are obviously much stronger. This laboratory is currently affiliated with the Southwest Aerospace Force, but it is a laboratory built entirely by him. It seems that I have to go back to the Southwest again recently. Lu Feng nodded slightly. This kind of fighter is like a wild beast in a cage. It must be released to see its specific effect. Although there is only 1 prototype, and according to the description in the system, it is currently difficult for him to make a second one in the laboratory. However, this will not be a problem in the future. It took Lu Feng a long time just to silently organize the system information in his mind. Except for this fighter plane, the others were all small things, but Lu Feng still sorted out all the technical principles in detail. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that he is an expert in aeronautics, missiles, radio, radar, etc. Looking at Shui Qinghan, who had fallen asleep in his arms at some point, Lu Feng also smiled. The final verification of the Aerospace One fighter jet is still to be carried out there, and it will take some time before it can be tested. During this time, let's solve Shui Qinghan's problem first. He didn't want to leave any time bombs around Shui Qinghan, or even around the people he had with him. In the next few days, Lu Feng helped Shui Qinghan get familiar with everyone. Apart from being still attached to him, Shui Qinghan also gradually accepted the other 3 members of the family getting close to her. During these few days at the end of the month, there is nothing good to be gained from signing in. They are all planning proposals for film and television dramas, songs, and even variety shows. All left to the swing art. At night, Lu Feng glanced at Shui Qinghan, who was sitting quietly beside him, and then looked at the information on the computer in front of him. It was the information from the past few days. He finally gathered thousands of pieces of information and began to understand the whole story of Shui Qinghan. It has been detected that it is already a new January. Would you like to sign in for the monthly check-in? Chapter 123, Artificial Intelligence, Xiaoling. Monthly sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained planetary-level artificial intelligence. A planetary-level artificial intelligence, currently located in a supercomputer at the Sky Research Laboratory base, has confirmed the host as its sole master. Relevant information is being transmitted. In the originally calm research hall of the Sky Research Laboratory, hundreds of screens, large and small, have begun to flood with data. At this moment, no one who was working was surprised. Soon, a blue-purple sphere appeared on the screen in the center of the headquarters screen. Disappeared from many screens in an instant. The computers in the laboratory returned to normal again. Tianzu, what is this? A figure walked up and spoke to a middle-aged man standing in front of the screen, but no sound came out. Don't ask too many questions about the master's affairs. Also, the master's name is Lu Feng, so you can just call him Lu Suo. The fluctuations in Lu Tian's mind that only they themselves could perceive were transmitted to the minds of all people in the Sky Research Laboratory. Okay, it's all right. Next, we will conduct the final verification of Confronting 1. Lu Tian shouted the last sentence with excitement on his face. They are robots, and they are also evolved robots that have been endowed with real human emotional learning modules. Lu Feng didn't know about the Sky Research Laboratory. However, in front of Lu Feng, a blue-purple light ball had appeared on the computer screen. Hello, Master. A line of words appeared silently on the screen. Lu Feng was shocked. Could this be his artificial intelligence? The owner's laptop has been scanned. 35 viruses have been found and eliminated. 124 system vulnerabilities, 78 system repair solutions, and ways to improve the system. There are 45 programs running in the background, 12 illegal software, and functional backdoors. Looking at the light bulb that kept flashing on his computer, Lu Feng couldn't help but start asking questions about the system in his mind. What is going on? A communication channel has been established between the planetary artificial intelligence and the host. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Feng felt a tiny dot appear in his mind. Owner? A clear, gentle, soft, and pleasant voice was heard. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. This was not the mechanical and cold female voice of the system, but a voice full of emotion. Who are you? I spoke silently in my mind. Looking at the computer screen, I didn't expect that the original blue-purple light ball had turned into a puppet on the screen. Her long white hair went over her waist and draped behind her. She had an exquisite and beautiful face and a figure of golden proportions. She was wearing a hazy long skirt that was seductive yet pure. Lu Feng could tell at a glance that this was a long skirt that Lu Feng had recently fallen in love with. At this moment, the little figure was waving and greeting Lu Feng. Hello, Master. The voice coming from his mind made Lu Feng confirm that it was really this little guy. You don't have a name yet, so just call me Xiaoling. Lu Feng spoke softly, glanced at the figure on the screen, and spoke softly in his mind. When Xiaoling heard this, she clapped her hands happily. At this moment, Lu Feng, who had also received the system information, also had a complete understanding of Xiaoling. This artificial intelligence is currently at the planetary level, but it also has very special learning and evolution functions. Moreover, it is set completely in accordance with Lu Feng's behavioral rules and preferences. Now, with the communication bridge built by the system, Lu Feng can communicate with Xiaoling at any time. This is completely skipping the virtual brain computer technology. Moreover, Lu Feng has absolute control over Xiaoling, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Master, it's a bit dirty here, I cleaned it up. Xiaoling walked on the screen and waved gently. Lu Feng saw fireworks all over the sky. Those were viruses one by one, and Xiaoling caught them directly and used them to perform fireworks. Xiaoling, tidy it up. Lu Feng silently instructed Xiaoling in his mind. He had almost figured out Shui Qinghan's affairs. Now, with Xiaoling, she was a real god in the online world. Soon, light flowed on the screen. Looking at the virtual passages appearing on the computer and Xiaolinger moving around in them, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile amusedly. Show off. It has been sorted out, master, and sent to you. Xiaoling ran a few steps, dragged many folders from the internet, and put them on Lu Feng's computer. Lu Feng opened it and saw that, as expected, with Xiaoling, all the information virtually hidden in the online world, even if it was just a trace, could be completely exposed. It is more detailed and more reasonable, and is almost the same as what he investigated. Xiaoling, look, where are you going to rest tonight? He spoke softly to Xiaoling, who came alive and waved. I don't need to rest, master, don't worry about me. Xiaoling spoke softly. With a flash of his figure, the screen of Lu Feng's mobile phone lit up. Owner. Xiaoling's voice came into Lu Feng's mind. It was her who informed her that she had arrived at Lu Feng's cell phone. Lu Feng picked up the phone and took a look. Sure enough, Xiaoling had already started moving back and forth on the screen, grabbing something. Master, your cell phone. Xiaoling grabbed something in her hand a little angrily and spoke softly. Lu Feng took a look and saw that this was the latest Apple phone. Thinking about the rumors that had been widely spread in the past, there was even a solid proof behind it. Lu Feng didn't expect that Xiaoling could be caught so easily. In fact, if Lu Feng had his hacking skills, he would be able to do this. Unfortunately, I was too lazy before. Master, your information is safe, it's okay. Xiaolinger spoke with a little surprise. Lu Feng was not surprised. With the protection of the system, no identity information in the world was safer than his. Okay, Xiaolinger, just go surf the internet by yourself and don't mess around. Lu Feng spoke softly, watching Xiaolinger throw the small program under her feet and step on it. Then it jumped and disappeared on Lu Feng's screen. I glanced at the time on my phone and realized that it was already 4 o'clock. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Go to sleep. We'll deal with things tomorrow. He gently held Shui Qinghan tighter in his arms, and Shui Qinghan moved a little closer. Lu Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this moment, Lu Feng didn't know that Xiaoling didn't stop. She had already started her feet in the online world. Starting with the information Lu Feng transmitted to her, she completely scanned and sorted out all of Lu Feng's current assets, scale, personnel information, as well as all network-related information, and confirmed them all. He pretended to put the information into the small bag he carried with him. Xiaoling looked at the giant internet screen in front of her, took a light step across it, and stepped directly into the external network. Now, she was going to start doing things. Chapter 124 Xiaoling makes trouble on the internet. Lu Feng was eating breakfast and silently browsing his phone. He glanced at Shui Qinghan, who finally stopped holding his arm tightly in the past 2 days, and breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Shui Qinghan now has some ability to take care of himself. The injuries on the body also began to gradually recover and disappear. Phone, did you see that? Fruit Company, Intel Company, and Soft Micro Company all seem to have been attacked. Their official websites are currently paralyzed. Li Shuetong spoke softly from the side and handed the phone over. Lu Feng took the phone and looked at it. Sure enough. Now, the media are reporting crazily that the official websites of several companies all have a skeleton knight riding a skeleton horse and holding a black spear. The black flames of hell are rising wildly around him, and a white skull is faintly visible in the flames. From time to time, flames would burst out from the white skull and rush out of the display screen. The vivid animation makes everyone looking at the screen feel a little chilled. The white skull comes first, followed by the black flames, just as it is about to reach the center of the screen. The skeleton knight's spear was like a moon, piercing through the skull. The skull turned into black flames and burned out of thin air. Lu Feng was a little confused. This? Could it be? Yeah, I know. Let me see for myself. He handed the phone back to Li Shuetong and took out his own phone. Lu Feng called Xiaoling softly in his mind. At the same time, Li Shuawei had opened a notebook and started looking at it with Yun Chuqing. They also wanted to see what had happened, which surprised Li Shuetong a little. Xiaoling's figure appeared on the mobile phone screen. It still looks that familiar, but today he just carries a small bag on his shoulder. Xiaoling is back. Xiaoling's message also came over, and Lu Feng spoke softly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling actually went out for a walk to find out the problems with Lu Feng's mobile phone and computer. It was a clean and simple act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, which simply caused a big disturbance on the internet. At this moment, in the fruit company, Intel company, and soft micro company in the United States, although it has already fallen at night, the lights are still on inside. This is a rare and uncommon scene. In an office, all kinds of people in suits, white coats, and military uniforms are standing in front of numerous screens. Looking at the bone knight on the desktop and the animation of destroying the bones, everyone was a little scared. Fuck. You bastards, can't you find the problem? I have raised you for nothing? You only know how to pretend during normal times, but when the real test comes, you are clueless and have no idea what to do. A tall foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes pointed at the people below and kept cursing. General, we have lost another piece of technology in the database. A man in military uniform behind the screen spoke calmly, ignoring the tall foreigner, and spoke to an old military leader. He discovered that those white bones were simply the embodiment of the technologies of these companies. The destruction of a bone also means the deletion of a technology. Looking at the blonde man in a suit and tie standing in front of him, looking furious. The old military leader's brows were furrowed into a shape of a. Not only his fruit company, as far as he knows, two other companies, Intel and Soft Micro, also suffered this attack almost at the same time. No trace can be found, no stop can be found. Moreover, he also understood that the scene of the bones being shattered by the night spears was exactly what the other party wanted to demonstrate to them. Another one, General. Be quiet, you bastard. The general's voice was not loud, but it stunned everyone. I asked the person who spoke, is there any solution? No, the only way is to completely cut off the power in the internet. I doubt that disconnecting the server will stop it. The man in military uniform thought for a moment before answering. The general looked struggling. Even he, a general with 4 stars on his shoulders, didn't dare to make such a decision. Which one is more serious, the loss of completely losing the internet and power and having to restart again, or being ruthlessly invaded without any ability to fight back? Could it be that this beautiful country, which has gathered all the talents in the world, can't even deal with this kind of virus? Isn't this just a joke to other countries in the world? Try again, I'm going to discuss it. After the general finished speaking, he walked aside and made a phone call. The man in military uniform felt a little helpless. Even though he was the Minister of Information Security of the United States and he considered himself to be quite powerful, he had never seen such a situation. The Eastern Great Power is no good. The Northern Great Power is even worse. At this moment, the animation on the desktop also began to change. Originally there were only white bones rushing out one by one, but now, they are densely packed, spread all over the flames of hell, rushing out in all directions in a disorderly manner. On the skeleton horse, the skeleton knight who had been sitting quietly, now raised the spear in his hand. The raging fire of hell burst out from his body, quickly covering the entire screen, destroying all the bones. Admiral. The middle-aged man in military uniform spoke in an anxious, panicked tone. At this moment, the general was so shocked that he was a little dazed. Cut it off, cut it off, cut it off everything. There were 2 voices speaking in unison on the phone. The general shouted immediately. Upon hearing this, almost everyone who was paying attention to the information in the office where the server was hidden stood up immediately and decisively began to cut off the power supply and disconnect the network. I'm back. Don't mess around like this anymore. Lu Feng took a look at the phone and saw Xiaoling, who was so powerful at the end, and he gently scolded her in his mind. This method of monitoring is obscene. I'm just giving you a small warning. Xiaoling's voice came in Lu Feng's mind, making Lu Feng shake his head slightly. In fact, if his previous equipment had not been inadequate and unable to reach this level, he might have tried it before. Feng, what's wrong? Li Shuetong spoke softly, looking at Lu Feng shaking his head. Fine. Lu Feng smiled and took the phone back. Today, I'm taking Qinghan out. Do you guys stay at home or go out and play by yourselves? Lu Feng asked softly, today is Saturday again. Sister Qinghan, are you going out? The three of them looked over with some confusion. Recently, Lu Feng had been at home teaching Shui Qinghan some common sense of life. I'm going to take Shui Qinghan out again today. What are we going to do? Would you like me to come with you? Yun Shuqing spoke softly. She was already able to get in touch with Shui Qinghan, and maybe she could provide help. Well, you don't have to. I'll take Qinghan to do something. Lu Feng spoke softly and rejected Yun Shuqing's proposal. Okay. Then let's go check out the Qingshan Bisui Manor and see how it's been renovated. Li Xuetong replied softly. Bringing Shui Qinghan to his Bugatti, Lu Feng gently dialed a phone number. Today, he still needed their help. Chapter 125 Cocktails and Bartenders. Driving the Bugatti, Lu Feng looked at Officer Wang and several others in plainclothes not far away. He did not expect that only these few people came out of Officer Wang's group. But fortunately he had two plans. He parked the car silently in front of the Rainbow Bar. When the security guards and attendants at the door saw the Bugatti driven by Lu Feng, they all rushed over. Okay, stop for me, I'm going in to play first. Throwing the key to a servant, Lu Feng spoke softly and gave another instruction. It's a bit expensive, be careful. Then he walked to the co-pilot seat, pulled Shui Qinghan out, and gently held her hand. We're going here today, are you afraid? As long as the wind is there, I'm not afraid. Shui Qinghan spoke softly. He grasped Lu Feng's arms tightly with both hands. Lu Feng touched her head, then walked inside with Shui Qinghan. Sir, miss, please come with me. One of them looked like a leader, wearing a waiter's uniform, but the collar was inlaid with golden silk thread. After taking a look, Lu Feng nodded silently. Okay, just take us in. Sir and madam, this must be your first time visiting our bar. Our bar has many unique features. Sir, miss, look, this is the lobby area, this is the box area, and there are more activities upstairs, even accommodation, all available. As we walked, the waiter introduced us. When we entered the hall, the atmosphere in the bar was particularly elegant and romantic. Soothing light music was playing, and waitresses in black cheongsams were walking between the guest tables, holding glasses of colorful wine. It doesn't look like a hot and romantic bar, but rather it looks more like a quiet bar. Sir, miss, how would you like to spend money? A private room, 2 more glasses of Midnight Rainbow. Lu Feng spoke softly, but his words made the servants look sideways slightly. Midnight Rainbow, this wine is not for ordinary people to drink. Most people would order a glass of wine like a margarita or a martini, but Midnight Rainbow is not like that. Okay sir, Midnight Rainbow, how many colors do you want? How many colors do you have? 2 colors, 3 colors, 4 colors, the prices are different, and the corresponding people have different ways of using them. Then I'll have 3 colors. Lu Feng spoke softly and glanced at Shui Qinghan beside him. She didn't understand what he meant. But there was no explanation. If Xiao Ling hadn't extracted it from the complex information, he wouldn't have understood the ins and outs of it. Tricolor wine, not rainbow wine. Lu Feng spoke again, and seeing that the servant had brought them to the door of a box, Lu Feng spoke softly. Qinghan, are you familiar with this place? Lu Feng asked softly. I'm not familiar with this place. Shui Qinghan glanced around and spoke softly. Lu Feng nodded without saying much. Shui Qinghan was taken to the car by that woman from here. As long as they find that woman, they should be able to find some answers. It's okay, don't think about it. But it doesn't matter if you're not familiar with it. Just don't recall these bad things. Looking at Shui Qinghan's thoughtful look, Lu Feng spoke softly. Soon, the same waiter came in with 2 glasses of cocktails sparkling with colorful lights. Sir, your wine. The attendant put the wine down gently. The wine is well mixed, but it's a pity that this is not the wine I want. Lu Feng looked at the wine in front of him, knowing that it was not time yet, so he took a sip of the wine. He gently placed a business card on the table. It was the one that showed him as the chairman of Wanqing Entertainment. The attendant then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it carefully. I want a tricolor cocktail. Find someone who can get you a tricolor Midnight Rainbow cocktail. Okay sir, I'll prepare it for you right away. The servant then stood up and walked out with a smile. Qinghan, you should have a drink too. It tastes pretty good. Lu Feng smiled and handed another glass of wine to Shui Qinghan. This cocktail was really well made. The taste of alcohol was not strong, and it was mixed with the fragrance of fruits and flowers. Soon, a woman in a leopard print skirt walked in. She had long wavy blonde hair and looked very out of place with the people just seen here. Director Lu needs to drink 3-color wine? Why, you don't have it? I came here just because I heard your wine is good. Of course there is. There must be. Director Lu, are you coming with me? The woman in the leopard print skirt spoke with a soft giggle. We're together, it's okay. Let's go. Lu Feng nodded slightly, looked at Shui Qinghan and spoke softly. Then, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Led by the leopard print woman, they passed through the curtains and into the passage. Finally, I reached a wall and the wallpaper fell apart, revealing an elevator. After another verification, I finally entered the elevator. This time, the numbers in the elevator were not 1, 2, 3, 4, but 2, 3, 4. Lu Feng finally nodded, he came to the right place. I pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and the elevator door opened, and it was still an ordinary bar with normal decoration. However, there were not many people in the lobby. Director Lu, how many glasses of Sankai wine do you want? 5 drinks, and a bartender, if you have one, I want one too. Lu Feng spoke softly, which made the woman in the leopard print skirt look at him in surprise. They are bartenders who mix cocktails, especially those on the negative 3rd floor. Could it be that Mr. Lu wants the person next to him to do that? Shui Qinghan noticed the slightly surprised look of the woman in the leopard print skirt, and there was also a bit of confusion in her eyes. Is there something wrong with her? It's very expensive. This card, is it okay? Lu Feng took out a Shagua Bank's Supreme Black card and smiled gently. Of course. Director Lu, please, box 4, I'll help you arrange the rest. The woman in the leopard print skirt smiled, and then with a smile on her face, she gently led Lu Feng and Yun Chuqing to the door of a private room, and walked away with a smile. Inside box number 4, there are many classic Western paintings with a warm style. Lu Feng nodded, thinking that this is in line with the style of a bar. Looking at the plump and voluptuous Western-style love paintings, to be honest, Lu Feng found it a little hard to appreciate them. On the other hand, Shui Qinghan on the side looked eager to try, a little shy and ugly, but with a furtive expression that made her look particularly cute from time to time. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the box. Shui Qinghan lowered her head with a face as red as an apple, as if something had been discovered. Lu Feng walked over and opened the door. It was the same woman in the leopard print skirt. Now, she came in holding a plate covered with a cloth. Behind him, there were 5 girls of different body shapes, wearing masks, but all of them were wearing high V-neck and high-slit skirts. Director Lu, do you think these 5 glasses of wine are okay? The woman in the leopard print skirt spoke softly. Seeing that the wine was finally served, Lu Feng smiled. This wine looks rich and mellow, it tastes good. If you want to drink it, I just want to ask if there is any freshly brewed one. Of course. There was a voice outside the door. Chapter 126 The Real Master Arrives. A woman wearing black clothes and black pants, almost all black, walked in. She had a silver-white mask covering half of her face and a whip on her waist. The moment he looked at the woman, Lu Feng understood. This must be the real bartender. You are, I am the 5th princess. I don't know what year of cocktail this gentleman would like to drink. We have the first brew, and we have 1 glass of 18 years, 22 years, and 28 years. When Lu Feng heard what the 5th princess said, he nodded silently. Is it all passionate, or all mild? 2 cups are milder, 1 cup is more intense, but as long as the boss pays, it's not a problem. The 5th princess stuck out her tongue, licked her big red lips, touched her lips with her fingers, and said with a sweet smile. With the slightly punk makeup on her face, she looks particularly amazing. Okay then, everyone come up. You lead these, show off, and dance for me. You take the lead. Lu Feng pointed at the 5th princess and spoke softly to the 5 women who had just been brought in. Ka, take it, and get another set of black and gold supreme suit, and include them together, I'll prepare it first. Throw the bank card on the table. At this moment, almost everyone standing on the opposite side was delighted. The price of the black gold supreme set is as high as 288,888. Of course, they are also included in it. However, the boss just asked them to dance, which was a pity. It seems that the boss still likes the first brew. Of course, I'll serve you right away. The woman in the leopard print skirt spoke happily, took the bank card, and took out a card machine from somewhere. More than 300,000 yuan was easily swiped away. Qinghan, why don't you close your eyes and take a rest? Only then did Lu Feng look at Shui Qinghan and speak. The following scene may be a bit inappropriate for children. The bartenders here are not the same as in the bar upstairs. Yeah, okay. Shui Qinghan spoke softly and then closed her eyes. She gently shrank into Lu Feng's arms. Now, whatever Lu Feng says, that is what she does. Lu Feng nodded silently. He originally wanted to see if he could help Shui Qinghan regain his memory here. But so far, Shui Qinghan has not reacted. Then the next step is to follow this route and catch the woman who was driving that day. At the same time, Xiao Linger is also on standby at any time. The originally scarce clothes were fluttering and falling off piece by piece along with the music. Soon, many wonderful scenes appeared on the field. The fifth princess finally started, and her whip came in handy. There was no fierce sound, after all, Lu Feng was just a guest. The whip slid gently, and a soul-stirring sound was heard. At the same time, the props on the plate brought in by the woman in the leopard print skirt were also taken out, and a decadent smell began to appear in the box. Not long after, the woman in the leopard print skirt walked in with 3 other people. As he walked, he was still whispering something to one of the girls. Okay, stop. Lu Feng spoke softly, pressed a button to turn off the music, and stopped the current situation in the box. Get out, you're not needed anymore, take a tip each, go. He spoke softly to the few people, and the 5 female dancers in the field were covered in oil and full of temptation. 10,000 per person, get down. Lu Feng spoke softly to the woman in the leopard print skirt. The woman in the leopard print skirt took out the card machine and swiped 50,000 yuan. Then she immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to each person. For those who have come this far in order to make a living, Lu Feng can only say that everyone gets what they need. But what Lu Feng has to do next will concern their livelihood. These are the last bit of compensation. After just such a short time, they earned 10,000 yuan. The 5 masked men all showed expressions of joy and regret on their faces. Come here and introduce yourself. Lu Feng gently pointed at the 3 women next to the woman in the striped skirt. I'm calling Spring. My name is Xia. My name is Dong. The 3 of them spoke in low voices, but their expressions were different. 2 of them looked calm, while one was full of worry. All right, you. Pointing to the woman in the middle with a worried look, Lu Feng spoke softly. Can I drink it? The woman in the leopard print skirt and the 5th princess were about to speak. Lu Feng gently stretched out his hand to signal them not to speak, and swallowed their words back. Even with a mask on, the girl's face looked a little confused and scared, and it was clearly visible. The sound was almost inaudible, but Lu Feng still heard it. Okay, all of you go down, just the 3 of them stay. Next, I want to see the other bartenders here. Preferably the Rose Princess. Lu Feng nodded, looked at the people in the field and spoke softly. I remembered the female driver who escaped that day. Lu Feng spoke softly. Hearing this, the woman in the leopard print skirt was a little confused. She had never heard of any Rose Princess. But the 5th princess next to her looked at Lu Feng with some suspicion. I'm not satisfied with your skills. Rose, Butterfly, Violet, any of these 3 will do. Even just any one of them will do. After hearing what Lu Feng said, the 5th princess looked at Lu Feng straight in the eye. Okay, Mr. Lu, no problem. The 5th princess responded slightly, tied the whip to her waist, gently wiped the water stains on the ground, and then pulled the leopard print woman aside and walked out. Okay, sit down and let's chat. Watching the few people disappear, Lu Feng began to silently instruct Linger in his mind, and at the same time spoke silently to the people around him. First. The 3 of them hesitated slightly, but still nodded silently. Looking at Lu Feng holding a beautiful woman in his arms, the 3 of them had a look of curiosity on their faces. People like this are neither rare nor uncommon in this bar. Do you really want to come? Or are you forced to come? Lu Feng spoke again. The 3 of them looked at each other and said nothing. You can eat more, but you can't talk nonsense, especially here. We all came here on our own, sir, would you like to drink my glass of wine? A somewhat teasing voice was heard, it came from the oldest woman named Dong. Okay, Qinghan, wake up. You sit here, I'll get up and exercise. Lu Feng ignored the woman and spoke softly to Shui Qinghan in his arms. Shui Qinghan opened her eyes gently after hearing this. Sit tight. Lu Feng smiled. He spoke again and looked at the 3 of them. Can I ask you again, did you come here on your own? Do you want to, or don't want to, just tell me. Maybe I can help you. Lu Feng spoke again. This time, the girl named Xia seemed finally touched and was about to speak. Okay, we'll talk later. Lu Feng raised his head, looked at the closed door of the box, and smiled. Finally, the Real owner arrived. Chapter 127 Cause of the Incident. A cool beauty wearing hot pants, a short-sleeved vest, and big wavy hair just walked over gently. I walked to the door of the box and looked inside first. Shui Qinghan was blocked when she saw Lu Feng's back and the three girls who had just been called in. All those girls have been through her, except for the one who just came recently, whose name is Xia. Are these the three that need her famous Rose Princess to make cocktails? Or maybe the guy inside was not targeting the wine, but the bartender. Yes, those who don't know what is good only know how to drink, but they don't know that actually, the bartenders are the ones who are truly valuable in this bar. I just heard that the person inside has the Supreme Black Card, and it seems that he is very generous when he spends money. It's a good way to make some money tonight. My heart is beating fast and my eyes are full of charm. She gently pulled her clothes down and turned on a switch on her body. Her body shook a little. She liked this feeling of stimulation anytime and anywhere. After pushing open the door, before she could react, a big hand filled Rose Princess's eyes. 5 fingers tightly grasped her neck, and a huge force came. For almost an instant, Princess Rose was unable to make any loud sound. Then, the arm retracted, the door was naturally closed, and the glass on the door was covered with cloth, completely locking the door. Lu Feng then turned around and looked at the woman in his palm and smiled gently. Relaxed a little. Sir, you don't have to be so fierce. It's okay, I can still play with you. Lu Feng just loosened his grip slightly on purpose, and the woman in front of him spoke softly. After saying these provocative words, 2 hands gently held Lu Feng's arms, and a remote control was placed on Lu Feng's arm. Sure enough, I heard that Princess Rose is wild with others, and even more wild with herself. Lu Feng smiled gently, took out the remote control with his other hand, pressed it, and the sound almost exploded, so that almost everyone in the box could hear it. Lu Feng gently stretched out his hand and flicked it, and Princess Rose realized that something was wrong. No, this person doesn't look like he's here to play with her. Without any room for resistance, Princess Rose's body slammed heavily against the wall and then fell weakly to the ground. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh as he watched Princess Rose fall to the ground and wail in pain. Thanks to the characteristics of this bar, it has good sound insulation, and this kind of sound is the special favorite of this bar. Adding the two together, there won't be anything unusual outside. Qinghan, come over and see if you know her. Lu Feng waved gently and called out to Shui Qinghan softly. He glanced at the 3 stunned women, and the desert eagle in his hand appeared out of nowhere, and pointed gently. Sit tight. The 3 women were stunned by this huge change. I've never heard of anyone causing trouble in the Rainbow Bar before. The Rainbow Bar has been able to stand firm for so many years, and everyone knows that it has a strong background. But today, I saw him in person. However, facing the cold and terrifying muzzle of the gun, the 3 of them trembled and cold sweat began to drip from their foreheads. The crazy 6th sense that kept coming from their bodies told them that it was real. Just sit still and think carefully about what I just said. Lu Feng spoke softly, then watched Shui Qinghan walk to his side. The Rose Princess on the ground was groaning continuously, but she raised her head and saw the situation in front of her. As Shui Qinghan approached, he suddenly cried out in surprise, his face showing a look of horror. He didn't see the gun in Lu Feng's hand, but Shui Qinghan's face gradually approaching. Impossible, how could you appear here? Oh no, something happened. Just as she was about to struggle to get up, Lu Feng gently stepped on her back. The action of Princess Rose getting up was instantly suppressed. He fell back heavily to the ground, the small vest on his body could no longer hold him back, the zipper broke, and the ball was flattened. Don't move, you can try and see if I dare. Lu Feng bent down slightly, aimed the muzzle of the gun slightly, and pointed it at the forehead of Princess Rose, who turned her head. The exclamation stopped abruptly. Feng, what is this? Shui Qinghan frowned slightly, looking a little painful, as if he remembered something. He hugged his head in pain, his body shaking. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly reached out and hugged Shui Qinghan back into his arms. It's okay. If you can't remember, forget it. Rest first. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghan opened her eyes with a little pain, glanced at Lu Feng, and closed her eyes silently. Get up and sit down. Let's talk slowly. Lu Feng spoke softly, pointing the gun at Princess Rose, without relaxing at all. He loosened his feet and pointed the gun at the sofa where the other 3 were sitting. watching Princess Rose silently stand up and almost crawl onto the sofa. Lu Feng then walked over and wanted to put Shui Qinghan back on the sofa. Sleep quietly for a while, don't open your eyes, I'll call you later. Shui Qinghan nodded silently. You can try to see if I can react the moment you open the door. Lu Feng silently placed Shui Qinghan on the sofa and gave her some instructions. The Rose Princess, who was originally moving, silently stopped moving. Okay, tell me, do you know her? Lu Feng put Shui Qinghan back, then walked up to Princess Rose and the other three and spoke softly. Speak. Feeling just a slight hesitation, Lu Feng cut off one of his arms. The Rose Princess, who was originally frightened, now looked even more terrified. I don't care about the pain in my shoulder anymore. The person in front of me is really brave. He watched as Lu Feng extended another hand to his other shoulder. Princess Rose didn't care that she was only wearing hot pants, she was used to it anyway. He spoke quickly in panic. I know him. So, take your time. After understanding the situation, Lu Feng quickly found out the reason. Shui Qinghan is the illegitimate daughter of the founder of Hanhai Ocean Group and the real lady of Hanhai Ocean Group. Unfortunately, Shui Qingmiao, the eldest lady of the group, does not recognize this lady. So, Shui Qinghan was sent here. And she, Princess Rose, was the one asked by the eldest lady Shui Qingmiao to take care of Shui Qinghan. Normally, Shui Qinghan lives a pretty good life, but he is just a bird in a cage. After all, he was sent by the eldest lady. But the eldest lady was not kind to Shui Qinghan. Every time she came, she would call her and also use violence against Shui Qinghan. Last time, I accidentally used too much medicine and just wanted to see Shui Qinghan's body reaction. As for why he drove to Linjiang Accord, it was because Shui Qingmiao bought a house in Xinjiang and wanted to take Shui Qinghan there. Asshole. After listening to this, Lu Feng's eyes became even colder. Master, there is a signal transmission, which has been cut off. Xiao Ling's voice came in his mind. Lu Feng looked at the four people in front of him and a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 128. Don't try some things. Stop moving, your phone is useless. Lu Feng spoke softly. She glanced at the people in front of her, and the other three were confused. Only Princess Rose's expression changed drastically. How could Lu Feng know that she was using her cell phone? He pretended to look at the people around him, feeling extremely guilty. He stretched out his hand gently, and Princess Rose had no power to resist at all, and her hand was pulled out. As expected, Lu Feng found a half-exposed cell phone in the back bag. A fruit phone. That's great. Lu Feng took out his cell phone, and while speaking, he had already removed the Rose Princess's other hand and chin. Don't scream, understand? The phone tapped her cheek gently, and Princess Rose held back, not daring to make the slightest sound. On the third underground floor, even if a girl screamed, they would just think that it was the owner of the box who was doing something. But the Lu Feng in front of him didn't seem like that kind of person. Tell me, where else can you put your phone? It's so unsafe, in your pocket. Lu Feng's voice came with an evil smile. Looking down, I saw that Princess Rose had a heart tattoo on her belly. Looking again at her feet, I saw a spade tattoo. Sure enough, this Rose Princess is having a blast. Have you thought about the question I asked just now? While swiping his phone, Lu Feng turned around and looked at the other three women. Shen and Dawn looked at him in horror, but Xia raised his head, feeling a little scared and a little expectant. The three of them then carefully thought about the question Lu Feng asked. Sir, I volunteered. I wanted to do it myself. The woman codenamed Winter spoke first. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. This is the biggest thing, it's the first time brewing wine, okay, even if it's the first time brewing wine and I don't have any experience, I have blended it many times. Never mind, just look at the other two. I volunteer. It was Chun, the most naive girl, brewing wine for the first time in 18 years. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. At such a young age, he is ignorant and wants to try everything. The consequences are not as simple as you think, especially in a bar like this. I'm not, can you help me? The girl codenamed Xia, who was of middle grade but still very young, asked softly. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I get it, go sit over there. Pointing at the sofa next to Shui Qinghan, Lu Feng spoke. Xia heard this and stood up with some confusion. Have you two ever experienced her? Just nod and shake your head. Lu Feng pointed at Princess Rose, who had a dejected look on her face. Spring, winter, one shakes his head, the other nods. Looking at Chun's childish appearance, Lu Feng also shook his head slightly. Children, it's time to witness the cruel reality of the world. Don't think the world is that simple and just be curious. Okay, try what you've experienced on her. Lu Feng looked at Dong, stretched out his hand and gently pointed at Princess Rose. You can see that some things are not so easy to try. Come on, try it, hide the phone from her. The cell phone was stuck in Princess Rose's pants at the waist. Dong was surprised when he heard this and hid his phone on Princess Rose. That's it. Watch. Facing Chun, who was standing aside, Lu Feng grabbed her neck and held her down, watching her. Haru looked horrified as she realized that she really hadn't expected any of this. She thought doing this was fun and an easy way to make money. The hot pants disappeared, and the phone disappeared easily. Go on, there's more. He pointed to the tray that the woman in the leopard print skirt had just brought in. The things on it were really eye-catching. Weird shapes and many rules and regulations. Looking at the Rose Princess, whose body was finally ravaged by winter and she was almost motionless. Chun was so scared. Okay, that's it. Lu Feng watched a plastic ball disappear before he slowly spoke. I accidentally used a little force just now and both of Princess Rose's legs were removed. However, Princess Rose didn't dare to make a sound, or maybe she had already exhausted all her voice. Help her get dressed. Lu Feng spoke softly and pointed inside the room, where Princess Rose's scattered clothes were. Unfortunately, I can't button my hot pants anymore and my belly has gotten bigger. Qinghan, are you okay? Lu Feng walked back, sat gently beside Shui Qinghan, and called out. Wind. Shui Qinghan opened her eyes and took a good look at Lu Feng. She said she didn't know what was going on in the field, but in fact she had very sensitive hearing and couldn't help but open her eyes to take a look. However, she could see that Lu Feng was venting his anger for her and also to save the two young girls who could still be saved in the room. Sir, do you want to run? Xia, who was sitting at one end of the sofa, spoke in a low voice, which surprised everyone who heard it. Run? Then what are you going to do? Lu Feng spoke with a little curiosity and looked at Xia. How could I meet such a girl? I'm fine. Xia's tone was a little inadequate. Okay, no need to run, we'll be fine if we wait a while. Lu Feng smiled and spoke with a calm tone. The box fell into silence again, with only the sound of vibrations echoing in the room. There was a knock on the door, and everyone was slightly frightened when they heard the sound. Could it be that the situation in the room has been discovered? Wind. Shui Qinghan's voice sounded a little worried, and her hands were tightly focused on Lu Feng's arm. The Rose Princess's originally silent eyes began to glow. She has suffered all these tortures, and she will definitely be rescued. When the time comes, she will definitely come back. It's okay. They're late. Lu Feng smiled gently, patted Shui Qinghan on the head, and couldn't help but complain with a smile. The person outside the door was a little slow. I'll go open the door. I'll go with you. Shui Qinghan held Lu Feng's hand tightly and did not let go. Seeing this, Lu Feng also smiled and gently put the desert eagle in his hand back into his waist. The scene outside the door had already been projected into his mind by Xiaoling through the camera. There were also many extremely hidden cameras in the room, and Xiaoling had already taken them all away. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so bold. He gently reached out and opened the door of the box, and everyone looked over. Save me. Princess Rose was a little weak, but she still managed to call out. Consultant. The door opened and the sound that came out surprised everyone. Outside the door, a young man with a crew cut, wearing casual clothes but with a hint of military style, and with brown skin tanned by the sun, was saluting Lu Feng. Snow Wolf, you are here. Mr. Lu. Officer Wang, who was also nearby, and was accompanied by several policemen, called out. Seeing this scene, the attitudes of the people in the box were completely different. Some were ecstatic, while others were completely desperate. Princess Rose shuddered, not knowing whether it was physical or mental stimulation, her body completely limp. Yes, counselor, here we come. Snow Wolf nodded slightly. You're too slow. Lu Feng opened his mouth softly, a little curious. Logically speaking, even if you come in from the main gate and go to the third or fourth underground floor, it should be very quick. It's all our fault. We deployed the staff and it took us time. Officer Wang spoke quickly and said that there were not enough police officers prepared this morning. They only took time to fully rearrange the situation after receiving Lu Feng's message before rushing in. Advisor, not only that, the situation here is also shocking. A rare look of surprise appeared on the Snow Wolf's cold face. Chapter 129. The Rainbow Bar is over. From the third floor underground, I took the elevator back to the lobby of the Rainbow Bar. At this moment, the distribution of people in the lobby was particularly clear. Several men in casual military uniforms stood quietly by, holding real weapons in their hands, military equipment. It's not a brand new, unopened gun, but one that has been worn out in battle, with spots on the gun body and you can still smell the smell of gunpowder. In addition, there were many policemen in uniform standing around the hall, guarding the groups of people inside. There were groups of female bartenders and fine wine on the third underground floor, as well as many strange male players on the second underground floor. On the fourth underground floor, there were even more strange enthusiasts. At this moment, everyone is under strict surveillance. It's not that no one was making trouble. Everyone was silent as they watched several people being knocked unconscious by a gun, but, with blood dripping and even forming strips on the ground, and then being dragged away, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Apart from that, the guests in the bar on the ground floor were also being checked, but the inspection was not that strict. However, they also discovered that everyone was a little surprised at the strangely dressed people who were brought out by the police from nowhere. After all, the way they were dressed, the attire, and the tattoos showed that they were not good people. I've never heard of these things in Rainbow Bar before. They are just narrow-minded. Alright, Captain Wang, you guys can sort it out slowly. Snow Wolf, what do you say next? Looking at the people in casual clothes, Lu Feng asked softly. Well, advisor, we'll leave first. By the way, the captain was waiting to see you, but he didn't come this time because he was on a mission. Okay, then let's go later. When I have free time, I will go. Watching the brief exchange between Lu Feng and Snow Wolf, Officer Wang felt a little helpless. He had just realized that the man next to him was not a good person. He was indeed a soldier and had seen his ID. However, his style of doing things was extremely sharp and ruthless. One could tell at a glance that he had seen real bloodshed and experienced battles, and his skills were terrifying. Just now, on his way in from the main entrance of the bar, he crippled the limbs of several people along the way. Good. Snow Wolf nodded, and did not continue speaking. He gestured lightly to the others, and the others followed him and disappeared silently at the door. Mr. Lu, what's going on here? Just as Officer Wang was about to speak, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Looking at Lin Kai's call number displayed on his mobile phone, Lu Feng smiled silently, answered the call and said a few words. Officer Wang, here's the phone. After handing the phone to Officer Wang, Officer Wang took the phone and looked at Lin Kai displayed on it. Soon, the call was hung up. Mr. Lu, you guys go first, we'll take care of the rest. Officer Wang returned the phone to Lu Feng and spoke softly, to which Lu Feng nodded. Oh, right, those people, investigate carefully and find out the truth. Lu Feng looked at the three girls, Chun, Xia and Dong, who had just been taken away and said something. From now on, this place has nothing to do with him at all. Officer Wang looked inside the Rainbow Bar, which was full of bright lights, feasting and revelry, and luxurious decoration. There had been some rumors about it in the past, but there was nothing he could do as someone above him was forbidding him to investigate. Now, the order from the top level of the Magic City is coming down directly. Now, the Rainbow Bar is finished, and he doesn't know what those people who didn't allow him to investigate before were thinking. Lu Feng held Shui Qinghan's hand, left through a secret path, and found his Bugatti in the parking lot. Qinghan, get in the car. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shui Qinghan, who had been silent all this time, came back to his senses and looked at Lu Feng. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked softly. Feng, my memory seems to be starting to come back. Shui Qinghan looked at Lu Feng holding her hand a little hesitantly, and spoke in a soft voice. Remember? Lu Feng also looked at her with some curiosity. Could it be that Shui Qinghan was recalling his own memories along the way? How much of my memory has been restored? How should I get along with them next? Lu Feng loosened Shui Qinghan's hand slightly. Shui Qinghan noticed it and quickly clasped Lu Feng's hand with 5 fingers. How much do you remember? Lu Feng asked softly. Feng, I don't remember much. Shui Qinghan spoke softly and leaned over again. Lu Feng noticed it and smiled softly. Then tell me how much you remember. I used to live in my hometown, but then my mother died and my sister brought me here. I seem to have lived here forever. My sister only told me that I could see my father, but I never saw him. Then my sister locked me up here? Shui Qinghan didn't say much, and his expression did seem quite lonely, but then he became very confused. A look of pain began to appear on his face. As for what happened next, I can't remember. How long have you been here? Lu Feng pointed to the rainbow bar behind. Less than a month? Shui Qinghan spoke softly, a little confused. This bar was still very unfamiliar to her. She came at night and was almost imprisoned by her sister. It's okay, if you can't remember it, don't think about it. Lu Feng spoke softly. In the past few days, she also discovered that Shui Qinghan was only imprisoned and had some injuries, but there was nothing else wrong. It seems that Shui Qinghan's sister doesn't dare to go too far. But what was the madness I saw that day? I will only know when I meet Miss Shui. Okay, get in the car, let's go back and have lunch. After gently touching Shui Qinghan's head and saying something to comfort her, Lu Feng opened the car door, let Shui Qinghan sit in the passenger seat, started the Bugatti and drove towards Linxiang Accord. Xiaoling, data hiding and security protection, how's it going? I whispered to Xiaoling silently in my mind. It turned out that he had only encrypted his information with hacker technology. Now with Xiaoling, he could take his information hiding to a higher level, and the safety of other people at home could be better guaranteed. Master, it's okay. Xiaoling said softly. After transmitting the information to Lu Feng relaxed and nodded. With Xiaoling, 24-hour hiding, forging, monitoring, tracking, etc. are no longer a problem. As for the Hanhai Ocean Group, we can make an appointment to visit them. When Shui Qingmiao came to that bar, there was not much information found on the internet. I don't know where her wariness came from. After lunch, I stayed at home for the whole day. The next day, Lu Feng was finally ready to go to the Nantian Club. His gun had been signed for so long, and he finally had the chance to try it out with all his strength here. The entrance of Nantian Club is usually sparsely populated, but today, many sports cars finally arrived. All kinds of luxury cars gathered at the door, causing the people coming and going at the entrance of Nantian Club to look at everyone with a little surprise. Lu Feng did not drive his own Bugatti today, but drove Li Shuatong's Panamera. There was no place to put his weapons box in the Bugatti. If this weapon box were to appear out of thin air by then, it would be a real disaster. Brother Feng, you are here. Lin Hao and Su Wenchuan were a little surprised when they saw Lu Feng getting off the Panamera, but they still walked up and shouted immediately. Brother Feng. The others also followed and greeted him in unison, as if Lu Feng was some kind of big brother. Chapter 130 Display of Weapon Boxes. Okay, what are you doing? Lu Feng glanced at the neatly assembled group of people with a displeased look, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Hey, Brother Feng, your stuff? Seeing Lu Feng walking to the rear door and opening it, Su Wenchuan had already noticed the silver white box on the back seat. Okay, let's go. Lu Feng did not explain, and everyone was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Brother Feng, come on, come with me. Instead, Lin Hao saw Lu Feng holding the box in his hand and looked at the white box with a little surprise. Judging from the size of the box, it doesn't look like there's a little guy inside. Could it be that Lu Feng has some heavy firepower? Seeing Lin Hao speak, everyone responded. Let's go, together. I can't wait any longer, this time thanks to Brother Hao. I don't know if my hands will shake when I hold the gun. This is my dream. I can finally touch the real thing. It must be your hands that are shaking, it can't be me. Then let's have a competition. How about you raise the stakes a little? Like, a meal, a girl, or even something more exciting? Is someone afraid? Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Let's compete and see who is afraid of whom. Amid the noise and bustle, everyone walked to the door with laughter. They were just joking with each other and there was no real argument. You guys, we need to verify it. The security guard at the door spoke softly, and Lu Feng took a quick look and discovered that the security guard was indeed a soldier, and an active one at that. This is mine. Lin Hao and Su Wenchuan walked up and handed their passes to the security guard at the door. The security guard took one look, expressionless, and then glanced at the number of people in front of him. Well, Lin Kai and Su Haogua are indeed qualified enough to bring these people in. Well, please check the rules and regulations. Of course, someone will explain the precautions to you later. There is one more thing. There is another inspection at the entrance of the real venue. Please pay attention to the items you bring. One of the security guards handed the pass back, looked at Lu Feng's box, and spoke softly. Aren't you allowed to bring your own here? Lin Hao spoke with some doubt. After hearing this, the security guard raised his head and seemed a little convinced that what Lu Feng had in his pocket seemed to be the real thing. Okay, but for safety. After the security guard finished speaking, he opened the door at the side and gestured for everyone to come in. Then everyone walked in. There was a large lawn inside, and at first glance the venue could be seen from quite a distance. Everyone, please get in the car. A track car stopped in front of everyone, and the driver shouted. After driving for a while, everyone finally arrived at the real entrance of the venue. As they got closer, they could hear faint sounds coming. There are crisp sounds, intermittent sounds, continuous sounds, and even dense sounds. It seems that there is quite a lot going on here. Everyone, please get checked. The security guard at the door stopped everyone again. Brother Feng? Su Wenchuan spoke with a bit of worry, looking at Lu Feng. He knew that there was something in the suitcase that Lu Feng was carrying, but what was Lu Feng's attitude towards opening the box to inspect the goods? It's okay. I'll go first. Lu Feng spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked over immediately after hearing this. They were extremely curious about what was inside Lu Feng's box. Seeing Lu Feng approaching, the security guard was a little curious. This box that was more than 1 meter long must not be a decoration. Lu Feng did not open the box. Instead, he took out 2 small red notebooks from his trouser pocket and handed them to one of the security guards. Come and see this? The moment he saw the name on the ID, the security guard quickly shouted in a low voice, a little surprised, a little shocked, and even a little panicked. Looking at the security guards who respectfully handed the little red book back to Lu Feng and made an inviting gesture without checking Lu Feng's box. Everyone was surprised. What on earth were those 2 notebooks? How could such a thing happen? But everyone understood that it was not their concern. Because at this moment, Lu Feng had already walked in, and Lin Hao and Su Wenchuan were beginning to undergo security checks in an orderly manner. Okay, I'll wait for you inside. Lu Feng spoke softly and walked deeper inside. Come over and listen too. After everyone came in, Lu Feng looked at a middle-aged man in front of him and spoke softly. The middle-aged man has thick calluses on his palms, fingers, and knuckles, which are caused by long-term use of firearms. As a first-level coach here, the middle-aged man Wang Hui just received a sudden notice asking him to lead Lu Feng and his group. When he arrived, he discovered the box and was a little surprised. Okay, hello everyone, I'm Wang Hui, the coach of the Nantian Club. You can just call me Coach Wang. We are the Nantian Club, which can also be called the Nantian Gun Club. We have many types of firearms here, including domestic 92, 56, 95, foreign 47, 41, 74, all of which you can use. Of course, there are rules. Guns have safety covers, so don't mess around. The initial ammunition supply, based on your current qualifications, is 500 rounds per person. Also, there are some places in the club that you can't go to, like that place. Listening to Coach Wang's explanation, everyone nodded. Okay, let's go to the pistol section next. After talking about it in detail, I felt that it was about enough, so Wang Hui didn't care anymore. There was no need to say anything else. Everyone who comes here has some self-awareness. Leading Lu Feng and others, a group of more than 10 people walked towards the pistol area in a mighty manner. When I pushed open the door, the gunshots, which were originally relatively small, suddenly became deafening, and the various different gunshots seemed particularly loud. Bang! Bang! The continuous sounds made everyone feel a little excited. Okay, go ahead and have fun by yourself. Lu Feng looked at everyone, didn't step forward, and smiled softly. In the target room, there is a safety escort near each target position, so Coach Wang doesn't need to go there in person. Then let's go and have fun first. Everyone spoke and walked towards the target, their faces filled with eager looks. Brother Feng, can you open it and take a look now? Su Wenchuan, Su Shouyuan, and Lin Hao did not walk away, but came closer to Lu Feng, looked at Lu Feng preparing to open the box, and asked softly. Okay. Lu Feng smiled. Anyway, he was here to play, and now was the time to show off his weapon box. The moment the weapons box was opened, there was a silver-white Desert Eagle, a black and yellow AK-47, and the largest one, a pure black Barrett that took up most of the box, and the gun body seemed to be shining. It looks brand new, but it gives people an extremely shocking feeling and tempts everyone crazily. Nice one. Coach Wang was also standing by, looking at the contents in amazement, and spoke softly with a smile. What a pity, here we have some and some don't.